The apocalypse has descended, claiming the lives of 98 of the planet's inhabitants amidst various natural disasters. In his past life, Zhang Sen struggled for survival in this cataclysm for 8 long years, fighting to protect his only family member, enduring countless life-threatening situations. Ultimately, however, he met a tragic end, betrayed by his own kin. Reborn a week prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Sen awakens to an extraordinary spatial ability, fervently hoarding resources. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhang Sen had never experienced such agony. Before him loomed the enormous, sharp teeth of a beast, stained with fragments of flesh, indistinguishable as to whether they belonged to him or another. His right leg had been violently torn away, the stench of blood and decay saturating his nostrils, while the roars of the creature assaulted his eardrums. His chest was raked open by claws, his throat long since bitten through, rendering him voiceless. In despair, he gazed at the retreating vehicle. At the back of the truck, 4 figures huddled together in celebration of their narrow escape: his uncle's family of 3 and his girlfriend, Chun Tian. He could not comprehend it. For 8 years in this dystopia, he had safeguarded them. Time and again, he had brushed shoulders with death for their sake. Without him, they would have perished countless times. Just moments ago, he had fought through hordes of beasts to ensure their safety, delivering them to the vehicle. Yet in this critical moment, they had callously cast him aside. Zhang Sen's gaze remained fixated on the increasingly distant rescue truck, where Chen Tian and his cousin, Zhang Heng, were tightly entwined. Whispers echoed in his mind, reminding him that their relationship was more than mere friendship. Yet, he had always dismissed such notions. Zhang Heng turned to him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In that instant, Zhang Sen grasped the bitter truths of familial bonds and love. With half of his face torn away, he managed a self-deprecating smile. As his consciousness began to fade, a blinding light flashed, and he finally succumbed to darkness. Ding! Superspace activated. Binding in progress. A voice suddenly resonated within his mind, jolting Zhang Sen awake. Terror from the beast onslaught still lingered in his heart. Yet the scene before him was utterly astonishing. This was his bedroom, before the apocalypse. Hadn't it been destroyed long ago? After a few moments of confusion, realization struck him as he picked up his phone from the nightstand, glancing at the time: May 18, 2043, 6 in the morning. He had been reborn. The man who had survived 8 years in the apocalypse found himself returned to 7 days before it began. Space binding successful, the robotic voice continued in his mind. Space? A flash of white light enveloped him, and his consciousness entered an unfamiliar expanse, a vast white void. Was this the spatial ability? This space was astonishingly immense. He recalled that in the second year of the apocalypse, humanity began to evolve. A small fraction of survivors awakened extraordinary abilities, among which was the spatial ability. Compared to other powers, spatial abilities were deemed the least useful. Even if one wished to stockpile resources, it was nearly impossible after years of catastrophe. Unless one was willing to risk their life to steal from others, the meager rations painstakingly acquired would scarcely suffice, leaving no room for hoarding supplies. The spatial ability, while incapable of engaging in battle or ensuring self-preservation, can at most serve as a mere auxiliary function. Most wielders of this spatial power possess dimensions of less than 1 cubic meter, merely assisting other practitioners by transporting equipment or medicinal supplies. They are akin to lackeys carrying bags. However, these thoughts merely represent Zhang Sen's current perspective. Given his previous lives' experiences and capabilities, he could only perceive spatial abilities as simplistic storage systems. Gazing into the seemingly boundless expanse before him, Zhang Sen suddenly felt that the apocalypse was not as terrifying as it appeared. He controlled his consciousness to traverse the space, discovering a dense white mist at its periphery. Beyond this mist, an unknown force seemed to obstruct his path, and he refrained from forcibly breaking through, realizing that his current abilities were insufficient for such an endeavor. Nevertheless, he sensed that the area concealed by the mist would undoubtedly reveal greater surprises. Over the next hour, in an effort to validate the utility of his spatial realm, he began to mentally transfer items from his room into the space. Initially, he moved small objects such as cups, mobile phones, and tablets, followed by larger items like sofas, beds, wardrobes, televisions, and refrigerators. The space welcomed all, absorbing every movable item from the room. Just as he prepared to retrieve everything, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Golden item detected. Would you like to use it for spatial upgrade? Zhang Sen was taken aback, his gaze falling upon a deep red box on the coffee table. Inside lay a 48-gram gold bracelet he had purchased as a 50th birthday gift for Chen Tiantian's mother. Thus, gold could indeed be utilized for spatial enhancement. Overjoyed, Zhang Sen exclaimed, "Upgrade." No sooner had he spoken than the golden bracelet transformed into a faint golden light, rushing into the white mist. Upon closer inspection of the space, he noticed no significant changes. The mist appeared to recede slightly and become less dense, yet the contents beyond remained elusive. Though the upgrade's efficacy was modest, Zhang Sen felt no despondency, understanding the method of enhancement was sufficient. After all, in the apocalypse, gold holds less value than even a sausage, making it readily obtainable. He mentally returned all items within the space to their original positions, the process unfolding seamlessly. A surge of happiness filled him, awakening this spatial ability after the apocalypse was indeed fortuitous. With such a vast space to hoard supplies, he could navigate the apocalypse with unparalleled ease. It's worth noting that time within the space is suspended. Any item placed inside emerges precisely as it was when stored. Having grasped the usage of his spatial ability, he resolved to begin stockpiling supplies. Checking his account balance, he found a sum of 2.3 million. 6 years ago, his parents tragically perished in a car accident, leaving him with the apartment he currently resides in, a factory, and a total of 6 million in savings and compensation. At that time, he was still young, and the factory was entrusted to his uncle, Zhang Jianjun. Within 2 years, the factory succumbed to bankruptcy. 3 years prior, Zhang Jianjun approached him for a loan to purchase a house. Eager to remain close to them, he generously lent them 3 million, enabling them to buy a residence on the 10th floor of the same building he occupied. Not a single penny of that money has been repaid to this day. In his previous life, during a torrential downpour, his family found themselves devoid of sustenance, prompting him to seek assistance from them. Yet, he could not procure even a single grain of rice. They claimed to possess nothing, and in his naivety, he believed them. Each time he ventured out in search of supplies, he generously shared the majority of what he found with them. Reflecting on it now, he realizes he was emaciated and gaunt from hunger. However, this family, just before departing for the survivor base, appeared vibrant and healthy, utterly unlike those suffering from a lack of resources. It was his folly to think of them as his only kin in this world. Thus, he bared his soul to them, only to find himself betrayed in the end. Nevertheless, it matters not, since he has been reborn. He shall reclaim all that they owe him, not just from them, but also from Chen Tiantian and several neighbors who had betrayed him in his past life. He shall spare none of them. Chapter 2. Caught in the act recently, numerous red alerts for high temperatures have been issued across the nation, urging citizens to prepare for heat prevention measures to avoid heat stroke. In certain commercial districts, electricity usage has been restricted, prioritizing normal power supply for residents. As Zhang Sen sat eating takeout while casually listening to the news on television, his phone suddenly chimed, reminding him of his upcoming interview. His recollection was drawn back to the same day in his previous life, when he had left home at 9 o'clock, preparing for the interview. As he descended the stairs, he recalled the heat warning and decided to pay a visit to Zhang Jianjun's home to remind him to take precautions against the heat. To his surprise, he found Chen Tiantian dressed in pajamas, dining with the family of 3. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. But Li Yun's explanation was that she was preparing to call him down for breakfast and had invited Chen Tiantian to join. Chen Tiantian also resided in the same community. Zhang Sen had initially intended for her to stay directly at his home, but she had indicated that her mother forbade her from cohabiting before marriage and from giving herself to Zhang Sen prior to their union, subtly suggesting that he should assist her in renting a place. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Sen marveled at how virtuous his wife was, and without hesitation, he paid to rent a 2-bedroom apartment for her in Building 5 across the street. It was due to his excessive trust in Zhang Jianjun's family and Chen Tiantian that he had been repeatedly deceived by them. In his previous life, he had overlooked such blatant inconsistencies, merely reminding everyone to take care against the heat before hastily heading off to his interview. However, this time presented him with a splendid opportunity to collect debts, while also seeking a little extra gain. He swiftly devoured the last 2 soup dumplings, grabbed an old mobile phone and a fruit knife, and ascended to the 11th floor. Zhang Jianjun's home, located at 1002, mirrored his own in layout, 160 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Zhang Jianjun's front door was secured with a password lock. Recently, while the family had gone on a trip to escape the heat, they had asked him to supervise the installation of a new air conditioning unit, which had allowed him to learn the code and enter directly. It was now just past 7 in the morning, and Li Yun was likely out shopping for groceries. Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Heng had not yet risen. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Chen Tiantian's high heels at the entrance. A cold smirk crept across his face. It was precisely as he had anticipated. He took out his phone, activated the recording function, and approached the door of Zhang Heng's room, finding the door locked. He wasted no time and kicked it open, swiftly turning on the light, a seamless execution of actions. What met his eyes was a shocking scene. A pair of naked lovers, his girlfriend of 3 years and his cousin, whom he had cherished for over 20. Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian evidently bore the marks of a night of indulgence. Upon seeing Zhang Sen and the phone in his hand, they were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, both scrambled to cover themselves with the blanket in a state of panic. Zhang Sen's icy gaze swept over the two. Zhang Heng, have you no shame, even sleeping with your sister-in-law? Brother, it's not what you think. Darling, please let me explain. The two hastily attempted to defend themselves. At that moment, Zhang Jianjun, hearing the commotion from the master bedroom, rushed over. Upon witnessing his son caught in bed with his niece-in-law and his nephew filming the scene, he felt overwhelmed. He deliberately pointed at Zhang Heng and angrily berated, "You beast! Why is your sister-in-law here?" Zhang Sen turned his head to cast a glance at Zhang Jianjun, his eyes devoid of any emotion. On this sweltering day, an inexplicable chill crept into Zhang Jianjun's heart. This foolish nephew, who usually wore a cheerful demeanor, why was he regarding him with such a piercing gaze today? Zhang Sen said nothing more and returned to the living room, quietly sitting on the sofa. He saved the video, sent it to another WeChat account, and then deleted the record. On the coffee table lay Zhang Jianjun's cigarettes. In his previous life, Zhang Sen had not yet developed a craving for tobacco. Later, when the apocalypse struck, he joined a survivor base and ventured out to scavenge for supplies, discovering a stash of well-preserved cigarettes. At that time, his captain was a heavy smoker who reacted to the sight of cigarettes as though he had seen his long-lost father. Not only did he indulge himself, but he generously shared with all the members. Although Zhang Sen had no addiction to smoking, he observed a fleeting moment of relaxation on everyone's faces after they smoked. And thus he joined in. As time passed, cigarettes became increasingly scarce. Whenever he had the chance, he would take a few puffs to numb his heightened nerves. If not, he did not dwell on it. However, seeing them now, he felt an inexplicable nostalgia. He picked one up, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Zhang Jianjun quickly exited the room and, upon noticing the cigarette in Zhang Sen's mouth, paused for a moment, then adopted a tone of authority. "Xiao Sen, when did you start smoking? It's not a good habit. Put it down." Zhang Sen ignored him and took another drag. Seeing this, Zhang Jianjun decided not to linger on the topic of smoking, as there were far more pressing matters at hand. "Xiao Sen, don't overthink it. I asked your brother. Last night he was out drinking and happened to run into his sister-in-law. They both came back together, quite inebriated. It was all a misunderstanding, rest assured. Your second uncle will certainly give your brother a good talking to and make him kneel before you to apologize." Zhang Sen did not even glance at Zhang Jianjun, but flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Second uncle, the 3 million you owe me should be returned now, shouldn't it?" Zhang Jianjun was taken aback by this remark, then awkwardly chuckled. "Xiao Sen, it's not that your second uncle doesn't want to pay you back. It's just that my finances are a bit tight lately. Could you wait a little longer? And you know, I've always regarded you as my own. Please don't let your brother's foolish actions create distance between us." Just then, Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian emerged, the latter with reddened eyes. "Beast, why aren't you kneeling before your brother?" Zhang Jianjun shouted at Zhang Heng. Reluctantly, Zhang Heng knelt down. Zhang Sen shot a cold glance at Zhang Heng before turning his gaze toward Chen Tiantian, encouraged as if by some unseen force. Chen Tiantian rushed to Zhang Sen's side and knelt, her hands resting on his thigh. "Darling, I really don't know what happened. I only remember being drunk last night. Is that so?" A hint of a smile graced Zhang Sen's lips. It seemed they were attempting to absolve themselves with drunken excuses. Evidently, Zhang Jianjun had already crafted an alibi for them shortly after he left. Indeed, experience is a powerful teacher. Tears cascaded down Chen Tiantian's cheeks, rendering her an embodiment of pitifulness. "Truly, my husband, how could I betray you otherwise? Last night, I was not with a Heng. We merely crossed paths later. He overheard someone at our table speaking ill of you, and, incensed, began drinking excessively. I am acutely aware of your affection for a Heng, and I could not disregard him. I thought I was visiting your home, yet who would have imagined it would culminate in such a grave error?" Zhang Sen regarded Chen Tiantian, who was now inconsolable, and marveled inwardly at her performance. If she did not secure an Oscar for Best Actress, he would be astonished. He remarked coolly, "I recall you being a teetotaler." Chen Tiantian hastily explained, "I do not relish drinking, but their disparaging remarks about you distressed me, and I could not restrain myself." You cannot fathom the harshness of their words. Observing the indignation etched on her face, Zhang Sen's heart harbored a derisive smile. This was an invitation for him to inquire about the specifics of what had been said. Yet, he chose not to follow her script, instead fixing her with a cold, unwavering gaze. Under the weight of his frigid scrutiny, Qin Tiantian felt as though all her deceit and pretense had been laid bare. In her recollection, Zhang Sen had never regarded her with such a demeanor, devoid of any warmth, filled instead with resentment. My husband, Qin Tiantian attempted to articulate further, only to be interrupted by Zhang Jianjun. Xiao Sen, this is also our fault, your second aunt, and I went to bed too early last night. Otherwise, we would have seen them return together, and this matter would not have escalated to this extent. Zhang Sen let out a light chuckle, his gaze locking onto Zhang Jianjun with unwavering intensity. Uncle, let us dispense with the theatrics. We are all rather occupied. I am here today to collect a debt. Specifically the 3 million you owe me. He extinguished his cigarette, his expression as frigid as ice, adding, and I must secure the funds today. Chapter 3. Debt collection. Zhang Jianjun felt a twinge of discontent. It was difficult for him to accept that his usually dutiful nephew had suddenly become so sharp-tongued. However, he was even less inclined to part with 3 million yuan without just cause. Over the years, he had showered this nephew with warmth and care, providing a sense of family. Did that not equate to at least 3 million? Nevertheless, since he still relied on Zhang Sen for many business matters, it was imperative to quell the young man's anger first. With that thought in mind, he stormed up to Zhang Heng and delivered a resounding slap. You wretched boy, look at the distress you've caused your uncle. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Li Yun, who had just returned from grocery shopping. She rushed forward to shield Zhang Heng, exclaiming, Zhang Jianjun, why did you strike my son? Zhang Jianjun found himself even more exasperated. How can you defend him? Ask your son what outrageous things he has done while drunk. He was resolutely intent on attributing the matter to drunken misbehavior. Zhang Sen, meanwhile, remained silent, observing the unfolding farce with a cold gaze. For Li Yun, her son Zhang Heng was her greatest treasure, and witnessing him being struck had temporarily clouded her judgment. However, as she surveyed the scene, she began to grasp the gravity of the situation. In a fit of misplaced anger, she struck Zhang Heng's back lightly, demanding, you scoundrel. What on earth have you done? After the theatrics subsided, Li Yun, with reddened eyes, turned to Zhang Senator Xiao Sound. Your brother is still young, regardless of his transgressions. As his second aunt, I apologize on his behalf. Is that acceptable? Zhang Sen ignored her, focusing instead on Zhang Jianjun. Uncle, regardless of today's events, it is a fundamental principle that debts must be repaid. Allow me to reiterate, I am here solely to collect a debt. How you choose to discipline your son is of no concern to me, so please refrain from performing for my benefit. Li Yun, observing Zhang Sen's obstinate demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. How dare this little brat, whom they had cared for as family over the years, act so brazenly in her home? Yet, she maintained her facade of a smiling tiger, her anger masked by a veneer of cordiality. Xiao Sen, how can you speak to your second uncle in such a manner? Isn't that hurtful? He has treated you with more kindness than he has shown to my Heng. Zhang Sen scoffed softly. Indeed, he has been kind, by deliberately bankrupting my factory and tolerating his son's affair with my girlfriend. After the apocalypse, deceiving me time and again, ultimately leading to my tragic demise. What kindness that is. Li Yun pressed on. Moreover, we are all family here. What debts are owed to whom? Family matters cannot be quantified. Your second uncle and I have been quite generous with you over the years. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. So, what you're implying is that if I lend your family 3 million, it becomes your family's money and need not be repaid, correct? Li Yun laughed lightly as she seated herself beside Zhang Senator Xiao San. You've just graduated in Haven Tea, yet entered the workforce. You know not how difficult it is to earn money these days. Where would we possibly find 3 million yuan? Furthermore, had it not been for your insistence on wanting to live closer to us, we would not have purchased this house. If we had not acquired this property, your second uncle's company would not have suffered from cash flow issues, resulting in the loss of several projects, an amount far exceeding 3 million. Yet, out of concern for your feelings, your uncle has never mentioned this in your presence. As Li Yun spoke, tears streamed down her face, as though she had endured a grave injustice. Zhang Heng chimed in, exactly, brother, it was you who insisted on giving us 3 million to buy this house. How can you now claim that we owe you? Zhang Sen, infuriated to the point of laughter, rose and delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Heng's chest. Though Zhang Sen's physical prowess was nowhere near what it had been in his previous life, the kick was delivered with considerable strength. Zhang Heng clutched his chest, gasping for breath. What are you doing, Zhang Sen? Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill someone? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun both stood up, ready to intervene. Zhang Sen, undeterred, dispatched both of them to the ground with a swift kick, causing them to wince in pain. He looked down at the three sprawled on the floor and at Chen Tian, who knelt beside the sofa, her complexion ashen. To utter such shameless words. I truly commend your family's audacity. Zhang Jianjun, clutching his abdomen, rose again. Zhang Sen, have you gone insane? I am your second uncle. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Zhang Sen coldly scoffed, lifting Zhang Heng as if he were a mere chick. He produced a fruit knife from his waistband and pressed it against Zhang Heng's throat. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun immediately screamed in alarm. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Heng stammered in terror. Zhang Sun gritted his teeth. Enough of your nonsense, Zhang Jianjun. I warn you, I must reclaim my 3 million today, otherwise, you shall have no son. Zhang Jianjun, in a fury, retorted, you've lost your mind, Zhang Sun. Even if you disregard our brotherly bond, you cannot break the law. Release your brother, and I promise to return the money to you promptly. Zhang Sen's grip tightened further, and a small wound appeared on Zhang Heng's neck. Li Yin cried out, no? Shaosen, please calm down and do not harm your brother. Brother? Zhang Sun roared. Is that what you call a brother? Zhang Heng, tell me. How many times have you slept with Chen Tian? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun finally comprehended the reason behind Zhang Sen's rage. Trembling, Zhang Heng replied, brother, you have misunderstood. I only slept with sister-in-law last night. I truly drank too much. I acknowledge my mistake. How many times? Zhang Sen's voice grew even louder, resembling someone deeply provoked. And he increased the pressure in his grip. Do you think I just happened to stumble upon this today? I have heard about your sordid affairs far too many times. Zhang Sun had indeed heard from former acquaintances about Zhang Heng and Chun Tiantian's inappropriate relationship, but that was in a previous life. A college friend had mentioned seeing the two emerge from a hotel before the apocalypse. Clearly, Zhang, the great fool, had again believed the deceitful words of his actress girlfriend, Chen Tian, and had severed ties with that college friend. Four times. Zhang Heng's face turned pale with fright, and he confessed honestly. Do your parents know? Zhang Sen inquired again. Speak the truth. If you lie, I swear I will end your life right now. Yes, they know. Zhang Heng replied. Did you hear that? A perfectly sorrowful smile adorned Zhang Sen's face. This is my dear brother, who, behind my back, has entangled himself with my girlfriend, and my dear uncle and aunt, who are fully aware of this affair yet choose to play the part. Zhang Jianjun, let me reiterate, either I will exterminate your entire family and turn myself in, or you will return the money to me, and we shall sever all ties henceforth. Shaosen, where am I to find such a sum at this moment? Grant me a little time to gather it, will you? No. Today you either present the money, or we all face death together. After all, there is nothing in this world that I hold dear. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun had only this one son. Witnessing Zhang Sen's madness, they feared for their safety and hastily transferred 3 million to him. Once Zhang Sun received the bank transfer, he released Zhang Heng. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. He had no intention of taking a life. Zhang Jianjun, relieved that Zhang Heng was unharmed, felt a surge of anger toward Zhang Sen. Yet he could only suppress his fury in light of the day's events. Shaosen, your brother has indeed acted foolishly, but now that the money has been returned, can you, for the sake of our family ties, delete the video and let this matter rest? Rest assured, your brother will certainly sever ties with your girlfriend. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to silence me? Consider it an appeal from your uncle. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen declared, the price for silence is 5 million. Chapter 4. Making money what? 5 million? Are you out of your mind? Where on earth would I find 5 million to give you now? Zhang Jianjun shouted in a fit of rage. Zhang Sen chuckled. The hush money for Zhang Heng's incident is 1 million, and the hush money for your deliberate bankruptcy of the factory left by my father amounts to 4 million. Uncle, do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? Years ago, when my father's factory was entrusted to you, it took you merely 2 years to bring it to ruin, leaving me with not a single penny. Then, without hesitation, you opened a new factory, utilizing all the employees, suppliers, clients, and connections that my father had established. Only a year later did you inform me of this new factory's existence. Was it not your intention to avoid employing me? For a million, at that time, I could have sold the factory for much more. Tell me, who is truly mad here, you or I? Zhang Jianjun's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Sen continued, I am only asking for this modest sum out of respect for you as my father's brother. I am not attempting to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I will walk out of this door today and go straight to the police. Zhang Jianjun, filled with disbelief, retorted, don't try to intimidate me. If you had evidence, you would have reported it already. Zhang Sen smirked, it matters not whether you believe me. When given a chance, you failed to appreciate it. I will start by exposing how your family has bullied the orphan of my brother. I shall use this 3 million to hire a public relations firm. Soon, all of Nanyang will be aware of your deeds. I trust that, In the face of public outrage, the police will act with greater urgency. Oh, by the way, those individuals currently collaborating with you, I have faith they still remember my father and me. After all, they are my father's loyal friends. And their willingness to work with you is merely out of respect for him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be dining with them so frequently. As he prepared to leave, Zhang Sen cast a glance at the house, saying, Uncle, Aunt, enjoy your final days of prosperity. Soon, I will ensure you return everything that you have taken from me. And Aunt, is the house in the village still standing? Do remember to tidy it up. Your family will need somewhere to reside. The faces of Zhang Jianjun's family grew increasingly grim, with Zhang Heng trembling in anger. He longed to rush at Zhang Sen and strike him down but dared not do so. He sensed that Zhang Sen had genuinely contemplated ending his life just moments ago. Xiao Sen, do you not care at all for our uncle-nephew bond? Zhang Jianjun hesitated, realizing that even if Zhang's son lacked evidence, the actions of their family against him would lead to their downfall if made public. The factory, which he had painstakingly seized, would soon crumble. All he could do now was to leverage familial ties to coerce Zhang's senator. To his surprise, Zhang's son chuckled, given the things you have done to me. Do you still expect any semblance of our uncle-nephew relationship? Left with no choice, Zhang Jianjun reluctantly agreed to transfer the remaining 5 million to Zhang's son by noon the following day. After leaving Zhang Jianjun's residence, Zhang Sen swiftly returned to room 1602. Time is of the essence. Only 7 days remain until the apocalypse. The supplies he must gather are abundant, leaving him no room to squander even a moment. He opened his computer and began compiling a list of necessities. In his previous life, an extraordinary heat wave was followed by devastating typhoons, acid rain, torrential downpours, and extreme cold. Natural disasters emerged one after another. The list of medicines extended over 3 full pages, with many items being both costly and difficult to procure. He had no time to scour each pharmacy individually, so he reached out to a former high school classmate who worked as a pharmaceutical sales representative, sending him the list. A friend wishes to purchase this batch of medicines. Can you ensure delivery within 3 days at the latest? 5 minutes later, his classmate called back. Son, this order is rather substantial. Are you certain you're not joking about buying so many medications? Of course not. My friend intends to engage in charitable work. The only stipulation is that the goods must arrive within 3 days. What kind of deposit would be appropriate? No need for that. I'm calling to confirm the purpose of the medications. I also have a batch nearing its expiration date, less than 6 months left. If it's for charity, you might want to reconsider. Zhang Sen's mind sparked with an idea. Near expiration? I have a space where nothing ever expires. I must secure it. Please include this batch of medicines in tomorrow's delivery. With no time for further discussion, Zhang Sen ended the call and transferred 200,000 yuan. This is the deposit. The remaining balance will be settled upon delivery. With the 3 million yuan that Zhang Jianjun had returned added to his bank account, he now possessed 1 million yuan. Soon, he would receive an additional 5 million yuan as hush money, bringing his total to 1 million. However, this sum would still be insufficient for stockpiling supplies. As for why he only requested 5 million yuan in hush money from Zhang Jianjun, it was because he knew that was the maximum amount Zhang Jianjun could readily provide. Any more, and he would be pushed to desperation. Given Zhang Jianjun's cautious nature and his desire to maintain his dignity, he would still manage to gather that amount. Spending 5 million yuan to acquire a factory that generated millions annually would even seem like a bargain to him. In a world without impending doom, he might have considered contacting the authorities to initiate a thorough investigation and reclaim everything taken from them. However, time was not on his side. After a brief assessment of the supplies he needed to acquire, he realized it was still insufficient. He needed to secure more funds, preferably within the day. Otherwise, collecting money while stockpiling would be a tremendous waste of time. After submitting loan applications through various lending apps, he set his sights on the apartment he resided in. Online loans are merely a narrative device. Dear readers, please do not emulate this, as it may affect your happiness. He took the property deed and stepped outside, grabbing a quick bite at a nearby restaurant before driving his small BMW to the bank. Yuyuan is situated in the heart of Nanyang City, and the community was built 8 years ago. His apartment spans 160 square meters. According to current market trends, the price per square meter exceeds 50,000 yuan. And if he were to sell it now, he could fetch at least 8 million yuan. However, due to the urgency of his situation, the bank only offered him 5 million yuan. With no time to haggle, he left the bank with 5 million yuan in hand. At present, with the addition of the 3 million borrowed from various apps, his account holds a total of 9 million. The funds acquired through online loans and mortgage loans on properties can be deemed as mere exploitation of opportunities. When the apocalypse arrives, no one will be found. Even the provocative photographs he has taken will vanish from this world with the collapse of the internet. Thus, there is nothing to fear. Chapter 5. Stockpiling supplies by 3 in the afternoon. The temperature outside had soared to 48 degrees, leaving one to feel as though ensconced within a steamer. Zhang Sen's t-shirt was thoroughly drenched with perspiration, yet he dared not linger. He drove to a used car dealership and sold his current little BMW for a meager 150,000, then promptly rented a cargo van. No sooner had he settled into the vehicle than he received a phone call. It was from an old acquaintance, Lu Hao, whom he had encountered earlier that day while dining at the entrance of the community. Lu Hao, a retired soldier at the tender age of 21, was employed at a renovation company not far from Yuyuan, where he had rented a room. Zhang Sen had known him in his previous life, as Lu Hao had overseen renovations for many families within the community. The apartment next to Zhang Sen's, number 1603, had been one of his projects. However, they were not particularly close before the apocalypse. Their bond had strengthened during their expeditions to scavenge for supplies. Both being of similar age and possessing a straightforward nature, they found common ground in their conversations. Lu Hao, being a decent fellow, understood the burden of Zhang Sen's responsibilities and often looked out for him by sharing additional supplies. On one occasion, during a confrontation with other survivors, Lu Hao had even shielded him from a blow. Thus, Zhang Sen had always felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, but shortly thereafter, he lost track of Lu Hao, perhaps due to the grim reality of mortality in such dire times. Encountering Lu Hao again stirred a sense of nostalgia within Zhang Sr. Although he had vowed not to place his trust easily in anyone in this lifetime, he equally abhorred the notion of being indebted to others. He resolved to repay Lu Hao's kindness when the opportunity arose. Lu Hao's call was to inform Zhang Sen that he had successfully found workers and materials and was ready to assist with the renovations of Zhang Sen's home. Earlier that day, Zhang Sen had reached out to several renovation companies, yet his specific requirements had deterred them from accepting the job. After all, it merely entailed replacing a window, installing security grills and a front door, along with adding a few fireplaces. The materials he sought were rather specialized, leaving little room for profit. Given the sweltering heat, any willing contractor would likely impose a delay. Fortunately, having crossed paths with Lu Hao, Zhang Sen entrusted the task to him and promised a remuneration of 20,000 as long as he could see it through. All right, how many days will the work take? Zhang Sen inquired, somewhat astonished by Lu Hao's efficiency. He had anticipated a time frame of 2 to 3 days. But Lu Hao surprised him by asserting it would only take a single day. It's merely a matter of replacing a bulletproof glass and security door, plus installing 4 fireplaces. It can be done swiftly. Zhang Sen admired Lu Hao's competence and recognized the necessity of having assistance, as working alone proved to be exceedingly inefficient. He recalled Lu Hao mentioning that due to the recent heat wave, power restrictions had been imposed in commercial areas, forcing him to work from home. Thus, he posed a question. Lu Hao, would you be interested in a part-time position? Lu Hao paused, taken aback. A part-time position? Yes. It would be akin to serving as my assistant. Work for half a month, and I shall compensate you with 50,000. 50,000. Lu Hao was filled with joy. He worked at a renovation company, earning upwards of 10,000 at times, and as little as 5,000 or 6,000 on others. Receiving 50,000 at once for merely half a month's work was a tremendous boon. However, having labored for 1 to 2 years and being a veteran, he understood well that there is no free lunch in this world. The prospect of earning such a sum in just half a month led him to ponder whether he would be tasked with something excessively arduous. Upon learning that the job merely involved running errands and that he could decline any morally dubious tasks, Lu Hao gleefully accepted the part-time position. After concluding the call, Zhang Sen immediately transferred 20,000 as an advance on his wages, with the 2,000 for renovation tips and the remaining 30,000 to be settled in 2 weeks. Lu Hao, being a straightforward individual, was hesitant to accept too much. Since he was already acting as an assistant, it seemed unnecessary to accept the tips. Zhang Sen said little more, providing him with the address and door lock code of the house, urging him to measure the dimensions promptly. As dusk approached, Zhang Sen drove to the largest wholesale market in Nanyang. He circled the area before finding the biggest grain and oil store, spending over $1 million to clear its inventory. He purchased 5 tons of salt alone. Salt is crucial for human survival. Without it, one could hardly endure. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had witnessed someone trading a bag of salt for 10 pounds of grain. The sweltering heat made the shop owner reluctant to stay open, and Zhang Sen's bulk purchase almost made him feel like a long-lost brother. As the owner offered a generous discount of 95% and even volunteered to assist with loading the goods, considering the considerable amount of merchandise he had acquired, Zhang Sen inquired about nearby warehouse rentals, anticipating the task would take several hours. The owner mentioned a warehouse in a nearby village, promising to check on its availability. Just 2 minutes later, the owner returned, drenched in sweat, confirming the existence of a 5,000 square foot space. Zhang Sen replied that he needed it immediately and handed the owner a cigarette. The warehouse owner, taking the cigarette, led Zhang Sen to his establishment, where he also purchased all the bottled and bulk water available, totaling around 100 tons. Water had become a precious commodity in the post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, he decided to stockpile further by acquiring 105-ton water storage barrels and purification tablets, preparing to store water tirelessly in his space. With that facility at his disposal, there was no need to laboriously melt snow for water. Subsequently, he explored the vegetable, meat, spice, grain, and fast food wholesale districts, along with the electrical and tissue paper sections, expending over 300,000 in total. He rented the warehouse and arranged for the delivery of goods there. Just as Lu Hao finished measuring the dimensions, Zhang Sen instructed him to come and receive the supplies, promising to notify him once everything had arrived. As he departed from the wholesale market, night was nearly upon them. He drove swiftly to the largest outdoor supply store in the city. Serendipitously, the mall was hosting a clearance sale. Everything was discounted, with some items even slashed to a mere 30% of their original price. The store, already renowned for its exceptional value, had now become a veritable treasure trove for him. Disaster preparedness kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, high-capacity solar chargers, wetsuits, oxygen tanks. All conceivable items were available, and each of the finest quality. After all, these were life-saving supplies. Zhang Sen also ordered 10 inflatable boats and rubber rafts. He had initially wished to purchase some extreme cold weather gear, but regrettably, the store did not carry the type he sought, which could withstand temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. Fortunately, the owner assisted him in contacting a colleague from out of town. Zhang Sen then reviewed the cold-resistant gear from that store and ultimately acquired a total of 10 complete sets for himself. They would be dispatched via express delivery, ensuring arrival by the following day. Chapter 6. Stockpiling weapons. The proprietor, after much effort, finally encountered a substantial client, prompting all employees to work overtime and assist Zhang Sen in loading the merchandise onto the vehicle. In a mere 10 minutes, the goods were secured. Zhang Sen drove away, seeking a secluded spot to park, where he promptly stored the items in his space. At that moment, Lu Hao called to inform him that the warehouse inventory was complete and the quantities were accurate. Without delay, Zhang Sen hurried to the warehouse. Upon witnessing the mountain of supplies piled within, he felt a profound sense of security. These provisions would suffice for him to endure 30 years in the apocalypse. Zhang, why are you hoarding such an abundance of food and drink? Lu Hao inquired, perplexed by Zhang Sen's sudden acquisition of such vast quantities of grain. Planning to open a supermarket, Zhang Sen casually fabricated a reason and dismissed him for the day. Once Lu Hao departed, Zhang Sen locked the door and placed his hands on the supplies. The warehouse, which had already been filled to a considerable extent, instantly appeared desolate. Zhang Sen gazed at the scene before him and could not help but smile. With less than 7 million in his account, he had already received a cautious message from Zhang Jianjun, who insisted that Zhang Sen come to his residence the following day to sign various confidentiality agreements before he would transfer the funds. Zhang Sen was unfazed and readily agreed. At this moment, he sought only money and harbored no interest in the factory Zhang Jianjun possessed. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, that factory would be the first to be submerged. As the clock approached 10, it was time to procure a cache of weapons. Driving to the outskirts, Zhang Sen spent over half an hour searching before finally locating a place amidst a cluster of bungalows. This establishment appeared to be a small supermarket, where a woman in her 30s, clad in a floral sundress and smoking a cigarette, sat behind the counter. Upon Zhang Sen's entrance, she merely glanced at him before returning her focus to the mahjong game on her phone. This shop was one Zhang Sen had learned about from a prominent figure during the first year of the apocalypse. Ostensibly a small supermarket, it concealed far greater intrigue. Approaching the counter, Zhang Sen said, "A pack of hard cigarettes, please." The woman did not lift her gaze, hard or soft. "The hardest kind," he replied. The woman paused her card game, finally raising her head to retrieve a pack of hard cigarettes from beneath the counter, tossing it onto the surface with a nonchalant 45. Zhang Sen scrutinized her eyes. "So inexpensive? Aren't they 174 a pack outside? Or is this brand not potent enough? Do you have something stronger?" The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. "Who referred you here?" "Brother Cannon," Zhang Sen responded. Brother Cannon was a powerful ally Zhang Sen had met during the apocalypse. They had once ventured to a base together and encountered another faction along the way, leading to an altercation. Though Brother Cannon possessed firearms, their numbers were few. In a moment of peril, Zhang Sen had rushed into the fray to rescue him. Consequently, their bond deepened, and on their journey to the base, Brother Cannon frequently regaled Zhang Sen with tales of his exploits in the underworld, during which Zhang Sen learned of this shop and its secret code. Upon hearing Brother Cannon's name, the woman's expression softened. "Follow me." She rose to close the shop door before proceeding to the inner room. Upon reaching the corner, she pulled aside a metal panel, revealing a staircase before her. Without uttering a word, the woman descended the stairs. The basement was cluttered with various goods, and she approached an iron door, knocking in a rhythm of 323. 5 seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, the proprietor of this establishment. The woman announced, "I was sent by the Cannon." The owner nodded, casting a glance at Zhang Sen and instantly perceiving that this young man was no ordinary character, although he appeared clean and well-groomed. His eyes betrayed a deeper truth, calm and cold, undoubtedly stained with blood. "Come in," the bearded man instructed, turning to enter the room. Zhang Sen followed suit, while the woman closed the door behind them. "What do you want?" the burly man inquired. Zhang Sen surveyed the surroundings. The room held little beyond a wall adorned with an array of crossbows, lacking even the simplest of egalitarian devices. His gaze settled on a compound crossbow hanging in the corner. Its sleek, dark form exuded an aura of lethality. Zhang Sen had witnessed its power in the apocalyptic world, where a single arrow had pierced the skull of a mutated tiger, rumored to be manufactured in the Lighthouse Nation. It surpassed the power of a handgun, boasting high accuracy and ease of operation, and could be conveniently disassembled. Most importantly, it was quieter than a handgun, making it exceptionally useful in the early years of the apocalypse. Moreover, the arrows were reusable. "What an incredible value! How many of these do you have?" he inquired, pointing at the compound crossbow. 10, the bearded man smirked, recognizing the young man's discernment. "I'll take them all." "How many matching arrows do you have?" "About 300, came the reply. Zhang Sen nodded, agreeing to acquire them all, and then asked, "I wish to travel to the Lighthouse Nation. It offers ample freedom, and I need to procure some egalitarian devices." The bearded man chuckled and led Zhang Sen into another secret chamber filled with various firearms. Zhang Sen's heart leapt. It seemed the Cannon brother had not misled him. This man indeed possessed considerable resources. Subsequently, he acquired 20 grenades, 3 Type 54 handguns, and 3 AK-47s, depleting the entirety of the ammunition stock. He refrained from purchasing other intricate weaponry. They were costly and, more importantly, ineffective in the apocalyptic landscape. Months later, the entire Blue Star would be engulfed in extreme cold, a time when cold weaponry would reign supreme. These flashy firearms sometimes paled in comparison to traditional arms. Finally, Zhang Sen requested 10 machetes, 10 daggers, 10 straight knives, 5 sets of top-tier military cold-weather combat gear, 5 sets of anti-cutting attire, and 5 bulletproof vests. This excursion cost him over 3 million. With less than 4 million remaining, he felt untroubled, knowing he would replenish his funds shortly. After assisting the bearded man in loading the goods, it was well past 2 in the morning. Before departing, Zhang Sen inquired, "Can you procure diesel and gasoline?" The burly man paused. "How much do you need?" "I can't get too much. 50 tons of each, please." The bearded man pondered for a moment. 3 million. Zhang Sen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Was he being treated as a mere cash cow? Earlier, when purchasing weapons, this fellow had already quoted an exorbitant price. Had it not been for Zhang Sen's thorough understanding of these items' values, he might have been utterly fleeced. After negotiating the price down, now this tactic again? Diesel costs less than 10,000 per ton, while gasoline exceeds 10,000. Was this fellow attempting a threefold markup? Zhang Sen replied, "I can offer a maximum of 150,000. If that doesn't work, so be it." His words were not intended to pressure the bearded man into lowering his price. Rather, he genuinely believed the price was excessive and inappropriate. He needed to reserve some funds for other endeavors. Frankly, all the supplies he had amassed today were merely precautionary. If he couldn't acquire one item, it mattered little, as alternative sources were always available. Thus, he refused to be a fool. Yet if the bearded man was reasonable, he wouldn't mind allowing someone to profit a little. The bearded man contemplated for a moment and nodded. Zhang Sen provided him with an address for the delivery of goods the following day and then drove off. Upon reaching a secluded path, he halted the vehicle, stowed all weapons into his storage space, and continued on his way. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 4 in the morning. He glanced into his storage space, realizing that the supplies there were merely the tip of the iceberg. He shook his head in resignation. He was still impoverished. Chapter 7. Continuing to stockpile supplies at 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Sen was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Lu Hao. After completing his morning routine, he found Lu Hao arriving with the workers. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Sen descended the stairs. It was time to collect the money. Li Yun, as she always did, adeptly donned a mask of feigned warmth. With a benevolent smile, she greeted him. "Xiao Sun, You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Annie has prepared your favorite lean meat noodles. Would you like some? Zhang Sen observed her masterful performance with a sense of revulsion. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by such feigned affection, believing them to be his closest kin. Countless times, he had risked his life for them. Reflecting on it now, he realized that this family had done little for him beyond hollow words of concern. Their ostensible care was predicated on his inherited wealth and connections, as well as his foolishness in unconditionally lending them money. With these thoughts, his gaze grew colder. No need for that. Let us wrap this up quickly. I have other matters to attend to. Li Yan's eyes glistened with feigned sorrow. Zhang Sen, we are your last remaining family in this world. Do you truly wish to sever ties like this? Your brother knows he was wrong. If you two become estranged, it is your uncle and I who will suffer the most. Zhang Sen ignited a cigarette, unable to suppress a laugh. Enough, Mrs. Li. No matter what you say today, the sum is fixed at 5 million, not a penny less. The Zhang family finally dropped their facade, their previous cordiality vanishing. Yet, Zhang Sen remained unfazed to him. These people were as good as deceased, destined to perish in torment. Zhang Sen, have you truly made up your mind? Once this is settled today, our familial bond will be irrevocably severed. He exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, Thank heaven, let us proceed with the transfer. Zhang Dranjun, nearly apoplectic, tossed the confidentiality agreement before Senator Zhang Sen casually perused the document. Finding it aligned with his expectations, the matter of Zhang Heng's affair with his sister-in-law and Zhang Jianjun's attempt to seize the factory would henceforth be buried, never to be mentioned again. Upon receiving the transfer, he signed with nonchalance and, before the onlookers, deleted the video. With 5 million added to his account, Zhang Sen drove contentedly to his favorite breakfast spot, indulging in a delightful meal. He relished 2 baskets of soup dumplings, a basket of steamed buns, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soybean milk, finally feeling satiated. As he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled that time did not pass in his storage space. It would be wise to purchase a larger quantity of prepared meals for future convenience when he felt too lazy to cook. After negotiating with the owner, he ordered 200 portions each of assorted buns, dough sticks, steamed buns, and wontons to be delivered over the next 5 days. Following that, he placed orders at his favorite restaurants, requesting 100 portions of each of his preferred dishes, also for a 5-day delivery. All of this was to be sent to his warehouse, cleverly disguised as employee meals or welfare provisions to avoid arousing suspicion. After securing provisions, he drove to the fresh produce market. He ordered nearly a ton of various live fish, specifying that they be eviscerated and scaled. Additionally, he requested 2 tons each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, lamb, chicken eggs, and duck eggs, along with a batch of fertilized eggs. He also procured some fresh shrimp and crabs. This venture cost him approximately over $1 million, as the fish needed to be freshly killed. Not only did he incur processing fees, but the deliveries would take 3 days to complete. However, Zhang Sen was unbothered, as he needed to collect the vegetables sent by various restaurants over the next few days. Clearly, Lu Hao alone was insufficient for the task. To streamline operations and keep Lu Hao less informed, Zhang Sen hired a few individuals specifically to oversee the warehouse and unloading. After finalizing this, he proceeded to the timber market. Just days after a torrential downpour, the entire region would face power outages. The ensuing frigid temperatures would cause natural gas pipelines in various countries to rupture and leak. The demand for fire sources among humanity surged. Without fire, one could not consume cooked meals or warm food, forcing most survivors to revert to a primitive way of life, foraging and consuming raw flesh. Countless individuals perished from hypothermia. The methods of obtaining fire had also regressed to primitive means. Thus, firewood and coal became paramount for survival in this apocalyptic scenario. Zhang Sen directly purchased 700 tons of firewood, depleting the timber mill's stock. He also acquired 1,000 canisters of gas and 1,000 tons of coal. The total cost for these 3 resources amounted to just over $1 million. After covering payments to the various restaurants, Zhang Sen retained $6 million. After concluding this round of purchases, Lu Hao called to inform him that the glass and doors at home had been replaced, and the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom had been installed. Upon returning to inspect, Zhang Sen found the installation satisfactory, particularly the 2 large doors he had replaced. Testing them with a hammer, he found them exceptionally sturdy. Given his current physical strength, even his grip was numb from the impact, and the only damage was a bit of paint chipping. Furthermore, the doors had been reinforced with 10-centimeter thick steel bolts at 3 points, top, middle, and bottom, making it virtually impossible for anyone to enter without demolishing the walls. Should it come to that, he was unafraid. The arsenal of firearms stored within was sufficient to eliminate everyone in the building. A small aperture was also created at the top of the door for him to counterattack. Exiting his home, Zhang Sen settled the renovation costs with Lu Hao, instructing him to handle the payment. It was reasonable, only amounting to several $100,000, which included triple the labor costs he had offered. With the heat being so oppressive and urgency in the air, he knew that without offering more, no one would be inclined to take on the work. Just as Lu Hao stepped outside, Zhang Sen received a call from a high school classmate, informing him that the supplies had arrived. Zhang Sen instructed him to come over. Half an hour later, his classmate, accompanied by a colleague, arrived upstairs with several large boxes placed in the living room. "Everything is here. Please check the inventory," his classmate said. Zhang Sen did not engage in pleasantries. It was not a matter of mistrust, but rather, these supplies were vital for survival, and any error was unacceptable. He meticulously examined the contents: medical bandages, disinfectant alcohol, cold medicine, antipyretics, antibiotics, tetanus vaccine, various anti-inflammatory drugs. After settling the remaining payment of $1 million, Zhang Sen's high school classmate joyfully returned $50,000 as a commission, expressing gratitude for securing such a substantial order. With a smile, Zhang Sen reflected on their amicable relationship over the years, marked by mutual exchanges. He casually remarked, "This year's climate is exceedingly unusual. Typically, such abnormal heat is followed by a series of natural disasters. For precautionary measures, it would be prudent to stockpile non-perishable food and supplies at home." His classmate paused, sensing the gravity in Zhang Sen's demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement, and thanked him. "Thanks, brother." Zhang Sen was uncertain if his words resonated, but he felt he had done his part. It was not as if he could tug at his ears and declare, "The apocalypse is upon us. If you do not hoard food, you shall starve." After bidding farewell to his classmate, Zhang Sen closed the door and stored all the medicines in his space. He then called Lu Hao, instructing him to drive to the vegetable and fruit base to procure a large quantity of fresh produce at reasonable prices. Once these arrangements were made, he drove to the warehouse. The fresh goods had arrived. Just as he was about to step outside, a deliveryman brought 2 enormous boxes. After signing for them and bringing them inside, Zhang Sen opened them to find the cold weather gear he had purchased the day before. The quality was satisfactory. He stored this in his space as well. Upon reaching the warehouse, dusk was approaching. Zhang Sen quickly checked the inventory and, finding no discrepancies, dismissed the workers. As the door closed, his palm glided repeatedly over the heaps of supplies. Moments later, the warehouse was once again devoid of items, save for puddles on the floor, remnants of the recently stored goods. After enjoying a meal, Zhang Sen sat in the warehouse, smoking 2 cigarettes while waiting for the dishes prepared by various restaurants to arrive. Each establishment delivered 200 portions, and the entire process, from entering the warehouse to unloading, took no more than a few minutes. Once the last of the workers departed, Zhang Sen immediately stored the food in his space. In total, the deliveries from 7 or 8 restaurants were completed within 2 hours. As the clock struck 8, he anticipated the arrival of firewood, coal, and gas within the next half hour. Zhang Sen continued to wait. The firewood arrived first, with 30 semi-trailers delivering 700 tons. And the unloading alone consumed several hours. In the meantime, the gas delivery also arrived. After all the goods were unloaded, Zhang Sen sealed the door and stored everything in his space. He had ordered an ample supply of coal, but the supplier was currently stretched thin. So he arranged for them to return the following day. Just then, a burly man delivering gasoline and diesel arrived. After confirming that the goods were in order, Zhang Sen settled the final payment. After the gasoline and diesel were unloaded, he did not hasten to store them away. Having traversed the world for many years, the burly man was known for his cunning. Zhang Sen waited over an hour to ensure the man had left before securely placing the items into his space. Chapter 8. Relishing culinary delights on his way home, he received yet another call from Chun Tiantian, which he promptly dismissed. Ever since their compromising encounter yesterday, she had relentlessly attempted to reach him, yet he had not answered a single one of her calls. Given the circumstances, Zhang Heng likely no longer had the courage to engage with her. It was evident that she was now consumed with thoughts of how to coax him back. Eager to apologize, Zhang Sen could not help but smirk at the notion. There was no rush. She would have ample opportunities to express her contrition in the future. The following morning, upon rising, Zhang Sen glanced outside to find the temperature already soaring to 50 degrees. It was anticipated to reach around 54 degrees the next day, with the pre-apocalyptic high recorded at 57 degrees. After a refreshing shower, he ventured out for breakfast before seeking out Lu Hao. Lu Hao had successfully located the cheapest wholesaler for fruits and vegetables the day prior. Driving to the supplier, one had to commend Lu Hao's remarkable ability. He managed to discover such a large and remote warehouse. Due to the scorching weather, the owner, concerned about the freshness of the produce, offered Zhang Sen an exceptionally low price. In a display of extravagance, Zhang Sen purchased the entire stock for $1.5 million. Now, he had a substantial supply of various fruits and vegetables, enough to last a lifetime, with just over 3 million remaining. He contacted the dealer from whom he had previously ordered snowmobiles. Upon learning that the vehicles had arrived, he eagerly set off to collect them. A total of 10 snowmobiles, costing him nearly 500,000, were procured. He had no choice. He insisted on the best configurations, and even then, the dealer had given him a discount. There was no need for delivery. His cargo van could accommodate the snowmobiles. After transporting them to a secluded location, he stored them within his space. Following this, he drove to the largest shopping mall in Nanyang. After purchasing an iced Americano, he suddenly recalled that such luxuries would no longer be available in the impending apocalypse. Thus, he hurriedly visited several of his favorite coffee shops, ordering 200 cups of iced coffee and 100 bags of coffee beans, in addition to acquiring 5 coffee machines, totaling an expenditure of 100,000. Now, he commenced his shopping spree. This summer was the hottest on record, and all winter clothing stores were holding sales, with comforters failing to attract buyers. Zhang Sen, with a grand gesture, purchased 100 thick-down comforters, 200 air conditioning blankets, and 500 sets of bed linens, effectively depleting the inventories of several stores. He also acquired 100 sets of thermal underwear, 100 woolen sweaters, 1,000 pairs of underwear, and 2,000 pairs of socks, all in his size. This shopping excursion cost him over 500,000. At this point, he decided to halt his spending, as the remaining funds were barely sufficient to cover daily payments to the restaurants. With this, he had sufficiently stocked up on essential supplies, enough to live comfortably during the apocalypse. Sitting in his cargo van, he awaited the delivery of coffee, down jackets, and comforters, each wave of delivery leaving the van empty until it was fully loaded. After collecting all the goods, Zhang Sen proceeded to the warehouse, where coal and fruits had also been delivered. Upon encountering Zhang Sen, Lu Hao exchanged a few words regarding the goods before inquiring no further. He simply placed the keys down and intended to leave. Zhang Sen transferred 50,000 yuan to Lu Hao to settle his assistant's salary, and advised him to stock up on supplies due to the unusual weather conditions. Lu Hao nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to depart without further comment. However, mere minutes later, he sent Zhang Sen back 20,000 yuan, stating, "Boss, the renovation matter is part of my duties as an assistant. A salary of 50,000 for half a month is already quite generous. I cannot take undue advantage of you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Zhang Sen increasingly admired Lu Hao. Though he was puzzled by his actions, he managed to suppress his curiosity, refraining from asking any inappropriate questions, and instead focused solely on his work. He exhibited no greed, despite the challenges of making money. He showed gratitude and refused to accept what was not rightfully his. Although Lu Hao was the same age as Zhang Sen, the latter felt a sense of maturity in him, having endured 8 arduous years in the apocalypse, making Zhang Sen regard him as a commendable young man. After collecting the supplies, Zhang Sen patiently awaited the arrival of meals from various restaurants, storing everything in his space before returning home. He concluded work earlier than usual, arriving home just past 9 in the evening. After indulging in a refreshing bath to wash away the day's fatigue, he retrieved a large-capacity hard drive purchased online and began downloading an array of learning materials, films, and television series. The educational resources were intended to enhance his survival skills in the apocalypse, focusing on various mechanical knowledge. The entertainment, on the other hand, was merely to alleviate the monotony of solitary life during such dire times. In this lifetime, equipped with his space, he had no intention of entering a base. His plan was to eliminate the neighbors in his building and then seek refuge in a remote mountain area where an official base was established, living in seclusion until the end of his days. After all, decades are but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of life. He had already procured various resources on PDD, and now needed only to download incessantly. When he stumbled upon Japanese language learning materials from Japan, he could not resist indulging in them twice. As for the concept of purchasing happiness, that was a matter for another time. In the event of an apocalypse, he believed that if he desired, even the most exalted starlets would line up for his attention. The following morning, he was disinclined to venture outside and casually grabbed a breakfast from his space. He then devoted himself to enhancing his physical strength, practicing relentlessly until exhaustion rendered him incapable of rising from the floor. His current physique was exceedingly feeble, relying solely on tools for defense. After regaining his strength post-lunch, he realized that downloading materials alone was a sluggish process. Fearing that he might not complete the downloads before the internet connection faltered, Zhang Sen summoned Lu Hao, providing him with several hard drives and sharing some learning materials for him to assist in the downloading process. Thus, his only task for the day became collecting the prepared meals. Zhang Sen decided against sending them to the warehouse and instead drove to a location equidistant from the various restaurants. He arranged for them to stagger their arrival times, ensuring that all meals were collected just in time for dinner. With a generous sum of money in hand, Zhang Sen invited Lu Hao to indulge in a lavish seafood buffet in Nanyang, priced at $16.99 per person. Coming from a modest background, Lu Hao had never experienced such extravagance and eagerly accepted the invitation. Upon their meeting, Lu Hao effusively expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly magnanimous." Zhang Sen chuckled and replied, "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Today, we shall feast freely, for it may very well be the last opportunity in our lives to savor such delicacies." Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly disappearing in his beaming smile. Without further ado, they set off to make the most of their culinary adventure, ultimately indulging to the point of needing support to leave the establishment. Their dining spot was deliberately chosen by Zhang Sen, tucked away in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Seizing the moment while Lu Hao stepped away to the restroom, Zhang Sen discreetly stashed some dishes into his spatial pocket. Over the ensuing 2 days, he engaged in no particular endeavors, spending his mornings exercising at home, afternoons collecting meals, and evenings relishing the exquisite offerings of previously unapproachable Michelin 3-star restaurants, all while indulging Lu Hao to the fullest. As a result, Lu Hao gained 3 pounds. Additionally, Zhang Sen sought out more delectable treats, placing orders for some and storing them in his spatial pocket. Chapter 9. The calamity approaches as the final day before the apocalypse dawned. The two men drove home and passed by a supermarket. Zhang Sen recalled that he had forgotten to purchase personal care items, prompting him to ask Lu Hao to pull over. Upon entering the supermarket, Zhang Sen made a beeline for the toiletries section, indiscriminately grabbing towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and hand soap without regard for brand, emptying an entire shelf in the process. Lu Hao stood in astonishment. After completing their purchases, Zhang Sen realized he had acquired too many items and sought assistance from a staff member to help with the checkout. As they passed through the food aisle, Zhang Sen inquired, "Did you manage to stock up on supplies as I suggested?" Lu Hao shook his head vacantly. "I've been busy helping you download things these past few days and Haven Tea had the chance. I was planning to stock up tomorrow, since they were already there." Zhang Sen summoned a staff member again, instructing him to gather all long shelf-life food items such as bread, self-heating hot pots, instant rice, ham sausages, and instant noodles, adhering to a budget of 20,000. He also sent Lu Hao to fetch several bags of rice and flour, as well as a dozen buckets of noodles. Lu Hao, bewildered, questioned, "Is it really necessary to buy so much? Since we're here, and it's your 20,000 that I return to you, just buy a few things. You live alone, and these items won't expire easily," Zhang Sen replied. Lu Hao sighed quietly, realizing that he would have preferred to receive that 20,000 directly, rather than in such a manner. Upon exiting the supermarket, the pair resumed their journey home. As they neared their destination, both received a news alert on their phones. Emergency notification. Our city will face an extremely powerful typhoon tonight at 10 o'clock, with wind speeds expected to reach levels 16 to 17. All classes and work are to be suspended citywide. Apart from specific arrangements for essential services, those still at their posts should leave as soon as possible. Citizens are advised to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Lu Hao glanced at the news and turned to Zhang Sen, exclaiming, "Wow, boss, you truly are something. There really is a disaster looming." Zhang Sen was too absorbed in his shock to respond. How could an extremely powerful typhoon arrive earlier than anticipated? What could have caused this change? With no time for further contemplation, he had other matters to attend to. Accelerating the gas pedal, within 5 minutes, the van came to a halt at Lu Hao's apartment entrance. Fortunately, the supermarket had assisted in packing everything into large boxes. Zhang Sen helped Lu Hao carry the items inside, encountering 2 unfamiliar neighbors along the way, but neither felt inclined to greet the other. Lu Hao's rented apartment comprised 3 bedrooms and a living room, occupied by a man and a couple in the other rooms, all of whom were still out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to impose on Zhang Sen for help, Lu Hao suggested, "You can just leave it in the living room." However, Zhang Sen insisted on delivering the items to the bedroom. Thankfully, Lu Hao's main bedroom featured an en-suite bathroom and was spacious enough to accommodate several large boxes. After placing the items, Zhang Sen was suddenly reminded of how Lu Hao had not survived the calamity in his previous life. Turning to Lu Hao with a serious expression, he stated, "I have a foreboding feeling that this typhoon is not as simple as it seems. If my suspicions are correct, the items you have acquired today may very well be the key to preserving your life, yet they also possess the potential to jeopardize it. Thus, remember this. Regardless of the price others may offer, do not part with these possessions. It is prudent to conceal the fact that you possess sustenance." Having spoken thus, Zhang Sen paid no heed to Lu Hao's reaction and turned away, knowing he had done all he could. He had repaid the debt of gratitude from his past life. Should Lu Hao continue to harbor doubts, it would be a misfortune of his own making. Zhang Sen maneuvered the cargo vehicle into a secluded corner before withdrawing it into his spatial realm. He then summoned another vehicle, a black Hummer rented from a car dealership. Its license plate already removed. After donning a black windbreaker, a cap, and a mask, he entered the car. He retrieved a map of Nanyang from his spatial realm, marked with red circles indicating his destinations for the night, his diligent research over the past few days. The black Hummer surged forth into the night like a colossal beast. The precursor of the fierce typhoon was upon him, with the howling winds echoing through the streets. After more than half an hour, the Hummer came to a steady stop outside a warehouse complex, the largest in Nanyang, housing the Tian Miao supermarket and Jingwang supermarket warehouses. Most crucially, it contained a cold storage facility belonging to a large meat enterprise. Due to its low terrain, this area would be submerged on the first day of torrential rains following the strong typhoon, making it a hidden treasure for those seeking supplies. With deft agility, he slipped into the complex, his figure vanishing like a wraith in the shadows. He moved swiftly, reaching the Tian Miao supermarket's warehouse in 2 minutes. The entrance was secured with a sensor lock, requiring either a code or a card. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Sen. With sheer force, he shattered the lock with a hammer he retrieved from his spatial realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight that filled him with elation. The supplies remained untouched. The expansive warehouse, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, was densely packed with various goods. While it would take considerable time to explore thoroughly, Zhang Sen had no intention of wandering aimlessly. Instead, he summoned a hoverboard from his spatial realm and swiftly navigated through the outermost row, causing vast quantities of supplies to vanish into thin air with each sweep of his hand. In less than 3 minutes, the once bustling warehouse was left with only a few items piled in the corners, remnants of what had yet to be processed. In the days leading up to this moment, he had been tirelessly stockpiling supplies, wary that others might arrive to claim them first. In his previous life, he had visited this very warehouse, only to find it completely emptied, a clear indication of official intervention. Although he was uncertain when the authorities had cleared the supplies, he feared they might have received advance warning of the impending disaster, prompting them to act swiftly. Thus, he prudently amassed a sufficient stockpile to sustain himself, ensuring that he would not be caught unprepared, an act of double insurance. Next, Zhang Sen proceeded to the warehouse of Jingwang, employing the same method to strip it bare. Following that, he raided a dozen smaller warehouses, completely unaware of their contents, all of which he subsequently stored within his spatial realm. Eventually, he arrived at the cold storage facility. Upon entry, the frigid air enveloped him, causing him to shiver. Yet, the sight within ignited a fervent joy within him. The vast expanse of the cold storage, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was adorned with an abundance of pork, beef, lamb, and various poultry meats. Such a plethora of meat must have easily exceeded 1,000 tons, sufficient sustenance for him to last 100 lifetimes. If he were to leave it behind, it would spoil within 3 days after the impending storm caused a power outage. To ensure that the meat met its demise with dignity, he had no choice but to exert himself and transfer it all into his spatial realm. The entire operation of acquiring these resources from the facility took less than an hour. To be on the safe side, in case anyone attempted to seize the supplies amidst the typhoon, he ventured to the monitoring room within the complex. A single grenade obliterated the monitoring facility, ensuring that no one would discover how these resources had vanished. Having completed his task, he sauntered confidently out of the complex's main gate. The formidable typhoon had arrived. The howling winds roared as the black Hummer navigated steadily along the road, en route to the port. This was the major port of Nanyang, where various supplies were dispatched. Unlike the warehouse complex, this location was under vigilant guard. Upon his arrival, Zhang Sen beheld thousands of containers meticulously arranged at the port, while the black Hummer parked in a spot beyond the surveillance camera's reach. Chapter 10. Zero-cost shopping. Zhang Sen disembarked and glided into the port on his balance scooter. Within 20 minutes, thousands of containers vanished without a trace. With a casual wave, he departed, his accomplishments shrouded in anonymity. Next on his journey home was a recently inaugurated large warehouse-style supermarket, the Sam's Membership Supermarket. Renowned for its exceptional value, entry required a membership card. Although Zhang Sen lacked such a card, he possessed a hammer. With a decisive strike, he shattered the glass, revealing what he had never seen before, a supermarket that resembled a grand shopping mall. The lights were off inside, so he donned a headlamp and commenced his zero-cost shopping spree. The first floor was stocked with daily necessities, and adhering to the principle of not neglecting any product, he collected everything. After completing the first floor, he descended to the basement level. Upon entering the food section, Zhang Sen's eyes widened in amazement. If he had known it would be this effortless, He would not have exhausted himself hoarding supplies in recent days. He could have simply come here for his zero-cost shopping. Surely, this bounty would last him a lifetime. Enough of the musings. He needed to act swiftly to avoid any missteps. Roast chickens, durian cakes, red wine, cigars, an array of unsold delicacies, all were his. Zhang Sen muttered to himself as the items vanished into thin air beside him. Subsequently, he ventured to the second basement level, where the offerings were even more astonishing. Perfectly arranged and nearly reaching the ceiling. After spending over 40 minutes, he finally emerged from the now desolate Sam's membership supermarket. His mission for the day was accomplished, and he felt a wave of satisfaction as he prepared to head home. To reach home, he had to cross a stretch of railway, a vital route for freight trains in Nanyang. As his black Hummer approached, he noticed a train in the distance, slithering through the darkness like a massive serpent. A freight train. Zhang Sen's heart raced. He retrieved binoculars from his space and peered through them, spotting something dark within, obscured by the relentless rain. In an instant of hesitation, the black Hummer sped past. Upon reaching the train, Zhang Sen discerned its cargo, coal. He saw no sign of personnel, indicating a hasty evacuation. He estimated the freight train to consist of at least 70 to 80 cars, all filled with coal, amounting to several thousand tons. Although he no longer lacked for such resources, he was here now. Time to take action. In his previous life, he had scavenged for supplies on similar freight trains, and most still utilized the Jane-style couplings, which were easily disengaged by hand. If not for his concern over limited space, he would have loved to store the entire train. After unfastening 2 couplings, he began to draw the cars into his space. On average, he could disengage a coupling in under a minute, and within just an hour. Only the locomotive remained on the tracks. Zhang Sen contemplated for a moment and decided to take the locomotive as well. After all, leaving it behind would be rather lonely. Moreover, possessing a locomotive might prove advantageous someday. His spatial capacity was ample, so he acquired the locomotive and continued on his journey, harboring a faint hope for further surprises along the way. Indeed, as he passed a large gas station, he noticed 6 enormous fuel tankers parked inside. Zhang Sen drove closer and observed that these tankers were filled to the brim, each capable of holding approximately 40 tons of fuel. It seemed they had not yet had the chance to unload their cargo. Thus, he would benefit from their bounty. After securing the tankers, he initially intended to check how much fuel remained in the storage tanks, but time was of the essence. The typhoon was intensifying, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks, resolving to return later for a stroke of luck. With nearly 200 tons of diesel and gasoline in his reserves, he calculated that it would last for many years. Even if he could not procure fuel on a subsequent visit, opportunities would surely arise elsewhere in the future. With this thought, Zhang Sen decisively abandoned the idea, driving off in his black Hummer. As he entered the city, he noticed a significant reduction in traffic. It appeared that many had rushed home in haste. The gale howled fiercely, lifting debris and paper into the air, while some metal signs were twisted by the wind. Numerous trees had been uprooted along the roadside. Passing by a luxury car club, Zhang Sen's gaze was inadvertently drawn to a motorhome within. It seemed that he genuinely needed a motorhome, and this small risk was worth taking. He maneuvered his vehicle closer, smashed the dealership's glass, and entered to closely examine the motorhome. Just by glancing at the emblem, he recognized it as an opulent motorhome valued at over 10 million, featuring bulletproof body and glass, explosion-proof and wear-resistant tires, and a hybrid fuel-electric system with folding solar panels on the roof. A motorhome is essentially a mobile home, indispensable for travel and leisure. This particular model seemed tailor-made for him. Once the motorhome was secured in his spatial realm, he took a moment to survey the luxury car club. True to its reputation as a playground for the wealthy, the establishment was utterly devoid of humanity, spanning over 3,000 square meters and adorned with extravagant decor. Zhang Sen completed a thorough sweep, acquiring an array of luxurious vehicles including Bentleys, Ferraris, Maseratis, and Rolls-Royces. Although in this post-apocalyptic environment, opportunities to drive them might be scarce, possessing them for defensive purposes was still advantageous. This method of attack, devised days prior, would allow him to unleash heavy objects from his space upon any adversaries, certainly a formidable tactic. The shop also housed a multitude of cold-resistant tires, several oil drums containing approximately 500 to 600 liters of fuel, numerous cans of motor oil and lubricants, and even various spare parts, all of which he readily accepted. After thoroughly clearing the premises, he ascended to the second-floor office, where the opulent Tsar dazzled him. A collection of fine wine, cigars, and an array of lavish decorations, including 2 safes, were all welcomed into Zhang Sen's space. Ding! Gold detected. Would you like to use it for upgrades? There's gold as well. What a delightful surprise. Upgrade! Upgrade! Zhang Sen exclaimed eagerly. A brilliant flash of golden light appeared, and he could clearly see the white mist in the space receding significantly, becoming considerably lighter. He even discerned what seemed to be ripples of water within. Could it be that this space possessed a water source of its own? Zhang Sen had no time to ponder this now. After spending over 30 minutes in the club, he intended to leave. As he departed, he caught a glimpse of 3 massive containers tucked away in a corner, each adorned with waterproof seals. Such large containers must either have just arrived from overseas or be meant to safeguard the club's valuable vehicles. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he struck one of the containers open. To his astonishment, it housed a world-class luxury off-road vehicle, the Palaman Predator. A beast of the land valued at 20 million, deemed the most unstoppable vehicle on Earth, impervious to both extreme heat and cold. Zhang Sen gasped in awe, storing it in his space before opening another container. Good heavens! Having endured 8 years of apocalyptic life, he considered himself well-versed in grand spectacles. Yet he found himself utterly astounded. The Kaibabe Shield. It outperformed the majority of off-road vehicles globally, worth a staggering 25 million. This factory-issued bulletproof SUV made him realize that all the luxury cars he had just stored in his space paled in comparison to these 2 titanic beasts. No man is indifferent to cars. Zhang Sen felt his heart racing wildly. With exhilaration, he secured both super vehicles in his space, silently vowing, "A faithful man is willing to practice abstinence for 3 months in gratitude for divine favor." Chapter 11. The little black cat. There remained but one last container. Zhang Sen rubbed his hands together, murmuring, "My dear, I am coming." He swung a heavy hammer, striking it once, perhaps due to his excessive excitement. This stroke went slightly awry. Good things come to those who wait, he reassured himself. He set the hammer upright on the ground, clasped his hands together, and blew gently into his palms. With renewed determination, he grasped the hammer once more. Bang! The chains fell away, producing a crisp sound as they struck the ground. Zhang Sen opened the container doors, directing his powerful flashlight inside, only to find it utterly devoid of contents, save for a chaotic scattering of rags and weeds. A pungent odor of animal waste wafted from within. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, pondering what might be concealed inside. Before he could finish his thought, a dark shadow lunged at him. "What the?" Zhang Sen exclaimed, retreating 2 steps as a dagger materialized in his hand. He quickly raised the blade, lowering his gaze to discover a pair of bicolored eyes staring back at him. A sound reminiscent of a chick's chirp reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a black cat. The feline meowed twice and boldly licked his face with its tongue. Zhang Sen found himself inexplicably smiling. Though he preferred dogs over cats, this particular feline stirred within him a desire to caress it. Sheathing his dagger, he gently patted the cat's head. The black cat appeared even more delighted, rubbing its head against his neck. Zhang Sen noticed that despite its considerable size, the creature was remarkably thin. Little more than skin and bones, suggesting it had been trapped in the container for quite some time. Yet, how had it survived in such an oxygen-deprived environment? He scrutinized the interior of the container with his flashlight and discovered a specially designed ventilation opening at the top. "It seems you are quite the valuable little creature," Zhang Sen mused with a smile. He carefully set the black cat down and, squatting on the ground, retrieved a sausage and a piece of raw fish from his supplies. "Here, eat up. You look like you haven't had a proper meal in ages." The black cat meowed twice and began to eat with joy. In the blink of an eye, both the sausage and fish were devoured. In this post-apocalyptic world, keeping a dog with combat potential was more sensible. A pampered cat was a different matter entirely. He lacked the patience for it. "All right, I must be going. Take care," he said, tossing a few more fish and a box of sausages onto the ground. Patting the cat's head, he stood to leave. The black cat paused, meowing twice in response. Zhang Sen felt no lingering attachment and strode purposefully towards the exit. It seemed the cat understood he intended to abandon it. Dropping the fish from its mouth, it dashed forward with lightning speed. Just as Zhang Sen prepared to step out the door, he felt a tug at his leg. Looking down, he met the cat's yellow eyes, which gazed up at him with an expression of sheer longing. Zhang Sen was taken aback. "Do you wish to come with me?" The black cat climbed up his trousers, leaping to wrap its front paws around his neck, nuzzling against him. Zhang Sen sighed with a rueful smile. In this desolate world, how could I possibly care for you? Moreover, I have never owned a pet. Are you not afraid I might inadvertently cause your demise? The black cat mewed softly, its head nuzzling against his neck. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and decided to take it along. A single cat does not consume much. And with the abundance of items in his space, caring for one should pose no significant burden. Should it perish, he could hardly be blamed. After all, if left here, its chances of survival were slim. Accompanying him, at least it would have sustenance. Observing the affectionate demeanor of the little black cat, he mused that if nurtured well, it might provide him companionship for many years in this apocalyptic world. After all, solitude can be quite dreary. With this thought, Zhang Sen resolved to embrace the situation. He gently extracted the black cat from his embrace and pointed a finger at it in warning. "All right, you shall accompany me henceforth. But let me make one thing clear. I detest betrayal. Should you dare to betray me, I will not hesitate to flay your skin." He continued, "Furthermore, I possess a volatile temper. You must obey. If you disobey, you shall face a beating thrice a day for 9 days. Do you understand?" The black cat gazed at Zhang Sen with a pitiful expression, mewing softly, its front paws clutching his fingers and licking them delicately. Amused, Zhang Sen chuckled. "Very well. Let us first gather your provisions." He cradled the black cat with one arm and returned to retrieve the ham and fish he had discarded earlier, subsequently storing the container he had intended for the cat within its space. The typhoon had reached its peak intensity, causing even the Hummer to sway in the gusts. Zhang Sen, wary of distractions, navigated the route with utmost caution. A journey that typically took 20 minutes extended to nearly an hour. Fortunately, he arrived at the underground garage without incident. He parked the vehicle in a blind spot, surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was present, and then stored the Hummer in his space. The black cat, witnessing such a large vehicle vanish so suddenly, widened its eyes in astonishment. It shifted its gaze between Zhang Sen and the spot where the car had been, utterly bewildered. Zhang Sen was charmed by its adorably confused expression and reached out to pat its head. Although his jacket was waterproof, droplets still clung to its surface. Concerned that the black cat might feel uncomfortable, he unzipped his coat and tucked it inside, wrapping it snugly as he carried it home. Upon arriving, he set the black cat down and turned his attention to his own pursuits, delving into his consciousness to inspect the items acquired during the recent zero-yuan purchase event. There were many things he had yet to examine, particularly those containers from the port. Chapter 12. Unboxing the mystery boxes. He delved into his consciousness to survey the warehouse area. Apart from the celestial feline, the Jingwang, and the meat products in the cold storage, the majority of the other warehouses mostly contained snacks, clothing, and daily necessities. After reviewing these items, he commenced the unboxing of the mystery boxes at the port. Each box bore a shipping label, and rather than hastily opening them, he first examined the labels. He discovered that many of the boxes contained daily essentials, albeit each box was filled with a single type of item. For instance, one box contained an assortment of cashmere apparel, including coats, cashmere sweaters, and trousers, in various colors and qualities. Cashmere is both warm and lightweight, making it quite comfortable to wear. As for the coats, while they exuded style, they were impractical in terms of wind resistance. Among the other items were bedding, daily necessities, clothing, beverages, and alcoholic products. After unboxing several hundred boxes, he began to feel fatigued. Subsequently, he noticed 4 enormous shipping containers. The shipping labels indicated that they housed off-road vehicles. With excitement, he opened the containers to reveal 8 off-road vehicles. Although they paled in comparison to the 2 colossal beasts he had acquired earlier that day, these 8 vehicles were still luxury cars. Comparable to the black Hummer he had rented, they would serve him well in the apocalypse. As he continued his exploration, the large containers were filled with ores, fertilizers, coal, toys, crafts, and various luxury items, which he found somewhat tedious. Only a few containers containing pet supplies and a box of fitness equipment piqued his interest. The little black cat now had a secure future, and he could utilize the professional gym equipment to enhance his physical fitness. After more than an hour of inspection, Zhang Sen arrived at a cluster of green containers. Upon glancing at the shipping labels, his excitement surged once more. These 20 to 30 containers were refrigerated. Typically, such containers housed fresh fruits, vegetables, or meat and seafood, along with specialized pharmaceuticals and high-end beverages. His heart raced, and his hands trembled as he opened them one by one. The pharmaceuticals were rare yet costly items, predominantly various vaccines. While he had stocked up on some of these medications, there was little cause for joy in having excess when he could not use them all himself. At most, they could serve as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances, but perhaps in the future, he could trade them for precious resources with someone truly in need. What thrilled him even more was the discovery of numerous veterinary medicines and vaccines. Another reason the little black cat would survive had emerged. As he continued to explore, a significant find awaited him, a trove of imported food items. There were dozens of tons of imported lamb chops and beef, along with neatly arranged boxes of seafood. Lobsters, king crabs, tuna, wild yellow croakers, golden fish, and countless oysters filled the containers. Zhang Sen felt his smile stretch to the point of breaking. These delicacies, which he could scarcely afford before the apocalypse, were now a mere indulgence at his disposal. He could only express his gratitude for the gifts of fate, with no words left to articulate his astonishment. The subsequent boxes contained industrial supplies, including mechanical parts, tires, machinery, and factory raw materials. However, the presence of several dozen low-energy Silent generators brought him a measure of joy, surpassing many of the supplies he had hoarded. He unpacked several boxes, revealing an array of electrical appliances, all from prestigious international brands: air conditioners, televisions, rice cookers, ovens, and more. There was also a box filled with electronic devices, including the latest computers, tablets, smartphones, and watches. Unfortunately, their utility would be limited, with the exception of connecting to his hard drive for study purposes. Additionally, he uncovered a box of kitchenware, complete with pots, bowls, and utensils. After indulging in a spell of boredom, he discovered a box of drones, noted on the label to contain a total of 3,000 units. These were valuable assets that would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Having seen so many good things, Zhang Sen's heart had settled into a state of tranquility. Utilizing spatial abilities was mentally taxing, and after such an extensive use of his powers, his mental energy was completely depleted. Nonetheless, this was part of his deliberate effort to strengthen his mental resilience. He glanced over the remaining shipping containers' labels, but found little interest in them, deciding to save further exploration for a future day when he might be bored. After retrieving a pile of pet supplies from his space, he checked on his little black cat, discovering it to be merely thin from hunger, with no other issues, which relieved him. After giving the cat a bath and drying its fur, he poured a generous amount of cat food, finally allowing himself to relax as he sank into the sofa. On the balcony, the black cat merely sniffed the food before disdainfully pushing it aside, leaping on his Zhang Sen's lap and licking his hand, curling up on his stomach. He absent-mindedly stroked its fur. Not interested in this brand of cat food? Zhang Sen tried another type, but the black cat continued to push it away. Assuming it wasn't hungry, he decided to ignore it. To his surprise, the cat began to whimper. Zhang Sen looked closely at the feline, suddenly feeling something was off. The dim lighting in the club had concealed its true appearance, and he had been preoccupied with bathing it, so he hadn't paid much attention before. Now, as he observed it, he noticed something unusual. This cat seemed different from any he had encountered before. Although he had never owned a cat, he recognized that its meows were not typical. He took a photograph, but it was unrecognizable to the search engine. After some searching, he finally found a video featuring a creature that bore a resemblance to his cat. However, the creature in the video was a black jaguar. Zhang Sen felt a jolt of surprise, continuing his search until he confirmed his suspicions. The creature he had brought home was not a cat at all, but rather a jaguar. No wonder it had been transported in such a large shipping container from overseas. My goodness, jaguars are carnivorous creatures. They can grow up to 180 centimeters in length and weigh over 300 pounds, possessing an astonishing bite force. Would it one day take advantage of his slumber and attack him? Zhang Sen broke out in a cold sweat. Yet as he looked down at the little creature snuggling against him, acting like a spoiled darling, he gradually felt at ease. Why should he be afraid? This creature could also be domesticated. The wealthy individual who had it shipped over must have intended to raise it. If others could care for it, why could he not? Moreover, it is currently so diminutive that if he tends to it with care, this creature will likely grow to recognize only him and heed his commands. Should fortune smile upon them in the future and it undergoes a transformation, its combat prowess could become truly formidable. At that point, with a mere command, it would charge forth and eliminate anyone he wished to be rid of. How exhilarating! With this thought, Zhang Sen erupted into hearty laughter, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. The more he gazed at the black cat, the more he cherished it, unable to resist patting its head. Little leopard, shall I bestow a name upon you? The little leopard paused its meal, grasped his arm, and emitted a sound that seemed more spirited than before, appearing adorably foolish. So silly, Zhang Sen chuckled. How about I call you Silly Bun? What do you think, Silly Bun? He called out twice, but the little leopard merely stared at him, seemingly aggrieved. Oh, are you dissatisfied? How affectionate and charming you are. Zhang Sen pondered that perhaps once it matured, referring to it as Silly Bun while out in public might seem rather inappropriate, as it would diminish its imposing presence. He proposed to the little leopard. How about this? When we are alone, I shall call you Silly Bun, but when we venture out or there are others around, I shall address you as Satan, the demon of your country. Cool, isn't it? Chapter 13. The demon Satan. Zhang Sen recalled the video he had just seen, depicting the mature form of the jaguar, which sent chills down his spine. It truly warranted the ominous title of Satan. The little leopard seemed quite pleased with its name, excitedly chirping a few times before beginning to lick Zhang Sen's hand. Having resolved to nurture Satan properly, he understood the necessity of imparting good lessons. Reminded of the scent within the container, Zhang Sen decided to start with toilet training. He retrieved a litter box from his space, filled it with cat litter, and began teaching Satan how to use it. However, Satan appeared rather dazed, nearly prompting Zhang Sen to demonstrate the process himself. Fortunately, after several attempts, Satan finally grasped the concept and left its first puddle in the litter box. Zhang Sen rewarded it with a piece of sausage as a treat. As night had already fallen, he then produced a large dog bed from his space for Satan to rest. After taking a shower, Zhang Sen lay on his bed. Scrolling through his phone, he knew he must cherish this time, for soon the internet would be inaccessible. He watched videos primarily reporting on extreme weather conditions. A few pessimistic souls expressed their apocalyptic sentiments online, only to be met with numerous retorts of idiot. A small fraction worried about the duration of the impending storm, while the majority reveled in the thought of a day off from work and school. Observing these familiar sentiments echoed from a past life, Zhang Sen felt his heart remain tranquil. He awaited the moment when the storm would cease, for that would herald the true arrival of the apocalypse. Closing the video app, he opened WeChat, where a flurry of unread messages awaited him. Zhang Heng's unread messages had reached a staggering 99. Upon opening the chat, Zhang Sen quickly scanned through the screen, filled with insults. It seemed that, knowing he lacked evidence, they sought to reclaim their dignity through derision. The insults were repetitive, mostly accusing him of incompetence and suggesting that Chen Tiantian had willingly climbed into his bed, along with comments on her supposed eagerness and profound knowledge. Zhang Sen felt no desire to dwell on this, as the apocalypse had already begun. What awaited Zhang Heng would be torment akin to hell. Next, he noticed that Chen Tiantian's WeChat messages had also accumulated to 99. Presumably, after blocking her number, she could only reach out through WeChat. The content was primarily filled with apologies, claiming that her involvement with Zhang Heng had been coerced, and expressing a desire to marry him immediately. Zhang Sen felt disgusted and promptly exited the conversation. He then checked the community owner's group chat. To his astonishment, upon opening it, his phone lagged significantly. After half a minute, the page finally stabilized. He scrolled back through the messages. Wow, this is the biggest storm I've ever seen in my life. Look. The advertisement board across the mall has been blown down. Property management. Can you move my car to the underground garage? I've seen some cars getting damaged. Has everyone stocked up on food? I have nothing at home. Should I hoard some supplies? I want to stock up too. I've seen many people online saying the end is near. Do not spread rumors in the group. Should it incite panic, the neighborhood committee will undoubtedly report it. The speaker, a woman with a distinctly officious tone, was Lu Shoa, the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. She was known for her acerbic wit and a penchant for petty advantages. Within the building, few were willing to engage with her, not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility. Most members of the group were young, with little time to bicker daily with an elderly woman. After observing for a few minutes, Zhang Sen turned off his phone. It was unremarkable, much akin to his previous life. The only difference was that, in his former existence, he had intervened to suggest that people stockpile some food. Even if the typhoon were to pass swiftly, non-perishable items would remain unspoiled, providing a sense of security. At that time, Lu Shoa had severely reprimanded him in the group, accusing him of spreading alarmist sentiments and vowing to report him for his transgressions after the disaster. Nonetheless, some young individuals had heeded his advice and gathered convenience foods. Yet, in due course, most of them had turned against him. In this life, he wished only to observe as these individuals struggled under the relentless onslaught of calamity. After witnessing the unfolding drama, he would send them on their way, one by one. Setting his phone aside, he glanced out the window. Rain had begun to fall, though not yet with great intensity. If he truly resolved to gather provisions, he could still venture out to procure some. However, he feared that no one in the building would take that step. Unlike his previous life, Zhang Sen mused, the exceptionally powerful typhoon had arrived a day earlier, and even the rain had commenced 2 days ahead of schedule. He could not comprehend the reasons for this, yet he felt no particular alarm. After all, with the resources stored in his space, as long as Blue Star did not implode, he could endure indefinitely. Zhang Sen stared vacantly out the window, memories of his past life flooding back. Countless individuals had turned against one another, suffering death at the hands of nature's wrath. He had barely managed to survive in this building, keeping half of it afloat, only to be betrayed upon evacuation. He had traversed various bases, struggling to endure without any special abilities, narrowly escaping death time and again, only to ultimately perish at the hands of those closest to him. The weight of these experiences felt like a massive stone pressing upon his heart. From the moment he was reborn, he vowed that in this life, he would not aid anyone. He would not spare those who had harmed him in his former existence. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he slept soundly until 10 o'clock the following morning, only awakening when Satan scratched at the door. Zhang Sen rose and opened it, greeted by Satan's mournful expression. Instantly realizing the creature was hungry, it was his fault for oversleeping. He did not offer Satan any more sausages. Instead, he provided a few dried fish and a bowl of cat food, along with a dish of milk. He had no fondness for milk, and allowing it to go to waste was not an option. Thus, it was all entrusted to Satan, who was in need of nourishment. Initially, Satan resisted the cat food and showed no interest in the milk. In this apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen naturally would not indulge in any leniency, compelling the entity to finish every morsel as a snack. While Satan whimpered in a pitiful manner, he obediently consumed all the food. Zhang Sen refrained from retrieving provisions from his spatial storage, opting instead to prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles himself. After finishing his meal, he engaged in some playful interaction with the leopard, then cleared out a larger secondary bedroom. He retrieved his fitness equipment from the space and commenced his physical training. After several days of practice, his physical abilities had improved somewhat, although he still could not compare to his former self. He now felt confident in handling 2 or 3 ordinary opponents in unarmed combat without considerable difficulty. Following 2 hours of rigorous exercise, he took a brief respite before beginning his knife training. In his previous life, his primary weapons were the straight knife or the dogleg knife. During his practice, a thought suddenly struck him. Now that he possessed spatial abilities, why not incorporate them into his combat techniques? Chapter 14. Bad taste in the confines of the space. It is impossible to contain living beings. Imprisoning a person would be utterly unfeasible. Yet, he possesses the ability to extract weapons from within at any moment. Should he engage in combat with a curved dagger, the adversary might calculate his attack's range and evade it. However, at that instant, if he were to substitute the curved dagger with a straight blade, the opponent, brimming with confidence, would believe he had successfully dodged the curved dagger. In reality, he would have already transitioned to wielding the straight blade, although this tactic may seem rather crude. The thought of the enemy's bewilderment in their final moments, unable to comprehend the manner of their demise, brings a sense of satisfaction that surpasses the mere act of slaying them. Zhang Sen concedes that he is indeed a rather base individual. Life in the apocalypse is exceedingly dull, and finding amusement is a rare delight. He could regard this maneuver as both his ultimate technique and a manifestation of his twisted sense of humor. With this thought, a lewd grin spread across his face, causing Satan, who had previously gazed at him with admiration, to discreetly retreat a step, lurking in a corner while keeping a vigilant watch over this unsavory master. Immersed in his own depraved amusement, Zhang Sen remained oblivious to the glint of caution and disdain in the eyes of his little leopard. He appeared to be engrossed in practicing the art of weapon switching. The room fell into a hushed silence. After a while, even Satan grew weary of the monotony and deemed it more entertaining to observe the rain. Following his practice, Zhang Sen retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, downed it in one gulp, and turned on the television, tuning into the official broadcast. After years of neglecting television, even with it positioned before him, he often forgot to turn it on. Upon activating the screen, the voice of a news anchor filled the air. Satan, intrigued by the sudden appearance of figures on the small black box, focused intently on the screen. The anchor, reminiscent of a past life, informed the public. The typhoon is expected to conclude in 2 days. Citizens are advised to remain indoors, securing their doors and windows, and to refrain from venturing out unless absolutely necessary. This news report served as a reassuring balm for the populace. The group chat buzzed back to life. This time, no one espoused apocalyptic theories. Instead, they rejoiced at the prospect of not having to attend work or school. Yet, Zhang Sen was acutely aware that the world would not improve. In 3 days, the typhoon would indeed pass, but it would be swiftly followed by 5 days of acid rain. The acid rain would be succeeded by the most torrential downpour in recorded history. Once the deluge subsided, a month-long flooding would ensue. Various natural disasters would emerge in succession, like the scythe of death, claiming countless lives on this planet. Zhang Sen, weary of the grim outlook, ceased his viewing. After his training, fatigue enveloped him, prompting him to extract 2 prime steaks and fry several eggs from the space. He indulged in a hearty meal. Satan, for lunch, feasted on 2 of the fish discarded on the ground the previous day, reveling in the absence of cat food. After dining, Zhang Sen resumed his practice of the other hidden skills within the space. He now aimed to refine his ability to retrieve objects without direct contact, placing them at any designated location within the space, rather than merely extracting them from the point of entry. After practicing for an entire afternoon, he finally made some progress. He can now retrieve objects within a meter into the space. However, this is still insufficient, and he must continue to hone his skills. As time gradually passed, Zhang Sen's life became increasingly simple. Along the way, Zhang Heng scolded him several times, and Chen Tian sent him messages and even video invitations, expressing her willingness to visit his home. She even sent him some selfies that required heavy pixelation, ones that could potentially lead to a visit from the cyber police. Zhang Sen chose not to respond to any of it, although he saved the photos. It was out of impulse, rather. He thought it a shame for such images to be seen by no one but himself. He should find an opportunity to let everyone appreciate them, since they were painstakingly taken by her, and it would be a waste if no one saw them. Chen Tian's residence was in Building 5, which he rented, so he had long ago joined the Owner S Group for Building 5 under a pseudonym. which proved to be quite convenient. He casually tossed Chen Tiantian's selfies into the owner-s group. Chen Tiantian, please stop bothering me. There are plenty of men in Building 5 who wouldn't mind your past. Keep trying. This caused an uproar in the group. The women began to berate him, while the men quickly saved the images. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sen, this seemingly innocuous act would ensure that Chen Tiantian would not have to worry about sustenance for quite some time, although her circumstances would become rather peculiar during that period. But that is a tale for another time. The next afternoon, it was noticeably less windy. By dusk, the typhoon had completely subsided, though heavy rain continued to pour outside. Zhang Sen gazed out, furrowing his brow as he noted the earlier cessation. In his previous life, the typhoon had only ended on the third day at midnight, followed by acid rain. By the following morning, authorities had already issued multiple warnings regarding the acid rain. Given this situation, it was likely that the casualties due to acid rain would be considerable. What could have altered everything? Was it the butterfly effect of his rebirth? The question lingered. Was he truly that significant? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lu Hao. He answered the call, and Lu Hao's cheerful voice came through. Boss, the typhoon has stopped, and this rain should let up soon. How about I treat you to a meal tomorrow? Lu Hao was a man of gratitude. Having enjoyed numerous lavish meals at Zhang Sen's expense lately, he felt he had taken too much advantage and wished to reciprocate. No need. I plan to stay in for a while, Zhang Sen replied. Although he was uncertain if the acid rain would arrive early, he decided it prudent to remain indoors for at least the next fortnight. Lu Hao did not press further. All right then, boss, I am heading out to buy some food. I've been eating convenience meals for days. Would you like anything? I can bring it to your doorstep. Zhang Sen looked down at the street, observing individuals emerging from the building, some with umbrellas or raincoats. Suddenly, the intensity of the rain visibly escalated. Zhang Sen's heart raced as he heard the terrified screams of those outside as they hurriedly retreated. He hastily exclaimed, Lu Hao, there is something amiss with this rain. Under no circumstances should you venture outside. Immediately after, he heard a voice emanating from the television. Citizens, urgent announcement. The rainfall in our city has suddenly intensified, and this precipitation is classified as acid rain, which can corrode human skin. We implore all citizens to exercise extreme caution and refrain from going outdoors. Those already outside must seek shelter immediately. Anyone unfortunate enough to be exposed to the acid rain should wash their skin thoroughly with copious amounts of clean water. Soon after, all mobile news applications and text messages began disseminating this alarming information. The anguished cries from outside persisted. Lu Hao's trembling voice came through the phone. Goodness, boss. How is there even acid rain? I can hear the agonized screams of that guy downstairs. It sounds as if he has been doused in sulfuric acid. Zhang Sen remained silent, although his heart had hardened beyond stone. Yet, after days of witnessing peace and tranquility, facing such scenes once again weighed heavily upon him. Lu Hao continued, Boss, you truly possess remarkable insight to discern the problem with the rain at a glance, had you not mentioned it. I likely would have simply grabbed an umbrella and gone downstairs. Zhang Sen sighed softly. I only made that deduction after hearing the screams from below. Chapter 15. The dawn of the apocalypse. Is it still possible for acid rain to fall from the sky? Help. My child has just been drenched in acid rain, and washing it off with water has proven futile. Are there any doctors in the group? This is terrifying. Just after the typhoon, we are faced with acid rain. How are we supposed to survive? I was planning to buy some food, but our supplies have run out. I am in the same predicament. We have exhausted our food storage. Is there any kind soul who could lend a hand? Yuan Liping, my household is also devoid of food. If anyone has a surplus, I implore you to assist. I am willing to pay. Huang Wei, I still have a box of instant noodles at home. No need to buy. Come and take half a box each. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Lu Xiao, my family also has no food left. Could you spare me a few packets? All right then, you 3 families can share a box. Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Xiao truly had a penchant for taking advantage of others. She was known for hoarding cheap food at supermarkets, and their community frequently distributed rice, flour, and cooking oil. How could she have run out of food in just 3 days? It was absurd. Evidently, Yuan Liping, who could have shared half a box of noodles, was now unable to contain her frustration. With 5 family members, including 2 adults and 3 children, ordinarily, they could endure a little hunger. However, in these uncertain times, with no indication from authorities on when the acid rain might cease, the prospect of relying on half a box of noodles for several days was disheartening, especially when only a third of a barrel remained. Lu Xiao, you are quite amusing. Who in the group doesn't know how much you relish hoarding food at home? When no one offers assistance, you remain silent, but the moment a kind soul steps forward, you appear to seize the opportunity. Do you not feel any shame? Yuan Liping, exasperated, decided to confront her openly. Lu Xiao, accustomed to being coddled, was taken aback by the public rebuke and retaliated immediately. Who are you to speak of shame? My family has indeed run out of food. What of it? Is it permissible for others to receive aid while I am to starve alongside my husband? You are quite audacious. Once this acid rain passes, I shall see how you fare. Yuan Liping, you old hag, do you think I fear you? A mere deputy director of the neighborhood committee. I shall see how you intend to deal with me. Everyone knows you are always looking to gain an advantage. Even if a sewage truck passes by, you would want to taste. Huang Wei, young lady, do not give away your food for free. You paid for it. Charge a fee, and I shall come by shortly. 500 yuan for half a box. I will transfer the money to you on the spot. Lu Xiaoa, if you are willing to pay 500 for half a box of noodles, I will believe your family is truly out of supplies. The one who could have received half a box for free was now left dumbfounded. She was alone in her household and was expected to pay a steep price for what could have been a generous offering. How could she not feel indignant? Fortunately, Yuan Liping was a rational person, and in her desperation for support, she privately messaged Lu Xiaoa, willing to lend her the 500 yuan, but hoped she could keep 2/3 for her own family. The individual consented with great joy, remaining silent in the group. This left Lu Xiaoa in a state of fury. Her initial intention was merely to take advantage of the situation. To her dismay, not only did she fail to gain any benefit, but she was also subjected to scorn. Consequently, she unleashed a torrent of insults in the group. However, Yuan Liping paid her no heed, simply responding, if you wish to purchase, then buy. 500 yuan is hardly a substantial sum. Is it worth more than your life? Lu Xiaoa, infuriated, struggled to catch her breath. With her household stockpiled with food, how could she justify spending 500 on a few packs of instant noodles? In a fit of rage, she sent a voice message declaring, who in their right mind would spend 500 on a few packs of noodles? If you want to buy, go ahead. I would rather starve than waste such money. This incident revealed to the group that Lu Xiaoa was, in fact, not lacking in provisions. After all, if she were truly in dire need, she would gladly spend not just 500, but even 5,000. Zhang Sen, sipping on a chilled beer and puffing on a cigar, watched this farce unfold while petting his leopard, occasionally exchanging remarks with Satan. Observe this young lady. She will certainly come to regret her actions. This elder woman is quite formidable. She has deftly taken control of the situation. Look, no one in the group is speaking. They are likely, like us, merely enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 16. The flooded first floor. The acid rain fell relentlessly throughout the night. Zhang Sen, having retired early the previous evening, rose with the dawn. He understood the necessity of maintaining a robust physique to confront potential dangers in optimal condition. Upon awakening, he prepared the same breakfast for Satan as he had the day before. Subsequently, he ventured onto the balcony to observe the scene outside. The residential community where he resided in Nanyang was considered relatively upscale, boasting commendable drainage systems. However, water had begun to accumulate outside. Fortunately, it was not deep, likely reaching only to his ankles. News on his phone indicated that many low-lying areas and older residential complexes had already seen water inundate their ground floors. The thought of being submerged in acid rainwater was almost unbearable for Zhang Senator if this torrential rain continued. It was inevitable that the ground floors would soon be flooded with the corrosive liquid. Indeed, those residing on the first floor shared similar concerns. They had been attempting to contact the property management in their group chat, though the management had no viable solutions. Even if they wished to assist, they were deterred from venturing outside due to the harsh acid rain. Frustrated, the ground floor residents vented their grievances but ultimately found themselves at an impasse, compelled to devise their own means of survival. The specifics of their self-rescue strategies were not disclosed in the chat, but Zhang Sen could easily surmise that they would seek refuge with residents on higher floors. According to the trajectory of his past life, it would not be long before someone sought him out. In his previous life, he had taken in the Zhao family, 3 in total, who resided on the first floor. However, they proved to be ungrateful guests, consuming all his provisions and having the audacity to complain about the quality of the food. Zhao Yu, their 12-year-old son weighing 150 pounds, persistently lamented that the meals were unsatisfactory. When it came time to forage for supplies, the family contributed nothing. Zhao Hongwei, in the prime of his life, would incessantly claim to suffer from various ailments and asserted that he could not swim. This family merely waited at home, mouths agape, expecting him to provide for them. When the time came to retreat to the survivor base, they would hide behind him during perilous encounters, with Zhao Yu even pushing him toward danger to save himself. That experience had left him utterly disillusioned. He ceased to extend any further assistance to them, enduring their disdain both openly and covertly along the way, devoid of any sense of humanity. This, perhaps, epitomizes the classic adage about ingratitude. After reaching the survivor base, he never encountered the Zhao family again. He remained oblivious to their fate, preoccupied with safeguarding his own life as well as that of Zhang Jianjun and his family in Qintiantian. Aside from the Zhang family, his greatest disdain was reserved for the Zhao family. This morning, Zhang Sen did not rush to eat breakfast. Instead, he ran 8 kilometers on the treadmill, practiced boxing for a while, and after working up a considerable sweat, lay on the floor for half an hour before finally having his meal. Following breakfast, he unfurled a map of Nanyang on the table and meticulously marked several red circles on it. These were the locations he intended to visit once the acid rain ceased. His motivations were not driven by the need for supplies. He had ample provisions and saw no need to compete with ordinary people. What he sought was gold. In this apocalyptic world, gold held little value for others. He would be better served by accumulating it for the purpose of upgrading his space. His curiosity was piqued by what lay beyond the shroud of mist. Taking advantage of the remaining internet access, he diligently researched all relevant information about these locations. Forming a rough plan in his mind before putting away the map, he began to practice his rather morbid survival skills. After more than 3 hours of continuous practice, he finally started to sense a rhythm. He called over Satan, instructing him to sit on the sofa while he demonstrated a series of knife techniques with a curved blade before him. Satan watched intently, his face filled with admiration. However, in the next moment, the curved knife vanished, replaced by a straight blade thrust before him. Startled, Satan leapt backward, tumbling behind the sofa and pressing against the wall, his eyes wide with shock, exhibiting signs of being overly frightened. Zhang Sen doubled over with laughter, unable to contain himself. Satan, being astute, quickly realized he was being jested at, and, somewhat miffed, retreated to a corner, ignoring him. Zhang Sen, finding the situation amusing and feeling a touch bored, retrieved a small ball from his spatial pocket, initiating a game of toss. Satan was soon coaxed back into a cheerful mood. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while inside, a serene tranquility prevailed. The man and the leopard engaged in their playful game. Satan became increasingly exhilarated. Whenever Zhang Sen lost his patience and ceased to play, Satan would nudge his hand with the ball. Then, Zhang Sen thought it an opportune moment to practice his ability to retrieve objects from a distance. He tossed the ball partway and drew it back into his spatial pocket, only to bring it forth again. Consequently, Satan frequently chased after the ball, only to find it had vanished midway. With round, bewildered eyes, he searched everywhere, only to have the ball unexpectedly drop onto his head. This delighted Satan even more, his expression radiating joy and eagerness for more. Thus, the seemingly mundane game of toss continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With Zhang Sen growing increasingly adept at his spatial retrieval, the ball gradually transformed into a larger one. Just as they were engrossed in their delightful game, a commotion erupted in the group chat. Zhang Sen glanced out the window, noting that the rainwater had already begun to pool at the entrance steps. If this downpour persisted, it would flood the first floor within 2 hours. While ordinary rain might be manageable, this was acidic rain, necessitating an evacuation before it infiltrated the premises. The residents of the first floor began to voice their concerns, demanding the property management provide answers. With no other recourse, the management announced in the group that they could only relocate upwards, contingent upon the agreement of other residents. At this juncture, Lu Xiaoa stood up, self-proclaiming herself as the building leader in her capacity as vice chair of the neighborhood committee. She eloquently penned a message themed "Disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate," sharing what appeared to be dubious screenshots of a conversation with officials, reassuring everyone that the acidic rain would soon cease, and urging calm. Observing the situation unfold in a manner reminiscent of a previous life, Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoa began her campaign, posting a message in the group. Everyone, the first floor is about to flood. As neighbors, if anyone has spare rooms, please accommodate our first floor residents. As soon as this message was sent, the group fell silent, as if struck dumb. Lu Xiaoa waited for half an hour, and upon witnessing the lack of cooperation from these individuals, her frustration ignited. To everyone, I am aware that you have all seen my message. Please do not remain silent. Today, it is the residents of the first floor who are suffering. Tomorrow, it could very well be you. If you do not extend a helping hand to others, how can you expect them to assist you in the future? We are all neighbors, and I advise some of you to refrain from selfishness to avoid incurring the entire building's censure. After waiting a few more minutes with no response, Lu Xiaoa could no longer contain herself. Since no one is willing to step forward, I will call upon each of you individually. Li Ting, your home spans 160 square meters, and you reside there alone. You could at least free up 2 rooms to accommodate a family from the first floor. Zhang Sen, you too live alone in a 160 square meter space, and should provide shelter for a family. Lu Qi, although your residence is 100 square meters, you also live alone and can make some space. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. The 3 households from the first floor. Please gather your belongings and move upstairs promptly. Chapter 17. I don't have a brother like you, Zhao Hongwei, feeling the strain of the situation, reached out to Director Liu, tagging Li Ting, Zhang Sen, and Lu Qi in the group chat. The summoned homeowners were incensed, yet reluctant to be labeled as selfish. Li Ting, being a woman of modesty, reluctantly stood up, saying, I apologize, I just woke up and saw the group messages. The situation is such that I am the only female in my household, and it is rather inconvenient to have men staying over. If there are 1 or 2 women among the first floor residents, I could accommodate them, but I must clarify that my food supplies are limited. So anyone coming must bring their own provisions. Soon, a reply came, Li Ting, that's wonderful. It's just my friend and me living in my place. And we have some food. We can share a meal together. Thus, one household's dilemma was resolved. After that, the chat fell silent. Lu Qi chose to remain mute, thinking that since Zhang Sen's house was larger than his, he may as well wait in silence. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Sen was filled with regret at that very moment. How could he have forgotten about that pair of girls on the first floor? He vividly recalled that they were a couple, a delightful pair. In a past life, they had gone to the shelter together, and one fateful night, he had witnessed them share a kiss, a passionate one at that. That vivid image lingered in his mind, fresh and enduring. Not long after, the two had departed the shelter, and upon their reunion, they had established a base of their own, resolutely refusing to accept any men. Just by observing their appearances and figures, it was evident that something had transpired at the shelter. Although Zhang Sen had no intention of inviting anyone to stay at his home, he couldn't help but ponder that if it were this couple, and they could endure his tests, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the missed opportunity. He set down his phone, feeling disinclined to follow the developments any further. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongwei, growing anxious at the silence, decided to privately message Lu Xiaoying. Director Liu, what should we do if they remain unresponsive? Lu Xiaoying, who had initially set her phone aside to watch a television series, frowned upon reading Zhao's message. These 2 young individuals were audacious, daring to disregard her instructions. Lu Qi, Zhang Sen, stop pretending to be dead. If you continue this charade, I will come to your doors myself. Zhao Hongwei preferred Zhang Sen's home over Lu Qi's, as it was more spacious and would surely be more comfortable. He had heard that Zhang Sen had some money and was a fresh graduate, likely still innocent and easier to manage. Zhao Hongwei, Zhang Sen, greetings neighbor. I am Zhao Hongwei from Unit 101. May I kindly ask for your family to host us for a few days as we navigate this difficult time? If possible, I am willing to offer compensation. Upon seeing the message, Zhang Sen smirked and quickly replied in the group, get lost, stop bothering me. Lu Xiaoying, old hag, who acknowledges you as the building leader, dare you to command your father? If you truly possess such selflessness, why not offer refuge to another in your 100 square meter home, which is occupied by merely 2 individuals? Lu Xiaoying was incensed, her indignation palpable. Zhang Sen, have you no manners? I am of an age to be your grandmother, and you dare to address me in such a manner? In the face of calamity, how can you lack even a shred of humanity? Zhang Jianjun's nephew, Zhang Sen, was indeed behaving recklessly. Zhang Jianjun's family of 3 sat together on the sofa, engrossed in this unfolding drama. Zhang Jianjun, with a look of disdain, thought, what an uncultured fool. Zhang Heng chuckled, he must be provoked. Once this storm passes, let us see how others will criticize him. You dare speak, you prodigal son. Zhang Jianjun glared at him. If not for your foolishness and lack of self-control, which drove him to madness, would our family have been extorted of over 8 million? Zhang Heng scoffed, feeling defiant, yet his animosity toward Zhang Sen intensified. Li Yun, witnessing her son's reprimand, protested, why do you insult Ahong? Matters between men and women are mutual. If Chen Tian finds your son admirable and willingly chooses to be with him, how is that anyone's fault? Blame Zhang Sen for being incapable of holding on to her. I heard Chen Tian say that after years with Zhang Sen, they have yet to consummate their relationship. Zhang Heng seized the opportunity. Indeed, father, you always claim to be superior to uncle. Look at how you conduct business far better than him. As your son, is it not natural that I surpass Zhang Sen? Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for Chen Tian to choose me over him. Zhang Jianjun, who had always resented his elder brother, found solace in Zhang Heng's words, his anger visibly dissipating. Zhang Heng pressed his advantage. I say we need not fear Zhang Sen. Let us teach him a lesson. After all, he possesses no evidence against us now. Li Yun, furious about their sudden loss of 8 million, perked up. What do you propose? Zhang Heng smiled coldly. After Zhang Sen's bold declarations in the group chat, Lu Xiaoying's complaint to Zhang Jianjun went unanswered, and a silence fell over the group. Suddenly, Zhang Sen received 2 friend requests on WeChat, one from Zhao Hongwei and another from Lu Qi. He promptly declined Zhao Hongwei's request but accepted Lu Qi's. Lu Qi, a few years Zhang Sen senior, was gifted with a home by his family. He quickly messaged, "Brother Sen, you are truly brave. Your words were spot on. Why should we allow that old woman to play the role of the virtuous? While she meddles in our affairs." Zhang Sen recognized Lu Qi's intent to rally behind him and felt indifferent. In this world of turmoil, such individuals were plentiful. And even in times of peace, they were not scarce. It was an unavoidable reality. As the saying goes, the head bird gets shot. Zhang Sen did not mind. At times, he too would opt to be the turtle, allowing others to lead the charge. Such behavior was entirely normal. He harbored no animosity towards Lu Qi. In their previous lives, they scarcely crossed paths, likely due to the latter's untimely demise. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he set his phone aside and devoted his attention to a game of ball with Satan. Shortly thereafter, someone in the WeChat group tagged him. He glanced at the message, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. "Zhang Heng, Zhang Sen, my dear brother, please refrain from speaking so harshly. We are all neighbors here. You live alone in an empty house. Why not allow the neighbors on the first floor to stay with you? If you find yourself short of provisions, I can certainly bring you some, as the rain will subside in a few days." Zhang Sen, what? Have you stockpiled a mountain of food? Zhang Heng, not exactly a mountain, but certainly enough to share. We are all neighbors after all, and Aunt Lu means well. Do not take your frustrations out on her. I'll have Brother Zhao come by to visit you, and I can conveniently bring you some food as well. Zhang Sen, get lost. I have no need for a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents. If you think you can take liberties, do not blame me for the consequences. Zhang Sen nonchalantly shared a screenshot from the video recorded at Zhang Heng's home that day. In the image, Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian were in disarray, their clothes askew, desperately clutching at the blanket, their faces a portrait of shock. Upon seeing the screenshot, Zhang Heng was engulfed in fury. This fool, had he not deleted everything? How could there still be a photograph? He hastily called Zhang Sen, only to find himself blocked. He then sent a WeChat message. "Did you not claim you had deleted everything? Zhang Sen, I am utterly infuriated. You even accepted money, and yet you bring this matter up again. Have you no shame? Delete it at once, or I swear I will come over and make you pay." Zhang Sen chuckled coldly, tossed his phone aside, and ceased to pay any attention to the messages in the group. Chapter 18. The plans of Zhang Jianjun's family thanks to Zhang Sen. The residents of Building 9 were treated to yet another sensational scandal. Cooped up in their homes, boredom quickly gave way to the salacious news that Zhang Sen and Zhang Heng's chat screenshots, along with compromising photos of Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian, had spread throughout the community group. Countless voices exclaimed in astonishment. A piercing scream resonated from Building 7. Chen Tiantian had also seen the photos. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate Zhang's senator. Previously, when Zhang Sen had shared her photo in the group, she had been furious, bombarding him with messages of wrath for hours, yet he had not responded nor deleted her. She suspected that Zhang Sen was deliberately tormenting her. Fortunately, the images showcased her in carefully curated lighting and poses, rendering her beautiful, which somewhat assuaged her anger. However, this time was different. These were photographs capturing her in a compromising position. It was utterly humiliating. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun were equally taken aback upon seeing the photos. Zhang Sen's words were astoundingly audacious. "I do not have a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of our parents." This was clearly a reference to Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian, and they were well aware of it, having tacitly accepted the situation. They were renowned in the community for their kindness, not only exhibiting goodwill but also caring for the orphans of their deceased brother and sister-in-law. Now, everything was in ruins. Enraged, Zhang Jianjun stormed into Zhang Heng's room and delivered a resounding slap. "You fool! I spent 8 million to quell this matter, and yet you had to provoke him." Zhang Heng, clutching his face, was consumed by fury and dashed into the kitchen to retrieve a knife, intending to confront the situation on the 16th floor. This terrified Li Yun. She believed that this calamity would eventually pass, but if her beloved son charged forward with a knife, even if he were to be killed by the deranged Zhang Sen, it would be deemed self-defense. Conversely, if her son succeeded in killing Zhang Heng, he would be guilty of murder and face imprisonment. Consequently, she and Zhang Jianjun united to restrain the enraged Zhang Heng, pondering how to mitigate the adverse repercussions of this debacle. After much deliberation, they decided to contact Chen Tiantian, planning to stage a performance claiming that Zhang Sen was abusive and involved with multiple women, and that Chen Tiantian could no longer tolerate it. Having fallen for Zhang Heng and wishing to break up with Zhang Senator, Zhang Jianjun even concocted a plan that if Zhang Sen retaliated, he would portray himself as a victim, stating that Zhang Sen had assaulted him, thus revealing his true nature. However, to his surprise, Zhang Sen remained silent. He assumed that Zhang Sen had no evidence left and was beyond redemption, filling him with delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Tiantian was perusing the messages on her phone that consoled her while denouncing Zhang Sen, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Initially, she had contemplated reconciling with Zhang Sen, knowing that Zhang Heng was merely toying with her. Yet now, Zhang Sen's betrayal and the revelation of the photos had inadvertently aided her. With this leverage in her hands, she was confident that she could marry Zhang Heng and secure his family as factory. Although Zhang Heng's family does not belong to the ranks of the exceptionally affluent, her reputation has become tarnished, leaving her with no better suitor in sight, compelling her to settle for less. As for Zhang Sen, she initially contemplated soothing him. For over the course of their 3 years together, he had always acquiesced to her wishes, proving himself to be a most dutiful admirer. In the past, during their quarrels, regardless of her provocations, no matter how incensed he became, he would ultimately relent and comfort her. Prior to this incident, Zhang Sen had even expressed a desire to meet her family and propose marriage, even suggesting that the ownership of their home should include her name. How did their situation devolve into this? She could not comprehend. Had this event impacted him so profoundly? Had she merely shared a few intimate moments with another? If he were so concerned about that particular barrier, could she not simply restore it? Was it truly necessary for matters to escalate to such a degree? Qin Tian had intended to wait for the rain to cease and then console him, but it now appeared to be unnecessary. Such a petty-minded man deserves to remain single for eternity. A smug smile curled at her lips as she thought, Zhang Sen, do not blame me. It is your own excesses that have led us here. Everyone relished the satisfaction of finally avenging themselves against Zhang Sen, feeling a sense of vindication. Unaware that he was currently nestled with Satan on a lazy sofa on the balcony, gently stroking the creature's head, in an exceptionally good mood. The vitriol from the group chat did not trouble him in the slightest. He was well aware of the 4 individual scheme. Their approach was merely a preemptive strike. He had no desire to engage in a futile exchange of accusations with a group intent on discord. After all, these individuals were destined to meet their demise. And arguing with the deceased over right and wrong held no value. He was already concocting a new plan in his mind. He aimed to incite a dog-eat-dog scenario among these 4. Once the acid rain subsided, Qin Tian would undoubtedly seek out Zhang Heng. He awaited that day eagerly. Zhang Sen gazed out at the incessantly falling acid rain with a smile. Soon, an upgrade would be imminent. Satan, perplexed by his musings, cast him a curious glance and licked the back of his hand. Although it was still just past 3 in the afternoon, the prolonged downpour of acidic rain had rendered the sky exceedingly gloomy. Suddenly, the house was plunged into darkness, the illumination extinguished in an instant. Not only his home, but every visible place outside had succumbed to the shadows. It had begun, Zhang Sen murmured. Chapter 19. Power outage. After several days of relentless acid rain, the external cables had succumbed to corrosion, leading to an inevitable power outage. It was not merely the electricity that would fail. In a couple of days, the internet would also be severed, leaving countless individuals isolated from the outside world. The technological civilization that humanity had painstakingly built over time was now largely obliterated by a single tempest of acid rain. The homeowners group buzzed with activity once more. Is there a power outage? It seems so. The entire community has plunged into darkness. What is happening? Trapped at home without power. And this cursed acid rain shows no signs of abating. Are we to be deprived of a semblance of life? Oh no, my phone's battery is nearly depleted. Does anyone have a power bank they could lend me? No one paid heed to the grievances between the Zhang family and the Zhang Heng family. All attention was directed toward the struggle for survival. The 2 families residing on the first floor, who awaited assistance, were also forgotten in the turmoil. With no alternatives left, they knocked on the door of Lu Xiao's home. Lu Xiao, equally exasperated, could only resort to sarcastic remarks about Zhang Sen in the chat group. But Zhang Sen did not even glance at the notifications. Ultimately, the first-floor residents had no choice but to seek refuge by knocking on the doors of those who were less populated, begging for shelter. Yet, the occupants either refused to answer or, if they did, it was the men who emerged to decline their requests. In desperation, they found themselves at Zhang Sen's door. This time, Zhang Sen opened the door, having heard Zhao Hongwei's voice. However, he only unlatched the security door, leaning casually against it, and inquired, "What do you want?" Zhao Hongwei, with a forced smile, implored, "Brother Zhang, could you do us a favor and allow us to stay for a few days? Name your price. We can gather it together." "Not a chance." "Leave," Zhang Sen retorted, promptly shutting the door. The expressions of Zhao Hongwei and another homeowner turned grim. What kind of person was this? So young yet so heartless. Enraged, Zhao Hongwei kicked the door, only to emit a blood-curdling scream as his toenail on the big toe of his right foot was torn. Clutching his foot, he hopped about in agony before collapsing to the ground, howling in pain. Seeing his father injured, Zhao Yu pounded on the door, shouting, "You wretched man, come out. Your door has hurt my father. Show yourself." Zhao Yu's voice rang out loud and clear, but alas, Zhang Sen was preoccupied in the kitchen, preparing ingredients for the evening's hot pot, and did not hear him. Thus, the two families on the first floor left in utter dejection, with no place to go. They ultimately sought refuge in an unoccupied house, breaking the lockdown. Lu Hao felt immensely grateful to Zhang Sen for his generous gesture of providing 2,000 yuan worth of food. Without it, he might have faced starvation. Observing the current circumstances, he recalled the plethora of supplies Zhang Sen had hoarded in the warehouse, leading him to believe that Zhang Sen might possess some foreknowledge of the impending crisis. After all, affluent individuals often have access to information far beyond that of the common populace. In the 2 rooms he shared with female roommates, they had always stocked up on snacks, so they had yet to worry about food shortages. However, amidst the sudden power outage, the acid rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. A sense of unease crept into his heart. The words of Zhang Sen, who had previously cautioned him, weighed heavily on his mind. Over the past few days, he had kept his door tightly shut during meals, rarely venturing outside. Yet yesterday, Yi Xiaoding, who occupied the small secondary room, knocked on his door, requesting some food. He had feigned a lack of provisions, offering her only a packet of instant noodles. Today at noon, she knocked again, prompting him to realize that this could become an insatiable demand. Thus, he resolutely maintained that he too had no food. Now, he found himself alone in his room, stuffing the gaps of his door with old clothes that he no longer wore, indulging in a self-heating hot pot, and extravagantly adding a bowl of instant noodles. Meanwhile, poor Yi Xiaoding sat starving in her small room, her eyes glazed over with hunger. After finishing his meal, Lu Hao, devoid of entertainment options and wary of using his phone, retired to bed early. Before drifting off, he prayed that the acid rain would cease by morning. Unexpectedly, he was jolted awake around 2 in the morning by fierce arguing and the sound of objects being thrown outside. Startled, he initially thought someone had broken in. He hastily donned his clothes and pressed himself against the door to listen, gradually piecing together the unfolding drama. Yi Xiaoding, driven by hunger, had approached the couple in the secondary room for food, only to be met with refusal from the girl, who claimed she had none. Left with no alternative, Yi Xiaoding returned to her room. However, unbeknownst to her, the boyfriend, Zhou Bai, secretly sought her out, promising a bowl of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and an egg in exchange for a brief encounter. Yi Xiaoding, feeling adventurous and wishing to retaliate against the girl for her refusal, readily agreed. In the dead of night, Zhou Bai sneaked away from his sleeping girlfriend to meet Yi Xiaoding, only to be caught red-handed by her. This led to a heated confrontation among the 3, with Zhou Bai initially attempting to explain that it was Yi Xiaoding who had seduced him, but soon retreating like a timid quail, silent and frightened in the corner. Thus, a tumultuous quarrel ensued between the girl and Yi Xiaoding, escalating for over an hour before finally subsiding. Lu Hao found himself utterly unable to sleep, regretting that he had not offered Yi Xiaoding a packet of instant noodles, a sausage, and 2 marinated eggs. He even had a large radish to spare. He lamented the weariness of his right hand, now calloused from overuse. Chapter 20. The beast becomes a lazy cat although the power had been cut outside. Zhang Sen retrieved a silent diesel generator from his storage space. The interior of his home remained unchanged, adorned with blackout curtains that had been replaced long ago. Thus, despite illuminating every light in his house, no one would suspect that he still possessed electricity. However, with the dawn breaking, there was no longer a need for illumination. Although he had an ample supply of diesel, extravagance was unwarranted. For several days, an unrelenting acid rain had poured down, despite Zhang Sen keeping the windows shut. A dampness lingered within the house, rendering the air unpleasant. The temperature had also dipped, hovering around 20 degrees Celsius. He tended to the fireplaces in both the bedroom and living room, igniting some smokeless charcoal. Additionally, he retrieved several air purifiers from his space and activated them. After an hour, the humidity dissipated and the air became considerably more pleasant. The WeChat group had grown quiet, likely due to many members' phones running out of battery. After sharing breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen commenced his daily training. With his physical condition improving, he began incorporating weight training. While jogging on the treadmill, Satan lounged nearby, lazily observing him. Zhang Sen suddenly pondered what other jaguars did during their youth. The more he gazed at Satan's lethargic demeanor, the more alarmed he became. Approaching, he felt the flesh on Satan's body. It had indeed grown rounder since the day he found him, now resembling the size of a medium-sized dog. Yet, the softness of this flesh was concerning. Could it be that he had transformed this fierce beast into a mere pampered cat, indulging in cuteness and gluttony? That simply would not do. This creature was to be one of his most vital assets in combat. In a hurry, he fetched another treadmill from his space, urging Satan to join him. Satan was reluctant to move, unable to comprehend why life should suddenly demand exertion after a routine of eating, sleeping, and playing ball games. But Zhang Sen, ever the stern taskmaster, was resolute in not indulging him. He produced a tablet and replayed a video of a black leopard hunting wild boars, urging Satan to compare himself to the prowess displayed. Did he not feel a twinge of shame? He then showed him another video of a leopard besieged by a pride of lions. Satan seemed to sense the imminent danger, arching his back and emitting a low, menacing growl. In a sudden burst of energy, he leapt onto the treadmill. Zhang Sen was highly satisfied and activated the machine. Nevertheless, Satan was still too small and had enjoyed a life of luxury for far too long. After running 5 kilometers, he tumbled off the treadmill. Unable to keep pace with Zhang Sen resolutely, Zhang Sen decided that he could no longer coddle this foolish creature. Rigorous training was imperative. Thus, Satan was no longer the carefree fool he once was. The man and the leopard began a daily regimen of exercise, nourishment, and rest to preserve Satan's wild nature. Zhang Sen supplemented his meals with some raw meat from the cold storage. After a few days, Satan had noticeably improved, able to run for extended periods at the treadmill's highest speed. Outside, the water had risen to the 3rd floor. The WeChat group had fallen silent, as the internet had been down since 2 days prior. On that midday, after finishing their training, Zhang Sen and Satan lay on the ground, too exhausted to move. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the clamorous voices of several individuals demanding him to open up. Initially indifferent, Zhang Sen felt compelled to respond when they threatened to break the door down if he did not comply. Reluctantly, he rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Lu Xiao'er stood at the forefront, flanked by a dozen others, all appearing disheveled and weary, yet none bore weapons, as the situation had not yet escalated to that extent. Zhang Sen retrieved a straight knife from his space and opened the first door, inquiring through the iron gate. "What is it?" Lu Xiao'er, with an air of arrogance, insisted. "Open the door immediately. The acid rain has already flooded up to the 3rd floor, and so many neighbors are left homeless. You must take in at least one family today." Zhang Sen, with a stern expression, responded. "On what grounds?" She retorted, "I am the building manager, and I have received orders from above to take action. If you refuse to comply, once the rain subsides, I will be the first to report you. The authorities will surely hold you accountable." Lu Xiao'er had played this card numerous times before. While she initially had no desire to involve herself in these matters, the incessant complaints from the neighbors downstairs had overwhelmed her, and they addressed her as director, inflating her ego. In her eyes, she was indeed a leader, and these people ought to heed her commands. Only by winning over the residents of this building could she force those with whom she had minor disputes, like the woman from Unit 902 and Zhang Sen, to apologize to her. Though her aspirations were rather grandiose, Zhang Sen was not inclined to acquiesce. With a cold chuckle, he dispensed with pleasantries and brandished the knife, asking, "Who wishes to enter?" The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Xiao'er trembled with rage. "Zhang Sen, what are you doing? Do you intend to commit murder? I have connections, and if you continue this insolence, I will contact them to have you arrested. Go ahead and try." Zhang Sen replied defiantly. Behind Lu Xiao'er, Lu Chenwei interjected, "Zhang Sen, do not be so selfish. We are all neighbors. If others can offer us shelter, why can't you? Your home is spacious, and you live alone." Upon hearing this, the crowd rallied in agreement. "Exactly, Zhang Sen. We are neighbors. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? If you truly refuse a shelter, at least share some food. There are children here who are starving. Adults may endure, but children cannot." A young woman pushed her way to the front, adjusting her collar and accentuating her figure. "Zhang Sen, please take me in. Living alone must be dull for you. If I move in, we could keep each other company and pass the time together." The crowd was taken aback by her boldness, all eyes turning towards her. Several men were visibly stunned, their expressions conveying disbelief at her audacity. Unfazed by the attention, the woman felt exhausted and hungry. Despite Zhang Sen being drenched in sweat, his face remained strikingly clean, and his physique was commendable. Even if it were merely a night of rest, she deemed it worth her while. Zhang Sen, despite everything, is still a vigorous young man. Upon hearing her words, he naturally comprehended her intentions. Unable to resist, he glanced at her 2 prominent features. Observing this, the woman boldly cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Sen, even moistening her parched lips that were cracked. However, as he further scrutinized her rugged visage, his fervor swiftly dissipated. An unequivocal rejection ensued. The woman's alluring smile froze upon her face, leaving her speechless. Chapter 21. "But I desire your life." Lu Chenhui forcefully pushed her aside. Advancing to the front, he, too, was accustomed to physical training. Upon witnessing Zhang Sen open the door, he noted the drenched state of his athletic shirt, which suggested that this individual had been well-fed and well-dressed in recent days, unlike them, who endured hunger at home and refrained from exerting themselves on the bed. Lacking both the inclination and strength for exercise, He and his girlfriend were determined to move into 1602 today, with the provisions from Zhang Sen's residence. He would surely not go hungry. Come on, Zhang Sen, do us a kindness and let my girlfriend and me stay with you. Otherwise, we truly will not survive. He implored. Zhang Sen cast a cold glance in his direction. They were, after all, old acquaintances. In a previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, several young men, including themselves, had ventured out in search of supplies. When they encountered another group of survivors, Lu Chenwei abandoned him, leading to the loss of vital resources. Upon returning, he even used this incident as an excuse to deprive him of a substantial portion of supplies. This was the first time Zhang Sen had laid eyes on Lu Chenwei since his rebirth, a minor grievance, perhaps, but one that, had they not met, would have been forgotten. However, now that they had crossed paths, it seemed fitting to exact a measure of retribution. It was time to teach these individuals a lesson, lest they presume him easy to intimidate and continue to intrude upon him. Zhang Sen regarded Lu Chenwei, tapping the horizontal bar of the door with the blade he held, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You wish to reside here? Lu Chenwei glanced at the blade before looking back at Zhang Sen's frigid gaze, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, recalling the previous encounters with Zhang Sen, who had always exuded an air of scholarly gentleness and wore a constant smile, he presumed this was mere theatrics. The knife appeared to be a mere decoration, likely dull and unsharpened. He steadied himself. Zhang Sen, do not attempt to intimidate me. Were it not for the current calamity, I would not seek your assistance. We are all suffering. I merely request to borrow a room, not your life. Why the need for such theatrics? Zhang Sen fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Observing this, Lu Chenwei felt a surge of excitement. With his physique, once inside, he would have the upper hand over Zhang Senator. He was confident that within 3 moves, he would subdue him. After all, he had trained in boxing for several months, and even his coach often praised his muscles, exclaiming, one punch could kill. In that case, all the resources in Zhang Sen's home would fall under his command. That is how it should be, he mused. Young people should embody a spirit of contribution. Selfishness is not the way. Lucia, pleased to finally have subdued the seemingly impenetrable Zhang Sen, craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the interior of his home. Zhang Sen, however, paid her no heed, standing resolutely at the threshold to prevent her from entering uninvited. He fixed his gaze solely on Lu Chenwei. Are you certain you only wish to reside here? Do you not covet my life? Lu Chenwei nodded excitedly. Of course, my girlfriend and I will certainly get along well with you. Rest assured. My girlfriend is adept at housework. All the chores in your home can be entrusted to her. Just as he was speaking, Lu Chenwei suddenly noticed Zhang Sen's arm lifting abruptly, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see that half of the blade had already embedded itself into his body. He raised his head in disbelief, gazing at Zhang Sen, only to feel the pain in his abdomen intensify. It was at this moment that everyone realized what had transpired. A cacophony of screams erupted in the hallway as people rushed outside. Even Lu Chenhui's girlfriend vanished without a trace. Murder! Murder! Zhang Sen, however, paid no heed to the chaos around him. Grasping the knife handle, he gently twisted the blade, coldly observing Lu Chenhui's contorted face of agony. But I desire your life. With that, Zhang Sen withdrew the knife, blood gushing forth. Lu Chenhui, barely able to stand, steadied himself against the wall to avoid collapsing. Yet Zhang Sen did not spare him another glance. He turned and closed the door, retreating to his room for a comforting hot shower. After emerging from the bathroom, he glanced at the surveillance by the door and saw that the area was deserted. Everything had unfolded just as he had intended. Following this incident, the residents of the building would learn that he was not to be trifled with. They would think twice before bothering him again. As for Lu Chenhui, with such a grave wound to his abdomen and no medical intervention, he would not last long, destined to languish and wait for death. The reason he had not succumbed immediately was that he understood that the slow, agonizing passage of life was far more torturous than a swift demise. However, more importantly, he did not wish for Lu Chenhui to perish at his doorstep. After all, the acid rain was still pouring outside, and if Lu Chenhui were to die there, Zhang Sen would have to dispose of the body in the corrosive downpour. Although he had prepared protective gear, he found such troublesome tasks beneath him. The injured Lu Chenhui was taken away by his girlfriend. Despite having fled in terror alongside the others, she regained her composure and stealthily returned to the 16th floor. At that point, Lu Chenhui had managed to crawl to the elevator lobby. Seeing his grievous state, she went door to door, inquiring if there were any doctors present. Her commotion quickly informed the entire building of Zhang Sen's violent act against Lu Chenhui. Unfortunately, there were no medical professionals in the building, but she managed to borrow a bottle of alcohol and a roll of bandages. She took it upon herself to stitch Lu Chenhui up with a needle and thread meant for sewing clothes. Lu Chenhui endured a torturous ordeal. Yet he could not hold on for long, passing away the following night. When his girlfriend awoke the next morning, she discovered that he had grown cold. But that was a matter for later. At that moment, the residents of the building were in shock over Zhang Sen's cruelty and audacity. The last ones to feel fear were the Zhang Jianjun family of 3. The couple felt immensely relieved that they had managed to restrain Zhang Heng. Had he charged in with the knife, a confrontation with Zhang Sen could have resulted in grave injuries or worse. Zhang Jianjun's face turned pale with fear, realizing that this young man had indeed gone mad. He hurriedly cautioned Zhang Heng, "You must never provoke him again. Once the acid rain subsides, someone will undoubtedly call the authorities, and he will surely face the consequences." Zhang Heng nodded eagerly. Li Yun suddenly realized something. Once this troublemaker perished, with no other relatives to claim his possessions, wouldn't that house become ours? Zhang Jianjun contemplated this and indeed found it to be true. Instantly, a broad smile spread across his aged face. Yes, as long as he meets his demise, that house, along with the 8 million he had taken from us, would rightfully belong to us. At that time, we shall transfer the property into my son's name. When uncle departed years ago, he left him several million. He must surely possess over 10 million now, and it will all be mine. Zhang Heng felt a surge of excitement within. Who would have thought that fortune favors the diligent? He hadn't yet avenged himself against Zhang Sen, and now this fool was digging his own grave. Chapter 22. The establishment of the Building Management Committee. Zhang Sen was still unaware that Zhang Jianjun and his family were indulging in dreams owing to his recent actions. At that moment, he reclined in a chair on the balcony, gazing at the curtain of rain outside, a steaming cup of coffee resting beside him. He lifted the cup to his lips, savoring a sip, his heart brimming with delight. At last, he had taken action. His patience had nearly reached its limit. Beside him, the figure of Satan lounged on the sofa, eyes half closed, on the verge of slumber. Zhang Sen calculated the time. It had been the 7th day since the onset of the acid rain. It was time for it to cease. Indeed, the rain outside had lessened somewhat. By 6 in the evening, the acid rain had finally drawn to a close. Everyone believed that this calamity was about to end. However, little did they know that just a few hours later, a torrential downpour would commence anew. In comparison to this deluge, the prior acid rain seemed merely a light drizzle. Raindrops the size of soybeans relentlessly pelted against the glass, causing the inferior quality panes to shatter within days. The following morning, when Zhang Sen awoke, he discovered the water level outside had risen significantly once more, now reaching the 4th floor. With hope as vast as disappointment, he had gone to bed the previous night, filled with joy at the thought that the world might finally improve. Yet, upon waking, he was greeted by an unprecedented, catastrophic downpour. In that moment, many succumbed to utter despair. Individuals began to grasp the gravity of this natural disaster. Deprived of food and water, they found themselves on the brink of endurance. An increasing number of inhabitants had run out of provisions entirely. Furthermore, most residents of the building were young adults who relied on takeout to survive. Their homes stocked only with snacks. After 7 or 8 days, their supplies had long been depleted. Those who could no longer bear the hunger resorted to knocking on their neighbors' doors, pleading for sustenance. Yet, under such dire circumstances, those with food feared they could not last much longer. Who would dare lend a hand? The building descended into chaos as anguish cries and curses echoed through the night. At first, no one dared to knock on Zhang Sen's door, but as desperation mounted, some, witnessing his apparent strength and the numerous doors he had installed, assumed he must have provisions. Thus, a man from the 17th floor brought his 8-year-old daughter to the 16th floor, hiding in the stairwell while sending his daughter to knock on Zhang Sen's door. Observing the situation through the surveillance camera, Zhang Sen quickly deduced what was occurring. He did not open the door but bellowed, "Get lost! If you bother me again, I'll slaughter your entire family." The girl, terrified, burst into tears and fled. Her father, cursing Zhang Sen as cold-hearted and unfeeling, hurriedly departed with his daughter. 2 days later, there was yet another knock at Zhang Sen's door. This time, it was 3 young men. Zhang Sen did not open the door, but inquired through the intercom, "What do you want?" The leader of the group, Su Fan, had been a public relations director at a company before the apocalypse, possessing a remarkable eloquence. "Brother Sun, I apologize for the intrusion. We have established a building management committee in Block 9. In order to help us all weather this difficult time, the committee has decided to collect and manage supplies collectively. Starting tomorrow, each household will receive supplies based on the number of residents, and all residents of the building have consented. Only your household remains. We have finally reached this juncture. Without a doubt, this is Lu Xiao's insidious scheme. In a previous life, he had also become a member of the building management committee, even being one of the young individuals knocking on doors. Aside from a few rebellious souls or those who truly had nothing to eat, most of the supplies were hoarded. He had laid out all the food from his home at that time. However, the supplies were distributed for only 3 days, and the daily allotment was pitifully scant. When he inquired with Lu Xiaoa, he was told that there was no food left. Later, chaos erupted within the building and outsiders stormed in. Lu Xiaoa, due to the residents' grievances, was the first to be reported and subsequently confronted. It was then that everyone discovered that various corners of her home, including the ceilings of the kitchen and bathroom, were stocked with provisions. The elderly couple had managed to conserve enough to last them half a year. However, in the end, those supplies were never returned to them but were seized by outside bullies. If he was not mistaken, the building management committee must have been organized by Lu Xiaoa, right? Before Su Fan arrived, he was apprehensive, fearing that Zhang Sen might take offense and retaliate against him. Upon seeing Zhang Sen speaking calmly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Sengu, Director Lu is the head of our building management committee. If you are upset, direct your ire at her. Has she provided any provisions? Su Fan wore a conciliatory smile. Of course, she brought out a bag of noodles and a few eggs, which were the last remnants of food from Director Lu's household. One could find all sorts of food hidden in her kitchen and bathroom ceilings: rice, flour, cured fish, and cured meats. Upon hearing this, Su Fan and the 2 individuals behind him were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Su Fan cautiously inquired, Sengu, is this true? How do you know? Zhang Sen, growing impatient, replied, just go look for yourself and stop bothering me. There is no food in my house. If anyone dares to knock again, I will cut off their hand. The 3 were startled and hurriedly departed. Lu Xiaoa, upon receiving the report from the 3, was infuriated. Yet, she dared not confront Zhang Sen, resorting instead to meaningless denunciations at home. Director Lu, Su Fan recalled Zhang Sen's words. He mentioned that you have plenty of food hidden in your kitchen and bathroom ceilings. Is there any truth to this? Lu Xiaoa was taken aback. Could this young man have installed surveillance in her home? How could he possibly know where she had concealed the supplies? However, the most pressing issue was that she had just accepted provisions from several households within the building management committee. If it were discovered that she had lied, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 23, The Dissolution of the Residence Committee and the Arrival of the Old Nine Gates. Lu Xiaoa hurriedly denied. How could that be possible? I have already done enough, surrendering all the food from my home to the Residence Committee. Su Fan, having persevered in the workplace for many years, could easily see through the facade of a woman like Lu Xiaoa, who was clever yet not particularly astute. The expression on Lu Xiaoa's face was evidently one of guilt. Su Fan and the other 2 men had already conspired before descending the stairs. Although the items they had surrendered were not abundant, they constituted their last reserves. Should Lu Xiaoa truly execute such an act, it would undoubtedly indicate her intention to manipulate the supplies. In that case, what they would receive would certainly be far less than what they had relinquished. Since Director Lu has stated as such, would you mind if we conduct a search? Su Fan inquired. Inside the room stood 7 or 8 individuals, all young adults summoned by Lu Xiaoa, including Zhang Heng. While Zhang Heng's household still possessed some food, it would not last long. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, he too realized that something was amiss. Indeed, Director Lu, since you claim there is nothing, then what is there to fear from our search? Lu Xiaoa fumed, slamming her hand on the table. You have such audacity. On what grounds do you search my home? Old man, drive them out. With that, she seized a broom from the side, attempting to shoo them away. Her elderly husband, trembling, brandished a rolling pin and joined in the tirade against the young men. Yet, at this juncture, who could still speak of respecting elders and cherishing youth? Moreover, it was Lu Xiaoa who had initially acted unreasonably. Many observers were internally calculating their own interests. With only 2 elderly individuals in the household, if there were indeed substantial supplies, they could seize them and enjoy a hearty meal. The group of 7 or 8 young adults went wild, disregarding Lu Xiaoa and her husband, pushing past them and rummaging through the house. To their astonishment, they discovered 5 large bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and dozens of eggs. There was also a substantial quantity of noodles, various cured meats, and salted fish, amounting to at least several dozen pounds. Upon seeing the food, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Zhang Heng exclaimed, Director Lu, this is outrageous. With so much food at home, you only offered us this paltry amount as a ruse? Are you attempting to deceive us? After being shoved to the ground, Lu Xiaoa lay there, immobilized for a time, before sitting up to weep and curse at the crowd. Unfazed, they exchanged glances that conveyed their shared intentions. Su Fan had clearly assumed the role of leader. Director Lu, in light of your actions, we have unanimously decided to revoke your position as the building leader and dissolve the residence committee. Henceforth, these supplies shall belong to our committee. Starting tomorrow, we will distribute provisions to your household in a timed and measured manner. With that, they proceeded to carry away all the supplies from Lu Xiaoa's home. As she wept, her tears mingling with her cries, she lamented, You band of thieves, you seek to bring about my demise. After the door was shut, the group stood in the elevator lobby on the 10th floor. A university student, upon hearing Lu Shua's cries, felt a pang of compassion. Shouldn't we leave her something to eat? What if she starves? Zhang Hang scoffed. Rest assured, that old woman is adept at hiding. She must have things we haven't discovered yet. Indeed, he continued, and this old hag has cunningly swindled us out of so much food. She certainly doesn't intend to share it with us. She wants us to perish just as much. Exactly, a person like her would not be missed if she starved. Thus, the group, devoid of any moral qualms, took the supplies they had contributed from their own homes and divided all of Lu Shua's provisions among themselves. They tacitly overlooked the fact that some of the food had been the last meager offerings from other families. Those who had hoped for aid and management from the building committee were infuriated upon realizing their hopes had been dashed, wishing fervently to flay Lu Shua alive. In a fit of rage and desperation, they organized themselves and searched Lu Shua's home once more, unearthing all the supplies that had previously escaped detection, thereby sealing the fate of Lu Shua and her husband. Zhang Hang and his companions returned, laden with provisions. As he surveyed the group, a clever scheme flashed through Zhang Hang's mind. Zhang Hang participated in the building committee, contributing a box of biscuits and 2 pounds of rice. This was merely a small fraction of his family's supplies. Li Yun, having dealt with Lu Shua frequently, was wary of her character. It was a gamble. If they won, they could acquire more supplies. If they lost, their losses would be minimal, as what they had contributed was barely enough for a day's sustenance for their family. Little did she expect that on the very first day, Zhang Heng would return with such an abundance of food, including meat. Zhang Heng and Zhang Jianjun had a preference for fresh food, eschewing preserved and frozen items, so their meat had been consumed days prior. This delighted Li Yun and Zhang Jianjun immensely. My son, this building committee is quite impressive, distributing so much food in a single day. Which family has such a stockpile? Who else but the old woman across the way? Zhang Heng lounged on the sofa, legs crossed like a lord. Lu Shua? Li Yun asked, puzzled. Zhang Heng explained the entire situation. Li Yun, incensed, exclaimed, I knew that old woman harbored ill intentions. Thank goodness my son is clever. Zhang Heng, brimming with pride, reassured her, Mother, worry not. As long as I am around, our family will never go hungry. Zhang Jianjun, taken aback, queried, What do you mean by that? I must warn you, do not emulate that Zhang's son. He is bound to meet a grim fate. Zhang Heng, growing impatient, replied dismissively, Fear not. I am not so foolish. Understanding her son's temperament, Li Yun sought to placate him. Son, tell me, are you involved in something significant outside? Zhang Heng chuckled lightly, remarking that it was nothing of great consequence. He had merely dissolved the building management committee and established a new group known as the Old Nine Gates, now overseeing 7 or 8 brothers under his command. Chapter 24. Father is leaving. The torrential rain had persisted for 7 consecutive days, though the downpour had finally lessened somewhat. There was no indication that it would cease entirely. Several households had experienced shattered windows, with water flooding their interiors. The deluge had now reached the 5th floor. Following the incident with the Zhao family, the doors of several unoccupied homes had been forcefully breached. Despite this, there remained 7 or 8 families confined to the stairwell. Those who had been trapped by the calamity for so long had grown increasingly irritable. Arguments frequently erupted within the building. Your home is too loud at night. My supplies have gone missing. It must be your family that stole them. The few fortunate enough to still reside within their apartments found the stairwell in utter disarray. The stench of excrement overwhelming, leading to several altercations that escalated into physical confrontations. Everyone was on the brink of collapse. Only Zhang Sen seemed to thrive amidst the chaos, living a life more comfortable than before the apocalypse. The recent rains had diluted the previously acidic rainwater to a manageable level, posing little threat to human health. Zhang Sen contemplated seizing the opportunity, while others remained oblivious, to procure some supplies. Remaining indoors for too long would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one must still fear the kitchen knife. If the entire building pinned its hopes for survival on him, they might resolutely confront him, and he could not guarantee his own safety. Only by diverting their attention and shifting their hopes elsewhere could he ensure his own security. Zhang Sen stood at the door, resembling a father preparing to embark on a journey, as he addressed his loyal companion, Satan, who followed closely behind. The outside is flooded. I cannot take you with me. Satan, however, disregarded his explanation. Zhang Sen continued, Once the rain stops, I will take you out to play, all right? Yet, Satan remained obstinate, tugging at his pant leg and whining. Zhang Sen's attempts at persuasion were futile, akin to playing music to a cow. Frustrated, he drew a gun from his space and pointed it at Satan. Get back inside, or I swear I will shoot you. Satan immediately leapt backward, cowering against the wall. Zhang Sen chuckled, You stubborn creature, come out. Satan cautiously peeked from behind the wall, and Zhang Sen once again aimed the gun at him. I will go out to find you food. If I return and discover anyone has entered our home, I will shoot you. Do you understand? You need to guard the house. If anyone dares to come in, bite them to death. Do you comprehend? Satan regarded him with a serious demeanor, abandoning his playful facade. Show some fierceness, Zhang Sen instructed. Satan hunched over, emitting a low, guttural growl. Excellent, maintain that stance. Father is going out. Wait patiently for me. The rain had diluted the previous acidic downpour nearly to a safe level, having little impact on human health. Zhang Sen resolved to seek supplies while everyone else remained unaware. For to remain indoors indefinitely would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As the adage wisely states, no matter how adept one is in martial arts, one must still fear the kitchen knife. If the entire building placed their hopes for survival solely upon him, resolutely determined to risk everything alongside him, it would not guarantee a safe return. Only by diverting everyone's attention and shifting their hopes outward could he ensure his own safety. With the elevator rendered unusable, Zhang Sen donned a raincoat and carried a massive backpack as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 15th floor, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Frowning, he pressed on. And as he approached the 14th floor, he was spotted by some onlookers. Before him lay a sea of expressionless faces. A few attempted to engage him in conversation, but he disregarded them entirely. His pace remained unbroken as he continued to the 6th floor. The 6th floor had been completely evacuated. And thanks to the intensification of his training during this period, breaking through a security door posed no challenge for him. Upon entering room 602, he discovered that the balcony window was already shattered, sparing him the effort to break it himself. A glance over his shoulder revealed that no one had followed him. Retrieving an inflatable boat from his spatial storage, he donned protective goggles and started the engine, speeding away in the boat. The sound of the engine remained distinct amidst the torrential rain, and nearly everyone within earshot rushed to their windows to witness Zhang Sen. Akin to a lone leaf upon a vast ocean, someone called out, "Brother, are you going out to gather supplies? Can you bring some back? I'll offer 10,000. I'll give you 20,000. Please bring me a portion. I want in 30,000. Among them was Chin Tian, residing on the 7th floor of Building 5. Overcome with excitement, she shouted, "Zhang Sen, it's me. We're out of food at home. Could you possibly bring some back?" Yet, Zhang Sen merely cast her a cold glance before turning away, vanishing from their sight in an instant. As he navigated into the streets, a chaotic array of debris floated upon the water, driftwood, plastic bags, vehicles, and even corpses. Once a bustling metropolis, it was now engulfed in an ocean, devoid of life. Residents in nearby buildings, hearing the engine's roar, grew animated. "Brother, are you part of the official rescue team? Do you have food? Please, I'm starving." "Young man, please bring me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Zhang Sen remained indifferent, piloting the boat onward. The map was etched firmly in his memory. As long as he recognized the landmarks along the street, he could ascertain his direction. After half an hour, he finally arrived at his destination, a 30-story office building. The height of the office floors surpassed that of residential buildings, and due to the elevation, only the 2nd floor was submerged. He halted the boat, retrieved a sledgehammer from his spatial storage, smashed the glass, stored the boat away, and climbed inside. Chapter 25. Zhang Sen's first destination on this outing was a high-tech company located on the 21st floor. This establishment had collaborated with the military to develop a range of military supplies. He made his way directly to the 21st floor and forcefully breached the entrance with a hammer. Inside, the premises were devoid of life, and the items were impeccably arranged, as if the employees had merely stepped out for an extended holiday. However, it was evident that no one would return to work here again. In due course, other survivors would flood in, seizing all the valuable resources. Zhang Sen's primary objective was a specific type of fabric, a deep gray material known as nanothermostatic clothing. As its name suggests, this garment maintains a constant body temperature of 25 degrees Celsius when worn. He had discovered this in his previous life during a frigid expedition. At that time, he and his companions had ventured out in search of supplies and stumbled upon this company, bringing back the abandoned lightweight fabric. Regrettably, he never had the opportunity to wear the thermostatic clothing before his demise. He only witnessed how, after he brought the clothing back, the higher-ups at the base noticeably reduced their own clothing. Following his memory, Zhang Sen navigated to the innermost sample room where he located the thermostatic clothing. Several sets were displayed under glass. He shattered the glass and held the garment in his hands, feeling its soft and delicate texture, reminiscent of silk. He decided to examine it further later, collecting all the samples into his space before proceeding to the warehouse where he found a dozen more pieces of the thermostatic clothing, all of which he secured. Next, he sought other supplies. This company had a long-standing partnership with the military, designing and producing numerous products, many of which had never made it to market, much like the thermostatic clothing. Zhang Sen gathered an assortment of military walkie-talkies, cold-weather combat suits, insulated sleeping bags, thermal tents, ultralight bulletproof vests, cut-resistant clothing, and cut-resistant gloves. In truth, aside from the thermostatic clothing, he already possessed most of these items in his inventory. Yet, it was clear that the quality of what he found here far surpassed what he had stockpiled, since he had discovered this place in his previous life. All these items were rightfully his. Without the luxury of inspecting each individual piece, he nearly emptied the entire company, leaving no desk or bookshelf untouched. When the cold set in, these supplies would serve as fuel. He recalled that in his former life, his teammates had unearthed many valuable items within this building. Thus, he commenced a search from the 30th floor. The 30th floor was spacious and appeared to belong to a prosperous firm, which was confirmed upon seeing the name, an investment company. No wonder they were so affluent. The employee benefits were generous. The break room was stocked with an array of exquisite imported snacks and beverages, all neatly arranged on the table. After clearing out the break room, he meticulously tidied the office area before making his way to the chairman's office. What a spectacle it was. This office must have been at least 200 square meters. The walls were adorned with several calligraphies and paintings, all crafted by renowned ancient masters, with each piece valued at over 8 figures. Behind the desk stood an antique cabinet filled with curios and various tank swords and treasures. Unfortunately, Zhang Sen held no interest in such items. They seemed too insubstantial for his tastes. He drew out a blade and, with a swift motion, struck it against a wooden box, instantly captivated by its prowess. Goodness, it sliced through metal as if it were mere clay. This remarkable item, if gifted to that young lady, would surely win her heart without delay. He gathered everything into his spatial realm, not sparing even the antiques. Nearby, a colossal safe was also absorbed into the void. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Gold detected. Would you like to utilize it for spatial enhancement? Zhang Sen was taken aback. What a delightful surprise. However, he refrained from rushing into an upgrade. He wished to first ascertain the amount of gold contained within. He still needed to visit other locations to collect gold and was curious about the quantity required for a complete spatial upgrade. He decided to postpone the upgrade and simply store it for now. After collecting these treasures, his gaze fell upon several bottles of Maotai liquor and numerous boxes of premium cigars nestled in a corner. The Maotai was not the ordinary Flying Fairy edition, but rather an array of collectible versions, including the illustrious 1982 5-star brand, with a starting price of 150,000 per bottle. Remarkably, there were 4 boxes containing a total of 48 bottles. Chairman Mao had eclectic tastes, and his collection was nothing short of diverse. His office boasted several limited edition Patek Philippe watches valued at millions. Thank you, Chairman Mao. After a leisurely exploration, he stumbled upon Chairman Mao's lounge. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang Sen felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. This was not merely a lounge, it was a chamber of indulgence. Waterbeds, various chains, handcuffs, small whips, candles. Zhang Sen was momentarily stunned. Although he had no use for such items, leaving them here felt like a waste. After all, Chairman Mao had invested considerable effort in amassing these treasures. They deserved to be preserved with care. Yes, he would first collect Chairman Mao's prized possessions. In an instant, the room was emptied of half its contents, leaving only a small cabinet. Let me see what other treasures Chairman Mao possesses. Zhang Sen opened the cabinet, his eyes widening in astonishment. There were an assortment of miniature umbrellas. These were truly valuable items. In the apocalypse, the wealthy feared illness and the prospect of childbirth. Such items would become nearly priceless in the future. Zhang Sen picked one up to examine it, finding an array of styles, including threaded, spicy versions, and ultra-thin models. Just as he was about to absorb them into his spatial realm, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the packaging of the miniature umbrellas. Extra small. Chairman Mao, this won't do. He already had plenty of such items in his spatial realm. But at this size, not only did he not have any, he had never even encountered them. Could they be specially customized versions? He glanced down, sighed softly, and pondered, could this be the reason I remained devoid of wealth? Drat. Despite all my calculations, I never anticipated losing out here. Zhang Sen deliberated for a moment and decided to absorb them into his space. Perhaps one day he would encounter Chairman Mao again and sell them at a premium, sparing him the trouble of searching for suitable items in the apocalypse. Children cannot always wear adult shoes. They are prone to slipping. After storing them away, the lounge was left with only a massive refrigerator, equipped with its own battery. A variety of exquisite delicacies such as foie gras, beef, caviar, black truffles, and Iberian ham, along with the illustrious 1982 Lafite, all in pristine condition, were meticulously stored by Zhang Sen in his refrigerated space. Chapter 26. Zero-cost shopping at the jewelry store. Upon exiting Mao's establishment, Zhang Sen continued his expedition downwards, indulging in zero-cost shopping. Subsequently, unless he encountered a company of genuine interest, he indiscriminately collected all others, provided they had not deteriorated or failed to serve a purpose. Clothing companies? Acquired. Cosmetic and skincare live streaming enterprises? Secured. Culinary live streaming businesses? Obtained. To his astonishment, he discovered a company dedicated to agricultural research. It boasted a plethora of seeds and cultivation equipment. Previously, he had not contemplated the notion of farming in an apocalyptic world, hence he had not stockpiled seeds. However, upon witnessing these seeds, he suddenly recalled that with a water source in his space, perhaps, after an upgrade, he could cultivate crops. With this thought in mind, he gathered all the seeds and cultivation equipment. Should his space prove inadequate, these devices would still be of use, providing a means to engage in productive endeavors during the protracted apocalypse. After laboring for 2 hours, he finally sat down to sip some water. Beside his feet lay 3 large delivery boxes, yet to be opened. Bored, Zhang Sen took a knife and sliced open one of the boxes. To his surprise, the entire box was filled with small umbrellas. He picked one up and noted its oversized dimensions. This could be quite useful. He proceeded to open the other 2 boxes, discovering they too contained umbrellas. In total, he estimated there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Zhang Sen glanced at the recipient's name, Lu Ming. True to his name, he was indeed formidable. Brother Ming, it seems you won't be needing these any longer. I've been rather busy lately and unable to make use of them. When things settle down, it might take me up to 3 years to assist you. After a brief respite, Zhang Sen resumed his zero-cost shopping spree. Wary of potential theft, he refrained from examining anything, opting instead to force open doors and collect everything in sight. Within half an hour, the building had been thoroughly cleared. Zhang Sen then piloted his speedboat to the next destination. His subsequent target was a shopping mall. Upon entry, he found the water level precariously balanced between 2 floors. Unable to step onto the ground, he donned his diving gear while still in the speedboat. This shopping mall would eventually serve as a lifeline for the survivors within the city. His supplies were ample for his own sustenance, and he intended to offer those innocuous souls a chance to survive. Henceforth, his sole objective for the day was gold. The first floor of this mall housed 7 or 8 jewelry stores. Once equipped, Zhang Sen submerged into the water, having obtained an advanced diving certification during his university travels. He found diving to be quite effortless. The shop entrances were all roller shutters, not particularly sturdy, and he easily pried them open with a pair of heavy-duty pliers. Entering the first store, he swiftly collected all the cabinets and gold into his space. He then proceeded to the next establishment. Within the span of an hour, he had completely looted the jewelry stores within the mall. Without changing his clothes, he navigated his speedboat to the next shopping center. By a little past 1 in the afternoon, all the gold from the 8 nearby malls had been secured within his space. He took a brief respite in the last mall, retrieving a bottle of water and 2 meals from his storage space to replenish his strength before heading to Nanyang's most renowned street of gold shops. The entrances to these gold stores were considerably sturdier than those in the mall, however, adhering to the principle that a thief should not return empty-handed. Zhang Sen meticulously cleaned out all the shops. He toiled until dusk, only then pausing to change his attire and make his way home. Having been drenched by rain all day and engaged in prolonged submersions, he was starting to exhibit symptoms of hypothermia. He produced a large umbrella from his storage and sipped from a cup of ginger tea he had prepared that morning, feeling somewhat warmer after consuming nearly half of it. As he approached his residential complex, darkness enveloped the sky. When he was approximately 500 meters away, Zhang Sen turned off the engine of his speedboat and retrieved a paddle from his storage to row back. There had been numerous onlookers when he set out that morning, and it was inevitable that some would attempt to confront him upon his return. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he took out a handgun from his storage. Following the day's rainfall, the water had risen to the 6th floor, fortunately only reaching knee-height. Concerned about potential ambushes, Zhang Sen opted not to exit through 602 as he had in the morning, but instead made his way to the main bedroom of 601, shining a powerful flashlight around. He confirmed there were no hidden threats before prying open the window and leaping inside to stow away the speedboat in his backpack. Afterward, he shed his raincoat and stored it away, arming himself with a knife as he cautiously exited 601. Upon reaching the stairwell on the 8th floor, he was noticed by some residents who had observed his return. They were hesitant to approach, yet a few bold individuals gathered. "Brother Sen, did you go out to search for supplies? Brother Sen, how is it out there? Is there any official rescue effort? Could you spare some food? My son is starving." Zhang Sen, gripping his knife and maintaining a stern expression, remained silent. To his astonishment, an elderly man dared to reach for his bag. Zhang Sen, showing no leniency, swiftly swung his knife, severing the man's hand, who then collapsed in agony on the floor. A middle-aged man rushed forward, exclaiming, "You cut off my father's hand. You can't leave." Zhang Sen merely cast a cold glance in his direction and continued his ascent. The man, intimidated by Zhang Sen's gaze, refrained from pursuing further, fearing he would be the next victim. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a filthy woman blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Sen recognized her as Lu Qinhui's girlfriend. Zhang Sen, you murderer! You killed my boyfriend! Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. What do you want? Do you wish for me to send you to join him? I didn't mean that, she stammered, still somewhat afraid of him, yet feeling utterly cornered. Without clinging to Zhang Sen's leg, she would soon face starvation. Moreover, her beauty had garnered attention, with countless admirers worshipping her as a goddess in the comment sections of her videos. Lu Qinhui had spent a considerable sum in his pursuit of her affections. Now, as long as she can muster the courage, she does not believe that Zhang Sen can maintain his composure. This thought instills her with a sense of confidence. Since you have taken the life of my boyfriend, you ought to compensate me, provide me with sustenance, and allow me to stay at your home. During my residence there, I can offer you some advantages in return. Once the waters recede, I may also choose to spare you and continue accompanying you. Zhang Sen was almost driven to tears by her foolishness, regarding her with a look of disdain. What if I refuse? If you refuse, once the waters recede, I shall report you to the authorities. After all, murder demands retribution. A scornful smile lingered on Zhang Sen's lips as he replied, I despise being threatened. If one must pay for a life taken, then 2 lives would surely demand the same. Thus, it would be far more merciful to end it swiftly, especially since you are as repugnant as your boyfriend. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of silver appeared. The blood on the tip of Zhang Sen's knife turned crimson once more. A torrent of blood gushed from the neck of Lu Qinhui's girlfriend as she clutched her throat, only to realize that she could neither utter a sound nor draw breath. Moments later, she collapsed heavily to the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, covering their mouths in silence, fearful of inciting the wrath of this devil, Zhang Sen, who might eliminate them to silence their witness. Yet Zhang Sen paid them no heed, turning and ascending the stairs. Chapter 27. The unflinching killer. As Zhang Sen ascended toward the 10th floor, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. Perhaps due to the multitude of perils he had encountered in his past life, he had developed an acute sensitivity to threats, a skill that had seamlessly accompanied his rebirth into this existence. His right hand rested upon the firearm tucked at his lower back, while his left grasped a powerful flashlight, cautiously guiding him along the wall as he climbed. He focused intently, attuning his senses to the faint sounds lurking in the shadows, and caught a whisper of movement. A glance at the floor number confirmed his suspicions. Come out, he thought, piecing together who it might be. Moments later, Lu Xiao's elderly husband emerged from the darkness, trembling as he brandished a kitchen knife. Zhang Sen's surprise was palpable. He had anticipated Lu Xiao herself, but was met with this old man instead. He recalled this figure vividly. He had collapsed the moment the frigid winter arrived in his previous life, never to rise again. The old man was known for his unscrupulous nature, often taking liberties with the young women in the building. Should any girl dare to reprimand him, he would unleash a torrent of vile curses. Zhang Sen, you owe me for the food, the old man exclaimed, knife aimed threateningly at him. It's your fault that my family was robbed by those people. Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Your supplies were taken, and yet you blame me? Was it not your wife's cunning that led to this misfortune? Or are you too cowardly to confront them, choosing instead to target me? Lu Xiao and her husband were 2 peas in a pod, incapable of self-reflection, forever casting their tragic circumstances upon others. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over your backpack, or I shall kill you. The old man snarled. Are you jesting? Look at how your hands tremble. Do you truly think you can kill me? Zhang Sen retorted. Don't presume that mere bravado will suffice. I am at a point where I can either take your life or succumb to starvation. There is no alternative. If you refuse to heed my warning, then I shall fight you to the death. Enough chatter. If you're going to attack, do it quickly. I have to return home to sleep, Zhang Sen replied, weary of the delay, feeling the chill of his damp clothing. The old man, shaking violently, hesitated only for a moment before bellowing in fury and swinging his knife. You little wretch, I will kill you. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Zhang Sen's eyes. Before the old man's blade could descend, Zhang Sen's own knife plunged into the old man's heart. Clang! The kitchen knife clattered to the ground. Zhang Sen withdrew his blade, blood splattering onto him as the old man fell, lifeless, without uttering a single word, his eyes wide in shock. Without a backward glance, Zhang Sen continued his ascent. Shortly thereafter, a piercing wail echoed from below. Old man, cried Lu Xiao. With his blade slicked in crimson, Zhang Sen ascended the stairs, whistling nonchalantly. Those who had witnessed the brutal scene moments earlier were now too terrified to even meet his gaze. In their eyes, Zhang Sen had transformed into a harbinger of death, a remorseless killer, reminiscent of the psychopathic murderers found in suspenseful thrillers. No one dared to impede his passage or engage him in conversation. Even those on the upper floors, who did not witness Zhang Sen's murderous act firsthand, could surmise from the blood on his knife and the previous rumors that he had once again succumbed to madness. Thus, Zhang Sen returned home without a hitch. Meanwhile, Su Fan led 2 members of their old 9 gates as if fleeing for their lives, rushing into room 1303. This apartment, a modest 3-bedroom, was jointly rented by Su Fan and his 2 brothers and had now transformed into a stronghold for their faction. They were aware that Zhang Sen had ventured out to procure supplies that morning, lying in wait to ambush him. Just moments ago, the trio had heard sounds and stepped out to confirm if Zhang Sen had returned. To their shock, they witnessed Zhang Sen murder Lu Xiaoer's husband. "What are you all panicking about?" Zhang Heng inquired. Su Fan's face turned ashen. Zhang Sen is back. He is killed again." Zhang Heng was taken aback. "What? Who else has he killed?" "Lu Xiaoer's husband. That old man tried to snatch his bag and was killed in retaliation," Su Fan exclaimed. "Zhang Heng, should we just let it go? This lunatic is beyond reason, killing without a second thought." Zhang Heng glanced at his underlings with disdain. They were quaking in their boots over the death of an old man. Truly pitiful. Yet, he needed them and dared not confront them, so he feigned contemplation before asking, "How much food do you have left at home?" The group exchanged glances. Zhang Heng continued, "Since you've elected me as the leader of the 9 gates, I must consider your welfare. What does it matter if Zhang Sen is a murderer? In these times, who isn't willing to kill to survive?" When he returned today, was that bag not filled with numerous items? Su Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it seemed quite full. "Exactly," Zhang Heng affirmed. "It must be stocked with supplies. Given his selfishness and propensity for violence, we need not hesitate to employ extraordinary measures. Furthermore, he possesses a speedboat. If we can seize it, we can venture out for supplies ourselves. Once we have provisions, who would dare defy us in this building? With so many lovely women residing here, a mere morsel of food would surely win their compliance, making them amenable to our every whim. Just think of that couple of lesbians in room 902. Their beauty and figure are tempting, are they not?" The group was stirred, their desires ignited. After such a prolonged drought from female companionship, they were desperate. Despite their trepidation regarding Zhang Sen's ruthless nature, their resolve began to waver. Sensing his influence had taken root, Zhang Heng continued to incite them. "I believe we have nothing to fear. No matter how formidable Zhang Sen may be, he is but one man, while we are 9. A single strike from each of us could easily fell him." Seeing Zhang Heng's unwavering confidence, their fear of Zhang Sen suddenly diminished. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. With provisions in hand, the beautiful women in the building would be at their disposal. Chapter 28. The spatial spring. As Zhang Sen stepped through the threshold of his home, he was greeted by Satan, who sat at the entrance with an expression of vigilance. However, upon catching sight of Zhang Sen, Satan transformed into a playful creature, leaping into his embrace and licking his face. Zhang Sen grimaced in distaste, urging him to roll away, exclaiming how foul he smelled. Unperturbed, Satan whimpered in response. Zhang Sen pried him off and inquired, "Has anyone attempted to steal from our boat today?" Satan remained silent, continuing in his playful demeanor. Zhang Sen understood that meant no intruders had come. He pinched the creature's neck gently and retrieved a piece of raw lamb from his spatial pocket, tossing it into Satan's food bowl. "Well done. Here is your reward." Satan was overjoyed. Despite having already consumed the lunch Zhang Sen had left for him, he eagerly began eating. Zhang Sen then stored his mountaineering backpack within the spatial realm, shed his damp clothing, cranked up the electric heater, and added some coal to the dwindling fire in the hearth. After retrieving some hot water he had previously stored, he indulged in a refreshing bath before emerging to organize the supplies he had procured through his zero-cost shopping spree. At the forefront of his treasures was undoubtedly the gold. He extracted all the gold from his spatial pocket and piled it into a small mountain on the living room floor, the glimmering metal illuminating the entire room. Zhang Sen divided the gold into 5 portions, casting one pile back into the spatial realm. Ding! Detected gold, proceeding with spatial upgrade. In an instant, the gold transformed into a cascade of golden light, surging toward a cluster of white mist. The mist trembled, visibly thinning and retreating. This time, Zhang Sen clearly observed a spring of water nestled in the corner of the spatial realm. However, the water was scant, merely a trickle at the bottom. "Indeed, there is a water source," Zhang Sen exclaimed with delight. He placed another pile of gold within, and once again, a flash of golden light ensued. The water level increased. With yet another pile, the water surged further. This time, he could hear the gentle sound of flowing water, faint but discernible. Finally, he added the last 2 piles of gold, and the spring now filled approximately half of its basin, the sound of the water growing louder. Zhang Sen focused his awareness on the spring, noting its crystal-clear depths, where unknown aquatic plants swayed gently. As his consciousness approached the water, he felt a soothing comfort enveloping him. Behind the white mist, the outline of a mountain emerged, suggesting that the water flowed down from its heights. A sudden realization struck Zhang Sen like lightning. Is this water alive? But isn't time supposed to stand still within this space? He glanced around, confirming that the area where he stored his goods indeed showed no signs of the passage of time. Yet, the sound of flowing water was unmistakable. Could it be that this space was divided into two realms? The section with flowing water experienced the passage of time. If so, did that imply this area could harbor living beings? Zhang Sen was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This spatial realm had truly bestowed upon him an unexpected marvel. He pondered what other surprises awaited him in the future. After regaining his composure, he began to contemplate the implications. Could this water be potable? Logically, as the master of the space, it should not pose any harm to him. Yet, despite his steadfast nature, he dared not approach the matter lightly. What unforeseen consequences might arise from consuming this water? He approached Satan, extracting the spring water from the void and placing it into his basin. Drink up, fool, he urged. Without a care in the world, Satan licked a sip, paused momentarily, lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with newfound brilliance, and then resumed drinking with fervor. Before long, the basin was emptied entirely. He lifted his head, his paws resting on the edge of the basin, gazing at Zhang Sen with eager anticipation. More? Satan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Is it truly that delectable? He poured another basin for Satan, who, after finishing it, requested yet another. Soon, he appeared as if intoxicated, sinking into a deep slumber. Zhang Sen was startled, fearing the creature had been poisoned, and quickly tapped its face. Satan, however, remained unresponsive, sleeping soundly. After a brief examination, seeing its breathing and body temperature were normal, he realized it was merely asleep. Well, I shall wait until morning to see what transpires, he decided. Despite this resolve, Zhang Sen's worry lingered, prompting him to check on Satan multiple times throughout the night. Each time, he found Satan peacefully asleep, devoid of any signs of distress, which finally eased his mind. The following day, Zhang Sen was roused by Satan's affectionate licks. He distinctly remembered shutting the door before sleeping. How did you get in? He inquired. With a haughty demeanor, Satan turned and exited the room, standing to shut the door behind him. Then, with a proud gait, he returned, having unlocked the door with his paw. Was this his way of explaining how he had entered? Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback. Had this creature truly grown so astute? Did it now comprehend his words instantaneously? Wait a moment, how had it suddenly increased in size so dramatically? Although Zhang Sen knew Satan had been growing, it had always been at a normal rate, yet in just one night, he had transformed from a medium-sized dog to one of considerable stature. Zhang Sen harbored suspicions, but chose to question Satan first. Fool, how did you grow so much overnight? Satan tugged at his blanket with his paw and walked towards the door, glancing back at him as if beckoning him to follow. This creature had become remarkably clever. Zhang Sen rose from his bed and trailed behind. Reaching the basin, Satan placed his paws upon it. Are you suggesting that this water is the reason for your transformation? Satan nodded. Zhang Sen was astonished. You can nod now? Satan gazed at him with a look of pity, as if mocking his naivety. He patted the basin. More, please. Zhang Sen asked, you wish to drink again? Satan nodded emphatically. Hurry up, why the delay? Reluctantly, Zhang Sen retrieved another basin from the void, and Satan disregarded him. Focusing intently on drinking, Zhang Sen pondered the remarkable properties of this spring water. Observing Satan's reaction, he concluded that it must pose no danger, finally reassured. He poured himself a cup. Upon drinking, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 29. In grave trouble, the water was truly extraordinary. Not only did it possess a subtly sweet taste upon entry, but more importantly, after consuming it, he felt an invigorating sensation throughout his body, brimming with vitality. He could sense a notable enhancement in his mental acuity. Indeed, it was a remarkable elixir. Zhang Sen could not restrain himself and indulged in 2 more cups, only pausing once he felt thoroughly satiated. After dining, Zhang Sen instructed Satan to stand against the wall for a height measurement. He intended to measure Satan daily, keen to observe its growth rate. Subsequently, the duo resumed their training, which had intensified once more. Zhang Sen gradually increased the weight he bore throughout the session, ultimately doubling the load from 2 days prior. However, upon completion, they did not collapse on the ground, exhausted like 2 lifeless dogs as before. Upon exiting the gym, Zhang Sen merely breathed slightly heavier, with only a thin sheen of perspiration on his body. Satan, on the other hand, seemed as if it had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Zhang Sen was once again astounded by the effects of the spring water. Should they partake of it daily, it would not be long before they would equate to the first-tier physical ability users of his past life. The space had significantly upgraded. And Zhang Sen had also set an example for the residents of the community, demonstrating that he too risked his life in search of resources. Therefore, he wished to be left undisturbed. For the time being, he had no plans to venture outside before the rain ceased. As he retired for the night, the rain had lightened somewhat. Based on the developments from his previous life, in a few days, the rain would diminish considerably, making outdoor excursions less perilous. This sparked a flicker of hope among the residents of the community. In the dead of night, while Zhang Sen was in the depths of slumber, he was abruptly awakened by Satan's low growl. Upon noticing his wakefulness, Satan turned and departed. This behavior was unprecedented for the beast at home. Animals often possess a keener instinct for danger than humans. Zhang Sen understood that someone had arrived. He swiftly rolled out of bed and retrieved his handgun from the spatial dimension. Outside, the iron gate echoed with a series of loud thuds. As someone was forcefully attempting to break in, Zhang Sen approached the door and activated the surveillance monitor, revealing a group of young individuals outside. A smirk played on his lips. They had finally made their appearance. Among them, Su Fan and Zhang Heng stood at the rear, unmistakably the leaders of this operation. Zhang Sen let out a soft chuckle, acknowledging their cleverness in allowing others to lead the charge. There were 9 individuals outside, and while Zhang Sen was confident in his ability to handle them, it still posed a degree of risk. There was no need to confront them all at once. He could deal with them one by one. He tucked away his handgun and returned to the living room, bringing over a stool. Outside, Zhang Heng was growing increasingly frustrated. What's taking so long? Is it really this difficult to break down a door? The person attempting to force the lock retorted irritably. If you think it's so easy, why don't you give it a try? Damn it, this door is inexplicably sturdy. Who's in charge here, you or me? Hurry up. This is a newly replaced door, and this idiot has likely been tipped off, stockpiling food at home. If we don't want to starve, we need to break this door down quickly. Though the individual was reluctant, he heeded Zhang Heng's analysis and redoubled his efforts. Within the confines of his abode, Zhang Sen retrieved a hand crossbow from his storage, deftly loaded it with a bolt, and, standing upon a chair, quietly opened the designated shooting aperture in the door. In his previous life, Zhang Sen had successfully dispatched numerous low-tier aberrant beasts and supernatural beings with this very weapon. During this interval, he had not neglected his practice, and thus, eliminating a human target would be a trivial endeavor. Ignoring others, he initially set his sights on Zhang Heng, observing Zhang Heng mingling with Su Fan and others. Their robust demeanor suggested they were well-fed, likely having shared in the spoils from their earlier raid at Lu Xiu's residence. It was probable that their household still possessed provisions. It was time for that family to experience the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Zhang Sen aimed for Zhang Heng's shoulder and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A short sword sliced through the air, piercing Zhang Heng's shoulder. A wretched scream echoed through the corridor. Su Fan and the others, startled, turned to witness Zhang Heng collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his shoulder. Run! He has a weapon! In the blink of an eye, the corridor was deserted. Zhang Heng, enduring excruciating pain, fled in disarray. Zhang Sen refrained from pursuing. The moment was not yet ripe. The commotion had dispelled his drowsiness. So he lit a cigar and settled on the sofa, indulging in both smoking and his thoughts of the devil. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within room 1002. Zhang Heng was on the brink of madness, tormented by the searing pain in his shoulder. He felt an increasing chill, as if the very blood within him was draining away. Dad, Mom, please save me, I don't want to die. Li Yun wept inconsolably. Do not fear, my son. Your father, and I will surely rescue you. Do not despair. What are we to do, dear? We cannot even take him to the hospital now. Zhang Jianjun trembled in fear. How should I know? Last time when Lu Chenhui was stabbed by that boy, there was no way out either. There isn't a single doctor in our building. Zhang Heng, in terror, cried out, what should we do? Dad, I don't want to die. I am still so young. Though Zhang Jianjun was furious, the situation had escalated beyond control, and he restrained his anger. Li Yun urged, darling, think of a solution. Are we truly to watch our son perish? Zhang Jianjun brought a candle closer to Zhang Heng's shoulder, observing the wound and the embedded arrow. Cold sweat pouring down his brow. Zhang Sen, that beast, truly intends for my son to perish. He has dealt a grievous blow. He forced himself to calm down. There were no alternatives left. What will you do, my love? What can be done? We must gamble and remove the arrow. Let us hope it does not lead to infection. Zhang Heng, horrified, exclaimed, remove it directly? That would hurt immensely. If you wish to live, silence. Zhang Jianjun's face turned ashen as he instructed Li Yun, fetch the medical kit. Li Yun, in a state of panic, obeyed Zhang Jianjun's command and brought the kit. Zhang Jianjun propped Zhang Heng up and examined the back of his shoulder, realizing it was a specially designed arrowhead, once embedded in flesh. It could only be removed by either breaking the arrow or tearing away a chunk of flesh. In their current circumstances, breaking the arrow was utterly unfeasible. His precious son was truly in for an arduous ordeal. Zhang Jianjun gritted his teeth, one hand pressing down on Zhang Heng's chest while the other grasped the arrow's tail. "Hold him steady." Li Yun hastily complied, not forgetting to console her beloved son. "My dear, bear with it. Once the arrow is removed, it will be better." Zhang Heng also came to realize that without action, he could only await his fate. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. Zhang Jianjun took a deep breath and, with a sudden burst of strength, yanked the arrow out with great force. Chapter 30. The plundering of Zhang Jianjun's home. Zhang Heng's anguished cries reverberated throughout the neighborhood before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Jianjun hastily attended to him, applying antiseptic and staunching the bleeding, finally allowing himself a moment of relief, observing his son's pallid complexion and the beads of sweat that adorned his forehead. Zhang Jianjun felt as though his heart were shattering into fragments. His son had endured such torment, with his life hanging precariously in the balance. The very architect of this calamity was none other than his own nephew. How could he not harbor a deep-seated resentment? In this moment, Zhang Jianjun was consumed by the desire to eliminate Zhang Sen. Rising abruptly, he strode to the kitchen to retrieve a knife, intent on rushing outside. Li Yun, sensing the impending danger, swiftly grasped his arm. "Darling, what are you planning to do?" "I am going to slay that beast." "Do not act impulsively. Zhang Sen has lost his mind. If he turns on you, what will happen to you and our son?" Overwhelmed by fury, Zhang Jianjun remained resolute. But Li Yun clung to him with unwavering tenacity. Their struggle persisted until exhaustion overtook them. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Li Yun cautiously peered through the peephole, only to find a drenched Chen Tian standing there. Li Yun opened the door, her voice laced with suspicion. "What brings you here?" With reddened eyes, Chen Tian pleaded, "Auntie, I feared I would never see you again." Li Yun's ire flared upon seeing Chen Tian. She attributed her family's turmoil to the young woman's prior involvement with her son. Had it not been for Chen Tian's indiscretions, they would not have fallen out with Zhang Sen, and her son would not be in such dire straits. All of this was the fault of that wretched woman. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Li Yun delivered a stinging slap across Chen Tian's face. "It is you, wretched girl, who has brought this calamity upon my son. How dare you show your face here?" Stunned by the slap, Chen Tian had believed that upon arriving at Zhang Heng's home, she would escape her previous life of peculiarities and want. To that end, she had even devoted herself to the only man in building number 5 who possessed a boat. This man had become her nightmare, reveling in aquatic escapades and deliberately maneuvering the boat to anchor it to a tree, where he would engage in unsettling antics with her. Unfortunately, she suffered from seasickness, and amidst it all, she could only recall her retching episodes aboard the vessel. To her dismay, the man misinterpreted her distress as a sign of his prowess, further emboldening him. In an effort to cleanse herself of the filth that clung to her, she had resorted to washing with murky water from the outside. However, Chen Tian was not entirely destitute in building number 5. She had amassed a loyal clientele. Yet, she remained preoccupied with the need for discretion, seeking out married men who shared her fear of exposure. Nonetheless, such endeavors were fraught with peril. Having conducted numerous transactions in recent days, she understood that if her activities were uncovered, Zhang Heng would never consider marrying her. Thus, when she learned that Zhang Sen was able to venture outside, her mind began to race with possibilities. She had anticipated that upon arrival, she could easily manipulate the Zhang family, but instead, she was met with an unexpected confrontation. Feeling wronged, she covered her face and lamented, "Auntie, why did you strike me? How dare you ask? If it were not for you, would my son have suffered at Zhang Sen's hands?" Li Yun was about to close the door when Chen Tian, having endured numerous hardships to arrive, could not possibly leave so easily. She pushed the door open, feigning heartache, and exclaimed, "What? Ahong is hurt? How serious is it?" As she spoke, Chen Tian squeezed inside, and, upon seeing Zhang Heng lying on the sofa, immediately rushed over, crying out, Ahong, what happened to you?" Zhang Heng, jolted awake by her sudden embrace on his injury, pushed her away, irritated. "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Tian was overjoyed. "Ahong, you're awake. That's wonderful. What are you doing here?" Zhang Heng felt increasingly agitated. "I was worried about you and your parents, so I risked everything to come here." Despite Li Yun's displeasure towards Chen Tian, the latter's promise to take good care of Zhang Heng ultimately persuaded her to stay. Chen Tian's commotion made Zhang Jianjun forget about confronting Zhang Sen. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen had waited for Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun for quite some time, pondering whether they were truly afraid of him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their absence did not imply that he would let them off easily. Armed with a dagger in his left hand and a hammer in his right, Zhang Sen stormed towards room 1301. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Su Fan and the others cowered inside, trembling. Zhang Sen chuckled, thinking that just because they wouldn't open the door, he was powerless. With 2 mighty blows, he shattered the lock and swaggered inside. The living room was empty, indicating that the 3 were hiding in their rooms. Come out now, and I promise not to kill you. If I find you, none of you will escape, he bellowed. Inside, the 3 trembled in fear. What should we do? Should we go out? Of course not. If we go out, we'll definitely die. Damn it. We shouldn't have listened to Zhang Heng and provoked him. We're such fools. That scoundrel Zhang Heng had already slept with his girlfriend. They have a grudge, and we meddled in their affairs. What now? If we don't go out, he will surely find us. Don't forget, he is armed. Maybe we should go out, assess the situation, and apologize. If he insists on killing us, we'll fight back. There are 3 of us. We might just manage to take him down. Just as Zhang Sen was on the verge of losing patience, the door to one of the bedrooms finally swung open. The 3 emerged, faces filled with dread. Sen-ge, we realize our mistakes. Please spare our lives. Yes, Sen-ge, we were misled by that fool Zhang Heng to plot against you. Just let us go. And we will do anything you ask. Sen-ge, please, just this once. Rest assured, we will never dare to oppose you again. Zhang Sen found their submissive demeanor rather amusing. Had they succeeded tonight, he suspected they would have left him dead beyond resurrection. Zhang Sen raised the powerful flashlight in his hand, the blinding beam sweeping across the faces of the 3 individuals before finally resting on the one to the far left. This man was responsible for attempting to break down the door tonight, and Zhang Sen harbored little fondness for him. In a previous life, this individual often accompanied him on scavenging missions, during which he had considered him a friend. However, after awakening his supernatural abilities at the base, he had completely ignored Zhang Sen, even joining other empowered individuals and mocking him and his team. Since these people dared to intrude upon his domain, he had no intention of letting this transgression slide. It was time to make an example of this man. Zhang Sen coldly regarded the door breaker and inquired, "You were the one who attempted to breach the door, were you not?" The man, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Zhang Sen, trembled uncontrollably, aware that he would not escape unscathed. Resolute in his desperation, he drew the axe he had concealed at his lower back and swung it towards Zhang Senator without flinching. Zhang Sen reached behind him, retrieving a dagger from the void and hurling it forward. The blade found its mark, piercing the man's heart, resulting in an instantaneous demise as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Throughout this encounter, Zhang Sen had not shifted his stance even slightly. The remaining 2 individuals quaked in fear, acutely aware of the terrifying prowess Zhang Sen possessed. They realized that no amount of combined effort could contend with him. Grateful that they had refrained from acting impulsively, they acknowledged that had they done so, their fates would have been sealed. Now, recognizing the futility of resistance, they contemplated discarding their weapons. Zhang Sen had anticipated their lack of compliance, knowing they would emerge armed and ready to fight for their lives. Upon hearing his directive, the 2 hastily discarded their steel pipes and kitchen knives onto the floor. Zhang Sen felt a sense of satisfaction. They dared to breach his door, and he would not let them escape unscathed. With the door breaker now eliminated, he offered them a chance at survival, contingent upon their ability to seize the opportunity. Su Fan quickly pledged his loyalty, stating, "Brother Sen, command us as you wish. Whatever you require, we shall execute without hesitation." "Such dramatics are unnecessary," Zhang Sen replied. "Tonight, there were 9 of you in total. Aside from Zhang Heng and this one on the ground, you have 7 companions remaining. I require you both to gather the others and raid Zhang Heng's residence, confiscating all provisions. Spare their lives, and our grievances shall be resolved. Inform the others that should they refuse to comply, I will personally seek them out." Without further deliberation, the 2 dashed outside. Upon finding the house empty, Zhang Sen overturned the fallen man, extracting the dagger from his chest, whistling contentedly as he returned home. Meanwhile, Su Fan and his group forcefully breached Zhang Jianjun's front door. Initially, Zhang Jianjun attempted to resist, brandishing a kitchen knife in defiance, but was swiftly subdued. After taking several blows, he writhed in pain on the ground. Lian fared no better, being knocked unconscious in the fray, while Zhang Heng, already gravely injured, could only curse incoherently. The individuals harbored resentment towards him for deceiving them into a perilous situation. Thus, they showed no mercy, with some even trampling on his wounds. Zhang Heng cried out in agony. Shin Tian, terrified and on the brink of collapse, lay on the ground feigning unconsciousness to evade their wrath. Following the resistance from Zhang Jianjun's family, the 7 intruders commenced a meticulous search throughout the house. Fearing Zhang Sen would blame them for their inefficiency, they conducted their search with utmost diligence. By the time they departed, not a grain of rice remained in Zhang Jianjun's home. Shin Tian gazed at the stolen provisions, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. How could it be that upon her arrival, before she even had a meal, the food was snatched away? Chapter 31. Chen Tian arrived, Su Fan found himself in a quandary regarding the supplies from Zhang Zhanjun's household. Although he yearned to keep them, he feared Zhang Sen might later hold him accountable. After all, without resources, how long could he endure? Angering Zhang Sen could lead to a swift farewell to this world. Early the next morning, Su Fan knocked on Zhang Sen's door, intending to drop off the supplies and flee. However, he was also apprehensive about theft, which would ultimately become his responsibility. After knocking, he concealed himself behind the wall, daring only to peek out. Zhang Sen observed him through the surveillance camera and inquired, "What is it?" "Brother Sen, I have brought you the supplies. I will take my leave now," Su Fan shouted before hastily departing. Zhang Sen was quite pleased with the outcome. It was essential that everyone feared him. He summoned Satan and, sensing that the coast was clear, opened the door. Upon seeing the scattered supplies on the ground, he understood that their operation had been executed flawlessly. Zhang Zhanjun's household was likely devoid of anything. He had never intended to acquire these supplies, as he possessed ample high-quality resources in his space that he could not even consume. His initial thought was to let Su Fan and his group take them, but since Su Fan had delivered them, he might as well accept them. After all, there was still plenty of room in his space, and he could always trade them later for necessities. After having breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen sat on the balcony with a cup of steaming coffee, gazing out the window. The rain had lessened yet again. In a few days, it would cease entirely. By then, Building 9 would truly become a hellish realm. Since Zhang Sen last ventured outside, others had begun to scour for supplies. In a matter of moments, he observed several groups emerging from various buildings, maneuvering an array of makeshift watercraft. Some were makeshift rafts crafted from bedboards tied with numerous plastic bottles. Others had oil containers strapped to their bodies, and some even donned swimming rings. Those without boats were likely resigned to ignoring the myriad of bodies floating on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhanjun's family of 4 had not eaten since the previous night. By noon, their hunger became unbearable. While 3 healthy individuals could endure somewhat, Zhang Heng, the injured one, was faltering, growing increasingly weak and developing a fever. Zhang Zhanjun and Li Yun had no choice but to venture out in search of food. However, at this late hour, most households had already exhausted their supplies. Even if some had food, they were hesitant to lend it out. They had scoured every floor except the 18th, yet returned empty-handed. Upon returning home, Li Yun found Chen Tian sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, which only fueled her anger. She approached and seized Tian's greasy long hair, eliciting a sharp scream from her. Furiously, Li Yun exclaimed, "I, along with Zhang Heng's father, still make the effort to seek out food, and you remain idle at home." Tian, equally incensed, retorted, "I don't know anyone in this building. Who am I supposed to ask for help? Go ask Zhang Sen. It is you and Zhang Sen who have brought my son to this state. I tell you, Chen Tian, if you do not go out today to find Zhang Sen and bring back some food, I will break your legs and deliver you to those old men in the building to exchange for food for my son." "Dare you? If you dare to do that, I will tell everyone that it was Zhang Heng who seduced me, that you forced me to tarnish Zhang Sen's reputation. Let us see if you still have any shame left. Go ahead, tell everyone that you are a shameless harlot." Li Yun is now unafraid of anything. She no longer knows if her family can survive. Reputation means nothing to her. "My son is on the brink of death. Didn't you say you would take care of him? He needs food right now." As Li Yun spoke, she grabbed a knife from the kitchen and pointed it at Chen Tian. "I don't care how you do it. Beg, sell yourself, whatever it takes. I just want to see food, or I will not spare you." Chen Tian understood that Li Yun was serious, and fear gripped her heart. She looked at Zhang Heng with pleading eyes, hoping he would say something to help her. To her surprise, Zhang Heng said, Tian, I am truly starving. Please beg Zhang Sen, otherwise I will really die. Don't worry, once I recover and this calamity passes, I will definitely marry you." "Fine, you can rest assured. I will ensure you come to no harm. I will go plead with Zhang Sen right away." Chen Tian's eyes glistened with tears, appearing deeply moved. However, once outside, her expression shifted instantly. "You dare treat me this way? Even if I have to knock on Zhang Sen's door, I will not give you even a grain of rice." 10 minutes later, while cooking hot pot, Zhang Sen, prompted by a devilish reminder, noticed Chen Tian on the surveillance footage. Chen Tian, once possessing a doll-like visage, fair skin, and long black hair, typically dressed in a neighborly style reminiscent of first loves and the memories of countless men. But now, where was the semblance of that innocent first love? Her face, though not much thinner, was pallid, and her long hair was greasy and tangled. Her clothes had become soiled. She appeared as though she had aged 20 years. She looked more disheveled than during her previous life in the base, as now there was no one to protect her. Zhang Sen chuckled. A woman who had always prided herself on her cleanliness had fallen to such depths. Yet, this was to be expected. She had previously claimed she could not accept premarital relations, refusing to live with him. insisting he rent her a place in the community, only to end up in Zhang Heng's bed. Observing her still holding on, not having lost much weight, Zhang Sen reasonably suspected that in Building 5, she might have already bartered countless sausages for just one. He had no proof, yet his suspicions remained strong, for this woman had no boundaries. In his previous life, while he fought on the battlefield to secure food for her, she had been in the base, earning her own rations by her own means. He had occasionally heard of such matters before, but he had assumed it was just idle gossip during the apocalypse. Coupled with the fact that they had never had surplus food at home, he had set aside those rumors in his mind. Reflecting on the situation, one cannot help but feel a sense of resentment. The lack of provisions at home is primarily due to the fact that the food earned by him is consumed collectively. That scoundrel's earnings are either hoarded for his own benefit or shared with the Zhang family, leaving him with nothing. How can he not harbor bitterness? Zhang Sen quietly observed Chen Tian on the surveillance monitor as she adjusted her hair and tugged at her shirt collar, attempting to reveal more skin. A mischievous smile playing upon her lips. After a brief moment, her preparations concluded. She approached the door and knocked, her voice laced with a playful tone. Zhang Sen, are you home? Could you please open the door? Zhang Sen, cigar in mouth, opened the door. Upon seeing her, a perfect blend of surprise and disdain crossed his face. What brings you here? He then removed the cigar from his mouth, holding it in his hand as he frowned. What is that smell? It stinks. Chen Tiantian's face flushed with embarrassment. She was acutely aware that she hadn't bathed in days, and considering she had used that repulsive water yesterday, the odor was undoubtedly unpleasant. Yet, amidst this wretched natural disaster, she had wished to maintain her beauty, but such aspirations required certain conditions to be met. However, Zhang Sen appeared untouched by the calamity, looking even more handsome than before. His physique had improved, and although he was clad in pajamas, the 3 buttons undone at his chest revealed well-defined muscles. Moreover, he was still smoking a cigar. Was he not affected by the disaster? Most importantly, what was that smell in the room? Hot pot. How could he still indulge in such a meal at a time like this? She could not help but swallow hard. This insufferable man was living so well. In that moment, she resolved that she must charm Zhang Sen back into her life, moving into his home regardless of everything else, at least for the time being. Only in Zhang Sen's presence could she reclaim her former goddess-like self. Chapter 32. You can leave upon reflection. She immediately adopted the tactics that had previously proven effective against Zhang Sen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sen, do you despise me now? Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you these past few days? Living alone, I wonder if you have stocked up on food. I wanted to call you, to message you, but I was unable to. Each night, fear kept me awake, terrified that something might happen to you. As soon as I noticed the rain had eased this morning, I rushed to find you. Yet, upon our meeting, you scorned me instead. Was this truly my intention? Zhang Sen regarded her coldly, taking a drag from his cigar. This woman certainly knows how to perform. It was entirely fair to blame his past missteps on his own foolishness. Chen Tian, noticing his silence, felt a twinge of panic. She adopted an even more pitiful demeanor, her voice trembling. Sen, are you still angry with me? I have already explained. It was Zhang Heng who coerced me. Initially, he got me drunk, forced himself upon me, and took photos, threatening to maintain this relationship or he would share the images with you. I was truly terrified. The statements I made in the group chat were also under their duress. They threatened to kill you if I didn't comply. All I wanted was to protect you. Sen, could you possibly forgive me? My actions stem from my deep love for you. As she spoke, she clung to the iron gate, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain. In the past, Zhang Sen would have embraced her with compassion. Yet now, he could only muster the thought, who is this foul woman? Internally, he cursed, damn it, what a mess. This feels like a prison visit. At that moment, Satan approached. Chen Tian noticed it, but the dim light rendered it almost invisible, and she mistook the shadowy figure for a dog. Sen, you got a dog? How adorable. Satan, detecting the unpleasant odor, disdainfully covered its nose and took a couple of steps back. Chen Tian was left speechless. Zhang Sen kicked Satan playfully, get back to your beef. Chen Tian gasped, this dog actually gets beef to eat? Just how much food does Zhang Sen have? Satan, clever and perceptive to Zhang Sen's emotions, understood his disdain for Chen Tian and, before departing, shot her a contemptuous glance. This only fueled her anger further. After the performance had concluded, Zhang Sen, losing his patience, asked coldly, so all this hardship was merely to see how I've been faring? Chen Tian's heart leaped with joy, as long as you are okay. I can rest easy. I am doing quite well, Zhang Sen replied blandly, you may leave now. Do not disturb me while I enjoy my hot pot. Watching your theatrics has nearly turned my tripe into shoe sauce. Rather than strategizing here, perhaps you should go back to your old flame, Zhang Heng. After all, you still bear his mark. If he is incapable, there are others. With that, Zhang Sen shut the door decisively, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though the situation was rather tedious, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing her distress. Chen Tiantian stood outside the door for a full 5 minutes, finally resigning herself to the reality that Zhang Sen was unwilling to let her in. She sniffled, her stomach rumbling twice. Was that hot pot truly so enticing? This selfish man, after harboring feelings for her for so long, had suddenly grown so callous. Despite her dire circumstances, he showed her no compassion whatsoever. Infuriated, she contemplated descending to find Zhang Hong, but the thought of returning to face hunger and the wrath of that old woman, Li Yun, made her reconsider. It would be better to swallow her pride and remain steadfast in her pursuit of Zhang Sr. She could not believe that someone who once adored her would truly disregard her now. In her mind, as long as Zhang Sen could see her sincerity in admitting her faults, he would inevitably forgive her. This way, she could stay in his home and share hot pot with him. Furthermore, that wretched dog dared to treat her this way. Once Zhang Sen rekindled his affection for her, she would ensure he banished that dog, or even have it turned into a hot pot dish. With this thought, her confidence surged. She lightly knocked on Zhang Sen's door and, in a high-pitched voice, called out, "Sen, I know you're still upset, but I will show you my love. I am waiting right here at your door. If anyone comes to trouble you, I will chase them away. Whenever you are ready to forgive me, just open the door. It's all right. I am willing to wait for you indefinitely." Zhang Sen, hearing her, chose to ignore her, deciding he would not be leaving the house anytime soon and allowing her to linger. After all, a woman like Chen Tiantian would hardly perish at his doorstep. After his meal, Zhang Sen discreetly checked the surveillance and was surprised to see Chen Tiantian still sitting there. He paid her no mind and instead instructed Satan to keep an ear out for any disturbances, alerting him should anything unusual arise, and then retreated to the gym. That evening, Zhang Sen opted against hot pot and instead retrieved a prepared portion of sauerkraut fish from his space. Normally, Chen Tiantian wouldn't have caught a whiff of it, but after several days without meat, she had become acutely sensitive to the aroma of food. Starving to the brink of desperation, she thought, how could this selfish man still have sauerkraut fish to eat? At that moment, the door to room 1601 creaked open. The unit was occupied solely by the elderly Mr. E, who was in his 60s, with his children residing far away. Generally, his groceries were delivered directly from online orders made by his son, arriving in copious amounts. Just before the typhoon, a fresh batch had been delivered. These days, he had been living quite comfortably. Standing at his door, he cracked it open just enough to poke out his bald head and called softly, "Little girl, little girl." Chen Tiantian stood up and walked over, asking, "Grandpa, did you call me?" Chapter 33, 9 meals in 3 days. Are you here to find Zhang Sen? Inquired Old Master E. Chen Tiantian feigned a look of grievance and nodded. You should leave quickly. Zhang Sen is quite bold. He would even dare to commit murder. The 9th building had remained rather tranquil. Apart from Zhang Sen, no one else dared to take a life, with confrontations being the extent of their transgressions. Thus, in Old Master Yi's eyes, murder was an egregious matter. Little did he know that Chen Tiantian had already witnessed multiple homicide scenes in recent days. However, she was somewhat surprised to discover that Zhang Sen's audacity had escalated to such heights. This only solidified her resolve to reclaim him. Once she had secured Zhang Sen, once the calamity had passed, he would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned, perhaps even reduced to eating peanuts. At that time, with merely a beckoning finger, his possessions, including his house and savings, would be hers. Old Master, it's fine. He is my boyfriend and would not harm me. Boyfriend? Old Master E expressed a hint of disappointment. I thought you were a survivor from another floor. I wanted to ask if you would like something to eat. Chen Tiantian's eyes immediately brightened. Old Master, yes, please. I haven't eaten in several days. Isn't he your boyfriend? Why isn't he feeding you? Chen Tiantian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. We had a quarrel. He won't let me in. Old Master E chuckled, his gaze lingering on the expanse of white before him. Would you like to come to my place for a visit? Chen Tiantian instantly understood his implication and inwardly cursed. You old man. Do you dare to covet this fairy? What use is that of yours? She responded apologetically, Old Master. I won't go in. I got splashed by some water outside, and I smell unpleasant. Not to worry, I've had rhinitis for many years and can't smell anything at all. Besides, anyone can tell you're delightful, he reassured. I have plenty of food at home, instant noodles, and even some treasured sausages. Chen Tiantian, unable to endure her hunger any longer, hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Zhang Sen's door. Summoning her courage, she declared, but you must not tell my boyfriend. I have no choice. I am too hungry. Of course, I fear him as well. Just this once. Old Master E nodded vigorously, opening the door wider. Chen Tiantian squeezed inside. Initially intending to dine only once at Old Master Yi's, she ended up indulging in 9 meals over 3 days. Eventually, at mealtime, she would knock at Old Master Yi's door. Despite his advanced age, he consistently treated her well, fueled by his consumption of deer antler wine. Having grown weary of instant noodles and sausages, Chen Tian longed for hot pot and sauerkraut fish from Zhang Sen's abode. Therefore, after every meal, she would return to rest at Zhang Sen's doorstep. She had taken 2 blankets from old Master Yi's home, and these past few days had been surprisingly comfortable. During this time, Zhang Jianjun, noticing that Chen Tian had not returned with food, stealthily approached once, only to find her sleeping at Zhang Sen's entrance. From Chen Tian's narrative, he believed she was genuinely beseeching Zhang Sen for the sake of their family, which stirred a sense of sympathy within him. He returned and waited another day, only to find that Chen Tian had still not brought back any food. Faced with the dire situation of his starving son, he resolved to no longer rely solely on her. Summoning his courage, he knocked on Zhang Sen's door. From the moment he reached the 16th floor, Zhang Sen was aware of his arrival. He opened the door, coldly regarding Zhang Jianjun. With a fawning expression, Zhang Jianjun implored, "Xiao Sen, could you lend your uncle some food? Your brother is on the brink of collapse." Zhang Sen chuckled. "Zhang Jianjun, have you forgotten? We have severed ties. Xiao Sen, please don't be like this. The past was all my fault. Just consider this a plea from your uncle. For your father's sake, could you spare me some food?" Zhang Sen's demeanor abruptly turned frigid. "Zhang Jianjun, you have no right to mention my father. If he were to learn how you have treated his only son all these years, do you think he would allow me to feed you?" Despair gripped Zhang Jianjun's heart. Yet he refused to concede. At his age, he wept profusely. "Xiao Sen, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you." With a thud, Zhang Jianjun knelt down. "I am kneeling for you. Please give me some food. I am willing to return the factory to you. I implore you." Beside them, Chen Tian chimed in. "Son, as an elder, your uncle is kneeling before you. Please do not be angry. Grant us some food. I too would be willing to kneel." With that, she also knelt, her voice choked with emotion. "Son, we are truly on the verge of starvation." Had it not been for the grievances inflicted upon him by this family in a past life, perhaps Zhang Sen would have considered forgiveness for this act of desperation. Yet now, his heart remained unyielding. The scene before him was merely the consequence he had intentionally orchestrated for them. How could he possibly soften? "Chen Tian, have you finished your performance?" Zhang Sen remarked with a scornful smile. "You indulge in feasting daily in 1301, consuming 9 meals over 3 days and appearing radiant. Yet you dare to claim you were starving?" Turning his gaze to Zhang Jianjun, he added, "Instead of begging me, why not plead with your future daughter-in-law? She has been enjoying ample food every day." With that, Zhang Sen shut the door, indifferent to what might transpire between the two outside. At that moment, upon grasping the implications of Zhang Sen's words, Zhang Jianjun seized Chen Tian by her hair and struck her across the face twice, knocking her to the ground and trampling over her. "Wretch, you have so much to eat every day, yet you do not share a morsel with my son. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be in this state. You vile creature, where is your conscience? Has my son treated you poorly?" Bruised and battered, Chen Tian was utterly shattered, her spirit crumbling as she shouted back, "Your son is on the verge of death, yet why should I share the food I earned myself?" After his outburst, Zhang Jianjun sat on the ground, heaving with sobs. Fearing his wrath might escalate, Chen Tian hurriedly knocked on the door of 1601, seeking refuge. However, Zhang Jianjun abruptly rose, blocking the door and forcefully kicking her away. Chen Tian's head collided with the wall, causing her to lose consciousness in an instant. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered Grandpa lying on the ground, covered in blood, while all the provisions in the house had been completely looted. Chen Tian was engulfed in utter despair. Chapter 34. The Tiger Gang. On the 14th day of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased, leaving the floodwaters outside reaching the 8th floor. As the sun emerged, an increasing number of individuals ventured outside. Building 9 welcomed a group of unexpected visitors. Wang Hu and his cohorts from Building 12. Wang Hu, who had been involved in the underworld even before the apocalypse, had recently moved to the Yuyuan. On the day of the typhoon, he had gathered a dozen associates to celebrate his relocation. However, as the storm raged, they found themselves trapped within his abode. Initially, they were relatively compliant, confined to the indoors. But as the situation deteriorated and food supplies dwindled, coupled with a power outage, Wang Hu was compelled to reveal his true nature, leading his gang to wreak havoc in Building 12. A group of law-abiding citizens could never hope to rival those seasoned in the criminal underbelly. They had been known as the Tiger Gang before the world fell apart, and they continued to embrace this moniker in Building 12. Resources and women became their spoils, and anyone deemed a target by the Tiger Gang found themselves at their mercy. At first, some attempted to resist, but they were swiftly silenced by the gang's brutal tactics. Thus, the Tiger Gang established itself as the tyrannical rulers of Building 12. In recent days, they had also laid claim to Buildings 11 and 10, and today, they finally set their sights on Building 9. As the Tiger Gang entered Building 9, they began to methodically knock on doors, resorting to force when met with silence. The air was filled with cries of despair. Zhang Sen, ensconced in his well-soundproofed home, remained unaware of the chaos outside, but his companion, Satan, sensed impending danger, growling fiercely at the door and assuming a defensive posture. Zhang Sen recognized that trouble was brewing and immediately took precautions. He prepared his handgun, ensuring it was ready for use at a moment's notice. He arranged his stools and retrieved several hand crossbows, loading them with arrows to ensure a swift reloading process. Although he understood that the speed of a hand crossbow would only allow him to take down a limited number of assailants, every life taken could prove advantageous. His plan was clear. Should Wang Hu make an appearance, he would not leave alive. In a previous life, the Tiger Gang had similarly attempted to seize Building 9, resulting in significant casualties and near depletion of resources. Zhang Sen, unwilling to remain passive, had rallied the remaining able-bodied men, each armed with a knife or a metal rod. They fought fiercely, suffering heavy losses, yet the Tiger Gang also faced substantial casualties. Despite his years of experience, Wang Hu was not impervious to fear. He understood that those who had nothing left to lose were the most formidable adversaries. Thus, a truce was brokered, allowing both parties to coexist without interference. In this lifetime, Zhang Sen chose not to organize a resistance, uncertain if anyone from Building 9 would rise to the occasion. Perhaps not. If the residents of Building 9 truly possessed such spirit, his own existence during this tumultuous period would not be so comfortable. Yet, such considerations were not his concern. His singular objective remained to amass more gold, upgrade his space, and survive diligently. When the time was ripe, he would retreat with Satan to a secluded haven. Wang Hu's visit was driven by the intent to deplete Building 9 of its resources and women. They entered the building through a window on the 8th floor. Among the original 3 households on the 9th floor, one family succumbed to starvation and had long since vacated their home. The other 2 families had already moved to the stairwell, one out of fear of flooding. The final household consisted of 3 young women, Li Ting and a couple she had taken in from the 1st floor. When the Minghu gang arrived, only Li Ting remained at home, as the other 2 had gone out in search of supplies. Li Ting, with her fiery temperament, resolutely refused to be victimized. And thus she met her end, fighting valiantly with one of the gang members. In the aftermath, their supplies were completely pillaged. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hu and his crew ascended to the 10th floor, where they first knocked on Zhang Jianjun's door. Zhang Jianjun had long been aware of the commotion and remained silent within, too fearful to open the door. Wang Hu ordered his men to break it down, storming inside. They located Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun, dragging them from their room, and also pulled Zhang Heng, who had been recuperating in the spare bedroom, to the ground. Although Zhang Heng had managed to endure thus far, he was still quite frail, suffering from recurrent high fevers each night, and his wounds showed signs of festering. Wang Hu noticed the pallor on the family's faces, but Li Yun, having lived in comfort for many years, appeared surprisingly well-preserved, exuding more charm than most women. Wang Hu pressed the blade of his machete against Zhang Jianjun's throat. "Please, spare my life. I have money. I can offer you a great deal." Zhang Jianjun understood that these men were ruthless, stained with blood, unlike the more manageable Ede, and his fright led to an unfortunate accident. A foul odor permeated the air. "Boss, this old fool is too easy to scare," one of his men remarked, chuckling at the situation. Wang Jun smacked Zhang Jianjun's face with the knife, saying, "I want to kill you, but you must surrender your supplies." "All right, I'll fetch them," Zhang Jianjun replied submissively. Producing half of the supplies he had seized from Ede, Wang Hu scrutinized him. "Is that everything? If my men discover more later, your entire family will meet their demise." Zhang Jianjun, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "There's a bit more. I didn't manage to take it all at once. I'll go get it." Moments later, Zhang Jianjun piled all the supplies together. "This is truly everything. All the food we have is right here," he stated. Wang Hu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I will take these. And your wife will be our guest for a few days. Don't worry. We'll return her to you shortly. But if she becomes fond of our company and refuses to come back, that will be on you." Li Yun's face went pale with terror. "No, please, big brother. I'm already so old and know nothing. I beg you, spare me." Wang Hu's demeanor shifted instantly. Glaring at her, fearing for her safety, Zhang Jianjun struck Li Yun sharply. "Wretched woman, it's a privilege for him to take an interest in you. Don't be ungrateful. Do you wish to endanger both me and our son?" Li Yun was taken aback by her husband's betrayal after all those years together, and she retorted angrily, "Zhang Jianjun, have you lost your humanity? To save your own skin, you would push your wife to the wolves." She cast another glance at Zhang Heng, urging, "Zhang Heng, say something. Are you going to just stand there and watch your father treat me this way?" Zhang Heng, already tormented by pain and the fear of death, averted his gaze quietly. "Mom, Please just listen to Dad. Otherwise, we might all perish. Li Yun was momentarily stunned by his words. The son she had carried for 10 months and raised with such care was now speaking to her like this. Unable to contain her anguish any longer, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "My life is so wretched." Wang Hu found great amusement in this spectacle. Reveling in the drama from the sidelines, Li Yun propped herself up and knelt before Wang Hu, pleading, "Brother, I am truly old and frail, unable to fulfill such demands. However, I can help you find a young woman, my niece-in-law. She is remarkably beautiful, and I can take you to her." Wang Hu's interest was piqued. "Oh? Where is she? How old is she?" 22 years old, just graduated from a prestigious university, quite youthful. She is rather flirtatious, having even tempted my son before. By the way, have you seen that photo? My nephew shared it. She was caught in bed with my son. Wang Hu recalled the scandal that had circulated wildly in their group before the power outage, the tale of two brothers vying for the same woman. He remembered the woman in the photo. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. His interest was undeniably captured. Seeing his reaction, Li Yun seized the moment and gathered her courage, saying, "Brother, I have another piece of information that could help you acquire more supplies, as long as you leave a little food for me, just enough for my own sustenance. I have come to realize that these two are beasts. I might as well look after myself." Wang Hu pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You are quite entertaining. If you can assist us in finding better women and more supplies, I will ensure you have some food left." Li Yun repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother, thank you." Wang Hu's men collected the supplies, leaving only a small portion for Li Yun. Fearing that Zhang Jianjun would seize her provisions if they departed, she hurriedly stuffed everything into her pockets. Wang Hu pointed a knife at Li Yun, demanding, "Now, tell me. Where's your niece-in-law? Where can we find more supplies?" "On the 16th floor, all of it is on the 16th floor. My niece-in-law resides in 1601. While my nephew is in 1602. They have plenty of supplies. My nephew even went out to gather more just a few days ago. They own a boat that moves quite swiftly." Chapter 35 Zhang Jianjun. The Yuyuan community is vast, encompassing a total of 15 buildings. Building No. 9 is situated in the second row, while number 12 occupies the third. When Zhang Sen last departed, Wang Hu did not notice his absence. Nor did he hear the sound of an engine. Naturally, he was unaware that such a place housed a speedboat. Otherwise, he would have raced over to seize it. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, he was filled with elation, fearing that Zhang Sen might catch wind of their intentions and flee. He immediately instructed Li Yun to lead them to him. Li Yun, aware of Zhang Sen's ruthless nature and the deep-seated animosity he harbored towards her family, hesitated to accept the task. "Brother, it is not that I wish to disrespect you, but my nephew despises us due to my son's reckless actions. If I go, he certainly will not open the door." Wang Hu dismissed her explanation, grabbing her forcefully. "Enough with the excuses. If you wish to live, come with us at once." Regardless of their estrangement, they were still family, and her words implied that the young man and his girlfriend lived separately, with 2 hostages in hand. He was confident that Zhang Sen would be compelled to comply. Moreover, even if Li Yun's claims were true and Zhang Sen refused to open the door, he was unperturbed. He had a multitude of brothers at his command. No door was beyond their reach. Most critically, if Li Yun's words were mere fabrications and they departed only to find her fleeing, they would be at a tremendous loss. A young college student lost, a young woman gone. Realizing that these men were resolute in their intent for her to lead the way, Li Yun, though reluctant, ultimately acquiesced. However, before departing, she put forth a condition. "Brother, may I have a moment? I wish to deal with this dog of a man first." Wang Hu's interest was piqued. "Oh, you intend to kill your husband?" Li Yun's gaze hardened. "Indeed, I wish to end his life. Our home is already devoid of supplies, and supporting this ungrateful wretch is futile. Once you leave, I stand no chance against him. It is better to resolve this now." Wang Hu laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." He tossed her a dagger. "Hurry, do not delay the task at hand." Li Yun stared at the dagger on the ground, her heart in turmoil. She had never taken a life, much less that of her own husband. But at this juncture, her heart had grown cold towards Zhang Jianjun and his son. After years of devoted service to them, this was the outcome she had received. How could she not harbor hatred? She understood that once Wang Hu and the others departed, Zhang Jianjun would likely not spare her for the meager provisions she possessed. It was better to strike first. After all, it was Zhang Jianjun who had betrayed her first. With this thought, she felt no burden as she picked up the dagger, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Jianjun, filled with fear, wept desperately. "No, my dear wife. Do not kill me. I acknowledge my wrongs. I promise never to err again. Please forgive me this once, and I shall treat you well from now on." Li Yun remained unmoved, brandishing the dagger as she advanced step by step towards Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Heng, taken aback by the fierce side of his usually gentle and loving mother, panicked. "Mom, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. Li Yun glared fiercely at her once-beloved son and scolded. Silence. When your father was to sacrifice, you feigned death. Now that he is facing demise, you were reluctant to part with him? Speak another word, and I shall end you alongside him. Zhang Heng immediately fell silent, retreating into a corner. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhang Jianjun realized that Li Yun was resolute in her intent to kill him. He abruptly stood, attempting to seize her dagger. Fortunately, Wang Hu had anticipated this, sending a subordinate to intercept Zhang Jianjun. The men were inconsequential, but the women could still be spared. As Zhang Jianjun made his move, the subordinate swiftly struck him with a blade. Zhang Jianjun, howling in agony, collapsed to the ground, and Li Yun, nearly being countered, lost all semblance of reason. The sharp dagger plunged repeatedly into Zhang Jianjun's chest, blood splattering across her face, which was now a mask of hatred. Soon, Zhang Jianjun lay lifeless upon the floor, akin to a puddle of mud. Zhang Heng trembled in the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. He realized that the mother who had lavished him with love and affection throughout his childhood had vanished. Li Yun continued to stab Zhang Jianjun with relentless fury, delivering over a dozen strikes before finally halting. She rose, her gaze vacant, and returned the dagger to Wang Hu. Let us depart. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they found Chen Tian weakly leaning against the door of room 1603. She had not anticipated the residents of the 16th floor to be so impoverished, despite her desperate attempts. No one had offered her any food. Zhang Sen, I am on the verge of starving. Even if you won't let me in, could you at least provide me with something to eat? After all these years of friendship, how can you be so cruel? Brother, this is my sister-in-law, Li Yun remarked, pointing at Chen Tian before stepping back. Wang Hu's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Chen Tian, though she appeared far less charming than in her previous photographs. She was still among the more appealing women he had encountered recently. Chen Tian, noticing Wang Hu and Li Yun together, felt a surge of anxiety. Auntie, what is happening? Wang Hu leered at Chen Tian. Little sister, has your boyfriend cast you out? Upon seeing the bloodstains on their knives, Chen Tian hastily knocked on Zhang Sen's door, pleading. Zhang Sen, help me, Zhang Sen. Chapter 36. Tetanus strikes everyone. Wang Hu laughed heartily, exclaiming, call louder. It would be best to summon your boyfriend. Chen Tian trembled as she recoiled, asking, what do you intend to do? What do you think I wish to do? Wang Hu replied, as he caressed her face. His underlings looked at Chen Tian with impatience. Brother, this woman appears rather enticing. Once you're done, might we have a turn? Indeed, brother, we too desire a share. Brother, allow me to be first in line. Wang Hu laughed boisterously. Very well, seize her. We have greater matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's subordinates immediately approached to capture Chen Tian. Terrified, she struggled wildly and cried out, Zhang Sen, save me. Please, save me, Zhang Sen. No, let me go. My boyfriend is formidable. He has killed many. Wang Hu and his cohorts erupted in laughter. Killed many? Can he match the number we have? Is that so? I relish dealing with troublemakers, Wang Hu declared. I am eager to see if your boyfriend can best my brothers. Realizing Wang Hu's ruthless nature, which surpassed even Zhang Sen's, Chen Tian felt a surge of hatred for him. She understood that Wang Hu was not to be trifled with and knew what men desired. Immediately, she flung herself towards Wang Hu, saying, Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I have already parted ways with that man. Since you fancy me, why not allow me to follow you from now on? My useless ex-boyfriend has plenty to eat. We can take it all. Only you, brother, deserve such fine sustenance. Then, she leaned closer to Wang Hu and whispered something in his ear. At that moment, Wang Hu's vanity was thoroughly gratified. This woman was indeed intriguing and astute. He lifted Chen Tian's chin, saying, You are quite impressive. Chen Tian, feeling as if she had received the highest praise, nuzzled against Wang Hu's arm. Tell me, what delicacies does your ex-boyfriend have? Wang Hu inquired. With a light scoff, Chen Tian responded, He has an abundance. Just the other day, he indulged in hot pot and sour fish. Her gaze turned venomous as she looked at Zhang Sen's home. Since Zhang Sen refused to let her in or provide her with food, she resolved that he should not eat either. Once he was eliminated and his supplies seized, she would utilize the knowledge she had acquired over the years to manipulate Wang Hu entirely. In that case, all the food would belong to her. Wang Hu was indeed formidable. He would surely provide her with a comfortable life. She would become the woman of a powerful man. With this thought, she renewed her allegiance fervently, adding, Oh yes, brother, he also keeps a dog that dines on steak. Such a lifestyle is only fitting for a gallant man like you. That waste of space does not deserve such treasures. Hot pot? Sour fish? Steak? It seems this lad's family possesses quite the bounty. Although Wang Hu and his companions had never lacked food, it merely sufficed to satiate their hunger. The finest meal he had enjoyed in recent days was nothing more than a self-heating hot pot. However, he would soon be able to indulge in steaming hot fish and pickled vegetables alongside a sumptuous steak. Open the door, Wang Hu commanded, gesturing grandly as he nestled behind Qin Tian. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the target. Open the door. Open the door. The voices from within declared. We are the Tiger Gang. If you open the door now, we will merely take some supplies, delay us, and your life will be forfeit. After a moment of silence, Wang Hu's frustration mounted. This was an utter waste of his time. Smash the door down, he bellowed. His men raised their steel pipes and hammers, commencing their assault. The resounding crashes echoed through the corridor, yet the outer door of Zhang Sen's residence merely shed a coat of paint. What kind of door is this? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. How can it be so sturdy? Keep smashing. I refuse to believe that a mere door can withstand us. Inside, Zhang Sen stood atop a chair, spotting Li Yun outside. Cleverly, she had concealed herself behind the wall. Zhang Sen, indifferent to her presence, focused his gaze on Wang Hu, who was intimately pressed against Qin Tian, resembling conjoined twins. Observing Qin Tian's expression of bliss, Zhang Sen recalled how this woman had radiated health and vitality each day as she exited from across the hall. He also remembered how he had been deceived for years by her seemingly innocent demeanor, inciting a desire to strike himself in frustration. He aimed his crossbow at Wang Hu's hand. To hell with you all. A short arrow pierced the air, embedding itself in Wang Hu's palm and penetrating deeply into Qin Tian's chest. The woman's scream and the man's agonized roar harmonized in a chilling crescendo. Wang Hu's men turned in unison, shouting, "Boss!" Without hesitation, Zhang Sen discarded the crossbow, opting for another, and shot an arrow straight into Wang Hu's heart. In an instant, Wang Hu lay dead. Run! He has weapons. At that moment, Wang Hu's men realized the peril and fled in a panic, yet the narrow corridor, crowded with robust men, made their escape arduous. Zhang Sen continued to switch crossbows, releasing arrow after arrow. He struck for more, though none were fatal. With the crowd pressing in and time slipping away, he had no chance to aim accurately. Nevertheless, it sufficed to merely hit them. Those struck by his arrows would not survive long, regardless of their escape. Each arrow had been meticulously treated, resting on the windowsill, steeped in the humid air, their shafts coated in rust. Today, those afflicted would face the fair wrath of tetanus, and none would escape unscathed. Chapter 37. Lu Hao delivers supplies. The brothers of the Tiger Gang arrived with great vigor, only to depart in disarray. As a result, the leader had instructed that on the 16th floor, for brothers left with arrows still embedded in their bodies, they had lost all interest in continuing their plunder of Building Number 9. The occupants of Building Number 9 had narrowly escaped disaster. Some even expressed their gratitude, remarking how fortunate they were to have Zhang Sen. Otherwise, their provisions would have been lost. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, the lifeless bodies of Wang Hu and Qin Tian lay entwined. Wang Hu's hand rested on Qin Tian, inseparable even in death. Qin Tian, though still alive, had not yet succumbed. The arrow had missed her vital organs. She attempted to pull the arrow out, but any movement sent waves of excruciating pain through her chest. Inside the room, Zhang Sen stowed away all his crossbows, noting that the outside was now clear, yet Qin Tian still clung to life. He decided to step outside to accompany her on her final journey. To be cautious, he patted Satan's head, asking, "Is there danger outside, my foolish friend?" Satan shook his head. Zhang Sen then opened the door and led Satan outside, instructing, "Stay here and alert me if anything seems amiss." With that, he approached Qin Tian. He squatted down, a mocking expression on his face as he observed the hand resting on her. "Is it comfortable?" he taunted. Qin Tian cried out in agony, pleading, "Help me, please, my husband, save me." Zhang Sen rose, placing his foot upon the arrow lodged in Wang Hu's hand, declaring, "Did you ever consider that this day would come, Qin Tian, with each betrayal?" Qin Tian felt the arrow gradually penetrate her thick layers of flesh, invading her body. She was drenched in sweat from the pain, begging, "Don't kill me, Zhang Sen. Please don't. You still intend to marry me, remember?" Zhang Sen regarded her as a deity might view an insignificant insect. The image of Qin Tian nestled in Zhang Heng's embrace before his demise flashed before his eyes. He pressed down with increasing force, uttering, "Go to your death, Qin Tian." Zhang Sen watched as her life extinguished, then extracted the short arrow from Wang Hu's heart, intending to reuse it. As for the arrow in Wang Hu's hand, he decided to keep it. After all, Qin Tian had always favored men, so it would serve as a parting gift. Upon returning home, Zhang Sen retrieved the previously prepared meal of 3 dishes and a soup from his storage, also providing Satan with 3 pounds of pork. Thus, the two of them simply resolved their lunch. After the meal, Zhang Sen drank 2 cups of spring water from his space, while Satan consumed an entire basin. The creature desired more, But Zhang Sen refrained, fearing that excessive consumption might cause it to grow too large and be mistaken for a monstrous aberration. Just as Zhang Sen contemplated a midday nap, a knock resounded at the door. Satan crouched by the entrance, baring its teeth. Approaching the door, Zhang Sen heard a voice from outside. Boss, are you there? Peering through the surveillance monitor, he recognized Lu Hao, who bore a backpack and appeared relatively dry. He activated the intercom, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Zhang Sen's voice, Lu Hao sighed in relief. He had already observed that, despite signs of forced entry, the door was securely closed. It is said that the members of the Tiger Gang will refrain from taking lives as long as you open the door and do not resist. Upon hearing Brother Zhang's voice, Lu Hao felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, knowing his life was no longer in peril. Yet, he still wished to confirm, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhang Sen replied, somewhat perplexed by Lu Hao's intentions. Nevertheless, he decided against opening the door for safety's sake. "It's good to hear you're well." Lu Hao exhaled in relief. "I saw the Tiger Gang approaching Building 12 and feared for your safety, so I came to check on you." "Came to see me?" Zhang Sen was taken aback. What was there to see? Lu Hao continued, "Brother, do not be too disheartened. That group of beasts, Wang Hu and his ilk, wreak havoc wherever they go. The looting of supplies is trivial compared to the many lives lost. As long as you are alive, that's what matters. If supplies are taken, so be it. I still have some left, the ones you bought for me earlier. I kept a portion for myself, and the rest is in my bag. I'll leave it at the door for you to collect later." Zhang Sen was utterly stunned. In these times, supplies equate to life. This young man was willing to share with him, and the bag appeared to be quite full, suggesting it contained a considerable amount. He could hardly believe that kindness still existed in this world. You are giving me all your supplies. What will you do?" Lu Hao chuckled. "It's nothing. The rain has stopped, and tomorrow I plan to search for more supplies with others in our building. I'll bring you some then." "Boss, just stay at home and wait until the waters recede before venturing out." Zhang Sen was genuinely shocked. What was this young man truly up to? After enduring so many betrayals in his past life, he had lost faith in humanity. Yet now, someone was showing him such sincerity. Not only willing to entrust him with life-sustaining supplies, but also casually mentioning future assistance. Could it be that Lu Hao was aware of the ample supplies he possessed, and was merely seeking to align himself with a stronger ally? That seemed implausible. The supplies he hoarded, visible to Lu Hao, would have surely spoiled by now and become inedible for any reasonable person. If Lu Hao intended to curry favor, he would have done so long ago. Dismissing the thought, Zhang Sen resolved not to accept Lu Hao as supplies. "Lu Hao, take your supplies back. I have enough here. You need not worry about me." Lu Hao was taken aback. Was there truly someone who could escape the clutches of the Tiger Gang? It seemed impossible. The boss was slender and frail. How could he possibly contend with such brutes? Surely, he was merely trying to ease Lu Hao's worries, not wanting to burden him with his own plight. The boss had treated him so kindly, providing him with ample sustenance. He had even bought him numerous delicacies. Had it not been for the boss, he would have starved long ago. His life was a gift from the boss, who was akin to a second father to him. With this realization, Lu Hao's resolve to become the boss's guardian solidified. Otherwise, in his vulnerable state, who knew how he might be mistreated in the future? "Boss, there is no need for you to put on a brave face, nor should you be concerned about my well-being. I have placed the items at your doorstep. When the coast is clear, you may retrieve them yourself." Lu Hao was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, no one dared to open the door indiscriminately. Hence he did not mind Zhang Sen speaking to him from behind it. In fact, he found it quite pleasing, for at least Zhang Sen knew how to safeguard himself. After speaking, Lu Hao set down his backpack and turned to leave, only to be halted by Zhang Sen's voice. "You should take the supplies back. I truly have enough." If it were provisions sent by others, he would have accepted them without hesitation. However, Lu Hao, who had once bestowed kindness upon him in a past life, and now seemed genuinely concerned, he truly did not wish to take undue advantage of him. Furthermore, he preferred to avoid entanglements with anyone. Yet, Lu Hao was resolute in his belief that Zhang Sen was merely putting on a facade. "Boss, do you look down upon me? Do you consider me beneath your notice because of my poverty, failing to regard me as a friend?" Zhang Sen remained silent. Lu Hao continued, "Though I may be impoverished and lacking in skills, I possess a sense of integrity. I remember those who treat me well. Boss, let us not pretend any longer. This wretched calamity has rendered us all worse off than beasts. The loss of supplies is but a trivial matter. Rest assured, I shall take care of you from now on." Chapter 38. You deserve this day. Zhang Sen was utterly speechless. It turned out that this foolish lad had always believed he was merely putting on a brave face. "Lu Hao," Zhang Sen sighed. "Why don't you take a moment to look back?" Lu Hao, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Look back? At what?" In that fleeting moment, he was startled into exclaiming a classic phrase. How could there be two corpses? And in such a posture, he approached for a closer inspection and then hurried back in front of Zhang Senator Boss. Is this Wang Hu? Indeed, Zhang Sen replied. Lu Hao was struck dumb. Did you do this? Yes. My supplies were truly untouched. Lu Hao muttered to himself. No wonder the members of the Tiger Gang emerged from your building so swiftly. I thought your building was filled with cowards, yielding without a fight, and allowing them to seize control effortlessly. I never anticipated you had eliminated their leader. Lu Hao chuckled. Boss, you are truly impressive. While Zhang Sen was renovating, Lu Hao kept a close watch, so he understood that Zhang Sen had left a shooting aperture on his door. All right, Lu Hao, you may return now. Take your supplies with you. You need not worry about me. I can manage on my own. Lu Hao pondered for a moment. In that case, I shall leave half of my supplies with you. After all, I have already brought them out today. The people in our building will undoubtedly be tempted upon seeing my provisions, and should I fail to guard them, it would all be in vain. If I find more supplies tomorrow, I shall bring some back for you. We do not know how long these days will last. If you have any, stockpile a bit more. As he spoke, Lu Hao rummaged through his bag, producing an array of food items. He had not taken bread or biscuits, but rather instant noodles, sausages, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice, delicacies in his possession. Though he claimed to leave half, he actually extracted a substantial amount, neatly arranging it on the ground. Zhang Sen was too weary to engage him further. If Lu Hao truly had excess supplies and wished to give himself some, he might as well take it, considering it a storage favor. If there came a day when he faced starvation, he could always return it. After depositing the items, Lu Hao felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Whipping around, he met the unsettling stares of the conjoined twins' eyes. Damn, that's truly eerie. A shiver raced down Lu Hao's spine. However, leaving the corpse there was not advisable. Beyond the smell, the potential for viruses to affect his boss was concerning. With this thought, he set down his backpack, stepped forward to retrieve the machete from Wang Hu's grasp, and searched his body, uncovering a dagger, which he took as a means of self-defense. His own building had become chaotic, and he was often met with predatory glances when he left. Lu Hao dragged the conjoined twins away and tossed them out of the elevator window. Subsequently, he noticed the door to room 1601 ajar. Upon peering inside, he found the old man lifeless and disposed of him as well. He disregarded room 1602, which was closed. Shouldering his backpack, he knocked on the door. Boss, I am leaving. Remember to collect the supplies. With that, Lu Hao strode away. As he entered the stairwell, he shut the fire door and concealed himself behind it, wary of anyone who might seize the opportunity to abscond with supplies before Zhang Sen emerged. After 5 minutes, Lu Hao spotted Zhang Sen exiting and waved his hand, signaling that he would take his leave. Yet, he did not depart. Instead, he retreated to a concealed vantage point, remaining vigilant to prevent any potential ambush on Zhang Sr. After a brief wait, he peered around to find that Zhang Sen's door had closed and the supplies at the entrance had vanished, prompting his satisfaction as he finally departed. Zhang Jianjun's lifeless body lay alone on the ground, blood staining the floor beneath him, yet no one seemed to care. Zhang Hang, weakly leaning against the sofa, longed to sit up, but lacked the strength to do so. Li Yun, savoring a bowl of instant noodles accompanied by a sausage, filled the room with a tantalizing aroma that tormented the famished Zhang Hang. Despite Li Yun's earlier indifference, he could no longer bear the pangs of hunger. With pleading eyes, he implored her, Mother, I beseech you, could you spare me a morsel? Am I not your son? Can you truly bear to witness my slow demise from starvation? Li Yun swallowed the noodles and sipped the broth, retorting, When your father sought to sacrifice me, you showed no compassion. What is it? Now you remember I am your mother? Zhang Hang, overwhelmed with tears, replied, Mother, I truly understand my mistakes. You know I have always been timid. In the face of such events, how could I not be frightened? I was merely momentarily paralyzed by fear. Rest assured, once I recover, I shall protect you diligently. With a scornful expression, Li Yun shot back, Timid? Yet, when you were with that wretched Chen Tian, you exhibited no cowardice. This is all your fault. Suddenly, Li Yun erupted in fury. If not for your quarrel with Zhang Sen, would our family have descended into such despair? Do you comprehend the life Zhang Sen leads now? He enjoys the finest delicacies at home, while even dogs feast on steak. He has even taken Wang Hu's life. Had you been able to control your desires, with Zhang Sen's foolish temperament, that lifestyle could have been ours. With his protection, we would not be enduring such hardship. Instead, you, this useless being, have ruined everything and turned yourself into a cripple. You cannot even sit on the sofa. What purpose does your existence serve? Perhaps death would be more fitting. Zhang Heng had always loathed being compared unfavorably to Zhang Sen. Upon hearing such words, he momentarily forgot that Li Yun was his sole source of support and hope, retorting in anger, Indeed, I am useless. But it is you who birthed and raised me to this point. If Zhang Sen is so capable, why not be his mother? Now you chide me for being with Chen Tian. Did you not once encourage me to surpass Zhang Sen? Did you not claim that I would always be your priority and urge me to consider my own interests? What is this? Now you blame me for neglecting you? Do you even have the right to do so? Silence yourself. Li Yun, in a fit of rage, lunged at Zhang Hong, exclaiming, I am your mother. Do you still dare to lecture me? Zhang Heng, consumed by anger, felt no pain as he pushed Li Yun away and continued, Stop deceiving yourself. Is Zhang Sen truly treating us this way merely because I slept with Chen Tian? When you incited my father to seize Uncle's factory, did you ever consider this day would come? Zhang Sen did this deliberately. He intended to bring me to this state while ensuring I do not perish. His goal is to exact revenge on our family, to make us endure torment until our demise. Now, look where we are. Father is gone. I am rendered useless. And you have succumbed to madness. He has achieved his objective. You deserve this, Li Yun. Once I am gone, do you truly believe that as a defenseless woman, you can survive in this building? With all his strength, Zhang Heng grasped Li Yun's hand, saying, Kill me. Is that not what you desire? Li Yun was momentarily paralyzed by the sight of Zhang Heng's face, twisted with madness. Go ahead and kill me, Zhang Heng shouted. Terrified, Li Yun stumbled back 2 steps, then turned to walk away as if in a daze, laughing maniacally, It is my fate. We all deserve this. I was the one who urged your father to take Zhang Sen's factory. That boy was once so filial. It is I who have chilled his heart. Had it not been for me, he surely would not have abandoned us. Tears streamed down her face as she wallowed in her remorse, oblivious to the fact that her son had approached from behind, wielding a baseball bat high above his head. With a resounding thud, Li Yun collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with shock. Chapter 39. Putting things down upon returning home, Lu Hao first returned the inflatable boat he had borrowed. It was the only means of transportation available on the water from Building 5. To acquire this boat, he had to plead incessantly, ultimately parting with 5 packs of instant noodles. As he stepped through the door, an exuberant exclamation echoed from his room. Found it. I knew this guy must have food stashed away. Despite still having provisions, he hadn't shared any. When he left, he had been carrying a hefty backpack, undoubtedly filled with more food. How selfish. After all this time as roommates, witnessing our hunger, he would rather distribute his resources to others than share with us. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Hao as he dashed to the doorway. The lock on the wooden door had been smashed, and the room lay in disarray. Yu Shouting stood by his bed, clutching 2 bags of instant noodles and a loaf of bread. The couple, Zhou Bai and his girlfriend, held bread and biscuits in their hands, items that had originally been reserved for Lu Hao's personal stock. What are you doing? Lu Hao demanded angrily. Yu Shouting hastily concealed the items behind her. Lu Hao, you are so selfish. You have food and yet refuse to share. I had to resort to selling my body just to get something to eat. Exactly. I wondered why you hid away in your room every day. Turns out you had plenty of food. Lu Hao, what is in that backpack of yours? Is it all food? How could you be so inconsiderate? We're starving. And you choose to give your food to others instead of helping us. Lu Hao's expression grew increasingly cold. Put my belongings down. Why should I? You eat to your heart's content every day and haven't lost a pound. What is wrong with sharing a little with us? Yes, we could consider it a loan. And once we have food, we'll share it with you. Lu Hao, are you even a man? Can't you see these 2 women are starving? Fury surged through Lu Hao, his veins pulsing with anger. I'll say this one last time. Put those things down. I want to give it up today, so what? Zhou Bai retorted, having gone 2 days without food and determined not to relinquish the sight of nourishment. He began tearing open the bag, shoving biscuits into his mouth. Once he consumed them, Lu Hao would have no recourse, aside from a physical confrontation. The 2 women mimicked his actions. Lu Hao was utterly enraged. He unzipped his backpack and withdrew a machete, rushing forward. How dare you eat my food? I'll take you down. The trio had not anticipated Lu Hao would possess such a weapon, let alone wield it against them. They screamed in terror, hastily tossing their items aside. Ah, he's going to kill us. We don't want it. We don't want it. I was wrong. Lu Hao, please don't kill me. Seeing that they had relinquished their possessions, Lu Hao halted his advance. While he was unafraid of a physical altercation, the thought of taking a life troubled him. After all, he came from a military background, and the ingrained principle of never harming innocent people weighed heavily on him. He cast a cold glance at the 3 individuals and commanded, Get out, and if anyone dares to return, I shall end them. The trio, pale with fear, trembled as they edged along the wall to exit. The moment they stepped outside, they rushed back to their respective rooms, locking the doors behind them. Lu Hao closed the door, his heart aching at the sight of the ransacked supplies. Fortunately, they had not consumed much. Zhou Bai had nibbled a few of his biscuits, while the other 2 women had taken substantial bites from the bread and instant noodles. Despite the unpleasantness gnawing at him, he found no room to disdain their saliva at this point. He finished the biscuits, took a couple of bites from the bread, and set aside the remaining provisions for dinner. After securing the supplies, he glanced at the door, realizing it was beyond repair. After today's commotion, he understood that he had drawn their attention. It was highly likely that they would attempt to confront him while he slept. Now, he comprehended fully why his boss had cautioned him vehemently against revealing his food stash. There was no use in lamenting what had already transpired. He pushed the cabinet and desk against the door as a barricade, resolving that from now on, he would clutch a knife while sleeping. Outside, Yi Xiaotong, hearing the silence, cautiously stepped out. Once the rain ceased, the temperature rose again, returning to over 30 degrees outside. The water levels had receded somewhat, now down to the 7th floor. Had it not been for the ruckus caused by the Tiger Gang, Zhang Sen would have ventured out yesterday. Satan remembered the promise made earlier to take him out to play when the rain stopped. Thus, the commotion had persisted since yesterday afternoon, even resorting to a hunger strike. Zhang Sen did not indulge him. He offered a stern reprimand. "You little rascal. Do you even know how to swim? The water outside is deep, and if you drown, all my efforts in raising you would be in vain." Satan, feeling wronged, lowered his head. "Stay at home and guard the place, and I promise you a sweet reward. In no more than 20 days, the water will have vanished, and I shall take you out every day." Hope ignited in Satan's eyes as he nudged his head into Zhang Sen's palm. Recognizing the confinement had been hard on him, Zhang Sen reassured, "All right, just like that. When I return, I'll take you for a stroll on the rooftop." Upon hearing this, Satan's spirits lifted, and he whimpered joyfully for a while. Zhang Sen left him with 2 meals and generously filled a large basin with fresh water before finally stepping out. Chapter 40. The speedboat boss before departing. Zhang Sen glanced at the surveillance footage to assess the situation outside and noticed Lu Hao running towards him, drenched in sweat, furrowing his brow. Zhang Sen wondered what the young man was up to this time. He refrained from immediately opening the door, instead peering through the peephole as Lu Hao removed his backpack and emptied its contents onto the ground in an orderly fashion. Afterward, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Boss, are you awake?" After a brief pause, Zhang Sen inquired, "What is the matter?" "I've gathered a considerable amount of supplies. I'm giving you half. But I must leave as there are others waiting for me. Hurry and come out to collect them, lest someone else steals them," Lu Hao exclaimed. And without waiting for a response, quickly hid behind the fire exit. Sighing, Zhang Sen waited a moment before opening the door. Lu Hao swiftly departed. Zhang Sen glanced at the food scattered on the ground, immediately recognizing it as the same supplies he had purchased at the supermarket before the storm. This young man must be quite foolish, he mused, to fabricate a lie without any forethought, who scours for supplies only to return at such an early hour. Not wishing to meddle in trivial matters, Zhang Sen gathered the items and tossed them inside before stepping onto the balcony for a look outside. Indeed, he spotted Lu Hao, now with a backpack on his back, seated in a kayak. The kayak carried a total of 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, with Lu Hao and another man rowing. Their course was directed towards the area beyond the community. Zhang Sen observed the food on the ground. Aside from the identical items delivered yesterday, there were also some biscuits and bread. Contemplating for a moment, he speculated that Lu Hao must have encountered some trouble. It was highly probable that after delivering supplies to him yesterday, someone had discovered Lu Hao still possessed resources and had begun to keep a close watch on him. Fearing that he could not retain those supplies while venturing out, he had simply decided to relinquish everything to Zhang Senator with a resigned sigh. Zhang Sen dismissed these concerns, collected all the supplies into his space, and stepped outside. The news of his recent encounter with the leader of the fierce Tiger Gang had spread like wildfire. Even if individuals had not witnessed the event firsthand, the sight of the other gang members fleeing in disarray, some with arrows protruding from their bodies, made it clear that Zhang Sen was a force to be reckoned with. Some individuals, eager to gain his favor, approached him obsequiously. "Brother Sen, are you heading out for supplies? Would you like a hand? I can assist, and all the provisions are yours. I only require a small portion." Zhang Sen brandished his knife with a swift motion. "Get lost." The man quickly retreated. From that point onward, no one dared to engage him in conversation. Each person who crossed his path immediately stepped aside, avoiding eye contact. Thus, Zhang Sen made his way unobstructed to the 7th floor. In recent days, some residents had ventured out to seek supplies, resulting in shattered windows in several units on the 7th floor. Selecting a random room, Zhang Sen retrieved the speedboat from his backpack and inflated it. Upon exiting Building 9, he felt the warmth of the long-missed sunlight. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the sun was obscured by clouds, its intensity no longer as fierce as before. The entire sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Yet even this modest sun, in time, would become a luxury. With a sigh in his heart, he started the engine. The speedboat surged forward, drawing the attention of a group of manual rowers. Lu Hao was rowing his boat when the sound of an engine caught his attention. Turning his head, he spotted that impressive speedboat once more. Quite remarkable, he thought, to possess such a vessel. "Hey, Lu Hao, what are you doing?" Yi shouting suddenly exclaimed. Do you even know how to row? Water splashed all over my face. Lu Jia shot her a glance. Would you like to try? Yi shouting rolled her eyes at Lu Hao. I'm a woman. How could I possibly have the strength for such tasks? This kayak belonged to old Chao. Initially, they had agreed that the four robust men would venture out to gather supplies. However, today, Yi shouting declared that she had made arrangements with old Chao to join, insisting on bringing along Zhou Bai, thus replacing one of their original members. Lu Hao was initially perplexed as to why they would include someone as delicate and incapable as Yi shouting, along with that frail roommate. Yet, upon witnessing old Chao's hand nearly slipping beneath Yi shouting's clothing, the situation became abundantly clear. Old Chao had succumbed to her charms. He now felt immensely relieved that when Yi shouting had come to their door in her pajamas, he had firmly refused her to avoid revealing his precious supplies. Otherwise, witnessing her effortless journey thus far would have been exceedingly disconcerting. His first time should never be given to such a woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen piloted the speedboat towards the largest commercial district in the southern part of the city. This area contained several shopping malls and a handful of gold shops. Drawing from his previous experiences, he now favored searching for gold in shopping malls, as they concentrated the jewelry stores and were relatively easy to access. Upon arriving at the first mall, he noticed a gathering of people, likely residents from nearby neighborhoods. Concerned that his speedboat might attract unwanted attention, Zhang Sen detached the engine and stored it away, transforming the speedboat into a mere kayak. He paddled alone towards the mall, guided by the wind. And in a matter of minutes, he entered the establishment. The southern city was situated on elevated terrain, and this mall's height surpassed that of the residential buildings. With the water level reaching the second floor, Zhang Sen swam to an unoccupied corner, stowing the kayak in his space to avoid the hassle of inflating it later. Most individuals venturing out for supplies were primarily in search of food. The fifth floor of this mall was designated as the food court, featuring an array of trendy snack shops and even a small supermarket. Consequently, the third floor was relatively deserted, typically serving as a landing area for those arriving by boat. Zhang Sen quickly found a secluded spot, changed into his diving suit, and to avoid raising suspicions, he deliberately slung a bag over his shoulder, ensuring that others perceived his outing as a leisurely diving expedition. Once he was properly equipped, he stepped out and gracefully leaped into the water. Chapter 41. How are you so fast? Several groups of people who had just landed were startled upon seeing Zhang Senator Goodness, a diving suit. This person's gear is astonishing. Is he out of his mind? All the food is up top. What is he searching for underwater? Fishing? Or retrieving clothing? I heard there's a Walmart on the first basement level. Wow. He must be striking it rich. If only we had diving suits as well. The onlookers above were engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen had already arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. The doors were secured with chains. But for Zhang Sen, this was a trivial matter. He retrieved a hefty pair of iron pliers from his spatial storage and effortlessly severed the chains. After consistent heavy load training and daily consumption of spatial spring water, he felt his physical condition had significantly improved, and his strength had notably increased. By his estimation, his current stamina and speed could rival that of first-tier physical ability users from his previous life. Upon opening the gold shop door, Zhang Sen swam inside. To save time, he collected all the counters in one go. He no longer needed to physically touch items to store them. As long as they were within the same space and within a meter's range, he could simply see them to collect them. In mere moments, the shop was left devoid of anything but water. After finishing, he hurried to the next store, and after raiding 3 shops, he took a 10-minute break before continuing his descent. An hour later, having found not a single gram of gold left in the mall, he resurfaced. After changing out of his diving suit, he dragged a kayak ashore and was immediately confronted by a group of individuals wielding various iron rods, rushing toward him. Zhang Sen's gaze sharpened. He recognized that these people were seeking trouble, which provided him an opportunity to test his newfound strength. This gang consisted of 6 individuals, each carrying a partially filled backpack. The leader, a burly man with a buzz cut, donned a tank top and shorts, his arms and one calf adorned with tattoos. A scar ran across his shoulder, suggesting he had once been a petty thug before the apocalypse. Hey, can I borrow your diving suit? The thug inquired. Absolutely not. Zhang Sen replied curtly. The thug, well known in his neighborhood, had never encountered such direct defiance, and he burst into laughter. Brother, while I'm still being cordial, you'd best comply. We only want your diving suit for now, but soon, we might be after your life. Zhang Sen, eager to visit the next mall, had no intention of engaging in further conversation. If you want my belongings, come and take them. The thug glanced at his companions. Since this guy was so obstinate, it was time to teach him a lesson. Let us go. With that, all 6 men raised their weapons and charged at Zhang Sr. Observing their movements felt as though time had slowed to half speed. confirming that his recent training had not been in vain. He sighed, shaking his head. Too slow. It seems that the desire to test his skills today will remain unfulfilled. As the ruffian charged towards him, Zhang Sen swiftly reached behind him and retrieved 2 curved knives from his spatial storage. Just as the steel pipe wielded by the ruffian approached, he pivoted and, with a deft motion, plunged one of the knives into the ruffian's chest. Momentarily halted, the ruffian's eyes widened in disbelief. You. How, so fast? Zhang Sen's gaze darkened with murderous intent. Fast, my foot. I'm moving at a snail's pace. In the instant he withdrew the knife, the other blade pierced through another assailant's chest. Blood gushed as both men collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4 finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no mere weakling. The brutal technique employed was far beyond their capacity to contend with. They attempted to flee, but Zhang Sen was intent on eradicating all threats. With astonishing speed, he lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow to each, swiftly concluding their fates. The scene was witnessed by numerous onlookers from above, all astonished by Zhang Sen's prowess. Moments prior, some had considered robbing him, believing him to be an easy target, whether for a kayak or a diving suit, or even for the supplies he had salvaged. Yet, they deemed themselves inferior to the shorn-headed ruffian and refrained from acting. Now, they were immensely relieved for their cowardice, having narrowly escaped disaster. As Zhang Sen turned to leave, he passed by the fallen ruffian, bending down to snatch the gold necklace from his neck, tucking it into his pocket. Although this small amount of gold paled in comparison to what he had just stored away, even an ant is meat, and he could not let it go. He grasped the gold in his hand and tossed it into his spatial storage. Ordinarily, he would expect an alert from the space. Yet there was an unsettling silence. Sensing something amiss, he took out the necklace for a closer inspection. To his dismay, it was brass. Could the space have mistaken it for a counterfeit? What bad luck. He hurled the necklace far away. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Zhang Sen proceeded directly to the next one. The nearby malls were within short distance. Instead of using the engine, he paddled over in his boat. After collecting gold from 5 different stores, he was utterly exhausted. He found a secluded corner in the mall and retrieved the spatial spring water he had prepared earlier, drinking 2 cups to restore his strength. Once satiated, he resumed his journey. The gold stores were positioned along the street, and currently, survivors were primarily scavenging in the malls, with scarcely anyone venturing into the gold shop district. With no reservations, he activated the engine and thundered down the street towards the gold shops. This street boasted 7 gold stores, the smallest of which dwarfed those within the malls. Upon arrival, Zhang Sen anchored at a low-rise building close to the water's surface. He donned his diving suit and plunged into the depths. The expansive gold shops required him to surface for breath after each retrieval. To swiftly replenish his energy and mental acuity, he drank a cup of spatial spring water during each rest. As he continued to receive signals that only one store remained, he sensed that his mental fortitude was waning. Yet, this store was the largest gold shop in Nanyang, and if he relinquished his endeavor today, he would be compelled to return tomorrow, which would be exceedingly troublesome. He had meticulously arranged his schedule over the past few days and was reluctant to disrupt it. After consuming 2 more cups of spring water, he felt somewhat rejuvenated and proceeded to descend once more. This time, however, the task was markedly more arduous than before. The door of this gold shop was sturdier than the others, requiring several more strikes to breach. Upon entering, Zhang Sen dared not delay. Swiftly absorbing all the counters into his spatial realm, he did not overlook the massive golden ornament at the entrance. This particular shop took him a full 10 minutes to empty. However, just as he exited the gold store and was about to swim upwards, he was unexpectedly struck by a cramp in his left leg. Chapter 42. Never owe a favor. The excruciating pain caused Zhang Sen to panic momentarily. He struggled for a while, yet the more he fought, the deeper he sank. The air regulator nearly slipped away. Fortunately, he managed to cover it in time and made adjustments. Otherwise, he would have been forced to drink that disgusting murky water. Damn it. Was he really going to meet his end here? Zhang Sen was unwilling to accept this. His post-apocalyptic life had not truly begun. He quickly composed himself. Thankfully, there was a tree not far from him. Enduring the cramping agony, he made his way to the tree, grasped it tightly, and climbed upward, finally emerging above the water's surface. Perched on a branch, Zhang Sen removed the oxygen mask and inhaled the fresh air deeply. That was a close call. He almost wasted his second chance at life. Sitting on the branch, he stretched for half an hour until the cramping sensation subsided. Once his strength was somewhat restored, dusk began to descend. He dared not delay any longer and stood on the branch to change out of his diving suit. The odor emanating from his body was unbearable. He retrieved some water from his storage space for a quick rinse, changed into the clothes he had worn before heading out, and took out the speedboat. Finally, he could return home. Perhaps it was the near encounter with his great-grandmother that made his desire to return home far more pressing than before. Half an hour later, he could already see the buildings of Yuan. Various oddly shaped boats were floating on the water, manned by those seeking supplies. Some gazed at him with envy, while others harbored jealousy. Yet, none of this affected him. Even if they wished to confront him, they would not be able to catch up. When he was just 500 meters away from Yuan, he turned off the engine to avoid attracting unwanted attention. At that moment, he heard an angry roar. "Damn it. I'll fight you to the end." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Sen turned to look in that direction and saw Lu Hao, one hand protecting his backpack, while the other waved a knife wildly. "Zhou Bai, what are you waiting for?" Yi shouting cried out sharply. Zhou Bai flailed a paddle, which was longer than the knife, and was about to hit Lu Hao. Lu Hao abandoned his backpack, grasped the paddle with one hand, and attempted to pull Zhou Bai toward him to strike. However, he did not notice a middle-aged man behind him, who quietly picked up another paddle and pushed him off the boat. Lu Hao floundered in the water for a moment, regained his balance, and raised his knife to strike at the kayak. "Damn it, if I die, we all die together." Yi shouting panicked and hurriedly snatched the paddle, striking Lu Hao's head without any strategy. When the paddle hit him, blood immediately flowed. After a while, the knife slipped from his grasp. Lu Hao had spent the day searching for supplies and paddling, and now his strength was failing. He was on the verge of sinking. Zhang Sen watched the unfolding scene from a distance and finally understood how Lu Hao had met his demise in his past life. Memories flooded his mind of how Lu Hao had shielded him with a blow and the supplies he had delivered over the past 2 days. With a sigh, he cursed. "Damn it, I said never to owe anyone a favor." He restarted the speedboat's engine and sped toward Lu Hao. Yi shouting stared in shock at the approaching speedboat. Who was this person? Zhou Bai's mind raced, fearing a collision with the speedboat. "Hurry, hurry," he urged, as Lu Hao's head submerged in the water for the 3rd time. Zhang Sen finally arrived. He grabbed Lu Hao, hoisted him up, and tossed him into the boat. Zhang Sen turned off the engine again, and Lu Hao gasped for air, struggling to regain his composure. It was then he noticed Zhang Sen leisurely chewing gum at the boat's stern. To his astonishment, the speedboat expert he envied was, in fact, his boss. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Lu Hao exclaimed. "Just passing through," Zhang Sen replied, nodding towards Yi shouting. "What is going on?" Lu Hao glanced in that direction, fuming. "Damn it, these brutes. I spent all day scouring for supplies, and they not only intend to steal from me, but also want to kill me. When I get back tonight, I'll make them pay." "You plan to kill them?" Zhang Sen inquired. "Of course. I should have been harsher when I caught them stealing my food last night." Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, since he was already involved. "Why not see it through? Shall we do it now?" "Now?" Lu Hao hesitated, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. "Yes, now. Boss, lend me a knife." Zhang Sen chuckled lightly, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a crossbow, aiming it at Lao Chao's speedboat. Yi shouting, noticing the unfolding situation, screamed, "What are you doing?" Zhang Sen, expressionless, pulled the trigger, and the arrow flew through the air, piercing the kayak. The inflatable kayak visibly deflated, and the remaining 4 aboard began to shout for help. Yet, within half a minute, they all plunged into the water. Though they could swim, they were now paralyzed by fear, desperately thrashing through the filthy water, terrified that Lu Hao would catch up to them. Regret filled their hearts, especially among the 3 men on the boat. "Damn it, if only I had known. I wouldn't have slept with that calamity," Yi shouting. Indeed, last night, she had seduced all 3 men. Zhang Sen started the speedboat's engine and pursued them. Once alongside, he tossed a knife at Lu Hao's feet. "Go on." Lu Hao stared at the knife for a moment, hesitating. Zhang Sen recognized that he likely had never killed before. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, one could not survive without blood on their hands. He chose not to rush Lu Hao, patiently waiting for him to decide. If Lu Hao ultimately opted for mercy, Zhang Sen would not mind. It was merely a personal choice. However, Lu Hao feared he might not escape the tragic fate that had befallen him in his past life. What he did not anticipate was that after only a few seconds of hesitation, Lu Hao picked up the knife and declared, "Damn it, today I will kill them all." He first sought out Yi shouting, pointing at her. "Boss, just a bit further. I want to deal with that wretched woman first." The others were close to the speedboat, and Zhang Sen adjusted the course, soon reaching Yi shouting. Her eyes wide with terror, she pleaded, "Please, Lu Hao, don't kill me." Filled with rage, Lu Hao glared at her. This wretched woman. Now she begs for mercy, yet she had just moments ago wished for his demise. "You deserve to die," he shouted, swinging the knife towards Yi shouting. Yi shouting was unable to dive in time, letting out a piercing scream as the surface of the water was instantly stained crimson. Lu Hao thrust his blade into Yi shouting's chest once more, and she succumbed in an instant. Lu Hao then raised his gaze, locating Zhou Bai. "Boss, it's time to eliminate the next one." Zhou Bai and the other 2 were positioned similarly, while Zhang Sen maneuvered the speedboat closer. The three pleaded for mercy. "Brother Hao, please don't kill me. I beg you." "Haozi, it was that wretched you shouting who led me astray. She was the one who asked for my assistance." "Brother Hao, I implore you to spare me. I promise to repay you tenfold." Lu Hao regarded them with a chilling stare. The setting sun, as red as blood, cast its rays upon him as he stood in the speedboat, resembling a harbinger of death, raising the blade in his hand. Chapter 43. May I move in with you? Lu Hao had emerged from his experiences, now well-versed in the lethal art of taking a life. Despite the frantic attempts of several individuals to evade him by diving and resurfacing, they could not escape his relentless pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the water around them was stained crimson. With an impassive expression, Lu Hao retrieved 4 backpacks floating on the surface and placed them onto the speedboat. Returning the knife to Zhang Senator, "Thank you, boss. Could I trouble you to help me chase after that boat? The supplies I gathered today are still aboard." Zhang Sen did not decline. Soon, Lu Hao secured his share of supplies. "Do you still have the strength?" Zhang Sen inquired. Lu Hao nodded in affirmation. Zhang Sen switched off the engine and tossed him a paddle, instructing him to row back. Lu Hao refrained from questioning the absence of the engine, silently accepting the paddle and commencing to row. His mind was a tumultuous whirl, for this was his first act of murder. Yet, he understood that he had committed no wrongdoing. These individuals deserved their fate. He should have dealt with them last night. Had he not been rescued by his boss, he would surely have perished today. Alas, he owed his life to Zhang Sen once more. Now, even if he toiled like a beast, he could never repay this debt. As Lu Hao's thoughts spiraled, the speedboat reached the entrance of Building 5. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, leaving the remaining 4 bags on the boat. "Boss, you saved my life again today. Please keep these supplies as a token of my gratitude." Zhang Sen nodded, accepting without hesitation. If he refused, Lu Hao's safety could not be guaranteed. Moreover, he preferred this straightforward exchange of interests over selfless assistance. After all, he understood better than anyone the principle of reciprocal obligations. Upon disembarking, Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Sen, his expression hesitant. Zhang Sen, disinterested, turned to leave, only to be halted by Lu Hao's voice. "Boss," he stammered awkwardly. "May I move in with you?" Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to refuse. Lu Hao continued. "Please don't misunderstand. I do not wish to take advantage of you. I can stay in 1601 across the hall. Rest assured, I will manage my supplies independently and won't trouble you unnecessarily. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to call upon me. Once the waters recede and society returns to normal, I will vacate promptly. Should anyone cause you trouble, I will handle it." Zhang Sen paused in silence. The apartment in 1601 was not his to control. In truth, Lu Hao's request was beyond his jurisdiction. Currently, the residents of Building 9 feared him and dared not approach. However, when the bitter cold arrived, those individuals, faced with life and death decisions, would likely become resolute in their intentions to move in. If it were to be those individuals, Lu Hao would be the preferable choice. Nonetheless, he did not fully trust Lu Hao. He merely perceived him as a somewhat better alternative at present. Most crucially, the incident of cramping underwater, nearly drowning him, served as a stark reminder. Diving alone was perilously unsafe. He genuinely required a companion, someone on the surface to pull him up should he encounter trouble beneath the waves. However, he did not intend to forge a profound bond with Lu Hao. Therefore, he merely tossed out a casual remark. 1601 is not my residence. If you wish to stay, feel free. Seeing Zhang Sen remain silent for an extended moment, Lu Hao assumed he was about to be declined. He was already contemplating a graceful exit when, to his surprise, Zhang Sen actually acquiesced. Overjoyed, Lu Hao hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Zhang Sen waved his hand dismissively and departed in his speedboat. Lu Hao quickly rushed to gather his belongings. Upon entering his home, the first thing he noticed was Zhou Bai's girlfriend bursting out of a room. She was startled to see Lu Hao and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Lu Hao immediately grasped the situation. She must be aware of Zhou Bai and Yi Xiaoting's intentions to eliminate him. He scoffed, "Why can't it be me? I'm still alive. Are you disappointed? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." The woman forced a smile. "Whereas Zhou Bai? Is he behind you? Did you find the supplies smoothly today?" "He won't be returning, nor will Yi Xiaoting," Lu Hao replied. The woman's expression changed drastically. "What do you mean? Did you kill them? They both wanted me dead. Is it not only justifiable that I retaliated?" Lu Hao tossed his backpack to the ground and advanced toward her. Sensing an imminent threat, she retreated in fear. "What do you want?" "Lu Hao, please, don't harm me." With unwavering determination in his eyes, Lu Hao reflected on what he had learned from Yi Xiaoting and Zhou Bai. One must never show mercy. It was his leniency that had nearly cost him his life. He drew a dagger from behind him and plunged it fiercely into the woman's abdomen, withdrawing it only to stab again. After several repetitions, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As Zhang Sen opened his front door, Satan leapt toward him. Exhausted from a long day, he was taken aback by the now larger creature. With swift reflexes, he swatted it away, exclaiming, "Get lost. Don't you have any awareness of your weight?" Satan, momentarily stunned, lay on the ground, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, trembling as if it were a child crying. "Daddy, do you not love me anymore? Is there another leopard outside?" A wave of guilt washed over Zhang Sen as he crouched down to pat its head. "It's not that I disdain you. I've been running around all day and soaking in the water for so long, I smell terrible. Let me take a shower, and once I'm done, I'll take you out to play." Upon hearing this, Satan perked up, wagging its tail as it bid farewell to Zhang Senator in that moment. Zhang Sen realized that having such a creature in this apocalyptic environment had its merits. At least it prevented him from succumbing to madness from solitude. However, he recalled that the lifespan of a jaguar was only about 22 years. Now, he could only hope that Satan would mutate and live a bit longer, ideally until he could part ways with it. After bathing, Zhang Sen immersed his consciousness in the space and began using gold to upgrade it. Unlike before, when he had experimented to determine how much gold was necessary for the upgrade, he now allowed the space to absorb all the gold at once. Ding! Gold detected. "Would you like to use it for an upgrade?" Zhang Sen, filled with anticipation, replied, "Upgrade." A heap of gold instantaneously transformed into a radiant beam, striking the white mist, which receded slightly, becoming more translucent. The sound of flowing water intensified, and Zhang Sen observed that the stream had grown more than twice its previous size. The towering mountains in the background also became clearer, revealing a verdant expanse that subtly appeared before his eyes. Within mere minutes, the spring, originally only half full, was now brimming with water. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked the eternally flowing spatial spring." The spatial spring, it was said, aids in enhancing both physical fitness and mental fortitude. Zhang Sen had long discerned these benefits of the spatial spring through his explorations with Satan. However, the notion of it being eternally flowing still filled him with delight. After all, given the immense advantages of the spatial spring, it would be a pity if it were finite. Shifting his focus from the spatial spring, Zhang Sen turned his attention to a small patch of bare ground beside it. The area was modest, entirely cloaked in lush green grass, with a few wildflowers sprinkled among the verdant blades. He gently probed with his consciousness and confirmed that they were indeed real flowers and grass. He could sense the vibrant life force emanating from these plants. The potential for the space to sustain life appeared to be even greater. He glanced at Satan, pondering whether he should let Satan give it a try. Chapter 44. A personal encounter with Zhang Heng. He gazed towards Satan, contemplating whether to allow Satan a trial. Yet no, Satan held too much significance for him. The thought of inadvertently causing his demise was simply too great a risk. Perhaps he could rely on fortune to procure a living being, or perhaps find a wretched soul. Suddenly, a figure crossed his mind. Minutes later, Zhang Sen stepped through the door of room 1001. The living room was aglow with a crackling fire, beside which lay an unburned stack of wood, evidently sourced from various dismantled furnishings. Zhang Heng reclined on the sofa, his gaze vacant, oblivious to Zhang Sen's arrival. Zhang Sen observed the faint rise and fall of Zhang Heng's chest, a smirk gracing his lips. His will to live was remarkably strong, despite such grievous injuries. He had managed to endure thus far. A foul stench permeated the air, the scent of decaying flesh. Zhang Sen glanced around, discovering two corpses in the dining area, enshrouded in flies. One was merely a skull, remnants of flesh clinging to the skeletal frame, Li Yun. The other, Zhang Jianjun, though beginning to rot, still bore flesh. It seemed this was the reason Zhang Heng had survived. In his desperation, he resorted to consuming his own parents' flesh. What a ruthless individual. Zhang Sen prodded Zhang Heng with the blade in his hand, urging him to awaken. At last, Zhang Heng opened his eyes, and upon seeing Zhang Sen, he momentarily believed himself to be dreaming. "Brother?" Zhang Sen, witnessing Zhang Heng's ghastly state, felt no pity or sympathy, only the bitter remnants of past grievances. He chuckled coldly. "You truly are tenacious, still clinging to life." Zhang Heng snapped back to reality, struggling to rise and kneeling before Zhang Senator. "Brother, please give me something to eat. I am so hungry. I am sorry for everything in the past. It was all my fault. I beg you, please save me. Give me something to eat. Do you not have sustenance at hand?" Zhang Sen gestured toward the bodies of Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun. "Is your mother's flesh palatable?" Zhang Heng wept uncontrollably. "It is not tasty at all, brother, not at all. I did not intend to betray you. I was led astray by my parents. They envied uncle and aunt, insisting that I must surpass you at all costs, and that is why I erred." Zhang Sen scoffed at this explanation, instead pointing at the two corpses in the dining room. "Did you kill them both?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "No, I only killed my mother. My father was killed by her. Zhang Sen chuckled. This family, bereft of his protection, had not disappointed him. They had annihilated one another with alarming efficiency. Seeing Zhang Sen smile, Zhang Heng mistakenly assumed he was reveling in the moment and quickly added, Brother, I avenged you. It was my mother's instigation that led my father to ruin Uncle's company. It was all her fault. I have avenged you. As he spoke, he crawled closer to Zhang Sen's feet. Brother, I implore you, considering our shared childhood, have mercy on me and grant me something to eat. Zhang Sen kicked Zhang Heng away, regarding him with cold indifference. Zhang Heng, I have long made it clear to you that you are not my brother. With that, Zhang Sen ceased further conversation and, with a mere thought, drew Zhang Heng into his space. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Heng transitioned from a fetid, dim, and cold room to a verdant meadow imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass. He stood in astonishment, surveying his surroundings, and soon spotted a spring behind him, rising eagerly to quench his thirst. However, Zhang Sen was not about to allow him to taint the pure waters of his sanctuary, immobilizing him with a thought, rendering him utterly still. Brother, what is this place? Zhang Heng panicked, repeatedly tapping against the invisible barrier. Brother, is that you? Did you bring me here? Zhang Sen observed Zhang Heng breathing freely within the confines, mirroring his movements as if he were outside, his heart swelling with delight. As he had anticipated, living beings could indeed inhabit this space. Having conducted his experiment, Zhang Sen decided it was time to return Zhang Heng to his home, no longer wishing to allow him to corrupt his sanctuary. Upon his return, Zhang Heng beheld the beaming face of Zhang Sen and was struck with dread. Trembling, he stammered, How did I come back? Did you take me to that place? Where was it? Was the view magnificent? Was it far more comfortable than your home? With a visage of sheer terror, he exclaimed, You are not my brother. You are not human. Who are you? You deserve to die. With a slight smile, Zhang Sen raised his blade and severed Zhang Heng's head in one swift motion. As he surveyed the lifeless forms sprawled upon the ground, he felt no elation from his vengeance, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and lament. These were the closest individuals to him in this world, yet also the ones he loathed the most. They, along with Qin Tian, had vanished from existence. If they could comprehend the reasons behind their tragic fate, would they feel regret? Zhang Sen did not know, nor did he care. The past had found its conclusion today. Having completed the most pressing matters, Zhang Sen returned home, preparing to honor his promise to Satan. Foolish creature, come, let us venture forth. Satan, brimming with impatience, dashed over at the sound of his voice, nuzzling Zhang Sen's face with his head. Stop. Zhang Sen pushed him away, while he could have transported Satan into the space and then released him on the rooftop. The current dimensions of the space were too confining. Moreover, he intended to take Satan outside eventually, so it was best to allow him to acclimate beforehand. Zhang Sen began to impart the rules for their excursion. First, while outside, you must remain silent. Second, you absolutely must obey my commands without question. Third, until I give the word, do not approach anyone, let alone bite them. Satan, unable to contain his excitement, approached the door, glancing back at Zhang Sen and murmuring, Hurry up, stop dawdling, you're suffocating the leopard. The building in which Zhang Sen resided had a total of 18 floors, with the 17th and 18th floors inhabited. Unfazed, Zhang Sen grasped his blade in one hand and led Satan toward the staircase. Before stepping out, despite his reluctance, Zhang Sen secured a leash around Satan's neck, assuring that it would be removed once they reached the rooftop. The leash was merely a precaution to keep Satan distanced from the crowd, preventing anyone from recognizing it as a leopard, which might incite panic and adversely affect Satan. Should Satan become agitated and unleash its ferocious nature, Zhang Sen would find himself in a precarious situation. Although indifferent to the fate of others, he was not so perverse as to take pleasure in the demise of strangers. After all, he was not a deviant. Satan had now grown to over 80 centimeters in height, appearing entirely black, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern golden patterns hidden within its dark fur. However, with the night so dim, as long as Satan refrained from vocalizing, anyone who glimpsed it would merely perceive it as an oversized dog. Indeed, the residents of the corridor initially cast their gaze upon the straight knife held by Zhang Sen, only to subsequently notice Satan. Their eyes reflected little fear upon seeing the creature. Rather, they were filled with envy and desire. Damn. It was truly disheartening to witness such disparity. While they struggled to find warmth and sustenance, here was Zhang Sen, maintaining a robust dog. Moreover, this dog was undeniably well fed, exuding an aura of health that was unmistakable. They had not savored meat in quite some time, and their mouths watered incessantly. To them, Satan appeared as nothing less than a sumptuous feast of dog meat hot pot. Chapter 45. I do not need friends. Zhang Sen wore a stern expression, his eyes brimming with a menacing intensity, which deterred anyone from approaching him. The crowd instinctively huddled together, wary of obstructing his path. Zhang Sen strode unimpeded to the rooftop, escorting Satan, where he retrieved a steel pipe from his spatial pocket and secured the door, effectively locking it. He then cautioned Satan against acting recklessly or making a commotion. Satan eagerly nodded, understanding the directive. Only then did Zhang Sen untie the rope around Satan's neck, granting it the freedom to play. The rooftop was significantly spacious, allowing Satan to sprint joyfully. Zhang Sen produced a lounge chair from his spatial pocket and reclined, gazing up at the moon. The moon, suspended in the night sky, had transformed from its usual yellow hue to a beguiling shade of red. However, it was not long before Satan grew bored, idly fiddling with the small stones scattered on the ground. Zhang Sen felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it was a rare outing. He decided to join in the fun. He retrieved a frisbee from his spatial pocket, tossed it, and commanded, "Satan, fetch it back." Satan's ears perked up at the sight of the frisbee soaring through the air, and it leapt to snatch it before returning triumphantly. Zhang Sen stood, continuing to throw the frisbee. Satan appeared noticeably more elated. As they played, Zhang Sen began to increase the challenge, frequently tossing the frisbee and, just as Satan leapt to catch it, he would retract it into his spatial pocket, releasing it again when Satan appeared bewildered. This not only honed Satan's agility, but also refined its control over spatial abilities. The two of them, a man and a leopard, engaged in this playful exercise for over 2 hours. Upon returning to the entrance of room 1602, Zhang Sen heard a commotion emanating from the adjacent room, 1601. Has Lu Hao moved in already? That kid works fast, Zhang Sen thought, choosing not to greet him as he opened his own door. As he swung the first door open, he heard the sound of the door across the way being opened, followed by a loud shout. Who goes there? Get out now. Turning, Zhang Sen saw a figure shrouded in darkness, brandishing a machete. With a subtle thought, a pistol materialized in his hand, and he heard Lu Hao's voice. Tinged with confusion, boss? Zhang Sen exhaled deeply, bemused by the boy's dramatic reaction. He stowed the pistol away into his spatial pocket and illuminated Lu Hao's face with a flashlight. You've moved in? Lu Hao squinted, shielding his eyes from the beam. Boss, it's you. You startled me. I thought someone was trying to break into your place in the dead of night. Zhang Sen nodded, acknowledging the boy's vigilance, though he deemed it unnecessary. Lu Hao, there are some matters I believe we should clarify in advance. Boss, please go ahead. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Noting that Satan was still by his side, he opened the second door, instructing, Satan, you go in first. It was then that Lu Hao noticed Satan, exclaiming, Whoa, boss. You have a dog? Satan entered the room silently. Zhang Sen had no desire to continue this conversation, leaving the door ajar to ensure he could retreat swiftly if circumstances turned dire. He directed the flashlight's beam onto Lu Hao's feet, remaining vigilant. Should Lu Hao make any sudden moves, Zhang Sen would be ready to act. Lu Hao, let me be clear. I consent to your relocation to 1601 solely because this apartment is not mine. It belongs to you or others who may wish to move in. And I have no authority over that. I understand, boss. Rest assured, I will not. Before you finish, Zhang Sen interjected, continuing, I am not a good person. And do not expect that with your move across from me, we shall look out for one another. I neither require care from others nor shall I extend it to anyone. In truth, Lu Hao had no desire for Zhang Sen to do anything for him. He merely wished to escape from Building 5. Furthermore, having received so much assistance from Zhang Sen, he had already regarded him as a close friend in his heart and longed to reciprocate in some manner, even if it were only to stand guard at his doorstep. Tending to trivial matters, it would provide him with a semblance of comfort. However, upon hearing Zhang Sen's callous remarks, he felt a twinge of sadness. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged the harshness of the world. Survival itself was a struggle. Were he in a position of strength, he too would be reluctant to shoulder the burden of another. Zhang Sen's stance was, after all, understandable. Moreover, without Zhang Sen's intervention, he might have met his demise long ago, and this realization brought him a sense of relief. He chose to remain silent, sensing that Zhang Sen had more to convey. Indeed, Zhang Sen spoke again. Lu Hao, we are not friends, nor do I seek companionship. My act of saving you today is solely out of gratitude for the supplies you have provided me on 2 occasions. I am not one to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. You need not send me any more supplies. Focus on your own well-being. Should I require your assistance in the future, I will reach out and compensate you accordingly, just as we did before the apocalypse. Likewise, any assistance I provide will also be compensated. And lastly, and most importantly, I value my solitude. Do not disturb me unless necessary. With that, Zhang Sen pushed the door open and entered his dwelling. Boss, Lu Hao suddenly called out. Zhang Sen paused in his actions of closing the door and turned back to Lu Hao. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Hao replied, I have taken note of your words, and I shall adhere to your stipulations. However, I have one question I wish to pose. Rest assured, it is but a single inquiry. Speak. In this current state of affairs, is this truly the end of the world? Will it never improve? Zhang Sen contemplated for a moment, choosing not to conceal the truth. After all, when the severe cold arrives, the vast majority will come to realize the collapse of societal order. He nodded, indicating that, for a considerable time, things would not improve. Thus, it is imperative that you enhance your abilities swiftly, otherwise, you may find yourself in peril once more. With that, Zhang Sen turned and re-entered his abode. Lu Hao stood there, dazed, shutting the door behind him, his mind swirling with confusion. This world would never return to its former state. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen lay upon his bed, his consciousness drifting into the void, casually organizing his belongings while expending his mental energy. Such energy, akin to weight training, required rigorous cultivation, with continuous practice and the relentless cycle of exertion followed by restoration. The mental strength stored within the mind will inevitably increase. He pondered the notion that since he could manipulate the spatial realm at will with mere thought, transforming a steel rebar as thick as his finger into a knot with a single intention, or altering the shape of the spring water in the space with just a thought, might it not be possible to harness this ability in the physical world, provided his mental fortitude was sufficiently robust? In his previous life, he had failed to awaken any extraordinary powers, and thus he harbored an insatiable yearning for such abilities. Should his aspirations come to fruition, his spatial prowess could transcend mere storage, becoming a formidable asset in battle rather than a mere repository. Chapter 46. A need for assistance after practicing until the midnight hour, having completely exhausted his mental energy. He drank a cup of spatial spring water before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, he arose and shared breakfast with Satan. After preparing a day's provisions and water for Satan, he readied himself to depart. Today, he had several shopping malls and gold stores to scour. The city of Nanyang was vast, with various gold shops scattered throughout its expanse. According to the timeline of his past life, there remained just over half a month until the extreme cold. However, this lifetime's typhoons, acid rain, and torrential downpours had slightly altered the timeline, leaving him uncertain whether the extreme cold would arrive early. With the locations of the gold stores he had gathered, he could not afford to delay any further. Recalling the dangers he faced the previous day, he resolutely knocked on Lu Hao's door. "Do you have any plans for today?" Lu Hao inquired, somewhat surprised. Based on their conversation the night prior, it seemed he required assistance. Yet, from his analysis of Zhang Sen, he perceived him as exceedingly rational, likely disinclined towards idle chatter. "I intend to inquire whether this building has a resource team. I wish to join them. I need to head out and require a companion. The task is not complex, but I can only devote 2 hours each day to resource gathering as I have other commitments." "Absolutely. I am more than willing," Lu Hao exclaimed, understanding that the opportunity to accompany Zhang Sen was advantageous. Even with just 2 hours, he could potentially visit 2 shopping malls. With Lu Hao's participation, Zhang Sen set out today bearing a large mountaineering backpack. They left earlier than the previous day, mindful of allowing Lu Hao time to gather resources. The temperature had risen slightly, and the water level continued to recede, now down to the 5th floor. Yet it still remained close enough to the 6th floor that they opted to descend from there. As Lu Hao observed Zhang Sen retrieve a speedboat from his backpack, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He recognized that joining Zhang Sen was a fortunate arrangement, and he was eager to contribute. "Boss, let me take the helm. You can rest," Lu Hao offered. "No need," Zhang Sen replied succinctly. His speedboat was compact, accommodating no more than 4 individuals, with the engine and steering located at the rear. It was safest for him to remain in that position, having been granted a second chance at life. He trusted no one and would not entrust his safety to anyone else. Bringing Lu Hao along was a precautionary measure, compelled by his wariness of the previous day's unforeseen circumstances. At present, Lu Hao was the only person he could somewhat trust. The night before, he had mentally rehearsed every possible scenario that could occur in the water. As long as Lu Hao was unarmed, any betrayal would be futile and would not pose a threat to him. Lu Hao, having been declined, said nothing further and resolutely assumed his role as assistant. The nearby gold stores and shopping malls had already been depleted by Zhang Sen, and the destination for today was somewhat distant, necessitating a cross-district journey. With the speedboat at full throttle, they traveled for a full hour before reaching the first shopping mall. After disembarking the engine, Zhang Sen retrieved a folding paddle from his backpack and tossed it to Lu Hao. Fortunately, the distance was not far. Lu Hao swiftly navigated into the shopping mall within a mere 10 minutes. This particular mall had its water level awkwardly positioned between the 2nd and 3rd floors. If the two were to procure supplies, they could only ascend via the escalator, which was teeming with people. Tensions were palpable as individuals argued vehemently over which line was progressing faster, and it seemed that it would not be long before a physical altercation ensued. Having experienced the events of the previous day and influenced by Zhang Sen's cautious rationality, Lu Hao suggested, "Boss, let us seek another mall. The crowd is overwhelming. And having traversed here in a speedboat, we are bound to attract attention. Moreover, with only the two of us, should a conflict arise, we would be at a significant disadvantage." Zhang Sen, already reluctant to navigate through the throng, nodded in agreement. "Then I shall attend to my own matters." He recalled the layout of the mall from memory and instructed Lu how to steer the speedboat towards the area housing the gold shop. Removing his outer garments to reveal his diving suit, he retrieved an oxygen tank, various diving apparatus, and a rope from his bag. "Boss, are you planning to dive?" Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Sen nodded, fastening one end of the rope to his waist and handing the other end to Lu Hao. "Secure it to yourself and ensure it does not slip away. If I pull the rope thrice while underwater, you must immediately haul me up. Keep a knife at hand for self-defense. Should anyone come seeking trouble and you find yourself unable to manage, pull the rope thrice." Lu Hao nodded earnestly. "Understood, boss." The water's surface was murky. He had just caught a glimpse above, revealing nothing of the situation below. He produced a hammer from his space and shattered the glass of the gold shop, proceeding to loot it entirely. To conserve energy, he pulled the rope thrice, ceasing his struggle to ascend and waiting for Lu Hao to pull him up. Lu Hao acted swiftly, and within half a minute, he had drawn him from the water. After resting for a moment, Zhang Sen descended once more. With Lu Hao's assistance, he cleared the gold shop in less than half an hour. The duo proceeded to another mall, which also proved unsuitable for gathering supplies. Zhang Sen similarly submerged to collect gold. The third mall's water level was more favorable, approximately at the top of the second floor, with a simple push. He could reach the third. Zhang Sen opted not to come ashore to avoid wasting time with the endless back and forth of collecting items. He entrusted his larger bag to Lu Hao, instructing him to gather supplies while he remained to oversee the boat. In the end, the collected supplies would be split equally between them, as Zhang Sen's bag held more than double the capacity of Lu Hao's. If he filled one bag, it would surpass the amount he had found the previous day. Lu Hao, appreciating the efficiency of this arrangement, dashed off with the large bag. Alone on the boat, Zhang Sen poured himself a cup of spatial spring water to replenish his strength. He then reclined on the boat, observing the bustling activity of the mall, where individuals raced about, occasionally engaging in dark confrontations over supplies, relishing the moment. After more than an hour, Lu Hao returned to the boat, satisfaction radiating from him. He opened his bag, exclaiming, "Boss, look, I found a plethora of food, including 5 pounds of rice." Upon noticing the bloodstains on his face, seemingly splattered, Zhang Sen inquired, "Did you just engage in a scuffle?" Lu Hao nodded, a proud expression adorning his countenance. "I encountered 2 fools who, thinking me an easy target, brandished a shabby dagger in an attempt to seize my supplies. I swiftly retaliated, sending them fleeing in terror." Indeed, Zhang Sen remarked as he donned his diving gear. "In this world, only those with unyielding strength can survive." With that, he tossed a rope to Lu Hao and plunged into the water. Contemplating Zhang Sen's words and reflecting on his own recent experiences, Lu Hao found himself increasingly convinced of their veracity. This shopping mall loomed larger than the previous 2. And after more than an hour of scouring, Zhang Sen finally amassed a considerable amount of gold. By the time he resurfaced, mealtime had arrived. Having been submerged for so long, Zhang Sen felt fatigued and ravenously hungry. Since his physical prowess had improved, his appetite had notably increased. The pair ascended to the 3rd floor, dragging the inflatable boat along, and found a corner to enjoy their lunch. To accommodate extra supplies, Lu Hao had intentionally left with an empty backpack. Discovering such an abundance of food was fortuitous, as it perfectly addressed their midday hunger. He produced 2 boxes of self-heating rice and some bread. Zhang Sen, without a hint of disdain, joined Lu Hao in hastily consuming their meal. Just as they finished packing up and prepared to head to the next shopping mall, a group of individuals suddenly blocked their path. "Big brother, it's him." Chapter 47. Seeking Revenge. "Brother, it's him." A young man, his body adorned with bandages, pointed at Lu Hao and addressed the middle-aged man beside him. "You brat. Are you the one who harmed my brother?" The middle-aged man, robust and imposing, stood at the forefront, wielding a cleaver that made him appear the most formidable among the group. The others were armed with steel pipes, an axe, and an assortment of kitchen knives. Lu Hao surveyed the group, a sense of trepidation swelling within him. Yet, what weighed most heavily on his conscience was the trouble he had caused for Zhang Sr. Had he not provoked that young man, they would not have summoned this mob to confront them. He steadied himself, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Sen, and whispered, "Boss, did you bring the crossbow from yesterday?" Zhang Sen paused, taken aback that Lu Hao was now relying on him. "I did." "That's good." Lu Hao sighed in relief, tossing the dragging speedboat onto the water. He then hurled his backpack onto it and urged Zhang Sen, "Boss, attach the engine and leave quickly. The faster you go, the better. If someone chases you, use that crossbow to shoot whoever comes after you. Zhang Sen was momentarily stunned, not having expected such an arrangement. And you? Lu Hao, in a rush, pushed him again. Just go. Don't worry about me. I can handle this bunch of punks. Besides, I brought this upon myself. I have no reason to drag you into it. The middle-aged man, observing their hushed conversation, interjected, What are you two whispering about? Let me tell you. Neither of you is leaving today. Lu Hao turned defiantly towards the middle-aged man. So what if I did it? Your brother tried to rob me. It's a miracle I didn't kill him. The middle-aged man, fueled by rage, chuckled menacingly. All right, you've got guts. Brothers, charge. As the middle-aged man led his group forward, Lu Hao shouted, Boss, run, and rushed towards them, brandishing his blade. He was astute enough to realize he was outmatched, focusing solely on eliminating the leader. Targeting the middle-aged man directly. Anyone who stood in his way would feel his wrath. These men, having committed countless acts of violence in a post-apocalyptic world, found killing as simple as swatting a fly. Yet, they had never encountered someone as audacious as Lu Hao, who dared to confront a gang single-handedly. They were cautious, fully prepared for the conflict ahead. As Lu Hao charged, the middle-aged man swung his cleaver down. Lu Hao deftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. He swung his knife fiercely, striking two more opponents. Zhang Sen, standing off to the side, observed the blood-soaked battle with raised eyebrows. This kid has some skill, he thought. 2 years of military training have not gone to waste. However, despite his prowess, Lu Hao is not a seasoned warrior. It wasn't too long before he was knocked down by a kick, his weapon sent flying. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on me? I will end you today. The middle-aged man spat, advancing with his cleaver raised to strike Lu Hao. Realizing he was beyond salvation, Lu Hao accepted his fate, feeling no desire to struggle further. He glanced back at Zhang Sen, noticing he had yet to flee, and felt a surge of urgency. Hurry and go. Zhang Sen quietly observed him, internally letting out a silent sigh. With such limited skills, he dared to stand before him, fighting desperately alongside a group. Zhang Sen felt a twinge of admiration, his acknowledgement of Lu Hao deepening. He concealed his hand behind his back, and with a flicker of intent, a sleek black hand crossbow materialized in his grasp as he swiftly aimed. Just as he witnessed the middle-aged man's blade descending towards Lu Hao, Zhang Sen pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The short arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in the man's neck. The middle-aged man paused, incredulously turning to Zhang Sen. But before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground. After a prolonged wait, Lu Hao, sensing no blade striking him, heard the clatter of metal hitting the floor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the middle-aged man sprawled before him, an arrow protruding from his neck, the blood staining his once white t-shirt crimson. He turned to Zhang Sen in shock. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, prompting Lu Hao to suddenly burst into laughter. The sudden turn of events left the group of thugs momentarily stunned. Realizing what had transpired, they instinctively sought revenge for their fallen leader. However, Zhang Sen's crossbow could only release a single arrow at a time, rendering him momentarily vulnerable and their fear diminished. With weapons raised, they all charged at Zhang Sr. Run, boss! Lu Hao exclaimed urgently, picking up a nearby watermelon knife and rising to his feet. Seeking death, Zhang Sen scoffed, discarding the hand crossbow. And with hands behind his back, he summoned 2 machetes from his spatial pocket. In a flash, he surged forward, blocking an axe strike from one assailant, while swiftly decapitating another with one of the machetes. Lu Hao, witnessing the severed head roll across the ground, stood frozen in terror. A second strike pierced another man's heart, blood gushing forth, warmth splattering against Lu Hao's cheek. Zhang Sen felt a surge of exhilaration, his machetes moving with such speed that they seemed to leave traces in the air. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with bodies, crimson staining the earth. Only the man who had previously fallen in fright remained, the very one seeking vengeance against Lu Hao. With blood splattered across his face and hands, Zhang Sen advanced relentlessly. The man, terrified, stumbled backward, his gray trousers darkening with fear. Zhang Sen's merciless demeanor terrified him into submission. Not just him, but Lu Hao and the other onlookers were equally shaken. Lu Hao's mind raced with thoughts. His boss was truly formidable. Yet, Zhang Sen abruptly sheathed his blades, casting a casual glance at Lu Hao. I leave him to you. Lu Hao, momentarily dazed, suddenly grasped the implication. This entire ordeal stemmed from his earlier mercy. Had he eliminated the man then, none of this would have transpired. Boss, I understand. He stepped forward to confront the trembling man. The man, filled with dread, wept, Please, don't kill me, brother. I was wrong. But Lu Hao, his heart now resolutely untroubled, thrust the blade into the man's chest. After a spurt of blood, the man's breath ceased instantly. Lu Hao withdrew the knife, feeling dissatisfied with the watermelon knife, which he discarded on the ground. He took a couple of steps, picked up a more suitable machete, and returned to Zhang Sen's side. Zhang Sen had already tidied up the items on the ground, discreetly stowing the crossbow into his backpack. He boarded the speedboat first, attaching the engine with precision. Lu Hao followed suit, silently observing Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen retrieved a wet wipe, carelessly wiping his face before cleaning the blood from his hands. After discarding the used wipe, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for himself before offering another to Lu Hao. He then reclined languidly at the stern of the boat, smoking in silence. Although Lu Hao typically had little craving for cigarettes, his mind was in turmoil, and he sought a moment of composure. He could not fathom how this seemingly frail individual, who appeared incapable of self-sufficiency and preferred to build fortifications while launching covert attacks from the shadows, could exhibit such ferocity in taking lives. Chapter 48. May I smell the fragrance of lilies? Lu Hao took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, his thoughts becoming clearer. Never mind. It was of no consequence. The boss was impressive. That was his own talent. In this apocalyptic world, no matter how ruthless, it was merely a means of self-preservation. He too aspired to emulate his boss. Anyone who dared to provoke him would meet their demise. Boss. Zhang Sen raised his eyes to meet Lu Hao's. Today, I was in the wrong for letting those two individuals go. I shall ensure their complete eradication in the future. Zhang Sen remained silent for a moment, waiting until he finished his cigarette before responding. Only the dead cannot cause trouble. Lu Hao nodded earnestly. I have taken note. Zhang Sen suddenly laughed, discarding the cigarette butt. And by the way, what a poor choice of words. What do you mean by complete eradication? I refer to it as leaving no future troubles. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned, and he too began to laugh. We're leaving. The engine roared to life, and the speedboat swiftly sped away. In the afternoon, Zhang Sen had emptied 2 shopping malls and 3 street-side gold shops of their precious metals. By the time they returned home, night had already fallen. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Hao, burdened with a large backpack, could distinctly feel the change in the attitudes of those around him compared to the previous day. Yesterday, while moving, people had frequently asked him for food, and some had even tried to rummage through his backpack, only to be deterred by his knife. However, today, accompanying Zhang Sen, not a single person dared to speak to him. This formidable man behind him was his boss. Reflecting on this, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Zhang Sen discovered that the doors of apartment 1603 next to his and 1601, where Lu Hao resided, had both been forced open. What the hell? My door has been smashed open, Lu Hao exclaimed, then glanced at Zhang Sen's door. Fortunately, your door remains intact, boss. After speaking, he paused, then covered his nose. Ugh, what is that smell? It's so foul. You should check if your supplies are still there. At Zhang Sen's words, Lu Hao snapped back to reality and hurriedly dashed into his apartment. Zhang Sen, using a flashlight, inspected his door lock, which bore signs of being tampered with but had not been breached. It seemed the perpetrator had defaced his door with some repugnant substance, likely excrement. Damn it. Zhang Sen's mood soured abruptly. He retrieved 2 bottles of water from his backpack, preparing to wash away the disgusting mess, when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Instantly, he turned, one hand retreating behind him to grasp his handgun. 2 women emerged from the fire escape. Is this Mr. Zhang? Zhang Sen illuminated their faces with his flashlight, revealing the pair of attractive women who lived with Li Ting. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Sen felt his spirits lift considerably at the sight of 2 stunning beauties. Yet, he maintained his composure, suppressing a smile, and inquired, what brings you here? The short-haired girl standing in front introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Zhang, my name is Tu Sai, and this is my friend, Yang Yike. Zhang Sen regarded the pair, one exuding confidence and the other radiating gentleness. He stifled his excitement and feigned indifference, demanding, let us get to the point. What is it you seek from me? Tu Sai, feeling somewhat anxious, cleared her throat and said, Mr. Zhang, we noticed you possess a speedboat and hope to form a team with you to venture out in search of supplies. In the days prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Sen would have readily agreed. However, in the present circumstances, even the most fragrant lily pales in comparison to the value of life. Having suffered greatly at the hands of women, he was unwilling to tread that path again. I'm afraid I do not require a team. Mr. Zhang, Tu Sai urged. Please allow me to finish. Considering your robust constitution, I will indulge you with my words. We do not intend to morally coerce you through our femininity, rather. We seek to engage in a mutual exchange. I was once a national martial arts champion, with swordsmanship as my forte. Should you ever require my assistance? I assure you I will not hesitate. Upon concluding her statement, she turned to Yang Yike, who stood behind her, and said, Kiki, please show Mr. Zhang my sword. Hesitantly, Yang Yike stepped forward and presented the sword to Zhang. Senator, if Mr. Zhang wishes to ascertain my abilities, I can perform a sword dance for you. Zhang Sen understood Tu Sai's intention. She wished to dispel any misconceptions about her being aggressive, although he was quite intrigued by the prospect of her performing He was already well aware of her prowess. After all, in his past life, Tu Sui had single-handedly established a base comprised entirely of women. He had no need to witness her swordsmanship to validate her strength. Furthermore, engaging in a sword dance without any intention of collaboration seemed beneath him. No need for that. I believe you. However, I truly do not require a team. I'm sorry, but please seek assistance elsewhere. Tu Sui remained reluctant to concede. The supplies she and Yang Yike had were dwindling, barely sufficient to last until the next day, the last time Wang Hu and his men arrived. They had plundered all their resources. Fortunately, at that moment, she and Yang Yike had been out searching for supplies, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, even with her martial skills, confronting a horde of lustful men while safeguarding the defenseless Yang Yike would have resulted in dire consequences. Previously, she and Yang Yike had joined the supply-seeking team in Building 8, introduced by a friend. Yet that team consisted solely of men, each one prone to making unwanted advances towards her and Yang Yike. Today, the owner of the kayak even suggested that she and Yang Yike must accompany him for a night, or he would refuse to take them out for supplies again. In a fit of rage, she had retaliated against him, leading to a bitter parting. With no alternatives, she knew that without supplies, both she and Yang Yike would soon face starvation. She was acutely aware of how many men in the building coveted them. Should she falter, Yang Yike would be utterly defenseless. Thus, she sought out Zhang Sen despite his notorious reputation as a ruthless killer. She believed that, regardless of the number of adversaries he had dispatched, they had all provoked his wrath. He had never instigated trouble himself. For this reason alone, she regarded him as a man of integrity. Mr. Zhang, we are truly at our wits' end. Our stockpiled supplies were seized by Wang Hu. And by the time we realized it, it was already too late. Our supplies can scarcely last until tomorrow. Which is why I have brought Yang Yike to implore your assistance today. If you venture out to procure resources, you may kindly take us along in the future. Should you require aid, I, Tu Sui, shall stand by you unwaveringly. Moreover, I assure you that regardless of the quantity of supplies we manage to gather, half will be surrendered to you as compensation for the use of your speedboat. Zhang Sen's gaze flitted between the alluring faces of Tu Sui and Yang Yike. Is any assistance permissible? If so, might I indulge in the fragrance of lilies? Chapter 49. Clean up after me nevertheless, despite his thoughts. Zhang Sen was not the type of person to force others against their will. With an expressionless visage, he fixed his gaze upon Tu Sui, his refusal unmistakable. Tu Sui, feeling helpless, conceded defeat, and said, I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Zhang. Let us go, cuckoo. The two turned to leave. But Yang Yike could not resist casting a glance back at Zhang Sen. Her eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance, yet devoid of malice. Zhang Sen sighed internally, recognizing himself as a true gentleman, one who could remain unperturbed even when temptation was at hand. At that moment, Lu Hao stormed out, his face a mask of fury. Damn it! Which beast has stolen all my supplies? Tu Sui halted in her tracks, turning around to find Zhao Hongwei. What? Lu Hao's anger intensified. Who is Zhao Hongwei? I will confront him right now. Zhang Sen observed Tu Sui with surprise, realizing she had informed them despite his earlier rejection of her cooperation. Tu Sui, sensing his disbelief, clarified, it's true. I came to find you once before and happened to see Zhao Hongwei and his men prying open your door. I apologize. There were several of them armed, and I couldn't risk confronting them alone. After speaking, she took Yang Yike's hand and exited through the fire escape. Zhang Sen pondered, acknowledging that Tu Sui's actions were indeed unexpected. In the apocalypse, it is often wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements, yet she chose to reveal the truth, even after he had explicitly declined her offer. This indicated a commendable moral compass on her part. He turned to examine the excrement on the lock, his heart swelling with irritation, foreseeing that such incidents might recur. Moreover, Tu Sui and Yang Yike were undeniably alluring. If only they could frequently grace his presence. Perhaps one day he might truly inhale the fragrance of lilies. What if? He called out to Tu Sui, who paused and turned to face him. Is Zhao Hongwei the mastermind? Zhang Sen inquired. Tu Sui reflected for a moment. It should be him. I saw him leading the group and giving orders. Go fetch Zhao Hongwei for me, Zhang Sen commanded. Lu Hao, accompany Tu Sui and retrieve your supplies. Tu Sui was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, what are you suggesting? Zhang Sen's lips curved into a slight smile. You have succeeded. We shall discuss other matters afterward. Tu Sui's face lit up with joy. I will go at once. Kuka, wait for me here. Mr. Zhang, I will return shortly. Very well. With her sword in hand, Tu Sui led Lu Hao away, leaving Zhang Sen and Yang Yike alone in the corridor. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Yang Yike felt a twinge of fear in this post-apocalyptic world. She had only encountered men with ill intentions. She could not ascertain whether Zhang Sen would prove to be like those others. Zhang Sen sensed her unease. Surprised that Tu Sui had left her behind, indicating a significant level of trust. He approached the elevator, leaning against the window as he lit a cigarette. "You need not be afraid. I shall not harm you," he assured her, "unless you consent." Young Yike, fearing his anger, hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean it that way." Zhang Sen smiled, choosing not to expose her discomfort, instead diverting the conversation. "You and Tu Sai, you're not just friends, are you?" Yang Yike nodded. "We are in a romantic relationship." Zhang Sen smirked. "That's splendid. True love is paramount." "Thank you." Yang Yike felt a sense of relief. Her impression of Zhang Sen slightly improved. Noticing her lingering fear, Zhang Sen fell silent, turning his gaze toward the window, presenting his back to her. Yang Yike exhaled softly, leaning against the wall as she squatted down. After several minutes, Zhang Sen lit a second cigarette, finally hearing commotion from the staircase. Lu Hao followed closely, burdened with supplies. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it, they actually consumed 4 packs of instant noodles and a box of self-heating hot pot. If it weren't for my boss wanting to see you, I would have eliminated you by now." Zhao Hongwei repeatedly pleaded for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Our family was just too hungry. Once I find supplies, I will repay you double, no triple." The fire door swung open. Tu Sai entered, dragging Zhao Hongwei along. "Mr. Zhang, I have brought the person over." Zhao Hongwei bore several wounds, clearly inflicted by a blade, indicating he had put up a struggle. Zhang Sen nodded, stepping forward to deliver a fierce kick to Zhao Hongwei's chest. Zhao Hongwei fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Zhang Sen, cigarette between his lips, glared coldly. "You have some nerve." "Forgive me, Sun Gu. I apologize. I was blinded by folly. I promise it won't happen again." Zhao Hongwei stammered, as Zhang Sen seized his collar, dragging him toward the door. "Lick it clean. If you fail to do so, you can forget about your life." I'll do it. Zhao Hongwei, thoroughly terrified, understood that Zhang Sen's intent was not a jest. At that moment, he deeply regretted his repulsive actions. Surrounded by the nauseating odor, his stomach churned. Having just eaten excessively, he feared that if he vomited, it would all be for naught. Yet, if he didn't comply, his life would be forfeit. Gritting his teeth, he felt the urge to vomit rising. Zhang Sen threatened, "If you dare to vomit here, I'll wash my door with your blood. Hurry up and lick." Hearing this, Zhao Hongwei did not dare to delay, steeling himself. He complied. The others, aside from Zhang Sen, watched in disgust, their stomachs turning. Observing Zhang Sen's calm demeanor, they felt a renewed admiration for him. Little did they know, in his past life, Zhang Sen had witnessed countless similar incidents. Many, in their quest for sustenance, would consume anything, even excrement, without hesitation. After Zhao Hongwei finished, he knelt before Zhang Sen, repeatedly bowing his head. "Sun Gu, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." However, such pleas held no merit. Having dared to commit such a vile act against Zhang Sen, even without Tu Sai's identification, he would have tracked down the perpetrator and executed him. But now, he had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. Tu Sai, eliminate him. Tu Sai paused for a moment, meeting Zhang Sen's unwavering gaze. She understood this was a test posed by Zhang's senator without the slightest hesitation. She stepped forward and delivered a swift strike to his throat. A straight gash appeared on Zhao Hongwei's neck. He clutched at his throat, but it was of no avail, as a torrent of crimson blood flowed through his fingers. Chapter 50. The thunder awakens the earth's fire. Zhao Hongwei's face flushed crimson. Yet he was utterly unable to utter a sound, his trachea severed. Zhang Sen, taken aback by Tu Sai's decisive action, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you killed before?" Tu Sai nodded. "While searching for supplies, 2 men attempted to rob me, and I killed them." Zhang Sen nodded in approval and then instructed Lu how to dispose of the corpse. Seizing the moment, he entered room 1602 to take a glance, only to find it already vacant. The whereabouts of the previous occupants were unknown. He recalled that before the apocalypse, a young couple resided there. However, the apartment stood desolate now. Zhang Sen speculated that perhaps they had fled to safety elsewhere, though it was more likely that they succumbed to the psychological torment of the apocalypse and ended their own lives by leaping from the 16th floor. On the balcony, he noticed a chair, a poignant reminder that in these dire times, choosing to end one's life had become a common occurrence. Dying spared one from further suffering, which was a reasonable choice. With 1602 unoccupied, it was the perfect abode for the lovely couple. He turned to Tu Sai and asked, "Do you know the identities of the other participants in today's incident?" "I do," she replied. "I believe in settling scores. Go and demand a pinky finger from them. Tell them that if they refuse, I shall personally collect." After concluding, Zhang Sen added, "Afterward, you and your girlfriend can move into 1602. The moment he mentioned your girlfriend, a subtle smile danced at the corners of his mouth, especially as he observed Yang Yike's evident shyness, causing his smile to broaden. Tu Sai was somewhat surprised that Zhang Sen could discern their relationship, although a hint of concern flickered in her heart that he might harbor intentions like those lecherous men. She refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, they were currently in a position of dependence. All right, I shall go, she affirmed, rather than perceiving Zhang Sen as cruel. She admired his decisive nature. Over the past few days, she had come to understand that societal order had completely collapsed. In the future, only individuals like Zhang Sen would survive. She aspired to be like him. A mere 15 minutes later, Tu Sai returned with 6 severed pinky fingers. Finding Zhang Sen's door closed, she hesitated to knock and instead placed the dismembered digits in room 1602 before descending to gather her belongings. When she ascended once more, Zhang Sen had just finished bathing, clad in casual attire, his hair still damp, squatting by the iron door, seemingly preoccupied. She quickly tossed her luggage into the room and asked, "Mr. Zhang, do you require assistance?" "No need. Seek out Lu Hao. He will explain my rules to you," he replied. Tu Sai nodded, turning to knock on the door of room 1603. Lu Hao opened the door while holding a self-heating meal. Recognizing Tu Sai and her purpose, he welcomed her inside and recounted the instructions Zhang Sen had shared with him the previous night. After listening, Tu Sai felt her worries about Zhang Sen diminish somewhat. Individuals who preferred solitude were undoubtedly superior to those who clustered together to indulge in fantasies about women. Noticing Tu Sai occasionally gazing longingly at her self-eating meal, Lu Hao recognized her hunger. She and Yang Yike had subsisted solely on compressed biscuits all day, still daring not to satiate their appetite. Due to her previous uncertainty about persuading Zhang Sen, she realized that if unsuccessful, they would have to make do with the scant remaining supply of compressed biscuits for a while longer. She longed for a warm meal, yet understood that her connection with Lu Hao was tenuous, making it difficult to ask for food. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, with a clever thought, inquired, "Have you and your girlfriend not eaten enough?" Tu Sai, not wishing to take advantage, replied, "It's fine, we still have a bit to eat." Lu Hao, however, had his own agenda. Having witnessed Tu Sai's adept handling of Zhao Hongwei, he recognized her genuine capabilities, far more practical than the skills he had acquired in the military. Though he possessed some martial arts knowledge, it was limited. In a world where everyone wielded weapons, if Tu Sai could teach him a few techniques, it would greatly benefit him, enabling him to no longer hinder Zhang Sen, although Zhang Sen was more formidable than Tu Sai. He felt too embarrassed to ask Zhang Sen for training, fully aware that even if he did, Zhang Sen would likely refuse. "I can offer you some food, but it cannot be for free," Lu Hao stated. Tu Sai felt a surge of excitement. "Do you need my assistance with something? Teach me to kill." "Kill?" Lu Hao responded. "Indeed, while I possess some martial skills, when faced with a multitude, I can only flail with a knife. I hope you can teach me some techniques to enhance my abilities." This request was exceedingly simple for Tu Sai, who also sought partners for practice to continually improve. Without hesitation, she agreed. In exchange, Lu Hao provided her with a portion of self-heating rice and instant noodles. Upon leaving Lu Hao's residence, Zhang Sen had completed his tasks. He stood, observing Tu Sai and Lu Hao through the security door. "Are you done?" "Yes, boss. Rest assured, I made myself very clear." "Mr. Zhang, you can trust that Kiki and I will adhere to your stipulations." Zhang Sen nodded, gesturing toward the iron gate before him. "I have electrified this door. It can be lethal, so do not touch it." The duo was momentarily stunned, both silently marveling at Zhang Sen's impressive demeanor. "By the way, we will be going out to gather supplies at 8 tomorrow morning," Zhang Sen announced. "Do not be late. Also, Tu Sai, you need not accompany us. We will take Yang Yike." "What?" Tu Sai exclaimed. "Mr. Zhang, Kiki knows nothing. What if something goes wrong?" Zhang Sen's expression hardened. "If you seek my assistance, do not question any of my decisions. Should this happen again, our partnership will cease here." Fearing to provoke Zhang Sen's ire, Tu Sai refrained from further protest, though her mind continued to ponder Zhang Sen's intentions. Zhang Sen, perceptive of her thoughts, noted her delicate beauty and the forlorn expression gracing her features. He softened his tone, continuing, "In light of the current situation outside, how long can you protect your girlfriend? My willingness to accept you is also driven by a necessity for your skills. I do not wish to witness another repugnant incident at my doorstep. Your task is to safeguard the home. Let others deal with the killing." He withdrew 2 bottles of pepper spray from his pocket and tossed them to Tu Sai, instructing, "You and Yang Yike each take 1 and bring them tomorrow. As for the supplies discovered daily, they would be divided into 5 portions, with him claiming 1/5. The remainder would be split between you and Lu Haoping." Having said this, he turned and entered the house, leaving Tu Sai staring at the 2 bottles of pepper spray, lost in contemplation. Lu Hao softly reassured, "Do not fret. My boss is quite formidable. Your girlfriend will be safe." That night, Tu Sai held Yang Yike closely in his embrace as they lay in bed. He divulged all the details of his arrangement with Zhang Sen regarding their stay at 1602. Upon learning that she would be venturing out alone with Zhang Sen and Lu Hao to procure supplies, Yang Yike was filled with trepidation. Tu Sai, feeling helpless, comforted her for a long while and repeatedly assured her that neither Zhang Sen nor Lu Hao were the type to harbor base intentions, which somewhat alleviated her fears. Subsequently, Tu Sai earnestly advised Yang Yike to consult Lu Hao whenever she encountered uncertainties or had questions. In her interactions with Lu Hao that evening, she sensed a warmth in him that contrasted with Zhang Sen's demeanor. He seemed rather simple-minded and lacked guile. Regarding Zhang Sen, Tu Sai cautioned Yang Yike to comply with whatever he instructed, as long as it did not jeopardize her safety, and to refrain from probing into his decisions or actions. I understand, Yang Yike replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Observing her, Tu Sai felt a stirring in his heart. It had been quite some time since they had shared an intimate moment. During their previous stay at 902, they had another person in the house, and recent thefts of supplies had dampened their spirits. In the current situation, the atmosphere was charged with a palpable tension. Chapter 51. Leaving the women and supplies behind the next day, the water level had indeed receded significantly. The surface now reached the 4th floor, nearly touching the rooftop. At 8 in the morning, as Zhang Sen stepped outside, he found 3 individuals waiting at the entrance. Noticing the redness in Yang Yike's eyes, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you reluctant to go?" Yang Yike hurriedly replied, "No, not at all." Tu Sai embraced Yang Yike reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. They are not bad people. I will be waiting for you at home." After a brief pause, she added with a smile, "Make sure to gather plenty of supplies. I'm counting on you to take care of me." Yang Yike couldn't help but laugh, her gaze becoming resolute as she responded, "Rest assured. I will take care of you." Tu Sai playfully kissed Yang Yike on the lips and said, "Yes, I'll be waiting for you." Zhang Sen and Lu Hao stood frozen, witnessing this intimate scene, their blood rushing to their heads. In that moment, Zhang Sen felt that bringing along this young couple was indeed a brilliant decision. Life should be embraced in the light, with the fragrance of flowers surrounding it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Hao, and immediately burst into laughter upon seeing the blood trickling from his nostrils. What an unfortunate fellow. Lu Hao, noticing Zhang Sen's expression, forced a smile and raised his eyebrows playfully. "Hey, how go? Why are you bleeding?" Yang Yike exclaimed in surprise. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly dabbing at his nose. I'm sorry. I've been eating instant noodles and hot pot lately, and it's made me a bit overheated. Let us hurry and go." With that, he fled in a flustered manner. After Yang Yike followed, Zhang Sen also took his leave. Tu Sai called out to Zhang Sen, bowing deeply, "Mr. Zhang, I entrust you with this." Zhang Sen understood her intentions but made no promises, merely advising her to take good care of the home before waving goodbye. Today, Zhang Sen's destination was even farther than the previous day, requiring a full hour of travel by speedboat to arrive. The journey was marked by silence. Lu Hao was lost in thoughts of the earlier scene, while Yang Yike, timid and apprehensive, refrained from speaking. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had never been apart from Tu Sai. This time, she was venturing out with 2 men she had only known for a day. Despite Tu Sai's repeated assurances of their character being superior to her previous companions, she couldn't suppress her worries. Upon reaching the first mall, the water level was unsuitable, leaving them in an awkward predicament. Zhang Sen submerged himself alone, leaving only Yang Yike and Lu Hao aboard the speedboat, which finally gave her the courage to speak. "How go? While they are searching for supplies upstairs, how will Mr. Zhang manage underwater?" Lu Hao chuckled lightly. "I'm not sure," Haven't asked. "The boss must have his reasons for what he does." "Don't worry, there will definitely be time to gather supplies today." Recalling Tu Sai's admonitions, Yang Yike, fearful of being misunderstood by Lu Hao, quickly clarified, "I'm not trying to pry into Mr. Zhang's personal matters, nor do I have any objections to his plans. I'm simply curious. I apologize for asking too much." Lu Hao felt a mix of exasperation and sympathy for the young girl, who seemed to have been overly sheltered at home. She was so timid. He couldn't help but think of his younger sister back home, who bore a resemblance to Yang Yike, and he wondered if she was still alive. He let out a soft sigh and comforted, "You need not fear us. The boss poses no threat either. Although formidable, he would not kill without cause. His willingness to accept you signifies his recognition of your worth. For now, focus on gathering supplies." Yang Yike exhaled in relief. "I understand now. Thank you, Brother Hao." Lu Hao nodded, and just then, the rope was tugged 3 times. He promptly pulled Zhang Sen up. After a brief respite, Zhang Sen returned to the water. After several attempts, he successfully retrieved all the gold from the mall and boarded the speedboat, setting off for the next location. The second mall had an appropriate water level. Zhang Sen reclined on the speedboat to rest while Lu Hao took Yang Yike to search for supplies. Each of them carried a large bag, with Lu Hao additionally holding a smaller luggage bag. As the number of scavengers increased, the available supplies dwindled. After searching for over an hour, they managed to fill only one bag. The other two remained unopened, and one was barely a third full. With only half an hour left until their agreed-upon time, Lu Hao began to feel anxious. Fortunately, he discovered a storage room in a jewelry shop, stocked with numerous snacks, including spicy chips, meat sauces, canned goods, and various imported instant noodles and chocolates. It seemed the previous staff had discreetly hoarded these items for their own indulgence during work hours. Both Lu Hao and Yang Yike's eyes sparkled. The quantity of supplies was sufficient to fill the remaining space in their bags. They swiftly stuffed everything inside. As they reached the last few items, a loud shout pierced the air. These supplies were found by us first. Lu Hao's heart raced as he picked up the machete resting on the ground and said to Yang Yike, "You keep packing. I'll handle them." Trembling with fear, Yang Yike continued her task, fully aware of the vital importance of food after having faced hunger too many times. The jewelry shop was not large, and the opposing group consisted of 4 men. Apart from the one in the center wielding a machete, the others brandished steel pipes. The cramped space further intensified the tension. Lu Hao regarded the 4 adversaries, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Leave the woman and our supplies. We may spare your life," the leader declared. Brandishing his weapon, Lu Hao scoffed. "Your supplies? Are you unaware of the principle of first come, first served? I discovered these provisions first. I merely stepped out to summon my comrades, and you seized the opportunity. Quit the nonsense. Anything in my grasp is mine. If you want it, barter with your lives." With that, the leader's command rang out. "Brothers, let us go." The 4 men lunged forward, but Lu Hao stood resolute, machete raised, prepared to engage. His only guiding principle in the aftermath of this confrontation was clear. If he could run, he would. If not, he would fight with all his might. Chapter 52. The arrival of extreme cold. It was evident that these individuals had no intention of allowing Lu Hao an opportunity to escape. They had already locked the door. Lu Hao swiftly kicked one man wielding a steel pipe to the ground and severed another's hand with a knife, striking yet another in the chest. During this fray, he endured a blow to his back. The leader of the assailants fought with reckless abandon, swinging his blade wildly, yet Lu Hao narrowly evaded each strike. Both combatants sustained injuries. Witnessing the escalating violence, the remaining 2 henchmen began to feel a twinge of fear. They had merely sought to seize some supplies, not to risk their lives. However, the words of their leader rekindled their resolve. "Brothers, kill him. With 3 large bags of supplies and a woman, we'll all revel together." The 3 men launched themselves at Lu Hao once more. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, Yang Yike, who had been hiding behind the counter after collecting the supplies, stood up. She rushed forward, unleashing a torrent of pepper spray upon the trio. Instantly, they were reduced to tears, clutching their eyes in agony while sneezing uncontrollably. Lu Hao was taken aback. Although his own eyes stung, the immediate danger had dissipated. "Well done, Yike." Yang Yike trembled at the sight. Lu Hao regained his footing, dispatching the 2 remaining assailants with swift precision. Just as he was about to eliminate the last one, a thought struck him. He turned to Yang Yike and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" "No, never," she replied. "Come here and finish him," Lu Hao urged, picking up the leader's machete and handing it to her. Yang Yike gasped in shock. "Me?" Lu Hao sneezed a few times. "Hurry, let us finish this and leave. It's too suffocating here." Trembling, Yang Yike accepted the knife and approached the man, who was still sneezing, his face streaked with tears and snot. "No, how go? I can't do it," she faltered. Lu Hao, standing beside her, pressed, "Think about it. If I had died just now, what would they have done to you? This is your enemy. If you spare him, the next time you encounter him, it could be you and your girlfriend who suffer." Yang Yike hesitated momentarily. "Kill him," Lu Hao bellowed. "For heaven's sake. It's the end of the world. Do you still think you can be a delicate lady? If you don't kill him, prepare to face death yourself. Kill him," she screamed, raising the knife and striking the man repeatedly. He soon lay lifeless on the ground, a mere heap of flesh. Lu Hao stepped forward, took the knife from her trembling hands, and handed her a backpack, gently reassuring her, "Let us go. You did well." Yang Yike stood in a daze as she accepted the bag and slung it over her shoulders, following Lu Hao outside. The 2 quickly joined Zhang Sen, who, upon seeing them covered in blood, understood they had encountered trouble. He did not allow them to board the speedboat immediately but inquired, "Are you all right?" Lu Hao shook his head. "Just a few minor injuries. It's nothing serious. Let us eat first, and we'll head to the next location afterward." Zhang Sen climbed ashore, pulling the speedboat up and seeking a corner. Lu Hao opened a backpack and pulled out a loaf of bread, saying, "Take whatever you wish to eat." Yang Yike, lost in thought, took a loaf of bread and began to nibble on it after unwrapping it. Zhang Sen observed her in silence. She was not his concern, and he felt no obligation to tend to the emotional well-being of others, regardless of their beauty. If one could not even surmount such minor hurdles, it would be better to perish sooner than to burden others. His gaze fell upon the 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds on Lu Hao's arm, and he sighed softly. This lad had potential. It would be a pity if he were to die. He reached into his bag, retrieving gauze, antiseptic alcohol, and a pack of anti-inflammatory medication, placing them before Lu Hao to tend to his wounds. Lu Hao glanced at the supplies, fully aware of how rare such items had become, and felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, boss," he said. Zhang Sen remained silent. Lu Hao set down the bread and removed his shirt. He first cleaned his wounds with alcohol, but after struggling for some time to bandage himself, frustration began to mount. By this time, Yang Yike had calmed down. She put down her bread and took the bandages from Lu Hao's hand. "Let me help you. How go?" Lu Hao paused, then nodded. Yang Yike, in silence, began to wrap the bandages around his arm. Observing her pale complexion, he could not help but sigh. "I have a younger sister. About your age. I do not know whether she is alive or dead. If she still breathes, I hope she possesses your strength." The world had indeed changed. He had suffered from indecision before, nearly losing his life multiple times. Thankfully, the boss had saved him. One must be a bit ruthless to survive. That is what the boss has taught me. Yang Yike regarded Lu Hao earnestly, saying, "How go? I know you mean well. Thank you. I will grow stronger quickly and will no longer be as weak as I once was." After their meal, Zhang Sen followed the plan, raiding a few more shopping centers and scattered stores before returning home. Upon arrival, they first went to room 1602 to divide the supplies they had gathered that day. Zhang Sen, adhering to their agreement, took only 1/5 of the bounty. Once home, he bathed, ate, and spent some time playing with Satan, who had grown a bit larger, nearing a meter in height. Using the gold he had found that day, he upgraded the space once more, though the mist had thinned slightly. The changes were subtle and nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. It seemed the space's appetite had expanded. However, some alterations were evident. The area beside the spring had increased in size, and more wildflowers had bloomed. The water level continued to recede, and when it fell to the second floor, the extreme cold would arrive. In the following days, Zhang Sen continued to venture out with Lu Hao and Yang Yike in search of supplies and gold. Each evening, upon their return, Lu Hao diligently practiced swordplay with Tu Sai. Although Tu Sai was primarily skilled in sword techniques, his knife skills were commendable as well, and Lu Hao's prowess progressed rapidly. Now, he could easily fend off 3 or 4 ordinary individuals. Initially, Lu Hao considered offering Tu Sai a reward, but upon learning of Lu Hao's good intentions towards Yang Yike, Tu Sai declined any form of compensation. After all, the practice sessions have significantly contributed to her prowess. Yang Yike has undergone a remarkable transformation, now actively seeking to enhance her capabilities, training daily alongside Lu Hao and Tu Sai in both fitness and martial arts. The water level continues to dwindle, and Zhang Sen is on the verge of emptying all the gold stores in Nanyang. Yet, the changes in the spatial realm remain minimal. Following the cleansing of the last region on the map, the anticipated upgrade of the space has not materialized as he had hoped. Aside from a slight increase in size and the emergence of a few wildflowers, there is nothing else to show for it. Zhang Sen feels a sense of helplessness. This space is, quite frankly, a veritable beast that devours gold. The water level is about to descend to the 3rd floor, heralding the impending arrival of extreme cold. The gold that can be procured in Nanyang has been largely collected, although he has coveted the gold stored in the banks. He has never dared to aspire to such ambitions due to his lack of capability. Lying on the sofa, he is enveloped in profound despair. He retrieves a bottle of red wine from the space, sipping it while petting the leopard. In the dead of night, he is suddenly roused by the presence of Satan. Upon opening his eyes, he sees Satan trembling before him, with the breath escaping its mouth forming a misty cloud. A chilling sensation grips him. Chapter 53. Uncertain whether to summon someone for warmth, Zhang Sen pondered the sudden onset of extreme cold. Was this calamity merely the result of the butterfly effect? He found it hard to comprehend. Could he truly be of such significance to the universe? After all, it was simply a rebirth. How could it alter so many events? Upon checking the thermometer, he noted the chilling temperature of -21 degrees. Goodness, he almost froze to death. In his previous life, during the first night of the extreme cold, countless souls never awakened from their slumber. What a close call, had it not been for Satan. He might have evaded the harshness of his past existence, yet not this one. With lingering apprehension, Zhang Sen added firewood to the fireplaces in both the living room and bedroom. He also retrieved an electric heater from his space, placing it in the bedroom. Gradually, the temperature within the house began to rise, alleviating some of the coldness that clung to him. Just then, a loud knocking echoed through the door. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow. After a few days of peace, was trouble stirring once more? Approaching the door, he activated the surveillance monitor and saw Lu Hao and 2 others, all bundled in blankets, shivering from the cold. Lu Hao was wrapped in the thick blanket he had previously assisted in acquiring, while the other two had noticeably thinner coverings. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Boss. Are you all right? Mr. Zhang, the sudden drop in temperature has us worried. Are you managing?" Taken aback, Zhang Sen realized they had come to check on him. "I'm fine. You all should head back. Be sure to keep warm, wear your thickest clothing, and dismantle any furniture you can at home to stoke a fire." "Understood. Boss, please take care of yourself too." The trio returned to their homes, and Zhang Sen retreated to his bedroom. The room's temperature had risen to a comfortable 20 degrees. Though it felt somewhat dry, he placed a basin of water on the bedside table and summoned Satan into the room, preparing for sleep. Yet, the image of the two girls huddled in their thin blankets infiltrated his thoughts. Based on the trajectory of events from his previous life, he was confident they would survive the extreme cold and reach the base, but he felt a pang of compassion for the two young women, forced to rely on one another for warmth. Moreover, after spending time together, he recognized that they were considerate and had been of assistance to him in various ways. Not to mention, their willingness to come and remind him today was a kindness he felt he must repay. He had ample thick blankets in his space. It would be a simple gesture. What if it touched their hearts? Caught in his musings, Zhang Sen became inspired. He quickly rose, wrapping himself in layers like a bear, and retrieved a thick blanket from his storage, a remnant from the warehouse. With this addition to their own thin coverings and a fire pit, their ordeal would become more bearable. He made his way to knock on the door of room 1602, but regrettably, it remained unanswered for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps this was more than a mere act of goodwill. It was a risk to his own comfort to bring warmth. After a minute, the door finally creaked open. Two Sai stood there, gazing at the shivering Zhang Senator. "Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Sen lifted the quilt in his hands and remarked, "It seems you all lack thick blankets. Allow me to bring you a new one." Tu Sai's heart leaped with joy, as this was precisely what they needed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang," she exclaimed. Zhang Sen smiled faintly, shivering from the cold. Tu Sai quickly urged, "Mr. Zhang, you should head back. It's freezing outside." "All right," Zhang Sen nodded and turned to leave. The moment Tu Sai closed the door, the trembling ceased. He muttered, "I wonder why no one thought to come in for warmth." The following day, upon rising, Zhang Sen checked the temperature again. It had plummeted to minus 40 degrees Celsius. It was likely to reach minus 60 by tomorrow. He retrieved a heating stove from his space, ignited the charcoal, and placed steaming meat buns and wontons atop it. This type of heater was essential for every household in the northeastern cities of Great Xia, where the winters were bitterly cold, causing food to cool immediately upon serving. With this device warming from below, not only did it keep the room cozy, but it also ensured the meals remained hot. After finishing breakfast, he glanced downstairs to find that the water had completely frozen. Satan still remembered his previous promise to take him out once the outside was icy. Thus, after eating, he gazed out, awaiting the fulfillment of that promise. Reluctantly, Zhang Sen abandoned his plan to remain snug at home and decided to take Satan outside. Concerned that Satan might struggle to acclimate to the frigid environment, he retrieved a luxurious down jacket from his space and dressed Satan in it. Tying the overly wide sleeves with a rope and wrapping his feet in several pieces of cotton cloth. Once prepared, he examined Satan. Perfect. He now resembled a foolish dog. After ensuring Satan was properly outfitted, he donned his temperature-regulating attire, along with a winter coat, mountaineering boots, and gloves. As he opened the door, he was startled to find Lu Hao and two others standing at his doorstep. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Boss, we were just about to ask you if you'd like to join us in searching for supplies and firewood. Our furniture is sparse and won't last long," Lu Hao replied. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, will you accompany us?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Since he intended to walk the dog anyway, it mattered little where they went. Besides, having more people around would enhance safety. It would also be rather peculiar if he didn't venture out to gather firewood at all. "Very well, let's go together." Zhang Sen agreed. However, since it seemed that no one needed a speedboat anymore, he added, "You may each keep any supplies you find. There is no need to share." Zhang Sen had ample resources, and he held a positive impression of the three before him, so he had no intentions of taking advantage of them. Understood. Lu Hao thought Zhang Sen was remarkably generous and truly admirable. "Then let us be off." Zhang Sen nodded. "Satan, let us go." Lu Hao knew Zhang Sen owned a dog, but Tu Sai and the others were unaware. They paused, taken aback, until they saw Satan emerge from the house clad in a black down jacket, utterly astonished. "Mr. Zhang, what is this?" Yang Yike exclaimed, her round eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Sen chuckled. "This is my dog." "The dog is astonishingly large, isn't it?" Even Lu Hao, who had previously caught a fleeting glimpse of the devil, was taken aback. How is it possible that in just half a month, this dog has seemingly doubled in size? However, the three of them adhered to the principle of refraining from excessive inquiry and chose to remain silent. The four of them, accompanied by a leopard, descended the staircase layer by layer. The stairwell was considerably less populated now, with only those from the fourth floor and below remaining. Almost every household had suffered losses last night, with many having perished from the cold. The surviving family members dared not weep, for a single tear would freeze upon contact with their skin, leaving them frostbitten. Zhang Sen could sense the resentment in the gazes of those he passed along the way. It was as if they were silently accusing him. We have endured such suffering. How can you still appear so radiant and even keep a dog? Chapter 54. Do you still need gold? Zhang Sen offered not even a glance to them. He merely gripped his dagger tightly. Poised for any trouble, anyone daring to provoke him would meet a swift end. A few individuals emerged through a window on the third floor. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a sudden burst of light. It was only then that they beheld the extraordinary attire of the dog, leaving them utterly astonished. Good heavens! This canine was dressed far better than they were. They could only wrap themselves in layers of thick clothing, cocooning themselves like dumplings. Yet this dog was adorned in a grand parka. Truly, it seemed that man was outdone by beast. However, they merely mused over this, fully aware that without Zhang Sen, they might have perished long ago. After all, the warm clothing they wore had been suggested by Zhang Sen just days prior, as he noted the impending drop in temperature and advised them to seek out some warm attire. Though they did not fully comprehend his foresight, they complied. In retrospect, they were grateful for that prompt. Otherwise, they would have had no suitable clothing to venture outside today. Most of their thicker garments had been discarded during their recent move, as who could have anticipated that in the sweltering heat of summer, they would require down jackets. The cold outside was biting, and they had no intention of straying far, focusing instead on gathering firewood. As for supplies, they were not in dire need at the moment. Over the past few days, they had been hauling in ample provisions, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable time. As they made their way out of the community, they captured the attention of nearly everyone they passed. In this harsh, post-apocalyptic world, where everyone appeared disheveled and grimy, these four stood out, radiating vitality, accompanied by a dog of ludicrous size. Yet none dared approach them. Zhang Sen's notorious reputation had spread throughout the complex during their time there. Mr. Zhang, thank you for bringing us thick blankets last night. Yang Yike deliberately waited to walk alongside Zhang Senator. He smiled, indicating it was a trivial effort, and she need not be formal. Yang Yike's eyes twinkled with delight as she stole glances at him along the way, her heart fluttering. Is there something you wish to say to me? Zhang Sen turned to meet her gaze. Yang Yike felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, taking a deep breath before summoning the courage to speak. Mr. Zhang, are you collecting gold? Was she probing into his affairs? Zhang Sen's expression darkened instantly. Yang Yike felt a surge of fear and stammered, Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your privacy. I merely thought, since you have helped me and Sai so much, I wanted to offer my assistance in some way. Zhang Sen found her words intriguing and gestured for her to continue. Encouraged, Yang Yike regained her composure and said, just the other day, when the water level had receded, I noticed that every time you dove, you headed towards the gold shop. So, I thought you might be in the midst of collecting gold. Although I do not know, nor am I curious about your intentions for the gold, I simply wanted to ask if you still require some. If so, perhaps I could assist you. Zhang Sen's heart raced at her words, and he quickly inquired, can you acquire gold? How much can you obtain? Yang Yike pondered for a moment, uncertain of the exact amount, as the gold was not in her possession. So whose possession is it? It resides within the vaults of the bank. Zhang Sen mused. Is this girl perhaps repaying kindness with malice? He felt that his earlier exuberance had been a frivolous expenditure of life. Thank you. But do you think it's possible that everyone is aware of the gold in the vault yet cannot access it? Yang Yike now regretted her clumsiness in speech. Feeling a surge of urgency, Tu Sai, wearing a look of disbelief, leaned closer and said, all right, Mr. Zhang, let me clarify for Kiki. Kiki's uncle is the president of the Great Xia Bank, and he holds the key to the vault. Previously, we were concerned about infringing upon your privacy and feared that the impending disaster might pass, in case you took action regarding the vault and brought trouble upon yourself. She gestured towards the sky. But given the current circumstances, with no official actions being taken, we are thoroughly convinced that we are indeed in an apocalyptic era, and one can never tell when death may strike. Everything is frozen, making it impossible to procure gold now. You've helped us immensely. If you still desire the gold, just say the word, and Kiki and I will retrieve the key for you, allowing you to procure the gold yourself. Zhang Sen's eyes widened with each word he heard, and he broke into the broadest smile they had ever seen on him. Sister Kiki, so this is what you meant. I misjudged you, and for that, I apologize. No need for that, Mr. Zhang. It was my failure to communicate clearly. Hey, why still call me Mr. Zhang? From now on, you are my sister. A sister by different fathers and mothers. Just call me Sen Gu. Yang Yike was momentarily taken aback. Call him, Lu Hao urged. Once you call him Sen Gu, he will surely protect you. Senior. Sen Gu. Yang Yike felt even more apprehensive. Good girl. Zhang Sen beamed brightly. Then this matter will rest on you, Sister Kiki. Rest assured, if you truly help Sun Gu obtain the key, I shall reward you handsomely. The prospect of assisting Zhang Sen filled Yang Yike with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Sun Gu, I will do my utmost. The four had now arrived at the entrance of the community, where Tu Sai and Lu Hao discussed searching for firewood. Zhang Sun continued to pull at Yang Yike, inquiring about the vault. Where does your uncle reside? When do you plan to visit him? Yang Yike contemplated. I can go at any time. Perhaps tomorrow. Sai and I can set out early. My uncle's house is quite far, and given that we cannot drive now, the round trip will require at least a whole day. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and replied, let me see if I can find a means of transportation. If I manage to, I will accompany you tomorrow. It is too perilous for you two to traverse such a long distance alone. Yang Yike sought Tu Sai's opinion, who, having come to trust Zhang Sen's character, agreed that this was indeed safer. The prospect of possessing an entire vault's worth of gold brightened Zhang Sen's spirits, and he felt more motivated to accompany them in their search for supplies. The decision to deliver blankets to this young couple last night had proven remarkably wise. As he looked at the three before him, he suddenly felt that having a small team in this apocalyptic world was not such a bad thing after all. If one day he found himself secluded in the depths of the mountains with only Satan for company, devoid of any conversational partner, life would indeed become exceedingly tedious. He harbored no desire to establish his own stronghold, for such endeavors were far too laborious, nor did he wish to engage in territorial disputes or intricate schemes with others, which would only serve to exhaust him. Instead, he longed to recline upon his supplies, savoring a comfortable existence for the remainder of his days. However, he would not dismiss the notion of having a few congenial and trustworthy companions to share his life with. After all, having a small team would not only enhance his sense of security but also infuse his days with greater enjoyment. Yet for now, this remained merely a fleeting thought. Should fortune favor him with such encounters in the future, he would consider himself fortunate. If not, he would not impose any expectations. As for the three individuals before him, he resolved to continue observing them, for matters of life and death demanded his utmost caution. Chapter 55. The Demon King. After walking for over 10 minutes, they arrived at a large furniture store. Previously, while everyone had been scouring for supplies, few had shown any interest in furniture, thus the items here remained relatively intact. Although a handful of others had come with the same intent, they were still in the minority. The sudden onset of extreme cold had claimed more lives. They had walked for quite a while and had encountered only a few groups of people. Each person attended to their own business, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Zhang Sen discovered a specialized wooden furniture shop, filled entirely with solid wood tables, chairs, and benches. Lu Hao and Yang Yike each wielded a machete. Thereby the task of chopping the furniture into transportable pieces fell to Lu Hao and Tu Sai. Soon, both were sweating profusely, seated nearby to catch their breath. Zhang Sen, unable to bear their exertion, decided not to waste more time. He reached into his backpack and produced a moderately sized axe, declaring, let me take charge. The others responded with incredulity. You had an axe and didn't take it out sooner? Lu Hao, go find unvarnished furniture. I will handle the chopping. Understood. Lu Hao hurried off in search of suitable items. Tu Sai and Yang Yike also joined in the search. Before long, a pile of chopped firewood accumulated at Zhang Sen's feet, alongside a collection of unchopped furniture. The machetes had already been employed to their fullest by Tu Sai and Lu Hao. Yang Yike had procured a wooden plank and neatly arranged the firewood. Everyone was engaged in their tasks, with no one idle. Zhang Sen extracted a bundle of rope from his bag. Once the firewood was secured, Lu Hao prepared to act as a human cart. Zhang Sen pushed him aside, exclaiming, Satan. The playful canine, reveling in the moment, dashed over like a bolt of lightning. Having raised you for so long, it's time you contributed. Take these logs back home. Satan's eyes sparkled with intelligence as it nodded in agreement. The trio was astounded. This dog was remarkably clever. Zhang Sen fashioned the rope into a knot suitable for Satan and secured it around the dog's body. With ease, Satan towed several hundred pounds of firewood away. Zhang Sen nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the dog had not wasted its food. The others were equally astonished, marveling at the dog's prowess. Tu Sai pondered as she observed Satan's retreating form. Having studied it closely before, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was unlike any ordinary dog. Yet, due to its thick down jacket obscuring its features, she could not discern its true nature. Satan, originally out to frolic, found that the weight it was hauling was trivial compared to its current vigor. Had Zhang Sen not restrained its speed, it could have left everyone in the dust. Upon reaching the courtyard, Satan halted at the entrance of Building 9. Survivors in the community, upon seeing the firewood, were nearly drooling with desire. However, upon catching sight of the blade in Zhang Sen's hand, they hesitated to approach. The amount of firewood was substantial. and they could only carry it back in bundles. Zhang Sen, of course, would not abandon his post. Someone had to remain downstairs to guard the firewood, lest it be entirely pilfered. No one was more suited for this task than he. As he unbound the ropes from Satan's neck and forelegs, he allowed the creature to frolic freely within the community. Given Satan's current prowess, he harbored no concerns about anyone daring to harm it. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would certainly be able to intervene in time. Satan, exhilarated, darted about with glee. However, it was not long before 6 burly men armed with machetes swaggered in from outside the community, their voices laced with foul language. "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Good grief, I've never seen a dog so fat. I haven't had meat in ages. If we can find that dog, we'll finally feast tonight." Zhang Sen squinted at them, bemused by their audacity to covet his Satan. At that moment, Satan sensed the impending danger and swiftly returned to Zhang Sen's side. "There, the dog is right there." Satan glared at the group, crouching low and emitting a low growl, poised to attack. It was hungry and yearned to tear apart these intruders. Alas, its master forbade it from harming humans, so it would settle for shredding them instead. It glanced at Zhang Sen, eager for his command. Zhang Sen patted its head, signaling it to remain calm. There were too many adversaries. This was Satan's first encounter with bloodshed, and caution was paramount. Sustaining injuries was acceptable, but it must not suffer grievous wounds. It was still too young. "Hey, is this dog yours?" The 6 men approached, mistakenly believing they exuded an intimidating aura. Zhang Sen remained silent, merely regarding them with a frigid stare. "If you wish to save your life, hand over the dog and strip off your clothes as tribute." Zhang Sen chuckled, bemused by the sheer absurdity of their demands, as if he were in any position to comply. He plunged his knife into the icy surface. "What if I refuse? If I do not comply, shall we let our blades claim you? Brothers, let us subdue this brat along with this dog." The 6 lunged forward. Zhang Sen reached into the waistband of his clothing, and when he withdrew his hand, it bore 2 knives. He charged ahead, throwing the blades with lightning speed, embedding them into the chest of the 2 foremost men, who collapsed instantly, lying side by side. The remaining 4 were taken aback. "What the hell? Is this guy some sort of martial artist?" They attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Zhang Sen had already surged forward, moving like a gust of wind. He retrieved the knives from the fallen men's chests and struck again. One blade pierced a man's throat, while the other severed another's head cleanly. The decapitated head rolled for a moment before Satan gleefully advanced, crushing it underfoot, then looked up at Zhang Sen, seeking praise. "Master, am I not magnificent?" Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Sen paid him no heed. At that moment, only 2 of the initially menacing 6 remained standing. The pair, trembling, fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare us, brother. Brother, I realize my mistakes. I implore you, spare me, I beg you." "Spare you?" Zhang Sen chuckled lightly. "Certainly, provided you can run fast enough." A glimmer of hope flashed in the hearts of the 2, and they immediately sprang to their feet, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. Zhang Sen turned, approached the pile of firewood, and discreetly sheathed the dagger of his lackey into the small of his back, effectively stowing it away. "Satan, go play. Remember, do not consume the humans." With a low growl, Satan surged forth like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Sen settled on the pile of firewood, observing Satan's performance with keen interest. Indeed, a beast remains a beast, no matter how long it has been confined indoors. The mere whiff of blood unleashes a terrifying primal instinct. Zhang Sen quietly watched as the 2, caught in Satan's jaws, let out blood-curdling screams. Satan, playful by nature, preferred to torment rather than kill swiftly. It would gnaw at one man's shoulder, then turn to the other, tearing at his arm. However, it obeyed Zhang Sen's command. Refraining from devouring its prey, each time it bit down, it quickly spat the morsel out. Zhang Sen's satisfaction grew. Where else could he find such a compliant and formidable pet? His anticipation for Satan's evolution intensified. Meanwhile, the 2 men, now mere toys in Satan's grasp, were engulfed in despair. This was no mere dog, it was a veritable demon. That man from moments ago was indeed the king of demons. Chapter 56. Snowmobile. Since death is inevitable, it is better to end their lives swiftly. It is far preferable to be a mere plaything in the jaws of a beast, enduring the slow agony of being torn apart. Fortunately, after 3 minutes, these 2 souls were finally liberated, their breath extinguished. Satan paused, feeling discontented. Such a lackluster experience. They perished far too quickly. Irritated, it gave one of the lifeless faces a swift pawing. Instantly, half of their faces caved in. Satisfied at last, Satan hurried back to Zhang Sen, nudging his palm with its head. This was its first taste of murder, and Zhang Sen graciously patted its head. "Well done. Return, and you shall have meat." Satan let out a soft whimper. It recalled its master's words, that it must keep its voice concealed from the outside world for now. Once it grew stronger, fearless of human harm, it would roam freely, able to call out as it pleased and venture wherever it desired. Turning around, Zhang Sen spotted Lu Hao and the others standing by the window of the entrance. Lu Hao was relatively unfazed, having witnessed Zhang Sen's lethal capabilities before. However, the other two were utterly astonished, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and admiration toward Zhang Senator nonchalantly returning to the firewood. Zhang Sen urged, "Hurry up and get to work. We must finish quickly and return before we freeze to death." The three, snapping out of their reverie, rushed forward to gather the firewood. After they completed their task, with little wood remaining, Zhang Sen and Satan each carried some upstairs, as he needed it himself. Upon returning home, he tossed some firewood into the fireplace, helped Satan remove its clothing, and retrieved several pounds of raw beef from his storage, tossing it into Satan's bowl. Feeling too lazy to cook, he pulled out a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup from his storage to satisfy his hunger. Once well fed, he began to contemplate how to acquire the vault key the following day. Initially, he considered casually taking an off-road vehicle from his storage. But realizing that the official system had not yet collapsed entirely, he could potentially encounter military forces searching for supplies, who might seize it if they took notice. However, if he were to ride a snowmobile, it would necessitate Yang Yike sitting behind him, though he had yet to fully trust Yang Yike. He felt some assurance with Satan by his side. Should Yang Yike harbor any ill intentions, it would be a simple matter for Satan to handle. The next morning, he awoke at 7. After breakfast, he habitually intended to dress Satan in a down jacket. To his surprise, as soon as he retrieved the clothing, Satan swatted it away with a paw. Taken aback, Zhang Sen wondered if it refused to wear it. Satan scampered over to the jacket, seizing it with its mouth. Intent on tearing it apart, Zhang Sen quickly intervened. "What are you doing, you ungrateful creature? Why destroy perfectly good clothing?" Irritated, Satan spat out the jacket. Glaring at Zhang Sen, its face a portrait of disdain. With such low temperatures outside, did it not fear the cold? Satan, in a haughty manner, turned its head away. After some contemplation, Zhang Sen decided it was acceptable for Satan not to wear the jacket. If its identity were to be discovered, it mattered little. It might even serve as a deterrent to those lacking awareness. Thus, Satan got its wish, and the pair, one human and one leopard, set off into the world. Zhang Sen knocked on the door of room 1602, where Tusai and Yang Yike were having breakfast. A small pot simmered over the fire, bubbling with a concoction of canned meat porridge. Accustomed to his gourmet delicacies, Zhang Sen couldn't help but furrow his brow at the thought of how unpalatable it must be. "Brother Sen, are you heading out to collect the vault key now?" Yang Yike inquired. Zhang Sen nodded, stating, "I will first go downstairs to fetch the vehicle. You can come down in half an hour." Noticing that Zhang Sen had not invited her, Tusai quickly asked, "What about me, Brother Sen? You may either guard the home or venture out for supplies. It's up to you," he replied before turning to leave, ignoring Tusai's further queries. It was no jest. The rules had been firmly established from the outset. No questioning his decisions. Were it not for the necessity of Yang Yike's assistance in retrieving the vault key today, he would have simply turned away. Half an hour later, Yang Yike, Tusai, and Lu Hao emerged from the third-floor window. They were greeted by the sight of Zhang Sen astride a snowmobile, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, boss, you truly are impressive. You have one of these," Lu Hao exclaimed. "It's a friend's," Zhang Sen casually explained, tossing a helmet to Yang Yike. "You sit behind Satan." Yang Yike said nothing further, glancing back at Tusai, who nodded, "Be careful." As Yang Yike climbed aboard, she turned back to Tusai with a radiant smile, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Satan's striking yellow gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. She quickly comprehended that this was no dog, but rather a leopard. Instinctively swallowing, she felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Sen, evidently aware of her apprehension, turned to reassure her, "Do not fear, it does not bite." Yang Yike nodded in response. Zhang Sen regarded Lu Hao and Tusai thoughtfully, contemplating the uncertain days ahead. It may not be long before chaos ensues. It would be prudent to install an additional door on the 16th floor. While you are out gathering supplies, do keep an eye out for something suitable, he suggested. With that, Zhang Sen donned his helmet, and the roar of the engine filled the air as the snowmobile sped away. The residents who heard the commotion turned their gaze, their eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Why was it that he could enjoy such privileges, including a rare snowmobile? Tusai and Lu Hao, reminded of Zhang Sen's parting warning, felt a chill run down their spines as they noted the cold stares of those around them, hastening their departure. Yang Yike's uncle resided in a villa district in the western part of Nanyang City. The elevated terrain prevented flooding, and the ice only reached the front door, seemingly unaffected by the circumstances. After Zhang Sen's snowmobile entered, the survivors in the community opened their doors, their eyes filled with hope, recognizing that these affluent individuals still fared far better in this apocalyptic world than the average citizen. As the sounds of Zhang Sen's arrival reached the ears of the residents, Many hurriedly opened their doors, inquiring about the situation outside and expressing a desire to purchase supplies. Zhang Sen disregarded them entirely, maintaining his speed as he headed directly for Yang Yike's uncle's residence. Some, realizing he would not engage with them, rushed into the path, attempting to halt Zhang Senator He. "Stop for a moment, let's have a chat." Zhang Sen showed them no mercy, even accelerating towards them. The individuals scattered in a panic, cursing as they fled. Before long, Zhang Sen arrived at the doorstep of Yang Yike's uncle's home. The two exited the vehicle, and Zhang Sen removed his helmet, instructing, "You go knock on the door." Yang Yike complied without hesitation. Zhang Sen glanced at Satan and said, "I have some matters to attend to. You stay here with the car. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them ruthlessly, no mercy." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a door opening accompanied by a hoarse male voice resonated. "Yike?" Yang Yike's heart swelled with joy. "Uncle, how wonderful to see you. You are safe." Yang Zheng hastily pulled Yang Yike inside, asking, "What brings you here? How is your mother?" Yang Yike's mother was abroad, and they had long lost contact. With tears brimming in her eyes, she shook her head. "Uncle, I don't know. Communication has been cut off. I cannot reach my mother at all." Yang Zheng sighed heavily. Zhang Sen approached, and Yang Yike quickly shifted to the matter at hand. "Uncle, this is my friend. We have come to see you regarding something important." Chapter 57. A bloodbath. Yang Zheng glanced at Zhang Sen's spirited demeanor and discerned that he was no ordinary individual. "Come inside. It is too cold out here," he beckoned. The three entered the dwelling, and Zhang Sen surveyed the surroundings, quickly realizing that this family was enduring hard times. Even the valuable rosewood furniture had been dismantled, and signs of a struggle were evident throughout the home. Yang Zheng led the two into the smallest room, where a bonfire still flickered. His wife and son lay in bed, emaciated from hunger. Yang Zheng's son, merely 18 years old and just finished with his college entrance examinations, slept with an unnatural flush on his face. Noticing the apparent camaraderie between Yang Yike and her uncle, Zhang Sen decided to afford them a moment of nostalgia. He settled comfortably by the fire. "Uncle, what has happened to my cousin?" Yang Yike inquired. Yang Zheng's eyes brimmed with tears as he recounted the harrowing events. Just days prior, following the onset of the extreme cold, the security personnel of this villa community had succumbed to despair upon realizing the gravity of the natural disaster. Their past virtues and professional integrity were swallowed by the primal instinct for survival, coupled with a burgeoning resentment towards the affluent, prompting them to resort to arson, murder, and plunder. Naturally, the Yang family, consisting of only 3 members, became a primary target. Yang Zheng's son, filled with youthful fervor and prone to anger, had confronted the intruders when they stormed into their home, seeking to seize their meager food supplies. He had brandished a knife and fought back, sustaining 2 grievous wounds in the process. Fortunately, the assailants, unaware of the external circumstances, harbored a lingering fear of taking a life. In the end, they merely absconded with the majority of the family's provisions. Seeing her cousin feverish and unresponsive on the bed, Yang Yike felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow yet found herself powerless to act. She understood Zhang Sen's nature. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs nor offer assistance without reason. She could only hope that Zhang Sen, in light of the bank vault key, might extend some aid to her uncle's family. Turning to Yang Zheng, she said, "Uncle, we came here to inquire about the bank vault key." Yang Zheng was taken aback. "What do you need the vault key for? If I give it to you, we would be condemning ourselves to a life of destitution." Yang Yike, at a loss for how to persuade her uncle, cast a pleading glance at Senator Zhang Sen, then raised his gaze, eyeing Yang Zheng's son. "I presume there is little food left in the home of the bank manager, correct? Do you truly believe that this situation can persist? What future do you envision for you and your family?" Yang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Sen continued, "If I am not mistaken, your son is already running a fever, and without any anti-inflammatory or antipyretic medication, I fear he may not endure this wretched weather for long." Yang Zheng's expression darkened. "Young man, are you threatening me?" He turned his furious gaze towards Yang Yike. "Yike, how do you know him? Did he ask you for the vault key?" Yang Yike nodded. "Uncle, the world outside has descended into chaos. It is akin to an apocalypse. The vault key serves no purpose in your possession. You would be better off giving it to Senator. You are already out of food, are you not? I can have Son provide you with some provisions in exchange." As Yang Yike paused, she turned to Zhang Sen and asked, "Brother Son, is this acceptable? My uncle has given you the keys. Could you provide them with something to eat?" Zhang Sen looked at Yang Yike and smiled. This little girl displayed a modicum of cleverness, understanding the art of soliciting favors for her uncle. He nodded, saying, "All right, if President Yang can truly assist me with this request, I shall certainly offer a token of gratitude." However, Yang Zheng remained resolute. "No, Kiki, cease your insistence and promptly take your friends away from my home. Are you attempting to rob a bank?" Such actions could lead to a death sentence. If I comply, not only would I endanger you, but I would also be jeopardizing myself. Zhang Sen rose to his feet and proposed, President Yang, if you fear accountability in the event that anyone seeks to investigate, you could simply assert that I stole or robbed it. Ultimately, you could shift all responsibility onto me. Yang Zheng still refused to acquiesce, and Zhang Sen's patience was wearing thin. At that moment, Zhang Sen heard the furious growl of Satan. He rushed outside to discover 7 or 8 burly men brandishing iron rods, blocking the entrance to Yang Zheng's residence, while 3 bloodied men lay on the ground. Satan's once black fur was now stained crimson as it crouched low, emitting a low growl and assuming an aggressive stance. Yang Zheng murmured, "This is bad." "They are from the security team." Zhang Sen approached Satan to assess its injuries. "Are you hurt?" Satan instantly relaxed, shaking its head and nuzzling Zhang Sen's hand. The leader of the security team, witnessing this, inquired, "Is this leopard yours?" Zhang Sen shot him a cold glance and warned, "If you value your life, I suggest you leave immediately." The security chief retorted, "Your leopard killed my brother, and you dare tell me to leave?" "Indeed. Such a beast should never have been brought into our community. Hand it over." Another added, "Absolutely, our brother cannot have died in vain. You must compensate us for our losses." Zhang Sen chuckled in disbelief. "Satan has never bitten anyone unprovoked. Had you not sought trouble, it would not have attacked your brother." "You're talking nonsense. A beast like that cannot control itself. We are the security team of this village district, and reports of a leopard prompted our visit. We intended to ensure everyone's safety, but unexpectedly, this creature went wild and killed our brother. Hand over the beast and compensate us for our losses." "Yes, surrender it. Hand it over." Zhang Sen smirked and said, "Very well, whoever desires it, come and take it. Satan, go play." With a fierce roar, Satan lunged forward like lightning, swiftly severing one man's neck. The crowd recoiled in terror. The leader of the security team, swallowing hard, shouted, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Each with a rod, we can take down this beast. Let us join forces and slay it. Then there will be meat for us." "Indeed. I have never tasted leopard meat. Once this beast is dead, that snowmobile will belong to us." Encouraged by these words, the group steeled their resolve and charged forward together. Despite Satan's agility, he could not evade the relentless assault of so many individuals. He endured several blows, yet managed to inflict deep wounds upon 2 of his assailants. Zhang Sen harbored intentions of training Satan, believing that experiencing some hardships during battle could be beneficial. However, given Satan's diminutive stature, akin to that of a mere toddler in comparison to humans, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against such overwhelming numbers. To prevent Satan from sustaining severe injuries, Zhang Sen reached into his bag and retrieved a hand crossbow along with a bolt. He swiftly aimed at a security guard about to bring a metal rod down upon Satan's head and loosed an arrow that pierced his heart. In quick succession, he loaded another bolt and dispatched a second assailant. With several arrows released, the ground soon bore witness to an increasing number of corpses, leaving only 4 individuals still standing. Upon witnessing the carnage and the bolts embedded in the lifeless bodies, along with the hand crossbow in Zhang Sen's grasp, the remaining 4 had no illusions about the situation. This young man was truly unhinged. They had merely intended to engage in robbery. Yet they found themselves confronted by someone who not only unleashed chaos but also exhibited a proclivity for merciless killing. Chapter 58. The Vault. The 4 individuals hastily took flight. Zhang Sen drew a dagger from his waist and approached, gently stroking Satan's head. "Do you seek vengeance?" he inquired. Satan wagged his tail vigorously, nodding emphatically. "Go then. If danger arises, return to me." With that, Satan pivoted and dashed off like a bolt of lightning. Soon, anguished cries echoed from a distance. Yang Yike and Yang Zheng stood transfixed, observing the carnage outside, as Zhang Sen methodically ensured that the living were dispatched with finality, extracting arrows from the corpses. Although it was not Yang Yike's first encounter with Zhang Sen's lethal prowess, witnessing Satan's savagery was a novel experience. Trembling, Yang Zheng asked, "Kiki, what exactly is your friend's background? Has he taken many lives?" Yang Yike pondered for a moment before nodding. "But Brother Sen has never harmed ordinary people. Uncle, chaos reigns outside, and the law has lost its grip. Here, it's merely these security guards causing trouble, but those still alive in the city. If they cling to their previous adherence to the law, will not survive." Yang Zheng was momentarily stunned. "Have you also taken a life?" Yang Yike nodded solemnly. Yang Zheng sighed, murmuring, "Is this truly the apocalypse?" At that moment, Satan returned, more bloody than before, yet his face bore an expression of triumph. Zhang Sen gathered the crossbow bolts into his bag and, striding into the house, stood before Yang Zheng. "Yang, what do you think? I believe I have avenged your son." Yang Zheng felt a deep unease, hesitant to acquiesce to Zhang Sen, fully aware of the grave consequences of relinquishing the vault keys. Given his position as the bank's president, Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and offered one to Yang Zheng. As a seasoned smoker, Yang Zheng had long since exhausted his supply and instinctively accepted it. Zhang Sen ignited it for him, taking a drag before speaking coolly. President Yang, you witnessed my temperament. My patience is thin. I am willing to converse civilly due to Kiki's regard. I must obtain the vault keys today. If you hand them over now, I could provide you with sustenance and some life-saving medication for your son as compensation, allowing you to endure for a while longer. However, should I fail to acquire the keys? Well, Yang, you ought to consider your options. With a raised eyebrow, Zhang Sen regarded Yang Zheng, his gaze laden with menace. Beads of cold sweat formed on Yang Zheng's brow. Moments later, the vault keys found their way into Zhang Sen's pocket. True to his word, Zhang Sen returned outdoors, retrieving supplies he had previously gathered alongside Lu Hao and others, stuffing them into his bag. Along with some medicinal items for external wounds, he returned to the villa, dumping the assorted provisions onto the floor. Yang Zheng gazed at the disarray of supplies, his heart racing with excitement. Let us depart, Zhang Sen instructed Yang Yike. Yang Yike nodded, then embraced Yang Zheng. Uncle, this farewell may be our last for an indeterminate time. Please take care of yourself. Yang Zheng gently patted Yang Yike's head. You must also take good care. Zhang Sen refrained from interrupting the emotional exchange between the uncle and niece, as this could potentially be their final parting. After a long moment, they released each other. As Zhang Sen turned to leave, he was called back by Yang Zheng. Young brother, I entrust Kiki to you. Zhang Sen glanced at Yang Yike, reluctant to make such a meaningless promise. In this world, one cannot rely on others. Self-reliance is paramount. Your villa community is likely to descend into chaos soon. It would be wise for you to gather any useful items from the security guards, especially weapons. Those iron rods they use for defense could serve you well. Yang Zheng recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly, thanking the young man for the warning. Zhang Sen waved him off and exited the villa. As Yang Zheng followed him out, he noticed Yang Yike preparing to get into a car. After a moment's thought, he approached the vehicle. Young brother, there is one more thing. Zhang Sen's patience began to wane, his brow furrowing. Yang Zheng felt inexplicably guilty. I can't open the vault door with this key. What? Zhang Sen's murderous intent surged. Why can't you open it? Is this a fake? Yang Zheng sensed the palpable threat emanating from him, his legs trembling as he stammered. No, the key I gave you is genuine. It's just that there are 2 keys in total for the vault. The bank president and the vice president each hold one. Only when both keys are together can the door be opened. Zhang Sen cursed under his breath, exasperated by the complication. Fortunately, Yang Zheng had informed him, or he might have made the trip in vain. After obtaining the vice president's address, Zhang Sen hurried over. The vice president's residence proved less troublesome, as none of the family had survived the calamity. The house reeked of decaying bodies. Upon entering, Yang Yike was immediately overwhelmed and wretched. Zhang Sen instructed her to open the windows while he searched for the key, ultimately discovering it on the floor beside the office safe. The safe had been violently breached, and its contents were long gone. However, an inconspicuous key had gone unnoticed, and he was fortunate to have found it. Otherwise, the vault would have remained elusive to him. With the key in hand, Zhang Sen could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to the bank. Upon arriving, he found the establishment untouched, the lock on the door still intact. He produced a pair of bolt cutters and severed the lock, then told Yang Yike, you and Satan will wait at the entrance. Satan will protect you. I'll handle the bank robbery myself to spare you from any repercussions when the apocalypse concludes and reckoning occurs. Zhang Sen observed the look of gratitude on Yang Yike's face, feeling immensely pleased with himself. Once this is all settled, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner tonight. Yang Yike nodded vigorously, eager for a meal worthy of enjoyment. Zhang Sen scoured the interior for what felt like an eternity, taking over 10 minutes to locate the vault's door. Concerned about unforeseen circumstances, he retrieved a firearm from his space and tucked it behind his waist. Upon opening the intricate and imposing vault door, Zhang Sen illuminated the interior with his flashlight, and his pupils widened in astonishment. Goodness! Chapter 59. The Hunt. Zhang Sen had never encountered such an abundance of wealth in his lifetime. Before him lay heaps of pink banknotes and gold. Unable to ascertain the exact amount of money and gold present, he hastily gathered every item in the vault into his spatial pocket after confirming that all surveillance systems were rendered inoperative. Not a single banknote was spared. Though rendered useless in the future, they could serve as a prop for his ostentatious cigar displays. Detected gold. Would you like to use it for upgrades? No upgrades. No upgrades. I must return and thoroughly examine this forthcoming enhancement, Zhang Sen declared. With that, he exited the vault, anxious that someone might discover the empty vault in the future and uncover some trace of evidence. He locked the vault door once more, tossed the key into his spatial pocket, and wedged a steel rod into the lock for added security. Only then did he feel reassured enough to depart. To avoid arousing Yang Yike's suspicions, he deliberately stuffed a handful of gold bars into his bag before heading out. Is everything settled? Yang Yike beamed as soon as she spotted him. Zhang Sen's spirits soared, and he couldn't resist pinching her fair cheek. All done. Let us head home. The duo embarked on their journey back. Along the way, several groups attempted to confront Zhang Sen, but they could not keep pace with him. Those daring enough to block their path were met with Zhang Sen's unrelenting acceleration. These would-be thieves might have desired to seize their possessions, but they were far more fearful of death. Before their motorcycles could close in, they stumbled aside in disarray. Yang Yike found the situation amusing, giggling joyfully from behind. Midway through their ride, they passed a small hill. Zhang Sen suddenly slammed on the brakes. "What is wrong, Brotherson?" Yang Yike inquired. Zhang Sen pointed into the distance. "Look over there. What do you see?" Yang Yike squinted her eyes, her face lighting up with excitement. "Chickens." Zhang Sen patted Satan's head. "Satan, it's your turn. Be careful not to kill them." With a bark, Satan dashed forth like lightning. "Let us go see if there are any more," Zhang Sen suggested. "All right," Yang Yike replied. Zhang Sen steered the snowmobile in the direction where Satan had gone. Once dismounted, he directed Yang Yike away. "Satan is hunting for chickens. You search nearby for large bags. Don't wander too far. Call for me if it gets dangerous." "Understood." Yang Yike promptly set off to execute her task. As soon as she ventured away, Zhang Sen ensured the area was clear of onlookers before stowing the snowmobile in his spatial pocket. He then followed the path that Satan had taken into the mountains. After walking a short distance, he spotted a wild rabbit darting past. Perfect. He needed to test how long a living creature could remain in his spatial pocket. He swiftly captured the rabbit and tossed it inside, using his mind to confine it within an area of roughly 1 square meter to prevent it from contaminating the water source. Continuing his search, he soon caught sight of Satan returning, proudly carrying 2 wild chickens in its mouth. It dropped them at Zhang Sen's feet and looked up at him, making soft sounds as if seeking praise. Zhang Sen ruffled its head. "Well done. You'll receive a reward tonight." Satan wagged its tail in pride. "Go catch more. The more, the merrier. If you find any other creatures, bring them too." Satan dashed off at once. "Brother Sun." Yang Yike's voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. "Here." Zhang Sen called back. Moments later, Yang Yike approached, carrying 2 filthy snakeskin bags, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the wild chicken on the ground. "Did you catch it so quickly?" Zhang Sen chuckled. "Satan did the hunting. There should be more." "Splendid." Zhang Sen gazed at Yang Yike's beaming face and recalled the mountains of gold bars in his space, his spirits soaring. "I promise to treat you to a grand dinner tonight. Let us have hot pot." "Really?" Yang Yike's eyes sparkled with delight. "Of course." In no time, Satan returned, clutching 2 wild chickens, though one was lifeless, utterly still. Zhang Sen said nothing. After dropping the chickens, Satan dashed away. Zhang Sen grinned, sensing a bountiful harvest awaited. Indeed, Satan is remarkable. He found a stone and settled down. "Come, rest a while." Yang Yike sat beside him. After a brief silence, Zhang Sen, feeling a bit bored, inquired, "How long have you and Tu Sai been together?" "More than 3 years." Zhang Sen nodded, seemingly casually asking, "Are you both completely uninterested in men, or do you simply have a fondness for each other?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yike's heart raced with alarm as she quickly replied, "Not interested in men." Zhang Sen noticed her tension and felt amused. "Relax, I was merely asking without any ulterior motive. Of course, if one day you both find men appealing, we can discuss other possibilities." Yang Yike chuckled softly. At that moment, Satan returned, tossing 2 wild rabbits onto the ground before sprinting off again. "Oh, there are rabbits too," Yang Yike exclaimed, but Zhang Sen remained silent. She stole glances at him several times. Sensing his amusement at her hesitation, he encouraged her, "Feel free to speak your mind." Cautiously, she said, "Singo, I asked this out of pure curiosity, nothing more." "Go ahead, ask away. Is Satan truly a leopard?" Zhang Sen nodded. "Yes, a jaguar." "How did you come to have such a pet?" "I never intended to keep one. I happened upon him during the typhoon and initially thought he was a starving cat. I fed him a bit, and he stubbornly decided to follow me." Yang Yike laughed, her eyes filled with admiration. "You're so fortunate to have such an extraordinary pet." They engaged in light banter, watching as Satan amassed a small mountain of their catches, taking a break for lunch along the way. By mid-afternoon, Satan finally grew weary, prompting their return home. The spoils of Satan's hunt filled 2 large bags, with Zhang Sen carrying the bulk and Yang Yike's bag being somewhat smaller. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhang Sen set down the bags, stepping aside to feign retrieving a snowmobile. Half an hour later, they arrived near the Imperial Garden. Dismounting, Zhang Sen entrusted Satan to Yang Yike, while he discreetly stored the snowmobile in his space. Subsequently, he secured the 2 bags of game onto Satan's back, and they walked back to the Imperial Garden, all the while surrounded by envious, admiring glances from onlookers. Yet Zhang Sen had grown accustomed to it, after all. For the time being, no one dared to approach him with ill intentions. However, Yang Yike still felt somewhat uneasy, keeping her head down and walking briskly. After several days of training alongside Lu Hao and Tu Sai, her stamina had improved considerably. As they approached the entrance of the building, Yang Yike's anxiety intensified. Brotherson, what if someone finds out about the chicken we brought back? Will they come to take it from us? Do not worry, they would not dare. Chapter 60. The integrity of space. Tu Sai and Lu Hao have returned, having primarily gone out today to locate a door, thus bringing back only a modest amount of supplies. When Zhang Sen and Yang Yike ascended, Tu Sai was at Lu Hao's residence, collaborating on the installation of the door in the corridor. Back already? Upon seeing Zhang Sen and Yang Yike, Tu Sai immediately approached, taking the bag from Yang Yike's shoulder. What did you find? Such a large bag. With a beaming smile, Yang Yike exclaimed, Satan caught a wild chicken and a hare. Sun Ge said he would treat us to hot pot tonight. Really? Lu Hao and Tu Sai chorused in unison. Sun Ge, can we still have hot pot now? Boss, you are too kind. As Lu Hao squatted down to open the small bag that Yang Yike held, he discovered 6 chickens and 3 hares inside, his delight evident. It's been ages since I've had meat. I'm practically salivating. All right then, let us feast tonight, Zhang Sen announced. Yang Yike also crouched down, retrieving 1 hare and 1 chicken. Sun Ge, is it all right if we have so much for dinner? Take as much as you wish, he replied. No need. This is sufficient. Yang Yike shyly set aside the hare and chicken, readying the bag. Sun Ge, allow me to carry these to your door, she offered. Lu Hao quickly interjected. No, you've worked hard all day. Let me assist the boss. Zhang Sen paused, confused. Why take it to my place? Yang Yike clarified. Because these were caught by Satan. 1 meal is enough for us. If we wish to eat again tomorrow, we can go hunting together in the mountains. Realization dawned upon Zhang Sen as he glanced at Yang Yike. He appreciated her values, preferring to earn rather than take advantage. He considered keeping some in his space for breeding. It might yield more offspring. Kicking the bag at his feet, he decided, in that case, I'll take this pack with me. The smaller portion can remain here with Hausie. It's cold now, so these 1 tea spoil. You all can handle the cooking for the next few days. Perhaps prepare a chicken soup. If there is any left, you can decide what to do with it. I'll tidy up and return shortly. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Sen carried his belongings back to 1601. The trio stood momentarily stunned before their hearts swelled with gratitude. They all mused on what a good person Zhang Sen was. After a brief pause, Yang Yike inquired, Who among you can slaughter a chicken? I can do it. I've done it back home, Lu Hao replied. Let us do it together. I would like to learn, Tu Sai added. Yang Yike, not wanting to be left behind, chimed in, I can learn too. The 3 of them enthusiastically divided the tasks, bustling with excitement over the evening feast. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen returned home, fed 2 chickens to Satan, and tossed the gold bars from his bag into his space, subsequently sinking his consciousness into it. Detected gold. Shall it be used for space upgrade? Upgrade. Undergoing an upgrade. As the words faded, a massive pile of gold transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, surging towards the white mist. The entire space was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling glow. It has arrived, it has arrived. Zhang Sen felt an overwhelming excitement coursing through him, causing his hands to tremble. A full 5 minutes passed before the golden light gradually dissipated and the white mist vanished completely. The space expanded significantly, revealing a range of mountains behind the spring and an endless expanse of grassland at the foot of the hills, alongside a vast stretch of fertile black soil. He clearly sensed that the space had been divided into 2 distinct areas, one tranquil and the other filled with a gentle breeze and abundant greenery. The upgrade of the space was a resounding success. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a complete spatial entity. This space can accommodate living beings. And the black soil is suitable for cultivation, with a growth rate increased tenfold and a survival rate of 100%. Zhang Sen directed his consciousness towards the mountains and discovered a variety of fruit trees. Wow, this space is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He plucked an apple without washing it, and took a generous bite. It was sweet and delicious, undoubtedly the best apple he had ever tasted. As he savored the fruit, laughter erupted from him, continuing for a good 10 minutes. Since the apocalypse began, this was the happiest he had felt. After a brief moment, his heart finally settled. He quickly set about preparing for tonight's hot pot feast. He retrieved the frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes he had set aside that morning from the space, bringing them back through the window. He also gathered some slightly wilted vegetables, several boxes of beef and lamb rolls, and 2 large bags of assorted hot pot balls, along with the essential broth and dipping sauces. He had planned this feast since the previous night, intending to treat Yang Yike as soon as he secured the gold. Now that the deed was done, his spirits soared, and he was more than willing to share. After preparing everything, he headed to room 1601. The others were astonished by the bounty he brought. Zhang Sen had already devised an explanation. These were items he had previously stockpiled, and they would spoil if not consumed. The vegetables were grown by him in petri dishes, albeit imperfectly, but they would have to suffice. The trio was nearly brought to tears. Having anticipated a hot pot consisting solely of chicken and rabbit meat, perhaps with a bit of instant noodles and luncheon meat, who would have expected such an abundance? Especially the vegetables, who could procure fresh produce in these times? "Boss, you are my savior," Lu Hao exclaimed, dropping the half-plucked chicken and rushing over to embrace Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen quickly stepped back. "Get away. You reek." Lu Hao, undeterred, replied, All right, I'll leave. I'll get back to plucking the chickens." Fortunately, Lu Hao was quite nimble, and with the assistance of Tusi and Yang Yike, the trio managed to process all the chickens and rabbits in under 2 hours. The chicken broth had been simmering for half an hour, filling the room with a rich aroma. While it was called stewing, it was really just a large pot boiling on the stove. Given the limited conditions, it was the best they could do. Zhang Sen was crouched on the ground, examining the door that Lu Hao had retrieved, finding its dimensions quite suitable with just a slight adjustment needed for installation. He entrusted the cooking duties to Tusai and Yang Yike while he took Lu Hao to install the iron door. Lu Hao had matured significantly as an assistant. Amidst this apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen methodically retrieved power strips, electric saws, electric drills, and even a new lock from his home, displaying no surprise whatsoever. In his eyes, a boss as formidable as a deity was simply expected to possess such prowess. In a little over an hour, the two men completed the installation of the door. Subsequently, they connected the door to the power supply, marking the task as complete. "Boss, are we about to descend into chaos in this building?" Lu Hao inquired. "It's hard to say. It's always prudent to be prepared," Zhang Sen replied. Lu Hao pondered for a moment, "But aren't they all afraid of you? If chaos ensues, they wouldn't dare confront you, would they?" Zhang Sen chuckled lightly. "They don't fear me. They fear death. When survival is on the line, they will have little choice but to act. Enduring means death, while approaching me could lead to a potential confrontation. If you were in their shoes, which path would you choose? Moreover, I am not the only occupant on this floor." A chill ran down Lu Hao's spine as he realized the implications. "My goodness. Does that mean we are also in grave danger?" Zhang Sen, in a surprisingly good mood today, did not mind elaborating further. The individuals still alive are merely holding on, clinging to hope for the future, believing that the authorities will not abandon them. However, once they come to the stark realization that the authorities lack the capability to govern them, they will have no other choice but to fight for survival. Once they take that initial step, there will be little they would not dare to do, and we on the 16th floor will be among the first targets. Furthermore, our defenses must extend beyond the confines of the building." Lu Hao gasped in astonishment. "Are people from outside also likely to bring trouble to us?" Zhang Sen did not dismiss the idea entirely, suggesting that it was indeed a possibility. With the absence of moral and legal constraints, there will always be those who aspire to seize power. Given the size of our community, the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention is significant. "I must strengthen myself quickly," Lu Hao murmured, lowering his head in contemplation. Moments later, he lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. "To hell with it. If anyone dares to trouble us, I will strike them down, even if it means fighting to the bitter end." Chapter 61. Hot pot on the 16th floor. Snow began to fall outside, its flurries resembling coarse sand. In days gone by, children would have rushed out to play in the snow. Yet now, with nighttime temperatures plunging to over 70 degrees below zero, no one dared to venture outside. The 9th building stood eerily vacant, as the recent bitter cold had driven away yet another wave of inhabitants. Now, the surviving residents numbered less than half. All the homes left unattended had been forcibly breached, and those who had previously hesitated to share living spaces had now acquiesced to necessity. The building grew increasingly chaotic, with prolonged oppression and despair gradually unveiling the darker facets of human nature. Fights and brawls became ever more frequent. Survivors congregated for warmth, finding solace in each other's company, and providing mutual support when conflicts arose. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, the lights of countless homes extinguished. Only the flickering embers signified that this world was not a mere stagnant pool. People huddled around the fire for warmth, sleeping and reminiscing about their once comfortable lives in their dreams. Those unable to find rest were either tormented by hunger or crushed by despair. Within room 1601, warmth enveloped the space, and the firelight illuminated the faces of 4 individuals. The sharp aroma of spicy hot pot filled the air, as beef, lamb, and an assortment of meatballs bobbed in the bubbling broth. Nearby, a pot of chicken soup steamed invitingly. "Let us raise a toast to our boss," Lu Hao proclaimed, his gaze brimming with gratitude towards Zhang Sen for orchestrating such a delightful meal amid such dire circumstances. Lu Hao lifted his glass of Mao Tai, while Tusai and Yang Yike, neither of whom were fond of alcohol, received a few bottles of cola from Zhang Sen. They raised their drinks in unison, exclaiming, "Cheers to brother Sun." Zhang Sen, unfazed by the formality, waved off the niceties, stating that today was a day for joy and indulgence. Having inquired about Lu Hao's drinking capacity, and knowing he typically managed a bottle, Zhang Sen wisely suggested they limit their intake to avoid any mishaps due to the unforgiving cold. Setting down his glass, Zhang Sen quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and scooped up some beef, urging everyone to eat quickly lest it become overcooked. The trio finally began to dig in. After days of subsisting on instant noodles or self-heating rice, and having long since forsaken even self-heating hot pots, the arrival of steaming hot pot filled them with overwhelming emotion as they savored the tender beef rolls. The more sensitive Yang Yike felt her eyes welling with tears. Zhang Sen, noticing, opted to pretend he hadn't seen. Such moments were unavoidable. He recalled a time in his past, after enduring prolonged hunger, when he found a morsel of roasted chicken and was similarly moved to tears. After comforting Yang Yike for a moment, Tusai managed to stabilize her emotions. With a smile, she apologized, saying, "It's just that I haven't eaten anything this delicious in so long. I got a bit carried away." Lu Hao sighed, choosing not to respond. After a brief hesitation, Tusai lifted her cola to toast Zhang Sen, saying, "Brother Sen, thank you for taking in both me and Kuko. Without you, we might have perished long ago." Zhang Sen raised his glass, replying, "You flatter me. I'm not taking you in. We're merely collaborating. Do not underestimate yourself. Both you and Coco, though women, possess capabilities that far exceed mere appearances. Even without my presence, you would undoubtedly thrive in this apocalyptic world." Upon hearing these words, Tusai felt her eyes welling up with emotion, nodding as she took a hearty gulp of cola. "Brother Sen, regardless of what may arise in the future, if you call upon us, Coco and I shall never waver in our commitment." "Indeed, Brother Sen. We will surely heed your words from now on," Yang Yike added, her eyes still glistening with admiration. "Boss, I too consider you the deity of our trio." Lu Hao chimed in, joining the camaraderie. Satan, who had been languidly lounging nearby, stood up in discontent upon hearing this, nudging Zhang Sen and gazing at him with longing. "And what about me, you silly creature?" Zhang Sen chuckled, affectionately ruffling Satan's fur, prompting laughter from the other three. "Let us not forget our esteemed Lord Satan. We are now a quartet," Yang Yike quickly interjected, earning a nod of approval from Satan, who appreciated her recognition. This exchange filled the room with laughter and joy. Amidst the flickering flames, Zhang Sen observed the faces of his companions, their features aglow with the firelight, and for the first time, he felt that this desolate world was not as lonely as it seemed. If these three could remain loyal, perhaps he could truly consider them as part of his inner circle. After a lively 3-hour feast, they finally dispersed. Before leaving, Zhang Sen produced 2 walkie-talkies, handing one to Lu Hao and another to Tusai. "It's chilly outside, and if you need something, please refrain from knocking. Use these instead." The trio, accustomed to his unpredictable gifts, accepted them without question, quickly figuring out their use before pocketing them. They agreed to meet the next morning for a bowl of chicken noodle soup before embarking on a hunting expedition in the mountains. Upon returning to 1602, Zhang Sen recalled that after upgrading the space today, he had yet to introduce Satan to its wonders, nor had he stored the wild chickens and rabbits acquired during the hunt. "Satan, come here. I wish to show you something." Assuming Zhang Sen intended to take him out for a play, Satan eagerly bounded over. Before reaching his master, the dim living room transformed into an expansive prairie. Bewildered, Satan spun in circles, gazing at Zhang Sen with confusion. Amused by the sight, Zhang Sen instructed, "Go and frolic, but refrain from biting or playing in the water." Obediently, Satan dashed towards the mountains. Zhang Sen glanced at the wild rabbit he had initially placed in the space, now peacefully slumbering, showing no signs of its prior injuries. It seemed that Satan had been judicious in his previous actions, likely inflicting only minor wounds. With a flicker of thought, he summoned a small container from the still zone. Dividing it into 2 sections with his mind, he designated one for the wild chickens and the other for the rabbits. The container for the chickens was designed higher to prevent their escape upon flight. Subsequently, he placed fresh spring water and their favorite foods within each container. He was eager to experiment and discern the differences between animals raised in his space and those nurtured in the outside world. Initially, he contemplated scattering some seeds in the fertile black soil to observe the pace of vegetable growth, yet his laziness prevailed, for time was plentiful. "Satan, come back." After a significant pause of over a minute, Satan returned, having ventured outside to rest. Upon hearing this, Satan abruptly halted, shaking his head vigorously. "You do not wish to go out?" Satan nodded, gazing longingly at Zhang Sen. "It is comfortable here. I do not wish to leave." Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, realizing it was unwise. We shall play tomorrow instead. If you are not home, what will happen if someone attempts to break in at night? Satan lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. Indeed, if it were absent, who would safeguard its master from harm? With this realization, Satan ceased to procrastinate and followed Zhang Sen outside. The following day, Zhang Sen was roused by the incessant noise of the intercom. Boss, are you awake? The official rescue has arrived. Chapter 62. The rescue team arrives as Zhang Sen descended the stairs. Nearly every resident capable of movement had gathered in the community. He chose not to bring Satan, for having a jaguar by his side at such a time could provoke unnecessary complications with the authorities. Lu Hao and his companions had reached the ground floor before him, but they were delayed and could only stand on the periphery. The trio had no intention of pushing their way in, after all. The official personnel had yet to enter the community, and all they could hear were the sounds of the loudspeakers. Attention, attention. We are the official rescue team. Citizens of Yuyuan, please proceed downstairs immediately upon hearing this announcement. Lu Hao had been keeping an eye on Zhang Sen, and upon spotting him, called out, Boss, that person. As Zhang Sen approached, he noticed Yang Yike beaming at him. Sun Ge, good morning. Tu Sai also nodded in greeting, morning, Sun Ge. Seeing the cheerful smile on Yang Yike's face lifted Zhang Sen's spirits. Good morning. Are you still not interested in men today? Yang Yike paused, and upon seeing Zhang Sen's grin, realized he was jesting and shook her head with a smile. What about you? Zhang Sen turned his gaze to Tu Sai. Are you also disinterested in men today? After last night's hot pot gathering, Tu Sai had gained a bit of courage and playfully punched Zhang Sen on the chest. No way, brother. Zhang Sen feigned disappointment. What a pity. I shall inquire again tomorrow. The couple, Tu Sai and Yang Yike, erupted into laughter. Lu Hao observed his boss's flirtatious demeanor, his eyes wide with astonishment. Boss, were you just flirting with the girls? Flirting? Did you not hear them express their complete disinterest in men? I must be flirting with the boys. Life is tough. One must seek some amusement. The trio fell silent at his remark. At that moment, a modified military green truck slowly approached. The vehicle did not enter the community but stopped at the entrance, facing outward. The authorities dispatched military personnel, and an officer raised a loudspeaker, announcing, Everyone, maintain order. Do not push or create chaos. Excitement spread among the residents. A cacophony of emotions erupted. Some wept in despair, others cried tears of joy, and some raged uncontrollably. You have finally arrived. How wonderful. The government has not abandoned us. Comrades, please hurry and provide us with food. We have been starving for days. What have you officials been doing? Taking our taxpayers' money without caring for us. It has taken you this long to respond to a natural disaster, while my mother has starved to death. My home has been utterly destroyed by the calamity. Will the government compensate us? Zhang Sen nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it all. Even in such dire circumstances, these people still considered themselves entitled. He had long forgotten when the officials had arrived in his previous life, for it held no significance. These individuals were merely there to tally the number of survivors. There would be no food, no rescue, and certainly no compensation. If there was one benefit to bring to this group of survivors, it was a stark realization for those who firmly believed that the disaster would soon conclude. In that moment, everyone would come to understand that the government was no longer the same entity it once was. Even now, even murder seems to elicit no response from them. As the crowd swells, the issues become increasingly absurd. Some individuals dare to demand that the government promptly arrange for hotels for their accommodation. The members of the rescue teams appear to have grown accustomed to such attitudes. They do not expend unnecessary energy, instead. They wait for these individuals to vent their negative emotions before picking up the megaphone and coldly asking, Are you done with your commotion? Once you are finished, please line up by building. The crowd, under the impression that supplies were about to be distributed, hurriedly complied with the request. Moments later, the entrance of the community was divided into several groups. Now, the first person in front of each building, please count the number of people and report back to me. Soon, the officer received several numbers. After recording them, he raised the megaphone. In the face of this natural disaster, please believe that the authorities have not abandoned you. We are working day and night to construct shelters for everyone. Until the shelters are completed, let us embody the spirit of perseverance and resilience of our great nation. Enduring to survive. Once the shelters are ready, we will return to escort you there. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. What does this mean? Were you not here for rescue? Are there no supplies? Are you officials trying to drive us to our deaths? We demand supplies today. You have a duty to protect us. Yes, if you do not provide supplies, you shall not leave. Lu Hao's expression darkened. What did this mean? Were they merely here to count heads? Zhang Sen chuckled but remained silent. Theoretically, the authorities were indeed making an earnest effort. However, the entire area was encased in ice, with most supplies frozen beneath the surface, making it exceedingly difficult for the officials to procure provisions. The military could only resort to the most laborious and archaic methods to break through the ice in search of supplies. Even though the population of the city had diminished by half, they still could not sustain themselves. To avoid starvation, they had to rely solely on the survivors themselves. Yet, some individuals held a different perspective. In their minds, such a natural disaster should not be their burden to bear. The officials they supported were responsible for sustaining them. As the survivors' emotions escalated, they surged toward the trucks, shouting for supplies. The rescue team remained unfazed. A gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. It was then that they noticed the soldiers in the truck bed rising, their dark gun barrels aimed at the survivors. The commanding officer raised the megaphone. Stern and unyielding, "Step back." Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Surround them." They wouldn't dare shoot at the civilians. Others quickly grasped the situation, affirming, "That's right. With so many of us, they wouldn't dare fire." They moved to encircle the soldiers once more. "We demand supplies. We demand supplies." Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, and 2 individuals collapsed to the ground. A wave of screams erupted as the crowd realized that these officers were indeed willing to fire, even though they were numerous. They dared not confront head-on any longer, huddling down with their heads cradled in their arms. To survive, one must seek provisions independently. The officer's cold, unfeeling voice echoed throughout the community. He turned to instruct his subordinates, "Let us proceed to the next neighborhood." The subordinates moved toward the vehicle. At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from the crowd. "Comrade officer, please help me seek justice." An aged woman, her hair as white as snow, raised her hands and stood, her face a mask of indignation. In an instant, all the weapons were trained upon her. The woman trembled in fear but continued, "Comrade officer, I wish to report that there are those in our building who commit heinous acts against the innocent. They not only murdered my dear spouse, but also plundered our supplies." No sooner had she spoken than several others rose to their feet. "Yes, we have the same issue in our building. It is the Tiger Gang. They are a criminal organization. Since we lack provisions, surely you can assist us in eradicating these malevolent forces? Otherwise, what use are the supplies we find if they will simply seize them from us? In our building too, they not only killed my son, but also assaulted my wife. I implore you, help us apprehend these criminals, for we cannot endure this any longer." The elderly woman was taken aback by the number of individuals who stood to voice their grievances. Fearing the officer might overlook her, she scanned the crowd and finally spotted the composed face amidst the turmoil. "Comrade officer, the name of the man who killed my spouse is Zhang Sr. He has taken many lives in our building and keeps a ferocious dog that has claimed many victims. You must apprehend them." She pointed at Zhang Sen, her voice seething with animosity. "Comrade officer, he is indeed Zhang Senator Chapter 63, collecting stones." Zhang Sen paused upon hearing his name, and a smile broke across his face upon recognizing the nearly unrecognizable, aged visage before him. Lu Shua, that old hag, was still alive, and still reporting him? Did she think that would be of any consequence? It was utterly laughable. He vividly recalled the fate of those who had reported the Tiger Gang in his previous life. Those individuals had met a gruesome end, mercilessly beaten and discarded at the entrance of the building. Tu Sai, listening to Lu Shua's accusations, felt a mix of concern for Zhang Sen and indignation. "You old wretch, all you do is stir up trouble. It was your old partner who sought to harm brother's son, only to be thwarted by him. How dare you place the blame on him?" Yang Yike also stepped forward. "Indeed, comrade officer, this old woman is no good. She is the worst of the lot. When the typhoon first struck, she dissuaded us from procuring supplies. Later, she deceived many families in our building out of their resources. The supplies she lost were taken by those she had tricked. And now she is trying to pin it on Brother Sen." Zhang Sen looked at the 2 young women defending him, warmth swelling in his heart. "You're all fabricating lies, trying to bully this old woman. You 2 little harlots probably don't even realize how many times Zhang's son has been with me. How dare you speak such nonsense? I'll tear your filthy mouth apart." Tu Sai, fuming, was about to charge at her when Zhang Sen held him back. "Calm down." Zhang Sen turned to meet Lu Shua's eyes, filled with venomous hatred, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Fool. Do you really expect the authorities to intervene in such matters?" "Boss, I'll shield you. You should hide for now," Lu Hao urged, his expression laced with worry. "No need," Zhang Sun replied nonchalantly. But before Lu Hao could finish his thought, the roar of an engine filled the air, and a military green truck began to pull away. The individuals who had reported him were thrown into a panic. Why are they leaving? Are they just going to ignore such heinous crimes? What if they face retaliation after this? Lu Shua chased after them. "Comrade officer, you're abandoning us to murderers? If you leave now, it's as if you're sentencing us to death. Aren't you supposed to serve the people? We need you now more than ever. You can't just stand idly by. I will report you. I will report you all." Despite Lu Shua's desperate cries, the truck showed no signs of stopping. The officers didn't even cast a glance in her direction. Lucio realized that this time, she was finished. She understood she could not contend with Zhang Sen, having cowered in her home for so many days, fearful of his vengeance. After finally waiting for someone more formidable than Zhang Sen, she was dismayed to find that this group of scoundrels wouldn't help her seek justice. Had her report been in vain? She had only managed to offend Zhang Sen once more. How dare you report me? Did you not foresee that I have had my way with your wife? Look around. No one is here to intervene. I initially spared your life out of goodwill, but now that you wish to report me, you can forget about your little life. As Lucio turned around, she was confronted with the distressing sight of those who had reported alongside her being brutally assaulted. Despite their pleas for mercy as they curled up on the ground, none of the assailants showed any compassion. Trembling, she cast a glance at Zhang Sen, who met her gaze with a cold, piercing look before turning away in silence. Upon returning to the 16th floor, the faces of the other three were marked by unease. Their initial excitement at the arrival of the rescue team had rapidly faded, as they realized that this visit was merely to ascertain how many of them were still alive, to offer them a glimmer of hope. They remained oblivious to the current status of the so-called shelter and how long it would take to complete. The sensation of shattered hope weighed heavily upon them. Zhang Sen, uninterested in offering comfort, inquired, I intend to hunt today. Will you join me? The three, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over them. With Zhang Sen present, they felt a diminished sense of fear. After all, they were certainly better off than those still being beaten below or those who were starving. At the very least, they had hot pot to look forward to, even if the next opportunity to enjoy it remained uncertain. Let us go, they replied in unison. I'll prepare chicken noodle soup. Brother Sen, come over in half an hour. All right. Zhang Sen nodded and returned to his home. More than half an hour later, the four of them finished their steaming bowls of chicken noodle soup and set off towards the mountain they had visited the previous day. The mountain was over an hour's walk from the UN, and with no transportation available, they had no other choice. As they walked and chatted, they felt as though they had not been walking long before they arrived. Upon entering the mountain, Lu Hao asked, Boss, should we split up or stick together? Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. These three had no hunting tools, and pairing them with a seasoned hunter like Satan would likely be ineffective. However, he could not allow them to become accustomed to idleness, lest they develop a dependency on unearned rewards. It was time to sharpen their instincts through action. Let us separate. You'll each form a team. Tu Sai and Cuckoo will pair up, and I will take Satan with me. Each team will claim 1/3 of the catch. The three expressed their disapproval of this arrangement. Brother Sen, we can't possibly match Satan's prowess. He'll likely gather the most today. It would be fairer if we divided the spoils according to who catches what. Indeed, Brother Sen, that seems more just, and it will keep our spirits high. Precisely, boss. If we split the spoils equally, we're bound to slack off with Satan around. It's best that the spoils belong to whoever hunts them. Seeing the consensus among them, Zhang Sen relented. Very well, let us proceed separately. Just don't wander too far. If you encounter danger, shout for help. With that, Zhang Sen led the way deeper into the mountain. You fools, the hunting duty is entrusted to you. Remember, everything must be brought back alive. With a howl, Satan dashed eagerly into the depths of the mountain. Zhang Sen's primary objective today was not hunting. With an abundance of provisions in his space, he found little necessity for it. His journey today was prompted by a discovery made yesterday while searching for a location to park his snowmobile, a quarry nearby. Filled with an assortment of stones, both large and small, he intended to gather several substantial stones to store in his space for future battles. Following the recollection of the route, he made his way to the quarry, casually collecting larger stones along the way to add to his space. After a brief trek of about 10 minutes, he arrived at the quarry. Inside, several cargo trucks and tractors lay abandoned, ravaged by the preceding acid rain, their condition deplorable. However, Zhang Sen did not overlook them. He promptly transported them into his space as well. The completion of the upgrade had significantly expanded the area of his space, which now remained rather vacant. The quarry was not extensive, and he finished collecting all the stones within a mere 10 minutes. With his task accomplished, he prepared to return to seek out Satan. That morning, the chicken noodle soup prepared by Tusi had been somewhat salty, leaving Zhang Sen parched. Coupled with the weight of the numerous boulders he had gathered, which had drained some of his mental energy, he felt akin to those who, before the apocalypse, refrained from venturing out unless their mobile phones were fully charged. He had grown accustomed to ensuring that his mental energy was at its peak before heading out. While walking, he retrieved a cup of spring water from his space and drank deeply. On his return, he passed by a small river, which had swelled, the ice now reaching the foot of the mountain. Just as he crossed the icy river and prepared to enter the mountains, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning back to investigate, he found nothing amiss. Chapter 64. The mutated plants. Could it be the sound of the wind? Zhang Sen remained oblivious to the impending danger, attributing his unease to excessive caution. He shook his head and continued his hurried journey back. The sound grew more pronounced, rustling ominously around him. Suddenly, he turned around, poised to draw a firearm or hurl a boulder from his spatial realm. To his astonishment, he was met by several willow branches hurtling toward him. What the? Zhang Sen had no time to ponder the sudden emergence of mutated plants. In an instant, 2 daggers materialized in his hands. With swift, decisive strokes, he severed the branches that lay scattered around him. Only then did he take a moment to scrutinize the willow tree, previously overlooked. He now recognized its distinctive features. It was far thicker and sturdier than the others. Amidst a grove of seemingly lifeless trees, this one exuded a disquieting vibrancy. Why are mutated plants appearing at this moment? As the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Sen felt something creeping upon him. Panic surged within him, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Yet, the entity moved with astonishing speed, quickly ensnaring him. Paralyzed and drenched in cold sweat, he shouted, "Satan! Satan!" Engrossed in the thrill of chasing a hare, immediately sensed Zhang Sen's distress and sprinted towards him with fervor. Fortunately, the distance was short, and empowered by the spatial spring water, Satan exerted every ounce of strength. Within mere moments, it reached Zhang Sen's side. Observing the vines ensnaring Zhang Sen and the robust willow branch lunging toward him, Satan let out a fierce howl, leaping to seize the vine and pinning it beneath its claws. Just as Zhang Sen exhaled a sigh of relief, several more vines emerged from beneath the willow, slithering along the ground towards Satan. "Satan, watch out!" he cried. Sensing the imminent threat, Satan leapt, yet was unable to evade the vine's grasp. It ensnared Satan's front paw, pulling it downward. Zhang Sen, with a flick of his mind, conjured a massive stone that descended upon the advancing vine. However, from the opposite side of the stone, countless more vines emerged, ensnaring Satan once again. Now, neither man nor leopard could escape. As Zhang Sen beheld the impending onslaught of branches and vines, he swiftly regained his composure. A weapon, a rifle, materialized in his hand. If the stone could not halt them, perhaps a direct assault on their lair would suffice. He strained to pivot his wrist, aiming the barrel at the tree's roots. If self-preservation was the goal, this was the only recourse left. Even if it attracted the attention of Lu Hao and his companions, preserving his life was paramount. At that moment, the branches and vines drew near. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he noticed that the branches and vines appeared devoid of malicious intent. Their tips were glued to a patch of ice on Zhang Sen's chest, seemingly siphoning its essence. He paused, realization dawning upon him. This ice was likely a remnant of the spatial spring water he had inadvertently spilled earlier. Recalling the miraculous properties of the spring water, he inquired, "Are you seeking to drink this water?" As a willow and a vine heard those words, they departed from Zhang Sen, straightening themselves like a serpent, nodding slightly. They were indeed transformed, exhibiting the intelligence of altered flora. Zhang Sen attempted to negotiate with them, proposing, "How about this? Release me, and I shall provide you with water." Given his current predicament, even possessing an AK might not guarantee his escape unscathed. If providing a bit of water could facilitate his release, that would be ideal. The vine and willow appeared to confer with each other, glancing back and forth before nodding in agreement. In an instant, the tendrils withdrew from Zhang Sen and Satan. He exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs. "Satan, come here." Satan, hunched and growling, approached Zhang Senator true to his word. Zhang Sen retrieved a basin from his space, filling it with water from the spatial spring. "Drink up." The vine and willow immediately plunged into the basin, and in the blink of an eye, the water was depleted. They reared up before Zhang Sen, as if fixating upon him. "Still thirsty?" The vine and willow nodded. Zhang Sen provided them with another basin. Soon, that one too was emptied. After consuming 5 basins, the vine and willow finally seemed satisfied, releasing Zhang Sen and returning to the tree. Zhang Sen glanced at the willow, noticing it appeared greener and its foliage denser. As for the vine, he could discern no noticeable change, having paid little attention previously. "So, I take my leave." Zhang Sen ventured tentatively. The willow extended a branch, nodding affirmatively. Zhang Sen chuckled, patting Satan's head. "You silly creature, it seems this willow is even smarter than you." Satan snorted in discontent and turned away. Zhang Sen followed, but after a few steps, he abruptly halted, casting a glance back at the willow. In his past life, he had indeed heard whispers of certain altered plants, though most lacked any murderous intent. However, those with such awareness were formidable. Ordinary ability users were no match for them. Many had perished at their hands. Judging by the recent encounter with the vine and willow, it was evident they possessed considerable aggression. With their early transformation and intelligence, they would undoubtedly be formidable in the future. What if he could recruit these two as his subordinates? The more he contemplated, the more feasible the plan seemed. prompting him to dash back to the willow. You too, let us have a chat. The vine and willow once again extended a representative tendril. Do you enjoy my water? The vine and willow nodded. Isn't it exceptionally refreshing? You've never tasted anything like it before, have you? They continued to nod. Would you like to drink it every day? The vine and willow nodded fervently. Let me tell you, I have an abundance of this water. This mountain isn't particularly special. Would you care to follow me? As long as I remain alive, I promise you'll have your fill every day. The vine and willow exchanged glances, swiftly arriving at a decision. The tendril detached from the willow, coiling haphazardly upon the ground, resembling a serpent with its head held high. Zhang Sen gazed at the coiling vine, a headache looming over him as he inquired, could you not alter your form? Perhaps shrink a little, wrapping around my wrist, or even transform into a slender stick. It is quite challenging to carry you in your current state. The vine swiftly comprehended Zhang Sen's intent, darting towards his wrist and entwining itself, resembling an ordinary chicken blood vine bracelet. Is this your true form? Zhang Sen inquired, gently caressing the vine on his wrist. The vine bracelet straightened, standing proudly on his arm, nodding in affirmation. Zhang Sen felt a surge of satisfaction. Excellent. Then your true form shall accompany me from now on. I will store the rest of your body for the time being and later plant you around a tree. With that, he gathered all the vines on the ground into his spatial realm. Now, only the willow tree remained. Zhang Sen turned to it and asked, and what about you? Do you possess a true form? A robust willow branch lunged towards him, wrapping around his waist. Not quite, my friend, Zhang Sen exclaimed. Have you considered how I appear at this moment? With your girth, if I were to tuck you under my clothing, any lady I might encounter could mistakenly believe I have something peculiar wrapped around my waist. Could you not, like the vine, reduce in size and coil around my wrist instead? The willow branch pondered for a moment, shifting around his waist and diminished in size, eventually climbing to his wrist and entwining itself with the vine. Thus, a vine and a willow twisted together in a delightful braid. Zhang Sen caressed his new bracelet, thoroughly pleased. He then looked at the willow tree. What about this tree? Shall we take it with us? The willow extended a branch, wrapping around Zhang Sen gently. He recognized the tree's benign intentions, as its grip was quite gentle. After a moment's thought, he concluded, this tree is rather large. It would be difficult to carry at present. I shall return tomorrow to uproot it and plant it on the mountain within my realm. As the willow branch released him, Zhang Sen turned to depart. Just a few steps away, he heard a sound akin to cracking ice. Whirling around, he beheld the astonishing sight of the willow tree uprooting itself entirely. Chapter 65. The Vines and the Confrontation. A colossal willow tree, supported by countless robust roots, swiftly approached Zhang Sen. He was utterly taken aback. The urgency with which the willow tree sought to accompany him left Zhang Sen with no time for idle banter. With a sweeping gesture, he led it into the space alongside Satan. Upon entering, Zhang Sen observed the vines eagerly submerging their roots in the spring water. The willow's numerous limbs, as if preparing for a skirmish, rushed towards the water with great haste. Zhang Sen quickly restrained them, relocating them to the foot of the mountain, approximately 10 meters from the spring. With a mere thought, a deep pit materialized beneath the willow's roots. Before the tree could comprehend the situation, its roots were buried beneath the soil. Vine, entwine yourself, he commanded. The vine obediently complied, and the willow and vine coexisted amicably. Concerned that they might extend their muddy roots into the spring in his absence, Zhang Sen thoughtfully excavated a small pit beside the willow, filling it with spring water. The willow and vine promptly submerged their roots in the water. Is this amount sufficient for you both each day? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Zhang Sen assured them. From now on, you shall receive this much daily, and you are forbidden from disturbing other springs or creatures. Understanding that all mutated plants belong to the wood-type abilities and were particularly vulnerable to fire, Zhang Sen summoned a ball of gasoline with his mind, igniting it and allowing the flames to swirl around the willow tree in the air. Out there, I may not be able to contend with you, but here, in my domain, disobedience will lead to demise. Do you comprehend? The willow and vine trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Having achieved his goal, Zhang Sen prepared to exit with Satan. However, he was astonished to discover that two display screens had appeared on the transparent walls of the space, one above the other. The upper screen read, Zhang Sen, Wood-type ability, ability level, first tier. The lower screen displayed, Strangling Vine, Wood-type ability, ability level, first tier, Willow Tree, Wood-type ability, ability level, first tier. Zhang Sen was momentarily stunned, then elated. Incredible! I possess abilities now. Wood-type abilities. So sudden? Could it be that as long as I capture mutated creatures within this space, I can replicate their powers? Once again, he was astounded by the extraordinary capabilities of this space. He envisioned a future where he could ensnare various ability users and acquire a plethora of powers for himself. eager to experiment with his newfound wood-type abilities. Zhang Sen recalled that humans who awaken such abilities can generally transform their bodies into a plant-like state. Although unappealing, this transformation can prove advantageous in combat, as extending one's hands could unleash an array of wooden tendrils to pierce an opponent, an impressive spectacle indeed. However, it appeared that his powers were somewhat limited. After several attempts, he found that no part of his body had undergone any transformation. Instead, the grass beneath his feet had grown sturdier. So, my abilities only allow me to control plant growth? After further experimentation, he confirmed this observation to be true. Given the circumstances, might I wield control over plants to aid me in battle? Soon, reality delivered a harsh blow. Not only was combat out of reach, but even the slightest growth of larger plants eluded my grasp. Zhang Sen felt a deep disappointment. In my previous life, I had witnessed the weakest wood-based abilities, enabling me to transform my hand into a seedling that could extend several meters. Yet here, I could merely hasten the growth of grass. Am I to be likened to mere fertilizer? Enraged, Zhang Sen gritted his teeth, withdrawing Satan from the spatial realm and returning to the pile of prey. He sent Satan to gather some firewood and retrieve charcoal from his space to ignite a fire. Previously, Satan had hunted 7 wild chickens, 3 hares, and even 2 field mice. Although Zhang Sen had consumed field mice in his past life, he found their taste unpalatable. With a wave of his hand, he promptly released them. Not wishing to carry too much back, he kept 2 of each, the wild chickens and hares, while storing the rest in his space for later nourishment. Restless, Satan ventured out to hunt once more. As the fire blazed, Zhang Sen's mood began to settle. Heaven had granted him rebirth and bestowed upon him such an extraordinary space. The wood ability, though not particularly impressive, was still preferable to the absence of abilities he had faced in his former life. Moreover, he was merely at the first tier. As he gradually advanced, this wood ability might yet surprise him. Besides, even if his wood ability were to remain underwhelming, it mattered little. He possessed the 2 vine entities, which had just demonstrated their prowess. With proper cultivation, they could become formidable allies. With this thought, he roused the 2 vines from his wrist. Upon learning they had never taken a life, Zhang Sen promptly decided to let them practice their skills. Their target would be the wild chickens that Satan had brought back. Zhang Sen raised his hand. Go. The 2 vines surged towards the 2 wild chickens. As the strangling vine approached, numerous sharp thorns suddenly emerged from its tendrils, ensnaring the chickens tightly. The thorns pierced their bodies, and the chickens scarcely had time to squawk before they succumbed completely. Zhang Sen's eyes widened in astonishment. He envisioned the application of this technique on human targets. Quite brutal, yet undeniably spectacular. Observing the other vine, which split in 2, one strand ensnared a chicken while the other mercilessly struck its head with rapidity, leaving afterimages in its wake. Moments later, the wild chicken had suffered countless blows and finally drew its last breath. Were this technique applied to a human, it would be akin to being brutally beaten to death by innumerable strikes. It was indeed a heart-wrenching method of execution. One could say it was effective, but perhaps unnecessary. After this experiment, Zhang Sen reached a conclusion. In terms of lethality, the strangling vine proved superior, capable of instant death. The willow, on the other hand, seemed a less serious plant, employing gentler methods more suited for humiliation. In the future, should he encounter formidable ability users, he would refrain from deploying the willow. After all, should they react swiftly, escaping its control and enacting a counterattack would be all too easy. Based on their distinctive characteristics, Zhang Sen bestowed upon them 2 fitting and resonant names. The strangling vine was named Thornvine, while the willow tree was called Contest Willow. Chapter 66. The charred corpse. Zhang Sen brimmed with confidence regarding the futures of Siding and Bidu, feeling immensely gratified by his astute choices. The early mutation of these 2 subordinates was akin to securing a head start in a race. Moreover, with the existence of the spatial spring as his unique advantage, he was certain that once the blue star was inundated with aberrant beasts and extraordinary abilities, Siding and Bidu would undoubtedly thrive. Reflecting on the emergence of mutated flora, Zhang Sen inquired, "Have you 2 encountered any mutated animals in this mountain?" Both Siding and Bidu shook their heads in unison. Disappointment washed over Zhang Sen. He had hoped that if there were aberrant beasts, he might entice one into his spatial realm to replicate its abilities. It appeared that the time was indeed premature. Either the aberrant creatures had yet to manifest, or their numbers were exceedingly scarce. He was unsure of when mutated plants appeared in his past life, but he was aware that aberrant beasts emerged prior to the appearance of extraordinary individuals. If he could acquire several abilities before the advent of these extraordinary beings, his future would undoubtedly be more secure. Determined to explore other locales during this period, he resolved to gather additional aberrant beasts while they were still in their initial stages, allowing him to replicate their powers. Aside from the 2 of you, are there any mutated plants on this mountain? Zhang Sen queried again. Bida remained unresponsive, but Siding nodded affirmatively. It seemed that Bida had been confined to a singular pit, while Siding, frequently roaming, had garnered broader experiences. Lead me to them, he instructed. Though he recognized that any plants found would likely possess wood-type abilities and could not be replicated, he believed in seizing the opportunity nonetheless. After all, one might uncover something novel. Most of the current extraordinary plants were indeed of the first tier, and with the lethal potential of Siding at his disposal, he felt no trepidation. During the search for mutated flora, Zhang Sen kept Siding and Bidu occupied by hunting. He discovered that these two little entities were remarkably effective for hunting, even more so than his previous companion, Satan. After all, Satan possessed intelligence and a playful nature. At times, when encountering prey, it would relish in tormenting them before delivering the final blow. In contrast, these two little creatures had no such distractions. At Zhang Sen's direction, they would swiftly dart forward, ensnaring the prey and dragging it back to his feet with remarkable efficiency. This hunting expedition proved to be exceedingly effortless for Zhang Sen, as the number of wild chickens and rabbits in his spatial realm doubled in no time. Before long, Zhang Sen arrived at the location indicated by Siding. Expecting to find a tree or a flower, he was taken aback when Siding pointed towards the ground. Zhang Sen, not particularly knowledgeable about plants, cast a cursory glance at a grass-like entity sprouting from the earth, unable to identify it. Siding, can you extract it? Zhang Sen inquired. Siding nodded, swiftly departing from Zhang Sen's wrist and plunging its form directly into the earth. In a brief moment, the plant was uprooted entirely, transforming back into a vine resembling a fruit platter. Siding shook off the dirt before returning to Zhang Sen's wrist. Crouching down for a closer inspection, Zhang Sen discerned that it resembled ginseng. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, he entered his spatial realm, where the display screen indeed revealed additional text. Ginseng. With type abilities, ability level, first rank. Contemplating the barren black soil, Zhang Sen directly planted the ginseng into the earth, watering it with a bit of spatial spring water before departing. At this stage, the ginseng was merely at the first rank. Consuming it would yield benefits akin to merely sipping on a few cups of spring water, not particularly advantageous. It would be wiser to nurture it. Should it ascend through the ranks, it may prove invaluable in the future. Are there any other mutated plants on this mountain? Zhang Sen inquired of the thorn vine, which shook its head in response. Zhang Sen felt no disappointment, as today's unexpected delights had already been plentiful. Upon returning to the previous spot where they had been warming by the fire, Lu Hao and Tu Sai had already returned, and the three gathered around the campfire. Tu Sai and Yang Yike each held a wild rabbit over the flames, while Lu Hao was busy skinning another. Zhang Sen glanced at their meager catch collectively. They had only a handful, hardly comparable to the freedom of the demon. However, they were quite content, for it was their first hunting expedition, and returning without empty hands was a triumph in itself. After finishing their roasted rabbits, the four made their way homeward. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they were met with the sight of two lifeless bodies sprawled beside the newly installed door. Zhang Sen chuckled, surprised that the very next day after the door's installation, someone had already fallen victim. A quick scan revealed that the bodies were charred beyond recognition, indicating that the electric current had done its job well, and the two had likely met their end peacefully. How merciful he was. Let us dispose of the bodies, he suggested, stepping over the two corpses to deactivate the current before opening the door and entering with the demon. The remaining three were filled with dread, aware that these two were likely just the beginning. As long as the thieves remained undeterred, they would soon devise a means to circumvent this door. Together, the trio unceremoniously discarded the bodies through the corridor window without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, at Lu Xiao's residence, she knelt on the floor, her face a map of anguish. Streaked with tears, a man wearing a knit cap kicked her harshly, causing her to gasp in pain as she lay on the ground. You old hag. You didn't warn us that your door was electrified and it cost us 2 brothers, one of whom was our locksmith. Did you intend to lead us to our doom? Luckily, my boss is nimble and clever. Otherwise, we would have been electrocuted too. Lu Xiao wept bitterly, pleading, young man, I am wronged. Ever since that wretch Zhang Sen killed my partner, I have been hiding from him. How could I possibly know that his door was electrified? The man in the knit cap glanced at the sullen-faced Ben Gu lounging on the sofa. Ben Gu, that scoundrel has returned. Should we not settle the score tomorrow? One of his underlings chimed in. Indeed, Ben Gu, I've gathered intel. This fellow is quite formidable. After the apocalypse, several groups have sought trouble with him, but none have succeeded. It is said that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang fell to him. The underling leaning against the door scoffed. What nonsense about the Black Tiger Gang? I've never even heard of them. That fellow merely wields a crossbow. With our numbers, we could easily shield ourselves with a wooden plank. Couldn't we? What is there to fear? Ben Gu, not particularly tall, wore a visage marked by excess flesh and donned a luxurious mink coat, resembling a formidable hawk perched upon its perch, when his countenance was devoid of a smile. An intimidating aura enveloped him. With one leg crossed over the other, he stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before articulating, "Yet those two women are currently at home. As you have all observed, indeed, they possess a certain allure. I've heard they are a pair. Damn it. That young lad named Zhang Sen gets to indulge in such pleasures. Why should I, the esteemed leader of Jingxiyuan, be denied? I can command thousands. Why should I be intimidated by a mere boy? Moreover, with our formidable numbers, if we were to return empty-handed, would we not become the subject of ridicule among the people of Jingxiyuan?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew grave. Is it merely that the door is electrified? We need only to avoid contact. Let us take decisive action. Indeed, decisive action. That young man possesses an abundance of resources. With an electrified door, he surely has a generator, not to mention a snowmobile. Such luxuries are unworthy of him. Only our Bingu deserves them. Upon hearing these words, Bingu was immensely pleased and bestowed an approving glance upon his subordinate. Arm yourselves. Let us proceed. Chapter 67. Not a single one left. Yesterday's hot pot still had some remnants, and tonight, Lu Hao and his companions gathered once more for a meal. Zhang Sen, feeling disinterested, decided to forego their company. They casually tossed in a wild chicken along with a few packets of instant noodles, planning to make do with a simple dinner while cleaning up the remnants of the hot pot. As Bingu and his crew carried Lu Xiao in, the spicy aroma of the hot pot wafted towards them, causing everyone to salivate. Damn it, they still had hot pot to eat. Break down the door, Bingu commanded with a flourish of his hand. Two of his underlings brandished wooden posts and began to assault the door, to guard against any potential ambush. They had even brought along a wooden door for protection. The trio, busy preparing the hot pot, were alarmed by the cacophony. Panic set in as they realized someone was attempting to break in. Quickly notify the boss, Lu Hao shouted as he brandished a knife and dashed outside. Tusai hastily grabbed the walkie-talkie to relay the situation to Zhang Sen, before he and Yang Yike armed themselves and ventured into the corridor. Lu Hao bellowed, "What are you doing? Are you seeking death? You're on the brink of annihilation, and you still dare to act tough? I'll smash this door open and be the first to end you. Two lovely ladies, kindly open the door and come with us, Bingu. You'll enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence." One of the men holding the door plank grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Quick as a flash, Tusai thrust his sword into the man's waist. "Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you strike me?" The man yelped in pain, causing the door plank to tumble to the ground. Bingu, alarmed at the prospect of Zhang Sen ambushing them, shouted, "Hurry, switch out. Raise the door plank again." Just then, Zhang Sen's door swung open. The trio turned their attention towards him, noticing he was casually dragging a water hose while keeping his hands behind his back. Lu Xiao in the corner shouted, "Zhang Sen, he is out. Hurry, smash the door and kill him. Everything will be yours." Seeing Zhang Sen's hands restrained behind him as the door plank was hoisted again, Bingu realized that this man possessed a crossbow. The assailants redoubled their efforts. The door was shaking violently, and it was only a matter of time before it would yield. Zhang Sen sneered coldly. Dull-witted? Who claimed I was unprepared? Today, he would unveil a new trick. The power to the door had already been cut, and he revealed an unexpected device from behind his back, a high-pressure water gun. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a torrent of water. Initially, a powerful jet surged forth, targeting the men battering the door, followed by a spray towards the feet of the one holding the door. "Stop spraying. Don't freeze me," came the desperate cries echoing through the 16th floor. Zhang Sen adjusted the nozzle, transforming the concentrated stream into a wide spray, distributing the icy deluge equally among them. A few nimble individuals managed to flee through the fire exit, including Bingu and Lu Xiao, who were closest to it. The remaining men, too late to escape, found themselves drenched in the frigid air, their movements stymied, swiftly becoming frozen statues. In a fleeting moment, within the confines of the elevator, there lay 7 icy sculptures. Some seated, others sprawled. Their pallid visages and the purple-tinged skin of those untouched by frost spoke of a dire fate. The glances cast upon Zhang Sen were laced with terror, as if he were a demon incarnate. In stark contrast, Lu Hao and his companions regarded Zhang Sen with a profound admiration. Those who still breathed were swiftly dispatched, and the bodies were subsequently dealt with. Zhang Sen returned the high-pressure water gun to its place, retrieved Satan, and pushed open the fire door. "Boss, where are you headed?" Lu Hao inquired urgently. "To eradicate the roots of this menace. I am coming with you. There are still several of them. Indeed, we shall accompany you. Those few are as good as dead." Tusai added. "No need. I can manage alone," Zhang Sen replied, shutting the fire door behind him as he descended with Satan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Bin and Lu Xiao hurriedly rushed inside. "Close the door. Upon entering, Brother Bin dashed to the smoldering embers and frantically shed his frozen garments. Before long, he was left clad only in a thermal shirt and pants. The others followed suit, discarding their iced clothing and gathering around the fire. With 2 individuals shedding all but their bare skin, they had no choice. Even their undergarments were soaked, and they were encased in ice. Shivering uncontrollably, their lips turned pale, longing to immerse themselves in the warmth of the flames. Lu Xiaoa, now reduced to her thermal undergarment, attempted to huddle among the men but was rebuffed. Get away. You old hag. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have nearly lost our lives. Lu Xiaoa, at a loss for words, retreated into the room to wrap herself in a quilt, returning only to seek warmth on the periphery. Bring the quilt over here. No, I'll freeze to death. Lu Xiaoa pleaded desperately, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Soon, the quilt found its way to Brother Bin. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, startling everyone. At first glance, Zhang Sen was greeted by the sight of nearly naked men and an elderly woman clad in bright red thermal wear. The scene was bizarre to the extreme, almost unbearable to behold. Zhang Sen swiftly closed the door behind him. Satan, keep watch. Allow no one to escape. Lu Xiaoa was the first to react, bolting into the bedroom and locking the door. Let's eliminate this scoundrel, Brother Bin shouted. Brothers, charge. Several underlings had lost their weapons on the 16th floor and could only grasp what was at hand. One even brandished a torch, completely unclothed. Together, they lunged at Zhang. Senator Zhang Sen smirked coldly, raising his hand as thorns and binding vines erupted forth, leaving none unscathed. In an instant, the thorns multiplied, transforming from 1 to 2, then 4, until the room was ensnared with 8 strangling vines and 8 willow branches. What in the world is this? Ah, it hurts. A snake, a snake. He is not human. A ghost. Zhang Sen clicked his tongue, having forgotten to seal their mouths. The confrontation ceased abruptly, silencing all dissenting voices. The struggle came to an end as the binding force subdued every mouth within the room. One by one, the individuals collapsed, their bodies riddled with wounds and expressions etched with fear, their demise a harrowing sight. Only Brother Bin, cocooned in a thick blanket, clung to life. The blanket was so heavy that the thorny tendrils had only just penetrated. Hold on, Thorn, he implored. The tendrils halted their constriction, sparing Brother Bin's life for the moment. I will ask, and you shall answer without uttering any sound that might disturb my peace. Understood? Zhang Sen approached him, concealing his hand behind his back, retrieving a knife from the void and positioning it against Brother Bin's throat. Overcome with terror, Brother Bin burst into tears and nodded frantically. Release his mouth, binding force. The tendrils slithered away from him. Zhang Sen inquired, which faction do you hail from? From the neighboring Jinxiu garden, Brother Bin stammered. Are you the leader? Yes, yes. Do you command a band of 1 or 2,000 brothers? And no, brother, that's just boasting. 1 or 2,000 refers to the residents of Jinxiu community. My little brothers are all here today. I was misled by that old woman. I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you, spare me. The tension escalated. Enough of this noise. Thorn, finish him. Brother Bin's pupils dilated in shock, and as he attempted to speak, the binding force ensnared him once more. The tendrils, having quietly wrapped around his neck during Zhang Sen's interrogation, tightened suddenly, piercing through flesh and blood. Even major arteries were compromised. With a pained whimper, Brother Bin breathed his last, and thus, only one remained. Chapter 68. Am I in your debt? Lu Xiaoa, swathed in a blanket, curled her body and shivered in the confines of the cupboard. Though she could not witness the chaos unfolding outside, the sounds reached her ears, especially the anguished cries of the initial group. She understood that Zhang Sen had once again emerged victorious. At this moment, her heart was heavy with regret. To survive, she had even resorted to consuming her late partner as flesh. Why had she acted so foolishly as to report Zhang Sen and conspire with the residents of the Jinxiu community for vengeance? Now, she found herself in dire straits, having failed to exact her revenge, and now at the mercy of Zhang Senator. The footsteps outside ebbed and flowed, echoing like a funeral bell tolling for her. Recalling Zhang Sen's merciless demeanor, she realized her fate was bleak. Outside the door, Zhang Sen confirmed that no other lives remained within the residence, and he approached the room where Lu Xiaoa was hiding. The door was locked, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the wooden door splintered. Lu Xiaoa, already tense, was startled by the sudden noise and fell from her hiding place. She burst into tears, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Please don't kill me, Zhang Sen. I beg you, spare my life. I realize my mistakes. I truly do for the sake of my age. Please have mercy on me. I won't dare to defy you again. Zhang Sen chuckled coldly. What is this? Did you not anticipate such an outcome when you reported me and sought others to deal with me? Just moments ago, you were quite fierce upstairs, were you not? Did you not express a desire to kill me? Yet now, As I contemplate your demise, you plead for mercy? At times, Zhang Sen found these individuals laughable. They were the instigators of their own troubles, and yet here they were, shamelessly begging for clemency. How could they possess the audacity to expect him to forget their previous threats to end his life? Where did they find the gall? Lu Shua, sobbing uncontrollably, noticed Zhang Sen approaching with a knife, understanding that his resolve to kill her was unwavering. In a moment of courage she could not explain, she rose to her feet, brandishing a kitchen knife, and charged at him. But her age betrayed her. Her attack was insignificant in Zhang Sen's eyes. He kicked her, sending her crashing against the wall. Grimacing in pain, suddenly, Zhang Sen found the situation amusing. You old hag, you truly have some spunk. No wonder you've survived this long without losing your home. Lu Shua shed her pretense, her face contorted in fury. You uncultured little beast. From the very beginning, you've sought to target me, haven't you? Come on. I'm not afraid of you. After all, I've lived long enough in this wretched existence, barely scraping by. This life is no life at all. Zhang Sen laughed at her illogical assertions. I'm targeting you? Have you lost your mind? Was it I who forced you to shelter others? Was it I who compelled you to deceive others for supplies? Was it I who made your husband come to kill me? Lu Shua roared, at my age. I could be your grandmother. Moreover, I am the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. What gives you the right to disregard my authority? You are undeniably capable. And your household is well stocked. What harm is there in sharing a little? You even possess a boat and a motorcycle. If only you were willing to assist us in sourcing supplies, would we have suffered so many casualties? It is all your fault. Your refusal to follow orders and your egotism have led to the suffering of so many. Am I indebted to you in any way? Zhang Sen was utterly speechless, grappling with the illogical reasoning of this elderly woman. Even now, she clung to her title as deputy director of the neighborhood committee. He exhaled a weary sigh, deciding that instead of granting her a swift end out of respect for her age, he would allow her to partake in a more entertaining fate. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shua's heart raced, and she trembled as she inquired, What do you intend to do? Without uttering another word, Zhang Sen raised his hand, conjuring a binding force that silenced her. Almost instantaneously, Lu Shua witnessed a small wooden stick shoot forth from Zhang Sen's wrist. Before she could utter a sound of protest, her mouth was ensnared, rendering her voiceless, and all that escaped her lips were terrified whimpers. Vine of Thorns, go play, but do not let her perish too swiftly. Lu Shua then observed another stick launch towards her, wrapping around her in spirals. Soon, she felt the cruel pricks of thorns piercing her flesh, burrowing deeper into her skin. With wide eyes, she saw Zhang Sen leisurely lighting a cigarette, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This man possessed such terrifying abilities. He was a monster, a devil. Time ticked by, and Lu Shua distinctly felt countless sharp points driving deeper into her skin. Yet, she could not even scream. The agony was unbearable. She grew increasingly cold, as if her blood were draining away, and she was bound in such a manner that even thoughts of self-harm were impossible. As Zhang Sen finished his cigarette, he extinguished the stub. All right, Vine of Thorns, that should suffice. The moment the words left his lips, the thorns constricted violently, and Lu Shua felt the ominous sound of her bones fracturing. In the next instant, the thorns withdrew rapidly. Lu Shua collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Thus, in that residence, Zhang Sen was left as the sole survivor. He glanced at the bloodied wound on Lu Shua's neck and sighed, focusing solely on his theatrics. He realized how alarming it would be for anyone to discover these corpses. If the strange beasts had unveiled themselves, it would hardly be surprising, but for now, it was best to remain inconspicuous. Should the authorities become aware, it could lead to complications for him. Consequently, he instructed the Vine of Thorns and the binding force to dispose of all the bodies downstairs. After descending, he doused the corpses in gasoline and set them ablaze. Upon returning to the 16th floor, Lu Hao and the others awaited him at the door. They observed the towering flames outside and, though puzzled by Zhang Sen's seemingly benevolent act of cremating the bodies, they chose not to inquire further, adhering to their usual reticence. After witnessing Zhang Sen emerge unscathed, they silently marveled at his remarkable prowess before returning to their nearly depleted hot pot. Upon arriving home, Zhang Sen resumed his experiments with the thorny vine and the coercive struggle. At the moment when those individuals were attempting to break down his door, he was diligently studying their capabilities. It was during this time that he discovered the thorny vine and coercive struggle could simultaneously produce up to 8 offshoots. Coincidentally, when Lu Shua and her group rushed downstairs, there were precisely 8 of them. Zhang Sen thus resolved to test the lethality of the thorny vine and coercive struggle. Naturally, even with some of their members remaining outside, he felt no fear. Given the lethal speed of the thorny vine, as long as those individuals were unarmed, their numbers would pose no threat to him. Chapter 69. The Triad of Extraordinary Abilities. The next day, Zhang Sen awoke early and entered the space. He wished to observe the changes in the mutated ginseng he had harvested from the black soil the previous day. Upon seeing the ginseng, he was astonished. The green leaves had nearly doubled in size. He then inspected the essence of the thorn vine and the constricting vine, discovering that the thorn vine had thickened considerably. Previously, it had been roughly the same width as his thumb, but now it had swollen to the thickness of a child's arm. The trunk of the constricting vine had also grown robust, with denser willow branches, although its height had not changed much. When he glanced at the pit he had excavated the day before, he noticed that the spring water within had vanished. Is the space's spring water truly this remarkable? Can it grow so rapidly overnight? Could it possibly have advanced? With this suspicion in mind, he turned to look at the large screen. To his astonishment, the display revealed Zhang Sen with elemental ability level. First tier, thorn vine with elemental ability level. Second tier, willow tree with elemental ability level. Second tier, ginseng with elemental ability level. Second tier, whose space is this? Everyone has advanced, yet I am the only one left behind. Zhang Sen was infuriated. But the only response to greet his ire was the distant call of wild chickens. After a moment, he calmed down. Recalling the enthusiasm the thorn vine and constricting vine had displayed for the spring water the day before, leading him to ponder a crucial question. Why had they advanced so quickly? Was it the power of the space? He turned to the somewhat clever thorn vine. Thorn vine, how did you all suddenly advance? The thorn vine flicked its roots in the pit. Is it because of the spring water? It nodded. Zhang Sen's frustration mounted. Damn it. I have been drinking this spring water for so long. Why has no ability manifested for me? That useless fool. Zhang Sen plopped down onto the ground, lit a cigarette, and smoked in silence. A few minutes later, he discarded the cigarette butt, resigned to his fate, and added spring water to the pit. As soon as the water flowed in, he observed the roots of the thorn vine and constricting vine swaying inside, appearing to revel in the experience. A sudden epiphany struck him. He felt an intense itch in his head, as if it were about to sprout intelligence. He quickly filled the water, watered the ginseng, and tossed some food to the wild chickens and hares before hastily summoning Satan. Previously, during the 0 yuan purchase event, he had acquired a few bathing tubs. He retrieved 2 and filled them with spring water. Satan, jump in for a soak. Satan immediately leaped into the tub. Simultaneously, Zhang Sen stripped down and entered the other tub. As he settled in, he experienced an unprecedented wave of comfort, as if all his muscles had relaxed and a delightful tingling coursed through his bones. He let out a contented sigh, closed his eyes, and prepared to indulge in the moment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp stinging sensation across his skin, followed by an intense burning sensation as if fire were searing his flesh. What the hell? Aya! Both Zhang Sen and Satan cried out in agony. One person and one leopard both yearned to escape the bathtub immediately. However, before they could make a move, Zhang Sen fainted. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before he slowly opened his eyes. For a few seconds, he was in a daze, but gradually his consciousness began to sharpen. The scene before him became clearer, and Zhang Sen realized that his eyesight had improved. He had previously suffered from mild myopia, estimated at around 100 degrees, necessitating squinting to see distant objects clearly. Yet now, he could discern the intricate veins of leaves from several meters away. Not only had his vision enhanced, but his hearing had too. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze was strikingly clear in his ears. Suddenly, Zhang Sen grasped something and turned his head. Indeed, there was a change on the large screen before him. Gazing at the screen, he was utterly bewildered. His name had enlarged and appeared in a single line. Beneath it were inscribed, Spatial Ability, Level 1, Wood Element Ability, Level 2, Physical Enhancement Ability, Level 1. Goodness, not only had I advanced, but I had also awakened 2 new abilities. Then, he erupted into laughter, as if possessed by madness. I have awakened abilities, and not just 1, but 3 types. It was no wonder Zhang Sen was so exhilarated. In his previous life, he had heard tales of the most formidable individuals, possessing a mere dual ability. Moreover, among those dual ability possessors, only a handful could effectively harness both powers. Typically, one of their abilities would remain at a basic level. As for their secondary ability, even the most accomplished would only reach level 2 at best, although the highest level of Zhang Sen's abilities was currently only level 2. At this moment in time, awakened animals were a rarity, let alone humans. Awakening so early, he was likely to advance much quicker than others, especially with the advantage of the spatial spring water. While others were just beginning to awaken their powers, he might already be ascending to a higher level. It could be said that as long as he refrained from employing firearms or engaging in large-scale combat, no one in this world could contend with him. As he gazed at the simple lines of text on the screen, Zhang Sen felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Once he regained his composure, he remembered Satan. Turning to glance, he saw Satan still submerged in the bathtub, remaining unconscious. Panic surged within Zhang Sen. After nurturing Satan for so long, he had developed a deep bond. Previously lacking confidence in his own awakening, he had hoped Satan would awaken an ability to prolong his life, providing him with companionship until the end. Now, witnessing Satan in such a state, he realized that even without powers, simply being alive was precious. He swiftly exited the bathtub, not even pausing to dress, and dashed over in his bare skin. Testing for Satan's breath, he found it steady, though his body temperature was significantly elevated. In his past life, he had witnessed comrades awakening, their bodies ablaze with heat. It seemed that not only was Satan safe, but he was also on the verge of awakening abilities. Finally at ease, Zhang Sen picked up the watch from the ground and, glancing at the time, was utterly astounded. Goodness, I have slept for 2 whole days and nights. Zhang Sen was anxious about his prolonged absence. Lu Hao and the others were worried for their safety and feared that someone might take advantage of his absence to breach the 16th floor. They hastily vacated the space. As soon as they returned to reality, a loud banging on the door echoed outside. Zhang Sen's heart sank. Had the 3 of them failed to hold their ground? Furrowing his brow, he approached the door and activated the camera, only to see Lu Hao and the others standing at the entrance. Their faces were etched with anxiety. Despite the frigid weather, Lu Hao, clutching a wooden post, was drenched in sweat. It seemed they had been hammering away for quite some time. After spending time together, he had faith that Lu Hao and the others would not betray him without cause, so he promptly opened the door. What's the matter? The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Sen, but then erupted in joyous relief. Boss, you finally opened the door. Are you all right? Sengu. What happened? Why didn't you respond? Exactly. We spoke to you over the intercom, but you didn't reply. We knocked, yet you remained silent. We thought something terrible had happened to you and were nearly frightened to death. This door is too sturdy. After all this time, we've only managed to chip the paint. If you hadn't opened it soon, we wouldn't have known what to do. Chapter 70. The powers of Satan. Zhang Sen observed the genuine concern etched on the faces of the 3 individuals before him, and a warmth spread through his heart. I apologize. I've caught a bit of a cold and drifted into a deep slumber. Drifted into slumber? Lu Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. Brother Sun, you've been asleep for 2 days and nights. Surely, it's more than just a slight cold. Are you experiencing any discomfort now? Upon hearing this, Yang Yak pondered for a moment before promptly returning to her home, emerging moments later with 2 packs of medicine in hand. Brother Sun, here are some cold and fever medications. You must take them immediately. Indeed, boss, I know a place where we can exchange for more medicine. Is there anything else you need? I'll fetch it for you tomorrow. Brother Sun, have you eaten dinner? If not, I can whip up something for you. With 2 incomplete packs of medicine in hand and the caring words of the 3 ringing in his ears, Zhang Sen felt deeply moved. In this apocalyptic world, where they understood the rarity of medicine and supplies, their unwavering support touched him profoundly. He recognized that while his own assistance to them played a part, their concern stemmed from genuine friendship. Having experienced such familial bonds, this camaraderie felt exceptionally precious. He smiled softly and returned the medicine, saying, You should keep the medicine for yourselves. In times to come, supplies will only become scarcer. I've slept long enough to feel nearly recovered, so there is no need to waste it. Yang Yike remained unconvinced and insisted on giving him the medicine. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Satan, Zhang Sen ceased his refusals, reassured the trio once more, and then closed the door, retreating to his space. Satan lay asleep, and Zhang Sen chose not to rouse him forcibly. Instead, he prepared a meal and sat down to eat. After a prolonged period without sustenance and with the awakening of his powers, he felt as though he could consume an entire ox. After finishing all 5 dishes, a soup, and 4 boxes of rice, he finally felt comfortably full. Following his meal, he sat on the grass, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the blooming grass and reveling in the rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he heard a splash of water, followed by Satan's call. Zhang Sen quickly rose to his feet, witnessing Satan agilely leap from the bath. Foolish creature. Upon hearing the sound, Satan turned to look at Zhang Sen, momentarily stunned, before darting towards him with remarkable speed. Sensing no malice from Satan, Zhang Sen opened his arms to catch him, only to be knocked over in the process. In his excitement, he had neglected to notice Satan's increased size. Now pinned beneath the creature, he realized that Satan had indeed grown larger. Perhaps remembering the discomfort he had suffered in the spring water of the space, Satan seemed to seek comfort, snuggling against Zhang Sen without any intention of moving. However, with Satan's considerable weight upon him, Zhang Sen found it rather uncomfortable. After a brief commotion, he finally managed to lift Satan off him. His strength had increased, and with Satan caught off guard, he easily tossed him several meters away, leaving the creature momentarily dazed upon landing. Zhang Sen paid no mind to Satan's confusion and turned his gaze to the display screen. Indeed, new content had been added. Jaguar, carnivorous peculiarity, ability level, First tier, come here, silly. Zhang Sen exclaimed with a beaming smile. Satan, still harboring a grudge from being tossed aside, approached with a hint of dissatisfaction. Zhang Sen embraced it and pointed at the display screen. Look, you have awakened your powers. Satan shot him a smug glance, appearing even more astute than before. Zhang Sen affectionately ruffled its head, genuinely praising. Wonderful. Subsequently, Zhang Sen tested their abilities. He discovered a remarkable enhancement in both his and Satan's speed and strength. He could now bend steel pipes with his bare hands. A single punch could create a substantial dent in a shipping container. Satan's power and speed were even more formidable. Its sharp teeth could effortlessly pierce through steel pipes. With a single swipe, it could rend the shipping container asunder. As for Zhang Sen's spatial abilities, there had been some progress. He could now conjure an air balloon, enough to knock a flower askew before it bounced back. His second-tier wood ability allowed that flower to bloom slightly larger. In summary, it was of little practical use. Yet, Zhang Sen remained undaunted, confident in his capacity to hone these skills. Meanwhile, the thorny vine from his second-tier ability had also thickened. The spikes were sharper and doubled in number, now capable of unleashing up to 16 tendrils at a greater distance than before. The direction of the thorny vine's advancement mirrored that of the confrontation vines, thicker, longer, and also 16 in number. As for the ginseng, aside from its increased size, it remained unchanged, still rather dull. After providing water for the 3 mutated plants and nourishing the wild chickens and hares, Zhang Sen led Satan out of the space. Knowing Satan must be famished, he offered it double the amount of food compared to before. To his surprise, Satan still seemed unsated, prompting Zhang Sen to provide additional servings. Ultimately, it devoured 3 wild chickens, 5 pounds of raw beef, and 5 pounds of raw pork before finally feeling full. You glutton, I'm nearly unable to afford your appetite, Zhang Sen exclaimed, giving it a playful kick. Satan, now sated, showed no resentment at the nudge, instead emitting a contented grunt. Come here, let me measure your height. Satan obediently approached, allowing Zhang Sen to handle it. Moments later, as he tucked away the measuring tape, he observed with concern that Satan had grown significantly larger. The last measurement had been over 80 centimeters, now it was nearly 1 meters, with a body length approaching 8 meters. What should have been a young cub had transformed into a creature resembling an adult jaguar. It had only been a few days since Satan had last appeared before Lu Hao and the others, and it had grown so much. Was that reasonable? Never mind, he thought. As long as he didn't mention it, even if they found it odd, they likely wouldn't pry further. With that thought, Zhang Sen felt a sense of relief and returned to his bedroom to rest. The following morning, after rising, Zhang Sen began his simple routine of exercise. He now distinctly feels that his physical condition has improved significantly compared to before. After practicing for a while, he began to hone his spatial abilities. He condensed the air into a blade, wielding it in the air, yet the results were not satisfactory, despite practicing for an extended period. The spatial blade could barely sustain itself for 3 seconds. After some time, a voice crackled through the intercom. Son, have you woken up? Yes. Are you feeling better? We're preparing porridge. Would you like to join us? Much improved. All right. You all make the porridge, and I'll bring over some dumplings to share. Zhang Sen set down the intercom, retrieved 2 bags of frozen dumplings from his spatial storage, and sent them to room 1601 for Lu Hao to steam. Upon seeing the dumplings, Lu Hao was overjoyed. Even frozen dumplings were a delightful treat. It had been ages since they had savored large meat buns. After a quick shower, Zhang Sen, wary that his appetite might shock them, had first had a little something at home before heading to 1601. The 3 expressed their concern for his health. And seeing him in good spirits, they were finally at ease. It had been a long time since they had eaten dumplings. The 4 of them enjoyed their rice porridge accompanied by the large meat buns, bustling and competing to eat heartily. After the meal, Zhang Sen inquired of Lu Hao Hausi. Where is that place you mentioned for changing bandages? Zhang Sen had heard of that place in his past life. It was a resource trading center spontaneously organized by survivors. However, he had never visited it, as there was always the risk of betrayal among survivors, making it likely that one might not return. To be on the safe side, he had refrained from going. In this life, he harbored no such concerns, as long as he did not rob others. Now, at the onset of the apocalypse, the prices for resource exchanges were not yet exorbitant, so he wished to see if he could find a good deal. He also intended to exchange some medicine for Yang Yike. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, these 3 likely had little medication on hand. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Sen stored Satan in his space and set out with the 3 of them. The quartet walked for an hour before arriving at the Resource Exchange Center. This place had once been a marketplace, previously selling clothing. With the onset of extreme cold, the lower 2 levels were completely frozen, and the clothing on the upper levels had been swept away. Now, it was filled with various stalls, each displaying the surplus goods of their vendors. Astonishingly, Nearly 80% of the people sought to exchange for food, making food the primary currency here. For instance, a fever reducer could be traded for 3 pounds of rice. Upon entering, Zhang Sen surveyed his surroundings, taking stock of the various stalls, gaining a preliminary understanding of the current prices. Just as he approached a pharmaceutical stall, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Chapter 71. Predicting the future in the third year of the apocalypse in my past life. The entire Great Xia had long abandoned the concept of sanctuaries. All cities that had not fallen had taken to calling their refuge sites bases, both official and civilian. Though Zhang Sen possessed no special abilities, his indomitable spirit and willingness to fight allowed him to secure a ticket to an official base. Regrettably, at that time, he was blind to the realities around him, wholly focused on protecting Zhang Jianjun's family in Qintian. His skills, however, did not warrant the official support to sustain a few idle companions. Thus, he was compelled to lead the 4 of them to a medium-sized civilian base. At this new base, his initial task was to locate a 13-year-old girl named Maya. Initially, he assumed she was merely a relative of the base leaders. It was only later that he learned that every base in Jiqin was searching for her, as she possessed a rare ability to predict the future. In his previous life, Zhang Sen was the first to find her. But his lack of strength and the fact that his team comprised ordinary individuals meant they could only protect her for 2 days before they ultimately lost her to an official base. Zhang Sen could hardly believe his fortune in encountering her again in this life. Had it not been for the sight of her today, he might have forgotten about the girl altogether, given their brief 2-day acquaintance in the past. Observing her standing alone, her timid demeanor stirred memories of her tragic background, causing his brow to furrow. Could it be that she had already become an orphan by now? Despite their fleeting time together in his previous life, Zhang Sen sensed that Maya was a clever and considerate girl. Though burdened by a troubled past, she possessed an extraordinary will to survive, evident in her ability to endure alone in a cannibalistic world. Lu Hao, noticing Zhang Sen's lingering gaze at the entrance, expressed his confusion. "Brother Sen, what's wrong?" Zhang Sen shook his head, dispatching the 3 to exchange supplies before approaching Maya. Her face was smeared with dirt, and she wore a tattered blue down jacket. Cautiously navigating the marketplace, Zhang Sen hesitated to approach her. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old girl now, and he feared being perceived as an odd uncle if he approached her too abruptly. While Zhang Sen contemplated how to earn Maya's trust in hopes of one day replicating her extraordinary ability, she had already halted in front of a stall. The stall's proprietor, a middle-aged man accompanied by a small boy of 7 or 8, was engaged in a trade with a younger man. The stalls here displayed no goods openly, as everyone understood the current chaos. Laying out supplies would not only fail to secure desired items, but could also endanger what little they possessed. Therefore, each stall was guarded by its proprietor, who displayed a cloth and a sign, indicating the supplies they had and what they sought in exchange. The sign of this particular stall read, 2 pounds of dog food for 1 pound of rice. The price is quite reasonable. Although dog food is not human food, it is certainly more filling than rice and offers higher nutritional value. It is not uncommon for those with an abundance of dog food to exchange it for rice. Zhang Sen observed Maya standing hesitantly at the stall, curious to see her intentions. He then witnessed the stall owner's eyes light up upon noticing Maya, who smiled and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Maya remained silent, visibly anxious. The stall owner scrutinized her, his smile gradually turning lecherous. "Little girl, are you looking to exchange dog food?" Gathering her courage, Maya took a small step forward. "Uncle, I don't have rice. I only have this. Is it acceptable?" She revealed her hand, which contained a diamond ring, the stone as large as a pigeon's egg. The stall owner's eyes widened at the sight of the ring, but he feigned difficulty as he examined Maya. In these times, people can barely afford a meal, so such an item holds little value. Moreover, I cannot ascertain if it is genuine. Maya hastily explained, "It's real. My father bought it at an auction and gifted it to my mother." "Well, may I take a look?" "Given your young age, if the diamond is indeed authentic, I shall make an exception and trade you some dog food." After a moment of contemplation, Maya handed the ring to the stall owner. He inspected it closely, although he could not discern the quality of the diamond. He noticed initials engraved on the inner band, which lent credibility to her claim. The stall owner thought to himself that he could take it back to appease his domineering wife. As for this little girl, if she behaved, he could spare her some dog food. After all, a child alone in such a place, possessing such a valuable item, likely had no one to look after her. "Though this ring may hold little worth, considering you are about the same age as my son, I will trade you some dog food. How much do you desire?" Maya pondered and tentatively asked, "Would 5 pounds be acceptable?" "All right, but I only have 1 pound here. If you wish for 5 pounds, you must accompany me to retrieve the rest. Could you please give me the 1 pound first?" The stall owner paused briefly and then chuckled. "I see you are quite cautious for such a young girl. Very well, I shall oblige." He produced a small bag of dog food from his black satchel and handed it to Maya. Upon inspecting it, she felt a wave of relief. It was sufficient. Even if this man reneged on their agreement, she now possessed a pound of dog food. With that thought in mind, she followed the stall owner and his son away. Zhang Sen, as a man, could easily decipher the stall owner's intentions from the expression on his face. He trailed behind them, careful not to draw attention. The stall owner led the two children out of the market, weaving through alleys. His home was nearby, and at that moment, no one was home as his wife had gone off with others to scavenge for supplies. After following for some time, Maya began to feel apprehensive. "Uncle, how much further is it?" Not far ahead, they were about to arrive. The vendor turned around, wearing a beaming smile as he regarded her. "Son, give the sister a bit of dog food. She must be hungry." The little boy obediently retrieved a handful of dog food from his pocket and offered it to Mia. Feeling anxious, Mia glanced around the deserted surroundings before accepting the food and tucking it into her pocket. "Uncle, it's all right. I'm too tired to take any more. I only need 1 pound of dog food." "That won't do. We agreed on 5 pounds. As an adult, I cannot deceive you, a child. It's fine. I really only want 1 pound. Uncle, I'll head back now, thank you." With that, Mia took 2 steps back. The smile vanished from the vendor's face as he stepped forward, declaring, "That's not up to you." Mia's eyes filled with terror. She swiftly withdrew her hand from her pocket and hurled it at the vendor's face. Seizing the moment while he clutched his face in agony, she turned and fled. Zhang Sen then realized that the little girl had thrown a handful of small stones. Quite clever indeed. However, she was still too young, even with this bit of cunning. It paled in comparison to the overwhelming force she faced. Chapter 72. Thank you, brother. Farewell. The vendor quickly regained his composure. As he released his grip, he noticed the frozen bloodstains on his gloves, and a surge of fury coursed through him. "How dare that insolent wretch strike me? I shall make her pay dearly for this." In the midst of his curses, he dashed outside to seize Mia. She writhed and screamed, "Let me go! You wicked man! Release me! Isn't this little vixen quite bold?" He taunted. "Behave yourself, or you will regret it." Zhang Sen began to grasp why this girl harbored such a profound aversion to men when he found her in a previous life. Listening to Mia's cries, he felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. He stepped forward, addressing the vendor. "At your age, is it fitting to bully a young girl? Mind your own business. I warn you, scram, or I shall not hold back. What if I insist on intervening?" Zhang Sen was unfazed by his threats, continuing to advance. The vendor, already incensed, was further enraged by Zhang Sen's dismissal of his words. Yet, he hesitated, not wishing for his son to witness a murder, nor wanting to risk hurting him in the ensuing scuffle. "Son, go home and wait for your father. I will be back shortly. Hurry, you're finished." The chubby boy was unperturbed, seemingly confident in his father's prowess. With a parting threat, he turned and fled. The vendor released Mia. But in a frantic attempt to prevent her escape amidst the chaos, he seized her collar and struck her hard across the face. The frail girl crumpled, unconscious, her head striking the ground with a heavy thud. In that instant, a fierce murderous intent ignited in Zhang Sen's eyes. The vendor drew a kitchen knife from his waistband. Glaring furiously at Senator Zhang Sen, having yet to experience the thrill of taking a life in his physical form, charged forward. The vendor watched in disbelief as the distance of several meters vanished in the blink of an eye. How swift! His contempt transformed into sheer terror as he instinctively swung the knife. Yet, Zhang Sen effortlessly seized his wrist. The grip so powerful it felt as though it might shatter his bones. With a surge of strength, Zhang Sen applied more pressure, causing the knife to slip from the vendor's grasp and clatter to the ground. The vendor let out a scream and hastily begged for mercy. "Brother, please. It's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy." Zhang Sen's eyes blazed with fury. "A misunderstanding? What exactly do you consider a misunderstanding? That you are a scoundrel? Please don't kill me. I beg you. My son is still young. He cannot be without a father. Your son is of no concern to me. He is not my blood." Zhang Sen forcefully pressed the vendor down, simultaneously driving his knee into the man's abdomen. The vendor doubled over in pain, cold sweat pouring from him, curling into a ball on the ground. He felt as though his very organs had been displaced. How could anyone possess such strength? Yet, his nightmare was only just beginning. Zhang Sen lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. He flew backwards several meters before coming to a halt, feeling as though he had been struck by a speeding automobile, and coughed up a substantial amount of blood, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Yet, Zhang Sen's fury had not been satiated. He advanced further, approaching the stall owner, and forcefully stomped his foot onto the man's chest. In the narrow, oppressive silence of the alley, the sound of bones shattering resonated with crystalline clarity in Zhang Sen's enhanced auditory perception. The man beneath his foot stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs bulging, life extinguished. He deserved no less. Had it not been for Zhang Sen's concern for Maya's condition, He would not have allowed such scum to meet a swift demise. From the pocket of the stall owner's chest, he retrieved a diamond ring and hastened to Maya's side, assessing her condition. A scar marked her forehead, the result of her recent unconsciousness. Yet the injury was not severe, and the blood loss was minimal. The wound and blood had already frozen. Though still unconscious, her breathing remained steady, which was a comforting sign to Zhang Sen, who was no expert in medicine. Fearing the cold might induce hypothermia in the young girl, he scooped her up and hurried back, realizing the distance to home was far too great. Returning there was impractical, so he opted to head back to the market instead. The market was teeming with people and enclosed, thus warmer. Upon returning to the market, Zhang Sen sought a secluded corner, shielding himself with his backpack, and retrieved some bandages and iodine from his spatial storage to disinfect and dress Maya's wound. Although his technique was rather rudimentary, he accomplished what was necessary. Observing the young girl's pallid visage, he took the precaution of administering some warm water from his spatial spring. He had come to trust the miraculous properties of this water, believing it would suffice in the absence of severe injuries. Indeed, before long, her complexion began to regain its color. Maya awoke in Zhang Sen's embrace. Perhaps the memories preceding her unconsciousness were too horrific, for her first reaction upon waking was a scream. It's all right, Zhang Sen coaxed gently. Hearing the unfamiliar voice and gazing upon the clean, handsome face before her, she quickly realized he was not the vile villain she had feared. She seemed to have been rescued. A sharp pain throbbed in her head, and as she reached up to touch it, her fingers brushed against the bandage. Don't, he cautioned. You're injured. I've wrapped it up for you. Recalling the terrifying moments she had just experienced, tears welled in her eyes. Yet before they could fall, she heard a warning. Crying now would freeze her tears to her face. Indeed, Maya refrained from crying, her tears lingering precariously at the edges of her eyelids. Zhang Sen observed the girl's pitiful demeanor, and an inexplicable wave of remorse washed over him. Had he known, he would have acted sooner to spare her such a fright and injury. Nevertheless, he had acted cautiously. The girl appeared rather prudent, and without gaining her trust, he feared she would not accompany him willingly. While coercive measures were not entirely out of the question, they would certainly complicate matters. Moreover, what would Lu Hao and the others think of him? They would likely deem him a beast. Yet perhaps it was for the best, having come this far. The girl might lower her guard against him. Moreover, it allowed her to perceive that this apocalyptic world was far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. As a young girl, she could never allow herself to accompany a stranger. With this thought, Zhang Sen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He released her and inquired, "Are there any other discomforts?" "My face hurts, and I feel a bit dizzy," she replied. "Anything else?" He pressed gently. Mia shook her head. It was likely a mild concussion. A few days of rest would suffice, and it should not pose a significant issue. Suddenly, Mia remembered something and rummaged through her pocket, finding the dog food still intact, which brought her a sense of relief. "Did you save me?" she asked. "Who else could it be?" Zhang Sen responded. Mia scrutinized Zhang Sen with lingering fear, then bowed respectfully. "Thank you, big brother. I must return home now. Farewell." Chapter 73. Brother, hurry, it's dangerous here. Upon uttering this, Mia attempted to slip away, only to be seized by Zhang Sen. Trembling with fear, she quivered in fright. Zhang Sen reassured her, "It's all right, little girl. I would never harm you. Otherwise, my efforts to save you would be in vain, wouldn't they?" With that, he produced a diamond ring from his pocket and handed it to her. "This must belong to you, take it. In the future, refrain from displaying such valuables. If others see a young girl like you carrying something like this, they'll immediately surmise that you are estranged from your family." Mia felt a pang of regret. Despite her meticulous precautions, she realized that she had inadvertently revealed her vulnerabilities to the adults. However, guilt washed over her for having misconstrued Zhang Sen's intentions. "Thank you, brother. Please, don't run off. Stay with me for now. Once my friends arrive, we shall escort you home." As a young girl, venturing out alone, you risk attracting the attention of unsavory characters. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that he did not seem malevolent, and thus nodded in agreement. Zhang Sen sighed with relief. Successfully persuading the young girl marked the first step of his plan. He led her outside, and she obediently followed in silence. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Lu Hao and his companions, who were waiting with bags that were not overly laden with supplies. Yang Yike spotted Mia trailing behind Zhang Sen and inquired, "Brother Sen, why is this little girl accompanying you? I rescued her from a perilous situation and am now taking her home. Are you all joining me? Or do you intend to search for supplies first?" The trio exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes darting between Zhang Sen and Mia. "What's going on? Isn't Brother Sen typically averse to such troublesome matters? Has he truly shown compassion by saving a child?" Noticing their astonishment, Zhang Sen remarked in exasperation, "What are you all staring at? I'm asking you a question." As if awakening from a dream, They responded in unison, "We'll go together." Zhang Sen nodded and turned to Mia. "Little girl, where do you live?" In a hushed tone, she provided an address. The group fell silent, taken aback. It was one of the most affluent villa districts in Nanyang. Even Zhang Sen was surprised to discover that the little girl was from a wealthy family. Although they had met in a previous life, Mia hardly spoke, revealing only that she was an orphan without any mention of her family background. Seeing her current disheveled state, a sense of melancholy engulfed them. The cruel apocalypse had reduced a pampered heiress to such a plight. The villa district was not far from the market, roughly a 30-minute walk. However, with a child in tow, their pace slowed considerably. Zhang Sen was unsure of how to interact with a young girl. So he took a piece of bread and a box of milk from his bag and handed them to her, delegating the task of managing her to Yang Yike. Nevertheless, Mia continued to trust Zhang Sen, closely following him on their journey. Upon entering the villa district, Mia exclaimed, "Brother and sisters, I've arrived home. Thank you for bringing me back. You should return now." "Not so fast," Zhang Sen replied. "We will escort you to your doorstep and ensure you enter safely before we depart." "No need, brother. It's unsafe here. You should hurry back. I'll leave first." With that, Mia turned and dashed away. The ability to foresee the future is an invaluable gift, particularly for someone like Zhang Sen, who cherishes his life. He has invested so much effort and has yet to witness the awakening of the young girl's powers to replicate them. How could he possibly relinquish this opportunity? "I shall take a look. Do not rush. Come at your own pace," he reassured, noticing Maya sprinting ahead, to which he promptly followed. The two remaining individuals stood in place, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Zhang Sen's sudden change in demeanor. However, they had no choice but to heed his words and hastily followed suit. Upon rounding a corner, Zhang Sen spotted Maya entering the grandest and most lavish estate within the villa compound. At that moment, the villa's door swung open, revealing a corpulent middle-aged woman who bellowed, "You little wretch. I told you to fetch some food. What took you so long? Have you been acting up again? Do you believe I won't stew your dog tonight?" Maya rushed inside, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was injured, which delayed me. It won't happen again." "Maya," Zhang Sen called out as he reached the entrance to the courtyard. Maya, alarmed, exclaimed, "Brother, you must leave. It is dangerous here." The woman glared at Zhang Sen, demanding, "Who is this insolent boy? Get lost." Zhang Sen stepped into the courtyard, asserting, "You are not family to Maya." Unfazed, the woman sneered. "And if I am not? I advise you not to seek your end." "Maya, come here," he commanded. The woman seized Maya, who urgently shouted, "Brother, please go." Zhang Sen, however, had no intention of retreating and continued toward the entrance. The woman yelled, "Someone! We have an intruder." In an instant, a dozen men brandishing machetes and steel rods charged out. At that moment, Lu Hao and the others arrived as well. "Ah, two lovely ladies have joined us. They will make for delightful company," one of the men jeered. Zhang Sen chuckled, "Howsy, are you afraid? With you around, what do I have to fear?" He replied confidently. "Excellent. Tu Sai, Kuku, I entrust Maya to your care. Howsy, remember, leave no one alive." The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Sen drew two daggers from his waist and lunged at the largest man across from him. The man swung his weapon down, but to Zhang Sen, the action seemed to unfold in slow motion. He swiftly severed the man's hand with one blade before plunging the other into his heart. In the same fluid motion, he withdrew one dagger and plunged the other into the back of an adjacent assailant. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, having honed his skills through rigorous training in real combat, demonstrated a marked improvement. Though not as formidable as Zhang Sen, he swiftly dispatched another foe in the blink of an eye. The courtyard was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. Tu Sai and Yang Yike had already charged toward the woman. Witnessing their ruthless efficiency, the woman's face drained of color, realizing the peril she was in. As Tu Sai advanced with her sword raised, she noticed the seemingly delicate Yang Yike wielding a machete, which struck terror into her heart. Aware that she could not overpower them, she grabbed a discarded machete from the ground and aimed it at Maya. "Stay back, otherwise I will harm her," she threatened, pressing the blade against Maya's throat, causing the girl to scream in fright. With remarkable swiftness, Tu Sai seized the moment as the woman raised her cleaver, striking decisively before it could reach Maya's neck. A blade pierced the woman's shoulder, eliciting a piercing scream as the weapon clattered to the ground. Tu Sai withdrew her sword and thrust it into the woman's heart, resulting in her immediate demise. Maya, paralyzed by fear, nearly stumbled, but Tu Sai caught her in time. She entrusted Maya to Yang Yike, saying, "Watch over her while I assist Sengu and the others." With that, she plunged into the throng. At that moment, only 4 enemies remained in the courtyard, having been decimated by Zhang Sen and Lu Hao. Had it not been for Zhang Sen's restraint in suppressing his powers to avoid drawing suspicion, the battle would have concluded much sooner. 2 minutes later, the conflict was decisively resolved. The ice was stained crimson, blood flowing continuously from the corpses before swiftly solidifying into ice. Zhang Sen approached Maya, crouching down to inquire, "Are you all right?" Maya wrapped her arms around his neck, overwhelmed by terror and bursting into tears. Chapter 74. Would you consider following me in the future? In the villa, Mia's emotions had settled. From her, the four learned of the tribulations she had faced during this time. It turned out that this villa was her home, and her father was a prominent businessman listed among the wealthiest in the Great Xia. With the onset of the apocalypse, her family of 3, along with several servants, found themselves trapped here. Her parents were kind-hearted and did not dismiss the servants. Although their supplies were limited, they were sufficient to sustain them. Little did they know, not long after, as the rain subsided, an unwelcome group arrived at their home. It was the husband of a maid. This man, having worked at construction sites for years, brought along over a dozen compatriots, murdered her parents, and squandered their supplies. Initially, they intended to kill Mia as well, but one among them intervened, believing that a young girl would evoke sympathy and help them procure more resources. At first, Mia mingled within the villa community. The residents were aware of her family's circumstances and, with hopes of receiving assistance from the My family once the apocalypse ended, offered her some food. However, as time passed, the food supplies of the residents dwindled. They began to pressure Mia into begging for sustenance. At times, she succeeded, but at others, she faced brutal beatings when unsuccessful. After understanding the sequence of events, the four fell into a profound silence. Yang Yike wept uncontrollably, embracing Mia in comfort, whispering, "It will be all right." Despite Zhang Sen's belief that he had hardened his heart, he could not help but feel compassion for the 10-year-old girl. "Brother," Mia implored with pleading eyes, "could you help me bury my parents?" Zhang Sen nodded, inquiring, "Where are your parents?" Mia led the four to the basement and opened the door, revealing the bodies of 2 individuals. Fortunately, due to the low temperature, the state of decomposition was minimal. The four carried the bodies to a hill in the yard, breaking through the thin layer of ice, digging a pit, and interring the remains. Throughout the process, Mia's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she did not cry. Yang Yike held her hand tightly, feeling her pain. Zhang Sen instructed Mia to cover her parents with the final handful of earth. After she complied, she knelt and bowed 3 times to her parents. Rising, she deeply bowed to the four. "Thank you, dear brothers and sisters." Zhang Sen gently patted her head and led her back into the house. Unsure of how to console her, he retrieved a piece of chocolate from his backpack and offered it to her. Aware of their shared scarcity, Mia swallowed hard but shook her head. Zhang Sen, unable to insist, placed it in her hand. "Brothers and sisters, please sit for a moment. I'll be right back," Mia said before rushing outside, scavenging items from each body. After a flurry of activity upstairs, she returned, cradling several boxes in her arms. Distributing the boxes, she explained, "These are tokens of gratitude for all of you. Please do not misunderstand, they are not taken from the bodies, but rather my parents' cherished collectibles, which they had not found." The 4 individuals opened the box and were momentarily taken aback. Within Zhang Sen's and Lu Hao's boxes lay exquisite timepieces, while Tu Sai and Yang Yike discovered diamond necklaces, items of considerable worth. "Dear siblings, I am aware that these possessions may hold little value in our current circumstances. Yet this is all I can offer you. I am immensely grateful for your rescue," she expressed. A sense of discomfort swept through the group as they hesitated to accept her gift. Nonetheless, Maya insisted on bestowing it upon them. Observing this, Zhang Sen accepted the offerings. "Maya, do you have any other family?" he inquired. Maya shook her head. "What are your plans thereafter?" he continued. "I am uncertain," she replied. After a brief silence, Zhang Sen chuckled softly. "This gift must be worth several million. It is far too extravagant. How about this? You could accompany me from now on, and this watch shall serve as your protection fee." At this revelation, the other 3 were astonished. Truth be told, they had contemplated the idea of taking Maya in, considering she was merely a young girl who wouldn't consume much. However, in this apocalyptic era, the responsibility of caring for a defenseless girl was indeed daunting, and they were reluctant to take on such a burden. They were well aware of Zhang Sen's disposition. He detested complications. They even worried that should anyone voice such an idea, Zhang Sen might expel them from the 16th floor, for he was exceedingly rational. Yet, none anticipated that it would be this most sensible individual who would propose such a notion. In this environment, among them, the only one capable of safeguarding a young girl was Zhang Senator. Upon hearing his words, Maya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body trembling with enthusiasm. Are you all moving to my home?" she asked eagerly. "No, your house is too large and rather cold. Although ours is small, it is warmer and more suitable for living," Zhang Sen replied. Maya could scarcely believe that Zhang Sen was willing to take her to his home. "Really? Is that true?" She was desperate to agree, but her circumstances were indeed unique. After a moment of silence, she summoned her courage to ask, Brother, I have a little cat. May I bring it with me? A cat? He echoed. Rest assured, it is very well behaved and will not scratch or bite. It eats very little, and I do too, she reassured him. Zhang Sen smiled, finding her exceedingly thoughtful. Initially, she wished to avoid being a burden and insisted on offering a gift in return for his help. Now, she even worried about being seen as greedy for her modest needs. Go fetch your cat. Let me see it, he instructed. Soon, Zhang Sen encountered the little creature. An emaciated ragdoll cat, likely starved for quite some time. Given Maya's forthcoming abilities, adding such a small cat to their company did not concern him. He promptly allowed her to prepare her belongings. Declining the offers of assistance from Yang Yike and Tu Sai, Maya swiftly ascended to gather her things. Although Zhang Sen had advised her to bring only a couple of outfits, she nonetheless filled a backpack and pulled along a suitcase. Zhang Sen said nothing further and led the group away. Due to Maya's situation, their plans for gathering supplies that day were thwarted, yet no one voiced any objections. And they returned home. Zhang Sen initially intended to entrust Maya to Yang Yike and Tu Sai, yet Maya yearned solely to accompany him. A mere 10-year-old girl. Zhang Sen aspired to awaken her latent abilities as swiftly as possible, thus he brought her back to his abode. He never turned off the electric heater when leaving home. So upon entering, Maya was greeted by a long-forgotten warmth. Zhang Sen tossed some firewood into the fireplace, igniting it, as the temperature in the room gradually ascended. Although the environment here paled in comparison to her previous home, it now felt to her as though this dwelling was a paradise. Zhang Sen retrieved an assortment of snacks favored by children from his space and presented them to Maya. Her eyes widened in delight at the sight of the treats. This brother was indeed exceptionally kind. Zhang Sen's residence featured a layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. One bedroom belonged to him, another was transformed into a gym, and the last served as a study. While Maya indulged in her snacks and rested in the living room, Zhang Sen diligently cleared out the study, storing everything in his space. He retrieved the previously stored bed, blankets, and bedding set, concerned that the young girl might struggle to tend to the fire during the night. He also produced 2 electric heater panels and an electric blanket from his space. Lastly, he brought forth a cat bed, a cat tree, and 2 bags of cat food, arranging them in a corner of the room. As for tidying up, that responsibility was left to Maya herself. He believed that offering her shelter was generous enough. He had no intention of assuming the role of a parent. Once all the essentials were prepared, Zhang Sen allowed Maya to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Upon her emergence, she encountered Satan, the large creature that had spent the entire day in Zhang Sen's space. The sudden appearance of such a formidable being startled her, prompting an immediate and loud scream. Ice Cream, trembling in fear, quickly sought refuge in a corner. Standing beside Satan, Zhang Sen patiently awaited the end of Maya's startled outburst before introducing the creature. This is my pet, a jaguar. However, there is no need for alarm. While it may seem fierce outside, at home, it behaves much like your ice cream. Just think of it as a larger version of your beloved pet. Chapter 75, The Little Maid with Zhang Sen's explanation and witnessing Satan's surprisingly gentle demeanor. Reminiscent of a cat, Maya's initial fears had significantly subsided. Determined not to disappoint Zhang Sen, she mustered her courage and engaged with Satan for a while. To her delight, Satan reciprocated her efforts, appearing to enjoy their interaction. Noticing that Maya had relaxed considerably, Zhang Sen instructed her to tidy up the room, establishing a rule that his bedroom was off-limits. Particularly when the door was locked, it signified his desire for solitude. This rule applied to him as well. He would not enter her room without her permission, nor would he disturb her if her door was locked. This arrangement allowed him the freedom to come and go from his own space, which was one of the reasons he readily agreed to her staying. After setting the rules, Zhang Sen handed Lu Hao several packs of frozen dumplings, requesting him to cook them for everyone to share that evening. After all, the delay in their search for supplies was due to him, and he felt compelled to make amends. Once everything was arranged, he excused himself, claiming fatigue, and retreated to his room to practice his spatial abilities. His primary focus was on honing his spatial powers, as he yearned to acquire the skill of spatial blade. The thought of striking unseen was undeniably thrilling. However, his current level of spatial ability was rather low. After an afternoon of practice, he found himself utterly drained. With little progress to show, the duration of the spatial blade barely reached a second, and the blade itself felt terribly dull. Nonetheless, Zhang Sen remained undeterred. He still had time. Emerging from his training, he noticed that night had fallen. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Maya crouched on the floor, scrubbing diligently. The room was immaculately tidy. Observing the petite girl, so busy and thin like a sprout, Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Had he inadvertently acquired a little maid? After several minutes of her labor, Maya finally noticed Zhang Sen's presence. "Brother, you're quite capable," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Dispelling any remnants of her earlier timidity, She appeared just like an ordinary 10-year-old girl. Brother, from now on, leave these chores to me. Aside from cooking, I can manage all other household tasks. Zhang Sen nodded, refraining from questioning how this young lady had become so adept at household chores. It was evident she had learned during her difficult days. He chose not to pry further into her past. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. With Lu Hao calling them to dinner, Zhang Sen quickly led Maya over. The prospect of a dumpling feast, coupled with the addition of an adorable and sensible young girl to their team, brought joy to everyone's hearts. The meal was lively. With Zhang Sen consuming over 40 dumplings, though he still felt hungry, he decided not to eat more, knowing he could return later for a late-night snack. For now, it was crucial to gradually acclimate his companions to his extraordinary appetite. Meanwhile, Maya remained focused on her meal, eating at a leisurely pace. Yang Yike and Tu Sai tended to her while eating, quickly noticing her emotional turmoil. However, they refrained from discussing it further, understanding that this child, at such a tender age, had witnessed the brutal murder of her parents and endured immense suffering. It was a miracle she had not succumbed to psychological distress. Yet, Maya proved to be resilient, swiftly regaining her composure and finishing the dumplings in her bowl. Zhang Sen observed she had only eaten a few. Realizing her concern that eating too much might upset him, so he served her another bowl. Eat more. In the future, you can have whatever you desire. Since we have brought you back, a little food is of no consequence. Besides, it's not like we're making you eat plain rice. How can you work if you're not well fed? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Sen is still the same. He shows no mercy. What do you know? My boss is doing this for Maya's sake, instilling a proper worldview, teaching her that one must earn their keep. Indeed, we must always rely on ourselves to the fullest extent. Occasionally, we can lean on Zhang Senator get lost. Zhang Sen retorted with a chuckle. After a brief moment, Zhang Sen inquired of Lu Hao and the others, are you still practicing together every day? Of course, we never slack off. That's right, my Kiki has improved significantly. Ordinary men are no match for her, Yang Yike said with an embarrassed smile. Zhang Sen nodded. From tomorrow onwards, bring Maya along when you practice. Maya was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhang Senator practice. What does that mean? Boss, the three of us combined cannot match you. Why not teach Maya yourself? My skills are too advanced. It would be a waste to teach her. Let her grow alongside you. The trio exchanged glances, speechless. Rest assured, it won't be without compensation. Later, Maya will repay you. Yang Yike, concerned about receiving exorbitant gifts again, quickly interjected, No, Maya. We'll learn together without accepting any gifts. Maya, still puzzled by the conversation, found herself drowsily led home by Zhang Senator Maya. Do you know how to grow vegetables? Maya paused, wondering how the topic of gardening came up again. I learned at school. Excellent. Zhang Sen returned to his room and retrieved several vegetable planting boxes from his space, including both hydroponic and soil-based setups. He had also prepared water and various common vegetable seeds. The water was from the spring in his space, the soil was rich black earth, and the seeds were ones he had stockpiled earlier. You're still very young and lack strength, so there is not much else you can do right now. Let us have you grow some vegetables at home. It's crucial that we consume vegetables regularly for our health. This was a splendid opportunity for Maya to demonstrate her worth, and she was thrilled. Okay, brother, I will definitely grow the vegetables. In truth, Zhang Sen had plenty of vegetables in his space, but they had not yet matured. Given the prolonged state of the apocalypse, it was unreasonable to produce such fresh and vibrant vegetables. However, he was too lazy to expend the effort to grow them himself. Entrusting the task to this little girl would keep her occupied and prevent her from dwelling on unhappy thoughts. Moreover, it would ensure everyone had fresh vegetables to enjoy. Though the malt hails from a distinguished lineage, it exhibits no trace of petulance. Upon receiving her task, she diligently immersed herself in research. Zhang Sen glanced into her room and found it meticulously organized, which finally put his mind at ease. At the very least, this young girl would not burden him excessively. That night, Zhang Sen refrained from entering the space and instead engaged in ordinary physical training at the gym, emerging well past 10 o'clock. Maya was still engrossed in her study of vegetable cultivation within the planting box. It's time for bed, Maya. You can research more tomorrow. All right. Maya obediently set down her manual and hurried to the bathroom to fetch a foot basin, filling it with warm water. Brother, why not soak your feet? Zhang Sen observed the sparkle in her eyes as she squatted beside the basin, unable to suppress a smile. Are you offering to wash my feet? Yes. I don't possess much skill, but I can do this to repay you, brother. Zhang Sen pondered the awakening of her unique abilities, uncertain of when it might occur. He reasoned that after nurturing her for so long, indulging in a moment of comfort was justified, and thus he settled comfortably onto the sofa. Maya gently removed his shoes and socks, her small hands meticulously cleansing his large feet. Zhang Sen leaned back against the sofa, letting out a long sigh of contentment. Ah, this feels delightful. Chapter 76. Do not depart just yet. As dawn broke, Zhang Sen awoke and immersed himself in the gym, diligently honing his extraordinary abilities. Upon emerging, he found Maya already awake. Today, he and Lu Hao, along with 2 others, were to venture out in search of supplies. After a shared breakfast, the quartet set off. Zhang Sen chose to leave Maya behind, even entrusting her with Satan. As time progressed, the scarcity of resources outside became increasingly pronounced. Even when supplies were discovered, they were frequently contested, with corpses littering the landscape. However, with the formidable combat prowess of Zhang Sen's small team, they regarded common factions with disdain. Throughout the day, they encountered several waves of looters, all of whom they vanquished without mercy. On their return journey, Lu Hao sighed deeply. The hunt for resources had grown more arduous. Indeed, in the past, they would each gather 2 substantial bags in a day. Now, finding even half a bag felt like a triumph. Brother Sen, when will this predicament come to an end? Zhang Sen chuckled softly, suggesting that the future would only grow more challenging. He pondered the progress of the official shelter, but refrained from answering, fearing it might dampen their spirits. According to his recollections from a past life, the construction of the first shelter would require at least 3 more months. Nonetheless, official assistance would soon be forthcoming. As anticipated, half a month later, they received word that the government had commenced distributing relief supplies. Every 3 days, aid provisions were dispensed at the city library, with individuals required to queue for their rations, presenting identification. Although Zhang Sen had no need for such provisions, he recognized the importance of maintaining appearances. So he took Maya along to collect supplies. This marked Maya's first outing in the past half-month, filling her with exuberance that radiated from her smile throughout their journey. The city library was a mere hour's walk from Yuyuan. To expedite their errand, they set out at the crack of dawn, yet upon arrival, they were met with a throng of people. 10 lines snaked like dragons, with soldiers stationed every few meters, weapons at the ready. The food storage area was encircled by a ring of stern-faced soldiers, vigilant against any potential disturbances. The sight was enough to instill a sense of dread in any ordinary person. Boss, do you think those soldiers' guns are actually loaded? Lu Hao jested. Why not give it a try? No, thank you. I value my life too much, he replied with a chuckle. Just then, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. Who do you think you are, cutting in line? Go to the back. I'm not cutting in. I was here all along, just stepped away for a moment. You're full of it. I've been standing here for ages and haven't seen you. Watch your mouth. I'm standing right here today. What are you going to do about it? In the bitter cold, with spirits already low, tensions escalated quickly, and the 2 soon found themselves in a physical altercation. At that moment, a soldier approached, demanding, "What is all this ruckus about?" "Sir," he started it. "Commander." He cut in line. "You're talking nonsense. I've been here all along." "No, you're the one who is talking nonsense. Ask anyone nearby who saw you here before. Cutting in line is one thing, but to argue about it is utterly shameless." The soldier's expression darkened as he glanced at the line cutter. "Did you cut in line?" "No, I didn't." The soldier then inquired of the nearby crowd. "Was he standing here before?" "No, he cut in line." The onlookers chimed in. The soldier forcefully pulled the offender aside. "Go to the back of the line. If you cause any more trouble, you'll be blacklisted and won't receive supplies again." The man immediately erupted in anger. "On what grounds? My family and I have been starving for so long. We're on the brink of freezing to death. Can't I just get the supplies back home sooner? You officials are all well-fed and oblivious to the suffering of the people. You only just started distributing supplies. My wife starved to death. Do you think you're worthy of our tax contributions?" The soldier's expression grew even darker. "I'll say this one last time. Go to the back of the line. Or be cautious of my next actions." "Be cautious? What do you mean? Come on, are you just relying on that rusty gun of yours? Go ahead, shoot me. When it was time to fight, I didn't see you risking your lives, yet you bully us common folks without hesitation." The soldier, filled with rage at the man's vile demeanor, gritted his teeth. The provocateur continued to taunt him. "I'm standing right here. We've suffered long enough. And you only just showed up. Why should I?" A gunshot abruptly silenced the man's tirade. The entire square fell silent for a moment as he collapsed to the ground, blood staining the icy surface, which quickly froze over again. This is the fate of those who cause trouble. The soldier issued a stern warning before returning to his post. Everyone stood in shock at the scene. Zhang Sen turned to Lu Hao and asked, "What do you think? Is there a bullet in that gun?" "Goodness, this world has gone mad over a mere argument. He actually fired the gun. Doesn't he fear retribution?" Zhang Sen lowered his voice, ensuring only their small group could hear. "He won't face punishment. Order has completely broken down. The authorities certainly won't adhere to previous regulations. I suspect that now, if anyone causes trouble, all law enforcement personnel can execute them on the spot. So, be cautious when encountering officials from now on." But we killed so many. That's inconsequential. We were merely protecting ourselves, and we didn't kill in front of them. Lu Hao finally felt reassured. After more than 2 hours, it was finally Zhang Sen and the others' turn. Many were almost frozen to the core, yet Zhang Sen and his companions fared better. They had brought thermoses filled with hot water, allowing them to sip and warm themselves when the cold became unbearable. Furthermore, Zhang Sen and Maya had space spring water in their cups, which warmed them thoroughly upon consumption. Before long, they received their supplies. Each person was allotted 1 pound of rice, a small pack of compressed biscuits, and a sweet potato. Lu Hao murmured, "This amount of food will last us 3 days. Is this perhaps insufficient even for the malt?" Zhang Sen did not respond, suggesting instead that they seek out more food. Just as he spoke, the group was startled by the sounds of an argument from the adjacent team. Is this truly all there is? It is hardly enough for one, let alone for a household that includes a child and an elderly person. Then let your child and elder come to collect. We only distribute supplies based on individuals and identification. My mother is over 80, and my child is merely 1 year old. In such circumstances, are you suggesting they venture out, essentially condemning them to death? Spare us the rhetoric. Either take the supplies and leave, or forfeit them. The individual attempted to argue further, but was swiftly silenced by a soldier pointing a firearm, causing him to retreat in disgrace. As Lu Hao walked away, he patted his chest, exclaiming, "Thank goodness I only muttered a quiet complaint." Just as a few had distanced themselves from the line, an officer approached, stating, "You 5. Do not leave just yet." Chapter 77. Are you interested in joining the military? As several individuals were escorted into the library hall by the officers, they discovered that the number of armed soldiers inside far exceeded what appeared from the outside. A sense of trepidation gripped Lu Hao and his companions. After all, their hands were stained with blood, and witnessing such a scene inevitably made their legs feel weak. They feared they might be executed on the spot. Although Zhang Sen was puzzled as to why they had been singled out, he remained relatively calm. He had never clashed with the authorities, and surely they wouldn't summarily execute him. "Colonel Deng, the individuals have been brought in," a subordinate reported, prompting Deng Shiqi, who had been engrossed in her documents, to lift her head. Upon recognizing the delicate yet spirited visage of the woman, Zhang Sen froze. Was it her? In a previous life, after entering the shelter, he had initially followed Deng Shiqi to earn supplies. Despite being a woman, her exceptional abilities and noble lineage distinguished her among a host of male officers. Later, when she awakened her would-base supernatural powers, she was reassigned to lead a team of superhumans, resulting in a significant decrease in their interactions. The few subsequent encounters occurred when he was ostracized by a group of superhumans, and she would step in to rescue him. In the entirety of the shelter, Deng Shiqi was one of the rare individuals Zhang Sen regarded as good. At the very least, she had never discriminated against or suppressed any weaker individuals. More importantly, during one operation, when they both found themselves trapped, they both believed they were destined for death. In that moment, she subtly expressed her long-buried affection for him. Ironically, Zhang Sen feigned ignorance at the time, wanting to remain loyal to his feelings for Chen Tiantian. After their rescue, they tacitly agreed to never mention the incident again. Reflecting on it now, Zhang Sen felt a profound sense of loss. Damn it, for a bowl of spoiled rice that had been sitting for 3 days, he forfeited a lavish feast. Zhang Sen, right? Deng Shiqi scrutinized him, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Upon glancing at his companions, her astonishment transformed into a sense of relief. To maintain such vigor in this environment, they must all possess considerable capabilities. Indeed, it is I. Are you interested in joining the military? Deng Shiqi asked earnestly. As you can see, the current situation is dire. We stand at the brink of survival for our nation, and the country requires exceptional individuals to join us in overcoming these hardships. Zhang Sen had already resolved never to enter any shelters or bases in this lifetime. Thank you for your recognition, but I lack any remarkable skills, he replied, placing a hand on my shoulder. Moreover, I have a younger sister to consider. I wouldn't want to hold the organization back. If you are willing, your sister can also gain direct entry into the shelter. We have many children her age within. Deng Shiqi offered. Regrettably, I must decline, and I apologize for disappointing your expectations. A flicker of disappointment crossed Deng Shiqi's eyes as she turned to Lu Hao and the other two. What about you 3? Are you interested in joining? Lu Hao had already made his decision. He intended to follow his boss wherever he went. I'm sorry, but I won't be joining either. Tu Sai and Yang Yike exchanged glances, both filled with hesitation. The survival of these 2 women in a post-apocalyptic world was fraught with difficulty. Joining the official organization would undoubtedly lead to a more stable existence. At least they would no longer have to engage in daily violence. However, Zhang Sen's firm rejection of the olive branch extended by the authorities instilled doubt in their minds. After all, They perceived the 16th floor as a collective. To leave would be tantamount to betrayal, and Zhang Sen had supported them in both overt and subtle ways, making them reluctant to turn their backs on him. Sensing their inner turmoil, Zhang Sen turned to them with sincerity and said, "It is all right. Make the decision you deem fit, and do not worry about anything else." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yike spoke. Sigh. I still wish to follow Brother Senator Tu Sai, with a hint of resignation, nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall not go either. The officer nearby, witnessing their unanimous rejection, wore a visibly displeased expression. Yet, as Deng Shiqi remained silent, he dared not overstep his bounds. Deng Shiqi, known for her integrity, would not forcibly detain them, but she still wished to make one last appeal. She admired the calmness and rationality reflected in Zhang Sen's eyes, recognizing him as the cornerstone among the group. "Mr. Zhang, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation?" Zhang Sen acquiesced. Consequently, Deng Shiqi led him to a small, secluded room. "Mr. Zhang, could I inquire about your perspective on this calamity?" "Calamity? As an ordinary citizen, what perspective could I possibly hold? I strive to survive. Each day is a victory." Zhang Sen replied. Deng Shiqi smiled slightly. "Your mindset is quite commendable." Zhang Sen returned her smile, given the dire circumstances. It was essential to maintain a positive outlook to endure. After a brief pause, Deng Shiqi's expression turned serious. "Mr. Zhang, there are certain matters that should not be disclosed to those outside the official system. I recognize that you possess some skills. Otherwise, you would not be able to protect a young girl and survive relatively well in this harsh world. However, I can assure you that the days ahead will only grow more challenging, and resources will become increasingly scarce. Therefore, whether for your own sake or for your sister's, I believe joining the official organization is the best course of action. As for the benefits, you need not worry. I will never allow my subordinates to suffer." Had these words been spoken to another, they might have swayed them easily. In such a world, survival was indeed a daunting task, and many sought to ally with powerful figures. Yet, for Zhang Sen, he himself was the strongest ally. Thus, he ultimately declined Deng Shiqi's invitation. Although Deng Shiqi felt a tinge of regret, she bore no anger and provided Zhang Sen with the address of the shelter, inviting him to seek her out should he change his mind. Zhang Sen refrained from closing the door on the conversation entirely. Doing so would have been ungrateful, and he wished to spare Deng Shiqi any heartache. After a cordial farewell, he departed the library with Lu Hao and the others. Watching Zhang Sen's tall figure recede, Deng Shiqi sighed softly. The officer, Xiao Fang, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Colonel Deng, this fellow truly lacks discernment. You extended a personal invitation, yet he still declined. Look at the multitude we have gathered today. Who among them isn't overjoyed and filled with gratitude?" Deng Shiqi cast a cool glance in his direction. "Whether he wishes to join us is entirely his prerogative. Xiao Fang, your attitude is problematic." Xiao Fang sheepishly fell silent. Deng Shiqi withdrew her gaze, her heart heavy with regret. She sensed that among the many they had recruited today, none possessed abilities surpassing those of Zhang Sen, not even the retired veterans. Yet, if he chose to remain steadfast in his refusal, there was little she could do. "Colonel Deng, I find myself puzzled. Why do the higher-ups insist on our extensive recruitment? Resources are already scarce, and sustaining us is a tight squeeze. Can we truly support even more?" After a prolonged silence, Deng Shiqi murmured, "Because there are many arduous battles yet to be fought." Chapter 78. Does the authority know something? Upon exiting the library, Zhang Sen noticed a throng of individuals gathered by the roadside, comprising both solitary figures and groups. All eyes were eagerly fixed on those emerging from the library. As they meticulously selected their targets, Zhang Sen understood that the isolated individuals or seemingly weaker groups would inevitably attract their attention. Adhering to his principle of non-aggression, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them," he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. If intimidation could deter these individuals from causing them distress, it would be ideal. If not, it would come down to who possessed the stronger fists. With resolve, he unsheathed his straight knife from his back, and Lu Hao along with the others promptly brandished their own weapons. Even Maya produced a dagger from her clothing. A gift from Zhang Sen, previously pilfered from Xiao Mao's office, now sharpened and ready for use. Indeed, the mere display of their weapons significantly altered the atmosphere. Those who had been lurking in the shadows were momentarily subdued. They proceeded unimpeded until the library was no longer in sight, at which point they sheathed their weapons. Despite having Maya with them, they decided to gather some supplies along the way. With Zhang Sen's presence, they felt assured that he could protect her regardless of any ensuing trouble. Upon entering a supermarket, they encountered two factions vying for a single package of supplies. Zhang Sen, disinterested in involving himself, guided his group around the altercation. They scoured the supermarket, ultimately discovering only 2 bags of broken biscuits, the latter of which Maya found beneath a shelf. Understanding they were all allies, she unwrapped the biscuits and shared them among the group. Although the packaging was intact, the contents had been shattered due to the fracas. After consuming the crumbled biscuits, they continued on their journey. The atmosphere remained largely silent, with few words exchanged. The biting cold contributed to this silence, but more significantly, they were acutely aware that resources were increasingly scarce under their previous methods. Furthermore, the day's invitation to join the military weighed heavily on their minds. Lu Hao pondered the meager provisions distributed by the military, realizing the dire scarcity they faced. Maya questioned why her brother had not joined the army. Was it because of her? Yang Yike harbored no thoughts, yet Tu Sai yearned for a stable existence. The sight of those waiting outside the library stirred a deep concern within her. She feared that one day she and Yang Yike might find themselves resorting to robbery for survival. Currently, these individuals still feared the weapons they wielded. But as days grew increasingly arduous, no one could guarantee that desperation wouldn't drive them to reckless action. Could their strength consistently ensure their escape from such violent confrontations? Meanwhile, Zhang Sen's mind was preoccupied with the cryptic words of Deng Shiqi, leaving him to wonder if the authorities were indeed privy to certain truths. Since he had been reborn, he contemplated whether others might share his fate of reincarnation. Alternatively, have other extraordinary beings or creatures emerged? Thus, the authorities are aware of the developments following the apocalypse. The uncertainties abound, and the more he contemplates, the more convoluted it becomes. Ultimately, Zhang Sen found himself in a state of agitation. To hell with it. If he could not decipher the situation, he would choose to forget it. Perhaps by tomorrow, it would all slip from his mind. After all, with so many contingencies in place, the likelihood of an abrupt demise was minimal. The immediate priority was to facilitate Maya's awakening of her seemingly extraordinary abilities. During this period, Zhang Sen had subtly probed Maya for any signs of her powers awakening, but to no avail. In an effort to expedite her awakening, he had been providing her with spatial spring water. He even contemplated the audacious idea of having her take a bath in it, if all else failed. Yet, he vividly recalled the agony he had endured. As a grown man, he had nearly succumbed, let alone the frail Maya. He genuinely feared that he might inadvertently submerge the young girl completely. Furthermore, the efficacy of the spatial spring water lacked any clear explanation. Given the current circumstances, it was perhaps best that Maya remained unaware of it. Upon returning home, Maya's first action was to inspect the vegetables she had cultivated. This time, she had planted 3 varieties: baby bok choy, cherry radishes, and leeks. Earlier that morning, before leaving, she had checked the planting box and noticed that her vegetables had sprouted, though they were not yet mature. Now, they were noticeably larger than in the morning, and it felt as though they would soon be ready for harvest. "Brother, my vegetables are ripening." Zhang Sen graciously indulged her enthusiasm and took a glance. Quite impressive. Maya was overjoyed. This was a manifestation of her abilities, and she finally felt her worth being recognized. However, unbeknownst to her, the remarkable survival rate of her vegetables was attributed not only to the spatial spring water and rich soil, but also to Zhang Sen's continuous nurturing with his wood-based powers. Each night, while Maya slumbered, he would practice his wood abilities through the vegetables, finding it quite effective. Each use led to a bit more growth, and he felt that as long as his wood powers increased in level, he could complete the entire cycle from planting to harvest in a remarkably short time. He remained uncertain, however, about the flavor. As for the little chicks, he pondered when they would finally hatch. Maya furrowed her brow as she gazed at the incubator filled with eggs. During his previous stockpiling of supplies, Zhang Sen had specifically reserved a batch of fertilized eggs, intending to hatch them once a stable base was established. At that point, an inexhaustible supply of chickens and eggs would be at his disposal. Zhang Sen had never lacked for eggs and seldom thought to consume them, which led him to completely forget about them. It was only upon witnessing Maya diligently tending to her vegetables that he recalled the eggs. It was an opportune moment to involve the young girl in this endeavor. As for hatching the eggs, Zhang Sen could not cheat the process. He could only allow her to engage with it freely. Fortunately, he had enough fertilized eggs to endure a few failures without concern. The incubation of chicken eggs typically took around 21 days, so he reassured her, "Do not be anxious. Just wait a little longer." Maya nodded and went off to find other tasks to occupy herself. Zhang Sen reclined upon the sofa, preparing to indulge in a moment of respite. The devil sauntered over with an air of confidence, leaping onto the sofa to nestle beside him. As for ice cream, it had yet to conquer its trepidation towards the devil, rarely venturing outside. However, Zhang Sen observed that during this period, under his generous feeding and the nurturing influence of the spatial spring, ice cream not only regained its normal physique but also exhibited signs of further growth. Now, restored to its former beauty, even Zhang Sen, who typically harbored no affection for cats, found himself occasionally embracing and stroking it. Thus, he resolved to continue feeding it for a while longer and treat it to a spring bath, hoping it might awaken some latent abilities. Even if he could not replicate its extraordinary powers, having another extraordinary creature by his side would still prove beneficial. Malt had busied herself for quite some time, yet there was little left for her to do. The house was now spotless, a stark contrast to the disarray of Zhang Sen's solitary existence. Therefore, having a little maid was indeed quite advantageous. Zhang Sen was not a heartless master. Having completed her tasks, she deserved some reward. He returned to his room and retrieved a box of imported chocolates from the spatial realm, presenting it as a reward to Malt. She had shed her previous timid demeanor and adapted to Zhang Sen's aversion to inconvenience. She followed his every instruction without question, a lesson learned from her time with Lu Hao and the others. However, today, she felt compelled to delve into Zhang Sen's thoughts. Brother, did you decline that elder sister today for my sake? Chapter 79. Are you not tired of a life filled with conflict? Zhang Sen was somewhat taken aback by Maya's sudden inquiry. However, through their time together, he had gleaned an understanding of the young girl's thoughts. It was not that he desired to leave. Rather, he felt content with their current existence, which was quite favorable. There was no need for upheaval. After a brief pause, he added, "Is it that you wish to join the military?" Maya shook her head, her smile sweet and obedient. "I only want to be with you, brother. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Zhang Sen couldn't help but smile in return. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the early days when he first discovered how clingy Satan was. Initially, his intention had been to nurture this girl until her abilities could be replicated, after which he would send her to the official base. Now, however, he found the prospect of keeping her close quite appealing. He remained uncertain if Lu Hao and the others would continue to follow him, but today, it was evident that Tu Sai and Yang Yike had wavered in their resolve. Yet this girl, at least for now, seemed entirely unperturbed by the thought of leaving his side. This was indeed comforting. It spared him the loneliness of an empty nest. Moreover, having such a compliant young girl by his side made his days far more pleasant. With this thought, his smile deepened. "All right, if you wish to stay with me, then stay you shall." Maya beamed with joy and dashed back to her room, emerging with a box, which she placed before Zhang Sen and her brother. "These are all for you." Zhang Sen opened the box and was immediately taken aback. It was filled with an array of exquisite jewelry and luxury watches. The sheer quantity and value left him, a country bumpkin unaccustomed to such opulence, utterly astonished. "Did you bring all of this from home?" "Yes, these are all for you." "Brother." Although these items might not hold significant worth in their current situation, Zhang Sen was nonetheless touched by the girl's genuine affection. "No wonder you didn't heed my advice and brought a suitcase filled with these treasures," he remarked. Maya nodded in affirmation. "Why, after all this time? Are you suddenly giving them to me?" "Because I was afraid you would soon cast me aside, so I held on to them. Now that I know you will always keep me close, I wish to give them all to you." Zhang Sen chuckled helplessly. Although the young girl had her cleverness, it was not excessive. "Are you not afraid that I might accept your gifts and then abandon you?" "I am not afraid. You are a good person," she replied confidently. "Very well." Zhang Sen contemplated for a moment before continuing. "Maya, while these items may hold little value for ordinary individuals today, they could still be exchanged for something worthwhile among the affluent and powerful. However, these were left to you by your parents, and I have no use for them. You should keep them for now. If the day comes when you must depart, or if you find that you are not suited to accompany me, I will return everything to you." Maya felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. She longed to stay with her brother forever, never wanting to reclaim those belongings. Yet her brother seemed perpetually preoccupied with the idea of leaving her behind. Suppressing her sorrow, she lowered her head and asked, "Brother, do you wish to leave this place?" "Leave this place?" "Yes, to somewhere else." Zhang Sen sensed that the girl was speaking with ulterior motives, so he inquired, "Do you not wish to reside here?" "I do." "I was just asking. Will you always live here, brother?" "No, this place is no longer suitable for habitation. Before long, we will need to seek a new residence." "Where do you wish to live then?" "Perhaps we shall go to Jiqing." Upon hearing the name Jiqing, Mia immediately lifted her head, her eyes brimming with delight. "Brother, you also want to go to Jiqing? That's wonderful." "What? You wish to go to Jiqing too?" Mia nodded vigorously. "Yes. My father told me before that I should live in Jiqing in the future." "Why is that? Do you have relatives in Jiqing?" "No, I have no family left. My father has a house there where we can stay." It dawned on Zhang Sen that he had rescued a girl from a wealthy family. Indeed, he had benefited from this encounter. Wealthy individuals surely possess more than one property across the nation. The whether that house still stood was another matter. He refrained from explaining this concern to Mia, as they had yet to see the house and ascertain its suitability for living, if it were appropriate. Even if there were others residing within, he could likely persuade them to vacate. "Brother Hao, why do you think Sen brother is reluctant to join the military?" Tu Sai pondered throughout her journey but could not comprehend Zhang Sen's refusal to enlist. After lunch, she sought out Lu Hao. I noticed today that officer seemed particularly fond of some brother. If he were to join, he would undoubtedly enjoy a good life. Why would he abandon such an opportunity without a second thought? Lu Hao contemplated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps the boss has his own plans. Moreover, life in the military may not be as glorious as they claim. With the boss's capabilities, he could thrive anywhere. So there is no necessity to venture into unfamiliar territory. Tu Sai fell silent for a while, then sighed. However, resources are becoming increasingly scarce. The supplies that Kiki and I have stockpiled will last us at most another couple of weeks. If this continues, our lives may grow increasingly difficult. At that moment, Lu Hao finally grasped Tu Sai's implication and chuckled. Well, if that's the case, you could consider joining the military. After all, that colonel seemed to take a liking to you today. With your skills, following a female leader could be a commendable choice. Upon hearing this, Tu Sai assumed Lu Hao was angry. Brother Hao, please don't be upset. I'm merely stating our current predicament. I'm not insisting we join the military. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively. What you said is the truth. Why would I be angry? For you and Kiki, if you could lead a stable life, that would be a good thing. Should you decide to join the military, I believe the boss would respect your choice as I do and wish you well. Tu Sai was touched. We haven't made a decision yet. Kiki doesn't want to leave you all, and I hope we can stay together. But brother seems quite resolute. Do you think he will change his mind? It's unlikely. The boss has a strong sense of conviction in his actions. Having rejected the colonel, he likely had his own plans in mind. And what about you? If the boss isn't going, why should I? My life was saved by the boss. Without him, I would have perished countless times. Therefore, I vowed long ago that wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. Even if the apocalypse comes to an end, I will remain by the boss's side. Tu Sai fell into a profound silence. Upon returning home, Yang Yike had just finished washing the dishes. You're back? Tu Sai nodded. Noticing her somber mood, Yang Yike approached and embraced her. What's wrong, darling? Why do you look so unhappy? Tu Sai sighed and asked. Do you really not wish to join the army? Yang Yike pondered for a moment. I'm not quite sure how to express it. Although I've never served, I've heard that military life is arduous and the discipline is quite strict. I don't know if I can endure it. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that Sengu will certainly not go. If Sengu isn't going, then how go 1T either? I don't want to be separated from them. Tu Sai managed a bitter smile, but haven't you had enough of this life filled with daily battles and bloodshed? Chapter 80. Tu Sai and Yang Yike depart after 2 days of contemplation. Tu Sai ultimately decided to pursue the tranquil life she had always envisioned. Although Yang Yike still wished to accompany Zhang Sen, she found merit in Tu Sai's reasoning, given her comparatively weaker capabilities. The tumultuous life of conflict and strife was ill-suited for her. Zhang Sen's reaction upon learning this was as Lu Hao had anticipated. He exhibited no anger whatsoever. Instead, he brought forth some food and prepared a hot pot feast as a farewell banquet for the two women. In truth, Zhang Sen felt a tinge of reluctance, having spent considerable time with them. Both young ladies possessed admirable character and, crucially, were quite attractive. Although he could not perceive the fragrance of blooming flowers, their daily presence brightened his spirits. Nevertheless, since they had made their choice, he refrained from offering any counsel. After all, certain experiences must be lived to foster personal growth. Their hearts had already been stirred. Even if he persuaded them to stay this time, they might still choose to depart when faced with better opportunities in the future. It would be wiser to allow them to venture forth on their own. In their previous lives, they had neither journeyed with him for such an extended period nor had they been assigned to Deng Shichi as tutelage, yet they managed to survive. They eventually established their own base, suggesting they possessed considerable skills. Furthermore, it was rumored that at least one of them would awaken a special ability in the near future, a notion Zhang Sen had heard in his past. Although he was unaware of the nature of their abilities or their potential strength, he surmised that they would likely be able to protect themselves for the next few years. Otherwise, they would not have succeeded in building their base. During the banquet, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, particularly for Yang Yike, whose eyes were red-rimmed as she barely touched her food. The farewell gathering concluded in this heavy atmosphere. Afterward, Zhang Sen returned home. Lu Hao produced a bag filled with provisions, including compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and a cherished bottle of hot sauce he had been reluctant to consume. In light of our friendship, and since you are departing tomorrow, consider these items a farewell gift. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yang Yike's face as she rushed to embrace Lu Hao. Brother Hao, why are you crying, little sister? It's not like you'll never see me again. Perhaps when you thrive in the future, my boss and I will need your protection. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Sen entered. Well, the moment I leave, you two are hugging? Can't I take advantage of this? Yang Yike laughed through her tears and stepped forward to embrace Zhang Sen as well. Thank you, brother senior. Zhang Sen gently patted her back. Are you still uninterested in men today? Yang Yike released Zhang Sen and playfully punched him. You've asked that so many times. When will you give up? Because it's amusing. Zhang Sen replied with a mischievous grin. All right, you two are leaving tomorrow, so I want to send you off with food. Instead, here are 2 exquisite swords I collected from Xiao Mao's office before. Originally, it was my intention to present you both with these gifts once you developed an interest in men, but it appears that day will never come. Since you are departing tomorrow, I shall bestow them upon you now. The sword that Tu Sai has wielded for so long is already nicked. And although you have always relied on a cleaver, your every technique is steeped in swordsmanship. With your girlfriend by your side, you are indeed more suited to wielding a sword. Here, take it. Zhang Sen handed the sword to the two, who were both touched and surprised. Tu Sai drew the sword, her eyes widening in astonishment. Having practiced swordplay since childhood, she recognized the exceptional quality of Zhang Sen's blades. Brother Sun, where did you acquire such exquisite swords? This is the finest sword I have ever seen. Zhang Sen smiled gently, attributing his fortune to mere luck. Well then, as you are leaving early tomorrow, I shall refrain from seeing you off. As dawn broke the next day, Tu Sai and Yang Yike departed. They left behind nearly all their remaining supplies, dividing them into 2 portions to place at the doorsteps of Zhang Sen and Lu Hao, before quietly slipping away with a sense of reluctance. After finishing his morning exercises, Zhang Sen was called by Lu Hao for breakfast. Recently, Lu Hao had prepared a batch of steamed buns, which he would steam each morning alongside a pot of porridge, complemented by some fermented bean curd. Thus, a simple meal was resolved. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao opened their doors almost simultaneously, and upon discovering the supplies left by Tu Sai and Yang Yike, they were momentarily taken aback, a wave of inexplicable sadness washing over them. Lu Hao sighed. It seems we are left with just the 2 of us. Such words surely wound Maya's heart, Zhang Sen replied. Indeed, now we have an additional Maya. Just then, Lu Hao spotted Maya emerging from behind Zhang Sen, cradling a bundle of young bok choy. Brother Lu Hao, look at the vegetables I have grown. Lu Hao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fresh produce. Vegetables? Am I seeing things? Are there still vegetables to be had in this day and age? Subsequently, Maya briefly recounted the origins of the vegetables. Lu Hao was utterly astonished. His elder brother was truly remarkable. He even had seeds and a cultivation box. He hastily sought the bok choy, and upon tasting it, he nearly shed tears. Boss, this is the most delectable vegetable I have ever eaten. Zhang Sen merely smiled in response. Of course, this is produce grown from spatial spring water. How could it possibly be anything but exquisite? Moreover, consuming these vegetables bolsters one's health. Zhang Sen initially cultivated the vegetables with the intention of fortifying their bodies imperceptibly, but alas, before that time arrived, Tu Sai and Yang Yike had already taken their leave. Given their decision to depart, Zhang Sen naturally opted not to disclose the remaining vegetables. It was not a matter of mistrust, rather. The destination they were heading to was far too intricate. Whether they consumed more or fewer vegetables was inconsequential. He preferred to avoid leaving any risks unaddressed. At the city library, are Zhang Sen and Lu Hao still resolute in their decision not to join the military? Deng Shiqi observed Tu Sai and Yang Yike, her heart heavy with regret. Indeed, Colonel Deng, they have their own plans. Yang Yike felt a twinge of anxiety within her. The military personnel would not merely desire Zhang Sen and Lu Hao. They surely do not wish for her. Deng Shiqi nodded, acknowledging, all right, I understand. You may proceed with the registration, and once the provisions are distributed, we shall return to the army together. Perceiving Yang Yike's apprehension, she offered reassurance. Do not worry. My invitation to you both to join the military signifies my endorsement. I have faith that as long as you perform admirably, you will undoubtedly establish a firm footing within the ranks. Only then did Tu Sai and Yang Yike breathe a sigh of relief, following an officer to complete their registration. Just as they departed, the resonant roar of an engine echoed from outside. In the open space before the library, a military SUV sped into view, abruptly halting with a screech. Deng Shiqi turned her gaze towards the window, and upon seeing the vehicle, her brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 81. Who could blame me for having a good father? 3 robust men emerged from the vehicle, followed by Gao Zhang, who was leading a hefty Tibetan Mastiff. Upon seeing the spirited Gao Zhang and his imposing canine, the crowd in the square was filled with envy and longing. They were on the brink of starvation, while this young man had the audacity to keep such a large dog. The prospect of a hearty dog meat stew lingered in their minds, a meal that could sustain them for quite some time. The Mastiff, sensing the malice from the onlookers, barked ferociously, frightening several children into tears. Irritated, Gao Zhang exclaimed, "Why are you crying? It's so noisy. If any of you little brats cry again, I'll let my dog have you." Some parents hastily gathered their children into their arms, covering their mouths. Yet, there were always those who felt compelled to stand up for justice. An elderly gentleman, a veteran who had seen years of service in combat, stepped forward. "Young man, How can you be so unreasonable? It is only natural that a crowd would be frightened by your ferocious dog. How can you resort to cursing? Gao Zhang's father held a prominent position at the shelter in Nanyang, holding the rank of Major General, and he had never feared anyone in Nanyang. Before the apocalypse, he might have heeded the law, but now, devoid of legal constraints, he was akin to a prince in this city. The audacity of this old man to provoke him was tantamount to courting death. You, bring that old fool here, commanded Gao Zhang. A bodyguard swiftly approached and seized the old man by his clothing. What are you doing? You dare cause a disturbance on military grounds? Protested the elderly gentleman, struggling against his captors. You little brats weren't even born when I was on the battlefield. Despite his age, he was soon dragged before Gao Zhang. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" Deng Shiqi arrived, accompanied by several soldiers. Gao Zhang, what are you doing? Upon seeing Deng Shiqi, Gao Zhang smiled. Colonel Deng, you arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. Deng Shiqi's eyes burned with anger. Release this old gentleman. That won't he do, Gao Zhang retorted. This old man dared to confront me publicly, so he must face the consequences. He then kicked the mastiff at his feet, commanding, Count, go feast. The mastiff, accustomed to raw meat before the apocalypse, had turned to human flesh when such provisions became scarce. At Gao Zhang's command, the beast lunged at the old man, knocking him down and sinking its teeth into his shoulder. The elderly gentleman cried out in agony. Deng Shiqi, now thoroughly enraged, drew her weapon and aimed it at Gao Zhang. Instantly, the three bodyguards beside Gao Zhang drew their weapons in response. In that moment, every soldier raised their guns. Despite Gao Zhang's high status, they were soldiers under Deng Shiqi's command and would naturally support her. Moreover, Gao Zhang had a reputation for bullying others, and many present had suffered his tyranny. Witnessing his cruel treatment of a veteran, the soldiers were ready to see him brought to justice. Gao Zhang, I may not be able to control you, but I can certainly manage your dog. If your reckless behavior persists, I shall not hesitate to treat your canine companion harshly. Gao Zhang remained unfazed, yet he had no desire to sever ties with Deng Shiqi, especially since he had yet to experience the warmth of her embrace. Furthermore, considering the elderly man's frail state, he decided to extend a courtesy to Deng Shiqi. Bishop, return, he commanded. The dog reluctantly trotted back to Gao Zhang, while the elderly gentleman lay bleeding on the ground, barely clinging to life. Deng Shiqi was consumed by rage, wishing to end Gao Zhang's life with a single shot. However, she refrained, knowing that any act of aggression would endanger her subordinates. She gestured to her men to assist the old man. They promptly obeyed. Noticing Deng Shiqi still pointing her firearm at him, Gao Zhang felt a twinge of irritation. Colonel Deng, I traveled such a great distance to see you. Yet you point a gun at me? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Deng Shiqi suppressed her fury and lowered her weapon. Gao Zhang wore a smug expression. Now, that is more like it. I must say, Colonel Deng, a woman as beautiful as you should not be handling firearms. It pales in comparison to my own noble status, where I do nothing but squander scarce resources, driving around merely to walk my dog. Well, what can I say? I am fortunate to have a good father. He added nonchalantly. Deng Shiqi was utterly repulsed by his brazen arrogance. Taking a deep breath, she stifled the urge to strike him. Young Master Gao, if there's nothing else, please take your leave. I am quite busy and have no time to entertain you. Isn't it just distributing rations to a group of refugees? With so many people below, can't they manage it themselves? Or perhaps Colonel Deng would like to join me for a drive. My car has air conditioning and is quite warm. We could have a lot of fun. Thank you, but I must assist your father with his work. With that, Deng Shiqi glanced at the old gentleman. Realizing he had passed away, she instructed her subordinates to ensure a proper burial for him before departing without a backward glance. Gao Zhang observed her retreating figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Quite the fiery spirit. One day, I shall claim you. Satan had not ventured outside for quite some time. Zhang Sen typically kept him at home or let him roam freely in a designated space. However, after a prolonged period, the only company in that space consisted of a few wild chickens and rabbits, which left Satan feeling rather bored. Thus, Zhang Sen decided to take him out for a stroll today, seeking a new hilltop to explore. He hoped to discover any new mutated flora or exotic beasts that may have emerged recently. Leaving Maya alone at home made him uneasy, given the scarcity of resources outside. It seemed more prudent to have him guard the house, while teaching Maya a few self-defense techniques rather than scouring the land for meager sustenance. After ensuring both were settled, Zhang Sen set out with Satan. Over time, Satan had grown significantly, now larger than a typical adult jaguar. If he were to ride a snowmobile, he feared it might crush him. Therefore, Zhang Sen decided to keep Satan in the designated space until they reached the mountains, where he would then release him. Once outside, he found a secluded spot and retrieved the snowmobile from the designated space. To speak of the departure of Tu Sai and her companion, there lies a silver lining, with fewer individuals around. Even if he ventures out with Lu Hao in the future, they could ride snowmobiles. Today, Zhang Sen intends to ascend that mountain. Situated a mere 10 kilometers from the Imperial Garden. Given the current road conditions, he should arrive within a mere 10 to 20 minutes. Upon exiting the Imperial Garden, Zhang Sen twisted the throttle and surged forward with reckless speed. After days of traversing on foot, the sudden liberation of driving felt exhilarating beyond measure. Young master, that woman, Deng Shiqi, is utterly ungrateful. Shall we teach her a lesson someday? Remarked the bodyguard seated in the passenger seat of the military SUV, chuckling. They too harbored desires for Deng Shiqi, yet her status instilled a modicum of caution within them. However, if Gao Zhong, the offspring of the military's top brass, were to intervene, the situation would transform entirely. Should the matter ever come to light, his father would undoubtedly suppress it. Although Gao Zhong was a notorious playboy, he treated the three of them with a degree of regard, often discarding women he had grown weary of their company. While they could find amusement through their own means, it paled in comparison to the resources Gao Zhang possessed. Benefiting from his generosity, they had even indulged in a few of the pre-apocalyptic era's most celebrated starlets. The thrill of such experiences was indescribable. A woman like Deng Shiqi, possessing beauty that rivaled that of the stars, coupled with her haughty demeanor, was irresistibly alluring. They eagerly anticipated Gao Zhang's conquest of her, hoping that once his interest waned, she would be cast aside for their enjoyment. However, for this to transpire, it would be preferable for Gao Zhang to employ special methods, ensuring she was disposed of discreetly, leaving her father, the second in command of the military district, oblivious. Let us wait and see. Having conquered so many women, I refuse to believe she will be beyond my grasp. Although Gao Zhang was brash and domineering, he recognized that Deng Shiqi was no ordinary woman. Were a calamity to arise, his father would not easily forgive him. By Jove, a snowmobile! The bodyguard driving suddenly exclaimed, prompting everyone to look in his direction. This fellow was indeed formidable. He possessed such a contraption. Gao Zhang, observing Zhang Sen riding the snowmobile ahead, was brimming with excitement. Quickly, accelerate and intercept him. Chapter 82. One shot is not enough. Send a few more. Zhang Sen was reveling in his exhilarating drive when suddenly the unmistakable roar of an engine pierced the air. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he quickly discerned that it was a military vehicle, and the malevolence in the gazes of its occupants was palpable. However, Zhang Sen was unfazed, if necessary. He could simply conjure a massive stone from his spatial abilities to crush them as they approached. Yet, despite the open surroundings, numerous residential areas lay nearby, likely harboring hidden observers. Given his current prowess, it would be prudent to conceal his extraordinary abilities for the time being. Luring them away before dealing with them seemed the wiser course of action. Fortuitously, a narrow path lay ahead, and Zhang Sen veered into it, slightly accelerating his speed. As anticipated, the SUV pursued him closely. The road had transformed into a vast sheet of ice. While snowmobiles were less prone to slipping, their speed was not particularly impressive. The SUV, wary of losing control, maintained a cautious pace, resulting in a consistent distance between them. Unable to contain himself any longer, the passenger in the SUV rolled down the window, brandishing a firearm, intent on shooting. Gao Zhang, fixated on his snowmobile, feared that a single shot could damage it and hurriedly intervened. Don't shoot at him. Just force him to stop. Bang. A bullet struck the icy surface beside Zhang Sr. Stop the vehicle, or the next shot will be aimed at your companion. Zhang Sen surveyed his surroundings, noting the dense thicket of bushes. It was time to act. He halted his vehicle and stepped out, waiting for the SUV to do the same. The SUV complied, and two bodyguards emerged, armed and poised. This vehicle has caught my young master's eye. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, I suggest you leave at once. Zhang Sen, disinterested in further discourse, placed his hands behind his back, conjuring an AK-47 into his grasp. Gao Zhang lit a cigarette, watching the solitary figure of Zhang Sen with keen interest. Beside him, the Count growled lowly. Gao Zhang patted the Count's head. Hungry, are we? The Count barked in response. Indeed, he had not consumed any meat today, and the elderly man's flesh would likely be unpalatable. Go ahead, Gao Zhang instructed as he opened the car door. The Count sprang forth, dashing toward Zhang Sen while barking ferociously. The bodyguard in the lead, seeing Zhang Sen standing motionless, initially intended to raise his weapon. However, upon hearing the Count's barks, he chuckled. Looks like this kid belongs to the Count. They halted, mocking Zhang Sen, anticipating his cries for mercy. Meanwhile, upon spotting the imposing Tibetan Mastiff, Zhang Sen recognized an old acquaintance. In his previous life, he had encountered Gao Zhang several times at the shelter, each encounter culminating in severe humiliation. One instance nearly cost him his life at the jaws of this very Mastiff. This formidable beast had awakened its own powers, specifically of the fire element. Alas, it would not survive long enough to realize its potential this time around. The only regret Zhang Sen harbored was that he could not bring Satan along for the ride. Otherwise, it would have been a delightful play date for the two. However, for now, he could simply subdue the creature and serve it up as a meal for Satan. As the Count drew nearer, Zhang Sen's lips curled into a smirk as he retrieved the AK-47 from behind him. The expressions of everyone around Gao Zhang changed dramatically. Two bodyguards immediately raised their weapons, aiming and hastily pulling the triggers. However, their speed and reflexes paled in comparison to those of Zhang Sen, a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Though his aim was somewhat lacking, it mattered little. After all, he wielded an AK-47. If one bullet was insufficient, several would suffice. In the blink of an eye, the two once formidable bodyguards were reduced to mere sieves, lifeless and utterly defeated. One bodyguard even discharged a shot into the air due to the force of inertia. Quickly, quickly, we must flee, Gao Zhang exclaimed, fear gripping his heart. The bodyguards, realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, hastily retreated. Zhang Sen leisurely fired several shots at the SUV, only to discover its bulletproof exterior. No wonder Gao Zhang, who usually exuded bravado, was suddenly filled with trepidation in this critical moment. The Count, initially incapacitated by his severe injuries, attempted to rise upon hearing the sound of the vehicle. Driven by an urgent desire to follow his master, dragging his wounded body, he pursued, yet the SUV showed no signs of halting. Instead, it accelerated away. Exhausted, the Count gazed mournfully at the SUV as it receded into the distance. The gap was too vast for Zhang Sen to utilize his spatial abilities to hurl stones, leaving him to watch Gao Zhang's escape helplessly. However, there was no cause for concern. There would be ample time ahead, and eliminating such a minor character would be a trivial endeavor. Zhang Sen approached and collected the firearms discarded by the bodyguards, additionally seizing another hidden gun, ammunition, and a military knife, all of which he stored in his spatial pocket. Next, he moved toward the Count, intending to place him in the spatial realm as a meal for Satan. Just as he approached, he suddenly heard the sound of a bullet casing clattering onto the ice. The Count's body stirred slightly. Zhang Sen paused, pondering whether this indicated an early awakening of his abilities. In a past life, he had witnessed a comrade who had been shot. Everyone believed him to be dead, and as they began to dig a grave for him, he miraculously revived. Forcing the bullet from his body, Zhang Sen lowered the AK-47 and raised his left hand, readying himself for battle. He advanced to within 10 meters of the Count, a distance that rendered any attempt at aggression futile on the Count's part. He observed the Count's movements with quiet anticipation. Indeed, several bullets were soon expelled from the Count's body. Before long, the Count regained his footing, his physique noticeably more robust. The dark red of his eyes brightened, and a flicker of flame-like energy danced within. Fortune favored him today, as he would be able to replicate yet another ability. The Count, shaking off the thick fur covering his body, seemed to convey, "Did you truly believe I was dead?" Evidently, his intelligence had increased significantly, and he exhibited a newfound arrogance, reminiscent of Satan himself. The Count barked a few times at Zhang Sen before leaping forward, mouth agape in a menacing display. Zhang Sen smiled faintly, readying himself for combat. The Earl had envisioned a scene where, with a single bite, he would make the bipedal creature cry out in pain. However, that moment did not unfold. Unbeknownst to him, the creature's hand suddenly launched a willow branch with remarkable swiftness, ensnaring him as if he were a spring. Rendered immobile, he fell heavily to the ground. The Earl, taken aback, stared blankly, his canine eyes filled with an innocent bewilderment. What in the world is happening? What trickery is this? The Earl's frustration mounted as he opened his mouth, unleashing a series of futile barks, flames igniting beneath his forepaws. What is going on? How did I end up like this? The creature swiftly elongated its form, ensnaring the Earl's mouth as well. The Earl exclaimed, "What manner of fiend is this?" Chapter 83. Acknowledge me as your master, or perish. Zhang Sen cast the bound and spring-like Count into the void and ensnared him within a wall of air. Subsequently, he mounted a snowmobile and proceeded deeper into the mountains. Once he reached the interior, Zhang Sen stowed the snowmobile in the void and followed suit. He glanced at the ability display, which revealed no changes whatsoever. Not only had his own abilities remained stagnant, but even the Count's powers had yet to manifest. Reflecting on the display's previous fluctuations, Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and formed a hypothesis. Could it be that since this cur had been forcibly bound to him and did not acknowledge him as its master, the void also refused to recognize it? This was not a significant concern. If it did not recognize him, he would compel it to do so. Approaching the Count, he declared, "Acknowledge me as your master, or perish." The Count, gagged and unable to vocalize, glared at Zhang Sen with fury in his eyes. Unwilling to accept the invitation, Zhang Sen turned to Satan, saying, "Satan, subdue this foolish hound." With an air of arrogance, Satan approached. To ensure Satan had ample opportunity to enjoy the encounter, Zhang Sen selected a mountain peak, erected 4 walls of air, and teleported the Count inside. The Count was bewildered, questioning how he had suddenly arrived in this new location. Zhang Sen patted Satan on the head and said, "This is your new companion. All you need to do is subdue him, but do not kill him. Perform well. If you cannot even best him, you may as well not exist." With that, the Count's restraint swiftly shrank, returning to Zhang Sen's wrist. Once liberated, the Tibetan Mastiff began to bark vehemently. Zhang Sen ushered Satan into the enclosure. The Count's incessant barking irritated Satan, who charged forward without hesitation. One could hardly argue against the Tibetan Mastiff's reputation as a divine hound, as it displayed no fear in the face of a beast like Satan, launching itself into the fray. However, being a feline predator, Satan exhibited remarkable agility. Before the Count could close the distance, Satan leaped onto him, knocking him onto his back. The Count, mouth agape, struggled to retaliate, attempting to shake off Satan, but was firmly grasped by the neck. The Tibetan Mastiff, a notoriously resilient breed, refused to concede. Now imbued with abilities, its combat prowess surged in the face of life and death. Soon, it began to fight back with its limbs engulfed in flames. Taken aback by this display, Satan recoiled, leaping back to a safe distance, bewildered by the fiery phenomenon emanating from the dog. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its composure, dismissing the flames as a minor issue. As the Count launched another charge, Satan, empowered by the nurturing waters of the void, met the challenge head-on. The Count, a mere fledgling in abilities, was utterly outclassed. Utilizing nimble movements, Satan not only evaded the Count's fiery limbs but also raked its claws repeatedly across the Count's body, leaving deep gashes. Before long, the Count was a patchwork of wounds, bloodied and battered. In stark contrast, Satan emerged relatively unscathed, save for a patch of fur singed by the Count's flames. Observing the Count sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, Satan let out a triumphant howl. Victory was resoundingly achieved. Zhang Sen presented a piece of beef before it as a reward. Satan, akin to a dog, seized the meat and dashed to the Count, devouring it with delight. Zhang Sen was left speechless. He reduced the area covered by the air wall and squatted before the Count. "What do you say? Are you now willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Though weakened, the Count's gaze remained fierce. "Damn it, stubborn creature." He placed a food bowl before it and poured a basin of spatial spring water into it. The Count sniffed the air, lifting its head with curiosity. Its eyes filled with confusion. "What is this water? Why does it smell so sweet?" Unable to resist, the Count hesitantly dipped its head into the basin, lapping up a mouthful, only to rise instantly, astonishment evident in its eyes. "This water is divine. It's incredibly delicious. Drink up. It will aid your wounds." The Count paused, realizing that its injuries no longer pained it as intensely. Zhang Sen tossed a wild chicken into the basin. "Only those who acknowledge me as their master may feast on such delicacies. Since you insist on being obstinate, you may settle for a chicken for now. Your previous master fled in times of danger, showing no concern for your fate. What is it that you are so stubborn about?" At these words, the Count lifted its head from the water, recalling the moment of abandonment, its gaze filled with hurt. Indeed, it seemed its master had forsaken it. Zhang Sen continued, "How wonderful it would be to follow me, daily feasts of fish and meat, not to mention this extraordinary spatial spring water. I know you have mutated and can now fully comprehend my words. Take some time to consider. I am not one to force anyone against their will. If you truly refuse to acknowledge me as your master, then in a few days, you can face Satan once more. If you win, I shall allow you to return to your master. If you lose, then Satan shall devour you." The Count's canine body trembled. This was a blatant threat. After delivering his ultimatum, Zhang Sen lost interest in the creature. Although he had unexpectedly acquired a fire element beast, its utility remained uncertain. So he chose to set it aside for the moment. He ventured out with Satan to hunt. Despite their efforts in battling with thorny vines, they did not encounter any exotic beasts or mutated plants but managed to catch a plethora of wild chickens and rabbits. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Sen spotted a wild boar, nearly 200 pounds, a hefty creature indeed. Satan gazed at it with longing and barked at Zhang Senator, "Go ahead." Receiving the command, Satan darted forth like lightning, and soon Zhang Sen heard the agonizing cries of the boar. By the time he arrived, the boar was on the brink of death. "Satan, come back." Though reluctant, Satan understood that its master would retrieve its spoils, so it obediently returned to Zhang Sen's side. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Sen collected both Satan and the boar into the spatial realm. He proceeded to disassemble the boar within that space, preserving the tender meat to bring back for Lu Hao to prepare. The remaining parts were laid before the Count. Not only must it remain unseen and untasted, but it should also allow Satan to consume it in its presence. By the time Zhang Sen returned home, the sky was nearing dusk. He stowed away the spatial motorcycle and released Satan once more. The duo ascended the staircase together. The number of occupants within the building had dwindled further, leaving fewer than 30% remaining. Upon arriving home, Zhang Sen retrieved the reserved portion of pork from his spatial storage and presented it all to Lu Hao. Roughly 20 pounds in total. Upon sighting the pork, Lu Hao's grin was wide enough to reveal his teeth. "Boss, you are incredible. You even managed to procure pork." "This is wild boar meat, captured by Satan. Many parts have been torn apart, leaving only these intact pieces. What do you suggest we prepare? How about I braise it in soy sauce for dinner? And since Maya has also planted leeks, I can make some large buns filled with pork and leek." Chapter 84. That man has a gun, an AK-47. After completing the ammunition distribution, Deng Shiqi led a group of new recruits to familiarize themselves with the current state of the shelter, with Yang Yike and Tu Sai also following the procession. As Tu Sai observed the orderly environment before her, she experienced a sense of security for the first time amidst the apocalypse, her heart brimming with hope for the future. The shelter was primarily a repurposed military camp, with the original military buildings still in use by the army. The adjacent vacant lot was entirely enclosed. Warehouses for the survivors were under construction, with the first floor nearing completion. The construction workers were hired from outside, and a dozen soldiers were overseeing the work. Yang Yike gazed at the refugee camp being built, puzzled. Hadn't she heard that the shelter was already under construction some time ago? Why was the first floor still unfinished? Her voice was barely above a whisper, and Tu Sai, preoccupied with her own thoughts, did not catch her words. However, a nearby soldier overheard her. Noticing her beauty, he was inclined to engage in conversation. "It may seem like the first floor isn't complete, but there's a basement," he explained. "A basement?" "Yes. It's constructed to be exceptionally sturdy. The higher-ups have mandated that we spare no effort in preparing for a protracted struggle against natural disasters to safeguard the lives and property of the people." Yang Yike nodded, still somewhat confused. At that moment, Gao Feng emerged from the conference room, surrounded by a group of people. Gao Feng was the highest-ranking official in the Nanyang military district, holding the rank of general. Yang Yike immediately stood at attention and saluted. Gao Feng acknowledged her with a nod. Xiaoyang, are you familiarizing the new recruits with the situation?" "Yes, General." Yang Yike began to respond but was abruptly interrupted by a loud cry. Soon, everyone witnessed Gao Zheng rushing over, visibly enraged, accompanied by his bodyguards. "Dad, someone is trying to kill me." Gao Zheng, the pampered youngest son of Gao Feng, had never faced such a setback. Not only had he failed to seize a snowmobile, but he had also lost 2 bodyguards. Most importantly, the expensive Earl he had purchased was dead. Consumed by anger, he disregarded the surroundings. "Dad, I'm not exaggerating. It's true. Can't you see I only have 1 bodyguard left?" Even the Earl was killed. That man was riding a snowmobile and had a gun. He was so arrogant. Yang Yike and Tu Sai exchanged glances at the mention of the snowmobile, their eyes filled with skepticism. After all this time in the apocalypse, they had only seen Zhang Sen ride one. Could it be him? Did he have a gun? They had never seen one. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the assailant was armed, Gao Feng instinctively scanned his son from head to toe, relieved to find him unscathed. Nevertheless, the presence of firearms among civilians was a grave concern. The Daxia government had always enforced strict gun control. If firearms were present, could there be other large-scale weapons as well? In the current society, order has completely collapsed. Should someone seize the opportunity to establish a faction armed with firearms, the situation would become even more dire. Contemplating this, his countenance grew increasingly grim. "Do you see clearly? They truly possess firearms? Indeed, not merely ordinary handguns, but AK-47s. As the words fell, the expressions of those present shifted in unison. "What do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This situation is indeed alarming. Although there are numerous injuries, they have nearly all healed." Zhang Sen crouched beside the air wall that contained the Count, observing its state. Though its wounds had largely healed, it still feigned a pitiful existence. He understood that this creature was still unwilling to submit to him. No matter, time was on his side. The Count's rapid recovery was not solely due to the spring water. The innate healing capabilities of extraordinary beasts surpassed those of ordinary fauna, and the spring merely aided the process. However, the creature was not particularly astute, so he could easily deceive it. Ideally, he would lead it to regard him as a deity. To undermine the Count's mental defenses, Zhang Sen deliberately allowed Satan to consume the wild boar meat it had hunted, alongside the spring water in his presence. Once Satan had feasted sufficiently, he began to spar with it. Since awakening his physical enhancement abilities, he had engaged in daily training sessions with Satan for an hour. He believed that practice makes perfect, and at this stage, he and Satan had found no worthy opponents. thus resorting to mutual combat. This proved to be a trial for Satan. Initially, during their first spar, Satan was eager to demonstrate its prowess to its master, confident in its superior size, speed, and strength. However, to its surprise, the master was indeed formidable, delivering a severe lesson from the outset. Although the master currently lacked the brute strength of Satan, his cleverness shone through. Every time Satan lunged, he managed to evade its strikes with deft movements. At first, he struggled to withstand Satan's onslaught, but after half an hour, the tide began to turn. His reflexes sharpened, and the once dominant beast found itself on the defensive. This was merely the beginning. With each passing day, the master's advantage expanded. Now, Satan found itself questioning its identity. It was no longer a mere pet but had become a punching bag for its master. Indeed, within less than half an hour today, it had been knocked down twice. Again, Zhang Sen expressed dissatisfaction with Satan's performance, urging it to continue fighting. With no alternative, Satan rose once more and charged forward. Thus, in a series of defeats, it grew furious. It lunged at Zhang Sen, baring its sharp teeth, determined to take a bite even in defeat. However, the next moment, it was sent sprawling to the ground, seeing stars. Useless creature, if you continue to weaken, prepare to be my meal. Satan trembled in fear. After besting Satan, Zhang Sen turned his gaze to the Count. Come, dog, face me. The Count, now more terrified than ever, felt its legs weaken. Is this man truly unscathed? If even the leopard cannot best him, what chance do I, a defeated subordinate, have? Before the apocalypse, Zhang Sen downloaded a wealth of information. Prior to entering the spatial realm, he researched the personality traits of the Tibetan Mastiff. He discovered that this breed possesses a particularly extreme temperament. They are fiercely loyal yet possess a strong sense of independence and do not overly rely on their owners. Most importantly, they are not easily swayed by strangers. Amusingly, Zhang Sen also encountered a claim stating that Tibetan Mastiffs have a profound sense of pride, and should they perceive a loss of favor from their owner, they might resort to self-mutilation. Zhang Sen remained skeptical about this notion. After all, the dog clearly understood it had been abandoned, yet it did not take such drastic measures. However, it could be that, following its transformation, its intelligence had elevated, rendering the act of self-harm meaningless. Overall, the temperament of the Tibetan Mastiff posed considerable challenges for Zhang Sen in his attempts to tame it. Thus, he was compelled to explore alternative approaches. He tempted the dog with the lure of meat and holy water, while simultaneously displaying his strength. After all, it is said that animals are drawn to power. Though he was uncertain if this particular dog had such inclinations, he decided to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. What if it worked? If successful, he would gain a valuable ally and replicate a new ability. Should he fail, however, he would simply eliminate it. Observing the Count's indifference to his provocations, he was left with no choice but to unleash a formidable tactic. If he emerged victorious, he would allow the dog to return to its master. Chapter 85. The dual advancement of abilities. Upon hearing this, the Count's interest was immediately piqued. Was it not merely a matter of engaging in combat? At worst, he would simply endure a beating. And what if fortune favored him and he emerged victorious? That would mean he could return to his master. Without further ado, the Count rose, his demeanor brimming with bravado as he barked twice at Zhang Senator. If you have the courage, release me. Zhang Sen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The Count felt the surge of air and took a few steps forward, realizing he had been liberated from his confinement, and swiftly dashed toward Zhang Senator. Thus, he found himself subjected to Zhang Sen's training, akin to a dog. The man was truly formidable, almost cruel in his treatment. The Count lacked any ability to retaliate. It was utterly futile. Zhang Sen regarded the Count with a look of disdain before waving his hand again, trapping him once more within an air barrier. He then approached the Baido, inviting it to attack him. The reason for not summoning the Thornvine was its overwhelming lethality. A single strike could leave him utterly incapacitated. Although he wished to enhance his strength, he was no fool. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. In his skirmishes with the Baido, the tide of battle was no longer entirely one-sided. His speed and strength could counter the willow branches launched by the Baido, but it could not last indefinitely. The sheer number of branches was overwhelming. Should the Baido seize upon a single flaw, it would swiftly ensnare him. This had been the pattern each time. Although he was relieved to find that he could endure for longer periods, from an initial 5 minutes to today's 20. This indicated that Zhang Sen's prowess was on the rise. Every day, he devoted time to sparring with the Baido, not only to sharpen his reflexes, but, more importantly, to push the limits of his own abilities. Although he presently had control over the Baido and the Thornvine, he knew that similar exotic plants must exist beyond his grasp. Their combative strength was formidable, and he would inevitably encounter them someday. Furthermore, certain wood-type ability users could manifest wooden tendrils from their bodies to ensnare others. Thus, he needed to discover methods to counter them. In theory, exotic plants, being of the wood element, could be countered primarily by fire or metal abilities. Fire abilities could incinerate the exotic plants entirely, while a sufficiently powerful metal ability could transform one's body into a blade capable of severing the plants. Weaker metal abilities could merely turn the body metallic, rendering the plant's bindings ineffective, as they would inflict no pain. However, such strategies relied on a contest of strength between the abilities. If a metal ability proved weaker than a wood ability, the user would still fall once their energy was depleted. Therefore, when confronting wood-type abilities, fire abilities were the most effective. The dilemma lay in Zhang Sen's current lack of fire abilities. Although the Count possessed fire abilities, it was uncertain whether he would acknowledge Zhang Sen as his master. Should the Count resist vehemently, the prospect of acquiring fire abilities remained uncertain. He needed to prepare in advance, given his current strength, to contend with the Baido. He had two options: either rely solely on brute force to break the Baido's willow branches or press the Count's wood abilities, which seemed only suitable for fertilizer. To explore alternative solutions. After all, when wood meets wood, there must be some underlying principles, right? Perhaps the two trees might entwine and perish together? Zhang Sen had already attempted brute force several times, to no avail. The binding willow branches were exceedingly robust. The more he struggled, the thicker the branches became. Thus, when a physical-based ability confronts an entity like the binding willow or thorny vine, unless there is a significant disparity in ability levels, it is essentially an insurmountable challenge. At present, he had been ensnared by the binding willow for over 20 minutes. The reason he had not acted was to further provoke the wood-based ability within him, hoping it might resolve the entanglement. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. Zhang Sen, however, declared that under immense pressure, there will be courageous anomalies. Feeling his mental energy dwindling, Zhang Sen was consumed by rage. Binding willow, tighten your grip. The binding willow, fearing the death of its master and the consequent loss of access to the spatial spring, hesitated slightly. Yet, Zhang Sen demanded once more, hurry, tighten it further. Only then did the binding willow comply. The branches suddenly constricted, and Zhang Sen felt a crackling sound emanating from his bones. As his mental energy gradually depleted, he realized he was nearing his limit. Rather than requesting the binding willow to cease, he resolved to make one final effort. With a fierce cry, Zhang Sen harnessed the last vestiges of his mental energy to activate his wood-based ability. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fell backward. Before his consciousness faded, he felt an unexpected release, as though all constraints had vanished. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhang Sen felt a warm dampness on the left side of his face, while the right side tingled. Turning his head, he saw Satan licking him on the left, while the binding willow and thorny vine were rubbing against him on the right. He attempted to shoo them away, but found himself still in a daze. There was an odd sensation on his face upon touching it. He discovered it was a coagulated liquid. Initially thinking it was saliva from Satan, he kicked it away. It was only when he found a mirror that he realized it was blood from his nose. It appeared that his earlier exertion had been so intense that it caused a nosebleed. Reassessing his mental energy, he found it had significantly increased, nearly doubling from before. He felt utterly revitalized, akin to the sensation he experienced upon awakening his physical ability. Zhang Sen deduced a revelation, and upon glancing back, he confirmed it. There had been changes on the ability display. His wood-based ability had advanced to the 3rd tier, while his physical ability had ascended to the 2nd tier. Elated, Zhang Sen celebrated the simultaneous progression of both abilities. Naturally, he was aware of the effects of his physical ability's advancement. But what about his wood-based ability? He approached the binding willow and inquired, "Binding willow, how did I just break free from your grasp?" The binding willow extended a branch and pointed at Zhang Sen's chest. Zhang Sen was taken aback, utterly perplexed. If only this creature could speak or write. It seemed he needed to devise a method to teach it and the thorny vine how to communicate. "Stop pointing. I cannot comprehend. Show me again." Upon hearing this, the binding willow trembled. It seemed that since it was not your own body, you did not feel the pain. "Although I have many branches, they also require time to grow." Observing its quivering, Zhang Sen mistakenly believed it was in awe of his power, which only heightened his delight. "It's all right. Just one will suffice this time. I will see how I manage to escape." "Very well." The forceful whip shot out a willow branch, seemingly in retaliation, and directly ensnared Zhang Sen with tremendous strength. As Zhang Sen struggled against it, he simultaneously activated his extraordinary abilities. Soon, he realized that the willow branch began to penetrate into his body, and astonishingly, he felt no pain at all. Could it be that it is absorbing? Chapter 86. Just wait for your demise. Zhang Sen took a moment to sense his body and realized it indeed contained some willow tendrils. Recalling the appearance of wood-based ability users from his previous life, he extended his hand and continued to channel his powers. To his delight, several willow tendrils sprouted from his palm. He glanced around, his gaze settling on the formidable opponent before him, and a faint smile graced his lips. In an instant, the tendrils from his palm elongated rapidly, darting towards the foe and ensnaring it firmly, thickening with each passing moment. The opponent, taken aback, could only watch. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen was in high spirits. His wood-based abilities had finally demonstrated offensive capabilities. Quite satisfying indeed. Curiosity piqued, he wished to experiment with other manifestations, such as thorny vines. However, he soon discovered he could only conjure willow tendrils, likely due to a lack of experience with thorny vines in the past. Thorny vines, ensnare me, he commanded. Such a crude request has never been made before, but I shall oblige. The thorny vine shot forth a tendril that wrapped around Zhang Senator. He let out a yelp. Damn it, I forgot to specify no thorns. Nevertheless, he concluded that if he encountered other thorny plants, they would not heed his commands either. Relying on his own abilities seemed the only viable option. Zhang Sen activated his powers, absorbing the thorny vine entirely. Once more, he raised his hand, and a few tendrils emerged, mirroring the previous ones in their method of attack. He continued his experimentation, ultimately confirming that with both hands, he could release a maximum of 10 willow or vine tendrils at once, with their respective quantities entirely at his discretion. This marked the first alteration in his abilities since his awakening. Previously, he had compelled Satan to join him in soaking in the spatial spring water daily, initially believing it would lead to a meteoric advancement. However, he soon realized that was far from the truth. His daily baths had transformed from a torturous ordeal to a mere routine, likely because his body had grown accustomed to the effects of the spatial spring water. Thus, while he had gained some strength, the additional benefits had become negligible. One could say the spatial spring baths now provided little more than sheer pleasure. Not only he, but also Satan, the formidable opponent, and the thorny vine exhibited no changes. Strangely, the ginseng had reached the third tier, yet it remained rather inept. Zhang Sen had contemplated consuming the ginseng. However, an intuition told him the time was not yet ripe. He was convinced that as the ginseng's level increased further, it might yield greater benefits. He dared to imagine that if it could reach the celestial tier, it might even possess the power of resurrection. With the enhancement of his mental fortitude, Zhang Sen had also become significantly more adept at wielding spatial blades. At the very least, he could now maintain the formation of a spatial blade for several minutes. Though this blade was smaller than the dagger in Maya's possession, it nonetheless represented progress. As long as there was progress, there was hope. He believed that as his mental capacity continued to expand, he would surely devise advanced techniques in the future. Recently, he had been pondering the idea that since he could teleport within the spatial realm, why not apply this ability in the outside world? If he could teleport, how exhilarating would that be? Just imagine, a bullet hurtling towards him, and in an instant, he teleports to another location. How utterly exhilarating. He has previously experimented with this technique outdoors, and although it proved successful, it does not strictly qualify as teleportation. This is because he employs a method involving the manipulation of advanced spatial dimensions, exiting one space to enter another. Moreover, the process is not instantaneous. It takes a full 3 seconds. The maximum distance covered is merely 2 meters, and it exacts a significant toll on his mental energy. Thus, he believes that to explore the greater potential of spatial abilities, the paramount factor remains mental fortitude. As for other techniques related to spatial powers, he has yet to devise them. After all, in his past life, his understanding of spatial abilities was limited to a mere storage function. If blame is to be assigned, it lies in the inadequacies of his previous existence, where he was surrounded by ordinary soldiers like himself. Satan now faces not only Zhang Sen but also the relentless Baido. Consequently, he finds himself questioning the very essence of his existence. To make matters worse, Zhang Sen has erected 4 walls of air between him and Baido, rendering escape impossible. In an effort to meticulously document Satan's growth, Zhang Sen even brought a lounge chair to recline beside the Count, savoring a cigar and sipping red wine while observing the battle with utter delight. The Count watched as Satan endured blow after blow, his spirit dwindling. Initially, he felt sympathy for Satan, but as he noticed that Satan was rewarded with ample meat and refreshing spatial spring water after each bout, his sympathy shifted towards his own plight. Not only had he lost his master, but he was also confined by such a formidable opponent. The Count's mental state deteriorated with each passing day. Zhang Sen recognized that the Count would rather perish than acknowledge him as a master. This realization left him feeling somewhat helpless, while his initial intention had been to either subdue or eliminate the creature. Witnessing a dog forsake its master due to longing, to the point of wishing for death, made him hesitate. He sighed and released the Count, suggesting that it should seek out its previous master. Upon hearing these words, the Count turned to Zhang Sen with a look of disbelief. Zhang Sen then presented a piece of beef and a bowl of spatial spring water. Stop staring. Eat quickly before I change my mind. Once you finish, I shall send you to find your master." With that, Zhang Sen rose to check on Satan, who had been battered into a near-death state by Baido. Satisfied that Satan's injuries were manageable, he exited the spatial realm and stepped into a secluded corner outside the community as night fell. With a subtle mental command, he retrieved the long-neglected black Hummer from the spatial realm, switched on the air conditioning, and released the Count. Upon finishing the spring water, the Count found itself suddenly transported to a vehicle, startling it into barking loudly. What a racket! 2 slender vines shot from Zhang Sen's palm, one binding the Count's mouth and the other securing it to the seat, rendering it immobile. As he started the vehicle, he spoke. "In recognition of your loyalty as a good dog, I shall personally return you and share a few tidbits of information." After struggling in vain for some time, the Count eventually ceased its resistance. Blinking up at Zhang Sen, its hostility had diminished significantly, for it realized that harboring animosity was futile. It could not possibly defeat him. "You have transformed in ways unlike before. Your kind will henceforth be referred to as aberrations. You are a fire-type aberration, capable of producing flames from each of your 4 claws. With time, you shall grow even more formidable, capable of igniting your very body and perhaps, in the future, even unleashing fire from your mouth. However, your master, alas, seems to court danger recklessly and may not endure for long. By remaining in his company, your fate is likely to mirror his. Perishing before you have fully matured would be a tragic outcome. Nevertheless, this is your choice to make, so do as you wish. Moreover, you are aware that Gao Zhang, that fool, has abandoned you once. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that he would do so again. Given your early awakening of power, one cannot predict how Gao Zhang might regard an aberration of your nature. The most pressing concern is that the place you inhabit will undoubtedly treat you as a subject of research, and your return will not be pleasant. In any case, I advise you to refrain from entering the house upon seeking Gao Zhang. Instead, bark a few times from outside. Once he emerges, display the flames upon your form. If he can accept you, then approach. If not, flee at once. Should you fall into the hands of those scientists, your life as you know it may well be over. Understand? Not if you do. The Earl is not some everyday Satan who imbibes from the spring of space. So he certainly did not comprehend fully. These words were lengthy and complex for him. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently. Fearing that a shake of his head would result in Zhang Sen not allowing him to depart, Zhang Sen withdrew the willow branch from his mouth and patted his head. "I wish you good fortune." After absorbing these words, the Earl fell into deep contemplation, seemingly processing Zhang Sen's counsel. Zhang Sen glanced at him through the rearview mirror and silently sighed. "Dog, this is your final opportunity. Should you fail to satisfy me this time, then when next we meet, you and your foolish master shall await your demise." Chapter 87. The successful replication of fire abilities. As the Black Hummer came to a halt a kilometer away from the shelter, Zhang Sen alighted, approached the passenger side, opened the door, and gently retrieved the willow branch to set the Count down. "I shall accompany you for a while longer," he said. After storing the Hummer back in the spatial realm, he and the dog made their way toward the shelter. When they were 500 meters from their destination, Zhang Sen stopped by a wall. "This is where I part ways with you. Do you remember what I told you?" The Count nodded. Zhang Sen affectionately stroked the Count's head and sighed. "Truth be told, I have grown quite fond of you. Yet, I understand your heart belongs solely to your former master, so I shall not impose. But remember this, should Gao Zhang forsake you, you know where to find me. Off you go." The Count was deeply moved. What a splendid person! Alas, it already had a master. After a moment's hesitation, it turned back toward the shelter, glancing over its shoulder thrice as it walked away. Zhang Sen's words echoed in its altered mind, gradually making sense of them during the journey. It needed to summon its master and then display its fire abilities. Upon reaching the entrance of the shelter, it barked loudly. Soon, soldiers recognized its presence. They were aware of the Count's ferocity and how much Gao Zhang valued it. So they hurriedly sent someone to inform him. Moments later, Gao Zhang arrived, accompanied by his bodyguard, Dong Yao. Upon seeing the Count, Gao Zhang was elated. "Count, you're alive." The Count's heart swelled with joy. Its master remembered it. The abrupt abandonment must have been unavoidable. Overjoyed, the Count recalled Zhang Sen's instructions and unleashed flames from all 4 legs. Perhaps nourished by the spatial spring water and bolstered by its newfound powers, flames flickered in its eyes. It joyfully bounded toward Gao Zhang. To its surprise, Gao Zhang and his bodyguard recoiled in terror. "A ghost!" Gao Zhang shrieked. "You are not the Count. The Count was shot multiple times and is dead. You are merely its spirit." Though the Count could not fully comprehend Gao Zhang's words, it sensed the disdain emanating from him. It halted, gazing at Gao Zhang with wounded eyes. In Gao Zhang's view, its fiery eyes resembled 2 tiny fireballs, obscuring any semblance of emotion. Terrified, fearing the Count sought vengeance for being forsaken, he hastily drew his handgun, shouting, "Kill it! Kill it!" Bang, bang, bang. Gao Zhang and his bodyguard fired frantically at the Count. Fortunately, their fear muddled their aim, and only one bullet grazed the Count's leg. The Count paused, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Its master was utterly despicable. After forsaking so much to return, it was met with gunfire. Were it not for the fear of being shot dead, it would have relished the opportunity to attack these two men. Damn it, you don't want me? There are those far more formidable who do. The Count seethed, extinguishing its flames and sprinting away. Gao Zhang and the bodyguard were likely paralyzed with fear. As soon as the Count fled, they too dashed into the sanctuary. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, merging the Count's figure seamlessly with the night. Only someone like Zhang Sen, with enhanced abilities, could discern the Count's condition. As the Count sprinted toward him, a smug smile crept across Zhang Sen's lips. Gao Zhang, that fool, had certainly not disappointed him. One could only wonder how regretful he would feel once he realized what he had lost. Before long, the Count stood before Zhang Sen, gazing up at him with an expression brimming with guilt. Zhang Sen inquired, "Does he no longer want you?" The Count, enraged, bared his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Previously, he had only seen the flames on the Count's legs, not those in his eyes. This seemed to signify that the Count's fire-related abilities were innately more powerful than those of others. A sense of elation surged within Zhang Sen. The wood-based abilities he had replicated were inherently stronger than the average, allowing him not only to control plant growth, but also to absorb plants as his own, far surpassing those who could merely transform their bodies into flora. Did this imply that any abilities he subsequently replicated from the Count would also be superior? He crouched down, affectionately stroking the Count's head. "No worries, I keep my promises. If he doesn't want you, then I shall take you. From now on, you shall recognize me as your master. What do you say?" The Count nudged Zhang Sen's palm with his head and nodded in agreement. With the fire abilities now at his disposal, Zhang Sen felt an overwhelming joy. "Let us go home." He stood up and glanced toward the sanctuary. He noticed that one room on the upper floor was brightly lit, while the others flickered with firelight. It was evident that the illuminated space belonged to the military's upper echelons. Indeed, those in power never skimped on their own comforts, as exemplified by Gao Zhang, a useless second-generation heir who, despite lacking any real talent, relied on his privileged father to drive a gas-guzzling vehicle and lead armed bodyguards in a world rife with scarcity. After leading the Count a fair distance, Zhang Sen retrieved a Hummer from his space, near the Imperial Garden. He stored both the vehicle and the Count back into the space and returned home alone. Upon entering, he found Maya practicing with a long dagger, focused intently on a martial arts video on the television. When she noticed Zhang Sen's arrival, she quickly set down the dagger and rushed over. "Brother, you're back." "Yes." Without a moment's hesitation, Maya took Zhang Sen's coat and hung it up, then poured him a cup of warm water. Zhang Sen felt thoroughly pampered. "Brother, it's cold outside. Would you like to soak your feet?" "Sure." Maya fetched water for him to soak his feet, allowing Zhang Sen to recline on the sofa and indulge in the experience. After warming himself, he summoned ice cream. The creature had grown significantly, now resembling the size of a medium dog, despite still being a cat. Its growth was comparable to that of Satan's previous speed. It seemed likely that it too would awaken abilities in the future. A sweet smile graced Mia's face as she exclaimed, "Brother, the ice cream is absolutely delightful. I've gained quite a bit of weight." Zhang Sen, in high spirits, playfully pinched her cheek and reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. Gaining weight is not a problem. Perhaps a dip in spring water will hasten the awakening of some extraordinary ability. I can gather a bit of cat fur too. Caring for it should yield some benefits." After a relaxing foot soak, Zhang Sen sent Mia off to bed while he retreated to his own space. The display of his supernatural abilities revealed some intriguing changes. At last, the information regarding the Earl appeared. Tibetan Mastiff, Fire Element Ability, Ability Level, First Stage. Zhang Sen's ability screen also updated. Zhang Sen, Spatial Ability, First Stage. Wood Element Ability, Third Stage. Flesh Element Ability, Second Stage. Fire Element Ability, First Stage. Ecstatic. Zhang Sen could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with his newfound abilities, thanks to his proficiency in utilizing the wood element and an enhancement of his mental faculties. He was now far more adept at wielding his powers. With a flick of his palm, he summoned his abilities, and flames erupted in both hands. He increased the output of his powers, ultimately discovering that the maximum height of each flame reached a little over 10 centimeters. As he hurled the flames forward, the grass beneath him instantly turned to char. The attack power was quite impressive. Subsequently, he adopted a different approach, clenching his fists and channeling his abilities. In an instant, his fists were enveloped in flames. This method of utilizing his powers consumed more mental energy than simply producing fire directly, yet the flames danced in his eyes. It must be said, this was undeniably magnificent. It greatly satisfied the youthful spirit of adventure within Zhang Sr. Chapter 88. The army seeks the Count despite the Count heeding Zhang Sen's advice and summoning Gao Zheng privately. The uproar that ensued caught the attention of some within the military, who claimed to have seen flames dancing upon the Count's claws. Upon learning of this, Gao Feng promptly sealed off the information and hurried to find Gao Zheng, who was currently hiding in his room, trembling with fear. As Gao Feng entered, he wasted no time and directly inquired, "Has the Count returned?" Upon seeing Gao Feng, Gao Zheng leaped from his bed. "Father, it was not the Count, but rather the Count's ghost. It must have come back to seek vengeance upon me for abandoning it." Gao Feng, witnessing his son's cowardice, felt a surge of frustration nearly overwhelming him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ghosts do not exist in this world. You have attended university. Do you not feel any shame in uttering such absurdities?" "It is true, father. I am not lying. It truly was the Count's ghost. And it appeared larger than when it was alive, enveloped in flames, with eyes like hellfire. It was terrifying, were it not for his affection." Gao Feng would have dearly loved to deliver a sound thrashing to his foolish son. Suppressing his anger, he pressed on. "Did you shoot the Count?" "Did I hit it?" Gao Zheng pondered, appearing momentarily lost. "I suppose not, for it seemed quite unharmed when it departed. Besides, a ghost lacks a tangible form. How could I possibly hit it?" Gao Feng sighed deeply. His son was truly more of a hindrance than a help. The first appearance of a fantastical beast in Nanyang, a creature of immense research value, had been frightfully sent away by him. Yet, seeing his son so visibly shaken tugged at Gao Feng's heartstrings. "Sit down, Zheng. You are no longer a child. Cease behaving like a brainless fool." Gao Zheng, mistaking his father's skepticism for disbelief, felt his eyes welling with frustration. "Father, I'm not lying. I know you are not lying. It was indeed the Count, but it was not the Count's ghost." Gao Zheng stared blankly at Gao Feng, his brow furrowed in confusion. Gao Feng continued, "The Count has undergone a mutation. What you witnessed was the mutated Count." "Mutation?" "Precisely. Mutated creatures have begun to emerge in the Great Xia, albeit in limited numbers. Your Count is the first known aberrant creature in Nanyang. You mentioned flames enveloping the Count. I believe this is indicative of its transformation." Gao Zheng stood in stunned silence, taking a long moment to regain his voice. "Father, are you implying that this mutation resembles superpowers from the movies?" Gao Feng felt a pang in his chest, something akin to that. Gao Zheng erupted with joy. "This is fantastic. My Count is not only alive but has awakened superpowers. How remarkable it is that I have raised such an extraordinary dog." "Father, you should have seen it. The Count was incredibly cool. Its legs were ablaze, and its eyes burned like fire, reminiscent of a hellish Count. I have seen in films that superpowers only grow stronger. Do you think the Count will follow suit? Will it be able to breathe fire in the future?" Gao Feng, does this son truly possess any sense? Unable to endure any longer, he interrupted the fool, suggesting that rather than indulging in these nonsensical thoughts, it would be more prudent to consider how to retrieve the Count. Gao Zheng, beaming with joy, replied, "All right, father. Provide me with a team, and I shall set out at dawn to find the Count." The next morning, while Gao Zheng was still immersed in a delightful dream of riding the Count, who was ablaze and conquering the world, with Deng Shiqi kneeling at his feet, there came a knock at the door. Irritated, he opened it, only to be greeted by another face from his reverie, leaning against the doorframe. He donned what he believed to be a charming smile. "Colonel Deng, good morning." Deng Shiqi grimaced at the foul odor emanating from him, closed her eyes, and averted her gaze from his increasingly puffy face adorned with remnants of sleep. "Young Master Gao, General Gao has dispatched me to seek out the Count. As the Count's master, your assistance is required. I shall be waiting for you and my team at the military district entrance in 10 minutes. With that, she departed, leaving no room for Gao Zheng to further offend her senses. Meanwhile, the Count remained blissfully unaware that he had become one of the most crucial missions for the Nanyang military district. Currently, he was enduring a relentless torment alongside Satan. At the hands of Zhang Senator, moreover, he had ceased to be referred to as the Count, as Zhang Sen disdained his former master's name, instead christening him as the Demon Child. After an hour of brutal treatment, the Demon Child lay gasping for breath on the ground alongside Satan. When Zhang Sen was at the first tier of his physical ability, the two of them combined might not have been able to contend with him. Now that he had ascended to the second tier, they were relegated merely to the role of punching bags. The vegetables planted from malt seeds had been harvested, and a second crop was now being sown. There remained some pork that Zhang Sen had brought back previously, thus he had no intention of venturing out soon. He aimed to diligently train his abilities. The downside of possessing multiple abilities was that the rate of advancement was significantly slower compared to singular abilities. Fortunately, he had ample time. Recently, Maya had been diligently studying sword techniques through video lessons, and upon grasping some concepts, she practiced with Lu Hao. Thanks to the effects of the spatial spring water, Her physique had improved considerably, and her strength had increased significantly. Lu Hao was almost astounded, having never anticipated that the frail girl he had rescued would transform into a powerhouse. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen devoted his time to honing his abilities within the spatial realm. Although the hope of upgrading his powers through the spatial spring water seemed slim, he persisted in soaking for an hour each day. Not only him, but Satan also engaged in the same routine daily. As for the demon child, Zhang Sen planned to allow him to drink the spatial spring water for a while longer to acclimatize before commencing the soaking process, lest he be overwhelmed by the intense flavor. Through Zhang Sen's diligent training and prior experience, both his spatial abilities and fire abilities had ascended to the second tier. Chapter 89. Reunion with Yang Yike. The ascension of abilities presents a challenge. While advancing from the first to the second tier is relatively effortless, the journey beyond becomes arduous. Zhang Sen resolves not to force his progression as he did previously, when he painfully endeavored to elevate his wood-based abilities from the second to the third tier, resulting in excruciating suffering that caused him to bleed from the nose. He perceives this as a warning from his body that such a method is unsustainable and might lead to dire consequences in the future. He has heard tales from his past life of ability wielders who, in their misguided attempts to ascend, met with untimely demise. Zhang Sen concludes that enduring such torment and risking his life is entirely unnecessary, given his current strength and circumstances. He feels adequately equipped to confront any aberrant creatures without significant concern. Zhang Sen is aware of two methods for enhancing one's abilities. The first involves forcibly advancing one's powers, akin to his previous experience with the wood-based abilities. The second entails absorbing crystals from altered creatures. Each aberrant being possesses a crystal within its body. For ability wielders, the crystal resides in the brain, while for aberrant plants, it is concealed within the roots. The size of the crystal signifies the level of ability. As one ascends, the crystals grow larger. For instance, a first-tier aberrant creature possesses a crystal no larger than a grain of rice, while at the pinnacle, known as the heavenly tier, the crystal can expand to the size of an infant's fist. The crystals of each elemental attribute differ in hue. For example, fire-based crystals are a vibrant crimson. Currently, the crystal within Zhang Sen's mind is the size of a glass marble, indicative of his third-tier abilities. However, as a wielder of multiple abilities, his crystal exhibits a multitude of colors: the white of spatial abilities, the earthy hue of wood abilities, the flesh tone of corporeal abilities, complemented by the fiery red of fire abilities. At present, the wood-based abilities' earthy hue shines the brightest among them. It is only when aberrant creatures begin to proliferate that the authorities will recognize the potential of crystal absorption. Nonetheless, this method is limited to common elemental abilities: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, and lightning, along with corporeal abilities, and can only be utilized within the same elemental category. Conversely, the ascension of Zhang Sen's spatial abilities cannot employ this method, as spatial abilities are classified as rare. With their wielders being exceedingly few, one might say they are a rarity among thousands. Even in the pursuit of crystals, such individuals encounter insurmountable challenges. Other rare ability wielders, such as those with psychic or dark abilities, face the same plight, relying solely on their own efforts to ascend. Thus, in his past life, Zhang Sen had encountered or heard of rare ability wielders who had only reached the third tier, highlighting the formidable difficulty of advancing rare abilities. Nevertheless, Zhang Sen harbors little concern at present, for he understands that the most crucial factor for rare abilities is mental strength. With several ordinary abilities at his disposal, the ascension of these powers will enhance his mental fortitude. The stronger his mental capacity, the more effortless the progression of his rare abilities becomes. He is confident that he can utilize the fortified mental strength derived from ordinary abilities to elevate his spatial powers, thereby achieving greater results with less effort. Zhang Sen has formulated his own strategy for enhancing his prowess. Currently, the situation can be regarded as the completion of a modest objective for him. He intends to take a brief respite, at the very least to survey the world outside. Fortuitously, today marks the day when the authorities distribute relief supplies. So Zhang Sen sets off with Lu Hao and Maya to collect the provisions. In crowded places, the dissemination of information occurs at a swifter pace. Upon arriving at the distribution point, Zhang Sen observes that the soldiers on duty differ from those of the past. At the entrance of the square, a dozen individuals are stationed, questioning each person who enters. Tu Sai and Yang Yike are among them. Zhang Sen had no intention of intruding, but unexpectedly, Yang Yike spots him first and waves excitedly. Sen Ge, over here. Zhang Sen approaches with a smile. Sen Ge, how go? Maya, it's been ages. I've missed you all terribly. Yang Yike embraces each of them in turn. Tu Sai watches from a distance, smiling but remaining at bay. Sen Ge, how have you all been? Is everything well at home? Yang Yike inquires. Quite well. And you? I'm doing all right. I suppose. Although the food isn't as good as it used to be, and I still have to venture out to find dogs, life has stabilized somewhat. At least I no longer have to worry about daily sustenance or fear of theft. By the way, my home SI has even become an official now, leading our squad. That is wonderful. Please extend our congratulations to Sai. Zhang Sen replies with genuine warmth, then feigns curiosity, asking, speaking of which, you mentioned looking for dogs? What kind of dog? Yang Yak suddenly recalls her task and presents the paper she holds to Zhang Senator Sengu. How go? This is our military's dog, a Tibetan Mastiff. Please take a look. Does it ring any bells? The military has placed significant emphasis on this dog. Searching for half a month, and now over 100 personnel have been deployed throughout the city in pursuit of it. Yet, there has been no news. If you can provide any useful information, there's a reward of 20 kilograms of rice, should you assist in capturing the dog. The reward escalates to 100 kilograms of rice and 30 kilograms of beef. Upon glancing at the image of the mystical creature, Zhang Sen cannot help but chuckle. Such a grand effort to locate a dog suggests they have recognized the dog's extraordinary nature. He shakes his head, stating he has no recollection, and passes it to Lu Hao. Both Lu Hao and Maya examine the picture but also assert they have never seen it. Yang Yike, however, is not disheartened. She has long suspected that the dog would be elusive. After a brief moment, she suddenly remembers something. Sengu, I need to discuss a matter with you privately. She pulls Zhang Sen aside. Zhang Sen teases, what is it? Are you about to tell me you've developed an interest in men today? Yang Yike shoots him a playful glare. Sengu, stop joking. I genuinely have something important to share. All right, go ahead. Sengu, you must never ride that snowmobile of yours again. What is the matter? The son of our high-ranking leader was nearly killed by a man on a snowmobile. Had he not been preoccupied with the search for the dog, he would have already confronted that individual. Yang Yike wore a serious expression. Although I am aware that the individual in question is not you, for the sake of your safety, it is imperative that you refrain from allowing anyone to witness your snowmobile, lest it lead to misunderstandings that could prove detrimental. You cannot fathom the extent of the arrogance exhibited by the son of our esteemed leader. No sooner had she finished speaking than a military vehicle approached. Upon seeing it, Yang Yike exclaimed, Sengu, I must return to work. With that, she hurried back. Lu Hao and Maya moved closer to Zhang Sr. Zhang Sen observed Gao Zheng disembarking from the vehicle and promptly seized a young soldier, inquiring, is there any news? Not yet, came the hesitant reply. Gao Zheng then kicked him aside, exclaiming, useless. Damn it, you are all a bunch of incompetents. It has been nearly half a month, and you cannot even locate a single dog. Chapter 90. No need to search for the dog. Zhang Sen and his companions arrived late. And by the time it was their turn to receive the relief supplies, most of the provisions had already been distributed. The family of 4 preceding them received only 2 portions, which incited their indignation, leading to a heated altercation with the soldier in charge of distributing the relief supplies. After sitting in the biting cold for several hours, the soldier, lacking in patience, stood up and bluntly stated, this is all there is. If you want it, take it. If not, it's beyond our control. With that, he turned his back on the family and shouted to the others, everyone can go home now. The relief supplies have been exhausted for today. A chorus of lamentations arose, and the crowd surged forward, clamoring for explanations. Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Sen, who, with a wry smile, shook his head in resignation, signaling to return. Just as the trio stepped away from the throng, a gunshot rang out, plunging the square into an eerie silence. Gao Zheng stood at the entrance of the library, his expression stormy. What is all this ruckus? When I say it's gone, it's gone. If you don't disperse, I'll have no choice but to eliminate every last one of you. After delivering this ultimatum, he turned to the soldiers who were busy tidying up. What are you doing with those guns? Can you handle a disturbance? A bunch of useless fools. Hurry up and finish your tasks. We're all going to search for the dog afterward. Silenced by fear, the crowd dispersed, the once rowdy individuals now retreating in shame. Brother Sun, just as Zhang Sen was about to leave, he heard the voice of Yang Yike approaching. He halted and turned to face her. What is the matter? Yang Yike produced 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bag of dehydrated vegetables from her coat. I noticed you didn't get any food. I didn't bring much with me today, but take these back. Zhang Sen smiled. No need. We have provisions at home. You should keep them. Yang Yike insisted, thrusting the food into Maya's hands. Don't be modest with me. Maya can take it. Sai is the team leader. She receives more food each month. Once she gets her salary next month, I'll send more to the residents. Despite Yang Yike's good intentions, Zhang Sen felt a sense of gratitude. However, even if she gifted him the items, he had no intention of consuming them. He reclaimed everything from Maya and returned it to Yang Yike's embrace. I truly have enough to eat. You needn't worry about us. Just take care of yourselves. Seeing her offerings being pushed back and forth, Yang Yike realized her plan to express gratitude had faltered, leaving her somewhat disheartened. All right then. If you need anything, come find me at the shelter. Okay. At that moment, a military truck arrived, and several soldiers jumped from the back. Deng Shiqi emerged from the passenger seat and paused as she passed Zhang Senator. She glanced back and forth between him and Yang Yike, asking, "What is going on?" Yang Yike quickly explained, "Colonel Deng, it's nothing serious. I saw Brother Sun arrive late and miss out on supplies. So I wanted to share some of what I brought, but he declined." After a moment of contemplation, Deng Shiqi returned to the vehicle and emerged again holding a bag. She handed it to Zhang Sen, saying, "It's freezing. It's not easy to come here. Take this. If you want to eat, your sister must." Zhang Sen wore an expression of helplessness, pondering why one after another, they insisted on offering him food. Noticing his reluctance, Deng Shiqi handed the bag to Maya. Smiling as she said, "Little girl, you are in a stage of growth. Since your brother refuses, I shall gift these treats to you." Just then, Gao Zheng, running towards them with his bodyguards, overheard Deng Shiqi's gentle words. "Colonel Deng." Upon seeing her, Deng Shiqi's countenance instantly turned cold. Maya, hesitant to act on her own, glanced at Zhang Senator with a sigh. Zhang Sen nodded, allowing Maya to accept the food, to which she gratefully replied, "Thank you, sister." Deng Shiqi affectionately ruffled her hair, praising her for being so well behaved. Yang Yike, quick on her feet, seized the opportunity to tuck the food in Maya's bag, encouraging her to eat well and grow taller. Maya responded with a sweet smile directed at Yang Yike. It was only then that Gao Zheng noticed Yang Yike, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. However, when he turned his gaze back to Zhang Sen, it was laced with hostility. What was it about this pretty boy that attracted so many beautiful women? Most notably, even the icy beauty of Deng Shiqi was smiling at him. "Colonel Deng, who is this?" Gao Zheng inquired. "He is my friend," Deng Shiqi replied coolly. Zhang Sen merely cast a fleeting glance at Gao Zheng before averting his gaze. "Colonel Deng, I shall not delay your work any further. I will take my leave now." "Very well, Mr. Zhang, take care." "Take care, Kiki, we are off now." Yang Yike cast a lingering look at him, finally patting Maya on the head, reminding her, "Maya, remember to think of your sister." I will definitely think of my sister." Watching Deng Shiqi and Yang Yike bid farewell to Zhang Sen filled Gao Zhang with a sense of bitterness. "The bond between Colonel Deng and your friend seems quite strong," he remarked. Deng Shiqi remained silent, brushing past him, which only deepened his frustration. His expression darkened as he pressed on, "Colonel Deng, do you have any news regarding the Count today?" "None." "Then why have you returned?" "Come, let us continue the search. I have thought of a plan. Let us not search in the city any longer but head to the mountains. The Count must surely be there." "That will not be necessary, young Master Gao. Our mission has concluded." "Concluded? Indeed, we no longer need to pursue the dog." "Who said that? On what grounds do we cease the search for the Count? He must be found. Do you not understand how vital the Count is to the military? My father has insisted we locate him." Deng Shiqi smiled slightly. "I apologize, but I have just received orders from General Gao, my subordinates, and I will no longer be searching for the dog." "Impossible!" Gao Zheng exclaimed, exasperated. "Deng Shiqi, I warn you, you had better obediently search for the dog, or I shall not let this matter rest. You can go on your own. If you have the capability, have your father issue the orders to me." Chapter 91. Could it be that you are interested in him? Gao Zheng was thoroughly infuriated by Deng Shiqi's utter disregard for him. Upon returning, he stormed into Gao Feng's office. "Dad, that wretched Deng Shiqi claimed you told her she no longer needs to seek out the Earl. Is that true?" Gao Feng had just returned from the laboratory, his mood already heavy, and upon hearing Gao Zheng's words, he was instantly enraged. "Have you lost your mind? Watch your language. She is a colonel, and who are you? I don't care what her rank is. Just tell me, did you indeed say she shouldn't look for the Earl anymore?" "I did say that. It has been half a month, and there has been no progress. Besides wasting manpower and resources, what is the point of continuing the search? But that is my dog. A fire-breathing dog. Have you ever seen such a thing?" Gao Feng was utterly frustrated, completely at a loss as to how to communicate with his foolish son. Gao Zheng continued, "And didn't you say the Earl had significant research value? Are you no longer interested in studying him?" "That's no longer necessary. The military has a new research subject." Gao Zheng was taken aback. "A new research subject? Have you found another fire-breathing dog? Take me to see it." Gao Feng replied, "It's not a dog, it's a squirrel." "A squirrel? Does it breathe fire?" "Dad, don't just sit there. Take me to see it." "Stop this nonsense. It's military confidential. You cannot just see it. I'm your son. What is there that I cannot see? I only want to take a glance. I won't tell anyone." After much coaxing and pleading from Gao Zheng, Gao Feng reluctantly acquiesced and took him to the laboratory. Upon witnessing the squirrel's abilities, Gao Zheng was left utterly disappointed. The creature possessed wood-based powers, its sole ability being the transformation of its skin into plant-like textures, resembling a tree trunk. What kind of superpower is this? Damn it, it's hideous. Not even a toe of the Earl can compare. Gao Feng was too exhausted to respond and led Gao Zhang out of the laboratory. Back in the office, Gao Zhang began to persuade Gao Feng to reignite the search for the Earl. Gao Feng, plagued by a headache from his son's incessant chatter, finally said, "It's impossible to specifically search for the Earl. How about this? I'll have someone inform little Deng to keep an eye out for the Earl while searching for mutated animals. Are you still looking for mutated animals?" Gao Feng nodded. Currently, various governmental bodies are undertaking this secret mission, which pertains to the future of humanity. If these animals evolve and exhibit strong aggression, it could spell disaster for mankind. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Gao Jing pondered for a moment, a new plan forming in his mind. Dad, I want to participate in this mission. That's absurd. This is a military operation. What right do you have to interfere? Then I will join the military. Assign this task to me. Let Deng Shiqi assist me. Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities? You dare to say you want little Deng to assist you? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Moreover, little Deng's involvement is a decision made collectively by the military's higher-ups. Do not entertain such thoughts. Gao Jing pondered for a moment and continued. How about this? Grant me the title of an advisor, allowing me to partake in this task. Half an hour later, Gao Zhang emerged from Gao Feng's office, his spirits lifted. After expending so much effort, he felt famished, his stomach pressing against his back, and was just about to return for a meal when his bodyguard approached him. Young master, I have uncovered the identity of that woman. Gao Zhang paused, perplexed. Woman? Which woman? When did I instruct you to investigate anyone? The one who accompanied Colonel Deng today to deliver relief supplies to that man. Young master, did you not take a liking to her? Only then did Gao Zhang recall, breaking into a smile. You clever lad, you are becoming increasingly astute. Of course. I've been following you for so long. I have some insight. Then enlighten me. What is her identity? She is a new recruit under Colonel Deng, named Yang Yike. As the bodyguard leaned in closer, he whispered, Young master, I must inform you. There is another woman who accompanied Yang Yike, named Tu Sai. They are a couple. A couple? Indeed, two women in a romantic relationship. They are together. Young master, if you wish, you could engage with both. Gao Zhang's imagination conjured an enticing image, stirring excitement within him. Where are they now? Let us go see. Did you give all the food to Zhang Sen and the others? Tu Sai placed her tray on the table and sat down. Yes, they arrived late today, waited in line for quite some time, yet did not receive any supplies. Yang Yike, seated beside Tu Sai, turned to her and inquired, What's wrong? Tu Sai shook her head. It's nothing. If we gave it, we gave it. However, let us refrain from doing so in the future. Why? With Zhang Sen's capabilities, he can acquire whatever he needs. Look at what we have to eat. It's insipid and scant. In the future, resources will only dwindle. We should prioritize ourselves. Yang Yike was taken aback. Sai, are you upset? I am not upset. Tu Sai replied with a smile, ruffling Yang Yike's hair. I merely hope that you consult me before making decisions in the future. You have seen how many people outside are perishing from hunger. We must take care of ourselves first. I just thought that Zhang Sen had been so good to us in the past, and I wanted to repay him. Yike, Tu Sai set down her chopsticks, speaking earnestly. Have you forgotten? We are merely in a cooperative relationship. There is no debt between us. Yang Yike's confusion deepened, her gaze reflecting uncertainty as she looked at Tu Sai. Tu Sai continued, Moreover, you must maintain your distance from him, at the very least. Do not interact in front of so many people. Why? Have you forgotten? Gao Zhang previously sought the individual riding the snowmobile. Although we do not know if that person is Zhang Sen, should Gao Zhang see Zhang Sen riding the snowmobile in the future, he might mistakenly conclude that Zhang Sen is the one who nearly harmed him. If we grow too close, we could very well be implicated. Given Gao Zhang's status, we cannot afford to provoke him. Why should we avoid suspicion for something that has yet to occur? The myriad experiences we have shared have forged a bond in my heart. To me, Sen Gu is not merely a friend, but family. If he were to face adversity, I would undoubtedly assist him. How could I possibly dwell on the repercussions for myself? Tu Sai's demeanor grew serious. We, along with Zhang Sen and Lu Hao, are not truly friends. Consider this. When we first joined forces, it was established that our relationship was one of collaboration, was it not? Every resource we acquired was met with our own efforts. When we departed, although Sun Gu gifted us 2 swords, we also left them supplies, did we not? Moreover, your assistance in obtaining the vault key was a significant boon for him. Reflect on it. Did his attitude toward us not improve after that? Yang Yike pondered for a long while, increasingly sensing a dissonance in Tu Sai's assertions. No, Sai, I believe you are mistaken. In what sense am I wrong? Our relationship with Sun Gu is not merely one of cooperation. It is Sun Gu who has consistently aided us. If it weren't for him allowing us to reside on the 16th floor and guiding us to resources, we two girls might have perished long ago. Although he initially appeared somewhat aloof, he revealed his kindness once we became familiar, sharing with us delicacies he had hoarded, treats we had never encountered even in the military. As for the vault key, while it may seem I assisted him, acquiring that key was solely his accomplishment, a result of his dealings with my uncle. I merely facilitated an introduction. Thus, I contend that we are not in a cooperative relationship. He is the one helping us. He can thrive without us. But we cannot survive without him. Yang Yike regarded Tu Sai with a fiercely determined expression. Tu Sai, too, relinquished her smile. Very well. If you choose to perceive it this way, so be it. Yang Yike, incensed, set down her chopsticks. What do you mean, if I choose to think this way? Is this not the truth? We cannot reap so many benefits from others, and, when we no longer require their assistance, claim that our relationship was merely one of cooperation, absolving ourselves of any obligation to him. Seeing Yang Yike's fervor, Tu Sai felt a flare of anger rise within her. Yang Yike, are you all right? Do you truly comprehend who is truly on your side here? Or do you now regard Zhang Sen as more significant than I? Are you perhaps harboring feelings for him? You. Yang Yike's eyes glistened with indignation. At that moment, Gao Zheng arrived, catching sight of the two in heated debate. He beamed as he took a seat opposite them. Ladies, what seems to be the matter? Such fervor. Are you embroiled in an argument? Chapter 92. The lightning ability upon encountering Gao Zheng. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, an unspoken wave of unease washing over them. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gao Zheng, and you may have heard of me as I am the son of General Gao. He extended his hand, noting that the two ladies appeared to be of similar age to him. Why not become friends? Should you require anything within the military, feel free to seek me out. Tu Sai glanced at Gao Zheng's hand, feeling an inward discomfort, yet she managed to muster a smile and shook his hand. Hello, young Master Gao. Gao Zheng deliberately squeezed Tu Sai's hand before releasing it, then extended his hand towards Yang Yike. Yang Yike, feeling increasingly anxious under his unabashed gaze, hesitated to respond. Tu Sai, aware of their precarious position with Gao Zheng, nudged Yang Yike, urging her to extend her hand. Yang Yike wrestled with her inner turmoil, and just as she was at a loss, a loud bang interrupted them. They turned to see Deng Shiqi observing Yang Yike and Tu Sai. Have you finished your meal? Tu Sai quickly replied, Yes, Colonel Deng. If you have finished, why are you not rushing back to prepare for tomorrow's mission? Tu Sai and Yang Yike seized the opportunity to make their exit. Although Gao Zheng felt displeasure towards Deng Shiqi's arrival, he suppressed it, recalling his own agenda. Colonel Deng, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to brief you on tomorrow's mission. What does tomorrow's mission have to do with you? She retorted. I am also involved. Have you not received the news? I am your specially appointed consultant for the hunting mission. Deng Shiqi regarded him with a look that suggested he was deranged. Gao Zheng continued. This is also for your safety. The risks associated with your mission are significant. I have experience raising Tibetan Mastiffs, which are formidable dogs, and I possess more expertise than you do. Once Tu Sai and Yang Yike returned to their room, they remained on edge. That Gao Zheng makes my skin crawl. He is utterly repulsive, so oily, Tu Sai remarked, pouring herself a glass of water. She suppressed her revulsion and meticulously washed her hands 3 or 4 times before feeling somewhat better. After drying her hands, she noticed Yang Yike sitting in a daze and assumed she was frightened. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yang Yike lifted her head. When did that Gao Zheng arrive? Could he have overheard us discussing the snowmobiles? We wouldn't be putting Singu in danger, would we? Tu Sai paused, then her expression darkened. Yang Yike, have you lost your mind? We are being targeted by that lecherous Gao Zheng, and you are still thinking about Zhang Sen. I'm just worried. Yang Yike replied. Worried about what? Don't think I'm unaware. You have feelings for Zhang Senator. When I said I wanted to leave, you were against it. If you truly like him, go back to the Yew Garden and find him. I want to stop you. Yang Yike was infuriated by this response. Tu Sai, how can you be so ungrateful? He has helped you so much, and you can act as if you have no appreciation. Today, when you saw them at the library, you didn't even bother to greet them. I have come to understand why Sun initially harbored such strong reservations towards us. He feared encountering a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing like you. Suddenly, the room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yang Yike, in disbelief, covered her face as she gazed at Tu Sai, who, in turn, could hardly fathom her own actions. How could she have struck Yang Yike? With reddened eyes, Yang Yike bellowed, After 3 years together, you dare to hit me? Darling, I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. I don't even know what came over me. Tu Sai pleaded, attempting to embrace Yang Yike once more, only to be forcefully shoved away. Do not touch me, Yang Yike shouted, biting her lip in anger. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Tu Sai. After a brief moment, she exhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "Tu Sai, it's over." Meanwhile, Satan-esque condition had been rather peculiar over the past few days, exhibiting an unusual increase in lethargy. Initially, Zhang Sen attributed it to the exhaustion from daily training. But today's symptoms were far more alarming. It had been sleeping when he left and was still asleep upon his return. The raw meat and water he had provided remained untouched. When Zhang Sen nudged it, he was startled to discover its body was burning with fever. Zhang Sen was taken aback. He intended to rouse it but suddenly recalled that in his past life, those with supernatural abilities often exhibited similar symptoms during the awakening of their powers: fever, weakness, and excessive sleepiness until the transformation concluded. Could it be that Satan was on the verge of awakening its powers again? Had it not already undergone an awakening? Was its previous transformation perhaps influenced by the spatial spring water rather than its inherent abilities? With this thought, Zhang Sen was filled with exhilaration. It seemed that Satan could indeed become a dual-type supernatural beast. He brought Satan into the spatial realm, remaining by its side without leaving for a moment. It was not until the following morning that Satan finally awoke. Zhang Sen eagerly inquired, "How do you feel, my foolish child?" Satan approached Zhang Sen, circling around him twice before lifting its head to meet his gaze, brimming with vitality. Zhang Sen noticed that it had grown significantly larger, now resembling the size of a majestic lion, and his heart swelled with joy. Success. Glancing at the supernatural ability display, he noted that there had indeed been a change. Satan had acquired a new ability. Jaguar, lightning-type ability. Ability level: first tier. Zhang Sen could hardly contain his excitement as he checked his own ability display. Zhang Sen, spatial ability. First tier, wood-type ability. Third tier, meat-type ability. Second tier, fire-type ability. First tier, lightning-type ability. First tier, by the heavens. My foolish child. Splendid work with that lightning-type ability. A tingling sensation coursed through his mind as Zhang Sen perceived a new streak of white light shaped like lightning within his crystal. Now, showcase your new ability for me, my foolish child. Satan dashed outside in excitement, then bounded back towards Zhang Sen. Its limbs were enveloped in a dazzling current of electricity. And just as it approached Zhang Sen, it leaped into the air, sending a slender bolt of lightning surging directly towards him. Zhang Sen's pupils dilated in shock as he suddenly lunged to the side, narrowly avoiding a bolt of lightning that struck the ground behind him, leaving the grass charred and blackened. Had he not been swift, that bolt could very well have found its mark upon his face. Rising to his feet, Zhang Sen, irate, delivered a fierce kick to Satan. "You wretched spawn, do you wish to strike me dead?" Satan, acutely aware of its transgression, lowered its head, unable to meet Zhang Sen's gaze. With little patience for further discourse, Zhang Sen began to experiment with his newly acquired lightning abilities. Much like his fire abilities, his lightning powers relied on his hands for attack. Raising one hand, a bolt of lightning shot forth with precision. "Baidu, attack me." A willow branch hurtled toward him, and with keen aim, Zhang Sen unleashed another bolt of lightning in response. "Baidu, have you devised a new method to torment me?" The branch fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably from the electric shock. Zhang Sen approached to inspect it. The branch remained intact, though a small section was scorched. Surrounded by a charred area, it appeared that his first-tier lightning abilities lacked substantial lethality. He would need to devise a strategy to quickly advance to a higher tier. Chapter 93. I wish to leave the military at dawn. Deng Shiqi led her soldiers into the mountains. Currently, the authorities had yet to disclose the emergence of the exotic beasts to the public, leaving only a select few present to comprehend the true significance of their mission. The ordinary soldiers believed they were merely there to hunt and safeguard the ecological environment. Their task was to capture all the animals in the mountains alive. In a bid to assert his dominance, Gao Zhang proclaimed loudly upon entering the mountain, "Let's all do our best. The more we hunt, the better. If we manage to catch anything edible, I'll ensure the mess hall provides us with extra rations." This declaration ignited enthusiasm among the troops, much to Gao Zhang's delight. He truly was a natural leader. Although Deng Shiqi held a disdain for Gao Zhang, she refrained from contradicting him, observing that the others were eager for meat. However, unbeknownst to them, this was the same mountain where Zhang Sen had previously hunted with Lu Hao and his companions. The game had already been nearly exhausted. Consequently, after a strenuous morning of searching, their group of over 100 could only find a few wild rabbits and several weasels, some of which might have even been discarded by Zhang Sen for being undesirable. Tu Sai searched for Yang Yike several times throughout the morning. Yet Yang Yike completely ignored her. Gao Zheng too sought out Yang Yike and Tu Sai multiple times, but was thwarted by Deng Shiqi each time. Concerned about potential trouble, Deng Shiqi ultimately decided to keep Yang Yike and Tu Sai close by her side. At noon, everyone took a break to regroup and have lunch. Gao Zheng once again attempted to approach Yang Yike and Tu Sai, only to be blocked yet again by Deng Shiqi. This time, Gao Zhang's resentment towards Deng Shiqi intensified, and he regarded her with a gaze filled with animosity. "You shameless woman, if you choose to disregard my courtesy, then do not fear my wrath." The bodyguard, hearing this, realized that Gao Zhang was finally prepared to resort to force against Deng Shiqi, and he felt a surge of delight. "Young master, what do you plan to do? If you eliminate this wretched woman, the hunting mission will be mine, and none of her female soldiers will escape." Gao Zhang's face bore a resolute expression. He turned to his bodyguard and asked, "Do you still have that drug from before?" "Yes, of course. I'll make the arrangements," came the reply. Meanwhile, Deng Shiqi remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril she faced. She was troubled by the lackluster outcomes of the day's mission. After finishing her meal, Tu Sai noticed Deng Shiqi's despondency and inquired, "Colonel Deng, what troubles you? I am pondering how, with so many of us, we have only managed to find so little in the morning. Is it worth our time to remain here in the afternoon?" Tu Sai contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Colonel Deng, I propose we change our location." "Why?" "Honestly, I have been here with Kiki, and Brother Sen has come here for several consecutive days. The available game has been nearly exhausted. With just the four of you, including a child, no matter how skilled you are at hunting, it is unlikely you will manage to capture all the game present in the mountains." "Colonel Deng," Tu Sai began to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Yang Yike, who shot her a fierce glare. Feeling somewhat guilty, Tu Sai averted her gaze. "Colonel Deng, Brother Sun is a highly capable individual, making hunting a rather simple endeavor for him." Observing their exchange, Deng Shiqi sensed that there were underlying matters at play. She called Tu Sai aside and inquired, "Tu Sai, what is the situation between you and Cuckoo?" Tu Sai awkwardly chuckled, stating that they had merely engaged in a quarrel, nothing significant. "Fine," Deng Shiqi, having been aware of their relationship from the start, chose not to press further. Instead, she shifted the conversation, seemingly reluctant to discuss Zhang Sr. "Could you enlighten me as to why?" "Perhaps it was due to a desire to avoid causing him trouble. In this environment, where we do not oversee the public's hunting activities, what sort of trouble could arise? Moreover, with only a handful of you, how could you possibly deplete all the game in the mountains?" After a moment of contemplation, Tu Sai replied, "Colonel Deng, to be candid, Zhang Sen has raised a jaguar, which means during hunts, he hardly has to lift a finger. The jaguar brings the prey directly to him." Deng Shiqi pondered this revelation and then chuckled, realizing that Zhang Sen indeed possessed a unique talent. For her, considering a jaguar as a pet, while peculiar, was not entirely unacceptable. This information served only to solidify her decision to not waste any more time here. She promptly announced their departure to the next mission point. Upon hearing Deng Shiqi's announcement, Yang Yike immediately understood that Tu Sai must have divulged something. She pulled Tu Sai aside and questioned, "Did you inform Colonel Deng about Satan?" "I simply wish to prevent everyone from wasting time here. It wouldn't bring trouble to your brother Sen," Tu Sai defended. Yang Yike grew even more incensed. "Tu Sai, I knew it. You are nothing but an ingrate. To showcase yourself, you would betray your benefactor." "Yang Yike, are you unwell?" "How have I betrayed Brother Sun?" Yang Yike smirked sarcastically. "Do not tell me you are unaware of how extraordinary a pet Satan is. While we are all searching for animals, do you not realize that the military might attempt to seize Satan given his existence?" With that, Yang Yike disregarded Tu Sai's protests and rushed to find Deng Shiqi. "Colonel Deng, I wish to speak with you. Is it regarding Mr. Zhang?" Deng Shiqi continued walking, wrapping her arm around Yang Yike's shoulder with a smile. "If so, you needn't elaborate. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang's choice of pets is his own business, and it does not concern us. However, I must commend him for daring to keep such a beast." Hearing this, Yang Yike felt a sense of relief. "Thank you, Colonel Deng. However, I have a personal matter to discuss." Noticing Yang Yike's serious demeanor, Deng Shiqi stepped away from the group, leading her aside. "What is it?" "Colonel Deng, I wish to leave the military." Deng Shiqi was somewhat taken aback. "Leave the military?" "I apologize, Colonel Deng. I know it is quite unreasonable to wish to depart so soon after my arrival, but I genuinely cannot bear to remain here any longer. In principle, one who wishes to leave the military after enlisting is deemed a deserter. However, in this apocalyptic era, such conventions have lost their significance. You are not a formal soldier. So if you desire to depart, it is not entirely out of the question." Deng Shiqi gazed earnestly at Yang Yike. "Yet I am curious as to why you suddenly wish to leave. After all, for a young woman, the military is considerably safer than the outside world." "Colonel Deng, you are aware of my relationship with Tu Sai. I initially had no intention of joining the military. It was primarily for her sake that I enlisted. But now, having parted ways, I feel I have no reason to remain here." As Yang Yike spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. 3 years of affection cannot be cast aside without sorrow. Moreover, it is evident that my abilities are rather ordinary. I contribute little in the military. Instead of enduring this unhappiness, I would prefer to return to a place that brings me joy. Do you wish to return to Mr. Zhang and the others? Yang Yak nodded. If they are still willing to accept me, Deng Shiqi pondered for a moment, noting that the best option for ordinary people is to wait until the shelters are established and then relocate. Since you are already in the military, Mr. Zhang and his group will likely find their way to the shelter in a few months. Therefore, I suggest you reconsider your decision. Once today's mission concludes, let us revisit this matter. Chapter 94. Choose between a cat or your life. After an interval of over half a month, Zhang Sen finally brought forth Satan, the demon child, and ice cream. He wished to train Satan and the demon child in their extraordinary abilities. Yet the confines of his space were ill-equipped to withstand the chaos wrought by these two mythical beasts. With fire and lightning unleashed, unchecked, they could utterly obliterate the verdant grassland within his realm. The inclusion of ice cream was solely to foster a closer bond, ensuring that when it awakened its powers, it would recognize him as its master. He sought out a great mountain, allowing the demon child and Satan to pair up and utilize their abilities for hunting, adhering to the old rule of not killing. Meanwhile, he cradled ice cream, accompanying them to scout for any new exotic flora. The trio, 1 human and 3 beasts, navigated through the woodland. United, the demon child and Satan captured a greater number of prey than before, even managing to ensnare a small white fox. Upon encountering the white fox, Zhang Sen noted with dismay that it had lost its pristine coat. Its fur was either singed black from electricity or charred bare, a pitiful sight. Logically, a white fox should not inhabit this mountain, leading Zhang Sen to conclude that the entire ecological system had been thrown into disarray. Animals were migrating in search of survival, and he even found himself anticipating the day he might capture a rotund panda. Observing the fox's injuries, he realized they were merely superficial wounds, not severe. Thus, he retrieved a small basin of spring water from his space and placed it before the fox. The creature, catching the unique aroma of the water, immediately shed its cunning demeanor and began to drink voraciously. Once quenched, it stared intently at Zhang Sen, as if to implore for another basin. Zhang Sen chuckled, recognizing the true treasure that was the spring water. He mused that perhaps one day he could rely on it to ensnare all the flora and fauna of the world. He released unpalatable creatures, such as weasels, back into the wild, while securing the white fox and other edible game within his space, organizing them into designated areas by species for safekeeping. Subsequently, he instructed the demon child and Satan to continue hunting until they could no longer unleash their powers. No sooner had they departed than Zhang Sen heard a commotion. A throng of individuals was ascending the mountain. He sought a vantage point, climbed up, and retrieved a military-grade telescope from his space for a clearer view. Before him marched 100 or so individuals clad in military attire, led by Deng Shiqi and Gao Zhang. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Tu Sai and Yang Yike were also among the ranks, albeit separated and wearing unwell expressions. Had they not declared they were not in search of dogs? Why then were so many venturing into the mountains? Initially, Zhang Sen assumed they were there to gather firewood, but they bore no tools and were accompanied by Gao Zhang, a second-generation official with a penchant for leisure. Such a character would never stoop to engage in laborious tasks like wood gathering. Regardless of their intentions, he could not allow them to witness Satan and the demon child. He summoned them back and secured them within his space. Though he could have retreated into the confines of his space, he reconsidered, realizing that his spatial abilities were still too feeble. The distance between entries was a mere 2 meters at best. A multitude of soldiers has ventured into the mountains, with no indication of when they might depart. Should he happen to emerge at the same moment, those soldiers might perceive his sudden appearance as ghostly, likely resulting in even greater complications. It would be wiser to remain here, feigning a hunting expedition. After all, with Deng Shiqi present, he is assured that they would not harm him. He possesses a measure of trust in Deng Shiqi's character. Moreover, he is eager to discern the nature of their mission. Even if he cannot extract information from Deng Shiqi, he still has the naive Yang Yak to rely upon. As for Tu Sai, he has lost all hope. Since seeing her at the library entrance yesterday, she has not even offered a greeting. Zhang Sen recognizes that she lacks any sense of gratitude, and he deems it unnecessary to maintain contact in the future. Zhang Sen chose not to store the ice cream in his spatial realm, primarily due to its timid nature. It is still reluctant to be alone with the demon, and now there is an additional magical child to consider. The spatial realm is entirely foreign to it, and Zhang Sen worries that its initial experience may frighten it, potentially hindering its supernatural awakening. Once he has settled everything, he retrieves a hand crossbow from his spatial realm and continues to meander through the mountains, pretending to hunt. After several minutes, he hears a loud shout. Who goes there? Zhang Sen halts and turns around. Sen Gu, Yang Yike exclaims with delight. Tu Sai glances at Yang Yike before looking back at Zhang Sen, her eyes brimming with envy. Zhang Sen, now endowed with formidable mental acuity, easily perceives her hostility. He merely casts her a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to Yang Yike with a smile. Taking a couple of steps forward, he remarks, "Colonel Deng, what a coincidence." Deng Shiqi, inexplicably, feels her heart race upon seeing Zhang Sen, her mood inexplicably uplifted. She notices the cat cradled in Zhang Sen's arms and the hand crossbow at his waist. "Mr. Zhang, are you here to hunt?" "Indeed. But my luck seems to have faltered. I've been here for an hour without a single catch." Deng Shiqi surveys the surroundings, smiles. And then her gaze falls upon the ice cream in Zhang Sen's embrace. "Is this the cat you were raising?" "It belongs to my sister." "How adorable. It's so plump." "Yes, it was larger than the average cat at birth and is not particularly finicky with food." Gao Zhang, witnessing Deng Shiqi speak so softly in front of Zhang Sen, feels a surge of irritation. He strides over to Deng Shiqi and asserts, "Colonel Deng, do not forget our mission for today." Deng Shiqi's expression turns cold. "How I execute the mission is my own concern. There is no need for you to fret, young Master Gao." "You." Gao Zhang, infuriated, silently curses, "Vile woman." "Just you wait." He then turns his attention to Zhang Sen, noting the ice cream's considerable size compared to a typical ragdoll cat, and suspects the cat may possess supernatural abilities. He resolves to seize the cat. "Kid, the military mission requires your cat. Leave your cat behind and scram. We are about to commence our mission." Zhang Sen is taken aback by the audacity of this fool. "What mission? Why do you need my cat? Will it be returned? What compensation will I receive?" "You dare to ask for compensation?" Gao Zhang brandished his firearm at Zhang Sen, demanding the immediate surrender of the cat. "Hand it over, or I shall end your life right here. Choose between the cat and your existence." Deng Shiqi was taken aback by Gao Zhang's sudden aggression. Yang Yike, concerned for Zhang Sen's safety, rushed forward, exclaiming, "How can you act in such a manner, young Master Gao? This cat is cared for by my brother. You are merely resorting to forceful seizure." "And what of it?" Gao retorted. "My father has made it clear. This is our mission. That cat must be returned to the military today." Chapter 95. The military representative apologizes to Yu Tu Sai, concerned that Yang Yike might become embroiled in the situation. Approached urgently. "Kiki, have you lost your mind? Colonel Deng is still here. Is this really a matter you should interfere with?" As soon as the words left her lips, both Yang Yike and Deng Shiqi exchanged glances with Tu Sai, their expressions laden with unspoken sentiments. Yang Yike shook off her hand defiantly. "Mind your own business." With that, she positioned herself directly in front of Zhang Senator Young Master Gao. "I am well aware of your power and influence, but should you dare to harm my Sen Ge, you must first deal with me." Zhang Sen glanced at her, feeling deeply moved. As for Tu Sai, he barely regarded her presence. He pulled Yang Yike behind him, holding an ice cream cone. "Sen Ge, it's fine." Observing his calm demeanor, Yang Yike's anxiety gradually subsided, and she accepted the ice cream from him. Zhang Sen regarded Gao Zhang coldly, showing no sign of fear despite the gun pointed at him. As a level 3 ability user specializing in physical enhancements, ordinary bullets could not penetrate their skin. However, for Zhang Sen, a level 2 ability user, while bullets may not be lethal, they could still inflict injury. Nevertheless, he could disable Gao Zhang's hand before he pulled the trigger. "Colonel Deng, did I not hear you claim earlier that you were in charge of this mission? Your subordinate is pointing a gun at me, and you choose to remain silent?" Deng Shiqi had refrained from intervening, harboring a curiosity to witness Zhang Sen's capabilities. Now, seeing him so composed, she became increasingly convinced that he was no ordinary individual. She lamented internally that she had not been able to recruit him into the military. With his abilities, he would undoubtedly excel. "You are going too far, young Master Gao." General Gao's orders were solely for hunting. They did not include the right to forcibly seize the belongings of civilians. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have an issue, take it up with my father. I am determined to bring this cat back to the military." He took a step forward, pressing the gun's muzzle against Zhang Sen's forehead. "I will count to 3. If you do not hand over the cat, I will execute you." Deng Shiqi was taken aback, drawing her weapon and aiming it at Gao Zhang. "Gao Zhang, lower your gun, or I will not show you any mercy." Gao Zhang didn't even glance her way. "Stop pretending, Deng Shiqi. If you had the guts to act against me, you would have done so already." "Gao Zhang, Zhang Sen is my friend. If you dare to harm him, you will not leave this mountain alive today." With that, she shouted, "Everyone move. Subdue Gao Zhang's bodyguards." Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Soon, Gao Zhang's bodyguards were disarmed and kneeling on the ground. Gao Zhang's face flushed with anger. "Fine. Today I shall see just how bold you all are." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before Gao Zhang could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain on his face. He let out a cry, clutching his eye, only to discover that the cursed cat had ambushed him. "Damn it! How dare you, you vile cat! I will make you all pay." Furious, Gao Zheng raised his gun again, aiming to eliminate the ice cream. Zhang Sen, who had already intended to take action, found himself compelled to act swiftly, no longer willing to wait. He stepped forward with agility, deftly seizing the gun and striking it against Gao Zheng's head with the butt. Gao Zheng instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Deng Shiqi observed Zhang Sen's swift and clean movements, her eyes brimming with admiration, her heart racing. Zhang Sen handed Gao Zheng's gun to Deng Shiqi, remarking, "Colonel Deng, it is indeed a tragedy that your military possesses individuals such as this." Deng Shiqi felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words. "I apologize, Mr. Zhang. On behalf of the military for today's incident. It's time to go. With so many of you here, I doubt we can hunt anymore." Zhang Sen picked up the ice cream from the ground, gently patting it to soothe it. He then turned to Yang Yike with a smile, saying, "Kiki, I'm leaving." Yang Yike intended to inquire if Zhang Sen could move back, but she immediately asked Deng Shiqi, "Colonel Deng, may I accompany Sinji?" Deng Shiqi nodded in agreement. Yang Yike took Zhang Sen's hand, leading him down the mountain. After walking a short distance, Yang Yike asked, "Sinji, may I move back to the 16th floor?" Zhang Sen halted, questioning, "Why?" "I broke up with Tu Sai." Zhang Sen was taken aback by her revelation. Initially, he had assumed they were merely quarreling, unaware that the truth was so dire. However, had they not escaped the shelter together in the past and established a base outside? Why the sudden split? He held a considerable trust in Yang Yike, especially given her recent bravery in standing before him and confronting Gao Zheng. He was reluctant to dismiss her. Yet recalling the trajectory of their relationship in his previous life, it seemed likely that this was merely a fleeting dispute, and they would reconcile soon. Kiki, do not act impulsively. In relationships, breakups and reconciliations are commonplace. Yang Yike shook her head, her eyes reddening. Sinji, we will not reconcile. Our values are incompatible. And I cannot continue with someone like her. Someone like her? What is wrong with Tu Sai? She struck me. I will not forgive her. Nor do I wish to see her again. Moreover, our breakup is not solely due to this incident. There are other reasons I prefer not to disclose at present. Perhaps you will understand in the future. With a deep breath, Yang Yike continued, Sinji, even if you do not permit me to return to the 16th floor, I will leave the military. Have you truly made up your mind? Yang Yike nodded resolutely. Tu Sai and I are now strangers. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. If you wish to return, do so swiftly. Otherwise, if Gao Zheng seeks revenge, Colonel Deng may not be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yike couldn't help but laugh. That's wonderful. I have already discussed it with Colonel Deng. She said to consider it carefully. I will return today to pack my things and come back tomorrow. Thank you, Sinji. I will never leave again. I will follow you, and how Ji? Zhang Sen smiled. By the way, there is something I must clarify with you. Sinji, go ahead. I may be leaving Nanyang in a while and will likely not return. Where are you going? Is Hao Ji going too? Can you take me with you? I have yet to finalize my thoughts. If you are willing to accompany me, we may journey together. However, if you prefer to remain in Nanyang, you are welcome to stay in my current residence. I am amenable. Wherever you go, Brother Sen, I shall follow. Chapter 96. Yang Yike's return. Upon her return, Yang Yike immediately confided in Deng Shiqi about her departure from the military. This time, Deng Shiqi refrained from dissuading her. After all, Yang Yike had undeniably offended Gao Zheng that very day, and it was evident that he would not let her go unscathed. Furthermore, Deng Shiqi realized she could not constantly protect her. Allowing her to leave was indeed the wisest choice. Tu Sai witnessed Yang Yike joyfully packing her belongings and attempted to intervene several times, but she remained resolute in her decision to depart. Understanding that Yang Yike had firmly resolved to leave her behind, Tu Sai felt a mix of sorrow and anger. In her eyes, Yang Yike's choice was ultimately for Zhang Sen's sake. Consequently, Tu Sai harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Senator. The following morning, Yang Yike bid farewell to Deng Shiqi. Concerned for her safety on the journey, Deng Shiqi arranged for a comrade who was on a mission to escort her to the royal garden. During this time, Lu Hao had seldom ventured outside, spending his days at home either exercising with Maya or experimenting with various culinary delights. The raw ingredients were primarily supplied by Zhang Sen, sparing Lu Hao the trouble of sourcing provisions, thus allowing for a rather comfortable existence. Upon learning of Yang Yike's split with Tu Sai, Lu Hao felt a tinge of regret. However, the news of her return to the 16th floor brought him considerable joy. Upon her return to the 16th floor, Yang Yike felt an overwhelming sense of elation, her heartache from the breakup dissipating entirely. She stood before the electrified door, hesitant to touch it, and called out for Lu Hao instead. When he emerged and saw her, his face lit up with surprise. I was just about to finish breakfast and come to fetch you. I didn't expect you to return on your own. Yang Yike briefly recounted her situation before following Lu Hao into room 1601. As soon as they entered, the rich aroma of chicken soup enveloped them. How delightful! Lu Hao chuckled. Your timing is impeccable. I've just finished kneading the dough, and Sin Ge and Maya are already awake. They'll join us for a meal shortly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Yike remarked, I've been away for so long and contributed nothing. It's a bit awkward to arrive and immediately eat. Not at all. We're all family. It's merely a meal, Lu Hao reassured her. Since Sin Ge welcomed you back, he won't mind. Just pitching more around here to make up for it. Yang Yike nodded earnestly. All right. How Ge? Is there anything I can assist you with? Could you help me pick these small bok choys? Lu Hao asked as he sliced the hand-rolled noodles. Yang Yike paused, her eyes widening at the sight of the vegetables. Small bok choys. How Ge? How is it possible to have such things now? Surprising, isn't it? Maya planted these, and we even have chives. Lately, she's been experimenting with growing chili peppers, Lu Hao replied. Yang Yike was utterly astonished. Maya is incredible. She can grow vegetables in this weather. Indeed. It's mainly thanks to Sin Ge. His home is equipped not only with seeds but also with vegetable cultivation boxes. By the way, Maya's recent batch of eggs has hatched, so soon we'll have fresh eggs every day. As they chatted animatedly, Zhang Sen and Maya arrived. Maya held a bunch of green onions in her hands. How Ge? I brought some green onions. My brother loves them, so please add plenty. Upon seeing Maya, Yang Yike rushed over and embraced her. Maya, Sister Cuckoo. Malt was overjoyed to see Yang Yike. She had learned the night before of Yang Yike's return, and her excitement had kept her awake until the early hours. Zhang Sen exchanged a few brief words with Yang Yike, after which she joined Malt to assist Lu Hao with his tasks. Through their combined efforts, Lu Hao's handmade chicken noodle soup was prepared in no time. Zhang Sen devoured 5 large bowls. Lu Hao consumed 2. Malt had 1.5, while Yang Yike, who typically had a modest appetite, found herself indulging in 2 bowls after so long without such delicious food. By the end of the meal, she could barely stand up. After they finished eating, Zhang Sen lit a cigarette. Cuckoo, although we all agreed to your return, there are certain matters I must clarify, even if they may touch upon your privacy. For the safety of us all, I must know. Yang Yike nodded solemnly. Sin Ge, please ask. I will tell you anything you wish to know. The first question, will you and Tusai reconcile? Just as Yang Yike was about to respond, Zhang Sen added, think carefully before you answer. I dislike being deceived and will not tolerate betrayal. If what you say now differs from your future actions, neither you nor Tusai will escape my scrutiny. We will not reconcile, I swear, Yang Yike replied earnestly. If I ever do reconcile with Tusai, you may take my life, Sin Ge. Zhang Sen nodded. The second question, why did you and Tusai break up? Yang Yike glanced at Zhang Sen, feeling somewhat troubled. True to her nature, she was reluctant to speak ill of her ex after their separation. However, Zhang Sen's demeanor made it clear that this matter required clarification. He recalled the hateful gaze Tusai had cast upon him and asked, is your breakup related to me? Yang Yike sighed and recounted the events leading to their split. From their altercation in the military canteen to Tusai's revelation to Deng Shiqi regarding Zhang Sen's pet jaguar. Lu Hao, upon hearing this, was furious. That Tusai is utterly despicable. Has she forgotten how shamelessly she insisted on moving to the 16th floor? Did all those hot pots, dumplings, and wild game go to waste? Does she truly believe her contributions equate to her rewards? Zhang Sen, however, felt indifferent. To him, he and Tusai were, in a sense, of the same ilk, cold-blooded and rational. Rather than viewing those around him as friends, he preferred to regard them as partners. Thus, even if a relationship were to fracture one day, he would remain unaffected. The only distinction between himself and Tusai was that he would never betray his partners. While individuals like Tusai might manage to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen, possessing such formidable abilities, had no need or desire to resort to such measures. He believed that this manner of existence had already stripped away much of humanity, without even the slightest moral baseline. What distinguished them from beasts? Furthermore, he had always felt that one reaps what one sows. He no longer harbors the extreme notion of merely surviving alone until death, for human beings are inherently social creatures. Living in solitude for decades could surely drive one to madness. Thus, his current perspective is that it is quite agreeable to gather with individuals of good character, whom he can trust and with whom he shares a rapport. At present, he has categorized Lu Hao and Maya into this favored group. As for Yang Yike, based on her actions, she is also nearly included. Subsequently, Zhang Sen inquired about the state of the military, which is in a somewhat better condition than when he first entered in his previous life. Although the rations are not particularly abundant, at least the portions are satisfactory. Unlike during his time when food shortages were commonplace. From the conflict with Gao Zhang yesterday, he has surmised the nature of Deng Shiqi's mission. Moreover, with the inadvertent information provided by Yang Yike, Zhang Sen is now entirely convinced that the military has become aware of the species mutations and has commenced research on the matter. He initially contemplated whether the Nanyang military possessed a stock of mutated beasts, If that were the case, it would facilitate his plans to infiltrate the military and acquire all their mutated beasts. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, considering Gao Zhang's reaction upon witnessing the transformed demon child. Coupled with the military's extensive search for the demon child for half a month before turning their attention to mutated beasts, it is evident that even if the Nanyang military possesses mutated beasts, their numbers would likely be limited. The risk is simply not worth taking unless the mutated beasts in official possession possess abilities that he currently lacks. With this thought, Zhang Sen resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Yang Yike's rank in the military is too low to access such information. Although Deng Shiqi is aware, her nature suggests she would not divulge anything to him. Thus, the most suitable avenue for inquiry is Gao Zhang. Given Gao Zhang's keen interest in mutated beasts, it is highly probable that he possesses further knowledge regarding them. Of course, seeking Gao Zhang is not solely for this purpose. Setting aside the grievances from his previous life, Gao Zhang has already attempted to kill him twice. If he were to spare Gao Zhang, it would be an affront to his second chance at life, especially with the burden of so many extraordinary abilities. Chapter 97. Gao Zhang's Revenge on Deng Shiqi. Today, Gao Zhang once again accompanied Deng Shiqi in search of extraordinary beasts. He trailed at the back of the group, his heart aflame with fury. Yesterday, when he approached Gao Feng to seek assistance in dealing with Zhang Sen, he discovered that Deng Shiqi had already relayed the entire sequence of events to Gao Feng. Despite his elevated position, Gao Feng was not omnipotent and could not mobilize the military for personal vendettas. Nevertheless, he was incensed that someone dared to lay hands on his precious son, thus providing Gao Zhang with 2 additional bodyguards to ensure that he could reclaim his dignity the next time he encountered Zhang Senator. Yet, Gao Zhang sought more than mere retribution. He yearned to see Zhang's son kneeling before him, begging for mercy, before subjecting him to a torturous demise. Those who dared to provoke him would not escape unscathed. However, Gao Zhang intended to first deal with Deng Shiqi, seizing the task of hunting extraordinary beasts for himself. After establishing his merit, he would seamlessly integrate into the military and assume control over Deng Shiqi's subordinates. With such power at his disposal, he would be emboldened to pursue his desires without restraint. Furthermore, Deng Shiqi, that wretched woman, had repeatedly disrespected him, and his patience had worn thin. So arrogant, you think? Today, I shall shatter all your pride and dignity, forcing you to grovel like a dog at my feet, pleading for mercy. As these thoughts consumed him, Gao Zhang's gaze grew increasingly malevolent, and he signaled to his bodyguard. The bodyguard promptly understood the cue, eagerly seeking an opportunity to slip away. He had long coveted Deng Shiqi's beauty, and today, he finally had the chance to act. Upon reaching the designated task point, Deng Shiqi, concerned for the inadequacy of her team's capabilities in the face of danger, decided to split her group. Consequently, only 5 individuals remained. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush. Gao Zhang rushed forward. Colonel Deng, there's a situation over there. I will check it out. Simultaneously, disturbances arose from another direction. Deng Shiqi recognized that she could not afford any mishap for Gao Zhang. Otherwise, their entire team would face dire consequences. Thus, she quickly resolved to head towards Gao Zhang. You all go that way. I will go this way. Moments later, she spotted Gao Zhang sprawled on the ground, clutching his foot in agony, moaning in distress. The bodyguard stood beside him, visibly anxious. Colonel Deng, the young master has been bitten by a snake. What? Deng Shiqi's complexion paled as she hurried over. She knelt beside Gao Zhang. Gao Zhang, how are you? Gao Zhang continued to moan. It hurts. Colonel Deng, I think I am dying. Let me see. As Deng Shiqi reached out to examine his injury, before her hand could touch his pants, a sharp pain pierced her neck, and darkness engulfed her as she collapsed to the ground. The bodyguard, eager for recognition, exclaimed, How is that? Young master, my intervention was quite effective, wasn't it? Gao Zhang understood the implication. Rest assured, once I am satisfied, you will be next. Take her away carefully, do not let anyone discover us. The bodyguard hoisted Deng Shiqi over his shoulder. What about the 2 newcomers? Gao Zhang inquired. Young master, they have already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gao Zhang smiled with satisfaction, grateful that his father had provided him with 2 bodyguards. Otherwise, things might not have proceeded so smoothly. Indeed, it was the young master's cleverness and well-crafted plan that paved the way. When Gao Zhang devised the strategy, he meticulously mapped out the route. At this moment, his 2 new bodyguards awaited him on a narrow path at the foot of the mountain. Since the path was inaccessible by vehicle, they had parked at the entrance. Descending the mountain, the 4 of them hastily made their way to the car with Deng Shiqi. Gao Zhang cursed as he walked. Damn it. If it weren't for this dreadful cold weather, I would have already dealt with this wretched woman right here. Young master, do not be anxious. The location I found is not far from here. It will take no more than 10 minutes by car. Indeed, given the quality of such a woman, We must find a suitable place and indulge ourselves. The group soon reached the car, and a black Hummer approached from a distance. Wow. It's rare to see such a vehicle these days. The owner must be impressive, one bodyguard remarked. Gao Zhang was preoccupied with the imminent enjoyment and had no thoughts of robbery. Moreover, after the previous incident with the snowmobile, he felt a bit apprehensive about the idea of roadside theft. After all, one could never predict when they might encounter someone formidable. Let us not concern ourselves with other matters. Let us focus on the task at hand. All right. The two of them worked together to shove Deng Shiqi into the vehicle and swiftly drove off. Little did they know, their actions had been witnessed. With remarkable prowess, Zhang Sen spotted Gao Zhang and his companions hastily carrying someone from a considerable distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that they were indeed carrying Deng Shiqi. Knowing Gao Zhang's character, Zhang Sen immediately deduced their intentions. However, it was surprising that a distinguished colonel had fallen into such a trap. Sighing, Zhang Sen decided to intervene and rescue the damsel in distress, especially considering the assistance and unspoken affection Deng Shiqi had offered him in his past life. Furthermore, he had initially come to find Gao Zhang, so this presented an opportunity to capture him without excessive effort. In truth, Zhang Sen harbored another motive for wanting to eliminate Gao Zhang, the matter of the demon child. Gao Zhang had been the previous master of the demon child, and although the creature had turned its back on him, its loyalty remained ingrained. Should Gao Zhang live and eventually encounter the demon child again, he could easily coax it away. That would render Zhang Sen's efforts in vain. Thus, even if there was merely a 1% chance, he felt compelled to eliminate the threat. Zhang Sen maintained a safe distance, knowing that there was only one road in this area. Consequently, Gao Zhang and his companions remained oblivious to their pursuer. 10 minutes later, their vehicle turned onto a narrow path. Gao Zhang's group parked in front of a house 300 meters from the entrance and carried Deng Shiqi inside. Zhang Sen also parked his vehicle at the entrance, concealed it, and proceeded on foot. Inside the house, the bodyguards laid Deng Shiqi on a bed hastily strewn with a few items. Gao Zhang, already consumed with desire, impatiently urged the new bodyguards, "Damn it, you can't even start a fire? Hurry up, it will be ready shortly, young master." At that moment, Deng Shiqi suddenly awoke, her gaze falling upon Gao Zhang and the unfamiliar surroundings, causing a jolt of alarm within her. Regrettably, her body felt utterly limp and powerless. The heat was unbearable, and her throat burned as if aflame. Gao Zhang, what do you intend to do?" she managed to utter. Startled, Gao Zhang turned to the bodyguard beside him, demanding an explanation. What is happening? How could she awaken so swiftly? He dismissed her awakening as inconsequential, knowing she lacked the strength to escape. Administer more medication. Ensure she is compliant. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard injected Deng Shiqi with additional substances. She yearned to resist, yet her limbs felt too heavy to lift. Though her heart brimmed with a desire to see Gao Zhang suffer 1,000 torments, she could only succumb to despair, gradually losing consciousness. Chapter 98. Mr. Zhang. Please help me. This house, save for a small room on the second floor with an intact window, was otherwise in ruins. Zhang Sen ascended the staircase to the second floor, his ears attuned to the sounds within. Upon hearing that Deng Shiqi had regained consciousness only to faint once more, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, regardless of the extraordinary feats he might employ shortly, there would be no witnesses, save for the deceased. He stepped into the living room on the second floor and proceeded toward the bedroom. His movements were so light that it was not until he reached the threshold that he was noticed. Who goes there? The bodyguards swiftly drew their weapons, but their speed could not match that of Zhang Senator. He raised his hand, and slender tendrils instantly emerged from his palm, darting toward the 4 individuals inside. Ghost. Gao Zhang was so startled that he could barely finish his exclamation before the tendrils ensnared his body. Simultaneously, the other 3 were also bound, their eyes wide with terror. After all, no matter how seasoned they were, they had never witnessed such a scene. Tendrils sprouting from a palm. Was this truly not a scene from a film? At that moment, the tendrils tightened around their throats. Zhang Sen cast a fleeting glance at the 3 bodyguards, unwilling to waste further time on them. He released 3 thorny vines to ensnare them as well. The trio cried out in pain, and with a mere thought, Zhang Sen retracted the vines and tendrils together. They soon gasped their last breaths and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Sen took a couple of steps forward and stored the bodies within his space. Witnessing the 3 corpses vanish into thin air at Zhang Sen's gesture, Gao Zhang's face paled further, a warmth spreading in his lower region. Could it be true? This individual could not only conjure wooden tendrils, but also make people disappear. He must surely be a ghost. With this thought, Gao Zhang's terror only deepened. Please, don't kill me, great ghost. Great ghost? Zhang Sen paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended that Gao Zhang had mistaken him for a specter. He chuckled softly. Disinterested in prolonging their exchange, lest Deng Shiqi awaken and complicate matters. He swiftly rendered Gao Zheng unconscious and stored him away. To prevent the magic child from encountering his former master, Zhang Sen deliberately discarded the 4 individuals atop a mountain and enclosed them with an air barrier. Subsequently, he observed that Deng Shiqi was not in grave danger and surmised that she had likely been affected by Gao Zhang's sedative. Zhang Sen could not bring himself to take advantage of her vulnerability. Instead, he administered a sip of spatial spring water, based on his understanding of the water's properties. He knew that an instant cure was improbable, but it would facilitate her awakening without issue. More than an hour later, Deng Shiqi slowly opened her eyes, her memories flooding back from before her unconsciousness. She bolted upright, relieved to find her clothing intact. Just then, a deep male voice echoed, "Awake?" Zhang Sen, cigarette in hand, regarded the woman on the bed whose drug-induced haze had not yet fully faded. Her cheeks flushed. Deng Shiqi suspected she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Sen smile at her, she dared to confirm that this was indeed reality. "Mr. Zhang? It is I, Colonel Deng. How did you end up here?" I recall a time when it was said, "How could the esteemed Colonel Deng fall under the influence of someone like Gao Zheng?" Deng Shiqi rubbed her temples and offered a bitter smile, attributing the situation solely to her own carelessness. Indeed, Colonel Deng was quite perceptive. Zhang Sen picked up the thermos from the ground and poured her a cup of water, urging her to drink, as it might bring her some relief. Deng Shiqi fixed her gaze on Zhang Sen, accepting the cup and consuming its contents in one swift motion. To her surprise, she exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang, what kind of water is this? It tastes exquisite." Zhang Sen did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he diverted the conversation. "Colonel Deng seems to trust me quite a bit. Are you not concerned that I might poison you?" Deng Shiqi chuckled. "If you were capable of poisoning me, we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation, would we? What would happen then?" Zhang Sen pretended to be oblivious. Deng Shiqi's eyelashes fluttered, and a series of inexplicable images surfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush deeper. Zhang Sen, maintaining an air of decorum, left her to silently chastise herself for her impure thoughts. Clearing her throat, she shifted the topic. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, what happened to Gao Zhang and his companions? How did you manage to drive them away? Are you all right? Were you injured? Do I appear to be injured?" Zhang Sen discarded the cigarette butt, took the cup from Deng Shiqi's hands, and drank from it himself. Having never experienced romance, Deng Shiqi's heart raced as she watched his lips touch the very spot she had just sipped from. Goodness, had they just shared an indirect kiss? The heat within her intensified. Zhang Sen, seemingly unaware of her discomposure, bore a mischievous smile. "As for those scoundrels, I've dealt with them thoroughly. Keeping them around would only invite trouble." Deng Shiqi gazed at Zhang Sen with increasing admiration. It appeared he had just noticed her unusual demeanor. Berating himself for taking advantage of the situation while inwardly questioning, "Colonel Deng, are you still feeling unwell?" "Mr. Zhang, they drugged me. Please help me." Zhang Sen felt a conflict within him. For the first time in his life, he cursed himself for being so righteous. "This isn't right. I don't wish to exploit your vulnerability. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer, or I could open a window to let in some fresh air. It might revive you. I'll give you one last chance. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me." Zhang Sen stood to open the window, only to find himself embraced by Deng Shiqi. "Mr. Zhang, please, don't open the window. However," she continued, "it's not solely the effects of the drug. I also wish to be with you. In fact, from the very first time I saw you, I felt a strong affinity. I've never been in love, so I cannot say for sure if this is what it is, but you have occupied my thoughts and even appeared in my dreams." Zhang Sen turned to her, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "What did you dream of regarding me?" I cannot say," Deng Shiqi murmured, lowering her head. Zhang Sen lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes. "Tell me, Colonel Deng, what did you dream I was doing?" Deng Shiqi's entire face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe red apple awaiting harvest. "She dreamed of you kissing her." Zhang Sen reached out to embrace her slender waist, leaning down to plant a kiss upon her lips. "Is this how it is?" Deng Shiqi's voice trembled as she spoke. Zhang Sen gazed into her glistening eyes, the softness in his arms rendering him incapable of coherent thought. "It was you who first took advantage of me in the dream. Since you desire it as well, I can hardly be blamed." Zhang Sen lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Deng Shiqi suddenly felt the world spin around her, her legs growing weak. Had it not been for Zhang Sen holding her tightly, she might have crumpled to the ground. Chapter 99. Will you accompany me? This is the first time. Deng Shiqi momentarily forgot that it was an extreme cold outside. The warmth from the fire and the man beside her enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Scattered on the floor were a few umbrellas that had been drenched in rain. Zhang Sen discarded the cigarette, but in his hand, and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Although Deng Shiqi typically exuded a commanding presence, encountering a man she admired for the first time made her feel somewhat bashful. She nodded, a blush lingering on her cheeks. I no longer feel discomfort. Are you hungry? Zhang Sen asked thoughtfully. A little, she replied. Zhang Sen reached into the pocket of the down jacket draped over Deng Shiqi, producing a handful of chocolate and white rabbit milk candies. You came in such a hurry, so take some to tide you over. Deng Shiqi gazed at the items in his hand, aware of their rarity in this post-apocalyptic world. The fact that Zhang Sen so generously offered them, and in such quantity, filled her heart with gratitude. She accepted the chocolate and candies, but instead of consuming them, she placed them aside and kissed Zhang Sen. Little did she know, Zhang Sen, who typically had no particular fondness for such treats, had reserved his stock solely for Maya as snacks. He had not anticipated that his casual act of generosity would ignite a spark within her heart. However, Deng Shiqi's initiative caught his attention, prompting him to reclaim the lead and immerse himself in their shared intimacy once more. An hour later, another umbrella lay on the ground. Deng Shiqi felt utterly exhausted, breathing heavily as she nestled in Zhang Sen's embrace. He gently patted her back and remarked, "It's getting late. Shouldn't you return to your subordinates?" "Oh, I completely forgot about that," she exclaimed. "I need to hurry back, otherwise they will be worried sick." Suddenly reminded of her responsibilities, Deng Shiqi swiftly rose to dress. Zhang Sen chuckled and leisurely donned his own clothing. Once they were both presentable, he asked, "What do you plan to say about Gaozhang?" Upon hearing this, Deng Shiqi froze momentarily. Zhang Sen could see that she had entirely pushed this matter from her mind. He touched her neck, where the mark of a needle remained. "You can disclose what he did to you. Weren't you both out hunting? It is quite normal for a prey to drag away someone who has committed numerous treacherous acts like Gaozhang. As for you, you were unconscious. And by the time you awoke, Gaozhang had vanished." "And what of Gaozhang and his bodyguard's corpses?" Deng Shiqi inquired. "You are aware that I have a jaguar, correct?" Zhang Sen continued, observing the realization dawn upon her, a surge of satisfaction coursing through her. That vile creature, Gaozhang, dared to employ such despicable tactics against her. His demise would be well-deserved. Zhang Sen proceeded. "Let us assign some tasks to Gao Zhang's ineffectual father. While he is preoccupied with searching for the bodies, he will have no time to trouble you." Deng Shiqi gazed at Zhang Sen with a blend of admiration and gratitude. At that moment, he embodied the most captivating man in her eyes. Zhang Sen gently pinched her flushed cheek, saying, "It's cold outside. I'll go start the car. You can come out in a few minutes." Deng Shiqi obediently nodded. Moments later, she stood at the doorway, her eyes widening in astonishment as a black Hummer emerged from the path. Zhang Sen, ever the gentleman, alighted from the vehicle to open the door for her. Once inside, Deng Shiqi remained captivated by the impressive automobile. Zhang Sen took the initiative to explain, "It's been modified to operate in extreme cold, though it consumes a great deal of fuel, which is why I seldom drive it." Deng Shiqi nodded, then inquired, "What brings you here today?" "Hunting," he replied. Although she found this hard to believe, she chose not to press further. In her eyes, Zhang Sen was a mysterious and formidable man, a quality she found intriguing. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the location where Gao Zhang had previously escorted Deng Shiqi. Zhang Sen elaborated, "I saw Gao Zhang take you from here. You can ascend the mountain from this point." Deng Shiqi nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." He chuckled softly, "Haven't you already thanked me?" "Your gratitude is quite satisfactory." "You are incorrigible," she retorted, her cheeks flushing anew. "I thought you might appreciate it," he teased. Deng Shiqi shyly averted her gaze, falling silent. Yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Zhang Sen felt a stirring in his heart, shifting in his seat. After a few moments of quiet, Deng Shiqi reluctantly said, "Well, I should be on my way. Until next time." A pang of bitterness rose within Zhang Sen. After just one night, she was already departing. He exited the vehicle to assist her, and as she stepped out, he gently pressed her against the door, kissing her. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. With a resolute heart, Zhang Sen inquired, "I am about to leave Nanyang. Would you care to accompany me?" Deng Shiqi's heart raced at his words. "Where are you going?" "To another city to start anew. Will you leave the military and come with me?" Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she pondered his proposition. Ultimately shaking her head, "I'm sorry, but I am a soldier." Zhang Sen was not taken aback by her response. He offered a bittersweet smile. "It's all right. We will meet again. In a few years, the entire Great Xiao will only have one base left in Jiqing. You will go there. Thus, we shall have another chance to reunite. Will we really meet again?" Deng Shiqi's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Sen caressed her cheek, reassuring her, "Yes, I promise we will meet again." Deng Shiqi smiled softly. "All right, I believe you. Go now." With a playful pat on her backside, Zhang Sen elicited a teasing glance from her before she turned to leave, reluctant to part. Yet, after a few steps, Deng Shiqi returned and fervently kissed him. They embraced passionately until tears streamed down her cheeks, prompting them to break apart. In silence, she gazed deeply into his eyes before swiftly turning and running away. It was only when her figure vanished from sight that Zhang Sen departed, though his invitation for Deng Shiqi to join him had been somewhat impulsive. It was a decision made after considerable contemplation. He had no desire to pursue a romance akin to that of the pre-apocalyptic world. In truth, he had never envisioned engaging in love during such dire times. It seemed futile. A woman would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. He simply believes in Deng Shiqi's character, feeling that having such a charismatic woman by his side would render life far from mundane. More importantly, once Deng Shiqi awakens her wood-based supernatural abilities in the future, her combat prowess will be formidable. If she were to remain by his side, she would undoubtedly be a significant force. However, since Deng Shiqi is unwilling to relinquish her military identity, Zhang Sen would not impose his will. After all, they are bound to meet again in Jiqing in a few years. If both still harbor interest, rekindling their connection would not be out of the question. Chapter 100. The Wind System Werewolf. Upon awakening, Gao Zhang discovered himself in a secluded mountainous area, surrounded by 3 lifeless bodies. A surge of terror coursed through him, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest as he frantically sought an escape from this grim locale. Strangely, no matter how he attempted to flee, he found himself trapped within a confined space, as if invisible walls encircled him from all directions. Recalling Zhang Sen's various extraordinary abilities, Gao Zhang came to a chilling realization. It was Zhang Sen who had employed sorcery to ensnare him. Panic escalated within him, and after a prolonged struggle, the ambient temperature, too warm for his heavy down jacket, caused beads of sweat to form across his body. He shed his cumbersome attire and lay exhausted on the ground. At that moment, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Gao Zhang looked up to see Zhang Sen approaching. "We meet again, young Master Gao," Zhang Sen remarked. With an ingratiating smile, Gao Zhang stammered, "B brother, did you bring me here? You killed them but spared me. Does that mean I still hold some value? Perhaps you could take me on as your subordinate? My father is quite influential. Just one word from you, and I would be your loyal follower." Willing to do whatever you ask, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, amused by the boy's eagerness. Clearly, he had not disappointed him. Before he could even employ any interrogation techniques, this young man was already pledging his allegiance. Zhang Sen chuckled. "Very well, since you are willing to serve me, I have a few inquiries." "Would you like to know, brother?" "I assure you, I will divulge everything I know," Gao Zhang replied earnestly. With a grand gesture, Zhang Sen conjured a lounge chair that materialized at his feet. Gao Zhang was once again astounded by this display of supernatural prowess. It was undeniably a manifestation of extraordinary abilities. He resolved to cling to Zhang Sen, hoping to learn these powers for himself. As Zhang Sen settled into the chair, casually crossing his legs, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the concept of anomalous beasts?" "Indeed, I am. I once had a Tibetan mastiff named Earl. It has now transformed into an anomalous beast," Gao Zhang recounted, having gathered this information from Gao Feng. The authorities had begun to classify mutated animals under the term anomalous beasts. Zhang Sen nodded, then pressed further. "Does the military in Nanyang currently possess any anomalous beasts?" "Yes, they do. It's a squirrel, though its ability is rather peculiar. It can transform itself into tree bark. Quite unsightly, lacking the coolness of your powers," Gao Zhang replied. Unaware of the disappointment brewing within Zhang Senator, what on earth was wrong with the Nanyang military? After all their efforts, they had only captured a single anomalous beast, and one that replicated an ability he already possessed. They were utterly incompetent. Unable to contain his frustration, he sighed and asked, "What else do you know about anomalous beasts?" Desperate to preserve his life, Gao Zhang relayed all the information he had painstakingly gathered from Gao Feng. Zhang Sen learned that various military districts had indeed encountered anomalous beasts, most of which exhibited significant aggression. The situation in Langcheng was particularly dire, where an entire pack of werewolves had emerged. "Werewolves? What species is that?" Zhang Sen queried, bewildered by the term. Gao Zhang nodded earnestly. "Yes, brother Sen, it's the werewolf. I named them." Zhang Sen could only shake his head in disbelief at the foolishness of the young man before him. Gao Zhang continued, "My father told me that those wolves are not only formidable fighters, but also exceptionally large, even bigger than tigers, and incredibly intelligent. Countless lives have been claimed beneath their claws. I have also heard that the alpha wolf possesses astonishing powers. With a single swipe, it can summon a tempest, akin to Wolverine's claws, capable of eviscerating its prey." Zhang Sen, intrigued by this information, pondered the implications. It appeared that the Wolf King wielded wind-based abilities, capable of unleashing cutting gusts far superior to his current spatial blades. Clearly, this creature was at least a second-tier beast. The prospect of such a powerful entity awakening its abilities so early was invaluable. It seemed a trip to Lang City was in order. After all, It was no great inconvenience, merely a slight detour on his way to G City. With this thought, Zhang Sen found a certain merit in Gao Zhang, as he had provided him with such significant intelligence. Do you know anything else? He inquired. Gao Zhang contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. That's about it. Big brother. My father only learned of this a couple of days ago. He was reluctant to divulge it until I pressed him for the truth. Big brother. You are so formidable. Let us join forces and capture more exotic beasts to rule the world together. Zhang Sen regarded the sycophantic smile on his face with a cold laugh. It's of no use. I shall not keep you around. Satan, he bellowed. As the words left his lips, a sleek black jaguar darted towards him, its form nearly a blur. Gao Zhang's eyes brightened. Big brother, is this your beast? Zhang Sen waved his hand, dissipating the air barrier. Satan, show him your abilities. Satan leaped suddenly, hurtling towards Gao Zhang, unleashing a thin, crackling bolt of lightning from its limbs, aimed directly at Gao Zhang. His pupils contracted, and before he could evade, the lightning struck his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground in convulsions. Be big brother. Satan, have fun. Following the command, Satan eagerly lunged at Gao Zhang, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into his right arm. With a blood-curdling scream, Gao Zhang's mangled limb was discarded. As Zhang Sen recalled the humiliations he had suffered in his past life due to his lack of powers and lowly status, he gazed at the once proud Gao Zhang, now writhing on the ground in pain, pleading for mercy. Yet, he felt not a shred of satisfaction in this act of vengeance. Perhaps it was because his foe was too weak, or perhaps Zhang Sen's mindset had transformed. The power he now possessed made him subconsciously regard someone like Gao Zhang as little more than an insignificant insect. To take joy in exterminating such a creature would be beneath him. He simply desired to eliminate every individual who displeased him on equal footing. Minutes later, Satan had torn Gao Zhang into pieces, extinguishing his life. On his way back, Zhang Sen discarded the 4 corpses from his spatial realm. As humanity had begun to resort to cannibalism, each body was cast in different locations, swiftly claimed by passers-by. Meanwhile, the military was in an uproar due to the mysterious disappearance of the only son of the highest-ranking leader in the military district. Gao Feng had completely lost control and personally led his troops into the mountains in search of Gao Zhang. However, as dusk approached and the search teams returned without any results, the temperature dropped significantly, making it increasingly difficult for the soldiers to endure. Nonetheless, under the pressure of Gao Feng's authority, none dared to suggest a retreat. In such harsh conditions, the thought of Gao Zhang potentially falling prey to wild beasts or even otherworldly creatures was too distressing for Gao Feng to contemplate. Although he harbored a deep-seated rage towards Deng Shiqi, the testimony provided by her and the soldiers was decidedly unfavorable to Gao Zhang. The military doctor accompanying them had clearly stated that the red marks on Deng Shiqi's neck were indicative of needle punctures. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from the misdeeds of his own son. Furthermore, Deng Shiqi had been sitting weakly on the sidelines, while her father, Deng Ping, the second in command of the military district, wore a grim expression, with other senior officials present. Gao Feng had no choice but to suppress his fury and place his hopes on the belief that Gao Zhang would somehow emerge unscathed. As darkness loomed, some of the weaker new recruits could no longer endure the conditions. Deng Ping, already simmering with anger over the near calamity that had befallen his beloved daughter, found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Were it not for Gao Zhang's current disappearance, he would have confronted Gao Feng long ago. Now, witnessing the dire situation, he could no longer contain himself. General Gao, nightfall is imminent, and the soldiers are reaching their limits. If we do not return soon, we risk suffering severe losses. Upon hearing these words, other senior military officials echoed their agreement. Gao Feng, aware that most present held little sympathy for his son and might even relish the opportunity to expose his faults, had no choice but to concede. General Deng speaks wisely. My impatience has led us astray. Let us retreat. After making this decision, he approached Deng Ping to express his stance. General Deng, once we locate Zhang, I will ensure that the truth is uncovered. If this scoundrel has truly harmed your precious daughter, I will provide her with an explanation. Deng Ping, recognizing that Gao Feng was unwilling to acknowledge Gao Zhang's actions, left with Deng Shiqi, his face as cold as ice. Watching their departing figures, Gao Feng's countenance darkened. At that moment, Tu Sai, who had been silently observing from the corner, approached Gao Feng. General Gao, I believe I may have some leads regarding the disappearance of young Master Gao. Chapter 101. Military assault upon returning to the 16th floor. Zhang Sen found Lu Hao and the others enthusiastically preparing dumplings at home, utilizing the last bit of wild boar meat and the chives brought by Maya. Their faces lit up with joy at his arrival. Happy birthday, brother, Maya exclaimed with a smile. Rushing to Zhang Senator, it dawned on him, albeit belatedly, that today was indeed his birthday. In this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of work and school, he had completely lost track of time. He was taken aback that they knew. "How did you find out today is my birthday?" he inquired. Young Ike approached him and explained. It was Maya who mentioned it. Maya, blushing slightly, confessed. "I accidentally saw your ID card and noted down your birthday." Zhang Sen affectionately ruffled her hair. "Well, thank you for remembering me." Lu Hao continued to wrap dumplings, stating, "Boss, you've just returned. Warm yourself by the fire first. We'll have dumplings ready soon. I wanted to bake you a cake, but under the current conditions, we'll have to postpone that for later." "It's fine. Anything to eat will do," Zhang Sen replied. Before long, the dumplings were boiling. Lu Hao's culinary skills had improved remarkably, and they all savored the meal to their heart's content, feeling so full they could hardly move. The warm flames lulled them into a sense of languor. As Zhang Sen smoked a cigarette, watching the three engage in lively conversation, a sudden thought struck him. "By the way, we'll be leaving in a couple of days, so you all should pack your things tomorrow." Although Yang Yike was somewhat surprised, she refrained from asking where they were headed. She had long since made up her mind to follow Zhang Sen wherever he went. Lu Hao and Maya felt the same. After a brief while, they prepared to return to their respective homes. Suddenly, Satan, their loyal companion, grew restless, arching its back and emitting a low growl. Zhang Sen, hearing the sound of an engine, immediately became alert and moved to the window to glance down. There, he saw a military truck parked at the entrance of Building 9. 14 individuals disembarked. A fortuitous number, indeed, it heralded their doom. Lu Hao and Yang Yike also sensed the tension. "Boss, what is going on? Are we in trouble again?" Zhang Sen did not respond but instead retrieved the keys from his pocket. "Let's go to my place." The newcomers were military personnel, well-trained and formidable in combat. Lu Hao's door would likely be insufficient to withstand them. Since they were all in this together, Zhang Sen could not bear to let them face certain death. Moreover, they were about to move. After leaving here, they might have to live together again, so allowing them into his home was inconsequential. It was also time to share his secret with them. Moments later, they all entered Zhang Sen's home. The door in the hallway remained powered, likely holding up for a while. At this point, he was no longer concerned that using firearms might attract unwanted attention. After all, those weapons would serve little purpose once they were no longer needed. His intention today was clear, to eliminate everyone outside. He stood at the entrance, activating the surveillance outside to observe the commotion. Those individuals had yet to arrive. He instructed Lu Hao to fetch a chair, which he stood upon to open the shooting aperture above the door. Outside, Tu Sai and her entourage entered the elevator lobby on the 16th floor. While someone attempted to access the stairwell door, Tu Sai hastily intervened, declaring, "Do not touch that door, it is electrified." The soldier preparing to open the door stepped back in astonishment, wondering how formidable this person truly was. Tu Sai moved to the door and disconnected the power. He was astute and ruthless. However, he had previously assisted me, so it would be prudent to avoid conflict with him for the time being and ascertain whether young Master Gao is in his custody. Inside, Zhang Sen furrowed his brow. Although his surveillance did not extend to the elevator lobby, his exceptional hearing allowed him to discern all the sounds outside. It was Tu Sai. She had cut the power to the stairwell door. Lu Hao and Yang Yike were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Lu Hao erupted in anger, cursing, "This bastard is utterly heartless. It's one thing not to express gratitude, but now she returns with a vengeance against us. Damn it, I should have eliminated her at the first opportunity." Yang Yike trembled with rage, utterly ashamed to speak. She had, after all, been in a relationship with such a person for 3 years, and it was partly her fault that they were now in this predicament. Noticing her distress, Lu Hao sighed, though he had neither the time nor the capacity to console her. "Boss, what shall we do now? What do you need me to do?" Yang Yike also approached the door, saying, "Sengu, I bear responsibility for today's situation as well. Command me as you see fit. I will not shy away, even if it means facing death." Zhang Sen could not suppress a chuckle. "Come now, it's not that serious. However, today Tu Sai has come with the intent to capture me, and I intend to eliminate her. You have no objections, right?" Yang Yike contemplated for a moment, her gaze shifting from sorrow to resolve. "Sengu, she is the one who repaid kindness with malice. Pursue whatever course you deem necessary. I support you." Zhang Sen smiled. "Please assist Maya in gathering her belongings. She tends to be slow." "Understood." Yang Yike turned to head to Maya's room. "Howsy, remain here and wait for me. If I require your assistance, I will call for you." "All right, boss." Tu Sai had come prepared today, accompanied by someone skilled in lockpicking. With a soft metallic click, the stairwell door swung open. A few individuals entered the stairwell, announcing, "Zhang Sen, we are military personnel. Open the door. We wish to have a discussion." Zhang Sen silently observed the unfolding scene, anticipating their next move. Outside, their voices grew increasingly impatient. "Zhang Sen, If you do not open the door soon, do not blame us for our rudeness. Zhang Sen gazed at the 6 figures visible on the monitor at the entrance, murmuring, what a pity. Why has T2 entered? Deciding not to wait any longer, Zhang Sen stepped onto the stool and gently opened the shooting aperture. Then, Lu Hao watched in disbelief as a firearm materialized in Zhang Sen's hand. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Indeed, it was an AK-47. What the hell? I had a strong suspicion that I was not mistaken. My boss is no ordinary individual. He is a deity. Meanwhile, those outside the door were engaged in discussion. What should we do if he refuses to open the door? Should we forcibly break it down? This door is no easy target. That cunning rascal Zhang Sen has truly outdone himself, employing such a sturdy barrier. I can't help but wonder if he has connections to the underworld, having countless enemies, hence the need for such formidable protection. Our only hope is to see if old Zhao can manage to pick this lock. Old Zhao, come over and take a look. The summoned old Zhao approached, carrying a toolbox. Now, we have an additional participant. That sly fellow Tusai clearly knows he has a means of self-preservation, which is why he remains hidden behind. Well, 7 individuals it is. Let us proceed with our grim play. Zhang Sen aimed his firearm through the shooting hole and pulled the trigger. Chapter 102. All must perish. The incessant sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the building. The corridor was instantly transformed into a hellish nightmare, filled with anguished screams. The military personnel were caught completely off guard, unable to see Zhang Sen, and could only fire blindly in retaliation. Within a minute, 7 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Ironically, one of those waiting in the elevator lobby was struck by a stray bullet from their own comrades in the corridor. The captain watched in agony as half of his men were decimated in an instant, his heart heavy with sorrow. Grabbing Tusai by the collar, he demanded, "Why the hell didn't you mention he was armed? With such a devastating weapon, no less. I didn't know. The last time I met him, he was unarmed, resorting only to knives and pipes for killing. You didn't know? I've lost so many brothers, and you think you can shirk responsibility with that excuse? You wretched fool, I will not let this go unpunished. Captain, I truly had no idea this could happen. But this is not the time for such discussions. Look, Zhang Sen is extremely dangerous. He possesses not only ferocity but also such weaponry." At this, Tusai paused, as if a sudden realization struck her. "Right, Captain. Do you remember when young Master Gao mentioned that a man on a snowmobile nearly killed him? That man wielded an AK-47. And didn't Zhang Sen just use one as well? Indeed, this suggests that Zhang Sen has long harbored a grudge against young Master Gao. Moreover, he is the only one in Nanyang with such a beast of a weapon. With so many coincidences stacked together, they cannot merely be chance. Young Master Gao must be in his grasp. What do we do now?" Tusai pondered for a moment, then suggested, "How about this, Captain? I will speak with him. Perhaps he might be willing to release young Master Gao. If that happens, our mission will be accomplished. Rest assured, you will be hailed as the top hero by General Gao." Although the captain felt a burning desire to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Tusai, he saw no alternative and reluctantly agreed to her proposal. Tusai positioned herself behind the wall and called out, "Son, it's Tusai. We are friends. We harbor no ill will towards you. We come today simply because General Gao wishes to have a word with you. Our general is the highest commander of the Nanyang military district, and he holds you in high regard." Zhang Sen let out a cold laugh. "Tusai, how long have you been in the army? You've grown quite bold, but it matters little. In my eyes, you are already dead. Sen, you misunderstand me. I genuinely want what is best for you. With your talents, joining the military would serve you well, far better than scavenging for supplies on your own." Zhang Sen, uninterested in further conversation, fired several more rounds. Then, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his wristband, he commanded, "Baido, citing, it's your turn. Go. Leave only that woman alive. The rest shall perish." Upon receiving the order, Baido and Siding immediately darted through the firing holes. Soon, terrified screams echoed from outside. "What the hell is that? God damn it, it's a snake. Ah, something has pierced my flesh. It hurts. Help. Brotherson, help me. It's fine to use my powers now. After all, these people will all perish today." Soon, silence enveloped the outside world. Zhang Sen concentrated, listening intently. Apart from the faint breaths of the 2 soldiers at the doorway and the one in the elevator, the rest had met their demise. He descended from his chair and turned to Lu Hao, stating, "It's all taken care of." Zhang Sen opened the door and stepped outside. He retrieved a pistol from the ground, delivering a final shot to the 2 barely alive soldiers to spare them further suffering, gathering all their weapons afterward. Approaching the fallen Tusai, he crouched beside her and gently tapped her face with the gun barrel. "How does it feel to be betrayed? I never imagined you would bring so many soldiers, yet they could not save you." Tusai gazed at Zhang Sen with terror in her eyes. "What was that just now? Did you conjure it? What are you?" Zhang Sen smirked disdainfully, replying, I am someone you shall never provoke. Aware of Zhang Sen's cold-blooded nature, Tu Sai refrained from pleading for mercy. She forced a bitter smile, saying, at this point, I have nothing left to say. I know you want to spare me. Do as you will, but could you grant me one last wish to see Kiki? You wish to see Kiki? Consider it a plea from me. Zhang Sen grinned maliciously. But you, Sai, have betrayed me. How could I allow you to have your way? He aimed a gun at her forehead. Now, carry your regrets with you into death. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in her forehead, and her eyes turned lifeless. Zhang Sen cast one last glance at her before picking up the pistol lying beside her. Boss. Hearing the voice, Zhang Sen turned to see Lu Hao squatting nearby, surrounded by a pile of pistols, military knives, and several grenades. All cleaned up? Lu Hao nodded. Yes, this is everything. Zhang Sen inspected the collection and unearthed a fully loaded pistol. Do you know how to use a gun? Yes, I practiced in the army, Lu Hao replied. Zhang Sen handed him the pistol along with a dagger. Take these for self-defense. Lu Hao, taken aback by this stroke of fortune, gratefully accepted the weapons with both hands, saying, Thank you, boss. Zhang Sen waved his hand, absorbing all the items into his spatial realm. Lu Hao watched in astonishment as the items before him vanished, his pupils constricting, struggling to suppress the urge to inquire. Go gather what you need. We must leave swiftly to avoid any reinforcements. Understood. 20 minutes. Only essential items. The rest is unnecessary. With that, Zhang Sen returned to the room and instructed Yang Yike to collect their belongings. Maya had already finished gathering her items and was preparing to pull out the precious vegetables from the cultivation box. Zhang Sen halted her, walking over to absorb all the cultivation boxes into his space, along with the little chickens in the corner. Maya stared at the suddenly vanished boxes and chicks, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. Zhang Sen found it amusing, gently patted her head, and embraced the ice cream. We must be on our way now. I shall explain everything to you later. Chapter 103. This is called spatial ability. Suppressing her astonishment, Mia nodded and hurried to the bedroom. Zhang Sen followed her, noticing that all of Mia's belongings were neatly packed in the corner of the room. The comforter was tied with a sheet and laid atop the bed. Is there anything you need to take with you? Mia pondered briefly before picking up her backpack. With a grand gesture, Zhang Sen gathered everything in the room into his spatial realm. He then surveyed the entire space, and wherever he went, all items, including furniture, vanished, save for a few utterly useless objects. At that moment, Yang Yike and Lu Hao had also finished packing. They possessed very few belongings, only needing to carry their comforters, warm clothing, and stored provisions. Each of them had a comforter strapped to their backs, a suitcase, and an additional bag. Compared to the empty-handed Zhang Sen and the lightly burdened Mia, they resembled refugees. Son, are we not leaving? Lu Hao inquired. Zhang Sen chuckled lightly. Just put everything down. Lu Hao, recalling something, immediately complied. Although Yang Yike was uncertain, she obediently followed suit. Zhang Sen approached the two and collected all their luggage into his spatial realm. Lu Hao gazed at Zhang Sen with admiration, while Yang Yike covered her mouth in disbelief. Aware that Yang Yike's residence contained scant supplies, Zhang Sen refrained from entering. He proceeded to Lu Hao's home, where he gathered all the cooking tools and firewood. Although he already possessed such items in his spatial realm, discarding them felt wasteful, and they would be useful on their journey. Since his powers had grown increasingly formidable, he sensed that his physical strength was also enhancing. In his previous life, he had heard scientists predict that those with abilities would enjoy significantly longer lifespans than ordinary individuals. He was uncertain of the exact duration of this extension, but he surmised that if one's powers were sufficiently potent, borrowing another 500 years from the heavens might not pose much of a challenge. Yang Yike, having not seen Satan, assumed Zhang Sen had forgotten and reminded him, Son, did you forget to bring Satan? I haven't forgotten. I've asked him to stay elsewhere. He is too large to be comfortable in the vehicle, Zhang Sen replied before preparing to descend the stairs. As Yang Yike reached the elevator, she encountered Tu Sai. Unable to hold back her tears, she approached and gently closed Tu Sai's eyes before departing. Once outside the building, Zhang Sen surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and approached a military truck. He touched the vehicle, absorbing it into his spatial realm for future use. Lu Hao and the others watched this miraculous display, feeling somewhat dazed. The next scene left them utterly speechless as Zhang Sen, with a mere thought, conjured a black Hummer before them. He climbed into the vehicle first, started the engine, and the others climbed aboard in a state of bewilderment, remaining silent until they exited Nanyang City. Several hours later, Zhang Sen spotted an abandoned factory. He parked the vehicle, suggesting, let us rest here for the night and resume our journey after recharging. After everyone disembarked, he absorbed the Hummer back into his spatial realm. In a secluded office, still untouched by the glass, a pile of firewood was extracted from the space, prompting Lu Hao to ignite it. As the flames gradually flickered to life, Lu Hao remarked, On such a frigid day, roasting by the fire recalls my childhood days in the countryside, where I savored barbecued meat and roasted sweet potatoes with a few companions. Yonggak chuckled softly. You're simply craving, aren't you? Lu Hao broke into a sheepish grin. At that moment, Maya's stomach grumbled audibly. Haha. Even Maya is feeling peckish. Maya blushed and smiled shyly. The atmosphere shifted to a more relaxed tone. And Zhang Sen too began to feel a pang of hunger. He thought it fitting to explain his abilities over a meal, as mere words would be rather dull without sustenance. He retrieved a substantial piece of beef, a barbecue grill, an assortment of skewers, some seasoning, and a few sweet potatoes from the space. Let us cook together. I am indeed rather hungry. The trio's eyes gleamed with excitement as they immediately set to work. Lu Hao nestled the sweet potatoes into the flames and then inquired, Boss, could you bring out the knives? Zhang Sen suddenly remembered he had neglected to retrieve the kitchen utensils and hurriedly produced them, along with 2 bottles of liquor and some cola for the ladies. Sengu, you truly are like Doryman, able to produce anything we need. After a moment's thought, Zhang Sen also summoned Satan and the demon boy. The sight of the demon boy startled everyone. Lu Hao, taken aback, fumbled with the meat he was cutting. What's going on? Why is there a lion? No, wait. It's a Tibetan Mastiff. Yang Yak scrutinized it closely. This Tibetan Mastiff looks familiar. Is it the one we saw earlier, the Count? Zhang Sen nodded. It is now called the Demon Boy. A brief silence enveloped the group, but as they recalled that a dog was far less intimidating than a jaguar, they quickly relaxed and resumed their tasks, some slicing meat, others skewering it. Before long, the small room was infused with the delectable aroma of grilled meat and roasted sweet potatoes. They feasted heartily, drinking and laughing, completely unburdened by the anxiety of their escape. Certainly, Zhang Sen himself did not feel he was fleeing at all. All right, we've eaten sufficiently, it's time to discuss some serious matters. At this declaration, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Senator. He continued, feel free to ask me anything. Now that we're all in this together, there is no need for further concealment. Lu Hao cautiously ventured, is it truly all right to inquire? Of course. Seeing the sincerity in Zhang Sen's expression, Lu Hao mustered his courage and asked, Boss, are you a deity? Zhang Sen chuckled, producing a pack of cigarettes, lighting one, and then tossing the remainder to Lu Hao. I am not a deity. I have merely awakened an extraordinary ability. An extraordinary ability? Indeed. What you have witnessed, my capacity to conjure or collect objects, is a result of my awakening of spatial abilities. All your belongings reside within my space. And what I bring forth are merely items I had previously stored. I am not the only one with such abilities. Both Satan and the demon boy possess them as well. With that, Zhang Sen instructed them to showcase their respective powers. The crowd stood in stunned silence as they beheld Satan, with currents of electricity coiling around his legs, and the demon child, engulfed in flames. Could their eyes be deceiving them? Was there truly fire on the dog's legs and electricity on the leopardess? Were they the ones who had lost their sanity? Or had the world itself gone mad? Zhang Sen exhaled a smoke ring and continued, I understand that it may be difficult for you to accept this now. But the apocalypse has indeed transformed our world and humanity itself. No one knows the reason behind these changes. Consider it a form of species evolution. Before long, you will witness even more extraordinary beasts, and a year from now, superhumans will gradually reveal themselves to the public. Superhumans? Is that what you call them? Lu Hao finally regained his voice. Yes, I awakened my abilities rather early. You two will eventually discover your own powers, Zhang Sen affirmed. Yang Yike's face lit up with excitement. We will awaken our powers? Not everyone will, but I sense that the 3 of you possess the potential, Zhang Sen replied. Why is that? Do we have something unique about us? He pondered briefly, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Surely, he couldn't divulge their past lives. He settled on a vague excuse. I cannot say for certain. It is merely a feeling. Yang Yike interpreted Zhang Sen's words as a form of comfort, her spirits dampening slightly. However, Lu Hao grew increasingly animated, declaring, if the boss believes it's possible, then it must be. His instincts are always spot on. I have faith in him. With that, his imagination began to soar, pondering what powers he might awaken. Satan's and the Count's abilities seem so cool. And the boss's spatial powers are even more impressive, akin to those of a sorcerer. Thus, the trio began to discuss the types of abilities they desired. Zhang Sen, sipping his drink while observing them, contemplated what powers Yang Yike and Lu Hao might awaken. Lu Hao had met an untimely demise in his past life, leaving uncertainty about his potential. Yet even if Lu Hao were unable to awaken abilities, Zhang Sen possessed the spatial spring, ensuring at the very least that he could grant him a physical power. As for Yang Yike, although he remained unaware of her past abilities, he sensed that hers were extraordinary. After all, establishing a sizable base composed entirely of women and resisting absorption by other factions was no trivial feat. Chapter 104, The Fourth Order Fire Serpent. The following morning, Zhang Sen emerged with a collection of instant noodles, cans of meat, eggs, and vegetables, which Lu Hao combined haphazardly to prepare a simple noodle dish. By now, the sight of eggs, a rarity, no longer astonished the group. They eagerly indulged in the meal. Given their awareness of Zhang Sen's extraordinary abilities, even the appearance of a nuclear bomb would not have surprised them. However, the next moment, they were taken aback as Zhang Sen retrieved an opulent recreational vehicle from his spatial storage, an RV so luxurious that even before the apocalypse, they had never laid eyes on such a marvel. Boss, this RV is truly impressive. Zhang Sen, disinterested in driving, tossed the keys to Lu Hao and settled into the vehicle to rest. The RV was spacious, and with so few people on the road, there was no harm in enjoying the comfort it provided. As they journeyed, they made occasional stops. And upon spotting a gas station on higher ground with thin ice covering the surface, Zhang Sen instructed Lu Hao to halt the vehicle so he could gather fuel. After laboring for over 2 hours, they successfully emptied the station of its gasoline and diesel. At noon, they enjoyed a meal prepared by Yang Yike, who sought Ed some vegetables that Zhang Sen had casually retrieved from his space. After a simple lunch, the group continued their journey. With the RV at their disposal, there was no longer a need to seek out shelters for the night. The vehicle contained 2 bedrooms, one for Zhang Sen and another shared by Yang Yike and Maya, while Lu Hao made do with a sleeping mat, finding it more comfortable and warmer than sleeping outside, without the need to stoke a fire in the middle of the night. Everyone felt quite content. In the ensuing days, they spent their nights on the mountain, cooking meals over a campfire. During this time, Satan and the demon child were also busy, venturing out nightly to hunt. Zhang Sen released the Bido and thorn vines to seek out strange beasts, but regrettably, the results were minimal. One evening, after dinner, Zhang Sen released the white fox. This creature had been drinking from the spatial spring daily and had visibly grown stronger. Boss, is this fox also your pet? Lu Hao inquired. It was picked up not long ago. Does it possess any abilities? Still uncertain, the awakening of abilities in species is quite rare at this stage. We shall see if it awakens later. Lu Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing his eagerness to awaken his own abilities, Zhang Sen asked, have you noticed any increase in your strength lately? Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Indeed, I feel much stronger and I've been eating more than before. Zhang Sen smiled and turned to Yang Yike. What about you? Yang Yike pondered for a moment. I think I feel the same. Suddenly, Lu Hao recalled something. Oh right. Maya is also like this. I found it strange before. How could such a small girl be so strong? Zhang Sen chuckled. In a few days, when we reach Lang City, I'll help you awaken your abilities. Really? The 3 of them rejoiced. Then, what abilities will we awaken? Zhang Sen contemplated. It's hard to say, but most likely, they will be related to physical prowess. Yang Yike became intrigued. Physical prowess? Is it that extraordinary ability that enhances physical prowess and combat skills? Zhang Sen nodded. The 3 of them were ecstatic. At last, they would become formidable. They would finally be able to assist Zhang Sen, unlike now when they had to hide behind him in times of danger, relying solely on his protection. At that moment, the cries of Satan and the demon boy echoed from a distance. Zhang Sen's brow furrowed. It seemed they were facing considerable peril. Howsy, come with me. The 2 of you wait in the car. With that, Zhang Sen and Lu Hao dashed out. Yang Yike, with a worried expression, remarked, it appears that Brother Sen is in a precarious situation. Shouldn't we go take a look? We must not venture there. We are far too weak. Going would only trouble Brother. We must heed his command and wait for him in the vehicle. You're right. I was too hasty. Upon arriving, Zhang Sen witnessed the demon boy and Satan flanking a colossal python. The serpent, as thick as a water barrel and stretching over 10 meters, was glaring menacingly at them. The python had undergone a transformation some time ago, rendering its original form unrecognizable, making it impossible to identify its species. A substantial portion of flesh on Satan's back was charred and bloody, while the demon boy fared slightly better, being a fire-type creature and thus resistant to flames. Nonetheless, the python's immense size posed a challenge beyond its capability. As for the Bido and thorn vines, they lay incapacitated on the ground, feigning death. As they were merely at level 3 and faced their nemesis, a fire-type beast, Lu Hao was utterly stunned. Wow, that python is enormous. The serpent, noticing the arrival of 2 more individuals, became even more enraged. It raised its head and opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Zhang Sen and Lu Hao. Lu Hao, dazed, could only think, wow, a fire-breathing dragon. Zhang Sen swiftly yanked Lu Hao down, evading the onslaught. A level 4 fire-type beast. At this moment, a level 4 fire-type creature had emerged. Zhang Sen's heart raced. If he could tame this giant python, his army of extraordinary beasts would surely gain a powerful ally. However, given that snakes are cold-blooded creatures, he was uncertain if he could succeed in taming it and could only attempt to do so. With a slight mental shift, he attempted to draw the giant python into his space. That was his domain. With a mere thought, he could obliterate the serpent. Yet, despite his repeated efforts, the python remained steadfast in its position. How could this be? Wasn't it relatively easy for Zhang Hong, the demon boy, and Gao Zhang to bring creatures into their space? Why was it not feasible with this python? Soon, Zhang Sen realized that the creatures he had successfully captured shared certain common traits. They were either low in intelligence and weak, like wild chickens and rabbits, or they were fiercely loyal, like Satan, or they were presently extremely weakened, such as Zhang Hong and the newly transformed demon boy. It seemed there were limitations on capturing living beings. For instance, he could not capture creatures of considerable strength. With this understanding, Zhang Sen ceased to expend his mental energy. Satan, demon boy, return. The dog and the leopard obediently returned to Zhang Sen's side. Zhang Sen gathered them into the space, retrieving a fierce vine and thorn from the ground. With a grand gesture, a water bucket materialized upon the clearing, filled to the brim with spring water. A warm smile adorned Zhang Sen's face as he beckoned the great python. Come, drink some water. This elixir will leave you yearning for more. The colossal serpent regarded Zhang Sen with caution, yet it found itself irresistibly drawn to the enticing spring water before it. The aroma was exquisite. Never had it encountered water so fragrant. Despite the newfound wisdom bestowed upon it by the transformation, the great python ultimately succumbed to its instincts, lowering its massive head into the bucket. Moments later, not a single drop remained. Would you care for more? Zhang Sen inquired. The python stirred. Using its tail to draw the empty bucket toward Zhang Senator with a cheerful grin, he filled another bucket, which the python eagerly coiled away to continue its refreshing drink. Lu Hao, witnessing this extraordinary scene, stood in astonishment. Had he truly not misjudged? Was his boss conversing with a giant python? In no time, the second bucket was emptied as well. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette, squatting down to say, Great Python, having consumed 2 buckets of my water. Shall we engage in conversation now? Chapter 105. The extraordinary powers of ice cream. The giant python blinked its eyes, seemingly urging him to continue. Zhang Sen chuckled and suggested, Why not follow me from now on? My place is quite warm. You would surely find it comfortable, unlike here where it is freezing, making hibernation impossible for you. The python regarded Zhang Sen with a disdainful gaze. Foolish human, you wish for me, a great serpent, to accompany you? Were it not for the 2 buckets of water you provided, I would have roasted you and devoured you whole by now. It exhaled a puff of air from its nostrils and slithered into the dense forest. Alas, the negotiation has failed. Zhang Sen discarded the cigarette butt, retrieved the water barrel into his space, and stood up. Let us head back. Lu Hao followed Zhang Sen towards the camper. Boss, you are incredibly impressive. You can even communicate with snakes. After their mutation, extraordinary beasts experience an increase in intelligence. They can comprehend speech and respond with simple nods or shakes. Both Satan and the demon child can do so. So, you intend to tame this giant python, akin to Satan and the demon child, keeping it in your space? Indeed. A python of such formidable strength at this juncture holds limitless potential for the future. If I can tame it, I would have struck gold. And if you cannot tame it? If that is the case, I shall slay it and procure its crystal. Upon returning to the camper, Zhang Sen briefly elucidated the situation and informed everyone that they would remain in the mountains for a few more days. The others had no objections, indifferent to their destination. Subsequently, Zhang Sen entered his space to check on Satan and the demon child. Their injuries were merely superficial, not severe. Both had undergone significant transformations, and soaking in a barrel would now be rather uncomfortable. Hence, Zhang Sen excavated a large pit, filled it with spring water, and allowed them to soak there for the night. He then tossed the Bido and thorn vine into a designated spring water pool for their recuperation. These unfortunate creatures had narrowly escaped being scorched by the python. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Sen returned to the camper and fell asleep. The following morning, he checked on them in the space. Their wounds had healed significantly due to their mutated physiology and the spring water's dual effects. However, Zhang Sen kept them inside for an additional 2 days. After all, there was still a giant python in the mountains. Should they encounter it again, it would merely serve as an offering. After breakfast, Zhang Sen sat by the campfire with ice cream in hand, watching the other 3 train. Recently, ice cream's condition seemed somewhat unusual. Its body temperature was slightly elevated, and it appeared rather lethargic, reminiscent of Satan's state before awakening its lightning powers. Zhang Sen understood that ice cream was on the verge of awakening its extraordinary abilities. He eagerly anticipated whether ice cream could surprise him. To encourage a closer bond, he resolved to sleep with it every night henceforth. Before long, he heard a rustling sound and immediately became alert. Everyone, come here. Upon hearing this, the 3 quickly returned to Zhang Sen's side. Moments later, a black giant python emerged before them. Yang Yike and Miu were startled, covering their mouths, while ice cream trembled in Zhang Sen's embrace. Unaware of the giant python's malice, Zhang Sen gently caressed Ice Cream, reassuring her, "Do not fear, it will not harm you." The python, feeling ignored by Zhang Sen, grew impatient and flicked its tongue, hissing twice. Zhang Sen chuckled, "Would you like some water?" The python nodded. Zhang Sen placed Ice Cream in his arms and took a few steps forward, releasing a bucket of spring water. "Drink up." Without hesitation. The python lowered its head and drank voraciously. Soon, the bucket was empty and Zhang Sen offered another. After finishing the second bucket, he inquired, "So, what do you think? Would you like to follow me? You will have this water every day." The python scoffed and turned to leave. TSK, truly a cold-blooded creature. The next day, the python returned, this time bringing a wild boar. After Zhang Sen had filled its thirst with 2 buckets of water, he remarked, "In the future, refrain from bringing gifts. Tomorrow, there will only be 1 bucket." The python, displeased, spat a fireball at his feet. "Foolish human, do you believe this old snake cannot incinerate you?" Zhang Sen chuckled. "I truly cannot, for I must care for so many others. How could I afford to give you so much water for free? I have no need for this wild boar, take it back." The python snorted disdainfully and turned away, leaving the boar behind. On the 3rd day, upon realizing there was indeed only 1 bucket, the python, frustrated, struck a tree with its tail, nearly hitting Zhang Senator. Infuriated, Zhang Sen shouted, "You wretched creature! If you dare to act recklessly again, you shall have not a drop of water." The python angrily departed. On the 4th day, there was still only 1 bucket. But the python no longer dared to show anger. It obediently brought another wild boar. After drinking, it left without further ado. Zhang Sen, too, had lost interest in engaging with it. He was increasingly worried about Ice Cream, who had remained in her pre-awakening state for several days and was growing more listless. Although Satan had also been lethargic for a few days, the difference in their conditions was stark. And Satan's last day of lethargy was not as severe as Ice Cream's first. Zhang Sen felt both concern and excitement. His concern stemmed from the fear that Ice Cream might not survive. After nurturing her for so long, he had developed some affection. His excitement arose from the belief that Ice Cream's extraordinary awakening process signified that her latent abilities were remarkable. "All right, I shall grant you 1 final day. If you do not awaken, I will make you take a spring water bath." The next day, Zhang Sen was roused by a commotion. Wake up! Wake up! You are going to starve me. Hurry and give me dried fish. I want dried fish." Upon opening his eyes, he saw Ice Cream tugging at his blanket. He was momentarily dazed, then suddenly realized what was happening and sat up abruptly. "Ice Cream, have you awakened your powers?" "What powers?" "Quickly, bring me the dried fish." Zhang Sen was stunned for half a minute, taken aback by the sweet, childish voice. "What are you dawdling for? If you do not get up soon, I will truly starve to death." After speaking, Ice Cream reclined backward, its 4 legs in the air. "Zhang Sen, so your superpower allows others to hear your innermost thoughts? If you consider that a superpower, then so be it." Zhang Sen sighed, cursing under his breath, feeling that his prolonged anticipation had only led to a chatterbox. "Little fish. Little fish. Stop the noise, I shall fetch you some right away." "Where will you go to get it?" "Your space? Take me along." "Are you certain?" "Of course, I wish to see how the foolish creature is faring. After all, it is a distant relative." Zhang Sen, very well. It is an opportune moment to explore the nature of its powers and perhaps replicate them. With a mere shift of thought, Zhang Sen embraced Ice Cream and transported them to the space. Satan immediately rushed over, calling out a couple of times. Before Zhang Sen could utter a word, Ice Cream declared, "The first glutton says it is hungry." Chapter 106, Taming the Giant Python. At this moment, the mischievous child approached. Ice Cream remarked, "The second glutton is hungry as well. Indeed, they are all gluttons." The mischievous child pressed a paw down on Ice Cream. Ice Cream shrieked, "Release me. If this foolish dog dares to harm me, I shall ensure that my master never feeds you again." Embarrassed, the mischievous child withdrew its paw. Zhang Sen was utterly bewildered. "You can communicate with them?" Ice Cream elegantly strutted before the Bido, stating, "Of course, I can converse with all living beings in this world, provided I desire to. Humans can too, but you are far too cunning and might subject me to research, hence I only converse with you and my sister Malt." Ice Cream meowed twice at Bido, then turned to glance at Zhang Sen. "Master, these 2 ladies mentioned that while this place is pleasant, it lacks the essence of the sun and moon. They wish to step outside for a while. Perhaps later." Zhang Sen remained in a state of confusion as he watched Ice Cream traverse his space with the poise of a leader, ultimately approaching the white fox. "Oh, there is still a little waste here, who has yet to awaken their powers," Zhang Sen thought. Such a sharp tongue. After a brief exploration, Ice Cream discovered the 2 ability display screens. "So, I possess psychic abilities," she mused. Only then did Zhang Sen remember to check the ability display screen. Ice Cream's name had already been added. Ragdoll Cat. Psychic ability, ability level, 1st tier. However, there was no change on his own ability display screen. Why haven't I copied your abilities? Ice Cream meowed twice, then approached Zhang Sen, gazing up at him. Give me some fish treats, and I shall tell you. Zhang Sen fetched a box of fish treats, seated himself cross-legged on the grass, and with a wave of his hand prepared food for Satan and the mischievous child, before feeding Ice Cream several fish treats. Can we speak now? Because my abilities are rare, you cannot replicate them. Your space can only assist you in copying ordinary abilities, such as those of wood, metal, water, fire, and earth. How do you know this? The space told me. Zhang Sen was astonished. You can communicate with the space? It possesses psychic energy. Thus, I can certainly converse with it. What else did it say to you? It urged you to hasten the enhancement of your psychic energy. Your current spatial abilities are far too weak. Zhang Sen responded. Then ask it how I might replicate rare abilities. You cannot replicate them. So abandon that notion. Damn it. Having too many replicated abilities does not yield significant benefits. Rare abilities consume far greater psychic energy than ordinary ones. If you possessed a rare ability, it could be fatal. The life-preserving Zhang Sen said, Very well, I shall not replicate them. That is more prudent. Your space is quite capable. In the future, when you encounter a rare ability user, simply recruit them to assist you. Having them as allies is far more secure. Who knows if others might betray you? Rest assured, those whom the space acknowledges will never betray you. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that the space can discern the loyalty of outsiders towards me? Indeed, if you wish to recruit someone as your subordinate, simply bring them in. If their abilities do not manifest, it signifies their untrustworthiness. Conversely, if they do reveal their powers, it indicates that they are of good character and will grow increasingly loyal to you under the potent influence of the space. You need not hesitate to command them. Zhang Sen's heart surged with joy. It turned out that the space possessed the ability to identify loyalty and treachery. Henceforth, he had no fear of betrayal. Those endorsed by the space would remain, while those deemed unworthy would face immediate annihilation. Simply perfect. After satiating himself with ice cream, Zhang Sen ventured out, intending to engage in a serious discussion with the enormous python outside. Upon witnessing the ice cream regain its liveliness, Maya finally felt at ease. She embraced the ice cream, showering it with affection. Oh dear, be gentle. Maya paused, staring blankly at Zhang Senator brother. I think I just heard the ice cream speak. Zhang Sen chuckled. This was Maya's unique ability, to communicate across species. Ecstatic, Maya exclaimed, ice cream. You are simply marvelous. Young Nike hurriedly inquired, what about me? Can I speak with Maya? Maya felt a bit embarrassed and replied. It says its powers are currently too weak to converse with anyone other than me and brother. Yang Yike felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly accepted the rationale. It was only natural that a pet would converse with its owner. However, this was actually an instruction from Zhang Sen to the ice cream. He was concerned that the loquacious ice cream might inadvertently attract unwanted attention. If it were captured, the loss would be significant. After breakfast, the enormous python indeed returned, this time bringing along several wild chickens. Zhang Sen presented it with a bucket of spring water, stating, Great Python, I shall depart tomorrow. The python lifted its head mid-drink, its gaze reflecting a hint of sorrow. Zhang Sen gently patted the ice cream's head and asked, Ice cream, could you inquire why it is reluctant to accompany me? The ice cream leaped down, approached the python, then turned back to Zhang Senator. It conveyed that it was too large, and his dwelling would surely be cramped, making movement inconvenient. Furthermore, it consumed a considerable amount of food, and following him would lead to starvation. Have you not visited my space? Please describe the environment to it. The ice cream communicated telepathically with the python for some time, then returned to Zhang Sen's side, stating that it wished to see his space. If it truly proved satisfactory, it would agree to join him. Let us go at once. Ice cream, instruct it not to resist my mental influence, so I can bring it in. Before long, the ice cream successfully established communication with the python. Zhang Sen approached the python, raised his hand to stroke its head, and with a subtle shift of thought, the trio, one man, one serpent, and one cat, entered the space. Only the three individuals, now somewhat numbed, remained beside the caravan, tossing sweet potatoes into the fire. Let them roast for now. The owner mentioned that his space can preserve freshness. Within the space, Zhang Sen held the ice cream, watching the python frolic in the mountains, knowing that his endeavor had succeeded. Moments later, the giant python returned to Zhang Sen's side. Hissing, it conveyed that this place was delightful and warm, and it wished to remain. Inform it that I do not intend to provide it with a life of leisure when the time comes for my need. It must be prepared to fight, and it must seek its own sustenance when hunger strikes. Furthermore, it is forbidden to harm any living creature here. Most importantly, it must heed my commands, and mine alone. It responded with assurance, stating that from henceforth, I would be its sole master. Zhang Sen nodded, recalling an animated series from his childhood, and decided to name it Orochimaru. The python cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking that as long as he was pleased, it was sufficient. Unperturbed by its scornful gaze, Zhang Sen cheerfully used his thoughts to excavate a pit in a hollowed area, channeling a pool of spring water into it. This is a gift for our meeting. Enjoy yourself. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru promptly slithered into the spring, initially writhing in discomfort, wishing to rise. However, it soon closed its eyes, its enormous form sinking into the water. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen remained oblivious, engrossed in the new alterations displayed on the ability screen, grinning foolishly. Python, Fire Element Ability. Ability Level, 4th Tier, Chapter 107. Hunting extraordinary flora and fauna. Having successfully subdued Orochimaru, there was no longer any reason to linger in that place. The group continued their journey towards Lang City. Initially, they had merely intended to capture a Wolf King, but unexpectedly, they had first acquired a Snake King. With the addition of the rare ability of ice cream and the newfound functionalities of their space, Zhang Sen was in high spirits. He retrieved an array of exquisite seafood, previously obtained at no cost, along with a selection of fine fruits for everyone to enjoy. Since revealing the secret of the space to his companions, he could now legitimately produce many items. This proved immensely beneficial for Lu Hao and the others, as their meals had significantly improved compared to before. Not only were they indulging in various top-tier seafood, but they could also savor fresh fruits and vegetables during this season, something unimaginable just days prior. Nevertheless, they were not insatiable. They were aware of the lurking dangers. After a single seafood feast, they refrained from burdening Zhang Sen with further expenses. Such items were consumables, best enjoyed occasionally, and it was wise to reserve some for the future. Subsequently, Lu Hao began guiding the others in making dumplings and buns. Since discovering that Zhang Sen's space could preserve food, they preferred to prepare in larger quantities, storing the surplus in the space for convenient access when cooking became inconvenient. Although Zhang Sen was not particularly skilled in culinary arts and had little desire to learn, he chose to drive while leaving the battlefield to the other three. As night fell, Zhang Sen casually found a mountain to rest for the night, then entered the space to check on Orochimaru's adaptation. Upon entering, he was startled by the sight of Orochimaru, whose serpentine body had noticeably increased in size. Observing the spring in the pit, now almost depleted, he suddenly had an epiphany and waved his hand to summon the ability display screen. Python, Fire Element Ability, Level 5, Physical Ability, Level 1. Goodness, it advanced so quickly? Ice Cream remarked that it was uncertain why. It had jumped into the water that morning and fainted from pain, only to awaken with newfound powers and a sturdier physique. Zhang Sen speculated that this foolish snake had likely consumed a significant number of extraordinary beasts, reaching a critical point for advancement. And the spring water had given it the final push it needed to successfully evolve. As for the physical ability, that was a result of the spring water's influence. With the beasts accompanying him, unless they possessed inherent physical abilities, it seemed that all others would eventually develop dual abilities. With that thought, Zhang Sen smiled and patted Ice Cream's head. Tell it this is a gift from me. Afterward, Zhang Sen led all the extraordinary beasts and plants out of the space to hunt in the mountains. Sitting by the campfire with Ice Cream in his arms, he asked, Ice Cream, would you like to awaken a physical ability as well? You've been drinking that spring water for quite some time. Your body is ready. I absolutely do not want that. Not for all the treasures in the world. Why not? Isn't having an additional ability a good thing? No, it hurts too much. You old fool, don't try to deceive me. I refuse to engage in combat. My mental ability is formidable enough, killing without shedding blood. Besides, I do not wish to grow any larger. I would look utterly foolish. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, realizing that if the ice cream were any larger, it would appear rather peculiar when he carried it outside. Thus, he relinquished the notion of transforming the ice cream into a dual-type exotic beast. After all, as it had been stated, if one were to master psychic abilities, they could effortlessly overpower their adversaries with sheer mental force, rivaling the lethality of any other power. In the subsequent days, life settled into a monotonous rhythm for the group. Each day, Zhang Sen drove with the ice cream, while the other three tirelessly prepared various culinary delights. In the evenings, they would casually seek out a mountain to spend the night. All the exotic beasts and plants within their space were released to hunt and search for additional specimens. Satan and the demon child were getting along quite well with Orochimaru. The trio of beasts managed to capture several ordinary wild animals, which Zhang Sen and his companions had little desire to consume, so they decided to keep them as provisions. As they journeyed halfway, they arrived at a grand mountain, larger and more primal than any they had encountered before, with scarcely any signs of human activity. Upon arrival, Zhang Sen had an instinctive feeling that they would find something of value there. Sure enough, After releasing the Bido and Thorn Vine for merely half an hour, they returned. And through the ice cream's translation, Zhang Sen learned that they had discovered exotic plants. Excitedly, he brought Lu Hao along. The two, accompanied by the cat, arrived at a camphor tree. "This is a second-tier camphor tree," said the ice cream. "Bido, Thorn Vine, can you not kill it?" "We can. But it will take a considerable amount of time. They can locate the root harboring the crystal, but you will need to dig it out and sever it." "Very well. How many exotic plants are there in this area?" "About a dozen, but rest assured, they possess no lethality. They merely grow larger after their transformation." "A dozen?" This could allow the wood-type abilities to surge to the fourth tier. Zhang Sen promptly instructed Lu how to summon Yang Yike and Maya to assist. Subsequently, he retrieved a collection of shovels and gloves from the space and began his work. After breaking the ice on the ground, the thorn vine aided him in loosening the soil, and he commenced digging for the roots. Moments later, Lu Hao arrived with Yang Yike and Maya. Zhang Sen briefly explained the task at hand and directed Bido to assist them. Although the crystals were hidden in the roots, they were not buried deeply. And with the thorn vine's help in loosening the soil, Zhang Sen located the root concealing the crystal in just a few minutes. Despite having access to a chainsaw and generator in their space, Zhang Sen, possessing great strength, opted for a more primal method, wielding an axe to sever the root in just a few strokes. A few minutes later, a small, round ball of wood-colored crystal appeared in Zhang Sen's hand. This was the first time he had encountered a crystal since his rebirth. He gazed at it intently before carefully storing it in his space. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, with the assistance of Bido, also unearthed the root containing the crystal. Zhang Sen approached and swiftly severed the root with 3 precise strikes, extracting the crystal. Yang Yai gazed at Zhang Sen with eyes full of admiration, realizing for the first time how misguided she had been in her past choices. Having been swayed by the likes of Tu Sai, what had she truly missed? Zhang Sen briefly displayed the crystals to the 3 individuals before storing them away in his spatial dimension. Subsequently, they resumed their collaborative efforts in excavating the crystals, laboring until the late hours of the night when they finally completed the harvest of all the extraordinary crystals in that area. During their endeavor to unearth the tree roots, Bido and Ci Tung discovered several more rare plants, yet they were merely ginseng and spiritual mushrooms. Zhang Sen chose not to extract their crystals, intending instead to cultivate these highly nutritious herbs within his spatial realm for future use. On the journey back, Zhang Sen remained invigorated, while the other 3 visibly struggled. Their pace considerably slowed. Observing their fragile state, he resolved to expedite their awakening of supernatural abilities. After all, even a first-tier physical enhancer could prove immensely helpful. Upon returning to the caravan, they were all astonished by the sight before them. A leopard and a python lounged beside the campfire, while a dog busily added wood to the flames. Despite their prolonged absence, the fire burned bright, and the nearby woodpile had significantly diminished, evidently due to the efforts of the magical beasts. The 3 creatures glanced up at Zhang Sen, their eyes sparkling with excitement, before promptly gathering around him. The ice cream machine translated, they claimed that all of this was captured by them. This pile consists of ordinary prey, while this one contains exotic beasts, all still alive. Chapter 108. Malt delivers to the safe house. The creatures they hunted were all low-tier anomalous beasts, and Zhang Sen already possessed the corresponding abilities, rendering it unnecessary to retain them. He instructed Lu how to extract all the crystals from these beasts. There were 7 first-tier, 10 second-tier, and 3 third-tier wood-type crystals, 8 first-tier and 3 second-tier flesh-type crystals, and 1 second-tier lightning-type crystal. Zhang Sen cradled these crystals with joy blooming within him. These ordinary prey would be stored as provisions for the anomalous beasts in his space, while 2 wild boars among the deceased beasts were reserved for his own consumption, as the flesh of anomalous beasts could indeed enhance his abilities. The smaller and less palatable anomalous creatures would serve as sustenance for Satan and the others, as they consumed anything without discrimination. Once arrangements were made, Zhang Sen embraced an ice cream cone and entered his space. He first selected a few wood-type crystals, intending to consume them directly, only to provoke a startled outcry from the ice cream. "What are you doing? Eating them raw?" Zhang Sen was taken aback. "What else can I do? Is there any other way to eat them?" "Relax, eating them raw won't kill you," the ice cream sighed. "But you can only absorb 50 of the energy this way, and the excess will accumulate in your body. Over time, it will make you feel uncomfortable. When you have a headache later, don't blame me for not warning you." Zhang Sen then recalled that many high-tier ability users in his past life indeed suffered from headaches to varying degrees. It was only after the military developed a crystal energy nutrient that this issue improved. "How should I eat them, then? Don't you have spring water? Soak the crystals in it. Once they dissolve, you can consume them. This way, there will be no side effects, and you'll absorb 100 of the energy." "How do you know that?" "Your space informed me." Zhang Sen's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the ice cream had stopped him. Had he continued to consume them raw, he would have faced considerable discomfort later on. He hurriedly inquired, what else did the space say? It mentioned that to elevate your wood-type ability to the 4th tier, you now need 3 2nd-tier and 3 3rd-tier wood-type crystals. To advance your flesh-type ability to the 3rd tier, you require 2 2nd-tier and 1 3rd-tier flesh-type crystal. For now, refrain from advancing further. There aren't enough crystals, and consuming them would be futile. Alright, I shall focus on these 2 types for now. What about Satan and the others? The remaining crystals are only sufficient to elevate one beast to the 2nd tier of the flesh type. You may choose whom to assist. Without hesitation, Zhang Sen chose Satan, as it was the fool that had been with him the longest and would always have priority. Subsequently, Zhang Sen soaked 2 cups of crystals and drank them in one go. A wave of refreshment washed over him as an unceasing flow of power surged into his body. The ability display screen underwent a transformation. Zhang Sen, spatial ability, 2nd tier, wood type ability, 4th tier, flesh type ability, 3rd tier, fire type ability, 2nd tier, lightning type ability, 1st tier, indeed. He had ascended. He tested his current abilities, finding that the number of strangling vines and willow branches emerging from his palm had doubled, now reaching a total of 20. Their thickness could be altered at will, and the distance they could be shot had also increased, from approximately 10 meters to an impressive 20 meters. The enhancement of his flesh-based abilities was even more pronounced. He could now leap 5 to 6 meters, and his horizontal jumps had extended significantly. His strength had also seen considerable improvement, enabling him to shatter a stone with a diameter of half a meter with a single punch. The resilience of his skin and bones had notably increased, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective against him. Zhang Sen felt immense satisfaction with this enhancement. Feeling somewhat dejected, he rewarded himself with a few small fish snacks. His gaze then shifted to the ginseng and spiritual mushrooms yet to be planted, accompanied by the cheerful clucking of the chickens raised by Maya. It was time to invite Maya into his space for some fun. Upon returning to his RV, he was greeted by a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Maya standing there with her backpack in tow. "Brother, you're still awake?" she asked. "Not yet. I was just about to check if you were asleep. Do you need something?" With a sweet smile, Maya replied, "I want to give you a birthday gift." Zhang Sen ushered her into the room, pondering how long it had been since she had thought of giving him a gift. "I wanted to give it to you on your birthday, but something happened, and I've been too busy these days. I could hardly contain my excitement." Zhang Sen ruffled her hair. "All right, let us see what you've prepared for me." With an air of mystery, Maya opened her backpack and produced a folder containing several uniquely shaped keys, a stack of blueprints, and a map. "What is this?" he inquired. "A house for you," she declared. "A house?" "Yes, it's one my father built in G-City. He said living there would be very safe." Zhang Sen examined the blueprints, his eyes widening in astonishment. "This is a safe house?" Maya nodded. "My father spent several $100 million constructing it." Her expression turned somber as she continued. "Before the apocalypse, my father promised that once we arrived there, we would be able to live comfortably. But now, we can't go, having spent considerable time together." Zhang Sen understood Maya's sincerity and dependence on him. He had long regarded her as a sister. Seeing her distressed, he gently patted her head. "Maya, let us not dwell on unhappy things anymore. How about I take you to a fun place?" "Okay, then close your eyes." Obediently, Maya complied. In the next moment, she felt a warmth enveloping her. "Maya, you can open your eyes now." As she did, an expansive meadow dotted with lush trees greeted her, the air infused with the scent of fresh grass. "Brother, where is this?" "This is my space. You are the first living person to enter aside from me. Do you like it?" With a vigorous nod, Maya exclaimed, "I love it. Since you've given me your house, I'll give you mine in return. As long as I'm alive, you can come here to play whenever you wish. In that vast expanse of fertile black soil, one can cultivate their favorite vegetables. There are also some wild chickens and rabbits, along with the little chicks you tend to. For now, they must remain in the space until we return home, at which point they can be brought out. During this time, you may secretly visit my room each night, and I shall take you to play in the space." "How wonderful. Thank you, brother." Zhang Sen smiled and said, "You go feed your chicks first. I will plant the ginseng and reishi mushrooms I harvested today." "All right." Upon hearing this, Maya promptly went to feed the chickens. Zhang Sen, meanwhile, planted the ginseng and reishi mushrooms, both of which were second-tier exotic plants. And as soon as they were planted, they appeared on the ability display screen. After both had completed their tasks, they returned to Zhang Sen's room. Before leaving, Maya asked, "Brother, should I keep my entry into your space a secret from Sister Cuckoo and Brother Lu Hao?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's not mention it for now. Enjoy yourself for a few days, and I will take them in later." "All right." Maya felt even happier. Indeed, her brother trusted her the most. That night, Maya took some ice cream with her because Zhang Sen intended to study the safety house built by her father. The more he examined it, the more excited he became. It was truly a safety house constructed by a wealthy individual, capable of withstanding even a small nuclear attack. It was amusing to recall that the reason behind her father building the safety house was merely a competition within their affluent circle. However, such a remarkable safety house had turned out to be a boon for him. Grateful for the rivalry among the magnates, Zhang Sen silently vowed that as long as he lived, he would protect Maya. From this day forth, she would be regarded as his beloved sister. Chapter 109. The awakening of abilities. The mountain loomed large, and true to his character, Zhang Sen was not one to leave without fully exploiting the potential of the place. He lingered here for several days with his companions until the creatures and plants he had encountered assured him, with utmost certainty, that there were no more exotic beasts or plants to be found. Only then did he lead the group away. During their stay, Zhang Sen's lightning abilities ascended to the second tier, bolstered by the enhanced mental fortitude gained through the upgrading of his powers. His spatial abilities, however, remained at the second tier, though he sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, tantalizingly close to the threshold of the third tier. The exotic beasts and plants in his spatial realm had also progressed, aided by the crystals, with the abilities of Bido and Thorn Vine reaching the fourth tier. Meanwhile, Satan, the demon child, and Orochimaru's physical abilities also advanced to the second tier. Yet, Zhang Sen found himself dissatisfied. Recently, Satan and the demon child had enjoyed a rather comfortable existence, lacking the means to communicate effectively with them about utilizing their mental prowess for advancement. Their fire and lightning abilities remained stagnant at the first tier, leaving them vulnerable, particularly against the fourth tier Orochimaru. Fortunately, with the arrival of Ice Cream, their loquacious companion, the issue was readily resolved. Thus, while en route to Lang City, both Satan's lightning abilities and the demon child's fire abilities broke through to the second tier. Their physiques also experienced considerable growth, now towering at the height of adult horses. Zhang Sen envisioned a future where they could serve as his mounts, galloping into battle upon leopards or Tibetan mastiffs, undoubtedly a striking sight. Lang City, unlike the desolate wilderness, was home to numerous survivors and military factions. Moreover, as Gao Zheng had mentioned, there were still some exotic beasts present. Individually, these beasts did not pose a threat, but a pack of them could indeed be quite formidable. It was imperative to enhance the combat capabilities of Lu Hao and the others. Strength in numbers would facilitate the collection of crystals, and it was time they confronted the brutal realities of this upgraded apocalyptic world. Thus, on the eve of their entry into Lang City, Zhang Sen gathered everyone into his spatial realm. He had discreetly concealed the area designated for storing supplies, not out of distrust, but rather concerned that witnessing the vast reserves might lead to extravagance in the future. He also tucked away the display of abilities, as he chose to keep his multiple powers a secret, his trump card. Upon entering the space, Lu Hao and Yang Yike were astonished by the warm atmosphere and fresh air, feeling as though they had stepped into paradise. In the days prior, Mia had already sown seeds in the fertile black soil. Zhang Sen refrained from using his powers to hasten the growth of crops, as the natural soil quality significantly shortened their growth cycles. It was better to allow Mia to engage with them. Zhang Sen picked a few apples, distributing one to each companion. As they munched on the fruit, he said, "Now that we are all allies, there is no need for secrecy. Today, I have brought you here to help you awaken your abilities." Upon hearing this, the three immediately became excited. Zhang Sen continued, "However, I must caution you that a portion of this process may be quite painful, so prepare yourselves mentally." After speaking, he gazed at Mia. "Mia, you are still young. You might not be able to endure such pain. Are you certain you want to proceed?" Zhang Sen had previously discussed this matter with her, believing that a young girl like Mia would eventually possess extraordinary rare abilities, and thus, there was no need for her to awaken a physical power, especially since he had no intention of sending her into battle. However, Mia was resolute. She did not wish to be perpetually sheltered by her brother. She yearned to protect him as well. With unwavering determination, she nodded and declared, "Brother, I am not afraid of pain." Zhang Sen nodded, prepared 4 barrels of spring water. 2 were placed inside the container for the girls, while the other 2 were set aside for Lu Hao and Baihu. Baihu had been present for quite some time, merely indulging in food and drink without contributing in any meaningful way. Zhang Sen was unwilling to indulge him any longer. He too needed to awaken a physical power. "All right, remove all your clothing and immerse yourselves," he instructed. Yang Yike took Mia into the container, while Lu Hao unhesitatingly stripped down and entered the tub. The initial anxiety he felt dissipated the moment he encountered the spring water, a wave of refreshing relief enveloping him. "Boss, this isn't so painful after all. It feels rather pleasant," he began. But before he could finish, his face contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth. Indeed, it was quite painful. Yet, despite the torment, Lu Hao remained seated in the tub, showing no inclination to surrender. Soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Mia, Kiki, How are you two faring? Zhang Sen called out. Silence enveloped the container. To err on the side of caution, he had not locked the door. Approaching the entrance, he glanced inside to find both had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. It seemed everything was proceeding normally. He then returned to prepare for Bai Hu's awakening journey. The moment he lifted Bai Hu, Zhang Sen sensed something was amiss. Although Bai Hu appeared spirited, his body felt significantly warmer than before. Are you awakening your abilities? He inquired. I don't know, the fox replied. I just feel a bit sleepy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen decided to proceed, unceremoniously tossing Bai Hu into the spring water, hoping it might awaken two powers just as it had in the past. The following morning, while Zhang Sen was still in a deep slumber, he was awakened by the three of them calling out to him. He opened his eyes to see them smiling at him. Did we all succeed? He asked as he sat up. Yes, boss. The three of us have awakened abilities, and our strength has increased. Zhang Sen focused his thoughts, and an ability display screen materialized behind the three. Lu Hao, physical ability level, first tier. Yang Yike, physical ability level, first tier. Mia, physical ability level, first tier, excellent. They were all recognized by the space and were loyal to him. They could remain. Zhang Sen had initially resolved that if any of the three were not acknowledged by the space, he would show no mercy and would expunge them from his domain. Brother, why hasn't the white fox awakened yet? Hearing this, Zhang Sen remembered the extraordinary beast that was in the process of awakening. He approached to take a glance, and indeed found that the white fox showed no signs of stirring. He then picked up the ice cream and inquired, what is the matter with the white fox? I'm not sure. Anyway, it's not dead. It seems likely that it possesses more than one type of extraordinary ability, so there shouldn't be any major issues, came the reply. While Zhang Sen felt reassured, he also experienced a flicker of excitement, eagerly anticipating the awakening of an ability he currently lacked. He raised his hand to check his watch. It was already the morning of the second day. Realizing there was no need to linger in that space, he led everyone out and, after having breakfast, drove into Lang City. Given the multitude of factions present in Lang City, they opted not to take the RV, but rather the imposing black Hummer. Chapter 110. Entering Lang City. The current state of Lang City is even worse than that of Nanyang. Along their journey, the individuals they encountered appeared either as lifeless as walking corpses or armed and gathered together to commit brazen acts of robbery in the streets. Several groups even attempted to intercept Zhang Sen and his companions, but alas, their speed could not match that of the vehicle. However, upon reaching the city center, they were ultimately halted by a barricade. 7 or 8 burly men stood behind the obstruction, brandishing knives and greedily eyeing the vehicle before them. Although they could not afford such a car before the apocalypse, it mattered little. If they could seize it now, it would belong to them. To prevent any escape, several of them strategically positioned themselves, with 4 taking up positions behind the car, effectively encircling it. Lu Hao halted the vehicle and turned to Zhang Sen in the passenger seat, inquiring, Boss, what should we do now? Zhang Sen leisurely lit a cigarette. You and Kiki should go. It's a good opportunity to test your abilities. Upon hearing this, both individuals displayed expressions of excitement. Brother, what about me? I want to join as well. Given the sheer number of adversaries, it would be unwise for you to descend. Wait for a more opportune moment, when there are fewer foes. As Zhang Sen spoke, he retrieved weapons from his spatial storage for the two. Noticing Ma Ye's despondent demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy. Are you truly considering taking a life? Are you not afraid? Ma Ye's eyes brightened. Not afraid. Zhang Sen chuckled and handed her a military dagger from his storage. All right, I'll let you join, but you must stay by my side. If anyone approaches, you may act. If not, patiently await your next chance. Thus, the 4 exited the vehicle. Although the air outside was frigid, Zhang Sen, with his enhanced physical abilities as a third-tier corporeal being, had no concern of freezing his lungs while smoking in such harsh conditions. The leader of the group, seeing only 4 individuals emerge from the car, including a young beauty and a little girl, felt a surge of excitement. Wow, this woman is not bad at all. Just remember, after the boss is done, I'm next. What are you talking about, second or third? We should all go in together. Come on. With those slender arms and legs, how could she withstand us all? Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, the leader stepped forward a couple of paces and addressed the 2 men. If you wish to avoid death, you may leave now. The car and the woman will remain. Zhang Sen cast a sidelong glance at him, leaning against the front of the vehicle, and continued to smoke nonchalantly. Boss, we're going. Go ahead. The man in charge chuckled. It seems they still wish to resist. He then shouted, Brothers, let us charge. Kill the men without mercy, but leave the women. With a shared glance of understanding, Lu Hao and Yang Yike instinctively moved, one sprinting forward, the other retreating. A burly man, Grinning as he prepared to rush toward Yang Yike, called out to his companions, "Brothers, let me have some fun with this woman first." Before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body by the long sword in Yang Yike's hand, and it fell to the ground. I found myself staring at the severed head rolling on the ground, a chill coursing through my spine, prompting an immediate sense of urgency. Someone swiftly rallied the others, urging them to join the fray. In an instant, the remaining three surged forward, and Yang Yike's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Throughout this prolonged apocalypse, she had always been the one in need of protection. Today, however, she discovered her own formidable strength. These individuals, lacking formal training, had merely relied on their numbers and sheer tenacity to survive, and they were utterly defenseless against the trained and empowered Yang Yike. With the ease of slicing through vegetables, she swiftly dispatched the remaining three adversaries. Meanwhile, Lu Hao also dispatched his trio with remarkable efficiency, deliberately sparing one, compelling him to charge toward Zhang Sr. Lu Hao playfully winked at Maya, who responded with a slight smile, her demeanor transforming as an aura of lethal intent enveloped her. She advanced swiftly, using her petite stature to evade the descending blade, maneuvering behind him, and then leaping to deliver a fierce stab to his back. "Maya, you are incredible!" Lu Hao and Yang Yike cheered loudly. Maya beamed with joy, running to Zhang Sen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Sen understood her unspoken request, discarding his cigarette and affectionately ruffling her hair, executing the gesture with finesse. Elated by the praise, Maya hurried back to assist Lu Hao in clearing the obstacles, while Zhang Sen collected the 8 corpses they had vanquished, storing them in his space for Orochimaru's sustenance. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had an insatiable appetite. Failing to provide him with enough sustenance would make it increasingly difficult to maintain his well-being. Once everything was tidied up, the group resumed their journey. After another half-hour of travel, they passed through a villa district, prompting Zhang Sen to instruct Lu how to halt the vehicle. The area was sparsely populated, and Zhang Sen deemed it an ideal refuge. Seizing the opportunity while the surroundings were deserted, he stored the car in his space. The four then ventured on foot into the villa area. The outermost rows of villas were uninhabited, and Zhang Sen casually selected a relatively clean villa with minimal damage to its doors and windows, settling in with his companions. As it was still afternoon and dinner was some time away, Zhang Sen retrieved some firewood from his space along with several previously roasted sweet potatoes, allowing them to satisfy their hunger. After ensuring their comfort, he entered his space once more. Noticing that the white fox remained unresponsive, he did not linger and returned to the villa. By this time, a campfire had been kindled, and the three were animatedly discussing their combat experiences from the day. Engrossed in lively conversation, Zhang Sen chose not to join them, instead stepping outside to assess the situation in the villa district. After a thorough inspection, he discovered that only the central villa and a few surrounding ones still housed inhabitants. He did not approach closely but utilized his mental prowess to scan the area. Inside, there was a cacophony of voices, identifying themselves as members of the Tianlong sect, suggesting the presence of a small base. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Sen briefly relayed his findings to the others. "Brother, since there is a base here, should we consider relocating?" Maya inquired. Zhang Sen shook his head and said, "No need. You three have only just awakened your abilities. If they come seeking trouble, engaging in combat will be beneficial for you." In his possession was a collection of first-tier crystalline abilities related to flesh, which could easily elevate the trio to the second tier. However, he preferred not to make their ascension too effortless. Without combat experience, they might find themselves at a disadvantage against lower-tier, yet battle-hardened, ability users in the future. Since Zhang Sen had already devised a plan, they ought to follow it. Concerned about potential adversaries wielding firearms, Zhang Sen distributed a gun to each of them, stating, "This is merely for self-defense. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to use your blades for combat." The three accepted the firearms with gratitude. Subsequently, Zhang Sen placed Maya and Yang Yiku into the spatial realm, entrusting them with the care of crops and livestock, while Lu Hao busied himself with preparing dinner for the four of them. Now that they were all ability users, their appetites had significantly increased. The spatial realm still housed dozens of exotic beasts. After excluding those that were unpalatable and intended for their own beasts, there remained 7 or 8, including 6 wild boars and 2 deer. Zhang Sen decided to roast deer meat for dinner. As the time approached, Zhang Sen retrieved Maya and Yang Yiku from the spatial realm. The two had been thoroughly engaged in watering the crops and were initially reluctant to leave. However, upon catching a whiff of the delectable roasted deer meat, they were instantly overcome with hunger, promptly sitting down to indulge in the feast. The four of them, engrossed in their meal, scarcely spoke a word, consuming nearly half of the deer. Zhang Sen stored the remaining meat back in the spatial realm, intending to enjoy it the following day. He then prepared to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow with the group, but just then, A loud banging echoed from downstairs. Chapter 111. The Ice Fox. Listen up. We are from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Come out immediately. Open the door. If you don't, I shall force it open. At that moment, the doors swung open unexpectedly. The individual who had been shouting to break down the door froze for a moment upon seeing Yang Yike's fair and innocent visage, only to quickly replace their astonishment with broad smiles. Well, where did this little sister come from? With a frosty expression, Yang Yike retorted, if you wish to live, you'd better scram. Hey, what a fiery little pepper you are. How interesting. Come on, let us have some fun together. A sly smile curled her lips, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Are you certain about that? Absolutely. How would you like to play, little sister? I enjoy killing. I've dispatched 4 today and still hunger for more. Laughter erupted among the crowd at her words, as Yang Yike brandished her sword and stepped forward. Their expression shifted upon noticing the weapon in her hand. Goodness, this woman can't possibly be a ruthless character, can she? Even if she is merely a woman. With so many of us, we need not fear her. Precisely. Let her witness the might of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Capture this woman and present her to our leader. We shall surely be rewarded with ample resources. Indeed, let us all go together. They encircled Yang Yike, determined to seize her. Hey, you can't hog all the battle experience. Lu Hao emerged, wielding a knife. Wah, there's another one. At that moment, Zhang Sen, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached the door alongside Maya. Brother, can I join? She asked, looking up at Zhang Sr. Recalling her adeptness in combat earlier that day, he nodded. Go ahead, but be careful. Maya's face lit up with excitement as she dashed forward. I'm coming too. Sister Yike, Brother Lu Hao, let us each take 2. All right. Yang Yike and Lu Hao replied in unison. The opposing group, witnessing the trio's composure and even their light-hearted banter, felt a wave of trepidation. Were they truly oblivious or remarkably skilled? Would they end up biting off more than they could chew? Those with quick minds swiftly concluded that, given the uncertainty of the situation, retreating to summon reinforcements would be more prudent. It would be wiser to have their leader handle such a formidable individual. Apologies for the interruption. But we shall take our leave now. Maya tilted her head and smiled. No way. I've only killed 1 person today. I haven't accumulated enough battle experience yet. Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle at Maya's innocent yet chilling words. This girl was acting like a little maniac. Who could she have learned such behavior from? The opposing group found their composure unraveling at the sight of this little demon. How could such a seemingly innocent child exude such an aura of menace? How annoying. Why aren't they making a move? Should we strike first? Maya, evidently growing impatient, turned her gaze to Lu Hao and Yang Yike. They nodded in agreement. Let us make it swift. I want the 2 strongest. With that declaration, the 3 launched into action simultaneously, though none aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Clearly, they were merely seeking to hone their skills. Zhang Sen observed that Lien Mia's every move exhibited no significant flaws, allowing him to relax and enjoy the spectacle. With their presence, he felt assured that future encounters would be considerably easier. At least he wouldn't need to intervene with the minor adversaries. Although the trio intentionally held back to enhance their combat experience, the 6 opponents proved to be woefully inadequate. Merely 2 minutes later, 6 individuals lay defeated on the ground, 2 of whom still clung to life but were swiftly dispatched by the trio. The ice surface was stained crimson with blood, and upon scanning the surroundings with his mental prowess, Zhang Sen noted the area was deserted, prompting him to collect the bodies into his spatial realm for storage, intended for Orochimaru. As night fell, concerned that members of the Tianlong sect might seek retribution, Zhang Sen summoned Satan and the demon child. Satan's primary role was to shield against the wind, while the demon child was tasked with stoking the fire. The 4 did not separate, but crammed into a spacious master bedroom. Zhang Sen retrieved 3 cold-resistant tents from his space. Yang Yike and Mia shared one, while he and Lu Hao occupied another. The following day, while the trio prepared breakfast, Zhang Sen entered his spatial realm. As soon as he stepped inside, ice cream rushed over with exuberance. Good news. The little waste has finally awakened. At the mention of little waste, Zhang Sen paused momentarily, quickly recalling that it was the nickname ice cream had assigned to the white fox. The white fox was awake. He quickly teleported to its side, inspecting it closely. Noticing it had merely grown a bit without any other abnormalities, he felt relieved. He then summoned the display of abilities, and indeed, the white fox's information had been updated. White fox, ice elemental ability, level 1. Physical ability, level 1. What a delightful surprise. The white fox had awakened an ability that was uniquely different from his own. Zhang Sen gazed at the newly added ice elemental ability on his display, a broad smile spreading across his face. He immediately procured a wild chicken and a wild rabbit to nourish the white fox. Upon learning that the white fox also relished apples, He plucked several from his spatial realm to feed it. From now on, you shall be called Little Bai. Congratulations on officially joining the Zhang family army. Ice cream. Suppressing a torrent of sarcastic remarks, refrained from voicing its thoughts, wary of jeopardizing its future supply of fish snacks. After feeding Little Bai, Zhang Sen encouraged it to demonstrate its ice elemental ability. Little Bai hesitated for a moment before extending its paw into the basin of spring water, successfully freezing the water within. Zhang Sen was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that ice elemental abilities should allow for the condensation of water molecules into any desired shape and facilitate the manipulation of ice blocks. It appeared that Little Bai was still too weak. Testing his own ice elemental ability, Zhang Sen found that his mental strength far surpassed that of Little Bai, allowing him to shape the spring water into miniature forms effortlessly. Ice cream. What must I do to manipulate the ice layer outside? You need to advance to at least level 2. Very well. Zhang Sen resolved to elevate his ice elemental ability to level 2 as swiftly as possible in the coming days. Subsequently, he tossed several fish snacks to Ice Cream, instructing it to teach Little Bai how to enhance its abilities. Ice Cream eagerly accepted the task. Following this, Zhang Sen returned to the villa. The villa stood deserted, yet the sounds of a struggle resonated at the entrance. He stepped outside and beheld Lu Hao executing the last of his foes, while several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Maya turned back and spotted Zhang Sen at the door, rushing towards him. Brother, these individuals are from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They must have passed by this morning, noticed us, and sought to create trouble. Yang Yak approached as well, saying, Sengu, let us postpone collecting these bodies. Someone has likely returned to report, and they will probably send reinforcements shortly. Zhang Sen nodded. Come inside and let us partake in a meal. Anything will suffice. Thus, the four retreated indoors, where they feasted on hearty meat buns accompanied by bowls of congee, satiating their hunger. By the way, brother, how's the white fox? Has it awakened? Zhang Sen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it has awakened. What powers has it manifested? Ice and flesh abilities. Upon hearing this, the three were consumed with envy. Just as Zhang Sen was about to offer them some consolation, a resounding cadence of footsteps reached his ears. He refrained from alerting them, wishing to hone their perceptive skills. Before long, the others too detected the sound, and they all armed themselves and ventured out. Zhang Sen stepped into the courtyard, observing the formidable assembly of 50 or 60 individuals advancing toward them. A slight frown creasing his brow. There are ability users among them. Chapter 112. The abilities of the Celestial Dragon sect. At the forefront stood a towering figure, Feng Guang, a man exceeding 6 feet in height. Zhang Sen, employing his mental prowess, discerned that he was a second-tier ability user. Not bad. There happened to be a set of tables and chairs at the entrance, where Zhang Sen settled down, lit a cigarette, and calmly observed his counterpart. Feng Guang approached the gate, forcefully kicking it open. Upon sighting Yang Yike, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but his attention swiftly shifted to Zhang Sr. The reason was simple. This young man exuded an air of arrogance. Are you the one who killed my subordinate from the Celestial Dragon sect? Feng Guang, already a formidable figure, appeared even more menacing as he spoke, instilling fear in any ordinary person. Yet, Zhang Sen merely shrugged, as if to say, do these corpses not speak for themselves? Feng Guang found himself both amused and infuriated. It had been a long time since anyone dared to address him in such a manner. Zhang Sen took a drag from his cigarette, chuckling softly, remaining silent. A subordinate of Feng Guang, unable to restrain himself, rushed forward. You should know your place. Our leader possesses immense strength. With just a finger, he could end you. Originally standing beside Feng Guang, this individual's sudden advance caught Zhang Sen's attention, and he recognized a familiar face among the crowd, a young woman named Lin Na. She was his most loyal teammate in a previous life. At that moment, Lin Na stood amidst the throng, gazing at Zhang Sen with sympathy. Zhang Sen's gaze fixated on Lin Na, recalling the tragic past of this girl from his former life. They had met at the base in Jiqing, where Lin Na had been far more haggard and rough around the edges than she was now, sporting a short haircut and 2 prominent scars etched across her face. In a world teeming with ability users, no team would accept a frail and unattractive woman. Only Zhang Sen had taken her in. From that moment on, the steadfast girl had unwaveringly regarded him as her elder brother. Lin Na had never spoken of her past, nor had Zhang Sen pressed her for details. 6 months later, she awakened her earth-based abilities. To remain by Zhang Sen's side, she concealed her powers for several months. It was only during a mission, when she risked her life to protect him, that her secret was revealed. Consequently, she was assigned to a team of ability users. Yet her lack of cunning and her introverted nature led to her being ostracized within the new group. Unable to secure crystals or receive guidance on developing her abilities, she ultimately found herself relegated to constructing buildings at the base. The resources allocated to ability users surpassed those of ordinary individuals. From the moment Lin Na first received supplies, she selflessly distributed all the finest items to Zhang Senator when he refused to accept them. She secretly gifted them to Qin Tiantian, who, feeling envious yet keeping it hidden from Zhang Sen, accepted every offering. Tragically, during a surge of mutated beasts, Lin Na lost her life while attempting to save Zhang Sr. Once, Qin Tiantian inadvertently revealed the truth, lamenting that no one would send her supplies anymore, prompting Zhang Sen to finally grasp the extent of Lin Na's sacrifices for him. As he emerged from his reverie, Zhang Sen's gaze toward Lin Na bore an unrecognized warmth. Across from him, Feng Guang, a physical second-tier ability user, possessed a mental acuity greater than that of ordinary men, and he too sensed the affectionate look Zhang Sen cast upon Lin Na. He chuckled softly, waving at Lin Na. "My dear daughter, it seems this fellow is quite interested in you. Could he possibly be one of your fans? Come over and say hello." The room erupted in laughter at the robust man's words. Before the apocalypse, Lin Na was a minor actress, having appeared in a few films and participated in various variety shows. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, incredulous that this oaf was Lin Na's father. This situation was rather complicated. He had always contemplated how to ensure a better life for Lin Na in this lifetime. Previously, he had been focused solely on surviving alone until the end of days, especially since the girl had never mentioned their past in her previous life. Zhang Sen had intended to seek her out, but was unsure where to begin, planning to search for her at the base once he arrived in Jiqing. He never expected to encounter her so soon. Given Zhang Sen's change of perspective and his plans to form a team, it was only natural that he would want to include Lin Na, not to mention the sacrifices she had made for him in their past life. Her potential as a future Earth-type superpower was more than enough reason for Zhang Sen to take her under his wing. However, he never anticipated that on their very first meeting, he would be required to kill her father. Was he then inviting enmity? A profound enmity at that. Wait a moment. This foolish man appeared to be no older than 30. By the timeline, Lin Na was now 17. How could he possibly be her father? Surely, he wasn't her biological parent. Perhaps a stepfather or a godfather. With this thought, Zhang Sen let out a silent sigh. He refrained from looking at Lin Na again and shifted his gaze to Feng Guang, discarding his cigarette, but, he declared, enough with the idle chatter. How do we resolve this? How shall we proceed? Those who dare provoke my heavenly dragon sect in Lang City shall meet only death. Zhang Sen turned to Lu Hao and the others, pondering for a moment. Never mind, perhaps it's best not to let them challenge us. If they were to land a fatal blow, resulting in a severed limb or worse, it would be troublesome. He rose to his feet. Aren't you brimming with strength? Here's the deal. I'll face you in a duel. If you win, you can dictate the terms. Feng Guang's gaze flickered over to Yang Yike. She was rather intriguing, likely far more entertaining than the actress at home. He laughed heartily. Very well. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Zhang Sen, concealing his hands behind him, pretended to draw two well-worn blades, approaching Feng Guang with an air of nonchalance. Feng Guang pushed Lin Na aside and took the cleaver from one of his subordinates, disdainfully eyeing the younger man before him. Before the apocalypse, he had trained in boxing and possessed immense strength. With his newfound powers, killing this young man would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The subordinates behind Feng Guang mocked Zhang Sen, thinking him foolish for daring to act so brazenly before their leader. You're finished. Feng Guang swung the cleaver down toward Zhang Sen with great force. In that moment, Zhang Sen realized he had encountered the most formidable opponent since his rebirth. The violent instincts within him surged. Skillfully evading the strike, Feng Guang was taken aback. This young man possessed some strength. Yet, that would not alter the inevitable outcome of his demise today. Another blade came crashing down, but Zhang Sen deftly dodged it once more. As he turned, he delivered a kick to Feng Guang's backside. Feng Guang stumbled, nearly falling in a most undignified manner. His subordinates were left astounded. This lad not only evaded the leader's attack but also dared to kick him. This is a deliberate act of humiliation, isn't it? Leader, eliminate him. Put an end to this insolent wretch. Feng Guang's fury intensified. He charged at Zhang Sen, disregarding everything in his path, intent on striking him down. However, Zhang Sen's physical prowess, honed through rigorous training, was not merely reliant on his crystal enhancements. In his eyes, Feng Guang's second-tier abilities were utterly inadequate. Soon, Zhang Sen grew impatient. Without flinching or retreating, he blocked Feng Guang's blade with one hand while plunging his own knife deep into Feng Guang's abdomen with the other. Feng Guang gazed in disbelief at his own wound, watching Zhang Sen's blade twist within him. He looked up, incredulous, and asked, "How are you so strong?" With a slight smirk, Zhang Sen replied, "You are simply too weak." With that, he withdrew the knife and thrust it once more, this time into Feng Guang's heart. In the instant he extracted the blade, Feng Guang collapsed to the ground with a thud. The onlookers were in shock. Wasn't the leader capable of defeating 30 adversaries? How could he have been slain by this scrawny youth? And in such a dominating manner. The previously boisterous subordinate's mind raced. With the leader dead, could he not seize the opportunity to become the new leader himself? If he ascended to that position, he might also attain divine power. Now was the moment to showcase his potential. Thus, he stepped forward and rallied his comrades. Brothers, he has slain our leader. Let us unite and avenge him. Chapter 113. Are you interested in men again? Let us unite to avenge our leader. With our numbers, can he truly slay us all? A fervent crowd brandished their weapons, eager to charge forward. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out. The very individuals who had instigated the uproar collapsed to the ground, agony etched on their faces. Guns. They wielded firearms. It was then that the onlookers beheld Lu Hao, brandishing 2 AK-47s. Fearful for their lives, many hastily retreated. Once one fled, the rest followed suit with even greater urgency. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was devoid of all but Lin Na, who had been summoned and then pushed away. Pale and trembling, Lin Na struggled to inch toward the courtyard's exit. You are Lin Na, correct? Called out Zhang Senator. Yes. He kicked the body of Feng Guang. Is he your father? A flicker of hatred crossed Lin Na's eyes. No, he is not. Zhang Sen smiled. I am Zhang Senator. Would you care to accompany me? Accompany you? Would you truly have me? With you, there will always be meat on the table. And you can pursue your desires freely, without pressure. Seeing Lin Na hesitate, Zhang Sen added with a grin, what is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave the Heavenly Dragon sect? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Na's gaze fell upon Yang Yike and Maya, both of whom appeared well-fed and content. Glancing back at Zhang Sen's clean-cut and handsome visage, her heart raced slightly. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with him that brought her comfort. This was also why she had shown a sympathetic expression when she initially believed Zhang Sen would perish at the hands of the burly man. Her resolve gradually solidified. No, I am not a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect. I wish to follow you. Lu Hao and Yang Yike were somewhat taken aback by Zhang Sen's unexpected act of kindness towards a girl of uncertain origins. However, they soon convinced themselves of the rationale behind it. Lin Na was indeed beautiful, despite the grime on her face. One could discern that she possessed the potential of a true beauty. What man could resist a pretty girl? Zhang Sen, being in the prime of his youth, surely had his own needs. With his looks and prowess, it was likely that he could attract many a maiden with just a word. At that moment, Zhang Sen remained unaware that his teammates had already conjured an image of him as a predator who would not spare even the underage. He led Lin Na into the house, instructing Yang Yike to assist her in taking a warm bath. Once Lin Na had departed, Lu Hao set about gathering the bodies together. Zhang Sen extracted a crystal from the head of the burly man and subsequently stored all the remains in his space. Before accompanying Yang Yike to procure some clothing for Lin Na, Yang Yike beheld the dazzling array of garments before her, her innate love for beauty igniting. Unable to suppress her jealousy, she remarked, Brother Sen is truly kind to Nana. Zhang Sen, taken aback by her words, turned to look at Yang Yike and quickly understood. This woman was indeed feeling envious. He couldn't help but chuckle, gesturing grandly as several rows of clothing racks appeared, filled to the brim. My apologies, he said. Seeing you dress so neatly every day, I never imagined I had so many women's clothes in my space. From now on, whatever you wish to wear, Brother Sen will provide. Yang Yike's face lit up with joy as she excitedly hugged Zhang Sen, exclaiming, Thank you, Brother Sen. You are simply wonderful. I adore you. Zhang Sen supported her waist with one hand, gazing down at her. You've fallen for me? I thought you had no interest in men. Yang Yike's smile faltered, feeling somewhat shy as she replied, It's not that I have no interest. I've had boyfriends in the past, but later, I was swayed by Tu Sai. Oh, so you're implying that you were once again interested in men? Yang Yike chuckled softly, feeling too shy to respond further. Zhang Sen chose not to press the matter, aware that others awaited outside. As for what might transpire between him and Yang Yike, he resolved to address it after their urgent tasks were completed. With a slight mental command, another row of shelves materialized behind him, adorned with skincare and cosmetic products from renowned international brands that thrived before the apocalypse. Yang Yike's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Sun, you have an abundance of fine items. The two of us, mere men, have no need for such luxuries. Take what you like. And make sure to bring something for Lin Na as well. You girls must take care of yourselves and look splendid. We shall all be one family. And you must get along well. Yang Yike picked up a jar of cream and assured him, Rest assured, Brother Senator, since you've taken in Nana, we are indeed family now, and we will certainly treat her well. Zhang Sen ruffled her hair playfully. Hurry and choose, but don't take too much at once. Come back for more when you've used it up, lest it expires. Yang Yike swiftly selected 2 identical sets of skincare products along with several outfits. And only then did the two exit the space. Zhang Sen had conveyed all that needed to be said, although he harbored no such feelings for Lin Na at present. One could never predict the future. After all, Wang Na and Li Na were also possibilities. Since he intended to pursue Yang Yike, it was essential to clarify matters. He did not wish for discord among the women in his life, creating a tumultuous environment. If that were the case, he would rather regard Yang Yike solely as a sister, refraining from any inappropriate advances. Fortunately, Yang Yike was quite perceptive and fully grasped his intentions. Lin Na's bathing area was located in the smallest bathroom of the villa, where Zhang Sen had previously stored hot water from his space. Lu Hao had also placed a generator and 2 heaters in the bathroom, ensuring it remained comfortably warm. Midway through her bath, Yang Yike brought in the clothes and toiletries she had retrieved from the space. Brother Sen asked me to bring these for you. They're all new, so feel free to wear and use them without worry. Lina gazed at the exquisite collection of high-end toiletries and the new garments beneath, her eyes brimming with emotion. Yang Yike, observing her, felt a pang of sympathy. With a gentle smile, she approached, asking, "Why the tears? The days of hardship are behind us from now on. With our brother Sen, it will only be good days ahead." "Thank you, sister," Lina replied, her gratitude evident. "We are all family now. Just call me Kiki from now on, and let me lend you a hand." Lina hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. "No, it's unnecessary. I'm filthy. That's perfectly all right. I was once in the same predicament," Yang Yike reassured her. Lina looked at Yang Yike with appreciation, realizing she hadn't bathed in quite some time. The current circumstances made it inconvenient, but more so, she had grown reluctant to tend to her own appearance. In the dragon sect, most members were men, while women were merely captives, holding a position of extreme subjugation, vulnerable to the whims of others. Moreover, prior to her arrival at the dragon sect, she had already been targeted several times. Fortunately, her vigilance and astuteness had allowed her to evade those threats. It was then that she understood beauty was akin to original sin in such a world. Thus, she began to deliberately soil her face, allowing her skin to crack, neglecting her clothing for ages, and letting her once lustrous hair tangle due to lack of care. It could be said that she now emanated an unpleasant odor. In the past, when she observed the clean and tidy Yang Yike and Maya from a distance, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. What girl wouldn't wish to be pristine and beautiful? Though she was uncertain why Zhang Sen chose to take her in, an instinct whispered that she ought to stay. Even if Zhang Sen was merely drawn to her physical form due to recognizing her identity from the world before, she would accept it. Yet, upon further reflection, she surmised that the reality was likely more complex, even though she held sufficient confidence in her appearance. The disparity between her and Yang Yike was akin to that of a graceful swan and an ugly duckling. How could one who had beheld a swan ever find allure in an ugly duckling? Thus, Lina concluded that Zhang Sen's decision to keep her was perhaps rooted in an understanding of her inner turmoil, evoking his sympathy and a desire to offer her solace. Contemplating this, Lina felt even more touched. Brother Sen was truly a kind-hearted soul, and she vowed to repay his kindness throughout her lifetime. Chapter 114. A blend of shock and disgust. This morning's breakfast consisted of large meat buns and millet porridge. As Zhang Sen and his companions were savoring their buns, Yang Yike approached with Lin Na. The three were momentarily taken aback by Lin Na's once charming and beautiful visage. In Zhang Sen's past life, Lin Na had always presented herself as a tomboyish figure, slender and dark, with 2 prominent scars adorning her face. The Lin Na he had just glimpsed appeared equally disheveled, and it was only through the resemblance in her eyes and brows that he recognized her. He had never anticipated that the true Lin Na could be so exquisite. "Well, Sister Lin Na, I know you. You starred in The Sixth Princess, which I adored watching." Lin Na smiled bashfully, acknowledging that those were bygone days. Lu Hao, in a daze, remarked, "She is actually a big star." Zhang Sen was equally astonished. He seldom watched television and hardly recognized any celebrities. Furthermore, Lin Na had never shared tales of her pre-apocalyptic life, making this revelation about her past in the entertainment industry all the more surprising. He felt an even greater sense of regret for the Lin Na of his previous life, whose stunning face had been marred so drastically. Yet, upon reflection, it was perhaps fortunate that her beauty had been the only casualty. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this day. Shaking off his astonishment, Zhang Sen cleared his throat and suggested, "Let us eat first." Lin Na gazed at the large meat buns and millet porridge on the stove, utterly incredulous. Though she had fared reasonably well in the Tianlong sect, it had been ages since she had tasted such simple yet blissful fare. Yang Yike kindly guided her over, assisting her in obtaining the buns and porridge. Overwhelmed with emotion, she accepted the food and began to eat. The moment the bun and meat filling slid down her throat, tears welled up in her eyes once more. The others chose not to console her, allowing her to express her emotions freely. Half an hour later, the group had finished their breakfast. Just as Zhang Sen was about to inquire about Lin Na's current situation in Lang City, a woman's voice called out from outside. Nah. Lin Na's body trembled slightly, her brow furrowed with tension. Yang Yike gently patted her hand, reassuring her, don't be afraid. It's all right. Let me check. As Zhang Sen stepped outside the villa, he spotted a familiar woman standing in the courtyard. Nah, are you in there? It's your mother. Zhang Sen paused. Taken aback, Lin Na's mother? Chui Lan's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhang Sen. He possessed a striking appearance and an extraordinary aura, having even taken down someone like Feng Guang. She quickly resolved to secure this promising ally. Hello, young man. I am Lin Na's mother. Is my Nana with you? Zhang Sen, recalling her overly theatrical demeanor, finally recognized her. Chui Lan, an acclaimed actress nearing 40, constantly boasted about her youthful charm, a fact even someone like him, who rarely followed the entertainment industry, was aware of. However, her figure was undeniably impressive. In his younger, more naive days, she had assisted him significantly. As memories of those absurd past events surfaced, a smile crept across his face. What do you need her for? Chui Lan, having navigated the entertainment world for many years, instantly discerned Zhang Sen's interest from his expression. Before arriving, the fear of Zhang Sen had completely dissipated. She tucked her long hair behind her ear, took a step forward, and approached Zhang Sen, saying, handsome young man, I am Nana's mother. Since you have accepted her, how am I supposed to manage on my own from now on? As she spoke, she grew bolder, gently tracing circles on Zhang Sen's chest with her finger. Why not take me in as well? Surely you recognize me. I am an award-winning actress, once quite renowned. Besides, my daughter is still a novice, stubborn in nature. With me as her mother. Wouldn't it be more comfortable for both of you if I assisted her in attending to your needs? Zhang Sen gazed at Chui Lan's face, lined with age, feeling a mix of disgust and shock. This woman, a mother, had certainly gone to great lengths. What kind of desperation must he possess to consider even such a woman? Furthermore, he was not a beast. How could he possibly entertain the idea of a relationship between a mother and her daughter? How about it, handsome? You cannot fathom the pleasures of an experienced woman. Would you like to experience it? Before Chui Lan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Na, who rushed in. Upon seeing Lin Na, who appeared rejuvenated and exuded the fragrance of high-end grooming products, Chui Lan immediately understood. This girl had transformed into a phoenix. Her resolve to pursue her plan strengthened. She admonished, you little brat, your mother is still conversing with this young man, and you come here to interrupt me? You are becoming increasingly thoughtless. Lin Na ignored her and instead bowed to Zhang Sen and her brother's son. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. With that, she forcefully pushed Chui Lan aside. You need to leave. I will not return with you. From now on, I no longer have a mother like you. Chui Lan was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? I endured great hardship to bring you into this world, nearly sacrificing my career in the process. I invested so much effort to help you debut, and now that you have secured a man, you wish to sever ties with your mother? Have you no conscience? Do not attempt to morally bind me. Yes, you bore me, but have you cared for me even a single day? The moment I was born, you feared I would interfere with your career and sent me to my uncle's home, neglecting to visit me for years. You claim to have supported my debut. How so? By sending me to the beds of investors? I was only 15. Do you understand how close you came to ruining my life? Every penny I earned after my debut has filled your pockets. Is that not enough compensation for my existence? Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, you brought me along while seeking one man after another. If I had not threatened to harm myself, I would have become as worthless as you. A woman discarded by all. You ungrateful daughter. Who do you think I did all this for? Is it not for us to survive in this desolate world? Chui Lan's face flushed with anger as she raised her hand to strike Lin Na. Fortunately, Zhang Sen was quick to react, seizing her wrist and gently pushing her down, causing her to fall to the ground in tears. You ungrateful wretch. I did all this for us to survive. And this is how you think of me? Perhaps death would be preferable. Lin Na replied coldly, then go ahead and die. I no longer wish to see you. She then took Zhang Sen's hand. Brother Sen, let us return. She will leave on her own shortly. Zhang Sen gazed at her, contemplating whether to end her life right then and there. Lin Na was momentarily stunned, but soon pressed her lips together, resigning herself to the thought that Sun Gu should not tarnish his hands with such filth. A person like her was simply unworthy. Zhang Sen understood. The young girl still lacked the resolve to completely eliminate her so-called mother. However, that was of no consequence. He would take matters into his own hands. Chapter 115. The Genesis cult. A few individuals returned to the dwelling, where Lin Na sat silently beside the fire, comforted by Yang Yike and Maya. Zhang Sen summoned Lu Hao to one side and handed him an AK-47, assigning him a mission. With one hand grasping the weapon and the other leading Chui Lan, Lu Hao approached the entrance of the Tianlong sect. He cast Chui Lan to the ground and bellowed, anyone in charge at Tianlong sect, step forward. My boss wishes to propose a transaction. Upon seeing the firearm in Lu Hao's possession, The onlookers trembled in fear, none daring to emerge. Lu Hao fired a shot into the air, declaring, "Come out now for a mere transaction. But if no one appears in a minute, I'll storm in." Moments later, a small man named Yu Bo was pushed forward. "Are you the new leader of the Tianlong sect?" Lu Hao inquired. Yu Bo quivered, responding, "No, not me. I was pushed out by them." Lu Hao chuckled. "Ah, well, consider yourself fortunate. From this day forth, you are the new leader of the Tianlong sect." "What? But there are no buts here. I am the one in charge now. If anyone dares to defy you, seek me out, and I shall send them to their demise." Kicking Cui Lan at his feet, he asked, "You recognize this woman, don't you?" "Yes, she is the wife of our leader." "Well, she is yours now. My boss has decreed that he no longer wishes to see her, so you must treat her well." "Understood?" Cui Lan cried out in terror. "You lie. My daughter is your boss's woman. If you lay a single finger on me, I will not let you go unpunished." Having grown weary of Lin Na's accusations, Lu Hao, already disgusted by her, swiftly knocked her unconscious with the butt of his gun. He then turned to Yu Bo and asked, "Are you comprehending what I'm saying?" "Why, yes. I understand." "Excellent. How many followers do you still have?" "Over 40. "Good. Get to work. If my boss requires something in the future, I shall return to seek you out. Perform well, and you shall be rewarded." With that, Lu Hao turned and departed. Yu Bo, still in a daze, realized he had been thrust into leadership not because of strength, but by sheer misfortune, only to emerge as the new leader of the Tianlong sect. He held no fear of dissenters, for this AK brother had promised him support. Gazing at the unconscious Cui Lan, he felt a stirring of desire. After all, she was the former leader's woman, a renowned actress. Now that he was the leader, he could indulge as he pleased. He shouted, "Bring forth 2 individuals." The villa doors swung open, and several figures emerged, gazing at Yu Bo with envy. With a smug expression, Yu Bo commanded, "Carry this woman into the leader's chamber." Some among the group, feeling defiant, challenged, "Yu Bo, who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can order us around?" Yu Bo remained unfazed, retorting, "Go ahead, unless you can kill me and escape. Prepare for your doom once my brother comes looking for me." The others exchanged glances, contemplating the implications of his words. They are merely the lowly minions of the Heavenly Dragon sect, rejected by the Creation sect. Previously, they had shamelessly wielded the name of the Heavenly Dragon sect to exert their influence, and should their identities be exposed, it would be a matter of time before they meet their demise at the hands of their enemies. Yu Bo continued, "My elder brother instructed me to take good care of this actress. As for me, I am not like Feng Guang, who only seeks personal pleasure. Once I have had my fun, everyone shall share in the spoils." Though the crowd remained silent, their thoughts were filled with curses. "Damn it. Your elder brother clearly stated together. How did it become he in his mouth? Damn it. We regret this. Had we known this person was not here to kill, we would have come out and possibly gained the title of a leader. Now, this little bamboo pole has reaped the benefits. Alas, regret is futile. For that AK brother has already acknowledged this brat Yu Bo. They could only obediently step forward to lift the woman." Yu Bo was thoroughly pleased with their compliance, thinking, "That's more like it. My elder brother has said that as long as we perform well, there will be ample rewards." The crowd gritted their teeth, already plotting ways to torment Cui Lan and vent their frustrations. In the ensuing days, Cui Lan felt as if she had returned to the early days of her career, with an array of bizarre men coming and going. Eventually, she became so disoriented that it seemed as though every man in Lang City had paid her a visit. Lin Na's emotions had settled, and she laid bare her past. In summary, she had been burdened with a selfish, vain, and exploitative biological mother who had neglected her as a child and oppressed her as an adult. Had it not been for her fiery spirit, she might have succumbed to despair or disfigurement and become a mere plaything for men. It was largely thanks to Cui Lan, who, in her disdain for these men of insufficient status, feared that Lin Na would be ruined and thus would not be able to attract high-ranking military men. This motivated her to curry favor with those men even when Lin Na was unwilling, allowing Lin Na to evade disaster time and time again. Otherwise, with her delicate frame, she would have fallen prey countless times. After comforting Lin Na, the group refrained from discussing such matters further to spare her feelings. "What do you know about the affairs of Lang City?" Zhang Sen transitioned to serious topics. "Not much. Feng Guang has kept a close watch on me out of fear that I might flee, but I did overhear some things he mentioned at home." "What is it you wish to know, Brother Sen?" "I will see if I am privy to any information." Zhang Sen nodded. "I've heard there is a particularly fierce pack of wolves in Lang City. Do you know anything about that?" Lin Na, who happened to be informed about this matter, felt a surge of enthusiasm in assisting Zhang Senator. Her face brightened with youthful vitality as she animatedly explained, "I have heard Feng Guang mention that the alpha of that pack is larger than lions and tigers. They have devoured quite a number of people recently." Zhang Sun immediately seized upon the crucial point in her statement. "Recently? What does that mean?" Are these wolves no longer preying on people? Or have they simply left Lang City? Lin Na shook her head. No, they have been captured. Captured by whom? Initially, I was apprehended by the military, but subsequently, I was stolen away by someone. I heard from Feng Guang that this individual is referred to as Professor Bai, who has established a base called the Genesis cult outside. Are there individuals who have escaped from the military? Is the military indifferent to this? I'm not entirely certain. My acquaintance with Chui Lan within the Tianlong sect has yet to reach a fortnight. I have only heard from Feng Guang and Chui Lan that the military dares not take action against them. Their leader possesses a pair of extraordinarily formidable twin daughters. One has the power to summon water, while the other can conjure fire. Chapter 116. Could he also be reborn? After listening to Lin Na's account, Zhang Sen increasingly felt that the creation sect was an enigmatic place. Not only was it backed by the heavenly dragon sect, but it also harbored both a water elemental and a fire elemental. According to the sequence of events from his previous life, there was still some time before the emergence of the aberrant beasts. However, these creatures had predominantly resided in the depths of the mountains, remaining hidden and developing in seclusion. By the time they appeared within human sight, they had already amassed into a considerable horde, a phenomenon Zhang Sen could comprehend. Yet, the first elemental's emergence was still at least 6 months away. How could it be that a mere small city like Lang City already possessed 3? Moreover, his instincts hinted that there were likely more elementals in Lang City. Something was amiss. This was far too peculiar. While various natural disasters had indeed occurred earlier than anticipated, it was typically only by a day or two. The sudden appearance of elementals being advanced by 6 months. Could the butterfly effect of his rebirth be this potent? Zhang Sen racked his brain, unable to fathom why such a situation unfolded. Eventually, he simply gave up. It was better to pay a visit to the heavenly dragon sect. Perhaps someone there would possess more knowledge than Lin Na. With this thought, Zhang Sen made his way to the heavenly dragon sect alone. Upon his arrival, Yubo greeted him with exaggerated respect, leading him to witness the dismal fate of Chui Lan, even disrupting a brother's private affair to do so. To be fair, this group of lads was remarkably efficient. In just half a day, Chui Lan had lost all semblance of humanity. Zhang Sen was quite satisfied, considering it a form of retribution for his most loyal teammate from his past life. After all, if Chui Lan had treated Lin Na better, she would not have suffered so grievously upon their encounter. Once the spectacle concluded, Zhang Sen turned to matters of greater importance. He instructed Yubo to gather all of Feng Guang's most trusted individuals. A few minutes later, Zhang Sen sat on the sofa, facing 5 men, with Yubo, the sect leader, standing at the forefront. Lighting a cigarette, he tossed the majority of the remaining pack to Yubo, signaling him to distribute it among the brothers. The men present were seasoned smokers, having gone a considerable time without a cigarette. Upon hearing Zhang Sen's words, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting their share. Once they procured their smokes, they hurried to the fire pit to light up. Zhang Sen remained patient, waiting until they had all finished before asking, "Who among you knows the most about the creation sect?" Eager to earn Zhang Sen's favor, the group responded with enthusiasm, each clamoring to speak. Zhang Sen felt a headache coming on and bellowed, one at a time. He pointed casually to the man on the far left. "You go first." The man launched into an extensive discourse, and half an hour later, Zhang Sen had gathered a wealth of information regarding the creation sect. The sect comprised 4 branches, with the Heavenly Dragon sect being the largest. The other 3 were the Guardian sect, Zhao Family Town, and the Thunder Gang. Of these 4 branches, only the Heavenly Dragon sect existed prior to the establishment of the creation sect. The other 3 were formed afterward. The creation sect had merely a few dozen members yet possessed an abundance of resources, with its leader being Professor Bai, a man in his 40s, to facilitate his research. These individuals cohabited in the high-tech industrial park located in the western suburbs of Lang City. Professor Bai had but 2 passions in life: scientific inquiry and women. At the headquarters of the Genesis cult, over 30 young women clamored, in tears, to become Professor Bai's consorts, even married women among them. Strangely, these married women's husbands acquiesced to their wives' desires, often eager to personally deliver them to Professor Bai's bed. In their eyes, being chosen by him was a matter of immense pride. When Zhang Sen learned of this, the term cult flashed through his mind. However, this revelation stirred little within him, as cults were not uncommon even before the apocalypse, let alone after it. What piqued his interest was that Feng Guang had only acquired his supernatural abilities after meeting Professor Bai, whom he revered as a deity. Furthermore, the leaders of the other 3 branches, Chang Xiao of the Guardian cult, Zhao Minghai of Zhao Family Town, and Lan of the Thunder Gang had similarly joined the Genesis cult before establishing their own factions. Like Feng Guang, all 3 possessed extraordinary powers. Chang Xiao could manipulate plants. Zhao Minghai exhibited immense strength akin to Feng Guang, and Lan commanded the winds. in the eyes of all within the Genesis cult and its 4 branches. These abilities were regarded as divine gifts. With the 4 branch leaders and Professor Bai's twin daughters as exemplars, all members aspired to attain such divine prowess, yearning to enter the Genesis cult, which they deemed the epicenter of influence. Wood, flesh, wind, water, and fire. 9 ordinary supernatural abilities comprised over half of the powers, all emanating from the same source, emerging at a time when supernatural beings had yet to manifest. The Genesis cult and Professor Bai were undoubtedly anomalous. Zhang Sen quickly pondered this and then inquired, "Has anyone informed the Genesis cult about the death of your former leader, Feng Guang?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, all equally perplexed. The newly appointed leader, Yibo, reluctantly stepped forward and replied, "There should be. Those remaining had not conveyed the news. Yet over 100 had already fled, including brothers who longed to join the Genesis cult. They would likely relay the information. After leaving the Tianlong sect, Zhang Sen formulated a hypothesis. Could Professor Bai also be a reincarnation? Otherwise, how could he explain the emergence of superhumans at this juncture? Not to mention the vast resources at his disposal. However, this matter, in truth, bore little significance to Zhang Sen. An increase in superhumans could prove beneficial with the impending emergence of beasts. Yet, such a scenario would jeopardize his chance at the Wolf King. Initially, a second-tier wind-type beast was not worth Zhang Sen's considerable effort to travel to Lang City. He had intended to replicate the wind ability, with ample opportunities to recruit other subordinates or beasts in the future. Nevertheless, the uniqueness of this beast lay in the timing of its awakening. If it survived, it would inevitably remain the Wolf King. In terms of the living habits of wolves, possessing a Wolf King equates to commanding an entire pack, with a level of ferocity that is beyond imagination. Thus, his previous determination to acquire this Wolf King was unwavering. However, it now appears that securing the Wolf King is far more intricate than he had initially anticipated. He must reevaluate his plans. Chapter 117. She must teach him a lesson. The Genesis cult. 2 women sat in the medical laboratory, their appearances identical, yet their dispositions remarkably different. Bai Lu, with her cascading waves of long hair, exuded an enchanting beauty, while Bai Shuang, sporting shoulder-length hair, radiated a gentle grace. Professor Bai, clad in a white lab coat, was administering an injection of a blue liquid into Bai Lu's arm. The intense agony made Bai Lu tremble, her teeth clenched tightly to suppress her cries. Bai Shuang, already exhausted, had strands of hair clinging to her face, clearly having just endured her own suffering. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. It was Guoliang, a student of Professor Bai. The Genesis cult upheld strict discipline. No one dared to disturb Professor Bai during her work unless it was of utmost importance. Clearly, something significant had transpired outside. Professor Bai admitted Guoliang, simultaneously recording Bai Lu's bodily data while inquiring, "What has happened?" "Master, Feng Guang is dead." Professor Bai froze at the news. "Dead? Impossible. How could he die? Is the information accurate?" "Absolutely certain, Master. The news comes from the Heavenly Dragon sect. They witnessed it firsthand. Feng Guang was indeed killed by a young man who, although armed with a gun, did not use it against him. In the face of that youth, Feng Guang's divine power was utterly powerless." Upon hearing this, the expression on Professor Bai's face grew grave. He paced anxiously around the room, momentarily forgetting the task of recording data. Knowing that Feng Guang's divine power was something he had personally cultivated, he was acutely aware that a typical individual without firearms would find it nearly impossible to kill Feng Guang. Yet, he was now confronted with the revelation that someone could overpower Feng Guang's divine strength. Could it be a supernatural being? No, that was inconceivable. The emergence of supernatural beings was still far off. How could this be? It shouldn't be. Professor Bai muttered to himself. Suddenly, he halted, a decision forming in his mind. He instructed the leaders of each faction, "Gather your elite and come to see me first thing tomorrow." As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned to Bai Lu and Bai Shuang. "Lu, Xuan Air, I must meet this young man tomorrow. You both should accompany me. This person is of utmost importance to our Genesis cult." Regarding the plan to subdue the Alpha Wolf, Zhang Sen had contemplated throughout the afternoon and ultimately devised a straightforward strategy. After all, the awakening of supernatural abilities among individuals here had only occurred within the past month. And at most, they would reach the second tier, much like Feng Guang. He was confident that even if they all joined forces, they would be no match for him. Moreover, he had an array of lethal weapons at his disposal. If he were to shy away from such matters, then there would be no future to speak of. He would be reduced to a life of perpetual flight. Zhang Sen understood that now that the Genesis cult had learned of Feng Guang's demise, they would undoubtedly seek him out. True to his expectations, early the next morning, they arrived. What was their intent? Revenge? Yet, such considerations were trivial. Zhang Sen was also keen to gauge the depth of the Genesis cult. He sat smoking at the entrance, observing as members of the Genesis cult disembarked one after another, with an acute perception of supernatural abilities. He swiftly identified these individuals and matched them with the various supernatural beings mentioned by Yu Bo and others. The twin sisters were self-evident. But Zhang Sen was astounded to discover that their attributes were not merely commendable, they were nothing short of exceptional. As for the others, the wood-type supernatural being, Chang Xiao, was an unremarkable young woman in appearance. The flesh-type supernatural being, Zhao Minghai, was a robust man standing over 6 feet tall. Meanwhile, Lan, who stood just above 5 feet 7, could barely be considered an acquaintance. In his previous life, Zhang Sen had encountered him several times, as this individual had joined the military base in Jiqing. However, he harbored some doubts about Lan. In his past life, this Lan had awakened not to wind-type abilities, but to metal-type powers. Could it be that the information was erroneous? Or had his powers not awakened naturally, but rather undergone some form of human intervention? Never mind, he would investigate further later. His gaze settled on Professor Bai, who stood at the center, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He did not appear to be a supernatural being. Professor Bai sensed Zhang Sen's formidable presence and, concerned that he might misinterpret his intentions as hostile, spoke up. Young brother, I am the leader of the Genesis sect, and I have come specifically to seek you out. Rest assured, we harbor no ill will. Zhang Sen replied languidly. Genesis sect? What kind of cult is that? I've never heard of it. Impudent. How dare you speak to our leader in such a manner? Chang Xiao was the first to step forward, glaring at Zhang Sen with indignation. She was the most loyal follower of the leader within the Genesis sect, having endured neglect and bullying in the past. It was the leader who bestowed her with divine power, granting her a new lease on life. Consequently, she held immense gratitude towards him. Simultaneously, she nurtured a quiet affection for this man. Aware of her plain appearance, she felt unworthy of a being as divine as the leader. Thus, she willingly accepted the role of a guardian, content to remain by his side. Anyone who displayed disrespect towards the leader or posed a threat would face her wrath without delay. This time was no exception. Zhang Sen dared to be so audacious toward her leader. Even if she could not kill him, she would teach him a lesson. She intended to make him aware that some individuals were not to be trifled with. Raising her hand, her arm transformed into a slender vine, aimed directly at Zhang Sen's neck. In her estimation, her divine power was formidable. With a mere thought, she could swiftly bring death to anyone. However, in the next moment, Zhang Sen grasped the vine. Chang Xiao was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Zhang Sen cast her a scornful smile and then forcefully pulled the vine. In an instant, Chang Xiao felt herself yanked upwards by an overwhelming force. Landing before Zhang Senator, she gazed at him in terror. How could this be? Why had her vine inflicted no harm upon him? How could he possess such strength? Zhang Sen sneered coldly, raising his other hand to seize her neck before she could even touch the ground, twisting it with force. With a crack, Chang Xiao's entire body went limp, her head hanging weakly. Zhang Sen casually tossed her aside, like a discarded rag. Chang Xiao. Chapter 118. It turns out the charlatan aims to dominate the world. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What a terrifying power this was. In comparison, what did their divine abilities amount to? Yet, there were still some, like the obstinate Ironhead, who could not comprehend the situation. How dare you kill the leader of our guardian sect? Zhang Sen did not even cast a glance at the man, but instead turned to Professor Bai and asked, Is this what you meant by having no malicious intent? Professor Bai, infuriated by Chang Xiao's reckless actions and frustrated at the loss of 2 of his elite members, was at a loss. Heaven knows how many times he had failed and how much energy he had expended to create these 2 champions. Nevertheless, his sole desire remained to recruit Zhang Senator. After all, had he not witnessed Feng Guang's death firsthand, he might still have entertained the notion that Zhang Sen had exploited some loophole. But now, seeing him dispatch Chang Xiao as one would crush an ant, he realized that Zhang Sen was no ordinary individual. Moreover, he was precisely the type of person who awakened extraordinary abilities through sheer will. Thus, he plastered on a smile and said, My young friend, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate acted without regard for my orders. Seeing you eliminate Feng Guang, she sought to vent her frustrations on you. Since she has wronged you, you avenged yourself. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen found the reasoning somewhat acceptable and chose not to dwell on the insignificant character of Chang Xiao. Speak, what is it that you seek from me? Professor Bai pointed towards the entrance. May I come in? After receiving permission, he approached Zhang Senator. My young friend, my surname is Bai. Before the apocalypse, everyone referred to me as Professor Bai, and now they call me the leader. May I inquire your name? Zhang Sen smiled. Certainly. My surname is Zhang. Before the apocalypse, I was known as Handsome Zhang, and now they call me Great Handsome Zhang. Upon hearing this, Professor Bai's expression faltered for a moment, though he quickly regained his composure. However, at the entrance of the courtyard, Bai Shuang could not suppress a giggle. Zhang Sen cast her a glance, then noticed Bai Lu beside her, and could not help but reflect. No wonder it is said that twins are every man's dream. If only he could have one of them. Especially since she possessed the water abilities he currently lacked. Seeing Zhang Sen's gaze linger on his daughter, Professor Bai felt a surge of delight. He could not bring himself to utter such a distasteful name as Handsome Zhang. So he cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and said with a smile, "Never mind. You and my daughter are of similar age. I shall call you Little Zhang instead. Little Zhang, I shall be direct. I have come today because I am impressed by your abilities and wish to invite you to join our Genesis sect. Conveniently, there is a vacancy for the leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, if you are willing." Before Professor Bai could finish his sentence, Zhang Sen impatiently interrupted. "Not interested." Upon hearing this, the smile on Professor Bai's face froze. How could anyone be indifferent to power? He decided to deploy his trump card, recounting the visions he had witnessed. "Since that is the case, I shall not pressure you. However, I feel a connection with you and wish to share some insights. Perhaps you still harbor the hope that one day this world will return to its former state, but I can assert with certainty that such an event is impossible. We are currently in an apocalyptic era, and in the near future, the entire realm of Daxia will be besieged by monstrous beasts. Humanity will dwindle to a mere one of its population, and when that time comes, the survivors will awaken extraordinary abilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen's expression grew exceedingly grave. Could it be that this cult leader has truly been reborn? How does he possess such profound knowledge of future events? Zhang Sen deliberately cast a skeptical glance at Professor Bai. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting?" Professor Bai chuckled lightly and continued, "The individuals you have slain, Feng Guang and Chan Xiao, both bore divine powers. Yet you surpass them, which indicates that you too have been chosen by the divine. Indeed, you are formidable now. But what of the future? I can forewarn you that within a year, your abilities will become insufficient. At that point, whether it be the monstrous beasts or other beings with extraordinary powers, they will be able to eliminate you with ease. If you doubt my words, I can arrange a demonstration for you. Rest assured, they do not intend to attack. Rather, they wish to unveil the truth. Would that be acceptable?" Zhang Sen hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. "Bai Lu, Bai Shuang, and Lian, please showcase your divine powers for young Zhang." The three stepped into the courtyard and began their demonstrations. Soon, Zhang Sen beheld Bai Lu conjuring a small water orb in her palm, while Bai Shuang manifested a tiny fireball. Lian unleashed a blade of wind, severing a branch with ease. As Bai Lu and Bai Shuang exhibited their abilities, they gazed at Zhang Sen with playful smiles, their eyes seemingly ensnaring him. An inexplicable image of animals courting flashed through Zhang Sen's mind. Meanwhile, Lian wore a proud expression, regarding Zhang Sen with disdain, as if he were nothing more than refuse. What significance does strength hold if it cannot rival his ranged attacks? The leader had proclaimed that once he matures, commanding the elements would be second nature. Zhang Sen surveyed the trio before him, a band of weaklings, inferior even to his own dog. What were they boasting about? Once the display concluded, Professor Bai's expression brimmed with pride. When he turned to Zhang Sen again, his gaze was imbued with determination. "Young Zhang, what you have just witnessed is what I refer to as divine power. Of course, they are merely at the nascent stages, but with my guidance, they will grow increasingly formidable. You too shall experience this transformation. If you join us, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to converting your strength into divine power, thus creating a new world." A new world? Zhang Sen felt an inexplicable sense of bemusement. So this charlatan seeks to dominate the world. Zhang Sen feigned mockery, stating, "The magic performance was impressive, yet I harbor no interest in the divine power you speak of." Professor Bai's expression faltered, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. How could this possibly be mere magic? At that moment, a thought struck him. "Lulu, Xuan heir, come forth and show young Zhang your divine powers once more." Just as Zhang Sen was about to decline, he was met with two identical, exquisite faces approaching him. Suddenly, he found himself disinclined to refuse. Bai Lu and Bai Shuang stood before Zhang Sen, smiles adorning their faces. "Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Bai Lu. Mr. Zhang, greetings. I am Bai Shuang." Professor Bai leaned in, saying, "Xiao Zhang, just take a look at the hands of my two daughters, and you will realize this is no illusion." Bai Lu and Bai Shuang extended their hands towards Zhang. Senator Bai Shuang suggested, "Mr. Zhang, you may touch them to discern any anomalies. This might not be appropriate." "Nonsense. We merely wish to unveil the truth to you." "Then, I might be overstepping." "Oh, Mr. Zhang, do not be so bashful." "Indeed. Mr. Zhang, you are quite handsome. We are the fortunate ones." Zhang Sen felt dazzled by the radiant smiles of the two sisters. He extended his hand, clasping theirs, unable to resist, giving a gentle squeeze. Their hands felt delightful, soft to the touch. Professor Bai hurriedly urged the sisters to demonstrate their extraordinary abilities once more. Bai Shuang conjured flames in her hand, softly stating, "In this apocalyptic world, it is better to huddle together for warmth. Yes, join us. My sister and I both wish for you to be part of our circle. Mr. Zhang, neither my sister nor I have boyfriends, and our bond is quite strong. If you join us, my father can not only transform you into the mightiest man in the world, but my sister and I will also ensure you become the happiest man on earth." Although Zhang Sen discerned that these two sisters were not entirely virtuous, he felt as though a dream was beckoning him. Moreover, he intended to visit the Genesis Church, for the Wolf King resided there. Indeed, all for the Wolf King. I shall join. Subsequently, Zhang Sen returned to the villa and summoned Lu Hao to a secluded room, leaving behind some weapons and supplies. Informing him of his quest to find the Wolf King, before conspicuously carrying a bag of belongings and departing with Professor Bai and the others. To demonstrate his regard for Zhang Sen, Professor Bai made arrangements for him to share a vehicle with himself. In the rear seat, Bai Lu and Bai Shuang incessantly flirted with Zhang Sen, even playfully pressing against him. Sandwiched between the two, Zhang Sen's heart soared, and a smile never left his face. Chapter 119, The Realization of a Man's Dream. At this moment, Professor Bai was secretly delighted. Indeed, no man could resist the allure of beauty. These two young ladies were certainly worth the care he had bestowed upon them. Zhang Sen was of utmost significance to his grand scheme. He had never anticipated that at this juncture, he could deceive such a formidable ability user. Zhang Sen's powers would greatly enhance his success rate in creating a deity. Upon arriving at the Genesis sect, Bai Lu and Bai Shuang, at Professor Bai's behest, arranged for Zhang Sen to stay in the room adjacent to theirs. On their way back, they enthusiastically shared insights about the base with him. To be honest, the conditions at the Genesis sect were among the finest for a base. The living quarters were spacious and bright. Although everyone slept on the floor, it was far from cramped. Numerous curtains delineated each individual's area. And unlike the expressions of those outside, the faces here radiated hope. This charlatan is rather impressive, Zhang Sen mused to himself. Bai Lu and Bai Shuang led Zhang Sen to their room on the third floor, where the occupancy was low and many rooms remained vacant. They opened the door to his new room. "Wow, how spacious. You even have charcoal for heating," Zhang Sen exclaimed, appearing as if he had never encountered such luxury. "Mr. Zhang, would you like to see our room?" Bai Shuang inquired, playfully touching his chest. "Now, don't you wish to?" Without waiting for a response, Bai Lu and Bai Shuang took Zhang Sen by the hand and led him to their room. Several hours later, Bai Shuang revealed her true intentions. Seizing an opportune moment when Zhang Sen was unguarded, she brandished a syringe she had concealed earlier and lunged at his neck with it. Her smile instantly transformed into a menacing grimace. However, the next moment, that ferocity froze on her face as she beheld the needle bent at a right angle. What is happening?" She stammered in disbelief. Of course, a Tier 3 ability user cannot be pierced by mere bullets, let alone a trivial needle, Zhang Sen scoffed. "Fine, come forth and do your work." In an instant, two constricting vines emerged from Zhang Sen's wooden bracelet, ensnaring Bai Lu and Bai Shuang tightly. The two shrieked in terror. "What on earth is this? Get it away. Let us go, Zhang Sen." "Fine, they are too noisy." The vines promptly muffled their mouths, reducing their protests to incoherent whimpers and drooling. Zhang Sen leisurely unlocked the handcuffs, donned his clothes, and even took the time to light a cigarette. He positioned himself on a stool before the two, savoring the sight of them bound by the vines. "Vine, your technique leaves much to be desired. How can one bind such beauties like this?" Zhang Sen took control, guiding the vines to a more aesthetically pleasing arrangement. At this point, the two, thoroughly incensed, were on the brink of exasperation. Zhang Sen chuckled, crossing his legs and taking a puff of his cigarette. "What is the matter? Can't take it? I had thought you two sisters were truly formidable," Zhang Sen remarked ambiguously. "What? Is it my fault for consuming everything and turning against you? Wasn't it you who presented yourselves before me? We are all adults here, each fulfilling our own needs, a normal and fair exchange. Now, let us discuss matters from my side. I will ask, and you shall answer. I do not wish to hear anything beyond that. Can you manage?" The two glared at Zhang Sen with indignation, their expressions resolute against cooperation. Zhang Sen remained unfazed. "Thornvine, demonstrate your sharpness to them." Bai Lu and Bai Shuang were momentarily taken aback. "Sharpness? What sharpness?" The next instant, both were engulfed by a wave of piercing pain, as though countless needles were pricking their skin. "Enough, Thornvine." Zhang Sen prodded lightly at Bai Lu's softness, contemplating how unfortunate it would be if such a splendid thing were to be ruined. He then caressed the faces of the two, pondering the consequences of excessive pricking. Facial disfigurement would be a dreadful outcome. Thus, "I shall inquire one final time. I ask, you respond. Can you comply?" The two nodded, their faces etched with terror. Such good girls. A smile spread across Zhang Sen's face. Now, for the first question, is there a pack of wolves in your base? Currently, there is only one wolf. What of the others? They are all deceased. Zhang Sen mused that the remaining wolf must be the alpha. Where is this remaining wolf? In my father's laboratory. Where is the laboratory? How does one enter? No one can enter without my father's guidance. How did you acquire the so-called divine power? My father administered an injection, and upon awakening, we possessed it. Zhang Sen nodded, realizing this was how they obtained their extraordinary abilities. The success rate of such injections must be quite low, he surmised. Bai Lu shook her head. We are uncertain. What of your father? Why does he regard himself as a god? My father is indeed a deity. He can foresee the future, and many of his predictions have come to pass. This is the power bestowed upon him by the divine. Zhang Sen discerned that the sisters were not lying. They truly regarded that charlatan as a god. Continuing to probe would yield little more. It would be wiser to seek out Professor Bai directly. Before departing, he addressed Bai Lu and Bai Shuang. I had no intention of harming you, as we were indeed enjoying ourselves not long ago. However, since you have plotted against me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A wave of profound dread washed over the two. What do you intend to do? Zhang Sen, spare us. If you do, we shall serve you daily, granting you whatever you desire. Zhang Sen sighed. Regrettably, there is also a water elemental among you. Initially, he had considered accepting the two sisters. But who could have anticipated their malevolence, so brazenly turning against him? He could hardly be bothered to have the space assist in discerning loyalty from treachery. Thornvine, proceed. Chapter 120. It turns out to be the ability to predict the future after a brief moment. Two more crystals appeared in Zhang Sen's space, one of fire affinity and the other of water affinity. With a cigarette between his lips, he strode into Professor Bai's office with a buoyant step. Professor Bai, I have heard that our Genesis sect possesses a mystical beast, apparently a wolf. Might you take me to see it? Who told you that? The congregation. I was wandering about aimlessly and chatted with them for a bit. They mentioned that the wolf is particularly large and possesses the ability to summon winds and rains. Quite impressive, indeed. Professor Bai, do you think you could help me become stronger so that I might also acquire such a remarkable ability? That is not certain. When the divine grants us power, it considers each individual's inherent qualities. For instance, the girl Shuanggo has a fiery temperament, hence her divine power is associated with fire. As for Feng Guang, whom you eliminated, he was previously a boxer with considerable physical strength, which is why he was endowed with divine might. Of course, you could argue that you already possess divine power, but given your potential, it is still far from sufficient. I shall ensure that the divine bestows upon you greater strength. Zhang Sen exhaled a plume of smoke. What kind of divine power has been granted to you, Professor? A prophet, Professor Bai replied with a smile, a hint of pride flickering across his face. The divine has allowed me to glimpse the future, to foresee the challenges humanity will face, and has instructed me on how to guide humanity in constructing a new world. Zhang Sen chuckled, casually extinguishing his cigarette on the coffee table. So, you possess the ability to predict the future. When did you awaken it? What level are you at now? Upon hearing this, Professor Bai's expression momentarily stiffened. He quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile. Xiaozhang, what do you mean by that? I do not quite understand your words. Zhang Sen chose not to respond directly, instead continuing, let me take a guess. With such an abundance of resources here, you must have awakened your abilities prior to the apocalypse, right? You foresaw the impending disaster and thus began stockpiling supplies, intending to leverage your powers for a grand endeavor. You commenced research on how to cultivate abilities in others, aiming to establish your own team of empowered individuals through missionary work, using them to dominate the entire world. However, I am quite curious. How did you come to develop this method of creating empowered individuals? Zhang Sen, who exactly are you? Professor Bai's expression had become increasingly grim. Leaning back on the sofa, he reached into his pocket, grasping an instrument and pressing a button. Zhang Sen suspected he was likely calling for assistance but chose not to expose him. After all, no one here could harm him. What was more pressing was to ascertain the true nature of this individual. Refusing to speak, are we? Let me take another guess. You have captured an empowered individual? Zhang Sen maintained his gaze on Professor Bai's expression, fully extending his mental acuity to probe his heartbeat and pulse. Not sensing any irregularities, he continued. It appears I have erred in my assumptions. No need to rush, allow me to ponder further. You, endowed with extraordinary abilities, glimpsed a distant future where among humanity emerged individuals with exceptional powers. The authorities initiated research on these gifted beings, ultimately discovering that they could enhance their abilities through the crystals found within the brains of extraordinary beasts. You witnessed the fruits of scientific inquiry and acquired a pack of wolves, which included several creatures akin to those you could currently manifest. Thus, you finally succeeded in producing a number of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. At this juncture, Zhang Sen observed a slight twitch in Professor Bai's facial muscles, accompanied by an irregular thumping of his heart. He chuckled. It seems I have hit the mark, Professor Bai. As a researcher, do you not feel any shame in appropriating the work of others? In response, Professor Bai sprang to his feet, indignant. Nonsense. With my scientific prowess, I could have achieved these results independently. However, if I refrain from acting now, those old relics will dismiss me due to my youth and lack of connections, relegating me to a mere errand runner. Since heaven has granted me a glimpse of the future, it is an opportunity to alter my fate. Why should I not seize it? Those antiquated fools are utterly useless. They merely await their demise, while I possess the strength to advance. Look at me. I have already successfully devised a method for ordinary individuals to acquire extraordinary powers. I am performing a noble deed. Only by empowering humanity in advance can we hope to subdue the beasts when they arrive. Zhang Sen scoffed. You have succeeded? Pray tell, Bai. How many lives have been lost during your experiments before you managed to create those few endowed individuals? Furthermore, if I were to provide you with a test subject, what confidence do you have that they would survive and possess extraordinary abilities? A manic smile crept across Professor Bai's face. That is precisely why I sought you out. Zhang Senator, I am aware that you are a naturally awakened individual. With your assistance, I am certain I can significantly improve the odds of success in my experiments. Are you suggesting I become your research subject? Indeed. If you consent, I shall offer you my daughters, Bai Lu and Bai Shuang. Together, we can forge a formidable army of endowed individuals. In that eventuality, not just the great Xia, but the entire world will be at our command. Zhang Sen waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Bai. I am not one to meddle in affairs that do not concern me. The existence of a few more or fewer endowed individuals holds no consequence for me, as long as you relinquish that wolf to me. You may pursue your ambitions as you see fit. Should some choose to revere you as a deity, even offering their lives in your service, that is their prerogative. I am neither responsible nor inclined to intervene. Thus, your entrance into the Genesis Society was for that beast? Zhang Sen rose, gazing at Professor Bai with grave intensity. You stand at a crossroads. One path leads to you surrendering the Wolf King to me, allowing you to continue your research. The other leads to your demise, after which I shall take the Wolf King. Feigning panic, Professor Bai exclaimed, Do not kill me. I choose the first option. At that moment, a startled cry echoed from outside the door. Master! A throng led by Zhao Minghai and Lian rushed in. Professor Bai immediately sprang to attention, exclaiming, Seize him. Zhao Minghai and Lian recalled the harrowing scene from the morning when Zhang Sen had slain Chang Xiao, exchanging fearful glances that spoke volumes. How could they possibly stand against such a formidable force? Seeing their hesitation, Professor Bai, in a fit of rage, bellowed, Zhao Minghai, Lian, I command you in the name of the divine, attack together and slay this traitor to the gods. Upon hearing these words, a surge of courage filled Zhao Minghai and Lian. Indeed, what did it matter if they perished? Their deity would not forsake them. Just then, Wu Liang burst onto the scene, flanked by a cadre of armed men and elite warriors from various branches. Master, are you all right? He shouted anxiously. Upon seeing these reinforcements, Professor Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. How formidable could Zhang Sen truly be? He refused to believe that. Even if Zhang Sen were now capable of deflecting bullets, he could withstand the onslaught of so many firearms. Quickly, kill him. He is here to steal our scientific achievements. No sooner had he spoken than the assembled men raised their weapons in unison, aimed at Zhang Senator with a smile. Zhang Sen raised his hand, leaving no one unscathed. In an instant, tendrils and vines erupted forth, splitting into dozens of constricting vines and willow branches. The armed men barely had time to comprehend the unfolding chaos before they felt a sharp pain in their wrists, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. Chapter 121. The monster in an instant, the necks and bodies of the crowd were ensnared by willow branches and strangling vines. These bindings tightened incessantly, and soon, all fell to the ground. Those outside, who had intended to kill Zhang Sen to impress their leader, were terrified by the sight and fled in panic. The willow branches and strangling vines, having accomplished their task, returned to Zhang Sen's wrist, coiling into a bracelet once more. The onlookers were left in stunned silence by the scene before them. Professor Bai, overcome with fear, collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, You are a dual-element ability user? Well, now that your reinforcements have perished, it is time to lead me to the Wolf King, Zhang Sen asserted. With no other option, Professor Bai reluctantly escorted him to the basement level. The entirety of this floor was filled with Professor Bai's laboratory, and Zhang Sen had initially believed it housed only the Wolf King. However, as he ventured deeper, he was confronted by the sight of numerous corpses standing within the lab. Their faces were devoid of life, immersed in a pale green liquid, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Grasping Professor Bai, Zhang Sen inquired, What are these? Professor Bai trembled as he replied, They are all failed experiments. although he had long suspected that many lives were lost on the path of the charlatan's experiments. Witnessing it firsthand ignited a surge of anger within even the most stoic Zhang senator. This fraud could not be permitted to live. After securing the Wolf King, he resolved to eliminate him. Before long, Professor Bai guided Zhang Sen to the innermost laboratory. There lay the Wolf King, battered and bound to an iron bed with specialized restraints. "This is the Wolf King," Professor Bai stated. Zhang Sen glanced at the Wolf King, despite its grievous wounds. It was a third-tier wind element beast and would not perish easily. He gently caressed the Wolf King and whispered, "It's all right, I'll take you away." With that, he began to untie the restraints. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Professor Bai bolted from the laboratory, hastily shutting the door behind him. Zhang Sen felt a weight in his heart as he soon detected a peculiar gas seeping from the ventilation system. Without a moment to spare, he summoned the Wolf King into his spatial realm and approached the door, delivering a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the metal door was deformed. Fortunately, its defenses were weak. Had they been stronger, he would have had no choice but to retreat into his space. After a few more powerful kicks, the iron door collapsed with a loud thud. Meanwhile, Professor Bai, witnessing Zhang Sen's emergence, was gripped by panic. He rushed to the laboratory's office and manipulated the controls. Outside, rows of glass containers shattered, spilling the pale green solution across the floor, scattering the corpses everywhere. His intention had been to use these bodies to hinder Zhang Sen's progress. But he had underestimated Zhang Sen's speed. None of these obstacles had even come close to him. As Zhang Sen approached, filled with righteous fury, Professor Bai frantically considered how to escape this dire situation. Suddenly, he noticed a row of test tubes filled with colorful liquids in the refrigeration unit. With the sound of footsteps drawing ever nearer, his heart raced uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and poured the contents of the test tube into his mouth. These were drugs designed to awaken latent powers, and he had no choice but to gamble. Heaven would aid him. As long as he grew stronger than Zhang Sen, he could defeat him and survive to continue his reign over the world. However, the very next moment, he felt as though a colossal hammer was relentlessly pounding his entire body, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. When Zhang Sen kicked open the door, he was met with this scene. Indifferent to the man's predicament, he retrieved a knife from his spatial pocket and approached. He raised the blade and aimed it at Professor Bai's heart. Just as the tip was about to pierce Professor Bai's skin, the latter abruptly opened his eyes and grasped the knife's blade with his hand. Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback. He was actually able to withstand his strength without sustaining any harm. Had he mutated? In that instant, Professor Bai flung the knife aside and, using his core strength, delivered a kick towards Zhang Senator. Reacting instinctively, Zhang Sen stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Bai rose to his feet, his physique visibly transforming into that of a towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall. Yet his eyes had turned a ghastly gray. With a primal roar, Professor Bai charged at Zhang Sen, delivering a punch that Zhang Sen attempted to block, but found himself unable to stand upright from the sheer force. Such immense power. Following through, Professor Bai kicked at him, and Zhang Sen rolled away, escaping the confines of the room. At that moment, Professor Bai followed suit. This was not a suitable place for battle. Without a second thought, Zhang Sen raced upstairs. As he burst through the door, he entered an open area, only to be met by a cacophony of roars. Professor Bai was in hot pursuit. The onlookers inside, upon catching sight of the colossal Professor Bai, mistook him for a monster, screaming in terror and fleeing in all directions. Provoked by the chaos, Professor Bai lashed out, kicking and striking at anyone in his path, his massive hands tearing through several individuals. In an instant, the hall was filled with wails of despair, blood splattering everywhere, and dismembered limbs littering the ground. Soon, there were no survivors left in the hall. Zhang Sen stood at the entrance, gazing at the brutal Professor Bai, his heart brimming with shock. What kind of monster was this? An ability user capable of foreseeing the future could not possibly possess such combat prowess. This creature was no ordinary physical ability user. Though he had no desire to be a savior, if he allowed this thing to roam free, humanity would likely face annihilation. Once it fully matured, he doubted he would stand a chance against it. Zhang Sen swiftly resolved that this creature must be exterminated today. He retrieved an AK-47 from his spatial pocket and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Professor Bai. Yet, to his dismay, Professor Bai only grew more enraged. Bellowing as he charged forward, the bullets inflicted little to no damage upon him. Zhang Sen's expression turned grave. He understood that this creature was not akin to those he had previously encountered, easily dispatched foes. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned Satan, the demon child, and Orochimaru to join the fray. The three beasts appeared bewildered on the icy surface, with the demon child still clutching a piece of raw meat. If they couldn't vanquish this creature today, all his efforts in raising them would be in vain. The trio immediately fell into a battle-ready stance. Professor Bai seemed oblivious to the three beasts, roaring as he charged towards Zhang Sen, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Zhang Sen felt the ground tremble beneath him. As Professor Bai's colossal fist swung toward him, Zhang Sen rolled to the ground to evade the blow and swiftly maneuvered behind him, leaping into action. Two daggers materialized in his hands, thrusting forcefully toward Professor Bai's neck. However, to his astonishment, as the dagger tips grazed his skin, they were abruptly shattered by two opposing forces. Chapter 122. The corpse opens its eyes. The skin was remarkably tough, indicative of a being possessing at least fifth-tier physical prowess. At this moment, the three beasts unleashed their assaults. Satan and the demon child were gnashing at Professor Bai, only to be hurled away by him with ease. Orochimaru's colossal tail struck him, yet he merely staggered for a moment before becoming even more exhilarated, as if he had found a worthy adversary, charging directly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Professor Bai. The professor cried out in agony, retreating while frantically slapping at his own body. Fear of fire? Zhang Sen was not surprised. After all, Orochimaru was a fifth-tier fire-type beast, and the flames emitted were undoubtedly far superior to those of the second-tier demon child. Binding thorns, strangling vines. Zhang Sen bellowed, ensnaring Orochimaru's legs. With a whoosh, the strangling vines and willow branches shot forth from Zhang Sen's wrists. Soon, Professor Bai's legs were tightly bound. He bent down, straining to tear apart the strangling vines and willow branches, but both the binding thorns and strangling vines had already reached fourth-tier status. Their rigidity was formidable, even without thickening. After futilely tugging for a while, he found himself further ensnared, his hands and calves lacerated by the thorns, blood flowing profusely. This infuriated him utterly, and he let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen and the three beasts were relentless in their assault. Zhang Sen persistently targeted Professor Bai's physique, seeking to uncover his weaknesses, while the beasts employed their unique abilities in conjunction with close combat. Thus, before Professor Bai stood Zhang Sen, unarmed. To his left was the demon child engulfed in flames, and to his right was Satan, enveloped in crackling electricity. Both were cunning, taking quick bites or unleashing their elemental powers before swiftly retreating. Zhang Sen's continuous engagement with Professor Bai rendered him incapable of addressing the other two threats. To add to his frustration, a massive python behind him incessantly spewed fire in his direction. Although he felt no pain, his sluggish movements indicated that he was nearing his limits. At that moment, Satan's electrical force inadvertently struck Professor Bai's forehead. Instantly, he clutched his brow and knelt, howling in agony. Zhang Sen's heart raced. Could this be his vulnerability? Satan, demon child, seized his hand. No sooner had the command left his lips than both beasts leaped, biting down on Professor Bai's arm, pulling and tearing with fervor. Professor Bai seemed to realize Zhang Sen's intent and struggled desperately. Yet, Zhang Sen's speed was unmatched. He sprang into the air, a dagger appearing in his grasp. As the dagger was poised to pierce Professor Bai, he exerted all his strength to shake off the demon child, seizing Zhang Sen's wrist. The blade could advance no further. A smirk crept across Zhang Sen's lips. The cunning techniques he had honed were finally about to come into play. He relaxed his grip, and the dagger vanished, replaced by a long blade. Professor Bai, momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn, provided Zhang Sen with the precious opportunity to plunge the long blade into his forehead. Professor Bai's strength seemed to have been abruptly siphoned away, letting out a mournful wail before collapsing thunderously to the ground. The three beasts returned to Zhang Sen's side, while the two plants circled back to his wrist. Orochimaru writhed with eagerness, yearning to devour the lifeless form. Zhang Sen tapped its head with the back of his blade. Be gone. Can't you see this person is a monster? Consuming everything will only bring you harm. Having spoken, he stored the three beasts away. Zhang Sen tested the long knife against Bai's body, which, at this moment, was no longer as unyielding as iron. It appeared that once deceased, the abilities dissipated. But how did this individual undergo such a transformation? He was certain that the Bai who had sat conversing with him moments ago possessed no such powers. Thus, Bai must have conducted some experiment in the laboratory. Upon extracting the crystal of foresight from Bai, Zhang Sen glanced at it. Fourth tier, quite impressive, he thought, reserving it for Mia's use in the future. Returning to the laboratory on the negative first floor, he indeed discovered the open refrigeration unit, shattered test tubes, and spilled mysterious fluids strewn across the floor. It seemed this charlatan had undergone a sudden mutation owing to these substances. As he surveyed the laboratory, a thought struck him. This charlatan had witnessed future scientists' studies on superhumans and anomalous beasts, even though most of these research outcomes had largely been realized in the future. If he were to present these findings to the military in advance, it could potentially alleviate their struggles and expedite the development of enhancement serums for superpowers. Moreover, Should these insidious experimental results fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would likely spawn another charlatan, or worse, lead to the creation of another abomination akin to the one he had just encountered. If that were to happen, the perils of this apocalypse would surely multiply. There is a saying, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? While he cared little for the fates of others, he recognized that if all humanity perished, he too would be unable to secure his own survival. Furthermore, he might leverage these findings to negotiate with the military for his own necessities. Yet, he was wholly unversed in scientific research and had no knowledge of what was valuable or worthless. Thus, he resolved to collect all research materials from this laboratory into his space for later examination. Subsequently, he ascended to extract the crystals from the superhumans, storing them as well. He left no weaponry or resources from the Genesis sect unexamined. Once he had scavenged all that piqued his interest, he retrieved a black Hummer from his space and drove away with haste. Little did he realize that shortly after his departure, several corpses in the negative first-floor laboratory opened their eyes and rose to their feet. Perhaps due to prolonged immersion in the serum, their movements were somewhat stiff and sluggish, resembling automatons. Before long, they reached the hall on the first floor. At this juncture, their agility and demeanor were indistinguishable from that of ordinary humans. The blood and bodies scattered across the ground drove them into a frenzy. They lunged at the corpses, gnawing ravenously. Their rate of consumption was swift, and before long, the entire area was stripped clean of flesh. Their bodies were drenched in crimson, as if they had yet to satiate their hunger, and they continued their quest for sustenance in another direction. As they passed the entrance, they abruptly halted, turning in unison to gaze upon the enormous corpse outside. The lifeless body exerted a fatal allure over them. Unable to restrain themselves, they charged forward with feral cries. Half an hour later, only a skeletal frame remained of the once massive carcass. These grotesque creatures, seemingly part human and part corpse, finally found their satisfaction. The untransformed substances within Professor Bai's remains were entirely consumed by them, and an unbearable agony washed over them. They howled to the heavens, uncontrollably beating their chests and heads. Subsequently, the bodies of a dozen individuals visibly swelled, their eyes gradually shifting in hue, transforming from lifeless orbs into those resembling the mutated gaze of the late Professor Bai, an eerie shade of ashen white. Chapter 123, Departure from Lang City at Dawn. Zhang Sen harbored suspicions that the Genesis cult was colluding with the military. Given the capabilities of the authorities, it was implausible that they would fear a mere handful of first-tier supernatural beings. Moreover, the fact that they had an insider who had pilfered a beast from their grasp only heightened his doubts. Additionally, the demeanor of the armed bodyguards yesterday bore a striking resemblance to that of military personnel. To err on the side of caution, Zhang Sen resolved not to confront the military directly. After all, regardless of what the military required from the Genesis cult, his actions had undoubtedly disrupted their meticulously laid plans. It was certain that they held him in low regard. Having already secured the Wolf King, there was no reason for him to linger in Lang City any longer. His first order of business upon returning was to instruct Liu Hao and the others to pack their belongings and depart from Lang City at once. In truth, his suspicions were not unfounded. At that moment, the military had already been alerted to all of Zhang Sen's activities within the Genesis cult. Unfortunately, in such a communication-challenged environment, by the time the military personnel arrived at the Genesis cult, the situation had already deteriorated. Upon encountering the ransacked laboratory, the military personnel, initially hopeful that even with Professor Bai's demise they could continue their research, found their expectations dashed. Thus, the elusive Zhang Sen became the prime target for elimination by a notable figure in Lang City's military, without exception. Unbeknownst to him, as he sat in the passenger seat of a black Hummer, savoring the delightful news brought by ice cream, that its psychic ability had advanced, he remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him. Was this progression not remarkably swift? This little creature had hardly exerted itself daily, so how had it suddenly evolved? Have you been practicing something behind my back? Zhang Sen inquired. Speak. I've been talking all the time. It helps me hone my mental strength, Ice Cream responded. Zhang Sen was taken aback, muttering to himself in frustration. It was infuriating how this creature, with its incessant chatter, had surpassed his own efforts to cultivate his spatial abilities. No wonder it was so loquacious. This was indeed its method of ascension. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. The higher the tier of its psychic ability, the greater the potential power it could wield. With this thought, Zhang Sen felt a surge of happiness. After all, Ice Cream was his cat, and he could only wish for its rapid advancement to the celestial tier. Rubbing its fluffy head, Zhang Sen promised, "All right, I'll reward you with some fish treats later." Ice Cream nuzzled against Zhang Sen's large palm in delight. Suddenly, Zhang Sen recalled by Shingan. Right, I wanted to ask you something. Today, I encountered a supernatural being who can foresee the future. Their rank should be quite high. Yet I could not detect their abilities. Why is that? Because they possess a special ability. Such powers are undetectable unless your own special ability reaches the celestial tier. Damn, Zhang Sen sighed. Don't worry, the number of special ability users is quite limited. Once I reach celestial tier, I'll assist you in detection. Zhang Sen chuckled. All right then, hurry up. The man and cat engaged in lively banter as twilight descended. Zhang Sen instructed Lu how to find a suitable hill for the night. He released all 3 beasts and Xiao by the hunt, then took Ice Cream into his space to assess the condition of the Wolf King. The Wolf King appeared gravely weakened. During this period of relentless bloodletting and various harrowing training sessions, it had been tormented to the point of losing its wolf-like essence. Ice Cream lamented, "How pitiable! What could have subjected it to such suffering?" Zhang Sen sighed. "It has encountered a deranged fanatic. Fear not, for it has found its master. Who shall treat it well? That is not guaranteed. If it refuses to follow me, I shall have no choice but to extract its crystal. It will. Let me down. I shall speak with it." Zhang Sen gently set Ice Cream down, who scampered before the Wolf King, commencing its persuasive discourse. Moments later, the Wolf King cast a fleeting glance at Zhang. "Senator Ice Cream relayed, it says it remembers you saved it. Thank you." Zhang Sen affectionately patted the Wolf King's head. "It wishes to soak in the spring water. Once it has recuperated, it is willing to accompany you. However, its injuries are grave, and it may need several days to recover." With a subtle thought, Zhang Sen conjured the fresh corpse of a recently deceased exotic beast and a basin of spring water before the Wolf King. There is no rush. First, nourish yourself, and then indulge in a soak. The Wolf King, already ravenous, could not resist the sight of food and water and began to feast immediately. Ice Cream inquired, "Should we invite the newly arrived lady to join in the soak? Lin Na? She has just arrived. Let her acclimate for a while. No need for acclimatization. An early soak might hasten her awakening of other abilities." Zhang Sen paused, pondering, "What do you mean? A soak in spring water can expedite their awakening of secondary abilities?" "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think Satan could so swiftly awaken his lightning abilities? However, your point has merit. A period of drinking the water could indeed strengthen their physical abilities, although those can be compensated for later." Ice Cream continued its persuasion. "Just allow her to soak with us. With an unexpected addition to our ranks, what if she proves disloyal and harms me in the night? After all, I am quite weak." Zhang Sen chuckled in resignation. "Very well, she shall soak tonight." After dinner, Zhang Sen ushered all the beast companions into the space. Lu Hao, Yang Yike, and Maya had come to assist. The vast expanse of black earth remained uncultivated, and Zhang Sen permitted them to select the crops they wished to plant. It was Lin Na's inaugural visit to the space, leaving her in awe. Zhang Sen did not withhold anything, revealing all to her. Having previously heard of abilities, she adapted swiftly to the revelation. Zhang Sen's formidable nature, coupled with a spatial ability, was not beyond her comprehension. "Do you wish to possess abilities?" Zhang Sen inquired. Upon receiving Lin Na's affirmative response, he prepared spring water for both her and the Wolf King. Maintaining the usual arrangement, her bathing tub was in the container, while the Wolf King remained outside. Once everyone had completed their tasks, Zhang Sen released them, and they spent the night in the RV. He, however, cradled Ice Cream as he returned to the space, ensuring no complications arose between Lin Na and the Wolf King. He remained industrious, practicing spatial abilities and honing others. The following dawn, Lin Na woke, and indeed, her name appeared on the abilities display. Zhang Sen felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, she was his most loyal team member. Chapter 124. The Dark Elemental Esper Lang City and G City lie approximately 1,000 kilometers apart. Ordinarily, one would require merely a day or two of travel by car. However, the current circumstances are exceptional, as their speed is significantly hampered. Furthermore, Zhang Sen is prone to detours, often veering into mountains or forests to seize any opportunity that presents itself. Consequently, their journey has been a protracted affair, stretching into half a month without reaching G City. The Wolf King remained submerged in the spring for 5 full days before awakening, during which Zhang Sen had changed the spring water 3 times. By the time it roused, its wounds had nearly healed, and it had awakened a physical type ability. Thus, the ability display now included a new member, Grey Wolf, Wind type ability, level 3, physical type ability, level 1. Zhang Sen successfully replicated the Wolf King's abilities. At this juncture, only the gold, water, and earth elemental abilities remained unacquired among the 9 ordinary abilities. Reflecting on the water type ability, a tinge of regret washed over him. He had come across a potential candidate, yet the twins possessed too many ulterior motives, rendering them unsuitable for alliance. Throughout the past half-month, none in their group had been idle. Each night, they either hunted separately or practiced combat against the beasts within their spatial realm. After enduring prolonged battles, the space had become a veritable mound of various prey corpses. The Wolf King even returned with 6 young wolves, although they had yet to awaken any abilities. A soak in the spring transformed them into level 1 physical beasts. Zhang Sen's army of beasts had once again expanded in strength. Moreover, the abilities of the Esper team experienced considerable advancement through their daily training and the nurturing properties of the spring water. Yang Yike, Lu Hao Maya, and Orochimaru all achieved breakthroughs to level 2 in their physical type abilities. While Maya remained at level 1, her combat prowess had markedly improved, with an elevation to level 2 imminent. Xiao Bai's physical type ability also reached level 2, though its ice type ability remained at level 1. Both Satan and the Demon Child attained level 3 in their physical capabilities, while their lightning and fire abilities were yet to progress. However, Zhang Sen believed they were on the verge of advancement. Undoubtedly, Zhang Sen experienced the most significant growth, thanks to the elevation of his wood-type ability to level 4 and his relentless practice of mental fortitude. His spatial abilities ascended to level 3, granting him the freedom to wield spatial blades at will. With the assistance of Ice Cream, he commenced his studies on spatial jumps. His fire-type ability also reached level 3, producing flames of significantly greater magnitude than before. Meanwhile, his lightning, ice, and wind abilities all advanced to level 2. With the prowess of a level 2 ice-type ability, he could effortlessly manipulate the ice surfaces outside. Thus, whenever they encountered gas stations or abandoned vehicles along the route, Zhang Sen utilized his ice-type ability to extract gasoline or diesel, storing it within his spatial realm. In this manner, amidst their industrious endeavors, they finally entered G City. G City is regarded as the southernmost city of the Great Xia, historically celebrated as a resort destination prior to the apocalyptic events due to its picturesque environment and temperate climate. Here, the temperature is typically 4 to 5 degrees lower than in other regions. Most importantly, this place has always been a significant military stronghold of the Great Xia. Thus, when the tide of ferocious beasts swept in, Jiqing became one of the few cities that remained unfallen, and indeed, it was the city with the most favorable conditions. In his previous life, Zhang Sen heard that even the last few cities eventually succumbed. This indicates that in the future, only Jiqing would remain as a solitary bastion for the Great Xia. This is precisely why Zhang Sen initially chose Jiqing as the place to settle in the future. With the safe house constructed by Mu's father, it has become his paradise for retirement. Who could blame him for being somewhat naive? Having never resided in a mansion worth several hundred million, the mere thought of it filled him with delight. Upon entering the territory of Jiqing, Zhang Sen exchanged their vehicle for a black Hummer, filled with anticipation for the safe house, and they all headed toward their new life. However, to their astonishment, they encountered trouble half an hour later. On the flat, icy surface, the vehicle had been moving smoothly until suddenly, several enormous tigers and black bears appeared. Their faces were stained with blood, and scraps of flesh clung to their fangs, suggesting they had just feasted. Lu Hao slammed the brakes, startling everyone who had been sleeping inside the vehicle. As they beheld these formidable beasts, their hearts raced in fear. Lu Hao trembled and asked, "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhang Sen gazed at the colossal creatures, his heightened mental acuity sensing something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the disturbance. Before he could ponder further, the beasts charged toward them. Lu Hao attempted to reverse and escape, but realized that several more beasts were lurking behind them. With a loud thud, the vehicle jolted as a white tiger leaped onto the hood. Zhang Sen's heart raced. If only one beast were present, perhaps they could manage it. But with so many, it was beyond their current capabilities. The tension inside the vehicle was palpable, with everyone sweating profusely. Zhang Sen, disregarding his thoughts, decided to ensconce both people and vehicle within a spatial realm for their safety. Only then did they catch their breath. Lu Hao, with a look of relief, exclaimed, "That was too close. I didn't even see them before they charged at us. Are there any living souls left in Jiqing with such terrifying beasts around?" Zhang Sen's instincts were on high alert. Such creatures were at least of the 5th rank. How could they be present on the streets of Jiqing now? And in such numbers? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He opened the vehicle door and stepped outside to inspect the front of the car, which had been trampled by the tigers. To his surprise, it was unscathed. Indeed, they had encountered a practitioner of supernatural abilities. If he was not mistaken, it must have been a dark element ability user. The ferocious tigers and bears they had seen were likely mere illusions conjured by this adept. The ice cream, which he had kept in the spatial realm to practice mental strength with the beasts, was curious to see them enter the space along with the vehicle. It approached Zhang Sen and inquired what transpired outside. Zhang Sen suddenly remembered this all-knowing little companion and picked up the ice cream, recounting the recent events. After pondering for a moment and communicating with the spatial realm, the ice cream replied, "You have encountered a dark element ability user." Zhang Sen sighed, confirming the truth of this assessment. Indeed, this G-City has truly given him a formidable challenge. The ice cream continued, "It's of no concern. You need not do anything. Simply pretend the illusion does not exist." Zhang Sen nodded, yet in his heart, he pondered the prowess of rare abilities. Without lifting a finger, they could instill such terror that one would flee in fright. There must be a dark ability user by his side. Do you have a way to deal with him? My current ability level is too low. I can only sense his location. That is sufficient. Zhang Sen embraced the ice cream and returned to the vehicle. Lu Hao inquired, "Boss, what shall we do now?" Zhang Sen relayed the ice cream as words, and the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Prepare yourselves. We are going to capture this menace." No sooner had the words left his lips than the scene before them shifted once more. The black Hummer reappeared on the expansive ice surface, enveloped in silence. Zhang Sen utilized his mental prowess to perceive the surroundings, hearing voices filled with anger. "What have you done? If they escape today, do you comprehend the consequences? They have returned. Quickly, continue the illusions. Let us charge." In the next instant, the fierce tiger and black bear materialized once again. Zhang Sen touched the ice cream. "Have you located the ability user?" "Yes, 30 degrees to the northwest." The group opened the doors and exited the vehicle, only to be immediately beset by the beasts. Zhang Sen placed the ice cream on his shoulder. Facing the direction of the ability user, constrain them. Capture everyone in that direction. The command was given, and the force surged forth without delay. A cacophony of screams erupted nearby. In the next moment, all the beasts vanished, replaced by a throng of men wielding knives and clubs. Lu Hao and the others, upon witnessing this, immediately brandished their swords and charged into battle, engaging fiercely. Before Zhang Sen stood several burly men, among them a thin youth of around 15 or 16 years. They found themselves ensnared by the binding force, unable to move. Their gazes fixed on Zhang Sen as if he were a devil incarnate. Zhang Sen approached, scrutinizing them closely. Who conjured the illusion? The youth's pupils flickered. Yet he remained silent. The others glanced at him in unison. It was him. It was Hanting's doing. We had no part in it. Please, brother. We were all coerced by Hanting. The youth regarded them, his eyes brimming with rage yet wary of retorting. At that moment, Zhang Sen found himself utterly astonished. Hanting. Chapter 125. The madman Hanting in a previous life. The name Hanting was synonymous with nightmares for all those possessing extraordinary abilities. This individual was a being more terrifying than the devil himself. His favorite pastime was to exploit the fears and desires buried deep within people's hearts, leading them to annihilate one another. He was, without a doubt, a complete lunatic, a quintessential embodiment of antisocial personality disorder. His modus operandi was indiscriminate violence. Anyone who crossed his path faced a perilous fate. Zhang Sen gazed at the frail youth before him, perplexed. What could have forged the violent and deranged persona he would later adopt? Hanting felt a shiver run down his spine under Zhang Sen's scrutinizing gaze. Fully aware of the latter's formidable strength, he could extinguish his life in the blink of an eye. Yet, what prompted such an intense stare? "Your name is Hanting?" Zhang Sen inquired. "Why, yes," Hanting stammered. "Aside from creating such illusions, what other abilities do you possess?" Hanting shook his head. "This is all I can do." "When did you acquire this skill?" "Half a month ago." "How did you learn it?" I'm not certain. I nearly died half a month ago. And upon awakening, I found I had acquired this ability." "Nearly died? What transpired?" Hanting turned to his companions nearby. "They were attacking me alongside my cousin." Zhang Sen chuckled. "Do you wish for revenge?" The others, fearing Zhang Sen's righteous intervention, quickly interjected. "Brother, no. He is deceiving you. We never harmed him. He is far too powerful for us to contend with." Hanting merely stared at Zhang Sen in shock. "Why you won't kill me? I greatly admire your talent. If you are willing to follow me, I shall spare your life. Which one is your cousin?" As Zhang Sen released the willow branches binding Hanting, the latter hesitated. Anguish etched upon his features. "My cousin is not here." Zhang Sen nodded. "Very well, then I shall have to eliminate these individuals first. Do you wish to take matters into your own hands?" After a moment of contemplation, Hanting's eyes brimmed with hatred. "Yes, I wish to slay them with my own hands." Zhang Sen nodded, materializing a military dagger in his palm, which he extended to Hanting. Hanting gazed at the dagger, a tempest of emotions raging within him, unable to find tranquility. Zhang Sen, patient, awaited Hanting's decision. After a brief interlude, Hanting, trembling, accepted the dagger and turned to face the bound individuals. Their terror erupted into frantic cries. "Hanting, you dare. If you kill us, Dodo will perish. Should I die, my aunt will undoubtedly suspect you, and you shall never see Dodo again." Upon hearing this, Hanting's previously resolute expression wavered. Zhang Sen sighed. realizing that this dodo was the young man's leverage. No wonder he, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, remained under their control. Yet, he had never heard of this young man having a sister in his previous life. Had she perhaps already met her demise by then? Seeing Han Teng hesitating, Zhang Sen offered, "Shall I handle it instead?" Han Teng comprehended the gravity of the situation. These individuals would not survive the day. In light of this, it would be more satisfying to release his pent-up frustrations. This wretched group had tormented him relentlessly. "No need, I will handle this myself." As soon as the words left his lips, Han Teng plunged the knife into one man's abdomen, swiftly withdrawing it only to strike again. An inexplicable surge of exhilaration welled within him. He had finally avenged himself. "You bullied me. You stole my clothes. You took my food. You harmed my sister. Die. All of you perish." Zhang Sen observed as Han Teng's expression morphed into one of madness, devoid of reason. He sighed silently. "Han Teng, Han Teng, Han Teng." He called out repeatedly, but Han Teng remained unresponsive. It was only after Zhang Sen shouted that Han Teng halted his actions. At that moment, Han Teng was splattered with blood. They are already beyond saving. There is no need to expend further energy. After a few seconds of daze, Han Teng regained his composure and offered the dagger to Zhang Senator. "Thank you, elder brother. I apologize for using illusions against you earlier." Zhang Sen waved his hand dismissively. "Consider it a gift. Keep it for your own protection. I was serious about what I said earlier. Are you willing to follow me?" Han Teng pondered for a moment before kneeling down. "Elder brother, I have a sister in their grasp. If you can help me rescue her, I am willing to serve you faithfully." "How old is your sister?" "She is nearly 10 years old, elder brother. Rest assured, we have very little to eat, and I am capable of any labor, even scavenging for supplies." Zhang Sen sighed, conceding that he might as well be a good person, given his envy of others' abilities. "Get up. Elder brother, have you agreed?" Han Teng stood, his eyes brimming with hope. This elder brother seemed formidable. He would surely be able to rescue his sister. Zhang Sen pulled a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and took a puff. "I can assist in rescuing your sister, but let us set some ground rules. Life with me will not be as harsh as you imagine. You will not need to worry about food and drink. However, one thing matters. Here, my word is law, and you must obey me, solely me." Han Teng considered the situation, under the current circumstances. Aligning himself with Zhang Sen would spare him and his sister from any further misfortune. Moreover, he had noticed that those accompanying Zhang Sen included another elder brother, 2 older sisters, and a younger sister, individuals who appeared to be living well. Zhang Sen had a fine vehicle and was willing to help him seek retribution. He could not possibly be a villain. With a beaming smile, he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, elder brother, I will henceforth heed only your commands." Zhang Sen acknowledged him with a nod, turning to observe as Lu Hao and the others had finished eliminating the remaining dozen adversaries, gathering the bodies together. He raised his hand, and to Han Teng's astonishment, he stored the corpses and the vehicle within a spatial realm. At that impressionable age, Han Teng, enamored with web literature and films, understood that a subordinate should not question their leader excessively. Thus he kept his mouth shut while internally marveling. Elder brother is so cool. He is truly impressive. Seeing Han Teng shivering from the cold, Zhang Sen casually retrieved a black down jacket from his space and tossed it to him. "Put it on." "Thank you, elder brother," Han Teng said, deeply moved as he donned the jacket. "Where is your sister? Lead the way." "All right." Chapter 126. The Shameless Han Family Village. Han Teng led the group towards Han Family Village. Along the way, he explained the situation to Zhang Sr. It turned out that he and the group they had just slain were all from Han Family Village. Han Teng's family had once been affluent, owning a supermarket. When the apocalypse first struck, people came to borrow grain from his family, and his parents, in their kindness, lent them some. However, as time passed, they realized the severity of the disaster and concealed a portion of their grain in their basement. When the villagers could no longer borrow grain, they resorted to moral coercion, even enlisting Han Teng's uncle, the village chief, to persuade Han Teng's parents to distribute some of their grain to the villagers. Reluctantly, Han Teng's parents complied once more. Yet, with so many mouths to feed, the grain was quickly depleted. When his parents refused to part with any more, Han Teng's uncle, along with a few others, forcibly invaded their home, murdering his parents and seizing all the remaining grain. From that moment on, Han Teng was left to fend for himself in search of food. Initially, he and his sister managed to survive, but as the grain stolen from their home was completely consumed, Han Teng's uncle abducted Dodo, compelling Han Teng to procure food for them. Any hint of dissent was met with brutal violence. Over a month ago, Han Teng nearly lost his life during one such beating. Fortunately, he survived and awakened a dark ability. These individuals recognized his unique power, treating him as both a monster and a tool to aid in their plundering endeavors. At first, Han Ting hoped to leverage his abilities to rescue his sister. But the villagers were already wary of him. His powers were limited and could only be exercised within a small radius, after extensive covert investigations. He could not ascertain the location where his sister was held captive. Each attempt to use his abilities against the villagers resulted in harsher retaliation, and he feared for his sister's safety, forcing him to endure in silence. Upon hearing Han Tung's tale, the group felt a mix of sympathy for the young man and indignation towards the ungrateful wretches. Zhang Sen, however, was inexplicably reminded of the Zhang Jianjun family. He felt a twinge of compassion for Han Ting, who, at such a tender age, had endured so much suffering, losing even his sister, the one person he relied on. No wonder he had turned into an antisocial personality in his previous life. Upon arriving at Han family village, Zhang Sen made a beeline for Han Tung's uncle's house. Han Tung entered first, and as soon as Han Tung's aunt laid eyes on him, she shrieked, "Where did you get such a warm-down jacket? Your brother is nearly freezing to death. Take it off and give it to him." At that moment, Zhang Sen and the others stepped inside. Han Tung's aunt quickly pulled him aside, asking, "Did you bring these people here? Do they have a lot of supplies?" Han Tung coldly met her gaze, demanding, "Where's Dodo? I'm asking you a question. Why are you bringing up Dodo?" Han Ting pulled a knife from behind him, glaring menacingly at his aunt. "I ask you again, where is Dodo? You insolent little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? You will not escape my wrath. Father." Quickly, before the woman could finish her words, a sharp pain coursed through her abdomen. Han Tung, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "You wretched being! Is it not enough that you have taken so much from my family? You have caused the demise of my parents and tormented both my sister and me. You deserve to perish." With that, he plunged the knife into his aunt multiple times. When Han Tung's uncle entered from behind, he was met with the sight of his wife sprawled on the ground and Han Tung's hands stained with blood. "Beast, dare you kill my wife?" Furious, Han Tung's uncle failed to notice Zhang Sen and his companions, consumed only by the desire to seize a nearby machete and strike at Han Tung. Zhang Sen signaled to Liu Hao, who promptly advanced and severed Han Tung's uncle's hand with a swift blow. Han Tung's uncle writhed on the ground, clutching his wound in agony. Han Tung approached him ominously, demanding, "Where is my sister? You monster!" Han Tung's uncle ground his teeth. "I am your uncle. What do you intend to do? My father was your own brother, and you watched as he was brutally slain. Since you refused to reveal my sister's whereabouts, I shall let you experience the torment my parents endured. You dare. If I perish, you will never see your sister again. That is of no concern. I can easily call upon my brother to eliminate everyone in this village." With that, Han Ting picked up the knife from the ground and relentlessly struck his uncle. Initially, his uncle screamed in pain, but soon he fell silent. Liu Hao stepped forward and grasped Han Ting's hand, saying, "Enough, little Ting. He is dead now. You have avenged your parents." Tears streaming down his face, Han Tung shook his head. "No, not yet. There are still several families who bear responsibility for my parents' deaths." Zhang Sen sighed behind him, fearing the boy might spiral into madness once more. At that moment, Han Ting suddenly noticed something and strode forward, kicking over his cousin Han Xiao, who had been hiding behind the wall to spy. At 18, Han Xiao was tall and robust, his face marred with acne. Seeing Han Tung, bloodied and furious, he cowered backward in fear. Han Ting, what do you intend to do? Where is my sister?" "I don't know. They were afraid you would frighten us, so they did not tell me where Dodo is." "Then you shall perish as well." The bloodied blade fell upon Han Xiao repeatedly. 2 minutes later, Zhang Sen led Han Ting away from his uncle's home. Subsequently, Han Tung guided Zhang Sen to the residences of those responsible for his parents' demise. However, Zhang Sen only permitted him to eliminate those who had directly attacked, forbidding any further slaughter. "The toll of lives you have taken today is already substantial. If you continue, it will become unbearable. Finding your sister is of utmost importance now." Regaining his composure, Han Tung recalled his promise to Zhang Sen and nodded. Yet, Zhang Sen did not spare them entirely. He instructed Baido to restrain them and cast them outside. At that moment, the villagers became aware of the unfolding chaos and rushed forth, brandishing their weapons. "Who are you? How dare you stir trouble in Han family village? You are courting death." A smirk crept upon Zhang Sen's lips, for it was fortuitous. He need not search each household individually. He nonchalantly retrieved 2 AK-47s from behind him, tossing one to Liu Hao. The complexion of the villagers from Han family village turned ashen. They bore firearms. Zhang Sen bellowed, "Listen closely. If you wish to preserve your lives, surrender Han Dodo. Otherwise, I shall annihilate every last one of you." The crowd exchanged fearful glances, their faces etched with terror. After a brief moment, an elder among them spoke. "We are willing to relinquish Han Dodo, but you must barter for her. Hand over your weapons and the winter garments you wear, or we shall all perish. And you will never find her." At that moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward. "Indeed, you possess merely 2 guns. Do you truly believe you can eradicate us all? If you desire Han Dodo, you must offer something in return, or we shall have her killed this very instant. Chapter 127. He only wishes to preserve his last shred of humanity. Bang. Bang. With 2 gunshots echoing, both the young man and the elder collapsed to the ground. Zhang Sen's face was grave. If anyone wishes to negotiate, now is the time to step forward. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Zhang Sen continued. Since no one desires to negotiate, I shall count to 3. If no one reveals the whereabouts of Han Dodo, I shall show no mercy. 1, 2. I have Han Dodo here. A middle-aged man shouted, cradling a frail girl in his arms. Dodo. Han Tung cried out anxiously, ready to rush forward. Do not move, Zhang Sen restrained him, waiting for the man to approach the crowd, then loudly commanded, let us see Han Dodo. First, put down your weapon. Zhang Sen gazed at Han Dodo's limp form, unease flooding his heart. He extended his mental energy to probe the situation, despite the crowd's multitude. He sensed an unsettling anomaly. Dodo, what's wrong? Look back at your brother. Han Tung shouted desperately, but Han Dodo remained unresponsive. He turned to Zhang Sen, his voice trembling with emotion. Brother, something seems off with Dodo. I am aware, Zhang Sen reassured him. Do not worry, I promise to bring Dodo back. Though Han Tung was consumed by anxiety, he had no choice but to trust Zhang Sen, suppressing his fears and standing still. Zhang Sen fixed his gaze upon the man holding Dodo. Bring Han Dodo to me. The man sneered, raising his knife menacingly towards Han Dodo. On what grounds? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, shoot us all. If we die, Han Dodo will die too. She is in our grasp now, and I'll tell you, if you want her to live, you better drop your gun and bring us some food. Zhang Sen regarded the group coldly. Is this what you all believe? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the crowd erupted with excitement. Yes, indeed. Quickly, put down your guns. If you wish for Han Dodo to live, you must provide us with sustenance. Indeed, after you have slaughtered so many of us, you must pay the price. Furious, Han Tung shouted, you wretched scum. My sister is but a child. You have devoured so much from my family and slain my parents. How can you be so shameless? Can you blame us? Blame your parents for their selfishness. They had so much, yet refused to share, leaving us to suffer hunger for days. Han Tung trembled with rage, his eyes growing redder. If it were possible, he wished to perish along with these fiends. Yet, with his sister still in their clutches, he was forced to endure. Zhang Sen, incensed by their vile expressions, seethed with fury. To hell with it. Regardless of Han Dodo's condition, these beasts deserve to perish. He threw his gun to the ground, clasped his hands behind his back, and mentally commanded the thorn and the force to act. Force, retrieve that young girl. Leave none of them alive. The thorny vines and constricting cords slid down from his wrists, trailing along his pant legs to the ground, where they curled around. Observing that Zhang Sen had lowered his weapon, the individual across from him immediately shouted at Lu Hao, urging him to do the same. Lu Hao glanced at Zhang Sen, noting his silence, and resolutely held his gun steady. The captor of Han Dodo twitched the knife in his hand, threatening, will you let go? If not, I'll slay this little wretch right now. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp sting in his wrist, followed by excruciating pain as the knife clattered to the ground. Instantly, a willow branch ensnared Han Dodo, lifting her high and carrying her to Zhang Sen's side. Dodo! Han Tung shouted in excitement. Zhang Sen reached out to catch Han Dodo, and, upon seeing her pallid complexion, felt a deep dread settle in his heart. He turned to Han Tung. Han Tung, your sister. Han Tung's face paled drastically as he hurriedly took Han Dodo into his arms. Dodo, what's wrong? Open your eyes and look at your brother. His trembling hands reached to check for breath, only to discover that she had already succumbed. Dodo, please don't frighten your brother, Dodo. Amidst the crowd, anguished cries erupted, tormented by the unrelenting grasp of the vines and binding cords. They huddled together, not requiring the vines to exert effort, as a single tendril ensnared several individuals, and the thorns could be unleashed at will. The cacophony of screams grew ever louder. It would be too merciful to let them die like this. Zhang Sen bellowed, leave no survivors. Soon, the crowd was entangled together. Zhang Sen commanded, thorny vines, constricting cords, continue to seek out survivors, spare none, bring them all here. Seeing the bruises on Han Dodo's body caused Han Tung immense pain. He lifted her tattered and thin clothing, his eyes bloodshot with rage. These beasts, he seethed, unable to contain his fury any longer. He seized the fallen knife and charged forward. Who is it? Who has harmed my sister? The man who had carried Han Dodo out immediately cried out. Not me, Han Tung. It truly wasn't me. Han Tung, repulsed by his face, dragged him forward and plunged the knife into a vital area, twisting it with force. The man let out a horrific wail. Han Tung cast him aside, his voice cold and demanding, who else? The gathered individuals were bound together, stripped of the chance to flee, shivering in fear. It wasn't me, one pleaded. When Han Dao left my home, she was perfectly fine. It was Han Ding. Yes, it must have been him, and Han Wei too. You know they are the most lecherous men in our village. If you seek vengeance, go after them. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, spare me. Han Wei, named in the accusation, retorted angrily, you're full of it, Han Jun. How dare you claim you didn't do anything to Han Dao? Soon, a heated argument ensued, drawing in several more individuals. Listening to this unbearable exchange, Han Tung could scarcely fathom the torment his beloved sister must have endured during this time. He was determined to ensure that this group of beasts received the punishment they so richly deserved. Thus, he unleashed his extraordinary powers, enveloping them in terrifying illusions. Soon, the air was filled with their screams. Several individuals were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, while others fainted from sheer terror. Han Tung, too, paled as he forcibly invoked powers that exceeded the limits of his mental capacity, causing blood to trickle from his nose. Zhang Sen, fearing that his crystal might shatter and lead to his demise, attempted to rouse him, but Han Tung remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Sen had no choice but to render him unconscious. Haozi, come and take him away. After issuing the command, he also stored Han Dao's lifeless body in the spatial realm. At that moment, the remaining few dozen inhabitants of Han family village, dragged by the avatars of Bai Dou and Ci Tong, arrived at the scene. Zhang Sen observed the expressions of the crowd, some filled with terror, while others cursed profusely, and felt a surge of agitation within him. He began to comprehend how the previous incarnation of Han Tung had succumbed to madness. For such a young child to endure such trauma without losing his sanity would indeed be extraordinary. He sighed, instructing Ci Tong and Bai Dou to render them all unconscious and subsequently store them in the spatial realm, intending to deal with them once Han Tung regained consciousness. However, the moment they entered Zhang Sen's domain, it foreshadowed that none of them would emerge alive, even if Han Tung chose not to eliminate them. He would not spare these individuals. They were merely a pack of beasts. Instead of uniting to weather the storm, they chose to survive by draining the lifeblood of the innocent. Their demise was of no consequence. He now only hoped to preserve the last vestiges of humanity within Han Tung's heart. Chapter 128. The occupied safe house. Jiqing, a coastal city, sprawls across a vast expanse. On the outskirts lies a majestic range of mountains, and it is here, on the slope of a peak known as Tianqing Mountain, that the safe house built by Mai Fu is situated. This secluded location is so remote that one encounters scarcely a soul while traversing the road leading up to it. Upon entering Tianqing Mountain, Zhang Sen discovered that it was not merely a solitary safe house. After inquiring with Maya, he learned that, in the years preceding the apocalypse, a group of affluent individuals, driven by rivalry, clustered together to construct safe houses in Jiqing. After trekking for another half-hour into the mountains, they arrived at the mid-slope. Once they disembarked, Zhang Sen quickly noted signs of human habitation. The entrance was littered with empty cans of meat, forming a small mound. He extended his mental energy to investigate and discerned that a dozen men resided within the safe house. Evidently, this place had been seized by others. The remaining individuals soon grasped the situation. Brother, it seems someone has taken over our house, Maya remarked. No worries, we shall reclaim it. Zhang Sen replied with a sardonic smile, casting a glance at the imposing door that resembled a bank vault. Kiki, Lin Na, take Maya and knock on the door. Exercise caution. Subsequently, Zhang Sen secured a binding thorn around Maya's wrist and instructed the three to exit the vehicle. Yang Yike approached the grand entrance, knocked on the door, and called out, "Is anyone there?" Inside the safe house, the group of men was engrossed in a game of poker. Suddenly, one man paused mid-game. "Wait, did you all hear that?" A woman's voice? What woman-esque voice? "I think you've lost your mind over women. It's only been a few days since we last had any," another scoffed. "Ha, with so much stock at home, we could easily trade a couple of cans for a woman," someone suggested. "Let us head out this afternoon and bring back a few, so we don't have to keep venturing out in this freezing weather." At that moment, Yang Yike's voice rang out again from outside. "Is anyone there? We are just passing through, and we haven't eaten all day. May we borrow some food?" This time, the men inside all heard her plea. Well, it truly is a woman-esque voice, and quite melodious, I must say. "I told you I heard a woman. You fools didn't believe me. Let us go check it out." A middle-aged man stepped outside, grumbling, "What are you all staring at? You mindless idiots, what if someone is lying in wait outside?" The group fell silent. The middle-aged man approached the door and opened a small panel. This tiny door could only be opened from the inside, and it was cleverly disguised with one-way glass that mirrored the large iron gate, allowing visibility from within while remaining unnoticed from the outside. Seeing only two young women and a little girl outside, the man's wariness diminished significantly. Notably, the two young women were remarkably attractive, and one of them seemed somewhat familiar. At that moment, the other man, who who were previously engaged in their card game, began to gather around. Well, isn't that Lin Na? Who is Lin Na? The renowned celebrity, much adored by my ex-girlfriend, possesses an extraordinarily captivating visage. The woman beside her is equally striking. Not at all inferior. Why are you still dawdling, my friend? Open the door. These two women could provide us with ample entertainment, and a celebrity at that. Something we have never experienced before. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a surge of temptation. It is imperative to note that, prior to the apocalypse, even a fleeting glimpse of such individuals was a Herculean task for someone of his stature. Yet now, with a mere turn of the doorknob, that once lofty star could become a plaything beneath him. However, as the leader of this motley crew, seasoned by months of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, he exhibited far more prudence than his dim-witted subordinates, whose minds were clouded with frivolous thoughts. He scrutinized the three figures outside. Despite his yearning, he retained a modicum of rationality. They appeared unnaturally pristine, as if they had yet to experience the harsh realities of the world that had unfolded. He cast a scornful glance at the foolish young men, admonishing them, "Enough chatter. Do you think this door can be opened at will? Look at these three women. Their attire suggests they are not the sort to have survived until now without some measure of significance." The middle-aged man then opened a small window, fortified with a fine iron mesh, and inquired, "From whence do you hail?" Yang Yike promptly replied, "Greetings, we have come from afar seeking refuge. Having become separated from our families, might we trouble you for some provisions?" The man surveyed his surroundings, detecting no immediate threat. "I can provide you with food, but the outside is perilous. We cannot venture out. Only you three may enter to collect it. Is that acceptable?" Yang Yike feigned contemplation. "Brother, can you truly spare us some food? We have some provisions left. It would be no trouble to share." She proposed, "I shall open the first door. Once you are inside, I will then unlock the second door to retrieve the food for you. How does that sound?" Exchanging glances with Lin Na, a hint of trepidation passed between them. At that moment, Maya chimed in, "Sister, I am hungry." After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yike gently patted Maya's head and addressed the door. "Very well, brother, we are willing." With a click, the outer door creaked open. As the three women stepped inside, the middle-aged man swiftly closed the door behind them, trapping them within. This safe house had been constructed with two formidable doors, designed with robust security in mind. Now, the three were ensnared between them, a predicament that left the middle-aged man feeling omnipotent. With his inhibitions cast aside, he opened the second door. A young thug eagerly lunged forward, exclaiming, "Let me see how a celebrity differs from an ordinary woman." In that instant, Yang Yike thrust her sword through his chest. The middle-aged man and the thugs behind him turned and fled in terror. "Damn it, grab your weapons." As the trio pursued, they encountered a dozen men armed with machetes returning to the scene. The middle-aged man, exasperated, shouted, "You ungrateful women! I took pity on you and offered you food, and you reward me with murder." Lina scoffed coldly. "Is this your so-called goodwill?" Mia fixed her gaze intently on the middle-aged man. "Who are you? How did you gain entry into my home?" "Your home? What nonsense is this? This is not your residence," she retorted fiercely. "This is a safe house constructed at the expense of my father's billions. How can you claim it as yours? So, you are the daughter of the affluent, are you? And what of it? Now that I have entered, this house belongs to me. By the way, where is your father? Surely he hasn't succumbed to his fate?" She continued. "How about this? I shall take on the role of your father henceforth, and you can still reside here comfortably." Mia was utterly enraged. She raised her hand and commanded, "Spare the one speaking, eliminate the rest." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Little girl, are you jesting with your new father? Is that worthless bracelet of yours a magical artifact of some sort?" Lina and Yang Yike, upon hearing his words, sheathed their weapons and crossed their arms, poised to witness the unfolding drama. With a cold smirk, Mia tapped her wristband and declared, "Vines of strangulation, go forth and ensnare." The constricting vines and willows swiftly shot forth from Mia's wrist. Chapter 129. Yang Yike delivers herself upon entering the house. Zhang Sen's first task was to instruct Lu Hao to examine the various facilities of the safe house. An hour later, Lu Hao returned with the design blueprints provided by Zhang Senator Boss. "I have compared the layout you gave me, and all the functionalities of the safe house are intact, except for a trace of damage at the escape passage. These individuals seem well acquainted with the structure. They must have entered through that route." Zhang Sen nodded, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon the terrified middle-aged man before him. "Were you the ones who constructed this safe house?" "Why, yes." "Why was the escape passage excavated?" "When we built this safe house, we intentionally left a small tunnel. Initially, we thought the wealthy wouldn't frequent this place, merely planning for them to visit occasionally after its completion. Never did we anticipate the onset of an apocalypse." "How many of you are there?" The middle-aged man glanced around nervously. Hey, all of us are here. Since you are all present, there is no need for you to remain. Zhang Sen rose, ice cream in hand. Vine of strangulation, eliminate him. As soon as the words left his lips, the vines coiled around the middle-aged man, tightening forcefully, thereby extinguishing his life. Subsequently, Zhang Sen surveyed the interior while the others began to tidy up the disordered supplies. It was evident that Mai's father, being among the wealthiest, had constructed a safe house far grander than any Zhang Sen had previously encountered. This safe house spanned over 1,000 square meters, comprising 4 levels, 2 above ground and 2 below. From the outside, it resembled a massive semicircular fortress towering over 10 meters high. Concealed within the concrete walls were specially crafted steel plates, rendering the structure devoid of windows. Inside, it was akin to an opulent villa without any windows. The first floor was divided into several areas, including a vast living room, kitchen, dining room, fitness area, game room, relaxation space, and guest bedrooms. The second floor, due to its dome design, featured only one room, surrounded by fireplaces and radiators. The entire house was equipped with electrical and fresh air systems. And the underground level boasted a high-end power generation system, with all necessary fuel and components stored in the second basement. This system and its fuel were sufficient to power the safe house for a century. Additionally, solar panels were installed at the rear, ensuring that electricity needs posed no concern. The first basement housed an expansive storage room filled with an array of long-lasting canned goods and exquisite wines. Originally, these provisions could sustain a family for decades. But due to the previous extravagant consumption by a group of men, only about half remained. However, Zhang Sen had no intention of consuming these items. He stored them in his space, planning to exchange them later for necessities. The interior and exterior were further equipped with the most advanced surveillance systems, with the control room located in the first basement, allowing for the management of all devices within the house from a single seat. Having studied computer science in university, Zhang Sen found it easy to grasp the workings of these systems. As Lu Hao and his companions tidied up the safe house, Zhang Sen activated the various devices within. The originally dim and damp space soon transformed into a bright and warm haven. After allowing Maya to select her favorite room on the first floor, he left the others to their own devices. Each individual chose their rooms according to personal preference, while Zhang Sen retrieved new furniture from his storage. The previously occupied beds were all destroyed and used as firewood. As for Han Ting, despite exerting excessive force with his abilities and temporarily losing consciousness, Zhang Sen regarded him as one of their own and assigned him a room as well. Once everyone had settled in, Zhang Sen produced an assortment of seafood and the necessary ingredients for hot pot, entrusting the cooking responsibilities to Yang Yike and Maya before stepping outside with Lu Hao. If all went as planned, this would become Zhang Sen's sanctuary for retirement. He remembered his promise to Bai Dou and Xi Tong, vowing to let them absorb the essence of the sun and moon once they found a stable residence. Using his ice abilities, he shattered the ice near the safe house's entrance and had Lu Hao dig a deep hole to release Bai Dou from storage. After planting it, he instructed them, "From now on, the duty of guarding the house falls upon you too. Anyone who dares to intrude shall be dealt with swiftly." Bai Dou and Xi Tong, finally free to stretch their limbs, joyfully entwined their branches around Zhang Sen in celebration. Subsequently, he also released Satan, the Demon King, Xiaobai, and the Wolf King along with its subordinates, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their new home. As for Orochimaru, its aversion to the cold kept it from emerging at all. After their labors, night fully enveloped the sky, and the group began to enjoy their first meal in this new abode. With a comfortable dwelling now established, spirits were notably high. Zhang Sen fetched several bottles of wine from my food cellar, inviting everyone to indulge. The meal lingered on until after 9 o'clock before concluding. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Sen had just finished bathing and was preparing to attend to a long overdue task when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. He opened it to find young Ike standing there, bundled in a down jacket, her hair cascading over her shoulders, an elusive fragrance wafting towards him. Was this a fortuitous coincidence? Before he could make a move, she had arrived at his doorstep. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "What brings you here?" Yang Yike's long eyelashes fluttered nervously. "Sengu, last time you asked me in the storage if I was interested in men again, I didn't respond. And I fear you might have misunderstood my intentions." Zhang Sen feigned ignorance. "Misunderstood what?" Sengu, I have actually been interested in you for quite some time, very much so." As she uttered these words, her evident nervousness caused her to tremble slightly. "Are you cold?" Zhang Sen stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace. "When did you start to feel this way about me?" "For quite a while." Zhang Sen lowered his gaze, only then noticing the red camisole peeking from beneath her oversized nightgown. His breath caught as he beheld the expanse of her porcelain skin. His gaze gradually deepened, and in a husky voice, he remarked, "It's my fault. I had intended to have you last time, but unfortunately, I was too occupied. These past few days, I have been continuously preoccupied, which has led to this delay. At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle softly and continued, you might find it hard to believe, but I was just about to seek you out. After all, I couldn't expect you, a young lady, to come to me. A flicker of surprise illuminated Yang Yike's eyes. Really, is it true? Zhang Sen lifted her effortlessly, using his foot to close the door. You will soon discover the truth. Chapter 130. My life belongs to my elder brother. It was not until the third day of Han Teng's stay in the safe house that he awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he was momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings, only to recall the events leading up to his arrival when he spotted Zhang Senator Yang Yike. Noticing Han Teng, exclaimed warmly, Little Ting, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? I can prepare some dumplings for you. Han Teng shook his head and hurried to Zhang Sen's side, asking, Elder brother, how did I end up here? You overexerted your abilities, Zhang Sen replied gravely. If you had continued, it could have cost you your life. So I had no choice but to render you unconscious. And my sister? What about the people from Han family village? Han Teng inquired anxiously. Zhang Sen turned to Yang Yike and instructed, Kiki, please cook him a bowl of dumplings. After she nodded and began to prepare the meal, he turned back to Han Teng. First, eat something. Once you finish, I will take you to see them. I'm not hungry. I need to find them right away. Han Teng insisted. Zhang Sen's expression turned serious. Han Teng, I did not bring you back to collect your remains. Although Han Teng felt a pressing urgency, he understood that Zhang Sen had his best interests at heart and refrained from defying him. Yang Yike worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, a large pot of dumplings was ready. Eager to reunite with his sister, Han Teng ate rapidly. After 10 minutes, he pushed the bowl away and declared, Elder brother, I'm done. Zhang Sen then led him and the others in the room into a space. With a wave of his hand, he transported the lifeless body of Han Daodu to a realm where time flowed differently. Upon seeing his sister's body, Han Teng was immediately overcome with tears. He trembled as he reached out to touch her small face. Zhang Sen sighed. I didn't know what kind of clothes your sister would have liked, so I thought of Maya, who was about the same age, and had her choose an outfit for Daodu. I also made sure she was bathed. Rest assured, it was taken care of by the 3 girls in the house. Han Teng wept and expressed his gratitude to Zhang. Senator Maya approached him, her eyes red, and gently patted his shoulder. Brother Han Teng, please don't be too sad. If Daodu knew, it would upset her as well. Seeing Maya, who was of similar age to his sister, Han Teng could no longer contain his sorrow and embraced her, weeping uncontrollably. After a time, his emotions began to settle. Han Teng, given the circumstances, you must face this reality. It is best to lay your sister to rest as soon as possible. Elder brother, I wish for Daodu to be buried alongside our parents. Zhang Sen nodded in agreement, then took Han Teng to see the people of Han family village. At that moment, Han Teng was consumed with rage, having no inclination to ponder Zhang Sen's extraordinary methods. He beheld the villagers of Han family village, who were barely clinging to life, and his heart brimmed with hatred. 3 days of confinement without a drop to drink, trapped in an unfamiliar place, while a giant python loomed over them, had shattered their spirits. Upon seeing Han Teng, they grasped onto him as if he were their last hope, completely forgetting how they had once treated him. Han Teng, you finally come. Please let me out. Daodu's death has nothing to do with me. Ting Ting, and is close to starvation. Please bring something for her to eat. Would you? Don't you remember how she used to carry you when you were little? Ting Ting, you can't be so heartless. We are all villagers, having watched you grow since childhood. I even gave you milk when you were little. Han Teng, please let this great serpent go. My mother has fainted several times from fear. You know that it's just the 2 of us at home, and I cannot live without her. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette, observing the tearful pleas of the crowd with a sense of bitter irony. Indeed, only when the needle pricks one's own flesh does one truly feel the pain. At this juncture, none of them had the decency to acknowledge their mistakes or offer an apology to Han Teng. They merely clung to the remnants of past kindness, attempting to erase the overwhelming hatred that resided in Han Teng's heart. Han Teng, however, merely gazed at them coldly, silent, as if he were an audience member enjoying a poorly executed performance. Eventually, a few timid souls began to plead for mercy. Han Teng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have joined in their bullying. I truly regret it. If you spare me this time, I promise to serve you faithfully in the future. Tenggu, I didn't mean to treat you that way. Remember, we used to go to school together? I've always felt remorseful. It was your cousin who pressured me, claiming that if I didn't act as such, there would be no place for me in Han family village. Yes, Han Teng, grievances have their roots, and debts have their masters. If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed towards your uncle's family. They forced us to act against yours. We are truly innocent. Finally, Han Teng erupted. Innocent? You consider yourselves innocent? What about me? What about my parents? What about Dodo? Are we not innocent? What have we done to deserve your cruelty? Simply because our lives are slightly better than yours. I tell you, no matter what you say today, I will not let you off the hook. I will ensure that you find no escape from suffering. Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, crying out for mercy. Yet Han Ting merely swept a resentful gaze across each of them before turning to Zhang Sen, brother. May I handle these people myself? Of course. But you must not use your powers. Your body cannot endure it. I understand. With a slight shift of his mind, Zhang Sen summoned a long knife into his palm. Use this. He then instructed Orochimaru, watch this boy. Do not let him be harmed. As for the others, ensure they do not escape. Orochimaru nodded. With a flourish of his hand, Zhang Sen dissipated the barrier of air and then vanished from Han Teng's sight. Han Teng approached the villagers with the knife in hand. The villagers wept and pleaded, no. Please, Han Teng, I beg you, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Han Teng remained unmoved, raising the gleaming knife high. The wails echoed in succession. Over an hour later, Han Teng lay on the ground, drenched in blood. The crimson-stained knife discarded beside him. Around him lay a mountain of corpses, each exhibiting a horrific demise. Han Teng murmured, Father, Mother, Dodo, I have finally avenged you. Time passed, and eventually, the figures of Zhang Sen and Mayo appeared in his line of sight. After laying your sister to rest, what are your plans? Do you still wish to accompany me? Han Teng fell into a moment of silence, seemingly at a loss for the purpose of continuing his existence. Yet, as thoughts of all that Zhang Sen had done for him flooded his mind, a profound sense of gratitude enveloped his heart. He rose to his feet and knelt before Zhang Sen, bowing his head 3 times. Thank you, elder brother, for saving me, avenging me, and tenderly caring for my sister's remains. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, elder brother. As his words resonated in the air, an extraordinary ability display screen materialized behind Han Teng, revealing new information. Han Teng, Dark Type Ability. Ability Level, 1st Rank, Chapter 132. The Awakening of All, the second ability since the burial of Han Dodo. Han Teng's demeanor had been profoundly melancholic. Zhang Sen refrained from pressuring him to regain his composure immediately, opting instead to grant him the time needed to heal. Meanwhile, Maya recognized her brother's deep affection for the young boy, seeing in him a reflection of her own past, and thus she frequently sought Han Teng's company to divert his attention. Over the course of more than half a month, perhaps due to their similar ages and shared experiences as young girls, Han Teng had grown increasingly affectionate towards Maya. One evening, before retiring for the night, Maya ventured into Han Teng's room. Brother Han Teng, are you able to accompany me tomorrow for a hunting expedition? Accompany you? Han Teng was taken aback. Maya nodded earnestly. You have remained indoors for days, appearing so despondent, and I am genuinely concerned for you. With a tender smile, Han Teng patted her head, assuring her, do not worry, I am fine. Maya shook her head. No, brother Han Teng, I understand the trials you are currently facing, for I have endured similar sorrows. You have experienced this? Yes, I too witnessed my parents perish before my eyes at the hands of those brought by our housekeeper. As she recounted her tale, tears welled in her eyes. Subsequently, she shared her harrowing experiences from before and after the apocalypse with Han Teng. His heart ached for her as he embraced her, softly murmuring, it is all in the past now. Maya gazed intently at Han Teng. Brother, our existence in the apocalypse was truly arduous. You have avenged Sister Dodo and our uncle and aunt. They must be living well in the heavens, where it is surely warmer, don't you agree? Upon hearing her words, Han Teng felt a sense of relief wash over him. You are right, they must be thriving. Maya smiled brightly. They will surely watch over you from above, just as my parents do. We must live our lives to the fullest. Now that we are both orphans, I cherish you greatly, brother Han Teng. Will you be my brother, just like Zhang Sen and Lu Hao? Han Teng, captivated by the innocence in her gaze, nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall be your brother, a true brother from now on. The following morning, Han Teng eagerly suggested to Zhang Sen that they embark on a hunting expedition together. Observing his determination to emerge from the shadows of his sister's loss, everyone felt a sense of relief. From that day forward, Han Teng's spirits lifted steadily, his smiles becoming more frequent, particularly in the company of Maya. Through their interactions, he gained a deeper understanding of the circumstances surrounding his companions. Upon learning that even Maya was a first-tier physical ability user, Han Teng promptly expressed his desire to awaken a physical ability to Zhang Sen naturally. Zhang Sen had no objections to a comrade seeking greater strength. Before long, Han Teng had become a dual ability user. However, what surprised Zhang Sen the most was that in the following month, the first abilities of the others began to awaken as well. Maya's prophetic abilities and Lin Na's earth-based powers were both realized. Yet, the most astonishing revelation for Zhang Sen was the awakening of Yang Yiku. Her awakening was an extraordinarily rare healing ability, which meant that as long as a person had not breathed their last, any injury, no matter how severe, could be healed. Zhang Sen finally understood why, in her previous life, she and Tu Sai had managed to establish such a formidable all-female base and survive amidst a throng of men. It was likely that 90% of their success stemmed from her rare healing powers. After all, in an apocalyptic environment rife with scarcity of medical resources, who could guarantee immunity from injury or illness? Who would dare offend a skilled healer? Zhang Sen felt a renewed sense of validation regarding his decision to take in Yang Yike. Indeed, with her presence, his small team effectively possessed an infinite life extension system. To reward her adequately, he pampered Yang Yike with several days of luxurious bedrest packages. As a result, during those initial days of her awakening, she felt weak in the knees whenever she saw Zhang Senator. Consequently, she began counting the days until Lin Na would reach adulthood. When Zhang Sen first discerned her inner thoughts, he nearly burst into laughter. Although 3 others had awakened their powers, there was no celebration. For Lu Hao still possessed only a physical ability. Though he did not voice it, he felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he were a hindrance to the group. The others were at a loss for how to console him, so they refrained from discussing abilities altogether. After several days of observing Lu Hao's internal struggle, Zhang Sen decided to bring him into the space for a duel against Satan. Zhang Sen intentionally did not allow Satan to hold back, and Lu Hao, who was pinned up with frustration, fought fiercely. However, Satan, being a Tier 3 physical beast with Tier 2 lightning abilities, proved to be a formidable opponent. Despite Lu Hao's reckless determination, he ultimately ended up battered and bruised. Zhang Sen inquired, "Do you perceive a significant gap between the two of you?" Lu Hao, lying on the ground and panting heavily, replied, "Yes, it is somewhat substantial. Do you believe you can catch up?" Lu Hao pondered and concluded that if his physical ability could be enhanced, it should not pose a problem. Zhang Sen nodded, affirming that whether one possessed a single or dual ability, mastering one to its utmost could still yield formidable combat prowess. Many individuals, despite having numerous abilities, ultimately excelled in only one, so there was no need for him to feel disheartened. Moreover, since he had awakened his ability early, by slaying beasts and absorbing crystals, he would find that few outside could rival him. After a moment of reflection, Lu Hao recognized that he could no longer dwell in despair. He nodded, saying, "I understand. Thank you, boss." Zhang Sen smiled and conjured a large tub filled with spring water. "Kiki is still learning to harness her new ability, so you shall soak here and recuperate tonight. I will take my leave now." With that, Zhang Sen swiftly exited the space. At that moment, Lu Hao had fully come to terms with the reality of possessing only a single physical ability for his lifetime. With great effort, he propped himself up, shed his clothing, and climbed into the tub. During this time, they had been indulging in continuous hot spring baths, and their bodies had grown accustomed to the brief discomfort these baths brought. Lu Hao gritted his teeth through the initial pangs and gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, when Zhang Sen entered the space, he beheld Lu Hao intently controlling his machete, which floated in midair. Upon seeing Zhang Sen, Lu Hao's mental focus instantly relaxed, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. Overjoyed, Lu Hao exclaimed, "Boss, did you just see that? It seems I have awakened another ability. I can manipulate my knife with my thoughts." "What kind of power is this?" Zhang Sen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had actually awakened a metal-based ability. This extraordinary power allowed mastery over metals, enabling one to reshape, harden, or soften them at will. Furthermore, by comprehending the properties of metals, one could even transform their skin and bones into a metallic state. In essence, a metal-based ability was immensely potent, capable of remarkable destruction and formidable defense when properly harnessed. Elated by the discovery of his newfound power, Lu Hao had previously resigned himself to becoming the most formidable physical ability user, compensating for the absence of a second ability. To his surprise, fate had bestowed upon him the astonishing metal-based ability. Eager to share this splendid news with others, Lu Hao could hardly contain his excitement. Zhang Sen waved his hand, sending him forth, and subsequently, he accessed the ability display screen. Indeed, his segment of the screen revealed the metal-based ability. Thus, among the 9 ordinary abilities, only the water-based ability remained elusive. Chapter 133. Do you have a problem? In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Zhang Sen and his companions seldom ventured outside, choosing instead to remain at home to diligently enhance their abilities in preparation for the impending beast tide. Ice cream, through continuous communication with the otherworldly beasts, had significantly strengthened its mental prowess, elevating its psychic abilities to the 3rd tier. The others, both humans and beasts alike, had also made strides in their respective powers. Not a single team member remained below the second tier, thanks to his formidable mental strength. Zhang Sen's abilities had all ascended to the third tier, with his spatial powers even reaching the fourth tier. He wielded his spatial blades with remarkable ease, and his teleportation ability now allowed him to move up to 10 meters. His strength had experienced a notable enhancement. Over these days, several quadrupedal beasts, including Satan and others, had grown tremendously in size due to their ascension, now nearing the dimensions of fully grown bulls, making it challenging for them to pass through the door of the safe house. Alongside their increased size, their appetites had also surged. With the previously stockpiled otherworldly beast provisions dwindling, Zhang Sen had no choice but to take them out for several days of hunting, replenishing their food supplies. It was during this time that he noticed a significant increase in the number of otherworldly beasts, where previously there might have been only one among a dozen wild animals. Now 3 or 4 out of 10 were of the otherworldly variety. It seemed the beast tide was imminent. After stockpiling enough food, Zhang Sen set out with Han Teng on a snowmobile. Although he had lived in Jiqing for several years in his past life, he had no powers then and dared not venture far, leaving him unfamiliar with the city. Shortly after they set off on the snowmobile, they discovered that several survivor gathering spots were beginning to take shape as civilian bases. Knowing that the electrical system at home required fuel, Han Teng specifically took Zhang Sen to several large gas stations. With his ice abilities now at the third tier, Zhang Sen could effortlessly manage the ice covering the ground. After emptying the fuel supplies at the gas station, the two headed toward the city center. However, as soon as they entered, they encountered a squad of soldiers on a mission. The soldiers, hearing the engine of the snowmobile, rushed onto the road, weapons drawn, aiming at Zhang Sen. "Stop, or we will open fire." While Zhang Sen was unafraid of bullets, Han Teng was not in the same position. Reluctantly, he halted the vehicle. The leading soldier, named Zhu Fan, lowered his weapon and strode over confidently with his troops. "Hey, we need to requisition your snowmobile for a military operation. Get down now." Zhang Sen frowned. "What official business requires the use of my vehicle? Do you have any documentation?" Accustomed to wielding authority during missions, Zhu Fan was taken aback by Zhang Sen's audacity. In a fit of irritation, he raised his handgun. "I'm doing you a favor by requisitioning it. Don't be ungrateful." With a light chuckle, Zhang Sen glanced back at Han Teng, who nodded in response, fixing his gaze on Zhu Fan. Suddenly, Zhu Fan felt a disorienting flash before an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He dropped his gun, turned, and leered at a chubby, acne-ridden soldier beside him. Before lunging forward with a mischievous grin, the portly man cried out in alarm, Captain, what has happened to you?" Zhu Fan appeared to have lost his senses, one hand pinning the soldier while the other sought to remove his trousers. "What on earth is happening? Has the captain lost his mind? Is it possible that he has such inclinations? Should we intervene or not?" Before long, Zhu Fan's trousers had slipped down to his knees, exposing his thighs and backside, which had turned a mottled purple from the cold. His modesty shrank away, retreating into the thicket due to the chill. He pounced on the portly man, pinning him to the ground. The portly man, having just enlisted before the apocalypse, was utterly unprepared for such an encounter and struck Zhu Fan with the butt of his rifle in sheer terror. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Fan, endowed with immense strength, continued to hold him down while muttering, "Darling, don't move." Enraged, the portly man struck Zhu Fan's head repeatedly with the rifle, drawing blood. "Zhu Fan, I curse you." The soldiers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left in shock, completely oblivious to Zhang Sen and Han Teng. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen, witnessing the shocking scene before him, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He turned to Han Teng with a look of disdain. "Are you out of your mind?" Han Teng chuckled. "Isn't this amusing? Just think, when this fool regains consciousness and realizes what he has done, he will be mortified." Zhang Sen felt an unsettling chill in his heart. He silently vowed to enhance his mental fortitude quickly, lest he fall prey to these dark-minded individuals. "Brother, let me show you something even more entertaining." "No." Considering his own mental well-being, Zhang Sen decisively refused. Had it not been for the desire to witness Han Teng's second-tier dark powers, he would have considered eliminating everyone present. "Please, use a more conventional approach." Han Teng, somewhat disappointed, refrained from conjuring any more shocking illusions. Instead, he had them applaud and cheer around Zhu Fan and the portly soldier. Zhang Sen observed as Zhu Fan tore away the portly soldier's clothing and engaged in a struggle. While the surrounding soldiers formed a circle, their faces alight with excitement, utterly speechless at the absurdity of it all. Is this truly the peculiar fascination of a middle schooler? A shiver ran down Zhang Sen's spine as he swiftly took off on his snowmobile. Moments later, a military jeep arrived, and several robust soldiers disembarked. "What is going on here?" barked Colonel Qin Xian, the leader, Yet, they remained entranced in the illusion woven by Han Teng, unresponsive to Qin Xian's inquiry. Enraged, Qin Xian fired a shot into the air, jolting them from their stupor. Zhu Fan, now acutely aware of his exposed state and the frostbite creeping on his thighs, hastily pulled up his trousers. The wound on his head, inflicted by the portly man, throbbed painfully, and upon inspection, he discovered fresh blood oozing from it. What the hell? You hit me? The portly man, his face a shade of blue from anger, lunged at Zhu Fan, ready to settle the score. You struck me without even considering what you did to me. How disgusting can you be? You've gone and let this passion spill over onto me. Seeing these individuals dare to fight in his presence, Colonel Qin Xian's fury became uncontrollable. What on earth are you doing? As a soldier, is it appropriate for you to engage in street brawls? You lot, go and separate them. The three soldiers who appeared alongside Qin promptly stepped forward to restrain Zhu Fan and the hefty man. The two glared at each other like crows. Yet a semblance of reason returned, preventing them from acting recklessly in Qin's presence. Qin approached the pair, observing Zhu Fan, whose face was smeared with blood, and then the disheveled, bruised figure of the hefty man. He inquired, what on earth is going on? Only then did the two begin to recount the sequence of events, interspersed with the testimonies of the surrounding soldiers, allowing Qin to swiftly grasp the situation. He gazed incredulously at Zhu Fan, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? You are even turning on your own subordinates, and yet you remain here. Aren't you concerned about the biting cold potentially harming you? No, Colonel Qin. I genuinely have no idea what transpired. Zhu Fan, increasingly agitated, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed with fervor, Colonel Qin, I understand now. I was manipulated by that brat. Chapter 134. An old acquaintance. Colonel Qin, I comprehend now. I have become ensnared by that young man. Qin Xian found himself enveloped in confusion. Yet he sensed that the situation was inherently peculiar. Zhu Fan's actions transcended the realm of normal human behavior. Which young man? How did he ensnare you? I am uncertain. I was merely conversing when I suddenly beheld. Zhu Fan intentionally omitted his desire to seize Zhang Sen's snowmobile. Yet he hesitated to continue his narrative. Qin Xian pressed, what did you see? I saw a woman, unclad, attempting to seduce me. The soldiers nearby, though amused, recognized the strangeness of the circumstance. Indeed, Colonel Qin, we too find it odd. The rotund fellow vanished without a trace. And we observed Captain Zhu with a woman. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian furrowed his brow tightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen, distancing himself from Zhu Fan and his company, opted to abandon the snowmobile for a leisurely walk. As he passed by a base known as Hope, which he had joined in a previous life, he found himself involuntarily halting. At present, it merely stood as an ordinary 6-story office building, housing a mere handful of survivors. These few individuals hailed from the same company. A detail Zhang Sen had learned in his past life. After the establishment of the Hope base, only one among them had managed to survive. Zhang Sen refrained from revisiting the site, as it held no fond memories for him. Before departing, he encountered a group of men returning from a supply run. Noticing that Zhang Sen's party consisted of only 2, they harbored ill intentions. Zhang Sen, disinterested in entangling himself with such ineffective adversaries, brandished a firearm, prompting them to relent and allow the 2 to pass unimpeded. Subsequently, the duo traversed the city center, discovering that Jiqing had sprouted several sizable bases, albeit unofficial ones. These establishments would ultimately meet their demise within the next 2 years. Meanwhile, the official Daxia First Base, located at the heart of the city, had been completed, with soldiers continually entering and exiting. Calculating the passage of time, Zhang Sen realized that in a few days, the base would officially begin receiving refugees. Adjacent to the main gate, numerous refugees, accompanied by their families, stood in line. Han Teng remarked, this is where the military distributes supplies to survivors. Have you received any? I have. What types of provisions did they distribute? Initially, it was instant noodles and rice. Later, it transitioned to fish and various seafood. Zhang Sen nodded, acknowledging that the distribution of fish was reasonable, given Jiqing's coastal location and abundant marine resources. As the stock of rice dwindled, the necessity for seafood arose to stave off starvation. Brother, shall we go and claim a portion? Never mind. We are not in want of food and need not engage in competition. The 2 continued on their path, eventually reaching a secluded area where Zhang Sen extracted the snowmobile from his spatial storage, steering it towards Tianqing Mountain. Not long after, he was startled by the sudden eruption of gunfire and shouts. Upon hearing that piercing roar, an unsettling premonition surged within him. The sound bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a mutated white shaman. Zhang Sen hastened towards the source of the commotion. Outside an abandoned factory, he encountered an army truck and a military jeep. The cacophony of roars and gunfire emanated from within the factory. What is that sound, brother? Is it a beast of another realm? Zhang Sen shook his head, resolved to investigate further. With that, he twisted the throttle and rode his motorcycle into the factory. Upon entry, he was met with the sight of a dozen corpses strewn across the yard, all mere soldiers. At that moment, 2 soldiers were hurled backward, followed by a figure leaping out from within, bellowing loudly. Zhang Sen's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was one of those creatures. However, unlike the previously mutated white shamans, this monster stood only about 2 meters tall. Curiously, it bore crystalline growths, categorizing it as a second-tier flesh-based aberration. Suddenly, a group of soldiers burst forth from the factory, firing their weapons as they retreated. Brother, isn't that the little mushroom who stole our motorcycle? Han Ting remarked. Zhang Sen focused his gaze and spotted Zhu Fan and his cohorts, with the portly figure among them. Additionally, he recognized a familiar face, Qin Xian. In his past life, he had encountered Qin Xian during a mission, where they sought supplies and tragically crossed paths with a third-tier flesh-based ferocious tiger. At that time, Qin Xian was already a third-tier Earth-type ability user, and with his team of predominantly flesh-type ability users, they easily dealt with the tiger, thus saving Zhang Sen and his team from certain doom. Though Qin Xian's subordinates regarded Zhang Sen and his team with disdain, viewing them as mere members of a civilian base lacking abilities, Qin Xian himself remained cordial, even intervening to prevent his men from seizing their hard-earned supplies. He personally escorted Zhang Sen back to safety. In the present moment, although Qin Xian had yet to awaken his abilities, his years in military service had endowed him with remarkable agility. He deftly evaded the creature's attacks while firing to impede its advance. Regrettably, these monsters seemed impervious to pain. Bullets merely penetrated their forms, causing them to falter momentarily. This was Han Tung's first encounter with such a creature, and his curiosity was piqued. As an avid reader of web literature, he inquired, "Brother, what are these? Zombies?" He quickly corrected himself. But wait, in the stories, zombies are depicted as grotesque, with decaying flesh and pus oozing from their bodies. These creatures, aside from being somewhat more robust than us, with grayish-white eyes, appear rather similar to us. Look how their movements are even more agile than those of the soldiers. Zombies, on the other hand, are typically stiff and robotic in their actions. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment and replied to Han Tung, "Why not test your abilities and see if they can influence them?" Han Tung nodded slightly, casting a glance at the grotesque creatures before him, and then began to unleash his extraordinary abilities. Moments later, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he shook his head at Zhang Senator. "It's futile, my brother. They appear to lack any semblance of intelligence." Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, surmising that their brains had likely perished. Have they died once before? Are they abominations? Zhang Sen was taken aback. "What did you just say? Abominations? Haven't you seen that anime?" After a brief contemplation, Zhang Sen mused, "Abomination, that is indeed an apt name." Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers had exhausted their ammunition. "Colonel Qin, I'm out of bullets." "So am I, Colonel. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should retreat. These monsters seem impervious to bullets. We are truly at our wits' end." Chapter 135. The abnormal beings emerge with crystals with a resounding thud, as Zhu Fan finished speaking. A monstrous fist sent him flying, landing squarely before Zhang Senator. Wincing in pain, he was startled to see Zhang Sen and his snowmobile. In the next moment, realization struck him. "Damn it, you pervert. You've made me lose face today." Han Tung, with a grin, waved his hand, and then gestured with his thumb and index finger to indicate a short length. "My friend, you must take half an hour every time you relieve yourself, right?" Zhang Sen could not suppress his laughter. Zhu Fan, infuriated, stood up despite the pain. "You little brat, don't you understand thermal expansion and contraction? How dare you mock me? I've been with more women than you've even seen." Han Ting, finding Zhu Fan's fury amusing, chuckled. "Seriously, my friend? You're on the brink of death, yet you still care about your manly dignity? You're truly something." Barely had he finished speaking when Qin Xian was also sent flying by a monster, landing near Zhang Sen, finally noticing his presence. "Who are you? Hurry and leave. It's dangerous here." Zhu Fan hastily interjected, "Colonel Qin, this kid is the one who controlled me earlier." Seeing Zhu Fan so close to death, yet still focused on this issue, nearly drove Qin Xian to the brink of fury. Wiping the blood from his lips, he drew a dagger from his waist and shouted angrily, "Zhu Fan, take your people and seek help immediately. The rest of us will stay and fight. Brothers, as long as we survive today, we cannot allow these monsters to break free. Otherwise, the citizens of Jiqing will be doomed." Upon hearing this, several of Qin Xian's loyal followers swiftly unsheathed their daggers. "Damn it, let us exterminate these beasts together. Since heaven has denied me an escape, I shall take some monsters down with me. Otherwise, I die in vain. Let us charge." The group rushed forward, but within moments, They were brought down by 4 monsters. Zhang Sen, observing Qin Xian's willingness to sacrifice himself for others, felt a mixture of shock and admiration, despite not fully understanding. This man had aided him in a past life, and Zhang Sen could not turn a blind eye to his plight. Furthermore, the brains of these monsters contained crystals. Although the second-tier crystals no longer held much value for him, one could never know when the Wolf King might return with more minions. Even answer flesh. Zhang Sen retrieved a machete from his space and tossed it to Han Teng. Go have some fun. At that moment, Han Teng felt as though he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. He understood that to save lives, one must first protect the leaders. Just then, another monster charged at Qin Xian. Abnormal being, your father has arrived. Han Teng dashed forward, leaping into the air and delivering a kick that sent the monster staggering back several paces. The onlookers were astonished. They had not expected this seemingly helpless kid to possess such formidable strength. Knowing how impressive he appeared, Han Teng struck a cool pose upon landing, then turned back with a smug expression towards Zhang Sen, raising an eyebrow in pride. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent flying by another monster-esque punch. Zhang Sen, feeling aggrieved after a failed attempt at bravado, rose from the ground like a carp leaping from water, determined to continue the fight. He single-handedly held off 4 monstrous adversaries, yet the scene he had envisioned, dominating the battlefield, remained elusive, and he found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Each strike of his blade yielded no reaction from the creatures, which left his weapon dull and ineffective. A kick from one of the monsters knocked the wind out of him, causing him to spit blood in frustration. What the hell are these subhuman creatures? How can they be impervious to blades and bullets? I feel like I'm on the brink of death, he exclaimed, his lips twitching as he retrieved a crossbow and several bolts from behind him. In a swift flurry, 4 bolts found their mark, embedding themselves just off-center in the monsters' foreheads. Had it not been for Zhang Sen's desire to avoid damaging the crystals, he would have aimed directly at the center. Nevertheless, the monsters collapsed, howling in agony, hesitant to remove the bolts. The soldiers on Qin Xian's side were left in astonishment. Such speed and accuracy surpassed even their finest marksmen. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan observed Zhang Sen trembling and realized that his previous embarrassment was a mere act of mercy in comparison to Zhang Sen's prowess. "Brother, you're incredible!" shouted Han Teng, clutching his chest. Zhang Sen glanced at the fallen, overly dramatic youth on the ground, sighed, and cast the crossbow aside. He approached the downed monsters, grasped the bolts lodged in their foreheads, and twisted them within their skulls. Soon, the creatures lay lifeless. As he extracted a bolt, it brought forth a small, flesh-colored crystal the size of a fingernail. Zhang Sen pocketed the crystal and signaled to Han Teng, who promptly rushed to collect the crystals from the remaining corpses. Zhang Sen took out an alcohol wipe to cleanse his hands of blood, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The soldiers watched in stunned silence, their jaws agape at the extraordinary display. Qin Xian stood, approached Zhang Sen, and introduced himself. "Brother, I am Qin Xian, from the military. May I ask your name?" "Zhang Sen," he replied, reopening his cigarette pack and offering one to Qin Xian. Having not smoked in a long time, Qin Xian felt a surge of excitement as he selected a cigarette. Just as he prepared to light it, several other soldiers gathered around, their cravings reignited by the sight of smoking after having abstained due to their circumstances. Zhang Sen glanced at them and tossed a cigarette to one of the soldiers. "Here, take it. How can we accept this?" The soldier replied while eagerly distributing cigarettes among his comrades. The atmosphere shifted from the tension of life and death to one of camaraderie and warmth. Zhang Sen handed his windproof lighter to Qin Xian. "Go ahead, use it. I have more." "Thank you, brother," Qin Xian replied gratefully. Zhang Sen chuckled and turned to find Han Teng eagerly awaiting a cigarette. He approached him and pulled him aside. "You're only 16 and already thinking about smoking?" Han Teng murmured quietly. "Brother, I secretly tried smoking when I was 12. "That won't do," Zhang Sen retorted, pulling a lollipop from his pocket and tossing it to him. "Suck on this instead." Han Teng grimaced, but dared not protest, reluctantly unwrapping the candy and popping it into his mouth. At that moment, Qin Xian approached. "Brother Zhang, may we converse?" Zhang Sen nodded. "Colonel Qin, please speak candidly. Are you and your young companion interested in joining the military? I currently hold the rank of colonel, and if you are inclined, I could request special approval for you to attain the same title. Should you and your companion have any other stipulations, feel free to present them promptly. The military greatly requires talents such as yourselves." Zhang Sen shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Qin Xian was not surprised by Zhang Sen's rejection. After witnessing their skills moments ago, he discerned that these two were far from ordinary. Should they wish, given the current circumstances, it would not be difficult for them to seize a piece of land and establish their dominion. Instinctively, Qin Xian understood that he must not only avoid offending Zhang Sen but also cultivate a good rapport with him. With this thought, Qin Xian smiled. "No matter. Let us regard this as an opportunity for friendship. Whether for gathering intelligence or future dealings with the military, Zhang Sen would benefit from having a friend who held influence within the ranks. If it were anyone else, it would not be as advantageous as Zhang Sen. At least, in his recollection, this individual was relatively upright and genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people and survivors. Considering this, he nodded and said, "It is my honor to befriend Colonel Qin. You flatter me." Perhaps having just been saved by Zhang Sen, Qin held a deep appreciation for this young man. "Brother Zhang, I'm rather straightforward and lack finesse, so I'll be direct. Earlier, I heard you refer to these beings as subhumans. Do you know the origins of these monstrous entities?" Zhang Sen nodded. "I encountered one previously in Lang City, but I have since eliminated that individual. As for the origins of these creatures, I am not entirely sure. I only know that the one I met was indeed that scientist from Lang City, who should be the first. The name subhuman was whimsically coined by my rather eccentric younger brother." Qin inquired, "Artificial humans?" Chapter 136. Just do it. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. It could be understood in that way. Damn. Surviving in this apocalypse was already a formidable challenge, and now this beast has conjured such a monstrosity. Does it wish to obliterate humanity? Zhang Sen fell silent. In his previous life, although there were no appearances of these creatures, the myriad of aberrant beasts and various natural disasters had already been enough to overwhelm humanity. In this lifetime, to think that the so-called white god has birthed such hybrid beings, the road to human survival would be even more arduous. By the way, Brother Zhang, we just discovered that these hybrids are impervious to blades and bullets, but your arrow struck true in their foreheads. Is this their weak point? Although Zhang Sen did not possess the resolve to save humanity, he did not desire to be the last man standing on Blue Star. Consequently, he had no intention of withholding information. Yes, as far as I know, only a direct hit to the forehead can slay them. No wonder. That scoundrel is indeed cunning, having engineered them so tall that shorter individuals cannot even reach their foreheads. Brother Zhang, I noticed you extracted something from their foreheads. Might you show it to me? Upon saying this, Qin, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly added, "Rest assured, this is yours by right, regardless of what it is. I shall not take it from you. Of course, I couldn't even if I wanted to. I merely wish for the military to gain a deeper understanding of these creatures, so that in future encounters, we might spare a few more brothers." Qin's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of the dozen soldiers on the ground. His eyes filled with sorrow. Zhang Sen harbored hope that the military could devise a method to eradicate these monsters permanently, and thus he was willing to part with this small second-tier flesh crystal. He retrieved it from his pocket and handed it to Qin. "It's not something particularly precious. Consider it a gift. It will be useful for your research on these hybrids." "I am truly grateful," Qin replied, accepting the diminutive crystal and examining it closely. His brow furrowing in concentration. "Isn't this a crystal? It resembles the substance found within the brains of aberrant beasts." With that, he grew concerned that Zhang Sen might be unaware of the existence of aberrant beasts and elaborated, "I wonder if you've heard of aberrant beasts? They are mutated animals. The military has already discovered some, and they have found similar crystals within their brains, varying in size." Zhang Sen nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed encountered a few. Qin chuckled. "Of course, Brother Zhang is remarkable. You can dispatch such rare creatures with ease, let alone a handful of aberrant beasts." After finishing his cigarette, Zhang Sen discarded the butt onto the ground. "Colonel Qin, it's getting late. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Oh yes. I sincerely apologize for holding you up for so long. By the way, Brother Zhang, where do you reside? I could visit you for a drink sometime." "Apologies, but it's rather inconvenient." Qin did not mind and chuckled amiably. "In that case, may our paths cross again. I am stationed at the first base in Jiqing. If you ever find the time, feel free to visit. Just inform the guard at the entrance that you are my friend." "Very well, if I have the chance, I will come to see you." Zhang Sen, after finishing his words, turned to look at Han Ting and discovered that this young man had become lost in the flattery of Zhu Fan and the others. Zhu Fan, completely unconcerned about the embarrassment he had brought upon himself, greeted Zhang Sen with enthusiastic calls of Sun Guo as he approached. Zhang Sen, showing no regard for Han Teng's pride in front of these people, merely gave him a light pat on the back of his head. "Time to go home." Han Teng chuckled and waved to the crowd before mounting his motorcycle. Qin and the others gazed at the retreating figures, unable to suppress their admiration. "Incredibly impressive." Qin, a colonel, wondered aloud, what was Sun Ji's profession before? "His skills are remarkable, and Han Teng, despite his slender frame, can take on multiple foes single-handedly while we struggle against just one." Although Qin was filled with curiosity about Zhang Sen's background, he chose to keep it to himself. After all, Zhang Sen had become his savior, and he sensed that Zhang Sen was more of an adversary than an ally. The fact that Zhang Sen refused to share his address indicated his desire for solitude. Consequently, he cautioned his soldiers, when we return, do not exaggerate. Simply say he happened to pass by and assisted us in dealing with these creatures. He then turned to Zhu Fan and emphasized, from this moment forth, you shall join my ranks. I will take care of your matters. Zhu Fan, elated, knew very well that everyone in the military recognized Qin Xian as the son of a high-ranking official. Being able to follow him was a dream come true for a mere soldier. He immediately saluted with a crisp military gesture. Yes, sir. Qin Xian glanced at Zhu Fan and his subordinates, reminding them, Zhang Sen is a good person. We must not betray him. As for any claims of his control over you, let those be mere whispers. Zhang Sen was quite pleased with Han Teng's current demeanor at his age. Being cool and a bit melodramatic was entirely normal. It signified that he was gradually recovering from the trauma of losing his parents and sister. One must acknowledge the significant role played by Maya in this process. Were it not for her incessant companionship and playful antics, akin to a little sister, Han Teng might not have emerged from his grief so swiftly. Meanwhile, as Han Teng sat behind Zhang Sen on the motorcycle, his mind was filled with thoughts of reaching home quickly, indulging in ice cream, and playfully teasing Maya, all while anticipating a sumptuous dinner that awaited them. As they passed the foot of the mountain, Zhang Sen sensed several groups watching them, but he chose to ignore it. Upon returning home, they were immediately greeted by Maya and the ice cream. The ice cream clung to Zhang Sen, refusing to budge, while Maya pulled Han Teng along, chattering. Brother Han, your thermal suit is ready. Come try it on. Although Zhang Sen had acquired some thermal suits during his time in Nanyang, they were only in the sizes for the 4 adults. Han Teng and Maya's outfits had to be custom-made. Previously, when they traveled along Langqing Road, Zhang Sen had encouraged Yang Yike and Lin Na to learn sewing techniques through instructional videos. Just days prior, they had successfully experimented with regular fabric. And now they were using the precious material to craft the thermal suits. After trying on the suit, Han Teng found it indeed much warmer. While feeling a sense of wonder, what predominated was a deep emotional resonance. The chance encounter among them proved to be even more benevolent than the villagers who had watched him grow. After trying on the clothes, Han Teng made his way to the living room, where Maya eagerly inquired, is it warm? Han Teng nodded vigorously, responding with a smile, indeed, it is warm. The others in the dining room exchanged glances and, without prompting, broke into laughter. Outside, the world lay blanketed in snow and ice, while inside, the warmth of the hot pot enveloped them, creating an atmosphere as comforting as spring. During their meal, Zhang Sen recounted his encounter with the subhumans earlier that day, having instinctively adopted the name Han Teng had given them. Although Zhang Sen had dispatched 4 of these subhumans today, his intuition suggested that others lurked outside. He shared with the group his strategies for dealing with them. While they understood that the presence of these subhumans might render their living conditions increasingly perilous, they remained largely untroubled. As long as they stood together, there was nothing to fear. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them head-on. Chapter 137. My father holds a high position in the military. Zhang Sen was enjoying hot pot and singing, while the atmosphere at the first base was filled with gloom. High-ranking military officials gathered in the laboratory, their expressions grave as they fixated on the corpses that Qin Xian had brought back today. Are these subhumans artificially created? Inquired Qin Jie, who was both the father of Qin Xian and a top commander in the Jiqing military district. For convenience, Qin Xian had adopted the term subhuman, coined by the rather whimsical youth Han Teng. He nodded, affirming, indeed, these beings are not zombies. They exhibit remarkable agility and, aside from lacking pain sensitivity and being larger than the average person, their only distinct feature is their unusual pupil color, which sets them apart from us. After a prolonged silence, Qin Jie sighed deeply. Is this truly a sign that fate intends to doom our great Xia? Professor Wu, a scientist with a head of white hair, echoed his sentiment with a sigh. We have yet to devise a solution for the aberrant beasts. And now we are faced with subhumans as well. The scientists responsible for this phenomenon are veritable criminals against humanity. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Xian proposed. Since subhumans have emerged, we must actively devise countermeasures. Furthermore, they are not invulnerable. Their weakness lies in the center of their foreheads. Qin Jie reflected. In comparison to aberrant beasts and subhumans, humanity seems woefully inadequate. Recalling how Zhang Sen had dealt with these creatures earlier that day, Qin Xian noted. That brother used about to eliminate them. I believe firearms would yield similar results. It is imperative to disseminate this information to frontline soldiers, so that when they encounter subhumans next time, we can mitigate losses. Qin Jie nodded in agreement. I support Colonel Qin's viewpoint. Our primary focus must be the safety of human life. However, not all were in accord. General Hu Shi, the deputy commander of the military district, interjected, but General Qin, subhumans, like aberrant beasts, are still sporadically appearing. We cannot predict future developments. If we hastily release this information, It may incite panic among the ranks, complicating our operations further. Qin Jie countered his argument, General Hu, I believe we can no longer afford such concerns. A momentary panic is preferable to leaving our soldiers and civilians defenseless in the face of these entities. The assembly nodded in agreement, and no one dared to oppose Hu Ji any longer. Qin Jie entrusted the task of informing the existence of subhumans to Qin Xian. Thus, under Qin Jie's directive, Qin Xian, accompanied by his soldiers, began to educate the frontline warriors about everything the military currently understood regarding subhumans. Before long, the entire populace of Jiqing was aware of the existence of subhumans and aberrant beasts. Reactions varied. Some were consumed by terror, hesitant to venture outdoors for fear of encountering these creatures, while others dismissed the news as mere fabrications by the authorities, designed to coerce the public into labor at official bases, thereby improving the lives of the military elite. As the aberrants have emerged, Zhang Sen and his companions can only acquiesce to this stark reality, rather than remain at home, praying to avoid encounters with aberrants or exotic beasts. They find it more pragmatic to venture out and eliminate a few. After all, the crystals are pivotal to their advancement. However, scouring the entirety of Maji City for aberrants or exotic beasts would prove to be a rather inefficient endeavor. Consequently, Zhang Sen places his hopes upon Ma Ye's extraordinary ability to foresee the future. In recent days, with the assistance of ice cream, Ma Ye has begun to explore the application of her newfound powers. Nevertheless, as her precognitive abilities currently reside at only the second tier, she can at most predict events occurring within an hour, rendering her incapable of assisting Zhang Sen in locating aberrants. While Zhang Sen remains unperturbed for the moment, Ma Ye is deeply troubled by her perceived inadequacy in aiding him. Consequently, she seizes the opportunity to train her abilities in secret while Zhang Sen is out searching for aberrants, taking ice cream along to a secluded hillside behind their safe house. Ma Ye diligently experiments with various routes she might take and their subsequent outcomes, initially hoping to expand her mental fortitude and expedite her advancement. However, engrossed in her practice, she neglects the limitations of her current capacity. It is only when ice cream, sensing the peril, urgently implores her to cease, that she realizes she has exhausted her powers through 4 successive attempts, leaving her mental energy utterly depleted. Not only does she suffer a nosebleed, but she also collapses onto the ground. In a state of frantic concern, ice cream remains by her side, licking her face, yet she remains unresponsive. The remote location, devoid of any human presence, prevents ice cream from leaving her side. Instead, it burrows into her arms for warmth, attempting to communicate with her through its mental energy in a bid to rouse her. At that moment, a girl of around 15 or 16, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black, approaches the area. Ice cream, growing increasingly anxious, leaps onto Ma Ye, frantically patting her face, while simultaneously using its abilities to stimulate her nerves. Wake up, big sister. If you don't wake up, we're both doomed. I currently lack the capacity to defend you. As ice cream employs its powers, it cannot help but emit a few plaintive meows. What sound is that? The lead bodyguard halts abruptly. The group listens intently, and after a brief moment, someone discerns the source. It's a cat's meow. It must be a wild cat. As they approach, the lead bodyguard remarks, Miss, there's a young girl over there. Upon closer inspection, they observe a small girl lying on the ground, with an extraordinarily plump cat prancing atop her. What a beautiful cat! Exclaims Qing Wei, her face alight with delight. At that moment, after having been unconscious for several minutes, Ma Ye finally stirs. She lets out a muffled groan and raises her hand, attempting to dislodge ice cream from her person. Ice cream, do you wish to trample me to death? Thank heavens, you have finally awakened. You must rise and see. We are surrounded. Upon hearing these words, Ma Ye pauses momentarily before bolting upright and gazing warily at Qing Wei and her bodyguards. Upon recognizing Mia's visage, Qing Wei was momentarily taken aback. Tentatively, she called out, "Ya?" However, Mia remained silent, merely rising to wipe away the frozen blood from her nose. Her gaze swept across Qing Wei and her companions, seemingly disinterested in engaging with them as she picked up her ice cream, intent on departing. Yet, Qing Wei suddenly burst into laughter, stepping in front of Mia to block her path. It truly is you, Mia. Mia had never been fond of this older girl, who was a few years her senior. With a cold voice, she retorted, "If you wish to avoid trouble, step aside." Hearing this, Cheng Lin chuckled rather than becoming angry. "Little Mia, why are you so rude now? That is not quite befitting of a young lady like you. By the way, why are you dressed so lightly? Does your family lack clothing? And why are you out here alone? Haven't your parents arranged for you to have a bodyguard?" Mia responded without hesitation. "That's none of your business." Qing Wei's smile faltered for a moment. "You insolent girl. I was trying to converse with you amicably, and you respond with such attitude. Do you still think this is a time before the apocalypse, where everyone must curry favor with my family? My brother is now the commander of the future base, and my father holds a high position in the military of Jiqing. Let me tell you, it would be wise for you to hand over the cat you're holding, or you shall face the consequences. Chapter 138, A Treasure. Before the apocalypse, Cheng Wei had raised a Persian cat. When the world fell into chaos, she was vacationing in Jiqing with her brother, Chang Lin. Although their father had built a safe house in Jiqing with Father Mai, they were unaware of its location and could only endure a challenging existence in their seaside villa. The two young masters, accustomed to a life of luxury, suffered immensely until their family finally arrived in Jiqing. Initially, they could only survive on the scant supplies at home, hiding in the basement. Once their resources were depleted, Cheng Wei, unable to withstand the hunger, resorted to eating her beloved Persian cat, which she had nurtured for 2 years. Now, witnessing this once despised heiress, who somehow possessed such a beautiful cat after the apocalypse, filled her heart with envy. Although her family's wealth had become meaningless, their abundant resources and her father and brother's power were far superior to the now insignificant Maya, who would never grant her a pleasant expression. Why did she still have the privilege of keeping a cat while Cheng Wei was left alone, surrounded only by a couple of dull bodyguards, enduring endless boredom? Today, she was determined to acquire this cat and compel the little girl, Maya, to bow before her, just as her father had once demanded she do. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Maya, look at you, dressed so thin in this frigid weather. Life must be quite difficult for you. Isn't it? Maya glanced at Cheng Wei, enveloped in her bulky cotton and down jackets, then at her own figure, which appeared considerably slimmer due to the thermal clothing she wore. Realizing that remnants of blood from her nose were likely still visible, she could only imagine how disheveled she must look. She had no desire to argue with such a fool and merely regarded her with disdain. Cheng Wei, misinterpreting Maya's silence as a sign of defeat, felt even more triumphant. By the way, in this desolate wilderness, what brings you out here alone in search of food? I heard your family's safe house has been taken over. Where are your parents? She feigned a look of sympathy, covering her mouth, as if to express concern. Could it be that they didn't survive the apocalypse, or worse, met a tragic end? TSK, how pitiful you are. But don't be too disheartened. People like your parents deserve no better fate. Why don't you consider this? I've watched you grow since childhood, so consider me a half-sister. You can be my little follower from now on. When my brother returns, I'll have him take you in and welcome you into the base. How does that sound? Initially, Maya had no intention of engaging with Cheng Wei, although she had never cared for her overly affected sister and her family, who had once only sought to curry favor with her parents. They were old acquaintances. To her, Cheng Wei was merely a fool. Having received exceptional care from her brother and even awakened her powers, she found it disgraceful to stoop to the level of someone so helpless. However, she was taken aback when this fool dared to bring her parents into the conversation. Since that was the case, she would not hold back her response. Cheng Wei continued to flaunt her sense of superiority, entirely oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Maya's eyes. She could only sense that the girl's gaze was eerily unsettling. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you still consider yourself a pampered young lady? Looking down upon the base? As the words left her lips, Cheng Wei felt a chilling glare flash before her. Almost immediately, a sharp pain surged from both corners of her mouth. It was only then that Cheng Wei realized that a dagger had appeared in Maya's hand unbeknownst to her. With crimson blood dripping from the blade onto the icy surface, freezing instantly. In disbelief, Cheng Wei touched her mouth, her fingers sinking into the flesh of her cheeks. That wretched girl. She had actually sliced open her lips. Overwhelmed by panic and pain, she instinctively wanted to scream. Yet, as she opened her mouth, the agony intensified, forcing her to suppress her voice. Maya sneered. Has no one ever told you that speaking carelessly has its consequences? Cheng Wei knew her face was irrevocably marred. She yearned to tear Maya to shreds, covering her mouth in fury as she pointed accusingly at her. Glancing at the bodyguard who stood dumbfounded nearby, she mumbled incoherently. Kill her for me. The bodyguard remained in shock, utterly failing to comprehend the situation. Initially, they had merely perceived this as a trivial quarrel between two young girls, one of whom was even a mere elementary student. They found the whole affair tedious and had no intention of intervening, perhaps only planning to intimidate them in the end. Who could have anticipated such a bizarre turn of events? They hadn't even seen how the little girl had struck so swiftly. If it weren't for the blood-stained military dagger in her hand and the horrifying wound on Cheng Wei's face, they might have doubted their own senses. The thought of their employer being harmed right under their noses sent shivers down their spines. However, upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Maya, they realized this young girl was far from ordinary. Thus, they dared not underestimate her and promptly drew their weapons. Yet, it appeared Maya had anticipated their actions and was quicker than they were. She charged forward, plunging her knife into one man's heart. With a swift movement, She turned to confront the others. Her petite and agile frame allowed her to disarm the remaining 3 before they could react. In the blink of an eye, all 4 bodyguards were rendered powerless, lying on the ground with expressions of terror as they gazed up at this girl who resembled a deity of death. They had once been professional bodyguards, executing countless protective missions, but this was the first time they had witnessed such combat prowess. At that moment, Maya nonchalantly collected the firearms from the ground, as if she had stumbled upon a great treasure, smiling as she stuffed the guns into her clothing, intending to bring them back for her brother. After gathering the weapons, she approached Qingwei with the dagger still in hand, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Terrified, Qingwei turned to flee. Maya, however, was disinterested in pursuing her and instead drew a handgun, ready to finish her off. But unexpectedly, an ice cream cone dashed off in a particular direction. What a treasure! Chapter 139, National Treasure done after discovering the ice cream. Maya had not yet had the chance to admonish it for its mischief when a series of soft coos caught her attention. Driven by curiosity, she approached the source of the sound, and her eyes gleamed upon seeing the adorable little panda. Maya crouched beside the ice cream, reaching out to stroke the panda's head, only to hear it emit a series of honks. The ice cream hastily intervened, saying, "Don't touch it. It's frightened and doesn't wish for your proximity." Maya felt a twinge of disappointment. Am I really that intimidating? The ice cream glanced at her bloodied visage and replied, "At this moment, you do appear somewhat daunting." Unable to pet the panda, Maya could only gaze longingly at it. Soon, she noticed the bear trap ensnaring the panda's foot and the frozen wound it bore. "Oh no, it's injured. We must rescue it. We can't. We should wait for its owner to come." "What? Why? The owner has always wanted to raise a giant panda, haven't you heard? Moreover, this panda is a wind-type exotic beast. The owner will certainly cherish it. Once rescued, it will be more obedient to the owner. Then I shall return and check if my brother is back." "Wait, you mustn't leave. What if someone else tries to take me and done? We should remain here. If the owner doesn't see us at home, they will surely come looking. With the magic child here, the owner will find us quickly." Over an hour later, Zhang Sen and his companions, who had ventured out to find exotic beasts and subhumans, finally returned. They had encountered several exotic beasts but had yet to find any subhumans. Upon returning home, they noticed Maya and the ice cream were missing and grew somewhat anxious. However, Zhang Sen believed Maya was not a willful child, especially with her abilities, so he did not worry excessively. He instructed Han Teng to take the magic child and search for Maya. The magic child had grown to the size of an ox, and Han Teng was quite concerned for Maya's safety, wishing to ride the magic child to expedite their search. However, the magic child firmly refused. Unable to use his abilities on the household members, Han Teng reluctantly sought Zhang Sen's assistance. Zhang Sen patted the magic child's head, encouraging him to allow Han Teng to ride, stating, "It's nothing to be ashamed of. Even Satan will permit me to ride him in the future. Unless, of course, you prefer to confront something painful." Upon hearing this, the magic child begrudgingly lay down. After Han Teng mounted, they found Maya within mere minutes. "Maya, what are you doing here?" Seeing Han Teng filled her with excitement. "Brother Han Teng, you came to find me." Only then did Han Teng notice the blood smeared across Maya's face and urgently inquire, "What happened? Did you encounter any danger? Are you hurt?" Maya shook her head with a smile, recounting her encounter with Qingwei and Dun. Realizing that Maya was unharmed eased Han Teng's worries. Upon learning of her and the ice cream's intentions, he observed her small face turning pale from the cold and quickly instructed her to ride the magic child back home, while he and the ice cream would stay to guard Dun. With the magic child present, he felt reassured about Maya's safety. Malt and the demon child have known each other for quite some time, and with the presence of ice cream, the beloved pet among the extraordinary beasts, the demon child had no objections to Malt riding on it. After a brief journey of several minutes, the demon child returned to the safe house with Malt. "Brother, we have found a giant panda for you. It is a wind-type extraordinary beast. Hurry and tame it." Zhang Sen noticed Malt's bloodied face and understood that she had encountered trouble. Upon learning the circumstances, he felt a surge of emotion for Malt, who had been guarding the giant panda outside. He prepared warm water for her to bathe and instructed Yang Yike and Lin Na to take good care of her before he set out to meet the giant panda he had long anticipated. No citizen of the Great Xia could resist the allure of a national treasure. Upon seeing the panda, Zhang Sen's heart blossomed with joy. "Dumpling, would you like some milk?" he asked, presenting the formula he had prepared with spring water. Dumpling, having been deprived of milk for so long, immediately responded with cheerful coos. Subsequently, Zhang Sen assisted Dumpling in removing a trap from its foot and fetched some bamboo from the bamboo grove in his space for it to eat. Prior to Zhang Sen's arrival, Ice Cream had been persuading Dumpling, initially skeptical about the quality of life it would have with Zhang Sen. Dumpling was now faced with undeniable evidence. Even without further coaxing from ice cream, it eagerly leapt towards Zhang Sen at less than a year old. Having escaped from the zoo, Dumpling had struggled to eat and sleep well during its time in the wild, resulting in significant weight loss. Although it had already undergone some transformation, it remained considerably leaner than a typical one-year-old panda. Zhang Sen could even feel the bones beneath its fur, gently stroking Dumpling's back. He reassured, "It's all right now. You can stay with me from now on." Dumpling responded with cheerful coos. After bringing Dumpling back, Zhang Sen asked Yang Yak to tend to its wounds. Although Yang Yak's healing abilities were only at the second level, Dumpling's injuries were not severe, allowing her to restore the injured leg with only half of her mental energy. After being well-fed and hydrated, Dumpling appeared much more spirited. As fellow citizens of Great Xia, everyone quickly succumbed to the panda's charm, leading to a light-hearted dispute over who had held Dumpling for longer. While a lively atmosphere prevailed here, the safe house on the other side of Tianqing Mountain was shrouded in a foreboding tension. Cheng Wei's bodyguards had suffered heavy losses, with 2 dead and the remaining 2 incapacitated. Chang Lin watched in anguish as his sister's delicate face, marred by grotesque scars, was forcibly stitched without anesthesia, causing her to faint from the pain multiple times. Upon waking and gazing into the mirror, the sight of her disfigured mouth brought Cheng Wei to the brink of despair. She longed to cry, but any attempt to express emotion resulted in unbearable pain from her wounds. Instead, she could only keep her mouth shut, letting out muffled whimpers. Cheng's mother, Zhao Jianling, comforted her while simultaneously berating Cheng Lin for having hired such inept bodyguards. Enraged, Cheng Lin stormed into the bodyguard's room and, after ascertaining the situation, ended their lives with 2 gunshots. A useless individual who cannot even protect his sister, what purpose does he serve? Cheng Wei muttered vaguely, "Brother, it's all that little vixen Maya's fault. You must help me exact revenge on her." At that moment, Cheng Wei's father, Cheng Feng, received news and hurried back. Upon witnessing his daughter's dire state, he was taken aback. Cheng Lin pulled him aside and recounted the events. After listening, Cheng Feng fell silent for a moment, pondering the unexpected capabilities of that girl Maya. Could it be that those bodyguards were lying? Cheng Lin shook his head, asserting that it could not be. Even Wei Wei had spoken of it, thus it must be true. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow. "I had always believed my family to be extinct. I never anticipated they were still alive and had even made their way to G City. Father, regardless of whether my family is alive or dead, it is of no concern to us. The pressing issue at hand is that Maya has caused Wei Wei such harm. We cannot let her escape unscathed. Indeed, our family has been oppressed by the My family since before the apocalypse. After all my efforts to reach this position, how can I simply stand by and watch my sister be so mistreated? You must send someone to deal with that little vixen. Spare none of My family." The following morning, Chang Lin, accompanied by a dozen individuals, positioned themselves at the entrance of Maya's safe house. All were clad in military attire. Yet they were not from the military. Rather, they were bodyguards hired by the Chung family, a select few from the elite of the future base that Chang Lin had established. Chang Lin, donning a windproof mask, remained in his vehicle, maintaining a distance from Zhang Sen's safe house. The lead bodyguard approached the door, knocking while loudly proclaiming, "We are personnel from the G City military. The military has commenced the relocation of survivors, and we are here to escort you to the official base." Chapter 140. The Peril of Humanity, Indeed. This was Cheng Lin's strategy. Having resided in a safe house, he was acutely aware of how challenging such a dwelling was to breach. If one were to approach with fierce hostility, those within would have no chance of emerging. Moreover, if they had stockpiled sufficient supplies, it would not be arduous for them to remain hidden for a year or more. His men could not possibly maintain a vigil indefinitely. Fortunately, Cheng Feng held a senior position in the military, and he had often leveraged the military's name for his own gain. He understood that even the likes of the My family, once affluent, maintained an almost obsessive trust in the authorities, especially now, in this apocalyptic era. Thus, luring them out under the guise of the military was the most effective approach. At this moment, Zhang Sen scrutinized the surveillance monitor, a furrow of suspicion forming between his brows. Countless individuals coveted entry into military bases. Why would anyone venture into these remote mountains to invite others in? Could it be that they believed the residents of the safe houses possessed ample supplies and sought to barter for entry into the military base? Although he had no intention of entering the base, he also wished to avoid any unnecessary enmity with the military, so he instructed Lu Hao to dismiss them. Lu Hao opened the first door and, peering through the small window, said, "We are not entering the base. You may leave." He was about to close the door when the bodyguard, taken aback by the audacity of someone rejecting such an opportunity in these dire times, hurriedly interjected, "Hold on. Don't close the door just yet. If you are unwilling to enter the base, at least accept some supplies from the military." Hearing this, Zhang Sen chuckled. The military itself was short on supplies, How could they possibly travel such a distance to deliver provisions? Recalling the events involving Maya from the previous night, a suspicion began to form in his mind. It appeared these individuals harbored malicious intent, and thus, there was no reason to entertain them further. He tapped the wooden ring on his wrist, ready to take action. The binding vines and the thorn vines could communicate through mental prowess at a certain distance from their main body. The willows and strangling vines outside received instructions, slightly moving before rapidly extending and splitting towards the group gathered in front of the safe house. What on earth is this? Before the words could fully escape the lips of the person at the back, a piercing scream erupted from the bodyguard at the door. The group hastily fled, but their speed could not compare to that of the thorn vines and binding vines. Soon, screams echoed in succession. Cheng Lin was taken aback, promptly rolling up the car window and accelerating away. His suspicions had proven correct. A 10-year-old girl capable of dispatching 4 formidable bodyguards was an extraordinary occurrence that could only be explained by the girl possessing some form of mysterious power. Indeed, Cheng Lin was an ability user. A month prior, while driving back to Tianqing Mountain, he had lost control of his vehicle due to excessive speed and plummeted off a cliff. At that moment, he believed his demise was inevitable. Yet, to his astonishment, he not only survived, but also awakened a mysterious power, endowing him with abilities and reflexes far beyond that of an ordinary person. Upon learning of this, Cheng Feng's years of experience in the business world made him acutely aware that this information must remain concealed from the military. Otherwise, Cheng Lin would undoubtedly become a subject of military experimentation. Thus, they have kept this matter under wraps. With this mysterious power, the future base established by Cheng Lin has expanded rapidly, and it has now become the largest base in Jiqing aside from the military. Moreover, a few days ago, when Zhang Sen and Han Ting returned on snowmobiles, Cheng Lin caught sight of them. At that moment, he was intrigued by Zhang Sen's snowmobile. However, for reasons unknown, his intuition warned him that this individual was not ordinary, prompting him to refrain from acting recklessly. The direction in which this person rode was towards the My Family's safe house. Reflecting on it now, it appears this individual must be affiliated with the My Family. Otherwise, they would not have been able to drive away those who originally occupied the My Family's safe house. It was precisely due to these suspicions and conjectures that Cheng Lin maintained a cautious distance from the outset of this operation. Now, he realizes how astute that decision was. Not to mention the prowess displayed by that willow tree, it is evident that the individuals within that safe house are likely not to be trifled with. He dared not delay and hurried back to his own safe house at the quickest pace to relay all that he had witnessed to Cheng Feng. Fearing retribution from the My Family, Cheng Feng made a swift decision to take his wife and daughter back to the military district. After conferring with Cheng Lin, they both concluded that the individuals associated with Maya could no longer remain, to avoid a future vendetta. However, if Cheng Lin were to take action himself, even if victorious, the losses would be significant. He could not afford such a risk, but that did not imply the military could not. After escorting Cheng Feng and his family to the first base, Cheng Feng immediately sought out his ally, Deputy Hu Ji. He deliberately rushed into Hu Ji's office with a panicked demeanor. "General Hu, something terrible has happened." In the military district conference room, with red-rimmed eyes, Cheng Wei recounted the events involving Maya as instructed by Cheng Feng, before being led out by Zhao Jianling. At this moment, only a group of somber-faced senior military officials remained in the room. "Colonel Cheng, are you certain your bodyguards did not misinterpret? A mere girl killed several people, and a willow tree can become sentient?" Qin Xian inquired. Cheng Feng replied emphatically, "Absolutely true. The bodyguards sent by my wife to seek an explanation were all strangled by that willow tree. Only one managed to escape from a distance. Furthermore, you have all seen the injuries on my daughter's face. They are indisputable. She was accompanied by 4 armed bodyguards, yet they were all slain by a 10-year-old girl. I recognize that girl. She is the only daughter of Chairman Mai of the My Group. She was a frail girl before the apocalypse. Yet now she possesses such capabilities. It's simply more terrifying than a beast." General Qin, General Hu, I understand this may sound unbelievable, but it is the reality. If you truly doubt my words, you may dispatch someone to investigate, and you will ascertain the truth. This is no longer merely a conflict between my daughter and that girl. It concerns all of humanity. If such a fearsome entity exists in Jiqing, the safety of humankind is at stake. Chapter 141. The willow tree has departed. The fierce struggle with the thorny vines did not result in the complete annihilation of the individuals sent by Cheng Lin. Rather, one was left alive. Upon learning of their origins, Zhang Sen wasted no time and mounted his steed, Satan, heading straight for the safety house of the Cheng family. While others might find themselves at a loss against such a robust defensive structure, Zhang Sen merely needed to cast the thorny vine, which would instinctively seek out any crevice to infiltrate the premises. It would then locate the lock and maneuver through the keyhole to unlock the door. Upon entering the Qing family sanctuary, Zhang Sen surveyed the disarray caused by the hasty tidying up and let out a cold chuckle. They certainly made a swift exit. Although the Chung family's safety house lacked the grandeur of the mere residence, its layout was not dissimilar. The basement still housed an entire floor of supplies. This Cheng Feng, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, had managed to stockpile such an impressive array of resources. He was indeed a remarkable character. Having arrived, it was only fitting that he did not leave empty-handed. With a mere flick of his mind, Zhang Sen gathered all the supplies within that safety house into his spatial realm. As for the lives of the Chung family, there was no urgency. Thanks to Cheng Wei's boastful tongue, he had already discerned that Cheng Feng held a high-ranking position within the military, while Cheng Lin was to be the future commander of the base. One may escape the monk, but the temple remains. Zhang Sen intended to pay a visit to the future base. However, just as he exited the Qing residence, the sound of engines echoed in the distance. Ascending to a higher vantage point on Satan, he beheld 2 military jeeps and 2 military trucks, the latter brimming with soldiers in their cargo beds. The convoy's trajectory was directed precisely towards his safety house. This Cheng Feng truly acted swiftly. Since they had arrived, there would be no departure for them. Zhang Sen hastily returned to the safety house and, before entering, bellowed, "Baidu, thorny vines, retreat to the spatial realm. Adversaries approach." At this command, Baidu immediately uprooted itself, and Zhang Sen collected it into his spatial domain before stepping inside. Minutes later, the military arrived at the doorstep of the safety house. Qin Xian surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot the willow tree that Cheng Feng had mentioned. "Cheng Colonel, where is the willow tree you spoke of?" Cheng Feng, perplexed by the absence of the willow, grew increasingly agitated upon hearing Qin Xian's inquiry. He was well aware of Qin Xian's disdain for him, stemming not only from the animosity between this lad and his father, Hu Ji, but also due to Qin Xian's belief that his rank was obtained through an abundance of resources. Yet, this young man failed to consider that without Cheng Feng's supplies, the military would not have fared so well during those previous trying times. What a hypocrite! After muttering a silent curse, Cheng Feng sought a higher vantage point to search for traces of the willow tree, finally spotting the large pit where the thorny vines had once been planted. "Look at that pit. It is where the willow tree used to be. They have relocated it. Colonel Qin, regardless of the situation, it would be prudent to summon this family and ascertain the facts. If what Colonel Cheng claims is accurate, that tree must be returned to the military," Hu Ji remarked. Qin Xian, concerned about the potential dangers of this mission and noting that Qin Jie's health was already precarious, firmly opposed Qin Jie's involvement. Although Qin Xian held a deep disdain for the treacherous Hu Ji, he recognized that the latter was the second in command of the military district and the highest-ranking officer for this mission. Thus, despite his inner discontent, he felt compelled to dutifully carry out the task at hand. To mitigate any potential dangers, Qin Xian, accompanied by a few subordinates, boarded a jeep and drove directly to Zhang Sen's residence. Meanwhile, Hu Ji and the rest of his entourage retreated into their vehicle, sealing the doors and windows tightly. Cui Yi, who had been with Qin Xian the longest, glanced back with dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "How ridiculous! These scoundrels expect us to face danger while they cower in their car." Zhu Fan echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, a bunch of lowly scum." Once Qin Xian allowed their grievances to subside, he interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us execute our mission promptly." With that, he rolled down the window, placed a megaphone atop the vehicle, and addressed the residents inside using a walkie-talkie. "Hello, residents. We are the forces from Base 1 of Jiqing. My name is Qin Xian. We have received information indicating the presence of potential safety threats in this area, and we have come to investigate. Please send a representative to speak with me. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions." Inside the vehicle, Hu Ji scoffed derisively, remarking how Qin Xian resembled his father, always feigning civility. Cheng Feng chimed in, "Indeed, in my opinion, it would be better to take a more forceful approach." Meanwhile, the individuals inside the house, upon viewing the surveillance footage on the large screen, were taken aback. They did not expect the military personnel to exhibit such civility. Zhang Sen, observing Qin Xian's face, chuckled and stood up, saying, "All right. I'll go out and speak with him." Lu Hao cautioned, "Wait, boss. Though they appear friendly, who knows what they're truly thinking? They might be plotting to lure us out and capture us all." Zhang Sen reassured him, "No worries, they lack the capability to do that." After calling out for some time without receiving a response, Qin Xian could not help but sigh. It seems meeting the people inside is going to be a challenge. With so many of us here, if I were in their position, I wouldn't dare open the door. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the safe house swung open. "Well, Brother Sen," Yu Fan exclaimed with excitement. Qin Xian turned to see Zhang Sen's face and felt a wave of joy. He promptly discarded the walkie-talkie, opened the car door, and approached Zhang's senator brother Zhang. Zhang Sen surveyed the vehicles parked at his doorstep and raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is going on here?" One might think I detonated your base. Qin Xian chuckled sheepishly. I had no idea this was your home. Had I known, I would have brought only a few brothers along. All right, Brother Zhang, I will be frank with you. We came because someone reported that there is an incredibly formidable young lady at your residence who supposedly eliminated 4 seasoned bodyguards in the blink of an eye. Moreover, there is a murderous willow tree at your doorstep. Is there any truth to this? Zhang Sen retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Qin Xian, and lit one for himself. Upon witnessing Zhang Sen exhaling smoke, Cui Yi and his companions immediately rushed down, each wearing a facade of ingratiating smiles. Brother Sen, it's so wonderful to see you again. Brother Sen, I have missed you terribly. Brother Sen, how is it that you remain so remarkably handsome? Zhang Sen gazed at Qin Xian with a look of exasperation. How on earth did you manage to lead such foolish subordinates? Enraged, Qin Xian kicked each of Cui Yi's group in turn, exclaiming, Get lost. All you do is embarrass me. Yet, Cui Yi and his companions remained unfazed, their eyes still fixed eagerly on Zhang Senator amused. Zhang Sen tossed them the remaining majority of his cigarette pack, saying, Take this and share it among yourselves. Thank you. Brother Sen, may you enjoy a life of peace and kindness. Zhang Sen refrained from further trivial banter and instead turned to Qin Xian to address serious matters. The young lady you mentioned is my sister. Previously, I encountered an old acquaintance who spoke disrespectfully and attempted to seize my sister's cat. She dealt with him, and it was nothing serious. As for the murderous willow tree you mentioned, that is indeed true. However, you have arrived too late. The tree is already departed. Zhang Sen pointed to a large pit behind him, explaining, it was once planted right here. Chapter 142, The military must depart. Hu Ji and Cheng Feng were utterly astonished when they witnessed Zhang Sen handing a cigarette to Qin Xian. They had never anticipated that Qin Xian would be acquainted with someone in this safe house, and it appeared they shared a certain familiarity. However, this revelation rendered their concealment in the vehicle unnecessary. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen continued his discourse with Qin Xian. By the way, the individuals killed by Lu Shu were sent by the future base. They masqueraded as military personnel, claiming they were there to escort us, which I declined. Then they deceived me by saying that the military was delivering supplies. It seems they harbored sinister intentions, hence Lu Shu eliminated them. Though Zhang Sen's account was quite extraordinary, Qin Xian found himself believing a significant portion of it, particularly regarding the motives behind the killings by the young girl and Lu Shu. Of course, the veracity of Lu Shu's departure remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Qin Xian was disinclined to pursue the matter further. After all, it was merely a tree. If Zhang Sen asserted that it had departed, then it was so. At that moment, even if Zhang Sen had claimed to soar away on a dragon, Qin Xian would likely have merely exclaimed, Brother Zhang, you are remarkable. Very well, since Lu Shu has indeed left, we shall not intrude any longer. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me. I still owe you my gratitude for the last encounter. Allow me to treat you to a drink. Zhang Sen was taken aback by Qin Xian's complete acceptance of his words as he watched Qin Xian approach a vehicle. Just then, Hu Ji and Cheng Feng alighted from their car, followed by other soldiers. General Hu, the situation has been clarified. Lu Shu does indeed exist, but has now departed. Qin Xian stated. What? Hu Ji could scarcely believe his ears. Lu Shu has left. Colonel Qin, are you jesting? General Hu, I assure you, I am not joking. Lu Shu is capable of killing. If he has left, it is hardly surprising. Qin Xian pointed towards the large pit at the entrance of the safe house. As you can see, aside from this substantial hole, there is no trace of Lu Shu. You, General Hu, if there is nothing further, I must take my men and leave. I have just received a report indicating that individuals from the future base are impersonating our military, attempting to harm innocent civilians. This matter is of grave concern, and the military must investigate immediately. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly interjected, General Hu, this is merely one person's account. We cannot accept it at face value. Lu Shu must have been moved by them. Moreover, it is evident that Colonel Qin shares a close relationship with that individual, who knows what might. Qin Xian's anger flared. Colonel Cheng, what do you imply? I know Brother Zhang, so what? Even if Brother Zhang did move Lu Shu, it is his prerogative. A tree planted before someone's door can be relocated at their discretion. Furthermore, the individuals Lu Shu killed were not innocent civilians, but rather those posing as military personnel to commit wrongdoing. There is no pity to be felt. After years of covert rivalry with Qin Xian, Hu Ji naturally did not side with him. Colonel Qin, do you possess any evidence for your claims? Even if the individuals killed were not blameless, such a dangerous entity cannot remain in the hands of your brother Zhang. Should an incident occur, can you bear the responsibility? Cheng Feng concurred, saying, Indeed, Colonel Qin, how well do you know this brother Zhang? What if he were to use this willow tree for nefarious purposes? Furthermore, let us not forget that within this family resides a 10-year-old girl, cold-blooded and unflinching in her actions. I assert that they should surrender both the willow tree and the girl immediately. There will be no repercussions. Qin Xian retorted with unwavering conviction. I trust Brother Zhang's character. It was his timely assistance that enabled us to escape peril during our encounter with the hybrid beings. If he were truly of a dubious nature, why would he risk his life to save us? Hu Ji had not anticipated this twist. If such a talent were to stand behind Qin Ji, undermining him in the future would be an arduous task. With this thought, he swiftly resolved to recruit Zhang Sen to his ranks. Should Zhang Sen prove ungrateful, he would be deemed too dangerous to keep. Stepping forward with a congenial smile, he addressed Zhang. Brother Zhang, I am General Hu Ji from Base 1 of Jiqing. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, as Colonel Qin did not mention your significant contributions in eliminating the hybrids. I would like to extend an invitation for you to return to the base with me to acknowledge your contributions to the military. Zhang Sen scoffed dismissively. No need for accolades. If you refrain from disturbing me in the future, that would suffice. Hu Ji's expression faltered momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. Brother Zhang, are you dissatisfied with the recognition you've received from Colonel Qin? It is natural for young Qin to be protective of his accomplishments. However, rest assured, now that I am aware of your deeds, I will ensure you are duly compensated. Qin Xian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. General Hu, what do you imply? When have I ever feared others taking credit? He hastily approached Zhang Sen, lowering his voice to clarify, Brother Zhang, please do not misconstrue my intentions. Upon returning to the military, I did mention that you played a pivotal role in dealing with the hybrids, but my purpose was not to overshadow your contributions. Your display of strength was so formidable that I feared revealing the truth might cause you trouble. I hope you understand. Zhang Sen regarded the flustered Qin Xian with a nonchalant smile. Rest assured, I would prefer that you do not mention me at all within military circles. Turning his gaze to Hu Ji, he mockingly said, General Hu, I find your propositions utterly uninteresting. You may leave. Hu Ji's eyes flickered between Zhang Sen and Qin Xian, a wave of irritation rising within him. Very well. Since this young man is resistant to gentle persuasion, I shall adopt a more forceful approach. Once more, a smile graced his face. All right, Brother Zhang, since you are indifferent to fame and fortune, let us discuss other matters. Oh, what other matters does General Hu wish to discuss? Zhang Sen mused, bemused by the tenacity of the man before him. What is the name of that little girl? Was it Maya? Hu Ji inquired. Cheng Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, General Hu. Hu Ji acknowledged with a nod, turning to regard Zhang Sen once more. Brother Zhang, the young girl named Mia in your household has inexplicably harmed the relatives of our military personnel, and it appears she harbors a significant secret. We must take her back for a thorough investigation. As for the willow tree in front of your home, you must surrender it as well. Such a mutated plant, possessing large-scale destructive capabilities, must be removed for the safety of the public. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian immediately retorted, General Hu, I have already clarified these matters. Brother Zhang's sister did not attack without cause. Rather, it was Colonel Chang's daughter who first abused her power, and Brother Zhang's sister was merely acting in self-defense. Furthermore, the willow tree has fled. How can you demand Brother Zhang surrender it? Is this not deliberately making things difficult for him? Hu Ji reprimanded, Colonel Qin, please be mindful of your position. Is this the attitude one should adopt when addressing superiors? Moreover, the situation has yet to be thoroughly investigated. How can you accept your friend's words as the sole truth? General Hu, Qin Xian wished to speak further but was interrupted by Zhang Sr. With a cold gaze fixed on Hu Ji, Zhang Sen remarked, I did not anticipate that General Hu would be so capricious. In one moment, you speak of rewarding me, and in the next, you insist I surrender my sister and the willow tree. I would like to inquire, if I comply with your demands, will you indeed let me go? Brother Zhang has misunderstood. This matter does not pertain to whether we will let you go or not. The military simply requires your cooperation in the investigation. Does General Hu mean that I must accompany you on this trip? Chapter 143. Suddenly having a big son, Hu Ji chuckled softly. Of course, you need not worry. You are merely assisting with the investigation, and the military will not harm you. Once the matter is thoroughly examined, you will be returned safe and sound. Zhang Sen, shaking his head in resignation, replied, What if I refuse? It appears I shall have to resort to more forceful measures. Oh, in that case, I am eager to witness what so-called generals' forceful measures entail. Hu Ji felt a surge of irritation at the mocking smile on Zhang Sen's face. Cheng Feng, satisfied with the current situation, provocatively remarked, General Hu, I have yet to encounter someone who so blatantly disregards the military. Since this young man is so ungrateful, you need not extend him any further courtesy. With a cold laugh, Hu Ji commanded, surround this place. As his words fell, all the soldiers surged forward, their guns aimed at Zhang Sen, forming a semicircular perimeter around the safe house. At that moment, several individuals inside the house burst out, and Maya, her face pale with fear, grasped Zhang Sen's hand. "Brother, something's wrong." Furrowing his brow, Zhang Sen inquired, "What is it? What has happened?" Maya glanced at Qin Xian beside her, and Zhang Sen understood. Bending down to listen closely, "I just used my ability and saw a tide of," she whispered. A jolt of alarm coursed through Zhang Sen as he scanned his surroundings. Damn, why did it have to come now? His expression grew noticeably agitated, and Hu Ji observed this reaction with growing satisfaction. "Kid, you cannot blame me for this. If anything, blame your own lack of awareness." With a sweeping gesture, Hu Ji ordered, "Take them all away. Search the others inside. This group possesses weapons of mass destruction and must be apprehended." As he finished speaking, those near Zhang Sen raised their weapons, including Qin Xian, who also drew his gun. "Let us see who dares to approach." Seeing this, Cui Yi and Zhu Fan also brandished their guns, positioning themselves in front of Zhang Sen and his group. Hu Ji, feeling even more elated, thought this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the troublesome Qin Xian. If Qin Xian were to perish, he doubted that the frail Qin Jia could endure the loss. Feigning sorrow, Hu Ji lamented, "Qin Xian, what are you doing? Is this how the military of Xia educates you?" "General Hu, I believe the military of Xia does not bully its citizens, especially those who have aided it." Qin Xian retorted, turning to Zhang Senator Brother Zhang, "You and your people should go inside first. We will handle things here. Rest assured. They will not dare to harm me." Cui Yu chimed in, "Yes, Brother Sen, you all go in first. It's fine." Yu Fan added, "Brother Sen, having saved your life and borrowed your cigarettes, I ought to help you a bit. Hurry inside." Zhang Sen was somewhat taken aback by Qin Xian's decision. Clearly, he had made the right choice. If he wished to negotiate with the military in the future, the best candidate was indeed Qin Xian. And he would ensure Qin Xian's safety. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Colonel Qin, do not worry about me. You should swiftly take your people away from here." Qin Xian glanced back at Zhang Sen, noticing the resolute glint in his eyes. This reminded him of Zhang Sen's heroic demeanor when he vanquished the aberrants. And for reasons unknown, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, he assumed that Zhang Sen merely had confidence in his ability to conquer them. Thus he had no intention of abandoning him. After all, with so many firearms around, regardless of how formidable Brother Zhang was, there remained a chance he could be riddled with bullets. "Fear not, Brother Zhang, whatever challenges arise, we shall face them together." Zhang Sen, disinclined to elaborate further, cast a meaningful glance at Han Ting. Han Ting nodded, but his current capabilities were insufficient to ensure that so many soldiers could perceive the illusion. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous grin spread across his face as his gaze fell upon Hu Ji. In an instant, Hu Ji appeared to have lost his sanity, rushing forward to stand in front of Zhang Sen and the others, shouting, "Lower your weapons. All of you, put down your guns. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you point your firearms at my father? If you harm him, I swear I will annihilate you." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Hu Ji's sudden outburst. Some stood frozen, entirely forgetting to lower their weapons. Observing this, Hu Ji boldly stepped forward, seizing a gun and using it to strike those soldiers still holding their firearms in confusion. Cheng Feng hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "General Hu, what has come over you? Are you mistaking someone? That is not your father." Upon hearing this, Hu Ji not only failed to regain his composure but also kicked Cheng Feng. "Get lost, you fool. That is my father. How could I possibly not recognize him?" With that, Hu Ji strode over to Zhang Sen, kneeling and clutching his leg. "Father, you are alive. You have returned. I have missed you so dearly." Zhang Sen disdainfully kicked Hu Ji away. "Get away. I have no son like you." Hu Ji, tears streaming down his face, crawled closer. "Father, it is me, De Ji. Do you not recognize your son?" Zhang Sen gazed at Hu Ji's tear-streaked visage and turned to Han Ting with a sigh of exasperation. Han Ting, grinning foolishly, remarked, "Brother, isn't it delightful? Suddenly blessed with a big son." Lu Hao and the others burst into laughter. Infuriated, Zhang Sen smacked Han Ting on the back of the head. "Delightful my foot." Qin Xian observed the interplay between Zhang Sen and Han Ting, recalling Zhu Fan's previous words about being controlled by Zhang Sen, and was utterly astonished. His brother Zhang was indeed terrifying. Zhu Fan quietly leaned towards Qin Xian's ear, whispering, "See, I told you Brother Sun could control people. He did the same to me last time." Gritting his teeth, Qin Xian retorted, "Get lost." Suddenly, Zhang Sen's brow furrowed as he detected the stirring of the aberrant creatures. He quickly asserted, "Qin Xian, I will say this one last time. If you wish to survive, take your people and leave this place immediately. As for the others, those you deem deserving of death may remain." Qin Xian, observing the grave expression on Zhang Sen's face, realized something dreadful was about to unfold. However, before he could voice his concerns, he saw Zhang Sen pull Maya aside. "In the vision you witnessed, did any of our people sustain injuries?" Maya smiled and shook her head. No, our gains are substantial. That is reassuring. Zhang Sen, exceedingly pleased, turned around and laughed heartily at Lu Hao and the others, proclaiming, "It is time to get to work." Chapter 144. The onslaught of beast. Zhang Sen's sudden excitement left the soldiers utterly bewildered. As Han Ting and Hu Shi grew increasingly distant from one another, the illusions conjured by Han Tung dissipated. Hu Shi, kneeling on the ground, found his thoughts sharpened in an instant. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings with a look of confusion. What has happened to me? Why was I kneeling here? Seeing this, Chung Feng rushed forward with a pained expression. General Hu, you have finally awakened. Where is that lad, Zhang? General Hu. It seems you were hypnotized by that boy. Chung Feng recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that he had been reduced to tears and kneeling before a mere youth, Hu Shi's chest heaved with rage, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and red. General Hu, that boy has gone too far, daring to insult you in such a manner. Hu Shi glared in the direction Zhang Sen had departed, gritting his teeth. Pursue him. Those who refuse to surrender shall be executed on the spot. With that, Hu Shi was the first to enter a vehicle, followed closely by the other soldiers. Several vehicles sped off in pursuit of Zhang Senator. Only a squad of Qin Xian subordinates remained at the safe house. Colonel, Brother Sun has instructed us to retreat swiftly. Should we? Cui Yi had witnessed Zhang Sen's capabilities firsthand. In his eyes, Zhang Sen was akin to a deity. Thus, he held unwavering faith in Zhang Sen's words. If he advised retreat, there must be sound reasoning behind it. However, he pondered how Qin Xian would react. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xian, though uncertain of the situation with Zhang Sen, sensed it was no trivial matter. With Hu Shi leading a pursuit and issuing orders for execution, he could not remain idle. Let us follow. If Brother Zhang encounters peril, we shall intervene. If not, we shall act as if we were never here and remain ignorant of the events. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen had arrived at an open area, a crucial passage for the impending beast tide that Maya had foreseen. The group climbed into the trees, preparing to lie in wait. Suddenly, Zhang Sen felt the branches beneath and tremble. They have finally arrived. He then heard the sound of engines revving. As expected, they had followed him. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. The vehicles entered Zhang Sen's encirclement. In this labyrinthine terrain, the drivers were at a loss as to which direction to pursue and thus came to a halt. General Hu, we have lost them. Useless, all of you. Hu Shi exclaimed, disembarking from the vehicle and advancing to the center of the area, scanning the surroundings. He realized that it was impossible to discern the direction in which Zhang Sen had fled. Yet, having been so humiliated, he was determined to make Zhang Sen pay dearly. Everyone, get out and search. No one is permitted to leave until we find them today. The soldiers hastily exited their vehicles, weapons drawn as they rushed forward. Chung Feng jogged over, formed teams of 10 and spread out to search, quickly. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding tiger's roar echoed through the air. The crowd was taken aback, and soon they witnessed ice shards cascading from the trees, causing the ground to tremble. What on earth is happening? Hu Shi felt a surge of panic. Not far away, a white tiger, the size of an adult elephant, emerged. Following closely behind were several enormous leopards, a swarm of tabby cats, and gray wolves. All these creatures shared a common trait. They were several times larger than their normal counterparts. They stood in a row atop a high vantage point, their eyes fixed on Hu Shi's troops, brimming with primal ferocity, as if ready to pounce and rend them to shreds at any moment. Hu Shi exclaimed in terror, exotic beasts. How can there be so many here? At that moment, Qin Xian also arrived by car. Upon seeing the throng of exotic beasts, a wave of dread washed over him. He finally understood why Zhang Sen had urged him to leave. It appeared that Hu Shi and his men were destined to meet their demise today. And even his own men might not escape unscathed. Zhu Fan, in a state of panic, shouted, "Oh my God, we need to run." Quickly, the driver, Cui Yi, had no time for contemplation and hastily reversed the vehicle. The sudden movement enraged a cheetah perched on the slope, which sprinted up and leaped onto the roof of the Jeep, causing a significant dent. Inside the vehicle, terrified screams erupted. The cheetah then leaped to the front of the car, its massive, sharp claws poised to shatter the windshield. Without hesitation, Qin Xian shouted, "Fire!" The interior of the vehicle erupted in a flurry of gunfire as several occupants opened fire. The cheetah, caught off guard, was struck by several bullets, letting out a furious howl of pain. "Get out!" Realizing the cheetah's speed, Qin Xian understood that escape was futile. Their only hope lay in alighting from the vehicle to confront the beast. The five of them swiftly exited the car, forming a protective circle with their backs against one another, adopting a defensive stance. Qin Xian fired a few more shots at the cheetah. Fortunately, it was merely a second-tier beast, and its skin had not yet reached the point of being impervious to bullets. Thus, it succumbed after several shots. Cui Yi, nervously swallowing, asked, "Colonel, what do we do now? With so many exotic beasts, our ammunition is surely insufficient." Another individual lamented, "No wonder Sun told us to flee. It's a death sentence for anyone who comes here." Qin Xian's mind raced as he scanned for cover. But all that surrounded them were trees and ice, no shelter in sight. Thankfully, he had brought a dozen men along, who had driven a separate truck and had not heeded Hu Ji's command to disembark. "Everyone, into our vehicle. If it's not absolutely necessary, refrain from firing," he commanded. They quickly ran to the truck, joining their squad members. Meanwhile, the gunfire from Qin Xian and his group had incited the exotic beast further. Moreover, given that both Qin Xian and Hu Ji's men donned military attire, the beasts perceived them as one and the same. Annihilate them all. At this moment, the pack of exotic beasts, led by the white tiger, charged toward Hu Ji and his contingent. Most of the soldiers accompanying Hu Ji were ordinary individuals who had joined the military in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The individuals who enlist in the military are largely compelled by circumstance. They yearn for a more stable existence and hope that the might of arms will afford them a sense of security. Among these individuals, a significant number have never taken a life. They are unaccustomed to the harrowing sight of being encircled by mutated behemoths. Consequently, more than half of them are already paralyzed by fear. Some have even abandoned their posts, fleeing with their weapons in hand. This flight only serves to incite the ferocity of the aberrant beasts. Each solitary figure, one after another, is mercilessly torn apart by the creatures. Hu Ji, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "No one is allowed to run. Anyone who dares to flee shall face my wrath." Regrettably, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the beast roars, and still more individuals broke away from the ranks, making a hasty escape. Thus, he followed through on his threat. Anyone who attempted to flee found themselves at the mercy of his gunfire, as he yelled, "Do not run. Everyone, seize your weapons and fight the beasts." Chapter 145. The Fourth Order Wind System White Tiger. It was only then that everyone comprehended his words and recognized his ruthless nature. Although discontent brewed within them, they dared not flee any longer. Zhang Sen, who had been an observer from the sidelines, scoffed at the display of foolishness, remarking on the absurdity of wasting ammunition on their own. Casting a glance towards Qin Xian's group, he noticed several leopards circling the truck, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. Despite being armed, Qin Xian's men hesitated to fire recklessly. Cheng Feng, witnessing Qin Xian's men cowering behind the vehicle, shouted in frustration, "Qin Xian, why are you still hiding? Hurry and come protect us. Do you intend to watch General Hu perish at the hands of these monstrous beasts?" However, Qin Xian, preoccupied with his own peril, paid him no mind. Amidst the desperate resistance from Hu Ji's side, they had slain a dozen first- or second-order beasts, but their ammunition was nearly exhausted. Particularly, Hu Ji's loyal subordinates had already depleted their firearms entirely in their efforts to safeguard him. Left with no choice, they resorted to drawing military daggers to engage in close combat with the beasts, the ice beneath them stained crimson with blood. Fear gripped Hu Ji, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He fired a shot towards Qin Xian's vehicle, shouting, "Qin Xian, damn it, come protect me." The leopards, having already been eyeing the occupants of Qin Xian's vehicle, were incited by the gunfire and lunged forward. With no alternative, Qin Xian and his companions opened fire. Under their concentrated assault, 2 leopards fell to their bullets. A third-order fire-type leopard, angered by the loss of its kin, charged toward Qin Xian's vehicle. With a swipe of its claws, it unleashed a searing flame that ignited Qin Xian's clothing. Fortunately, Qin Xian reacted swiftly, rolling on the ground, while those around him beat at the flames with their garments, extinguishing the fire. Qin Xian's face paled in shock. These beasts were truly terrifying, capable of conjuring fire. At that moment, the fire-type leopard hurled another ball of flame, and in his attempt to evade, Qin Xian inadvertently tumbled from the truck. 2 leopards swiftly approached, intent on delivering the fatal bite. Witnessing this, the others unleashed a barrage of fire upon the 2 leopards. The fire-type leopard, seeing its brethren under attack, retaliated by launching flames at the group in the vehicle. To escape the inferno, they all leapt from the truck, entering into direct confrontation with the beasts, gunfire echoing around them. Soon, their ammunition ran dry. Zhang Sen glanced at Qin Xian's disheveled state, then at the 4 leopards and the fire-type leopard king before him, and could not suppress a sigh. "I warned you not to court death, yet here you are." He summoned Satan and the demon child from his space, instructing, "Go. Those leopards are yours, spare the humans." No sooner had he spoken than Satan and the demon child leaped forth, racing towards Qin Xian with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the fire-type leopard king leapt high, ready to unleash a fiery assault upon the group, but caught a glimpse of a pitch-black counterpart adorned with golden patterns from the corner of its eye. Wrapped in crackling lightning, Satan radiated a blinding brilliance. Between its 2 powerful forelimbs coursed a formidable current of electricity, which struck the leopard king squarely in the neck. The force of the shock sent the Leopard King crashing to the ground. The sudden turn of events bewildered the four cheetahs. Satan, with a low growl, approached the Leopard King. At that moment, the infernal child barked twice, declaring, "This fire element leopard is mine." Satan paused, glanced at the infernal child, and then turned to confront the four cheetah subordinates, regarding them with a look of disdain. The infernal child shook off its heavy fur, and flames enveloped its body in an instant. With a fierce bark, it leapt forward, jaws agape, lunging at the Leopard King. Startled, the Leopard King immediately rose, and a fierce struggle ensued. Unfortunately, the Leopard King, possessing only a single fire element ability, was no match for the infernal child's robust third-tier flesh. Moreover, its ultimate fire attack was utterly ineffective against the same-tier infernal child. It quickly found itself at a disadvantage, howling for help from its subordinates. Although leopards are known for their solitary nature, they had recently gained intelligence and had huddled together for warmth, which prompted them to rush to the Leopard King's aid. Satan, however, would not allow them to interfere with his ally. With a leap, a powerful current struck one of the cheetahs on the head, sending it crashing to the ground in convulsions. One by one, Satan swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 cheetahs, triumphing against 4 foes. Qin Xian was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? This dog is ablaze, and the leopard is charged with electricity. Have they both become sentient? He exclaimed. Colonel, what is happening? Why are they in conflict with each other? I feel as though these 2 extraordinary beasts are here to aid us. Indeed, they had shown no hint of hostility towards Qin Xian and his companions throughout the encounter. In the brief moments of conversation, the Leopard King lay on the ground, battered and on the brink of death, while the 4 cheetah subordinates had already succumbed. The infernal child barked, and Satan understood, grasping the Leopard King and tossing it onto the infernal child's back, followed by several cheetah corpses. Subsequently, Satan let out a low growl towards Qin Xian and the others, tapping a cheetah corpse with his paw. Qin Xian, momentarily puzzled, failed to comprehend the meaning. The infernal child, growing impatient, bared its teeth and shook the corpse on its back. Gradually, Qin Xian began to understand their intentions, looking at Satan and asking, "Are you suggesting we place the bodies onto your back?" Satan nodded. Qin Xian was momentarily stunned. Did this leopard actually understand? Fearing Satan's wrath, he quickly rallied. Everyone, let's work together. The group hastily gathered the remaining beast corpses and placed them onto Satan's back. With a leisurely demeanor, Satan, alongside the infernal child, returned to the tree where Zhang Sen and the others awaited. At this moment, the leader of the extraordinary beasts, the white tiger, sensed the presence of Satan and the infernal child, noticing the numerous subordinate corpses surrounding them. Feeling its dominion challenged, it let out a fierce roar and charged forward, accompanied by the remaining extraordinary beasts. The white tiger, a 4th-tier wind element creature, unleashed a tempest with its every movement. With a swift claw strike, a razor wind sliced through the few individuals surrounding Hu Ji, leaving them eviscerated. Had it not been for Cheng Feng's quick reflexes in pulling a trusted confidant to shield him, he too would have likely met a grim fate. Nevertheless, he was still propelled into the air by the tremendous recoil, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Thus, Hu Ji's loyal followers were utterly annihilated, leaving behind only ordinary soldiers, desperate to flee yet unable to escape. Zhang Sen observed that the white tiger was targeting Satan and the demon child, followed closely by over 20 other exotic beasts. Concerned for their safety, he decided against merely spectating. He unleashed the Wolf King and Xiao Bai, instructing the former, "The remaining wolves are commendable, recruit them all." The Wolf King howled to the heavens. As for Orochimaru, the formidable weapon, it was better off remaining in the spatial realm. Otherwise, its emergence would hinder their training alongside the other exotic beasts. Zhang Sen leaped from the tree, urging everyone to find their opponents and avoid recklessness. Lu Hao and the others followed suit, brandishing their long blades, warming up their bodies as they charged forward. The Wolf King dashed into the pack of wolves, and amidst the tempest, he decimated them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Lu Hao and his companions sought out exotic beasts that matched their own abilities, beginning to reap their lives. Amidst the onslaught of several tabby cats, Hu Ji spotted Zhang Sen descending from the sky, accompanied by a fierce entourage, even commanding exotic beasts. Shocked yet elated, he thought, "Brother Zhang, rescue me. If you save me, we can erase the past." Chapter 146. Subduing the white tiger. Zhang Sen cast a disdainful glance at Hu Ji after hearing his words. One stroke to erase everything? What audacity! If you dare to have a gun pointed at me, you shall not leave here alive today. With that, a slender willow branch flew from Zhang Sen's wrist, hurtling straight towards Hu Ji. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and the others, having clambered back onto the vehicle, were filled with exhilaration as they beheld Zhang Sen descending like a deity. "Wow, that's my brother Sen. He is simply magnificent. He can even unleash wooden sticks. Colonel, look. That leopard and Tibetan mastiff seem to be under Brother Sen's command. He saved us just now. Look at those friends of Brother Sen. They are incredibly fierce. That must be the girl who killed 4 bodyguards and marred Colonel Cheng's daughter's face, right? How astonishing. Such a small figure. Yet none of those beasts stand a chance against her. Damn it, I can't even measure up to a mere elementary school student. Qin Skin laughed heartily as he observed the imposing Zhang Sen and his companions wreaking havoc. Brother Zhang is truly a god. At that moment, Hu Ji was ensnared and sent soaring through the air, crashing heavily onto the white tiger's head. Infuriated and pained, Hu Ji shouted, Zhang, how dare you treat me this way? I swear I will make you suffer. The white tiger, momentarily bewildered by the sudden impact, took a second to process before biting down fiercely on Hu Ji's waist. Hu Ji screamed in agony, Brother Zhang, save me. I was wrong. But before he could finish his plea, Zhang Sen heard a sickening crunch. There lay Hu Ji, lifeless and sprawled on the ground, intestines spilling forth. The white tiger's white fur around its mouth and chest was stained crimson, its eyes fixed angrily on Zhang Sr. This cursed human had dared to strike its mighty head with another human. Today, it vowed to tear him apart. With a roar, the white tiger charged at Zhang Sr. One paw smashed down onto the ice, shattering it instantly, sending countless shards hurtling towards Zhang Sun like a gale. In a flash, Zhang Sun teleported behind the white tiger, leaping onto its back and plunging a knife deep into its flesh. Swear fealty to me, or perish. The excruciating pain and the humiliation of being ridden ignited the tiger's fury, and it thrashed its massive body in an attempt to dislodge Zhang Senator yet. Zhang Sen remained firmly seated, even driving the knife in deeper. Though not fatal, the insult was profound. The white tiger, humiliated, rolled on the ground, finally allowing Zhang Sen to dismount. It regained its footing and lunged at Zhang Sen with its gaping maw. This time, Zhang Sen did not evade. He unleashed binding vines and thorns, ensnaring the white tiger, rendering it immobile. The thorns pierced inch by inch into the tiger's flesh. With a swift motion of his wrist, Zhang Sen pulled the white tiger closer. Does it hurt, you big fool? The white tiger gasped in pain. Zhang Sen squatted before the colossal head of the tiger, and with a mere thought, a spatial blade descended upon its neck. Do you sense the blade at your throat? I was merely teasing you. But let me ask you one final time. Will you submit to me, or will you perish? The white tiger felt the skin on its neck already sliced open. Yet it could not perceive the knife. It gazed at Zhang Sen, who wore a faint smile, and an overwhelming fear surged from the depths of its soul, causing it to tremble. The power of this man was indeed terrifying. It was a mere acknowledgement of a leader, was it not? Surely, it could acquiesce. The white tiger let out a soft whimper. Satisfied that matters were settled, Zhang Sen affectionately patted the tiger's head. With a little white one already at home. You shall henceforth be called Big White. Fear not, I shall not only treat you well, but will also empower you further. With that, Zhang Sun withdrew the spatial blade and the thorns of constriction, finally granting the white tiger its freedom. It lay before Zhang Sun, its ears drooping in submission. At that moment, the other exotic beasts had been mostly slain by Lu Hao and his companions, leaving only a few wolves that obediently followed their king. Zhang Sen did not intervene but instead lit a cigarette, contentedly counting the corpses of the beasts scattered across the ground. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. Zhang Sen felt as though he had been struck in the back. He turned to meet the terrified gaze of Cheng Feng. How could it be? How could not even a bullet harm him? What manner of monster is this? Cheng Feng awoke, just as Zhang Sun unleashed the thorns of constriction. He had hoped that the fierce tiger would end Zhang Sen's life, but to his astonishment, Zhang Sen possessed such formidable abilities, not only taming the ferocious tiger but also decimating the majority of the exotic beasts. Lying on the ground, he could no longer feel his legs. He realized he must have fractured his spine, and with Hu Ji dead, no one would come to his aid. This time, he was undoubtedly doomed. Hatred consumed him. Zhang San, with such overwhelming power, chose to remain hidden, merely enjoying the spectacle. And that Maya, who had so grievously harmed his daughter. He had long harbored thoughts of annihilating Zhang San, partly due to his daughter Cheng Wei's injuries, and partly because he believed individuals like Zhang Sun and Maya must not be allowed to live. His son had recently acquired a mysterious power bestowed by heaven, which could elevate the Cheng family in this apocalyptic world. Now, suddenly, a brash youth and a young girl had emerged, along with a throng of individuals whose abilities far surpassed his son's. How could he endure this? His original plan had been to capture Zhang Sun and Maya, coercing them to aid Cheng Lin in becoming stronger before eliminating them, turning them into stepping stones for Cheng Lin's ascent. However, this scheme had now faltered. Given the circumstances, he could only retreat to a secondary plan, eliminating as many of Cheng Lin's potential formidable adversaries as possible. Thus, he aimed his gun at Zhang's senator. He initially intended to kill Zhang Sen first, followed by Maya and the others. The gun in his hand was his hidden means of protection, never before used. The magazines were fully loaded, each bullet poised to take down a life. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Sen's strength had reached a level where even bullets were rendered ineffective against him. With no time to ponder further, he resolved to abduct Maya instead. Since he could not eliminate Zhang's senator trembling, he aimed his gun at Maya, who was in the midst of killing a tabby cat. In the next moment, an excruciating pain shot through his wrist. He cried out in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as the handgun slipped from his grasp. His hand was rendered immobile, the tendons severed, yet he was oblivious to the cause of his injury. Zhang Sen approached, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Do you wish to kill me?" In Zhang Sen's eyes, Cheng Feng perceived a mercilessness. Faced with certain death, he preferred to seek a swift release from his suffering. "What of it if I want to kill you? I not only wish to end your life, but that of the wretched Maya as well. You are all monsters, creatures that cannot be slain even by bullets." With that declaration, he endured the searing pain and reached for the gun with his other hand. Zhang Sen deliberately allowed him to grasp the handgun before unleashing a spatial blade once more, severing the tendons in his other hand. Chapter 147. Hell on Earth. Following a piercing scream, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth, cursing, "Beast. If you have the guts, just kill me." Zhang Sen, observing that Cheng had not moved his upper body from the start, chuckled, "I surmise you are aware of your immobility and impending demise. Hence you wish to provoke me for a swift end. However, I detest being outmaneuvered." Rising to his feet, he addressed Abai, "You newcomer. Here lies your opportunity to showcase your prowess. Ensure he experiences adequate suffering. Remember, do not let him breathe his last." Cheng Feng, with terror in his eyes, watched Abai approach, pleading, "No, please, brother Zhang, just kill me. I beg you." Before he could finish his plea, he felt a piercing pain in his shoulder. Subsequently, his right arm was wrenched from his body, flesh and all. Zhang Sen, uninterested in the spectacle of this insignificant person's torment, made his way towards Qin Xian and the others. Seeing this, Qin Xian and his companions hurriedly disembarked from their vehicle, hastening towards Zhang's senator. "Still not leaving?" Zhang Sen inquired. Although Qin Xian was 7 or 8 years Zhang Sen's junior, he felt an inexplicable apprehension at Zhang's displeasure. Awkwardly scratching his nose, he stammered, "Brother Zhang, I owe you yet another life. I recall instructing you to withdraw swiftly with your men." Qin Xian chuckled sheepishly, "Brother Zhang, I was mistaken." Chui Yu could not help but defend Qin Xian. "Brother Sen, please do not blame our colonel. He saw General Hu leading his men to pursue you and ordered them to kill indiscriminately, fearing for your safety, which is why he followed. He had already instructed us that if you could handle the situation, we would retreat immediately." Zhang Sen coldly replied, "Before aspiring to be a hero, one should first assess their capabilities." Qin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he understood Zhang Sen's intentions were not malicious, and he unconsciously regarded him as a brother for life. "Brother Zhang is right. I shall remember your words henceforth." After pondering for a moment, Qin Xian asked, "Brother Zhang, what is happening today?" Zhang Sen discarded the remnants of his cigarette, saying, "A tide of aberrant beasts. You must return to the base quickly. G City may not be safe either." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's expression changed dramatically, and he promptly led all the survivors away, Cheng Feng excluded. Those Zhang Sen intended to eliminate would not be reported, and they had all witnessed Cheng Feng's earlier treachery. Upon his return, Zhang Sen found that the aberrant beasts had already been vanquished by Lu Hao and the others, with only a few second-tier carnivorous gray wolves left under the Wolf King's command. After instructing them to extract the crystals from the aberrant beast's brains, he had all the corpses stored in his spatial realm. Subsequently, they prepared to depart. After a fierce battle, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Sen distributed mounts among the group. Satan, his longest companion, was naturally reserved for himself. The robust-skinned demon child was given to Maya. Although the white tiger was injured, it was not gravely so. Yang Yike utilized her healing abilities to restore it, while Han Tung persistently negotiated with Zhang Sen until he finally secured it. The Wolf King was allocated to Lu Hao, while Yang Yike and Lin Na rode the second-tier carnivorous gray wolves. Once everyone acquired their steeds, excitement enveloped them. One by one, they mounted their mounts, their smiles stretching wide. Han Tung was the first to dash forward. Just as Zhang Sen was about to depart, he suddenly heard a few calls of monkeys. He paused, glancing back to see a timid golden-yellow gibbon approaching. Zhang Sen sensed no hostility emanating from it. Rather, it felt as though the gibbon was attempting to communicate. He released Ice Cream and inquired, "What is it saying?" Ice Cream meowed twice, and the gibbon echoed the sounds. It had caught the scent of Dun Dun on them and was asking if they had encountered Dun Dun. Did it know Dun Dun? They were dear friends, having escaped from the same zoo. Had Dun Dun mentioned this to him? Yes, Dun Dun had thought it was deceased and had even buried it. Zhang Sen was momentarily speechless. He released Dun Dun, who, upon seeing the gibbon, was filled with joy and rushed forward. The gibbon and the panda nearly embraced each other in a whirl of excitement. Zhang Sen watched, thoroughly entertained. Moments later, Dun Dun scampered back to Zhang Sen, clinging to his leg. Ice cream translated. Dun Dun is asking if you could take in its friend, the gibbon. Zhang Sen probed with his mental energy. The gibbon was of earth element, level 2, not particularly strong, yet not weak either. Most importantly, he found it impossible to refuse Dun Dun's round, cherubic face. Of course. Let us take it in. After all, it's a national treasure. Not taking it in would be unthinkable for someone from the Great Xia. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and the others drove back to Jiqing, only to find the city could only be described as a hell on earth. Limbs lay scattered across the streets. Even among this group, half of whom were seasoned warriors, tears welled in their eyes. Upon returning to the base, the situation was no better. The courtyard was piled high with the bodies of soldiers, refugees, and exotic beasts, forming 3 small hills. Nearly half of the surviving soldiers and refugees bore injuries of varying severity, and the air was thick with cries of anguish. Qin Jie stood in the hall. His eyes reddened, his body hunched. Qin Xian approached, calling, "Dad." Qin Jie stiffened momentarily, but upon seeing Qin Xian, his emotions surged. "It's good that you're back." "You weren't hurt, were you?" Qin Xian shook his head, affirming he was unharmed. That's good, that's good," Qin Jie murmured, then suddenly recalled something. "What about General Hu? Wasn't he with you?" The moment he saw Qin Xian hesitate, he understood all too well. Although Hu Ji had engaged in a long-standing rivalry with him, the abruptness of his departure weighed heavily on his heart. Qin Jie shook his head helplessly. Today it was him, perhaps tomorrow it will be me. He paused, letting out a deep sigh. This life is truly unbearable. Colonel Qin. A sharp female voice interrupted Qin Jie's melancholy. Qin Xian turned to Si Qingmu, Zhao Jianling, rushing over with Chang Wei. "Colonel Qin, where is my husband? Has he returned?" As Qin Xian recollected the actions of Cheng Feng, his brow furrowed deeply. "I'm sorry. What has happened to Colonel Cheng?" Zhao Jianling's voice suddenly escalated. "What has happened to my husband? Speak up. What has happened to my husband? Were you not together on the mission? Why have you returned without him? And what about General Hu? I demand to see General Hu." Qin Xian observed Zhao Jianling's face, etched with sorrow, and felt a pang of compassion. He sighed, attempting to soften his words. "Madam Cheng, both Colonel Cheng and General Hu perished in the recent beast tide." Zhao Jianling covered her mouth in disbelief. Staggering backward a couple of steps, Cheng Wei, standing nearby, began to sob uncontrollably. After a moment, Zhao Jianling shouted vehemently, "Impossible. My husband is not dead. He would never die. And General Hu, he is a general, with so many under his command. He cannot possibly be dead. You are fine." "So how could General Hu and my husband be dead? It's you, I senti it? You deliberately caused the deaths of my husband and General Hu. My husband has told me how you have always looked down upon him, and your father has always been at odds with General Hu. You two conspired to bring about their demise. It must be you." Qin Jie's expression darkened immediately. "Madam Cheng, I understand your sudden loss and your distress, but I implore you to choose your words carefully." Zhao Jianling retorted sharply, "Why should I choose my words carefully? Is this not the truth? Have I struck a nerve? Why is it that you and your father live while my husband and General Hu are dead? Where are their bodies? I demand to see their bodies. My husband donated so many supplies to you. How dare you treat him like this?" As Zhao Jianling grew increasingly agitated, she even advanced to grasp at Qin Jie. Qin Xian intervened, exclaiming in anger, "Madam Cheng, please calm yourself. My husband has been killed by you. How can I possibly remain calm? You heartless father and son. Return my husband to me. Return my husband to me." Qin Xian was thoroughly incensed. "Cui Yi, Lu Yong, come and escort Madam Cheng away." Cui Yu and Lu Yong promptly approached and led Zhao Jianling away. Cheng Wei, with injuries preventing her from speaking loudly or crying, could only suppress her tears and follow her mother. As Zhao Jianling departed, she continued to hurl insults, and Qin Jie sighed helplessly at her profanities. Where were the bodies of General Hu and Colonel Cheng? Regardless of the circumstances, they had both contributed to the military, and even in death, their remains should be returned. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xian addressed the general. "Sir, I require a private audience to discuss the deaths of General Hu and Colonel Cheng, as well as the current situation." Chapter 148. Widespread awakening. Upon entering Qin Jie's office, Qin Xian recounted every detail of his encounter with Zhang Sr. Qin Jie's expression shifted from initial shock to a grave seriousness. After a prolonged silence, Qin Xian, feeling anxious, urged, "Father, I understand that what I have shared may sound preposterous. However, I swear, these events are as I witnessed them, and several of my subordinates were present as well. If you doubt my words, I can summon them here at once." Qin Jie waved his hand dismissively. I believe you. In this apocalyptic world, the emergence of mutant beasts and subhumans is already a reality. Thus, the appearance of a highly capable human is not surprising. Moreover, this might not necessarily bode ill for humanity. I concur. It is unfortunate that Brother Zhang remains adamant about not joining our military. With General Hu and Colonel Chang's recent actions, his impression of our forces is likely to worsen. Qin Jie sighed and added, you share a decent rapport with him. Could you arrange for me to meet him? I wish to converse with him. Based on his actions, he likely possesses far greater insights into this apocalypse than we do. Qin Stian nodded. I will speak with Brother Zhang and see if he is willing. Upon returning home, Zhang Sen introduced the gibbon to his companions before retreating into his space. He treated the newly joined members, Dabai, the gibbon, and the Wolf King's new recruits to a rejuvenating soak in the spring water. Dn, previously hesitant due to fear of pain, was encouraged by its good friend's determination to grow stronger and, shyly, requested Zhang Sun to personally carry it into the bathing tub. Once the beast slipped into a state of unconsciousness, Zhang Sun instructed Ice Cream to tally the crystals collected that day and dispatched a rather palatable mutant beast for Lu Hao and the others to prepare dinner. With everything arranged, he laid out the extensive research materials on Bai Shengan. Faced with the mountain of documents, he felt overwhelmed. Among their group, only he and Yang Yike were genuine university students. To alleviate his burden, he summoned Yang Yike to review the materials together. Initially, both were highly focused. However, it was unclear who initiated it, but soon they found themselves distracted, gazing at a mountain peak in the distance. Zhang Sun even fetched a mattress from the storage side. As evening approached, after a fierce day of study, they had barely skimmed through a fraction of the materials. Well, this afternoon has been a waste, Zhang Sun concluded. After dinner, he resumed reviewing the documents with Yang Yike. It was not until the late hours of the night that he finally identified the research materials that would be of genuine utility to the military. The following morning, Zhang Sen, armed with the documents, drove down the mountain with his companions. Upon entering the city, they parted ways. He retrieved a snowmobile from his space and rode it to the first base in Jiqing, while the others were tasked with scouring for mutant beast carcasses, exchanging goods for those with owners, and collecting the unclaimed ones. At that moment, Qin Xian was suffering from a high fever. Curiously, since the previous night, numerous individuals within the base had begun exhibiting fever symptoms. The military doctor was unable to determine the cause, regardless of how thoroughly he examined the situation. The base was filled with chatter and anxiety. Many had recently endured an onslaught from the monstrous beasts, leading to a pervasive sense of despair among the populace. They speculated that this might be the onset of a plague, the beginning of yet another catastrophe. Consequently, a palpable sense of fear gripped the entire base, as everyone dreaded becoming the next individual to succumb to fever. Qin Xian had initially intended to seek out Zhang Sen to fulfill the task assigned by Qin Jie. However, apprehensive that the rumor of a plague might hold truth and fearing the possibility of transmitting it to Zhang Sen, he decided to temporarily postpone his plans. To his surprise, while he was busy reassuring the survivors of the base, he learned that Zhang Sun had come looking for him. He promptly set aside all his current affairs to greet Zhang Senator to err on the side of caution. He positioned himself a bit further away as he reached the entrance of the base. What a coincidence, Brother Zhang. I was just planning to find you today, but something came up. I never expected you would come here instead. I came because I needed to discuss something with you, Zhang Sen replied. Is there anything you require assistance with? Please, feel free to speak candidly. Noticing that Qin Xian had not invited him inside and was standing at a distance, Zhang Sen felt a twinge of confusion. What is the matter? Are you not going to let me in? Qin Xian's expression revealed his embarrassment. I truly apologize, Brother Zhang, but I cannot invite you in today. Why not? There has been a sudden outbreak of fever among a large number of individuals in the base, and the military doctor is still investigating the cause. There are suspicions it could be a plague, so for your safety, it is best that you do not enter today. Zhang Sen was taken aback. So many are awakening their abilities so soon? Yet, he mused, the strengthening of humanity was not necessarily a negative development. He chuckled softly. It's not a plague. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. What? Not a plague? How do you know this, Brother Zhang? I have experienced it before. This was merely a pretext Zhang Sen concocted. He had never encountered such a situation, as his previous life had been devoid of supernatural abilities. In this life, upon his rebirth, he had immediately acquired spatial abilities. All subsequent powers had been replicated, thus he had never undergone this phase, only having witnessed it. Qin Xian, now thoroughly convinced by Zhang San's words, eagerly approached and grasped his hand. Brother Zhang, you have been an immense help. The atmosphere in the base is fraught with trepidation, as everyone fears infection. Your reassurance has given me clarity. Come, let us go inside and discuss further. As Zhang Sun entered the compound aboard a snowmobile, He observed individuals in the courtyard collecting the bodies of refugees and soldiers, while the carcasses of the beasts remained unattended. He estimated there were approximately 100 beast bodies, a stirring excitement brewing within him. Just as he parked, Zhu Fan approached. "Brother Sun, you've arrived." Maya nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Zhu Fan brimming with vitality, Zhang Sen inquired, "You haven't fallen ill?" Zhu Fan proudly thumped his chest. "Not at all. Brother Sun, you have no idea. I have always been robust and never catch colds or fevers. In fact, I'm the only one in our entire group who hasn't been affected this time." Qin Xian, exasperated, kicked him lightly. "Enough. You only know how to boast." Zhu Fan chuckled in response. Zhang Sen gazed at him with a sympathetic expression, gently patting his shoulder. "It's all right. Continue with your bravado." It won't last for many days. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fan looked bewildered and scratched his head. "Brother Sen, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that having a fever is a good thing?" Zhang Sen did not respond to him further and turned to Qin Xian, saying, "Let us find a more suitable place to converse." Chapter 149. The deal with the military. Qin Xian ushered Zhang Sen into his office. To demonstrate his respect, he brewed a cup of exquisite tea for him. Sipping the warm beverage, Zhang Sen nodded appreciatively. The tea was mediocre, yet it was a rarity these days for one to afford such indulgences. "Brother Zhang, when you mentioned the fever we are experiencing, what did you mean? Why are so many of us affected?" Qin Xian inquired. "Aside from the fever, are there any other symptoms?" He pondered briefly, noting a slight ache in his body and a sense of lethargy. And a touch of drowsiness as well. Zhang Sen produced a cigarette, offering one to Qin Xian before lighting his own. "Congratulations, you are on the verge of awakening your abilities and becoming an extraordinary individual." Qin Xian was taken aback. "Awaken? Awaken extraordinary abilities? Are you suggesting that we might mutate like the aberrant beasts?" "Indeed," Zhang Sen affirmed. "So, have you awakened your abilities as well?" "Yes," he replied. Qin Xian was elated. "So once we awaken, shall we possess strength akin to yours?" Zhang Sen chuckled softly. "To compare yourself to me is a lofty aspiration, but perhaps it is possible." He did not wish to dampen Qin Xian's spirits. "This is marvelous. Once everyone awakens, we shall be able to confront those aberrant beasts and hybrids directly," Qin Xian exclaimed, rising in excitement and pacing for half a minute before resuming his seat across from Zhang Sen, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "By the way, Brother Zhang, could you enlighten me about the awakening of these abilities? We are utterly in the dark regarding our transformation into extraordinary beings." Zhang Sen, recognizing that even if he refrained from explaining, the military would soon ascertain the details, chose to disclose everything candidly. Upon hearing Zhang Sen's words, Qin Xian felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm, his exhilaration palpable. After several minutes, he finally regained his composure and recalled Zhang Sen's earlier mention of a matter he wished to discuss. "Apologies, Brother Zhang. My excitement caused me to forget that you came to speak with me for a reason. Let us discuss your affairs. I am here to negotiate with your military." "Negotiate?" "I possess information regarding the enhancement of extraordinary abilities, which I believe the military would find invaluable." Qin Xian clapped his thigh, laughing heartily. "Brother Zhang, this is no negotiation. You are here to offer us warmth. You've already considered our enhancement before we even become extraordinary beings. Were it not for my age, I would almost call you elder brother." Zhang Sen chuckled, not contesting the statement. "If that is how you wish to perceive it, then so be it." Qin Xian inquired further. "Since you refer to this as a negotiation, what is it that you seek in return? Rest assured, for all that you have done for our military, we shall not be stingy." Zhang Sen smiled. "I desire the pile of aberrant beast corpses at your entrance." Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. "What do you need the corpses of aberrant beasts for?" Zhang Sen did not respond to the question, merely lifting his teacup to take a sip. Observing this, Qin Xian refrained from further inquiries, scratching his head in frustration. "Brother Zhang, the item you seek is exceedingly unique, and there are over 100 corpses of strange beasts outside. We are currently investigating whether these remains are edible. As you know, resources are critically scarce at present. Thus, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer for now." Zhang Sen remained unperturbed. "You may inquire with your superior leaders," recalling Qin Jia's admonitions. Qin Xian pondered for a moment before relaying this matter to Zhang Sen, assuring him repeatedly, "Brother Zhang, after the incidents involving General Hu and Colonel Cheng, you may harbor a poor impression of our military, but I assure you, my father is not that kind of person. His desire to meet you is purely to engage in conversation and gain a deeper understanding of this apocalyptic world." Zhang Sen had heard of Qin Jia in his previous life and acknowledged him as a good man, one who dedicated his life to the nation and its people, ultimately perishing at the jaws of a strange beast during a rescue mission. Such a person commanded his respect. "Colonel Qin, I am willing to discuss this matter with General Qin, But I must clarify that my knowledge regarding the apocalypse is limited. I am aware only of these three naturally mutated entities, strange beasts, extraordinary abilities, and peculiar plants, in addition to the artificially mutated subhumans. Therefore, if General Qin seeks to understand more, I may not be of assistance. That is quite all right. I will clarify things with my father, Qin Xian replied. Feeling content that Zhang Sen was willing to meet Qin Jie, he stepped outside to invite Qin Jie over. Qin Jie possessed a dignified appearance, quite unlike the small-minded Hu Ji. Zhang Sen, admiring Qin Jie's character, rose respectfully upon his arrival. Qin Jie, feeling somewhat excited, extended his hand. You must be Comrade Zhang Sen? Zhang Sen, displaying a humble demeanor, shook his hand. Yes, General Qin, I am Zhang Senator. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Sen, as a leader of the military in Jiqing, I feel ashamed for the actions of General Hu and Colonel Qing towards you. I apologize on behalf of the military. There is no need for that, General Qin. They are their own people, and you are yours. I can differentiate between the two. Seeing Zhang Sen's gracious attitude, Qin Jie felt a wave of relief. On his way here, he had feared that such a young man wielding immense power might be arrogant and difficult to communicate with, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. As they took their seats, Qin Jie added, by the way, as a father, I must express my gratitude for saving Qin Xian on 2 occasions. Zhang Sen smiled and replied, General Qin, you flatter me. It was merely a matter of convenience, nothing to dwell upon. Modest and unassuming. The more Qin Jie observed Zhang Sen, the more pleasantly surprised he became. Zhang Sen, Qin Xian has spoken of your abilities and mentioned that you declined his invitation to join the military. However, I do not wish for the military to miss out on a talent like you, so I would like to extend another invitation. I sincerely invite you to join our ranks, and I assure you that all your desired conditions, provided they are not too unreasonable, can be negotiated. Thank you, General Qin, for your appreciation. However, I must respectfully decline your invitation. Upon hearing this response, Qin Jie felt a tinge of regret, but maintained his composure. Since you are resolute in your refusal, I shall not press the matter further. I appreciate your understanding, General Qin. He waved his hand lightly, signifying that this is your prerogative. By the way, Qin Xian must have informed you of my initial intention to meet, as you have already divulged all that you know. I shall refrain from further inquiries. I now have but one question regarding the transaction you wish to engage in with the military. Please proceed, General Qin. I have heard that when you dispatch the foreign beings, you also seize their crystals. Therefore, is your interest in these beast carcasses likewise for the crystals? Zhang Sen regarded Qin Jie with a hint of surprise. Truly remarkable, he thought. The man is quick to discern the crux of the matter. Given this, there was no need for him to conceal the truth any longer. He chuckled, affirming, indeed, my primary aim is the crystals, but I also require the corpses. Zhang Sen articulated this to prevent Qin Jie from readily agreeing to relinquish the crystals while retaining the bodies. Should that occur, his spatial resources would be deprived of a substantial food supply. Thus, he sought both the crystals and the corpses. Might I inquire what significance the crystals hold for you? The crystals empower those with extraordinary abilities. Qin Jie was taken aback by Zhang Sen's candor, breaking into a smile. You, my dear child, are remarkably forthright. You have already mentioned that many individuals in the base are awakening their powers. Are you not concerned that we might forego this transaction and reserve the crystals for our own? Chapter 150. But you surely won't survive today. General Qin would not act in such a manner, Zhang Sen asserted with unwavering conviction. Why? Because outside, numerous exotic beasts still roam, and the research materials I possess hold greater value than 1,000 beast carcasses. Without these materials, your research endeavors will meander through many detours, and your pace of enhancement will subsequently diminish. Conversely, with the information at hand, you will swiftly discover the correct methods to strengthen your extraordinary abilities. But how can I ascertain the true worth of the materials you hold? That ultimately depends on whether General Qin places his trust in me. Might the military researchers not have the opportunity to review this information first? Zhang Sen smiled, avoiding a direct response as he gazed at Qin Jie. Seeing the confidence radiating from Zhang Sen, Qin Jie felt a flicker of hope in the face of the apocalypse. He glanced at Qin Xian and increasingly perceived his son as inept. He directed the question at Qin Xian. Colonel Qin, do you trust Comrade Zhang Sen? Uncertain if Qin Jie was deliberately trying to garner favor in front of Zhang Sen, Qin Xian chose to follow his instincts and replied honestly, of course. I trust Brother Zhang. Qin Jie erupted into hearty laughter. Very well, Brother Zhang, there are 103 exotic beast carcasses at the entrance. I shall ensure they are delivered to your residence. As for the research materials you possess, you may directly hand them to Colonel Qin. Thank you, General Qin. It is the military that should express gratitude to you for providing such vital intelligence and materials. You are correct, with countless exotic beasts outside. Empowering our military's extraordinary individuals swiftly is of utmost importance. Rising from his seat, Qin Jie acknowledged that, from any perspective, this arrangement favored the military. Zhang Sen also stood, smiling but refraining from comment. He had indeed aided the military significantly and felt deserving of that gratitude. Had he not provided the materials, many extraordinary individuals would have recklessly consumed crystals, suffering various side effects. The military would have taken at least half a year to gain strength. However, now, based on the data, they believe they could soon develop injections or potions, perhaps even superior solutions. Comrade Zhang Sen, may I pose one last question? Please, General. Since you are unwilling to join the military, why do you repeatedly extend your assistance? Occupying such a prominent position, one must possess significant acumen and insight. How could he be oblivious to the fact that Zhang Sen was indirectly rendering them a tremendous service? Zhang Sen gazed earnestly at Qin Jie. Perhaps in your eyes, my abilities suffice for self-preservation. But who can predict the future? I understand the principle that when the lips perish, the teeth are cold. Qin Jie patted Zhang Sen's shoulder. If only Qin Xian possessed your wisdom, I would be at ease. Should you have the opportunity, do visit the military. I truly enjoy our conversations. We shall meet again. Perhaps I will frequently engage and trade with the military in the future. With a hearty laugh, Qin Jie departed, instructing Qin Xian to promptly deliver the beast carcasses to Zhang Senator an hour and a half later. The entrance to Zhang Sen's safe house was completely filled with the carcasses of exotic beasts. Zhu Fan approached Zhang Sen, glancing at him with a downtrodden expression. Brother Sun, is a fever truly a precursor to awakening one's abilities? Zhang Sen, filled with sympathy, patted his shoulder. Do not be anxious. This is not the sole opportunity for awakening. Others will gradually awaken their powers as well. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fan immediately perked up. So, does that mean I still have a chance? Zhang Sen nodded affirmatively. With this reassurance, Zhu Fan departed with a lighter heart. Once they had walked far enough away, Zhang Sen collected all the bodies into his spatial storage. Soon after, Lu Hao and his companions returned, their haul modest, bringing back merely a dozen or so mutated beasts, all of the first and second tiers. Most had been encountered when military personnel had been killed. The future base, however, had a few mutated beasts, including a third-tier Earth-type beast. But they refused to sell any of them. In other bases, if something wasn't for sale, that would be the end of it. There would always be more opportunities to hunt mutated beasts. But the future base was an entirely different matter. Zhang Sen vividly recalled everything that Cheng Lin had done previously. Thus, Zhang Sen decided to visit the future base alone. It was situated within a commercial office building in the heart of Jiqing City, guarded by robust young men. Standing at the entrance, Zhang Sen remarked, Cheng Lin truly possesses some skills to establish such a substantial base. As he prepared to enter, a guard brandished a knife to block his path. Who goes there? You dare intrude upon the future base? Leave now if you wish to keep your life. Unfazed, Zhang Sen retrieved a handgun from behind him. Is your base leader named Cheng Lin? The guard, upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, felt his legs weaken. Be brother. Please, don't shoot. Stop wasting words. Answer my questions. Is he, or isn't he? Why yes, he is indeed called Cheng Lin. If you seek him, I will fetch him for you. Lead me to him. Why yes, of course. Right this way. The guard, trembling, guided Zhang Sen into the building. Along the way, those who noticed the gun pointed at the guard's head wore expressions of sheer terror, none daring to intervene. The guard brought Zhang Sen to the door of an office. Brother, our leader is inside. Zhang Sen holstered his weapon. You may leave now. The guard, visibly relieved, hurriedly fled without a backward glance, utilizing his mental prowess. Zhang Sen assessed the situation within the office and a smirk crept across his lips. He pushed the door open and entered. Cheng Lin was wielding a cleaver. And upon hearing the noise, he turned to find Zhang Sen, his brow furrowed, as realization dawned upon him regarding Zhang Sen's identity. A flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. It's you. Zhang Sen smiled. I heard there is a mutated beast corpse within your base. You and your father came to my doorstep to seize my possessions. Now I am here to claim yours. Does that not seem fair? Cheng Lin had learned yesterday from survivors brought by Cheng Feng about his father's tragic demise. His eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, You killed my father. And now you seek to eradicate me as well? When you sent people disguised as military personnel to stir trouble at my doorstep, you should have anticipated this day. Cheng Lin bellowed. It was that little vixen Maya who first laid hands on my sister. I merely sought vengeance for her, never intending to oppose you. Zhang Sen wore a mocking expression, retorting, Why don't you mention how your sister snatched things from Maya? It's merely a case of lacking skill. Why concoct so many excuses? He continued, Enough with the dilly-dallying, summon your men. At this, Cheng Lin chuckled, having feared Zhang Sen would seek retribution after his failed attempt to trouble Maya. Thus, he had discreetly arranged for personal protection. You believe you're formidable. Yet even those I've stationed are aware of it. However, Today, I am keen to see whether it is you or the bullets that prove superior." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 8 burly men emerged from the shadows of the room, each wielding an AK-47. "You know your father met his end at my hands. Do you still not realize that bullets are ineffective against me?" Chang Lin was indeed aware, yet he remained skeptical. The survivor's account had been vague, lacking certainty if Zhang Sen had even been struck. Moreover, even if he had been, it was merely a single bullet from a handgun. But what of a hail of bullets from an AK-47? Even if one could withstand a single shot, could they endure a barrage? "Today, if I do not turn you into a sieve, I shall not bear your surname." Fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, yet in the next instant, everyone in the room stood frozen. For Zhang Sen had vanished. Cheng Lin gasped in shock. "Where is he?" "Master, it seems he has disappeared into thin air." Suddenly, Cheng Lin felt something crawling up his body. As he looked down, thorny vines had already coiled around his chest. Simultaneously, the 8 bodyguards were also ensnared by the vines. "I cannot say whether I can endure such a barrage of bullets, but you certainly will not survive today." In the blink of an eye, the thorns constricted violently. "Ah!" Cheng Lin screamed in agony as excruciating pain coursed through him, as if his very organs were being crushed. The thorns continued their ascent, and when they reached Cheng Lin's face, their tips sharpened ominously, growing ever more acute as they neared his brow. At that moment, Cheng Lin had drawn his last breath, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The thorns penetrated his brain, emerging with a small, crystalline fragment of biological essence at their tip. Zhang Sen collected the crystal and strode out, leaving the 8 bodyguards to meet their fate as the vines mercilessly tightened around their throats. Chapter 151. The Mysterious Space Girl in the Future Base. There resided over 100 survivors. Zhang Sen, possessing ample resources, did not deprive these individuals of their hope for survival. He merely took away the corpse of a third-tier earthen beast. Upon returning to his safe house, he entered his spatial realm. At this juncture, he had accumulated nearly 200 beast corpses. Utilizing his wood-based abilities, which he had honed through his battles with the thorn vines, he extracted the crystals. Subsequently, he had Ice Cream calculate the quantity of crystals required for him to elevate all his abilities to the next level. Since most of the beasts he had slain thus far were of lower tiers, he had to rely on quantity to augment his power levels. Consequently, he single-handedly consumed a significant portion of the crystals. Nevertheless, he had successfully elevated all 8 of his ordinary abilities by 1 tier, and his mental fortitude had doubled in strength. As a result, he felt that he was on the brink of breaking through to the 5th tier of spatial abilities. From Ice Cream, he learned that a breakthrough to the 5th tier would result in an upgrade of his spatial realm. Thus, he toiled ceaselessly for 3 days, repetitively exercising his spatial abilities, depleting and then replenishing his mental energy in a relentless cycle until his spatial abilities finally transcended to the 5th tier. In that instant, a sweet, melodic voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Master, your spatial abilities have reached the 5th tier. From now on, you can communicate with me directly." Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback. "Direct communication?" "Indeed, Master, your mental energy has expanded, enabling any form of exchange with me. In the future, whenever you call out Zhang Sen with your thoughts, I will appear." "Zhang Sen? Isn't that my childhood nickname?" "Precisely. As your spatial entity, I must resonate with your name. The closer, the better. Using your childhood nickname is most fitting. If you had been called Zhang Dog Egg as a child, I would have to adopt that name too. But your voice is clearly that of a cute girl. Calling myself Zhang Sen seems rather unsuitable, doesn't it?" "No worries, Master. I can switch to a rougher voice." "Zhang Sen, is this truly a legitimate spatial entity?" "No need for that. Don't change. A cute girl's voice brightens my mood. If you like Zhang Sen, then let it be." "Thank you, Master. Now, please look at the big screen." Turning his head, Zhang Sen noticed new content appearing beneath the spatial abilities on the display screen. Mental energy required for the next upgrade. Below this line of text was a transparent progress bar, which contained only a small solid segment. If not scrutinized closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. "Master, according to the conversion algorithm for spatial abilities, advancing from 5th to 6th tier requires 1,000 units of mental energy. You currently possess only 1 unit. Please strive to fill the remaining 999 units on the progress bar to achieve a breakthrough to the 6th tier as soon as possible." "This is absurd. Who established such a unit? Isn't this discouraging? 999 units, how long will it take to accumulate that?" "Zhang Sen, might we consider altering the unit of conversion to 99? It would certainly boost my motivation." "Regrettably, Master, the conversion units are predetermined by the space, and I lack the authority to amend them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "You lack the authority to modify? Does that imply someone possesses the ability to do so?" Who has the power to alter my space? Zhang Sen feigned ignorance. Zhang Sen pressed on. Zhang Sen, speak. To his surprise, a sudden beep echoed in his mind, followed by a rough masculine voice. Error in inquiry. Space cannot respond. A chill ran down Zhang Sen's spine upon hearing that voice. Zhang Sen, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Change the voice back. The sweet, playful voice returned. Hee. Master, do you have any other questions? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen inquired, why have I been reincarnated? The gruff voice responded, error in inquiry. Space cannot respond. Why do I possess spatial abilities? Error in inquiry. Space cannot respond. What on earth is happening in this apocalyptic world? Error in inquiry. Space cannot respond. Nothing can be answered. Can you even respond to anything at all? The playful voice chimed in, Master, I have answers to all your queries, as long as you desire to know. Zhang Sen quickly deduced, so what you mean is, you know the answers to my questions, but you simply cannot disclose them? Indeed, Master. You should hasten to hunt the aberrant beasts and subhumans. Your companions are in dire need of crystals to level up. Additionally, you have yet to successfully replicate a water-based ability. Please attend to this matter promptly. Once you gather all 9 ordinary abilities, I shall present you with a grand gift. What sort of grand gift? A secret. Zhang Sen felt utterly exhausted. He even considered enlisting ice cream to communicate with the space. Never mind, I shall pose one final question. Master, please proceed. Do others with spatial abilities share the same experience as mine? Not quite. Your abilities are formidable in this world, for you have me. This world? Zhang Sen sensed something amiss. Are there other worlds? Error in inquiry. Space cannot respond. Damn. Zhang Sen felt utterly overwhelmed. However, through his dialogue with the space, he had gleaned some insights. This sudden apocalypse, coupled with the enigmatic space, was undoubtedly far from simple. He suspected that an unseen hand orchestrated all of it behind the scenes. The space was aware but chose to remain silent, whether it was out of fear or reluctance. He had yet to ascertain. Nonetheless, the space was correct about one thing. His most pressing task was to locate the water-based aberrant beast and complete his repertoire of abilities. As for water-based ability users, his household was already sufficiently populated. He had no intention of adding more unless they possessed a rare ability he currently lacked. Furthermore, he must slay more aberrant beasts and subhumans to expedite the enhancement of the other family members' extraordinary abilities. Never mind, I shall not press you further. I shall venture out in search of crystals. With that, Zhang Sen departed from the space. Moments later, a flash of white light illuminated the area. In the center of the space stood a girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, with twin ponytails and completely unclothed. She patted her chest, expressing her trepidation. I did not expect my master, though quite handsome in appearance, to be such a formidable character. Chapter 152. The giant octopus. The young girl's gaze pierced through the white mist that Zhang Sen had conjured to partition the space, effortlessly locating the area where her garments were stored. With a mere flicker of thought, a delicate white dress materialized upon her form. She surveyed her reflection with great satisfaction. Fortunately, her master had finally ascended to the 4th tier, allowing her to take on her true shape. She pivoted and instantaneously transported herself to the orchard within the space, choosing a random apple tree to ascend and comfortably perch upon its branch, swinging her legs playfully. As she opened her mouth, a stream of spring water surged forth from the pool, landing perfectly within her lips. Subsequently, an array of fresh fruits descended from the tree, swirling around her. She casually plucked a pear, took a couple of bites, then grew weary of it, tossing it into Orochimaru's lair. Unbeknownst to him, the sudden arrival of the half-eaten pear startled Orochimaru. In the ensuing days, Zhang Sen instructed the others to hunt the aberrant beast within the inner confines of the Tianqing mountain range, while he rode his steed, Satan, ravaging the outskirts. Together, they managed to slay nearly 100 aberrant creatures, finally amassing enough crystals for everyone's elevation. Consequently, the citizens of Jiqing were spared the disturbances typically wrought by these beasts during this period. Zhang Sen was informed that the space could directly fabricate crystal spring water for everyone's advancement. Delighted, he resolved to assign this task to the space henceforth. However, it was a source of regret for Zhang Sen that he had yet to encounter a water-type aberrant beast. Ironically, hope arrived in the form of Qin Xian at this critical juncture. One day, upon returning from the outside, Zhang Sen spotted a military jeep stationed at the entrance of the safe house. Satan, now possessing dual abilities at the 4th tier, had grown to the size of a full-grown elephant. Qin Xian and Cui Yi were taken aback upon seeing Zhang Sen, their mouths agape in astonishment. They disembarked and stood speechless, pointing at Satan. Zhang Sen leaped from Satan's back, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Zhang brother, how has this Black Panther grown so large all of a sudden?" Qin Xian exclaimed. Satan, displeased with being referred to as a Black Panther, emitted a disgruntled huff. Zhang Sen chuckled and patted its head, correcting Qin Xian. What Black Panther or White Panther? My brother has a name. He is called Satan. Satan shot a discontented glance at Qin Xian, as if to say, rude bipedal creature, should you not apologize to me? Qin Xian, amused by the gaze, relented. All right. Brother Satan. Cui Yi gazed at Satan enviously. Sin, may I touch Satan? Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. You may try. If he does not electrocute you, then it means he permits your touch. Cui Yi sheepishly withdrew his hand. In that case, never mind. Given Satan's stature, even a third-tier leopard king would be left dazed. Let alone my first-tier would attribute. Zhang Sen regarded Cui Yi with interest, would attribute, quite commendable. Cui Yi grinned broadly. Zhang Sen then turned his attention to Qin Xian. How is your mastery of earth abilities progressing? Quite well. I can now manipulate the soil, Qin Xian replied, demonstrating as he raised his hand. With a loud crack, fissures appeared across the icy surface. Countless clods of earth broke free from the ice, coalescing into a soil sphere in Qin Xian's palm. Zhang Sen nodded. Impressed by the rapid progress, it was indeed commendable. Thanks to Brother Zhang's generosity in sharing his knowledge, we have managed to avoid numerous detours. Cui Yi was also eager to demonstrate his extraordinary abilities. He raised his hand, and the wild grass nearby swiftly grew and coiled around his wrist twice. This was the limit. It could not thicken or lengthen any further. Among those with extraordinary powers, even if two individuals awakened abilities of the same nature, their manifestations could differ significantly, especially when their powers were still in their infancy. When Zhang Sen first awakened his wood-based abilities, he could merely stimulate plant growth. But later he acquired the capacity to absorb the characteristics of wood-type entities for his own use. He was uncertain about Cui Yi's circumstances. Yet the fact that he could already wield plants in combat upon awakening indicated that the young man's abilities were quite impressive. The extent of his future growth would depend solely on his own efforts. Zhang Sen was not his mentor and felt no obligation to guide him meticulously. Therefore, he merely offered encouragement, remarking that achieving such feats at the outset was commendable, and urged him to continue striving. Brother Sen, rest assured, I will enhance my powers as quickly as possible. What is the current situation with Yu Fan? Qin Xian sighed. Let us not even mention it. He is the only one in the group who has yet to awaken. These past few days, he has been completely withdrawn. Zhang Sen empathized, recalling his own prolonged experiences of such distress in a previous life. It wasn't until many months later that he accepted the reality of his fate as an ordinary person, devoid of extraordinary powers. Zhang Sen nodded, pondering the recent failure to locate a water-type extraordinary beast, a nagging feeling stirring within him. Are there any water-type users among the military's recent mass awakenings? Qin Xian contemplated for a moment. I believe there is one, but I am not well acquainted with him. Cui Yi, do you know him? Cui Yi scoffed. Who in our base doesn't he know that Kaiji? He flaunts his status as the only water-type user in our base, acting insufferably, as if he could reach the heavens with his gaze. Brother Sen, are you looking for a water-type user? If so, I can go and have a word with him. No need, I was merely inquiring. Zhang Sen was actually keen to ascertain whether the emergence of water-type users was indeed rare. As it stood, within the vast expanse of the base, with thousands of individuals, only one water-type user had awakened. The probability was indeed low, approaching that of rare extraordinary users. It was no wonder he had struggled for so long without encountering a single water-type beast. Nevertheless, even so, he had no intention of recruiting Kaiji. Setting aside other considerations, merely hearing Cui Yi's assessment made him reluctant to engage with such a fool. Such individuals would not survive long in the apocalypse. Zhang Sen shifted the topic. By the way, you two traveled quite a distance to see me. Surely it wasn't just to pay a visit? Qin Xian's demeanor grew serious as he spoke of business. Brother Zhang, to be candid, our military's primary food source at present is marine life. So what does that imply? The military is currently unable to venture into the sea. For reasons unbeknownst to us, 3 days ago, soldiers who set out to sea encountered a colossal octopus. We are unaware of its classification as an extraordinary beast. We only know that this octopus is exceptionally formidable. A single tentacle could unleash a powerful jet of water, so forceful that it claimed the lives of several soldiers, including a few first-tier physical ability users. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this called? It is the essence of serendipity. He had been searching high and low for a water-type extraordinary beast, only to discover that it resided beneath the waves. How foolish he had been to seek such creatures on land. However, he did not let his excitement show. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, So, is Colonel Qin here to seek my assistance in dealing with this octopus? Qin Xian appeared somewhat embarrassed. Brother Zhang, we truly find ourselves at an impasse with this octopus. If we were to employ conventional weaponry, the octopus's speed and agility would allow it to vanish into the depths in the blink of an eye. Deploying large-scale destructive weapons would also be excessively costly. Thus, I thought to come and see if you might have a solution for this octopus. Besides, you are in need of extraordinary beast carcasses, are you not? However, Brother Zhang, do not overthink it. I am merely here to inquire. If you have a solution, that would be splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. Zhang Sen chuckled. He was certainly inclined to take action, yet he believed in the necessity of compensation. One must uphold the principles of the trade. I can certainly give it a try, but it will depend on what benefits your military can offer me in return. Seeing that Zhang Sen was willing to assist, Qin Xian was elated. Brother Zhang, what benefits do you desire? Crystals, perhaps? We have recently acquired a few, though not in abundance. Name your figure, and I shall see what I can do. Chapter 153. The Great Battle with the Giant Octopus at present. The military is likely to encounter predominantly first-tier anomalous beasts, rendering the crystals that Zhang Sen seeks largely ineffective. After he replicates the water-based abilities, he will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time to scour for water-type anomalous creatures. Given their rarity, it seems more practical to search in the ocean. Thus, he finds himself in need of a vessel for maritime expeditions. Conventional yachts and boats are far too fragile. A mere encounter with a formidable water-type beast or a significant wave could spell disaster. Consequently, he turns his attention to the military. In such frigid conditions, it is reasonable to assume that the military possesses icebreakers for fishing expeditions, correct? Indeed, the military in Jiqing currently has 2 icebreakers, one in use for fishing and another idle. I seek the privilege of utilizing the idle icebreaker. If it's merely for use, there should be no issue, however. The critical concern lies in the substantial fuel consumption of the vessel, and we cannot consistently supply you with fuel. Zhang Sen smiled. I'm confident you'll devise a solution. Besides, I am not inclined to venture out daily. In this biting cold, if I were to sail out each day, I would surely become a frozen statue. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and found truth in that reasoning. In that case, Brother Zhang, how about this? As long as the icebreaker remains idle, feel free to approach me for its use. Conditions permitting, I shall not impede you. However, when you set sail, you must take a few of our personnel along to assist in fishing, so I can justify my actions. Zhang Sen had no objections, and the 2 parties amicably established a cooperative agreement. The following morning, Zhang Sen arrived at the dock accompanied by his companions. Mia, cradling an ice cream cone, stood amidst the crowd, instantly capturing the attention of Qin Xian and others who had been waiting. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not encountered such an exquisite creature as an ice cream cat, and all were eager to touch it. Qin Xian inquired, Brother Zhang, is this cat also an anomalous beast? To some extent, yes, it possesses the ability to communicate with animals. Zhang Sen refrained from revealing the true extent of the ice cream's rare ability, knowing that if it attracted unwanted attention, it would become a considerable hassle. Thus, he disclosed only a fraction of its capabilities. Today's mission is exceedingly perilous. Qin Xian brought only his trusted team, eschewing others. The familiar company fostered a relaxed atmosphere, and upon hearing Zhang Sen's remarks, they chuckled, assuming he was jesting. What kind of ability is this? Communication-based? Cui Yi asked. Quite close, Zhang Sen replied. Seeing that the conversation had run its course, Qin Xian suggested, let us board the ship and attend to the matter at hand. The group made their way onto the icebreaker. Zhu Fan, having yet to awaken any abilities, appeared somewhat despondent. As Zhang Sen passed him, he patted his shoulder in a gesture of solace. Zhu Fan returned a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Zhang Sen sighed with a hint of amusement. After more than an hour, the icebreaker arrived at the waters frequented by the giant octopus. The tremendous noise generated by the vessel soon drew the attention of the octopus. Zhang Sen and his companions stood on the deck, witnessing a colossal octopus head rise from the water's surface, followed by its numerous robust tentacles thrashing against the sea, creating splashes of water. Zhang Sen counted. Astonishingly, while a typical octopus possesses 8 limbs, this creature had mutated to possess 12. He turned to the ice cream perched on his shoulder, communicating telepathically. Inquire about its condition. Moments later, the ice cream relayed, it claims that it spared your lives previously. Yet you dare to return. Consequently, it shall show no mercy. Prepare to face your doom. Zhang Sen looked at the ice cream in disbelief, and then turned to Maya, advising, from now on, do not bring the ice cream to watch martial arts dramas. Maya, having heard the ice cream's words, chuckled, all right, brother. Just as the words left her lips, a tremendous splash resonated. A massive tentacle swung towards them, and countless water columns converged into a giant torrent directed straight at Zhang Sen, who remained calm. Lu Hao, he called. Lu Hao stepped forward, raising his hand to draw 2 discarded steel plates from the deck. The plates instantly fused with his palm, expanding outward to form a solid barrier that shielded them completely. Qin Xian and the others were astonished by Lu Hao's ability. Is this the power of the gold element? Goodness, bending a spoon feels like a workout for me. Yet he can perform such feats? This must be of heavenly caliber. Meanwhile, the octopus, infuriated by the ineffectiveness of its assault, unleashed a torrent of water from its 12 tentacles. Yet, Lu Hao's defense remained steadfast. Growing more agitated, the octopus hurled a tentacle forcefully against Lu Hao's steel plates. The immense impact staggered Lu Hao backward. Sensing that its attack was effective, the octopus shifted into a frenzied assault, relentlessly battering the steel plates. Observing Lu Hao's struggle, Zhang Sen reached out to assist him. Afterward, regardless of the octopus's aggressive tentacle strikes, the steel plates remained unmoved. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Sen, and he turned to Lu Hao, saying, "Haozi, I've just realized something. In future encounters with foes, you could transform your hands into countless tentacles to lash out at them." Lu Hao's face lit up with excitement. "You're right. I could even grow spikes on my tentacles, like thorny vines, to pierce them." Zhang Sen laughed. "Go for it, brother. Though it may be difficult to conjure even a steel whip right now, the future holds promise." Indeed, the future was bright. Engrossed in their lively conversation, they felt no tension despite battling the octopus. However, the creature, enraged by its failed attempts, intensified its onslaught. Suddenly, Zhang's son heard a shout. "Zhu Fan." He turned to see Qin Xian, clutching the railing, shouting at the screen. Shuiyu yelled, "Brotherson, Zhu Fan has been knocked overboard." Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, feeling pity for the unfortunate lad. "Baido, go retrieve him." As the words fell, a willow branch shot forth from Zhang Sen's wrist, swiftly darting towards the location of Qin Xian, before plunging into the water. Moments later, the willow branch contracted rapidly, drawing Zhu Fan upwards. At that moment, Zhu Fan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Sen leaned forward to observe, noting that the octopus appeared somewhat fatigued. Ice Cream hastily urged, "Act quickly. It seeks to flee." Chapter 154, Capturing the Giant Octopus. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Zhang Sen's lips. "Baido and Thornvines, go and capture this creature for me." Both Baido and Thornvines had transcended to the 5th tier, their speed and numbers now doubled. Dozens of constricting vines and willow branches surged forth from Zhang Sen's wrist, darting towards the octopus from all directions. Before the octopus could react, it found itself ensnared. The bindings tightened, causing it both pain and panic as it struggled to free itself. However, for reasons unknown, the strength of these bindings far exceeded its own. Soon, the 12 limbs that had been flailing in all directions began to converge beneath its massive form, transforming its once fluid body into a stout pillar. Attempting to utilize its innate ability to burrow away, it was met with the shocking reality that the tendrils had sprouted barbs, piercing its flesh. Every movement brought excruciating pain. What in the world is this abominable creature? This is utterly dishonorable. Even changing color would not save it now. It could only comply. Being dragged onto the deck by Senator Zhang Sen did not rush to tame the octopus, but instead turned his attention to Zhu Fan. How was he faring? Qin Xian appeared despondent, having been struck in the chest by the octopus. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him come along to clear his mind, especially since he has been feeling down these past few days. This octopus is so formidable that even an ability user could fall to it, let alone him as a mere ordinary person." He had already lost consciousness, and even Yang Yike was at a loss. Zhang's son let out a sigh. He had seen in the research materials of the White Divine Stick that a small fraction of humanity could awaken abilities when on the brink of death in the apocalypse. Now it remained to be seen if this young man possessed such fortune. He patted Qin Xian's shoulder, sharing what he knew, like a drowning man grasping a life raft. Qin Xian hurriedly urged others to carry him inside and change his wet clothes. Zhang Sen approached the octopus and gave it a kick. "Now that you are in my grasp, what will it be? Do you wish to die now, or will you acknowledge me as your master and follow me henceforth?" The octopus lay limply on the ground, having surrendered. "Ice Cream, master, it says it can acknowledge you as its master, but it cannot leave the sea. That's simply one do. The ocean is vast. If you escape, where shall I find you next? Then kill me. I cannot survive on land for long. I would rather perish in the sea." Zhang Sen chuckled softly and plunged his consciousness into the spatial realm, seeking a secluded location surrounded by mountains. "Zhang Sen, I wish to fill this area with seawater to raise an octopus. Is this plan feasible?" "Of course, master. With me here, you need not worry." Zhang Sen returned to consciousness, patting the octopus. "It's not a problem. I can create a splendid sea for you in a suitable place." The octopus was taken aback. "Ice Cream, it does not believe you. Then tell it not to resist my mental energy. I will bring it into the space so it can see for itself." The Ice Cream conversed with the octopus once more and then addressed Zhang Sen, stating that since it had already fallen into his hands, it might as well face its fate. Zhang Sen glanced around. Noting that Qin Xian and the others were still inside the cabin, he placed his hand on the octopus's head, exerting his will as he swiftly drew the creature into his spatial realm. Upon entering this new domain, the binding thorns and the oppressive force that had restrained it vanished. The octopus found itself in a valley, enraged, thrashing its 12 limbs and toppling trees in its fury. Deceiver! Cursed human deceiver! Promising me a sea. Yet there isn't even a drop of water here. In the next moment, briny seawater cascaded over it, followed by a massive column of water crashing down. The octopus paused momentarily, then erupted with joy. Ah, this is delightful. More, please. Beside the icebreaker, Zhang Sen and Yang Yike sat in a kayak, their hands submerged in the frigid, biting sea. Below the surface, a colossal whirlpool churned, drawing the seawater into Zhang Sen's space. The current was fierce, and the whirlpool expanded, pulling ordinary fish and crabs into the spatial realm as well. Suddenly, Zhang Sen had a thought. Even without water-based abilities, he could still manipulate water. Why not simply release the water from his space? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Water released solely through his spatial powers would only serve to drown someone. In an open area, it wouldn't even be sufficient for that. At most, it would leave them drenched. The offensive potential of water-based abilities was far superior. After several minutes, Zhang Sen felt the strain on his mental energy. His complexion paled, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After all, he was drawing in seawater, which was far more taxing on his mental capacity than ordinary items. Yet he had anticipated this, which is why he had brought Yang Yike along. She promptly grasped his hand, offering her healing powers. Once Zhang Sen felt a bit better, he resumed collecting seawater. After a while, sensing that he was nearing his limit for the day, he placed the ice cream into his space and followed his consciousness into it. The seawater had filled about a quarter of the valley, enough to keep the octopus comfortable. Zhang Sen felt a sense of relief. Ice cream. Inform it that this is the limit for today. I will provide more tomorrow. Do not worry, master, it replied. This place is far better than the outside. It is warm and safe. I am quite pleased. Zhang Sen, unable to spare further attention to the octopus for fear of its wandering off, conjured a wall of air above the valley. He then withdrew his consciousness, returning with Yang Yike to the icebreaker. Zhu Fan still showed no signs of awakening any abilities. Qin Xian, unsure of what to do, sought Zhang Sen's assistance. Brother Zhang, Zhu Fan has yet to awaken his powers. Is there any way you can help him? Zhang Sen sighed and shook his head. I am sorry. Qin Xian's eyes reddened. Though Zhu Fan had not been with his team for long and often indulged in laziness, he was a good person, always careful to ingratiate himself with his new leader, carrying over habits from his previous team. Qin Xian did not possess such inclinations. After several admonitions, he finally came to believe that not all leaders were like his former superior, who relished in oppressing subordinates. At that moment, Ice Cream, the cat, suddenly let out a couple of yowls. It leaped onto Zhu Fan, treading on his head with its paws. Hey, stop. Sengu, quickly take your cat back. Fanzi is already incapacitated, and it is still trampling on his face, a soldier interjected. Ice Cream, come back. Zhang Sen stepped forward to retrieve it. Ice Cream licked Zhang Sen's hand and seemed to convey, this person will not perish. Zhang Sen stared at Ice Cream in astonishment. What did you say? The crowd was startled by Zhang Sen's unexpected exclamation, gazing at him in bewilderment. Ice Cream, with its round eyes fixed on Zhang Sen, communicated telepathically, this person will survive. I just sensed it. His spiritual energy is reorganizing and expanding. He is awakening his abilities, specifically those of the water element. Although Ice Cream occasionally spoke nonsensically, it never faltered when it came to serious matters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen chuckled. Such a rare water ability, and this lad had fortuitously stumbled upon it. Observing this, Qin Xian felt a tinge of confusion. Brother Zhang, what is this? No need for concern. This lad has a fortunate ignorance. He will not meet his end, Zhang Sen reassured. The crowd erupted in joy, some even moved to tears. Really? Sengu, Fanzi truly won't he die? Is he awakening his abilities right now? How splendid. I always said Fanzi, with his foolishness, has a lucky fate. He won't easily perish. Sengu, this revelation was not imparted by that cat named Ice Cream, was it? Did it just save Fanzi with those 2 steps? How is it that even your pet is so remarkable? Zhang Sen chuckled, recalling how he had previously introduced Ice Cream's abilities to Qin Xian. He then clarified. It was not Ice Cream that saved him. It merely communicated with Fanzi's brain and discerned that he was still alive. Such a powerful ability. Sengu, could you perhaps allow Ice Cream to communicate with my brain as well, so it might exert itself to evolve a bit? I tire of them always calling me foolish. The others in the cabin erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Chapter 155, The Guardian Skill of Space. After learning that Zhu Fan was unharmed, Qin Xian finally found the leisure to inquire about the pressing matter. Brother Zhang, have you dealt with that octopus? I haven't killed it, but it has been thoroughly resolved and will no longer obstruct your fishing endeavors. That's good. That's good. Qin Xian refrained from probing for further details. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Sen, the group set sail for home. Upon returning, Zhang Sen immediately embraced his ice cream and dove into the space to visit Brother Octopus, a name he had affectionately given it. How do you find it here? Is it satisfactory? The ice cream diligently translated for him. Certainly, it is quite pleasant here, with a suitable temperature and decent surroundings, albeit a bit small. However, you must quickly bring me more seawater, otherwise my stay will be uncomfortable. Rest assured, within a week at most, I will have it filled for you. Excellent. Zhang Sen watched as the octopus appeared content, following him. He smiled and summoned the ability display screen. Both screens exhibited new developments. Gigantic octopus, water system ability, ability level, tier 4. His own screen had finally added the water system ability. Zhang Sen, water system ability, tier 1. He raised his hand and activated his ability, conjuring a water droplet the size of a ping-pong ball in his palm. Satisfied, Zhang Sen nodded and set the ice cream down. Please discuss the rules of our space with it while I attend to some matters. With that, Zhang Sen teleported to the grassland. Zhang Sen, come forth. Congratulations, Master, for successfully replicating the water system ability, completing the collection of the 9 ordinary abilities. In high spirits, Zhang Sen procured a lounge chair, lit a cigarette, and began conversing directly. Congratulations to us. You mentioned there would be a reward once I replicated the water ability. Where is it? As the words left his lips, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, infusing itself into Zhang Sen's brow. Realizing what was happening, he stood up in excitement. Is this the method to utilize spatial abilities? Indeed, you have already mastered item retrieval and spatial jumping. The skill now granted to you is the Guardian skill of space, which allows you to release a spatial energy barrier to mitigate damage. Fantastic. I was just contemplating this, and now you present it to me. Master, this is merely one application of spatial abilities. Are there more? Of course, however. Your mental strength is currently too weak. Those more powerful skills are beyond your reach for now. Therefore, you must exert yourself to enhance your abilities promptly. Could you provide me with a preview of the skills available? It would serve as motivation. That cannot be disclosed, Master. Should you practice in secret, you risk the shattering of your crystal and demise. If you perish, I will perish too, and being so young, I do not wish for that. Fear not. I value my life even more than you do. I would never practice in secrecy. Rough voice, error in inquiry, space cannot respond. Zhang Sen. Forget it. Since Zhang Sen is unwilling to divulge any information, he decided to let the matter rest. Regardless, Zhang Sen is his man, and the decisions made are ultimately for his benefit. Zhang Sen feels as though he is akin to a hapless character in a martial arts novel, having inadvertently acquired a legendary martial arts manual. After honing his mental fortitude, he joyfully ventured outside to practice spatial guardianship, continuing until darkness enveloped the land. After dining, Zhang Sen retired early for the night. The following day, he made his way to Base 1. At that moment, Qin Xian was engaged in a meeting, and the person sent to fetch him was the exuberant Zhu Fan. Congratulations. You've finally become an ability user, Zhang Sen remarked. Brother Sun, let me tell you, I am a rare water-type ability user now. That fool Kai Ji will no longer be able to boast as he once did. Zhu Fan responded, beaming with delight. But I know this is all thanks to you. Brother Senator, if you hadn't recognized my awakening, everyone might have thought I was dead. They could have buried me, and that would have been the end of it. Then you owe me a life, Zhang Sen teased. Not just one. I can't even count how many lives I owe you, Brother Senator, from now on, at your command, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. If I, Zhu Fan, flinch even once, I shall not be a man. By the way, Brother Sun, I heard from our colonel that you wish to learn how to operate a boat? Zhang Sen nodded, affirming the claim. Indeed, old Qin mentioned he knows how. Don't say that, Brother Sun. I can pilot as well. Please grant me the chance to showcase my skills. Zhang Sen was indifferent to who taught him to sail. Zhu Fan could do it. Zhu Fan was elated at the opportunity. At that moment, Qin Xian finally exited the meeting. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Zhang. Let us discuss this in my office. Zhang Sen followed Qin Xian to the office. Brother Zhang, are you here regarding the icebreaker? Yes, I intend to set sail tomorrow. To select a few individuals. The person piloting the boat need not trouble you. Let Zhu Fan take that role. As for the fishermen, have you chosen them? This matter has already been deliberated by the military. When Zhang Sen operates the icebreaker, Qin Xian must accompany him aboard. After all, the value of the icebreaker is immense. Even though both Qin Xian and his son trust Zhang Sen's character, the military has others who are not willing to take such risks. Since Qin Xian must accompany the vessel, He naturally wishes to bring along his most trusted subordinates, who are also eager to follow Zhang Senator after all. Zhang Sen is generous, occasionally distributing cigarettes to them. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that they have all witnessed Zhang Sen's formidable strength, and they each aspire to spend more time with him. Even a few words of guidance from him could elevate their own abilities. For Qin Xian, the more powerful his subordinates, the better. This way, they can accomplish more for the populace and protect themselves more effectively. Following discussions with the military, my subordinates and I will accompany the vessel. What do you think? Zhang Sen had no objections. A group of familiar faces is certainly preferable to a bunch of strangers asking countless questions. Upon receiving Zhang Sen's consent, Qin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to finalize the arrangements for borrowing the icebreaker. Zhang Sen initially believed that the matter regarding the icebreaker had been settled. However, to his astonishment, when he arrived at the dock the following day accompanied by his team, he encountered a throng of unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and several of his subordinates stood beneath the vessel, their expressions tinged with dismay. Chapter 156. The uninvited Colonel Yang. Hui. Qin Xian quickly approached Zhang Sr. Before Zhang could utter a word, a group of people followed behind. The leader, Colonel Yang Hui, extended his hand warmly. You must be Comrade Zhang's son, am I right? I am Colonel Yang Hui from the military. Zhang Sen regarded him coldly, refraining from reciprocating the gesture. Is there something you need? Yang Hui awkwardly withdrew his hand. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I have merely heard of Comrade Zhang Sen's heroic deeds and wish to make your acquaintance, to forge a friendship. We will also be accompanying you on this voyage, and it would be beneficial for us to look out for one another. But it seems the hour grows late. Shall we board the ship? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen turned to Qin Xian with a look of surprise. What is going on? Qin Xian, concerned that Zhang might overthink the situation, hastily pulled him aside. Brother Zhang, I truly apologize. This Yang Hui was previously an underling of General Hu. Initially, I believed our expedition would consist solely of us, but this fool must have found some way to include himself, claiming that with such a large vessel, it would be wasteful on fuel for just as few. In the end, they were added, complete with military documentation. As Qin Xian spoke, he produced the documents and handed them to Zhang. Senator Zhang did not accept them, asking, Does your father know about this? Qin Xian shook his head. I told him that your use of the ship was earned by dealing with that gigantic octopus, and he entrusted all matters to me. Who would have thought this fool would pull such a stunt behind my back? I have no idea what he is after. Observing the fury etched on Qin Xian's face, Zhang Sen could not help but chuckle. Old Qin, let's not concern ourselves with his motives for now. I have a question for you. Are you aware that the sensory capabilities of those with extraordinary abilities are heightened? Qin Xian appeared taken aback for a moment. Of course. You mentioned it before. After the mutation, one's hearing and vision become significantly enhanced. Zhang Sen pressed on. Have you considered that we are standing this close to him? And you have been calling him a fool? He likely heard every word. Qin Xian's expression froze momentarily as he turned to look at Yang Hui. Indeed. Yang's face was contorted with displeasure, and his subordinates glared at Qin Xian with anger. Qin Xian slapped his forehead. Damn, how could I forget that? Then, attempting to console himself, he added, Well, it's not a major issue. That rascal probably has his own way of cursing me in private. Let us return to the matter at hand. Brother Zhang, I know you likely do not wish to board the ship with them. How about we cancel today's expedition? I will resolve this issue, and then we can set sail. Zhang Sen patted him on the shoulder. We've come this far. Why cancel? If they wish to join, let them. It's not a significant matter. With that, Zhang Sen walked over to Lu Hao and the others. Let us go aboard. The group followed Zhang Sen onto the ship. Yang Hui's subordinate, Kai Ji, had been leering at Lin Na ever since she appeared. Now, he approached her directly. You are that big star, Lin Na, aren't you? I've always liked you. You are even more beautiful in person than on television. Lin Na cast him a fleeting glance, noticing his sharp features and lecherous gaze, feeling a wave of irritation rise within her. Kai Ji remarked, Let us be friends. My name is Kai Ji, a rare water element adept. The winds at sea can be perilous. Allow me to protect you. That backpack of yours seems rather heavy. Permit me to assist you. As he spoke, he reached for Lin Na's shoulder straps. Lin Na swiftly evaded, her voice cold as she replied, No need. Keep your distance. Kai Ji's smile broadened, his gaze becoming increasingly brazen. Do not be shy. We are all friends here. At that moment, Chui Yi jogged over and forcefully pushed Kai Ji aside. What do you think you are doing? Do you dare to make advances on my brother's sister? What business is it of yours? Kai Ji retorted with irritation. Anyone who dares to touch my brother's people is asking for trouble. Leave now, or you will find me most unyielding. After this declaration, he turned to Lin Na and inquired, Are you all right, Lin Na? Lin Na shook her head. Then you should head up first. I will remain here, Chui Yi insisted. Thank you. As Lin Na departed, Kaiji attempted to follow, but was firmly obstructed by Cui Ye's towering form. He glared at Cui Ye with malice. Who do you think you are? Do not forget we are at sea. Your wood element abilities will be of little use here. If I wish to teach you a lesson, it can be done in an instant. Cui Ye sneered in retort. What? Do you wish to spar? With your frail stature, even without my abilities, I could easily defeat you. What is going on? Zhang Sen, who was trailing behind, approached. Cui Ye chuckled. Nothing. Then why are you not boarding the ship? On my way, Cui Ye replied, striding forward. Kaiji glared at his retreating figure, gritting his teeth. We shall see. Zhu Fan, fixated on his task of teaching Zhang Sen to navigate, headed straight for the control room upon boarding. To his surprise, he found Yang Hui and Xiang Gang already present. Xiang Gang had overheard Zhu Fan boasting about teaching Zhang Sen during lunch at the cafeteria the previous day. Aware of Yang Hui's intentions, he divulged this information. Yang Hui immediately instructed him to seize the task of navigation. At that moment, Zhu Fan glared at Xiang Gang, displeased. You claim you will navigate? Zhu Fan had previously been a subordinate of Yang Hui, a lowly team leader who had often been bullied. In Xiang Gang's eyes, Zhu Fan was merely a minor character. Now, this insignificant individual had aligned himself with Qin Xian and was on equal footing with him, perhaps even destined for a brighter future, which naturally bred resentment. His gaze towards Zhu Fan now bore an air of hostility and disdain. You heard me correctly. I will navigate this voyage. Zhu Fan was incensed. On what grounds do you believe you can simply declare this? Yang Hui interjected. Zhu Fan, you have never piloted such a large vessel. The safety of so many lives rests in your hands. Who would trust you? Xiang Gang has experience, and he is well suited for this responsibility. Zhu Fan felt a profound sense of injustice. What could possibly go wrong with a vessel of this size? Colonel Yang, this is a task entrusted to me by Colonel Qin, and I must also teach our brother how to navigate. It has already been agreed upon. Xiang Gang could indeed instruct Comrade Zhang Sen. He possesses a certain expertise, does he not? Xiang Gang? Of course, I can teach Sun Gu. Rest assured, Xiao Zhu. Zhu Fan was utterly disgusted. Who are you? Does Sun Gu even know you? You dare to call him Sun Gu? Zhu Fan's face flushed with anger. Yet, recognizing the hierarchical power in play, he refrained from continuously countering Yang Hui's taunts, unwilling to leave, and could only stand there in a daze. Clenching his fists as he witnessed the smug expressions on the faces of Yang Hui and Xiang Gang. When Zhang Sen entered, this was the scene that greeted him. What transpired here? Fan Zi, why have you yet to set sail? Zhang Sen inquired. Yu Fan felt utterly humiliated being seen in such a state of subjugation. No. He must reclaim his dignity. Sun Gu, they ve usurped my opportunity to navigate the ship. I shall fetch our colonel. Please wait for me here. Xiang Gang hurried over. Respectfully greeting Zhang Sen, Sun Gu, I am Xiang Gang. I have navigated for several years, including this icebreaker. I heard you wish to learn how to operate a ship. Allow me to teach you. Chapter 157. A pack of lackeys. Who is this fellow? It seems he is quite familiar with him. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Yang Hui approached as well. Indeed, Comrade Zhang, when it comes to operating a vessel, a matter of life and death, it is imperative to seek guidance from a professional. This young lad, Zhu Fan, brimming with youthful exuberance and lacking experience with icebreakers, is likely to face numerous challenges requiring on-site exploration. Zhang Sen, growing increasingly impatient with the calculating glint in Yang Hui's eyes, interjected, I don't care who operates the vessel, we must set sail promptly. Xiang Gang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Brother Sen, I will set off right away. Come here, and I will teach you how to start it. Zhu Fan felt a chill of realization. It appeared he was not needed here. Just as he was about to exit, Zhang Sen unexpectedly kicked him. You, having never piloted such a large ship, dare to instruct me? Are you not afraid of leading me astray? Xiang Gang, witnessing this, became even more smug, relishing Zhu Fan's predicament. Zhu Fan hastily defended himself. No, Brother Sen, that was not my intention. While I have not navigated an icebreaker, I have piloted regular large vessels, and I consulted our colonel. He stated it is not difficult to learn, and I possess sailing experience. It is quite manageable. Then refrained from piloting, Zhang Sen replied coolly. Zhu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet could only obediently respond. Yes, Brother Sen, I shall leave now, and you can follow Xiang. Before Zhu Fan could finish, Zhang Sen interrupted, have you ever operated a yacht? Huh? Zhu Fan was taken aback. Oh, yes, I have piloted a yacht. It was my primary experience before the apocalypse when I worked at a yacht club. Very well, when I have some free time later. You shall teach me how to operate a yacht. I have no icebreaker, and learning would be of little use, Zhang Sen declared, lighting a cigarette and tossing the remainder of the pack to Zhu Fan. Make sure to teach me well. Upon completion, I shall reward you with one as tuition. Now, be off. It's freezing here. Having said this, Zhang Sen strode out of the cockpit. Zhu Fan stood in a daze for several seconds before realizing what his brother Sen had just done. Brother Sen, wait for me. Zhu Fan called out joyfully. Then turned to Xiang Gang with a triumphant smile. Comrade Xiang, do your best at sailing. I shall take my leave. Xiang Gang stared incredulously at Yang Hui's retreating figure. Colonel, what shall we do now? Yang Hui, seething with anger, retorted, what can we do? We must set sail immediately. What sort of nonsense has Zhang Sen fallen for? What has that fool Qin Xian promised him that he is so disrespectful to me? As he departed the cockpit, he muttered, damn it. All the advantages are going to that fool. I refuse to believe I cannot win him over. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen and Zhu Fan returned to the cabin. Zhu Fan, brimming with excitement, recounted the events that had just transpired. His brother Sen was truly righteous, publicly vindicating him. Everyone listened with great delight. Colonel, why do you think they are avoiding serious missions and instead come to bask in the sea breeze with us? Isn't fishing a task no one desires? Given the cold and the stench? Chui inquired. Qin Xian let out a derisive laugh, likely in an attempt to curry favor with brother Zhang. No wonder, I thought. Why they were so eager to go fishing. It turns out they were harboring such intentions. That simply cannot be permitted. Brother San is ours. And we cannot allow that shameless group to usurp him so easily. As the conversation among the crowd grew increasingly animated, Zhang Sen chose to remain disengaged. His assistance to Zhu Fan was merely a matter of convenience. What truly irked him was the calculating and obsequious gazes from Yang Hui and his ilk. He immersed his consciousness into the spatial realm, instructing the ice cream to communicate with the octopus, requesting it to dive into the sea and consume as much as it could, gathering any surplus to bring back to the space. Upon returning to his senses, he opened his thermos and sipped the ginseng tea. This tea was brewed from the fibrous roots of a fifth-tier ginseng and had undergone the enhancement of Yang Yike's abilities, thus possessing the properties to bolster and rapidly restore mental acuity. Half an hour later, the icebreaker had traversed a considerable distance. Zhang San brought Maya to the deck and inquired, what do you think about collecting seawater here? Maya closed her eyes, activating her abilities, and a series of images flashed through her mind. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. There are not many fish here. Then which direction do you suggest we take? Zhang Sen asked. Maya once more activated her powers and pointed towards a bearing of 30 degrees south. Zhang Sen sent Qin Xian to relay the direction to Xianggang. An hour later, Maya discovered a promising location. Brother, this place is excellent. We can catch some low-tier aquatic beasts here, and there's little danger involved. Zhang Sen turned and shouted, Howsy, it's time to get to work. Everyone immediately rose and joined him on the deck, while Lu Hao prepared a small boat. Zhang Sen halted the ship and assigned tasks. Kiki, you and Howsy will accompany me. Han Tong, take Nana and Maya to assist Colonel Qin in fishing. Remember, you two will follow Maya's instructions. Han Tong nodded. Rest assured, brother, I will protect them well. Don't bring me anything nonsensical, or I shall have your skin. At that moment, Qin Xian approached. Brother Zhang, is there anything you need us to do? No need, just catch your fish. All right, boss. Lu Hao had already set the small boat afloat. Zhang Sen glanced over. Then, with a single hand against the railing, gracefully leaped onto the small vessel. Yang Yike followed suit, leaping down as well. The military personnel watched the pair with admiration and envy in their eyes. Zhu Fan remarked, my brother Sen is truly handsome. Haha, that is for sure. Brother Sen is the most handsome in the Great Xia. The members of Yang Hui's entourage scoffed at such flattery, their faces betraying disdain. A pack of sycophants. Qin Xian clapped his hands. All right, let us not dawdle any longer. Let us go fishing. The icebreaker was equipped for fishing at both the bow and stern, and Qin Xian was reluctant to collaborate with them. Colonel Yang, the fish my group catches will be shared with Brother Zhang. Let us work at the bow. How about you all take the stern? Yang Hui pondered for a moment and suggested that they take the lead, as several members of their group had been at sea before, yet none had ever worked at the stern. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's expression darkened instantaneously. The reasoning was flimsy. It would have been better to simply declare, I don't care, I want to be at the front. As he was about to retort, he felt a sudden tug on his hand. Looking down, he saw Maya gazing up at him, clutching a large white rabbit milk candy. Brother Qin Xian, have some candy. Qin Xian was taken aback. He recalled that the little girl rarely spoke. Having met her a few times, she had only exchanged brief greetings with him. So why was she so warm today? He suddenly remembered Zhang Sen's earlier admonition to Han Ting and quickly grasped the situation. Those around Brother Zhang were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. The girl's sudden gift of candy was surely not without purpose. He crouched down to accept the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. It was deliciously sweet. Thank you, Maya. She smiled and said, Brother Qin Xian, let us go fishing. I've never done that before. It must be so much fun. At over 30, Qin Xian mused that if he had married earlier, he could have had a daughter of such age. Being led by Maya made his heart melt. He lifted her up, saying, "All right, let us go right now." After instructing his subordinates, he added, "We can go to either the bow or the stern." Although the crowd felt some resentment, they quelled their irritation upon hearing their leader's words. As Qin Xian prepared to leave, Yang Hui called out to him, "Colonel Qin, what is Brother Zhang planning with this little boat? Is it for fishing? But I didn't see him bring any nets." Qin Xian replied curtly, "I don't know. Brother Zhang just wanted to borrow a boat. Let him be." Yang Hui retorted, "I was merely considering whether Brother Zhang might need assistance." "Then you may inquire with him yourself," Qin Xian said. Yang Hui's demeanor grew cold. "Colonel Qin, the military would not lend such an important icebreaker to Brother Zhang unless it signifies a strong relationship, indicating he is a valuable asset to cultivate. What does your attitude imply? Are you afraid that Brother Zhang might assist others as well, jeopardizing your own military achievements?" Qin Xian found Yang Hui's nonsensical remarks amusing. Was this person truly so misguided? If he wished to curry favor, he should do so on his own. What was the purpose of confronting him? Chapter 158. What the hell are you? Qin Xian, weary of further discourse with Yang Hui, hastily departed with Mia in his embrace. Yang Hui, under the impression that Qin Xian had been overwhelmed by his words and retreated in disarray, felt an immense sense of triumph. He leaned forward, calling down to the small boat, "Brother Zhang Sen," upon catching sight of Yang Hui's eager smile, chose to ignore him, instead exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Hao. Lu Hao, instantly comprehending the situation, raised his hand to activate his powers. The icebreaker's hull extended a metal plate, swiftly enlarging and flattening until it completely shielded the small vessel. Yang Hui gazed at the metal plate, his smile faltering, yet he remained undeterred, saying, "Brother Zhang, we'll be fishing on the deck. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am an electric-type ability user, and my offensive capabilities are quite commendable." Hearing this, both Lu Hao and Yang Yike could not suppress their laughter. With his meager level of electric abilities, he would likely kneel and call Satan father, yet he still had the audacity to offer help to the boss. "Indeed, let us get to work," Zhang Sen declared, rolling up his sleeves. "Howsy, this area is home to anomaly beasts. When I collect seawater, if any beasts appear, you and the thorny vine can tackle them together. Kiki, remember to assist me in replenishing my mental energy whenever necessary." "Understood, boss," Kiki replied. "Got it, Sengu." Zhang Sen plunged his hand into the sea, releasing Octopus Bro. He had previously instructed it to feast today, as the anomaly beast could only be captured, not consumed, and must not stray too far. Suddenly thrust from a warm environment into the frigid ocean waters, Octopus Bro shivered but quickly dove to the seabed, preparing to satiate itself before hunting for anomaly beasts. Beneath the surface, a colossal inverted conical whirlpool, teeming with countless marine creatures, spiraled upward towards the ocean's surface, approaching within less than a meter of Zhang Sen's palm. They vanished, all absorbed into the spatial realm. Yang Yike held Zhang Sen's other hand, occasionally unscrewing a thermos to offer him a sip of ginseng tea. With this dual approach, Zhang Sen was able to harness nearly half more mental energy than during his previous endeavor. From time to time, lower-tier aquatic anomaly beasts breached the spatial pool, leaping from the sea's depths, attempting to attack them. All were swiftly dealt with by Lu Hao and subsequently brought aboard by the thorny vine. After more than an hour, Zhang Sen had nearly exhausted his mental energy, needing to reserve some for unforeseen circumstances, and thus ceased his collection of seawater. At that moment, Octopus Bro returned, its 12 tentacles laden with dozens of anomaly beasts of varying sizes. Most were first tier, with only a few at the second tier, while a solitary third-tier giant bone tonguefish was among them. Zhang Sen stored them all in the spatial realm, separating the unconscious beasts for safekeeping. He glanced at the artificial sea within the space, noting its satisfactory state. The water level was nearing half full. In no more than 3 days, he would be able to fill it completely. He then extracted several first-tier Pacific salmon crystals, removed the fish bodies, and prepared some specially crafted salmon sauce. This would constitute their lunch. The 3 of them carried the hefty salmon into the cabin. Zhu Fan leaned in, exclaiming, "Goodness, Sun Gu, how enormous is this salmon?" Zhang Sen tossed the fish to him, saying, "Go prepare it. It will be our lunch." Zhu Fan was elated. Although the base often had fish to eat, he had never tasted salmon, especially one of such impressive size. "Sengu, this salmon is so large, it can't possibly be a mythical beast, can it? I have already extracted the crystals. You can't utilize them just yet, so indulge in some fish meat. It may enhance your abilities to a degree." Zhu Fan felt grateful for Sinji's kindness as he cheerfully carried the fish alongside Lu Hao to prepare it. The others, witnessing the scene, rushed over to assist. "Zhang San, Intrigued by the sight of others fishing at sea, inquired of Qin Xian, "How is your fishing going?" Qin Xian chuckled, "It's still early. The nets are large, and we shall collect them later this afternoon." "All right, I will join you when it's time to haul in the nets." Yang Hui approached. "Brother Zhang, you have returned. How did your matters unfold?" Zhang Sen felt a twinge of annoyance. "Yang Hui, is it?" Yang Hui, noticing Zhang Sen's willingness to engage, felt a surge of joy. "Oh, yes, Brother Zhang. Stop right there. We are not brothers, so refrain from calling me that. Furthermore, do not crowd me. You are a grown man. Can you not read the room?" Yang Hui's face flushed with embarrassment at Zhang Sen's words. He retorted defiantly, "Zhang Sen, I am being considerate because the military values you. You are pushing your luck." Zhang Sen found the situation amusing, yet before he could respond, Haunting charged from behind and kicked Yang Hui squarely in the chest, angrily shouting, "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to my boss in such a manner?" Fortunately, Yang Hui had become an ability user. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Hantong's powerful kick. He lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. You dare to lay hands on me? I am a colonel. To hell with that. Don't think that just because you are a mere colonel, you can provoke my boss. I will deal with you regardless." "Zhang Sen, will you allow your underling to act so recklessly?" "Just wait. I will not let this go." Zhang Sen, amused, lit a cigarette, thoroughly pleased with Hantong's actions. Hanting, hearing Yang Hui still threatening him, grew even angrier. He turned to Zhang Sen, "Brother, may I teach him a lesson?" Qin Xian, aware of Zhang Sen's underling's abilities, worried that Yang Hui might not survive this encounter and quickly interjected, "Brother Zhang, no. If Han brother truly kills him, it will be troublesome." Zhang Sen sat down by the fire. "Hantong, did you hear? Do not kill Colonel Yang." Hanting's mind raced, and he immediately grasped his brother's intention. He smirked, though feigning regret. He said, "Very well, I understand." He crouched before Yang Hui, patting his face. "You should be grateful to my brother. If it were not for him, I would truly relish the chance to end you." Yang Hui, feeling the malicious gaze upon him, was suddenly gripped by a chilling dread. "What do you intend to do?" As soon as the words left his lips, he felt as though his mind momentarily blanked, only to be engulfed by roaring flames that surrounded him, threatening to sear him to ashes. Fire. Such an intense blaze. In a state of panic, he frantically patted his body, attempting to extinguish the non-existent flames that seemed to consume him. "Ah, it burns. Save me, I'm going to be incinerated." Moments later, unable to bear it any longer, he scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the deck. At that instant, his subordinates, who had been standing on the deck, hurriedly approached him. "Colonel, what's wrong? Colonel, what fire?" "There's no fire." In Yang Hui's eyes, these subordinates transformed into monstrous beasts, obstructing his escape from the inferno, and his face was etched with terror. "Ah, stay away, get away. I'll fight you all." He shoved everyone aside without hesitation and leaped into the sea. Qin Xian observed Yang Hui in this frenzied state and exchanged a glance with Zhang Sen that held a hint of trepidation. He dared not speak further and merely forced a smile. Brother Zhang, Brother Han's abilities are indeed incredible. Zhang Sen chuckled softly but refrained from responding. Qin Xian continued. "Brother Zhang, let us discuss something. Please, let us ensure Brother Han does not use his abilities against our own. It's utterly terrifying and unpredictable. Since you've referred to them as your own, how could he possibly use his powers against you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then I shall go fetch someone to rescue him. We mustn't let him drown." Chapter 159. Am I your father? When Yang Hui was rescued by his subordinates, Zhang Sen and his crew were already preparing for lunch. They intended to grill half of the salmon while consuming the other half raw. After a considerable period of recuperation, Yang Hui learned from his men about his recent actions. Although he remained uncertain about what had transpired, the memory of Hanting's sinister smile convinced him that Hantong had manipulated him. Infuriated yet unable to seek retribution, he could only secretly contemplate how to eliminate them. Yang Hui's subordinates had hoped to join in for a meal, but upon approaching, they were promptly shooed away by Qin Xian's men. As they nibbled on their rations, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish only fueled their anger, deepening their resentment towards Qin Xian and Zhang Senator after their meal. Zhang Sen found a room to rest for a while and drank some spring water ginseng soup to rejuvenate his spirit. When the time came to haul in the nets, he went to observe the commotion, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere at the stern. The mood among Yang Hui's team at the bow was rather somber due to the earlier events. Qin Xian rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "This is our first time fishing at sea. Let us hope for a bountiful catch." Maya looked up at him, her gaze resolute. "It will be, Brother Qin Xian." Qin Xian chuckled. "Then I thank you for your auspicious words, little Maya." The group operated the machinery to haul in the nets, and as the fishing net surfaced, excitement erupted among them. "Wow, so many fish. By God, we're truly striking it rich today." Haha. Little Maya, your words are indeed prophetic. Weevee had a great harvest. As they placed the fish into the containers, they heard voices emanating from the bow. What the hell is going on? Why are there so few fish? This is downright bizarre. With such a large net, how could we only catch a handful of small fish and shrimp? I've been to sea countless times, and this is the first time I've encountered such a strange occurrence. Upon hearing these complaints, the group exchanged knowing smiles. Qin Xian recalled what Maya had done when they selected fishing spots and finally understood. He looked at her in astonishment. Maya, you. Feigning ignorance. She replied, Brother Qin Xian, look, so many fish. And there are king crabs too. Qin Xian chuckled at the cleverness of the girl. Well, since you wish to gloss over it, I shall not expose you. Do you fancy king crabs? Then all of these shall be yours. I'll have someone prepare them for you tonight. Brother Zhang, what kind of fish do you like? Choose some. Zhang Sen, uninterested in selecting, replied. I have far more in my space than this. If I want to eat, I can just catch some in the artificial sea. No need. I'm fine with just a little food on the boat these days. Qin Xian regarded Zhang Sen as one of his own and, seeing his indifference, was no longer polite. Then just let them know what fish you wish to eat in the coming days, and we can prepare it together. At that moment, Zhu Fan held up a large grouper. Wow, Brotherson, this grouper is enormous. Is it a magical beast? As soon as the words left his mouth, the grouper opened its jaws and sprayed a jet of water onto Zhu Fan's face. It felt as though he had received a powerful punch, prompting him to hastily discard the fish. The crowd erupted in laughter. Fortunately, the fish had only just awakened. Otherwise, that blow would have been unbearable for Zhu Fan. Zhang Sen glanced at the creatures in the container and noted several first-tier mutated beasts, prompting him to advise, Old Qin, there are a few first-tier beasts here. What are your plans? Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Do you want them? Zhang Sen chuckled and shook his head, revealing that he already had dozens in his space and saw no need to compete. I don't need them. I was just considering that water-type ability users are scarce, making it difficult to find crystals. If we hand them over, we'll have to share with others in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian felt enlightened. Zhu Fan, come here. Zhu Fan jogged over, asking, Colonel, what is it? Gather all the mutated beasts from here, extract the crystals, and consume the fish meat directly on the ship. Zhu Fan quickly grasped Qin Xian's intent and felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, Yang Hui's subordinates, upon learning of Qin Xian's bountiful catch, were seething with anger. Kaiji grumbled, damn it, they have so many fish over there while we have nothing. That Zhang Sen must have pulled some strings. Yang Hui, already irate, found himself even more agitated by the remark. Colonel, what should we do now? What should we do? How the hell should I know? Yang Hui replied curtly. The atmosphere on the deck was tense. After a moment, Yang Hui added, forget it, it is what it is. Since they can catch fish, let them do so. In the end, whatever they catch will belong to our ship. Qin Xian can't monopolize the credit. So, are we just going to do nothing for the next few days? What else is there to do? Consider it a vacation. Everyone should go practice their abilities. In the days that followed, Yang Hui and his crew indeed refrained from engaging in fishing activities, even neglecting to operate the ship. Zhu Fan had no choice but to take up the task begrudgingly. Yang Hui also ceased approaching Zhang Sen, who relished the peace. In the artificial sea of his space, the water had nearly filled up, and he had sufficiently stockpiled various fish and water-type beast corpses. He now possessed enough water-type crystals to elevate himself to the 4th tier. However, for the time being, he only advanced to the 2nd tier, planning to save the rest for later, as advancing too quickly could hinder his future combat capabilities. During these days, Qin Xian and his subordinates seized the opportunity to continually engage with Lu Hao and the others, seeking methods to enhance their abilities. Under their guidance, Qin Xian and his team comprehended the ways to elevate their mental fortitude, with everyone advancing to the 2nd tier. They were overjoyed, regarding Zhang Sen and his group as idols, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. For several days, there was no friction between Yang Hui and Qin Xian, as they kept to their respective territories. However, a turn of events occurred on the eve of their return journey. At that time, Lin Na, preparing to leave, was on the deck stargazing with Maya and Yang Yike, while the men were indoors playing cards and boasting. Just then, Kaiji approached Lin Na with a few teammates. Kaiji, after uttering a few words, seized Lin Na, eager to showcase his supernatural abilities. Lin Na, exasperated beyond measure, retaliated with a fervent beating. Kaiji, boasting what he believed to be a rare water-based ability, had deceived numerous young girls at the base. However, he met his match in Lin Na, who left him bruised and battered. Enraged and humiliated, he promptly sought out Yang Hui to lodge a complaint. How audacious it was for a mere girl with yellow hair to dare lay hands on him. Yang Hui, possessing a modicum of wisdom, recognized the futility of provoking Zhang Sen and instead approached Qin Xian. After all, Qin Stian would never truly retaliate against him. Colonel Qin, your friends have become exceedingly brazen. They have assaulted me, and now they dare to strike my subordinates. Do they take our military for a joke? I demand an explanation today, lest my subordinates lose faith. Qin Xian regarded him with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend his grievances. He was well aware that Yang Hui had never treated his subordinates with respect, and thus assumed he was merely seizing the opportunity to stir trouble over the incident when he had been beaten and jumped into the sea. Did he think him a mere statue, devoid of temper? Colonel Yang, you brought this upon yourself with your disrespectful words, yet you have the audacity to seek redress? Furthermore, if someone has wronged you, you should confront them directly. What business do you have with me? Am I your father? You. What of it? What indeed? We are all members of the military, yet you dare to turn against your own. Upon our return, I shall certainly have a word with General Qin about this. Qin Xian could only chuckle in disbelief, exasperated by the childishness of a man in his 40s resorting to whining. Fine, you have the gall. I shall not let this slide, neither for you, nor for Zhang Sen, nor for that wretched Lin Na. You shall all await your comeuppance. Chapter 160. Allow me to demonstrate what true audacity is. Zhang Sen had been soothing his battle pets in the spatial realm. As soon as he emerged, he was met with the threats and foul words spilling from Yang Hui's lips. He stepped towards the ship's cabin door. Colonel Yang, why do you persist in targeting me? And who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? I. Yang Hui stammered, his gaze faltering under the icy glare of Zhang. Senator Kai Ji, brimming with indignation, stepped forward. Zhang Sen, Lin Na struck me without cause. It is utterly disrespectful to the military. Will you not intervene? Lin Na retorted loudly. How is it without cause? You approached me first, pestering me to showcase your abilities. Did I not ask you to maintain your distance? Is conversing with you now out of the question? What are you pretending to be? A celebrity? Furthermore, the entertainment industry is rife with scandal. Who knows how many beds you've crawled into before? Why is it unacceptable now? Or do you only wish to share a bed with Zhang Sen? You. Zhang Sen's cold gaze bore into Lin Na. Why did you resort to violence? Lin Na's composure faltered under his scrutiny. Sen Gu, I demand to know why you acted out. Zhang Sen's tone grew even more frigid. Kai Ji, sensing an opportunity, stepped forward with renewed bravado. Indeed, what gives you the right to strike? Your superior cannot condone such behavior. We are military personnel, closely allied with your leader. By attacking me, you are slapping him in the face. With a swift motion, Zhang Sen delivered a resounding slap that sent Kai Ji crashing to the deck, blood spilling from his mouth. Zhang Sen did not spare him a glance but fixed his unwavering gaze on Lin Na. He harassed you? Lin Na's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sen Gu, I will answer any question you pose. Zhang Sen's voice rose sharply, shattering the silence that enveloped them, leaving only the sound of water and wind. An oppressive aura weighed heavily upon everyone present, silencing any dissent. For the first time, Lin Na felt the full extent of Zhang Sen's terrifying presence. Trembling, she confessed, yes, he approached me when I boarded, and just now was the second time. I could no longer endure it. Then why did you not eliminate him at the first instance of harassment? Lin Na hesitated, taken aback by his question. Zhang Sen continued. Is your triad of abilities merely ornamental? Or do you only await my intervention for justice? I feared causing you trouble. Allowing such a worthless pest to harass you constitutes a true inconvenience to me. Should there be another instance, do not accompany me again. Panic surged within Lin Na. Sen Gu, I understand my mistake. Go, eliminate him now, Zhang Sen commanded, lighting a cigarette and turning away from her. Lin Na glanced at him. Then at the barely conscious Kai Ji on the ground, her eyes filled with fury and resolve. It was all the fault of that despicable man. He had caused Zhang Sen to lose faith in her. Drawing her dagger from her waist, she strode purposefully towards him. Kai Ji, intimidated by her resolute gaze, attempted to retreat but found himself trapped by the railing. As he tried to rise, excruciating pain surged through his chest. No, don't come any closer. Do not kill me. I am a water elemental. If you take my life, the military will not let you off easily. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xian felt a surge of urgency within him. Brother Zhang, there are only 2 water elementals in the military, should one fall. Zhang Sen did not spare a glance at Qin Xian. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Na's silhouette. Kai Ji, observing the resolute determination in Lin Na's eyes, understood that she would undoubtedly take action against him. In a desperate bid for survival, he reluctantly raised his hand to activate his powers. The droplets on the ground swiftly converged, transforming into a water arrow that shot towards Lin Na. With a swift motion of her dagger, Lin Na shattered the arrow. Yet the splintered droplets, akin to shards of glass, grazed her cheek, leaving streaks of crimson. Yang Hui's subordinates recognized that, given their current level of abilities, they could not possibly impede Lin Na. Consequently, they drew their firearms and rushed forward. Don't move. If you dare to harm Kaiji, do not blame us for opening fire. Lin Na ignored their threats, her gaze seething with animosity directed at Kaiji. With tears streaming down his face, Kaiji pleaded for mercy. Please, I beg you. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I apologize. It is all my fault. Truly, I am sorry. Do not take my life. You shall perish. Just as Yang Hui and his men prepared to fire, Lu Hao summoned his powers, conjuring a heavy iron plate to separate Lin Na from them. The bullets struck the iron plate with a deafening clang, yet Lin Na appeared utterly unfazed. Calmly, she raised her dagger and plunged it into Kaiji's chest multiple times, only ceasing once his breath had ceased. Afterwards, she seized Kaiji by the collar and hurled him into the sea. Turning to face Zhang, Senator Yang Hui's men, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming wave of indignation. Yang Hui himself was not mournful over the loss of his subordinate. Rather, he felt exhilarated. He had finally grasped a leverage against Zhang Sen and Qin Xian. Colonel Qin, will you merely stand by as they slaughter your comrades? Zhang Sen, your reckless slaughter of the innocent, bolstered by your powers, is utterly audacious. Do you truly believe that in this apocalyptic time, no one can challenge you? No sooner had Yang Hui spoken than he noticed Zhang Sen's countenance shift dramatically. Suddenly, a constricting vine erupted from Zhang Sen's wrist, striking Yang Hui's face with great force. An excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a cry of anguish. Upon seeing the deep, bone-revealing gash on Yang Hui's face, his subordinates immediately aimed their weapons at Zhang Sen, pulling the triggers. A barrage of bullets surged towards him. Yet, Zhang Sen stood unmoved. Raising a hand to summon a protective barrier, and an energy shield manifested before him. The bullets hovered in midair, seemingly frozen in time. Moments later, they fell to the ground, landing on the deck with a crisp sound. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, questioning their own perception. Zhang Sen regarded Yang Hui with a cold smirk. I initially intended to spare you for Qin Xian's sake, to avoid causing him trouble. However, since you insist on courting your own demise, allow me to fulfill that wish and show you what true audacity entails. The thorny vines shot forth, ensnaring the wrists of Yang Hui's men. The barbs pierced their flesh, causing them to drop their weapons in pain. Subsequently, the constricting vines lashed out mercilessly at them. Moments later, the individuals lay battered and bruised, their once thick garments now tattered beyond recognition. Qin Xian realized that Zhang Sen was thoroughly enraged this time. Yet, if this contingent were to perish aboard the vessel, he would be unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Observing the scene with growing anxiety, he reluctantly stepped forward. Brother Zhang, might I implore you for a favor? A lesson would suffice. Let us avoid any further loss of life. If you were to kill them, you would only invite trouble upon yourself, for they are all military personnel. Zhang Sen did not spare Qin Xian a glance, his voice cold as he replied, Baidu, sighting. That should suffice. Let us bring this to a close. With that, Baidu tightened its grip around their necks, constricting relentlessly, while sighting darted towards their foreheads, its sharp tip penetrating their brains to extract the crystals. Following a chorus of anguished screams, silence fell like a shroud. Qin Xian gazed at the lifeless bodies, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. After Baidu had disposed of the corpses into the sea, Zhang Sen turned and smiled at Qin Xian. Colonel Qin, I am not one to seek trouble, but should it come knocking, I shall not be lenient. At this juncture, Qin Xian could hardly feign ignorance. Zhang Sen was practically declaring that he harbored no fear of the military. Should they choose to pursue this matter, he would welcome it with open arms. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Qin Xian turned to his subordinates. Mark this well. Colonel Yang and his crew met their demise while inadvertently encountering a formidable sea creature during a fishing expedition, displaying valor in their sacrifice. Chapter 161. Do not blame Sen brother for being a beast. Since that incident, Lin Na has been in a state of deep despondency. On one hand, she is acutely aware that she has disappointed Zhang Senator. On the other hand, the words spoken by Kaiji haunt her with fear. She worries that Zhang Sen might perceive her in a similar light. Thus, upon returning to the safe house the next day, she seized the opportunity after everyone had retired to their rooms for the night and knocked on Zhang Sen's door. Zhang Sen, taken aback by her presence, inquired if there was something the matter. With a hint of nervousness, Lin Na stammered, Sen brother, I wish to have a word with you. Shall we speak in the living room, or would you prefer to come in? Either works. At that moment, Lin Na suddenly realized that her hesitation might lead Zhang Sen to think she feared he would act inappropriately, so she quickly added, let us talk inside. Having just emerged from a shower, Zhang Sen was enveloped in the subtle fragrance of men's body wash, and his robust chest was exposed beneath his bathrobe. Lin Na found herself captivated, her ears flushing a deep crimson. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and settled onto the sofa, observing Lin Na's anxious demeanor, reminiscent of a student facing the principal, and could not help but chuckle. Why so tense? I'm not a monster. Lin Na, overwhelmed by her anxiety. Found no humor in the moment, Zhang Sen decided to forego teasing her further. Didn't you come to discuss something? Please sit. I want to sit, son brother. I am here to apologize. Apologize for what? With a tremor in her voice, she replied, I'm sorry about what happened on the boat, son brother. I let you down. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. She possessed a youthful beauty, starkly contrasting with the more mature allure of Yang Yike. Despite having spent several days on the boat without approaching Yang Yike, Zhang Sen found himself drawn to Lin Na's delicate and enchanting demeanor, stirring feelings within him. He adjusted his bathrobe, shifting his posture. It's all in the past. There's no need to dwell on it. I acted for your own good, he reassured her. I understand, son brother. I know you want me to be able to protect myself at all times. You're absolutely right, not just you. But all of you now possess the ability to safeguard yourselves. Just remember, if anyone threatens you, deal with them decisively. There's no need to overthink it. I understand. Son brother. All right then, if there's nothing else, you should return to your room and rest. Don't overthink things. Zhang Sen assumed that their conversation had reached its conclusion, pouring himself a glass of wine, intending to seek out Yang Yike afterward. To his surprise, Lin Na did not leave. Instead, she wore an expression that suggested she had more to say. Is there something else? Lin Na grew even more anxious, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her nightgown. Yes, there is. Puzzled, Zhang Sen asked, what is going on with you today? You're unusually tense around me. You're typically quite at ease. Lin Na bit her lip, summoning her courage to state, son brother, what Kaiji said is not true. Zhang Sen looked momentarily taken aback. What did he say? He claimed that the entertainment industry is corrupt and that I have been in bed with many people. Son brother, I haven't tea. During those first 2 years of my career, while my mother pressured me, I never acquiesced. Lina, as she spoke, found herself overwhelmed with emotion and tears began to fall. Zhang Sen, somewhat flustered, reacted as many men do. The sight of a woman's tears, especially those of a beautiful woman, struck fear into his heart. Why was she crying all of a sudden? He hurriedly withdrew 2 tissues and offered them to Lina, who did not accept them but kept her head bowed. Helpless, Zhang Sen gently wiped her tears away. To his surprise, as soon as he made contact, Lina wrapped her arms around him. He stiffened momentarily, then let out a resigned sigh and continued to dry her tears. I know everything you've said. You shared these matters with me when we first met, remember? Rest assured, I recognize you as a good girl, he reassured her. Lina, through her sobs, replied, Sengu, I'm not dirty. Please don't look down on me. Zhang Sen paused, suddenly comprehending something profound. Nana, why would you fear that I might disdain you because of your words? I'm afraid, Sengu, that you might harbor reservations in your heart because of what I've said and choose to reject me. As long as you remain loyal to me, how could I ever forsake you? Hearing this, Lina felt a sense of relief wash over her. She lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked eyes fixed intently on Zhang Sen, filled with a hint of grievance. Then why haven't you yet made me your woman? Zhang Sen, nearly losing his composure under her unwavering stare, struggled to swallow. Nana, do you truly understand what you're suggesting? Yes, I want to be Sinji's woman, just like Kokojia. Zhang Sen chuckled lightly. But you're not yet of age. Although there's no legal constraint now, I assure you, I am no beast. I still adhere to certain moral principles. Suddenly elated, Lina exclaimed, so once I come of age, it's possible? Zhang Sen, observing the sparkle in her eyes, nodded, yes, if you are willing. Of course, I am willing, Lina declared, then stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Zhang Sen, her movements clumsy yet endearing. He leaned back slightly, evading her lips. Lina looked at him with confusion, prompting him to gently pat her cheek and smile. Silly girl, you're not yet of age. Be patient. Lina, anxious not to miss this opportunity, mischievously grinned. I am of age. Sengu, I'm almost 19. Nonsense, aren't you 17? That's a lie. My mother changed my age to help me become a teenage idol. Really? Absolutely. I'm not deceiving you. I'm truly 19. Zhang Sen, unable to resist her eagerness, chuckled. Lina, feeling shy under his gaze, lowered her head. He gently held her chin, asking, are you really 19? With a quivering voice, she replied, yes. Zhang Sen's eyes darkened slightly, then do not blame me if I act like a beast. Chapter 162. Brother's sound is terrifying early in the morning. Yang Yike went to call Lin Na for breakfast, only to find her room completely empty, leading her to surmise what had transpired. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Sen descended the stairs alone. Yang Yike approached him with a playful smile and inquired, Brother Sen, would you like me to deliver breakfast to Nana? Noticing the mischievous grin on her face, Zhang Sen playfully pinched her cheek. You seem rather cheerful, he remarked. How could I not be? Finally, there is someone to share the burden of firepower, she replied. Zhang Sen clicked his tongue. Your courage seems to be growing. Do you think I can't handle you? Yang Yike laughed and darted away, swiftly preparing breakfast to take up to Lin Na. When Lin Na saw her, she hid shyly beneath the covers. Yang Yike chuckled. All right. Stop being shy and get up to eat. Sister Kiki, were you like this before? Lin Na asked. Like how? Just like me. Unable to get out of bed. You're much better off than I was. At that time, I was merely at the first tier. And you're already at the third tier now. Just rest a bit, and you should be fine by afternoon. Lin Na felt a lingering fear. Brother Sen was indeed quite intimidating. Yang Yike chuckled, ruffling her hair. But you do like him, don't you? Brother Sen is a wonderful man. Yes. I like Brother Senator. Meanwhile, Han Teng had been casting meaningful glances at Zhang Sen, which eventually began to irritate Zhang Senator. He smacked Han Teng on the head. You brat, eat your food and stop staring at me. Han Teng chuckled. Boss, you are truly our role model. Quit the nonsense. Finish your meal and get out there to hunt exotic beasts and collect crystals. From now on, you are each responsible for the crystals needed for your advancement. Han Teng pouted but nodded. All right, got it. Lu Hao chuckled. Come on, don't act so grim. The boss is doing this for our benefit. We can't always rely on him, or we'll become a burden. Don't worry, Hao Gu. I understand the boss's good intentions. After Han Teng finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Boss, can I ride Big White? Sure. Your battle pets can't always be kept in space. You need to practice coordinating with them. Yang Hui and his loyal team suffered a complete defeat in a simple fishing mission, causing an uproar within the military. In this apocalyptic era, with exotic beasts rampaging and the looming threat of subhumans returning like a sword hanging over everyone's heads, the loss of Yang Hui's group was a significant blow to military strength. The soldiers under Yang Hui, seeing that Qin Xian's group remained unscathed, felt a twinge of resentment. Although it was known that Yang Hui and his men had perished at the jaws of exotic beasts, rumors still circulated that they had been killed by Qin Xian. Naturally, Qin Xian heard these rumors but paid them no mind. After all, they were merely baseless speculations. And the military would only conduct routine inquiries without taking further action against him. Soon, he completely cast aside the matter, focusing instead on leading his team to hunt exotic beasts. That day, upon entering the mountains, they swiftly dispatched 2 first-tier wild boars. After extracting the crystal from the otherworldly beast and loading the body onto the vehicle, the group delved deeper into the unknown. As they walked, engaging in conversation, someone unexpectedly brought up the incident involving Zhang Sen and Yang Hui aboard the ship. What do you think Sen's ability truly is? I find it utterly perplexing. I concur. I initially assumed he possessed wood-based powers, but it seems that is not the case. I observed closely last time. Those wooden strips did not emanate from his body, but rather from the bracelet on his wrist. Indeed, I noticed that too. And the way he deflected bullets, simply magnificent. Absolutely. It was breathtaking. With just a flick of his wrist, he rendered a multitude of bullets ineffective. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of a mere wood-based ability. If he were to conjure a wooden wall, that would be more plausible. Do you recall when Sun rebuked Lin Na? It appears she is a dual ability wielder. Could Sun also possess dual abilities? Without a doubt, his subordinates are formidable, and he, as their leader, must be even more so. Yet, it remains a mystery what those dual abilities are. One must surely belong to the physical category, otherwise, his agility would be inexplicable. As for the other, I surmise it pertains to his bullet-deflecting technique. Is it possible that once one ascends in physical abilities, they can use sheer will to block bullets? It is a possibility. Chapter 163. It seems he has concealed much more. Li Yin, as a physical ability user, was utterly exhilarated upon hearing this. My goodness. Does this mean I could also deflect bullets in the future? He scoffed at the thought. Come on. Who doesn't he know that after reaching the 3rd tier of physical abilities, one's skin can withstand the impact of bullets? What more could one possibly need? Is there truly a difference between withstanding a bullet with one's body and waving one's hand to avoid it altogether? How remarkable are the individuals around Brother Sen? We find ourselves utterly inferior. Even the dog beside Brother Sen outshines us. Qin Xian listened intently to the discussions, his mind deep in contemplation. Having known Zhang Sen for so long and witnessed his extraordinary prowess, he still remained oblivious to the nature of his abilities. However, given Zhang Sen's frigid and cautious demeanor, it was evident that even if he were to inquire, he would receive no clarity. It was perhaps best not to delve too deeply. As long as Zhang Sen was not his adversary, that sufficed. Through their interactions over time, Qin Xian discerned that Zhang Sen possessed formidable defenses. He would hardly spare a glance for the average person. Their group was fortunate to have been rescued by Zhang Sen on several occasions, which could be deemed a stroke of luck. After the incident with Yang Hui, he had experienced regret, having overestimated the military significance in Zhang Sen's eyes, as well as his own. Zhang Sen had clearly harbored murderous intent, and yet he had been there to counsel him. It was only now that he comprehended the truth. In Zhang Sen's perspective, both he and the military amounted to nothing. Indeed, from Zhang Sen's standpoint, it could be described nicely as a cooperative relationship, albeit more harshly as him merely providing them with sustenance. What right did the weak have to consider themselves equals to the strong? With this realization, he turned to his subordinates, reprimanding them. Enough chatter. If we do not expedite the extermination of the beasts, you shall never attain the prowess of our brother Sen. Upon hearing this, the group straightened up. Their minds filled with the determination to emulate their idol, Zhang's senator. They continued their relentless pursuit until exhaustion overcame them as darkness began to settle. As soon as Qin Xian returned to the base, he was summoned to the office by Qin Ji. Was it Zhang Sen who eliminated those people, including Colonel Yang? Just as Qin Xian sat down and took a sip of water, he was nearly choked by his father's abrupt inquiry. Observing his son's demeanor, Qin Ji had already pieced together the situation. Qin Xian attempted to defend himself. Dad, what are you saying? I already mentioned that Colonel Yang was taken down by a beast, a colossal poisonous jellyfish, taller than an icebreaker. Qin Ji fixed Qin Xian with a knowing gaze. The latter felt increasingly uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? I speak nothing but the truth. Why would Brother Zhang kill Colonel Yang for no reason? You question me? I wish to ask you. The base is buzzing with rumors that Zhang Sen was responsible for the deaths of Colonel Yang's team. What do you intend to do about this? What? Wasn't it said that I was the one who did it? Who has been spreading such absurd tales? What can I do? Should I have Brother Zhang personally come and clarify? Or perhaps come to face judgment? As Qin Xian grew increasingly agitated, he ultimately lost his composure. Slamming his thermos decisively onto the table, Qin Ji, infuriated by his son's inability to manage his emotions, found himself rendered speechless. Observing Qin Ji's reaction, Qin Xian felt uncertain about his father's thoughts. Dad, you can't possibly believe this rumor, can you? I was merely slightly suspicious, but now, seeing your reaction, I'm convinced. Pray tell, what exactly transpired? My reaction? What of it? Qin Ji retorted, his irritation palpable. If I didn't know your character, I might have thought you were involved with Zhang Sen in this debacle. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was my reaction truly excessive? What else could it be? For heaven's sake, you are a colonel. Yet, when faced with a minor issue, you behave like a frightened child. You rave about Brother Zhang daily. Yet you have not learned an ounce of his composure. Qin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Qin Ji interjected, enough. You must explain every detail to me so I can devise a plan. Noticing that Qin Ji bore no ill will, Qin Xian recounted the entire sequence of events. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ji sighed. That Zhang Sen certainly acts on a whim. However, one cannot entirely blame him. It is truly that Kai Ji who has recklessly harassed the young lady, Lin Na, time and again. Moreover, Brother Zhang originally intended for Lin Na to eliminate Kai Ji. He harbored no lethal intentions towards anyone else. Yang Hui was the one who wouldn't let it go. Qin Xian shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with disdain. So, you were saying this fool is naive? Zhang Sen had no intention of sparing anyone? When he instructed Lin Na to act, he never considered letting Yang Hui and the others go. Qin Xian was taken aback by the implication. Surely not. Why not? Qin Ji pressed. Consider the situation. If he were to spare Yang Hui, wouldn't that be tantamount to handing his own leverage to the military? Would Yang Hui let him off the hook? So, Brother Zhang had already resolved to eliminate Yang Hui and the others to prevent future troubles? You should count yourself fortunate that Zhang Sun still trusts you. Otherwise, you would all be silenced. With an air of confidence, Qin Xian replied, That's impossible. Brother Zhang is not that ruthless. Qin Shi regarded him with a grave expression, rendering Qin Xian uneasy. It felt as though his father had said nothing yet communicated everything. And the certainty on his face began to wane. Is Brother Zhang truly that cold-hearted? Qin Xian chuckled lightly. All right, enough of that. Just remember this. Until you have fully developed your own wings, do not oppose Zhang's senator. Such a formidable individual can only be an ally to the military. Otherwise, the losses would be insurmountable. After a moment of reflection, Qin Xian nodded. Understood. Qin Ji then inquired, Now, tell me more about the abilities of those under Zhang San's command. Qin Xian divulged all the information he possessed, as Qin Ji listened intently, taking notes. His brow furrowing with increasing intensity. He murmured, interspecies communication, metal affinity, dual element abilities, mental control, and then there's that girl named Maya. Her powers are quite peculiar. An oracle, perhaps? When Zhang San had previously briefed the ability users, he had entirely omitted the mention of these rare abilities. Thus, the more Qin Ji contemplated, the more perplexed he became. He compared the abilities exhibited by all the supernatural beings within the base and discovered that none of the powers displayed by Zhang Sen and his companions were present. Qin Ji shook his head in resignation, realizing that there were still many secrets concealed. Qin Xian, engulfed in confusion, wondered what was meant by this. What had Brother Zhang concealed? While I dare not make statements about others, it is evident that Zhang Sen and his small team possess strengths far exceeding what we have observed. Chapter 164. Was it I who compelled you to sell yourself? On the third floor of the base, in a deserted corridor, Zhao Jianling cautiously glanced around. Seeing no one, she hastily approached a door, knocked, and entered. The dimly lit room was illuminated by the flickering flames of burning wood. Just as Zhao Jianling secured the door, she was embraced. Colonel Wei Zhao Jianling's voice was soft, causing Wei Yan's very bones to feel weak. My darling, you have finally arrived. I was on the verge of falling asleep, Zhao Jianling explained. I had to wait until everyone was asleep. Colonel Wei, how is the matter I implored you to handle? It has been taken care of. Rest assured. The entire base is now abuzz with the rumor that Zhang Sen killed Yang Hui. As they spoke, Zhao Jianling's outer garment was swiftly removed. Wei Yan turned her around and pushed her onto the bed, pouncing upon her like a famished tiger. Minutes later, Wei Yan sighed contentedly. After a brief moment of intimacy, Yao Jianling rose to dress. Brother Yin, when will the military take action against Zhang Sen? There is no rush. This matter has only just begun to simmer. It will take a few days. Brother Yin, I am counting on you. Fear not. I hold your concerns close to my heart. I shall ensure that your son and Colonel Cheng's grievances are avenged. Then I thank you in advance, Brother Yin. Upon exiting Wei Yan's quarters, Zhao Jianling knocked on the door of Colonel Qi Shanwen. She remained inside for a full half-hour before hurriedly returning to her dormitory with Cheng Wei. However, upon entering, she was met by the bloodied apparition of the deceased Cheng Feng, standing before her, cursing, "Wretched woman, how dare you betray me?" Zhao Jianling screamed in terror, collapsing to the floor. In the next instant, Cheng Feng vanished, replaced by the eerie visage of Cheng Wei. The wound at the corner of her mouth had healed, revealing fresh flesh along the scars. Zhao Jianling immediately comprehended the nature of the earlier apparition. Enraged, she stood up and strode towards Cheng Wei, delivering a resounding slap. You vile creature, do you wish to frighten me to death? Cheng Wei's face was left askew from the blow, yet she seemed utterly unfazed by the pain. Instead grinning ominously, so you still remember my father, what of it? Whether you remember or not, he is dead, as is your brother. All because of you. Had you not provoked that little vixen Mia and pressed your brother and father for vengeance, would they have caught Zhang Sen's attention? It was you, this wretched woman, are responsible for their deaths and for my suffering. Do you think I wish for this? Do you have any idea how foul these men are? Were it not for the purpose of avenging them, to provide a better life for us, would I have had to sell my own body? And yet you do nothing. Treating me like this, do you possess any conscience? Cheng Wei's face was marked by sarcasm. Was it I who compelled you to sell yourself? You have witnessed it. My abilities are so formidable that none in the entire base can compare to me. If we endure for just a while longer, we shall be able to eliminate Zhang Sen and Maya. But what about you? You insist on debasing yourself, climbing into the beds of those aged men. Who can be blamed for that? Zhao Jianling, your unwillingness to embrace solitude and your desire for a better life are your own concerns. Do not use me as a pretext. It is disgusting. Ever since Zhang Sen decreed that each individual would be responsible for their own ascension crystals, Lu Hao and the others have been fervently engaged in the pursuit of slaying alien beasts and subhumans. On this particular day, Zhang Sen led the group to the most remote area of the primitive forest in Ji City. This place, once deemed perilous and untouched before the apocalypse, has now transformed into Zhang Sen's treasure trove. To maximize efficiency, they decided to divide the territory and hunt the alien beasts individually. Zhang Sen chose the most central area, fraught with the highest danger, while the others formed groups, as Maya and Yang Yike's primary abilities were not suited for combat. Thus, they formed one group together, while the remaining three each took on a separate group. The four groups were delineated by the cardinal directions, each responsible for a designated area. Upon entering the central zone, Zhang Sen unleashed all the alien beasts and strange plants, including Orochimaru and Octopus Brother, Satan and the Wolf King, along with his numerous underlings, launched a full-scale assault to hunt the alien beasts. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen leisurely selected a somewhat open area, ignited a campfire, and set up a lounge chair to catch up on his sleep. After a night of frivolity with Yang Yike, he was indeed rather fatigued. Elsewhere, the others rode their respective battle pets in search of alien beasts. They had agreed that upon encountering any alien beasts of second tier or above, they would eliminate them without hesitation. If necessary afterwards, they would exchange crystals among themselves. Today, Han Chu was particularly fortunate. Not long after setting off, he stumbled upon a third-tier fire-type wild boar. Riding on his pet, by who he easily dispatched it, thinking of Maya's battle pet, a fire-type demon child. He decided that the wild boar's carcass would be more suitable for it, thus hoisting the boar's body onto Baihu and continuing his journey. However, as he proceeded, he suddenly heard a series of anguished cries from a group of monkeys. Haunting immediately felt a surge of excitement and rushed towards the sound. Baihu sprinted at remarkable speed, and in less than half a minute, he arrived at the scene where several robust monkeys were engaged in combat with a gigantic spider. Han Teng patted Baihu's neck. Slow down. Let's observe the situation first. Baihu eased his pace, and as Han Teng drew nearer, he realized that they were not alone. Several others were also concealed in the shadows. Chapter 165. Boss, save me. Han Teng speculated that those lurking in the shadows were waiting for the beasts to annihilate one another, hoping to seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. Instead of rushing out, they concealed themselves, pulling a malt candy from their pockets to savor while observing the spectacle. The clashes between the beasts were undeniably thrilling. They exhibited an intelligence that surpassed their previous capabilities, employing tactics in their confrontations. For instance, the group of monkeys demonstrated an impressive level of coordination that left Han Teng in awe. Among these monkeys, there was one with fire abilities, another with earth powers, and a third wielding lightning, while the rest possessed physical abilities. On the battlefield, fireballs, mounds of earth, and arcs of electricity rained down upon the colossal spider without restraint. The physically oriented monkeys, undeterred by the peril, charged in for close combat. Yet, the giant spider was no pushover. It boasted 12 legs, for more than the average spider. Its long limbs allowed it to deftly evade attacks, remaining unscathed amidst the monkey's relentless onslaught. This was a 5th-tier golden spider king, far superior to Hao Go. Han Teng patted the large white creature beside him. Do you think we stand a chance against it? The creature retreated a couple of steps. Han Teng clicked his tongue. You really have no courage at all. Sigh. Let's wait and see if these monkeys can manage to take down the Spider King. No sooner had he spoken than a monkey let out a heart-wrenching cry. A physical monkey had been violently thrown to the ground, a gruesome wound visible on its chest. The sight was painful to behold. Witnessing their companion's plight, the other monkeys hesitated. One brave monkey, while fighting, retreated to assist the injured one, only to have its intentions detected by the Spider King. The Spider King unleashed a web that ensnared them firmly, bolstered by the 5th-tier golden powers. The web was not only sticky but remarkably resilient, proving impossible for the 3rd-tier physical monkey to break free from. The other monkeys were also nearing the end of their mental stamina and ultimately abandoned their efforts. As they retreated, casting their powers in desperation, it became clear that the Spider King had no intention of letting them escape, as it unleashed web after web from its tail. In an instant, all the monkeys found themselves ensnared. Han Teng even suspected that the Spider King had been toying with these monkeys. Otherwise, how could it have taken so long to dispatch them? The Spider King, with its 12 elongated legs, approached one monkey leisurely. The monkey cried out desperately, as if pleading for mercy. Yet, the Spider King's movements were resolute, as it plunged 2 legs into the monkey's brain. The crystalline substance, enveloped in cerebral matter, was extracted and consumed by the Spider King. The soldiers who had been lying in ambush watched the scene unfold with growing anxiety. One soldier turned to Tang Minghai and whispered, "Captain, this Spider King is terrifying. Perhaps we should retreat." Tang Minghai, an Ice Element 2nd-tier ability user, reflected on the situation. Their team had gone several days without a successful hunt in their quest to slay the beasts, leading to much ridicule from his peers. He regarded the Spider King thoughtfully, his eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. At that moment, the Spider King had already extended its long legs toward the second monkey. Han Teng could no longer afford to wait. If the Spider King devoured them, his exuberant arrival would yield nothing. Stealthily, Han Teng unleashed his extraordinary abilities upon the Spider King. Just as the creature's front leg was about to make contact with the monkey's forehead, a sudden flash obscured its vision, revealing an overwhelming swarm of gigantic hornets. Indeed, these were its natural adversaries. Startled, the Spider King quickly retracted its leg, preparing to flee. Yet, in the next instant, it sensed something amiss. In the moment when Han Teng activated his mental power, all the hornets vanished without a trace. Just as Han Teng reveled in his triumph, the Spider King abruptly turned and fixed its gaze upon him. In swift succession, a web was hurled in his direction. Dabai. Run. Dabai, carrying Han Teng, burst forth from a pile of banana leaves. In their haste, the corpse of a wild boar tumbled down behind Han Teng. The earlier ruse had incited the Spider King's wrath, and with Dabai, a 4th-tier beast, proving far more enticing than the mere 3rd-tier monkeys, Han Teng and Dabai became the Spider King's primary targets. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the military, poised to take action under Tang Minghai's command, were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Where did this person come from? And why is he riding such a massive tiger? How did he manage to tame it? Captain, should we still proceed? This fellow appears formidable. If we ally with him, we might stand a chance against the Spider King. At worst, he can claim the Spider King, and we can take the monkeys. Tang Minghai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us not rush. Let us observe. I sense that the Spider King's strength is on par with this individual. If they can engage in mutual destruction, all these beasts, including that great white tiger, will be ours. We could then present the white tiger to Colonel Wei. Would we not then have a brighter future? Dabai, attack separately. Han Ting shouted as he leapt from Dabai's back, positioning himself directly in front of the Spider King. Drawing his long knife, he prepared for a direct confrontation. Dabai took its position to the right of the Spider King, ready to strike at any moment. In the next heartbeat, the Spider King lunged. Two sharp legs charged toward Han Ting's face, but he deftly intercepted them with his long knife. The Spider King's leg was deflected, plunging into the thick ice below before it swiftly withdrew. Simultaneously, Dabai roared, swiping with a paw that created a fierce gust, causing the Spider King to stagger a couple of steps to the side. Seizing the moment, Dabai continued its assault, sinking its teeth into the base of one of the Spider King's hind legs and tearing with force. Han Ting leapt onto the Spider King's back, raising his knife to strike. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, the Spider King's entire body underwent a transformation. Its former gray-black form shifted to a brilliant black, gleaming with a metallic luster. With a sharp crack, Han Ting's long knife shattered into two pieces. The Spider King violently shook, casting Han Ting off its back, and Dabai was similarly thrown aside. Han Ting's heart raced with shock. How on earth am I supposed to handle this? The illusion proved futile, and the physical prowess of the flesh system was significantly inferior to the golden system of the Spider King by at least 2 tiers. Dabai's wind-based abilities were evidently of no avail either. After all, it was hardly feasible to attempt to give the Spider King a cold. Han Ting decisively opted for retreat. At this moment, the Spider King, perceiving him as an easy target, began to concentrate its assaults upon him. Fortunately, Han Ting's agility allowed him to evade, while occasionally casting an illusion to buy himself time. Although these illusions could only distract the Spider King for the briefest of moments, they ultimately afforded him the opportunity to leap onto Dabai. However, this tactic rapidly depleted his mental energy. Run, Dabai. Upon receiving the command, Dabai immediately took off. The Spider King, infuriated by Han Ting's chaotic illusions and brimming with self-assuredness regarding its own strength, pursued relentlessly without a second thought. With its numerous legs, the Spider King matched Dabai's speed, augmented by the flesh system's abilities, maintaining a close distance. The Spider King could not overtake Dabai, yet Dabai could not shake off the Spider King. After a brief while, Han Ting suddenly recalled the group of soldiers lurking in the shadows, prompting him to redirect Dabai back towards them. Indeed, the soldiers were preparing to scavenge the carcasses of the wild boar and monkeys. Han Ting circled around them, attempting to lure the Spider King into eliminating them first. However, the Spider King seemed oblivious to their presence and continued its relentless pursuit of him. Scram! Han Ting bellowed at the soldiers. These are my spoils of war. If you dare to steal them, I will go to the military district and see to your end. At this point, the group realized that the Spider King had no interest in them, emboldening their spirits. One individual taunted, "You better survive first, kid." A surge of murderous intent welled up within Han Ting. Had it not been for his dwindling mental energy, he would have conjured an illusion to incite infighting among them. Nevertheless, even without illusions, he had other means to deal with them. Dabai, eliminate this bunch of fools. With that command, Dabai adjusted its trajectory and lunged, its claws slicing through the air towards the chest of the individual who had spoken. In the next moment, the unfortunate soul was sent flying, crashing against a nearby tree with a cry of agony. His chest was brutally torn apart, intestines spilling onto the ground. Witnessing this, Tang Minghai immediately activated his abilities, shattering the ground into fragments of ice that transformed into sharp icicles, shooting towards Dabai and Han Ting. Dabai hastily dodged, momentarily stumbling and nearly being caught by the Spider King's leg. Meanwhile, one unfortunate soldier on Tang Minghai's side was not so fortunate, pierced through by a spider leg. The distance between them was closing. Han Ting paid little heed to the soldiers as he cast a glance at Tang Minghai. Thanks to the military's fear of their personnel being mangled beyond recognition by the beasts, each individual bore a nameplate. Tang Minghai, is it? I shall remember you. I warn you, if you wish to live, take your people and leave at once. I shall return shortly. And if I find even a single hair missing from my spoils, I will ensure your demise at the hands of the military. After delivering his warning, Han Ting urged Dabai to accelerate. The Spider King continued its relentless chase behind them. Soon, Dabai dashed into the central area where Zhang Sen was located. He was unaware of Zhang Sen's whereabouts and could only run while shouting, "Boss, help me." Chapter 166, Battle Pet tortures the Spider King upon awakening. Zhang Sen found all his battle pets had returned, the carcasses of strange beasts piled high like a small mountain. Dun Dun and Xiao Bai bore some minor injuries. Seeing him awake, Dun Dun nuzzled affectionately against him, yet its newfound physical prowess, derived from its meat-based mutation, rendered it taller than Zhang Sen, nearly toppling him over. With reluctant affection, Zhang Sen patted Dun Dun as a gesture of comfort. "Good boy, let us head back and have your sister cook attend to your wounds." Dun Dun rubbed its face against Zhang Sen's before finally descending. At that moment, Zhang Sen heard Han Teng's shouts. The predicament that had befallen Han Teng. A third-tier dark-type ability user hinted at the formidable nature of their adversary. Zhang Sen swiftly stored away Dun Dun and the long-armed ape, then mounted Satan, urging his other beasts toward Han Teng's direction. Meanwhile, on another front, Dabai's mental energy was nearly depleted. If it were merely fleeing with Han Teng, it could sprint for days on end without fatigue. However, the Spider King intermittently cast webs, and merely evading would significantly hinder their speed. Thus, it had no choice but to unleash its abilities while running. As its mental strength waned, its pace slackened, and the Spider King was closing in. A long leg of the Spider King lunged toward them, prompting Dabai to roll on the ground with Han Teng to evade. Just as they regained their footing, two other legs of the Spider King, now transformed into metallic appendages, approached ominously. It was evident that the Spider King intended to deliver a fatal blow. As the spider legs threatened to pierce them, thorns and binding vines shot through the air, ensnaring the deadly limbs. Han Teng rejoiced, the boss has arrived. Bind it and eliminate this beast. The interruption incited the Spider King's fury. How dare these minor plants act so audaciously before it? The spider legs transformed into sharp blades, attempting to sever the encroaching vines. Yet, it gravely underestimated the caliber of the binding thorns and vines. Despite their razor-like sharpness, they remained steadfastly entwined around its legs. Moreover, the vines multiplied into dozens of projections, ensnaring the Spider King's remaining 10 legs and its body. The opposite ends of the vines were firmly anchored to the robust trunk surrounding them, rendering the Spider King immobile. Despite its desperate struggles, the Spider King was futilely ensnared. Just then, Satan, bearing Zhang Sen, arrived on the scene, accompanied by Orochimaru and Octopus Brother, both of whom were even larger than the Spider King. A flicker of trepidation surged within the Spider King as it beheld the man atop the jaguar. The man, seemingly unfazed, turned his gaze toward Han Teng. Are you all right? Han Teng chuckled. I'm fine. Does the boss still appreciate the gifts I've brought? We could either keep it as a battle pet or slay it for its crystal. The outcome depended on the Spider King's discernment. Zhang Sen's gaze fell upon the pitch-black Spider King. Let the thorns and vines bind its legs. We can strip it of its possessions. Immediately, the binding vines retracted all their projections from the Spider King's body, reinforcing their grip on its legs, while the remainder returned to Zhang Sen's wrist. Han Teng recalled his spoils and inquired, Boss, do you still require my assistance? If not, I shall proceed to collect my trophies. Go ahead, Zhang Sen replied. Noticing that Han Teng was unarmed, he retrieved another blade from his spatial storage and provided them with some ginseng tea to restore their mental fortitude. With the invigorating tea, both Han Teng and Dabai regained some of their spirit and eagerly set off to gather their rewards. Meanwhile, the Spider King was still straining against the bindings of the thorny vines, attempting to extricate itself. It seems I must teach you a lesson first, Zhang Sen declared. Thorny vines, strike it fiercely. Several constricting vines shot forth from Zhang Sen's wrist, soaring high before crashing down upon the Spider King. Although the immense force caused the spider's body to sway, its metallic form rendered it impervious to pain. Moments later, Zhang Sen discerned the truth, indeed, within the same tier. Wood could not harm metal. Octopus, come here. The octopus immediately extended its tentacles and approached Zhang Sen, who then stood atop its head, leveraging the creature's strength. Lighting a cigarette, he prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Satan, go. Satan leaped into action, its paws crackling with electrical energy as they struck the Spider King. Instantly, the creature was enveloped in a storm of lightning, its massive form trembling violently. Fortunately, Satan's electrical prowess was only at the 4th tier, and it would not be enough to vanquish the Spider King immediately. However, despite being ensnared, the Spider King was far from resigned. In a swift move, a metallic web shot towards Satan. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Sen summoned a gust of wind, redirecting the web's trajectory to the ground. The Spider King was filled with dread. This bipedal creature was formidable indeed. Was it to be its end today? Standing atop the octopus, Zhang Sen continued issuing commands. Satan, keep unleashing electricity. Orochimaru, do not dawdle. Set it ablaze. The 4th tier lightning and 5th tier flames rained relentlessly upon the Spider King, though its metallic shell was extraordinarily resilient. Both lightning and fire were its nemesis. Soon, it could no longer endure and emitted a piercing shriek, akin to leather scraping. Zhang Sen chuckled. Who knew spiders could make sounds? Minutes later, the Spider King succumbed, collapsing to the ground, its body reverting to its previous furry state. Zhang Sen summoned Ice Cream. Go. Ask it whether it chooses death or to acknowledge me as its master. After conversing, Ice Cream reported, it claims it refuses to submit, asserting that you merely stand by directing beasts and ensnared it with foreign plants. Otherwise, it believes it would not have lost. If you wish for it to recognize you as its master, you must engage it in a duel. Zhang Sen exhaled a plume of smoke. raising an eyebrow at the Spider King. Very well, I shall grant it another opportunity. Satan, Orochimaru, return, I will contend with it myself. Zhang Sen leapt down from the octopus's head and retracted the thorny vines and bindings. Come, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. The Spider King rose, fixating its gaze intently on Zhang Senator the foolish biped. Surrounded by such formidable beasts, would it not be folly to confront you in a duel? As the Spider King contemplated an escape, it once more transformed into its metallic form. It extended a long leg, charging directly towards Zhang Sen's face. Expecting Zhang Sen to swiftly evade, the Spider King was taken aback to find him standing still, fixated on its approach. A sense of foreboding gripped the Spider King. As its leg neared Zhang Sen's chest, it found itself inexplicably halted, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Alarmed, the Spider King hastily retreated, intent on fleeing. Just as it managed to extricate itself from Zhang Sen's sphere of attack, it was shocked to find that, upon turning, the audacious man, cigarette in mouth, had reappeared directly in its path once more. Chapter 167. Subduing the Spider King. No. Hadn't it just been over there? How did it suddenly appear here? Have the bipedal creatures evolved to such an extraordinary extent? At this moment, the Spider King was engulfed in remorse. Had it known, it would have spared that human and tiger, choosing instead to feast on some monkeys. Why go through all this trouble only to find itself in such peril? Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Zhang Sen discarded his cigarette, but a wicked grin illuminating his face as he regarded the Spider King. Weren't you the one who wanted a one-on-one? Why are you fleeing? The Spider King was filled with humiliation. Damn it, it would fight back. After all, it would never submit, even at the cost of its life. The Spider King expelled a strand of webbing, its long legs lunging forward. It could only resent that it was not a venomous breed. Otherwise, it would have poisoned this bipedal creature. As the web was about to ensnare Zhang Sen, he waved his hand once more, summoning a gust of wind that sent the web flying. This time, the web landed squarely on the Spider King's front legs, binding it in a manner that provoked a torrent of curses from within. Just as it managed to free itself from the web for a second assault, Zhang Sen's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Now, it was my turn. Zhang Sen raised his hand, and a strangling vine emerged from his palm, hurtling toward the Spider King. Initially slender, the vine was underestimated by the Spider King. Yet, as it approached, it thickened and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a metallic form, its thorns glistening ominously. The vine, enveloped in lightning, lashed fiercely against the Spider King. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. This was the power of fifth-tier lightning. Was this to be the end of its existence? As the lightning-laden whip was raised once more, the Spider King was gripped by sheer panic. This human was terrifying. It had previously thought a mere bipedal creature that merely commanded beasts unworthy of being its master. Now, it realized how gravely mistaken it had been. Such a powerful bipedal creature deigning to notice, it was nothing short of a blessing. It would willingly offer itself for roasting on a spit if it meant appeasing this formidable being. Where was that cat? The Spider King's eyes darted around. It pleaded for mercy. It had no choice but to seek clemency before that whip descended again, sealing its fate. Fortunately, at that moment, the deceased cat finally arrived. Ice Cream stood defiantly before the Spider King, proclaiming, "Spare its life." Zhang Sen. Damn it. Wasn't he forbidden for Maya to let it watch martial arts dramas? He lowered the whip. What is the matter? Master, it begs for mercy and wishes to acknowledge you as its lord. Zhang Sen, satisfied, retracted the whip into his palm. It had shown some sense. Let us go back. The group of humans and beasts arrived at the previously agreed meeting point, where Lu Hao and the others had already gathered. They were startled to see the Spider King, having never encountered such a large spider before. Zhang Sen introduced. This is my newly acquired battle pet, a fifth tier of the gold element. How's he? It's injured right now, but once it recovers, you can spar with it. Lu Hao approached and gently touched the Spider King's long leg. A fifth tier, one tier above me, it seems I must strive harder. Zhang Sen surveyed the 20-odd carcasses of exotic beasts strewn across the ground, alongside the newly acquired subordinates of the Wolf King, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He retained a few of the exotic beast corpses for Lu Hao to prepare lunch, while the remainder was stored in his spatial realm. Subsequently, he instructed Yang Yi to administer treatment to the Spider King, after which he released all his battle pets from the spatial realm. Those injured received care, while the unscathed were allowed to feast. The environment here was quite pleasant, and it would benefit them to spend time outdoors, rather than becoming accustomed to the comforts of the spatial realm, which might render them ill-suited for the challenges of the outside world. The spring water within his spatial realm had ceased to be of significant benefit to them. They needed to engage in combat within this world. In truth, Zhang Sen had realized long ago, following the appearance of Orochimaru, that nature itself was the most effective means for these exotic beasts to enhance their strength. Yet, Nature also represented peril, as they could easily fall prey to other beasts. Having nurtured them with great care, Zhang Sen was naturally reluctant to lose any of them. However, circumstances had changed. The battle pets under his command, while not the most formidable at present, possessed a remarkable unity bestowed by the spatial realm, enabling them to function as a powerful team. Zhang Sen resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, these battle pets would venture out daily to hunt exotic beasts. Before long, the meat of the exotic beasts was grilled to perfection. As everyone indulged in the feast, Han Ting finally returned, his expression dark. "Brother Han, what troubles you?" Maya inquired, offering him a piece of meat. Han Ting bit into it with a scowl, replying, "Nothing. I merely encountered a few despicable individuals." After some inquiries from the group, the situation was unveiled. Han Ting turned to Zhang Sen, stating, "Boss, I wish to seek out that person from the military, Tang Minghai." Zhang Sen cast a glance at him and Dabai, then addressed Yang Yike. "Kiki, please tend to Dabai's injuries first." Han Ting then recalled the matter at hand. "Oh right, Kiki, Dabai has been injured. I need your assistance." "It's a trivial matter," Yang Yike responded, tossing the final morsel of meat into her mouth before attending to Dabai's wounds and replenishing both it and Han Ting with some spiritual energy. Following this, Han Ting settled beside Zhang Sen, gazing at him imploringly. "Boss, those exotic beasts were snatched from the Spider King's grasp through my desperate efforts. I had warned them not to touch my beasts, yet they still dared to steal them. I cannot let this go unpunished." Zhang Sen chuckled. "What are you looking at me for? I have always said we do not initiate trouble. However, should anyone provoke us, we shall not suffer in silence. If you seek vengeance, go forth and claim it." Han Tang's spirits soared at this. "Boss, I knew you were the coolest." With that, he approached Dabai and patted its head. "Eat well, brother will take you to a brawl shortly." After their meal, everyone resumed the hunt for exotic beasts, while Zhang Sen led his battle pets back to the location he had occupied earlier that day. Once he released them, he brought the Spider King into the spatial realm. Without the spatial realm's endorsement, he worried that the Spider King, which had been so laboriously captured, might escape. Upon entering the spatial realm, the Spider King was astonished by the sights before it. Zhang Sen introduced the current state of the realm to the Spider King, subsequently filling a basin with the water from the spring of space. After this series of actions, the Spider King became even more devoted to Zhang Sr. Observing the newly appeared name of the Spider King on the display of supernatural abilities, Zhang Sen finally felt a sense of relief. He then took the Spider King outside, allowing it to continue its hunt for otherworldly beasts. Meanwhile, Han Ting, riding atop the colossal creature known as Big White, had already entered the city. Those who encountered him along the way were utterly terrified by the immense size of Big White. It was the first time they had witnessed a human riding an otherworldly beast. Han Ting paid no mind to their astonishment, racing ahead with great speed until he reached the entrance of the first base. Ever since the awakening of ordinary people's supernatural abilities, the military had replaced all guards with the most common first-tier supernatural beings. Although these guards had previously ventured out to hunt otherworldly beasts, it was their first time encountering such a massive tiger, leaving them trembling with fear. If it weren't for the young boy seated atop the tiger, they might have instinctively opened fire. Han Ting, perched on Big White, called out loudly, "Bring Tang Minghai out to meet me." Chapter 168. Han Ting seeks justice in order to prevent the base guards from fleeing in the face of danger. The military has assigned only seasoned soldiers to the role of guard. Thus, despite the awareness that they were no match for Han Ting and his formidable white tiger, the guards remained steadfast in their duties. "Who are you? What business do you have with Tang Minghai?" Han Ting had no desire to engage them in lengthy discourse. He merely patted the head of the white tiger. Understanding the cue, the tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, sending the guards sprawling to the ground. In a cold tone, Han Ting declared, "I seek only to retrieve what Tang Minghai has stolen from me. Should you continue to prattle, I will not hesitate to enter forcefully." The guards exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and uncertainty. The tiger's roar echoed with such ferocity that nearly everyone within the nearby office building of the base heard it. It remained unclear who triggered the enemy alert. Consequently, all personnel responsible for guarding quickly armed themselves and rushed toward the entrance. At that moment, Qin Xian was in the office of Qin Jia, reporting on official matters. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, both men's faces paled, prompting them to hasten their steps toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, they overheard Colonel Wei Yin questioning Han Ting. "Who are you? Do you intend to force your way into a military base?" Han Ting, seated atop the white tiger, scanned the crowd for Tang Minghai but found him absent, causing his expression to darken further. "Where is Tang Minghai? Tell him to come out." Upon spotting Han Ting, Qin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not a horde of beasts after all. He stepped forward. "Brother Han, what brings you here?" Seeing Qin Xian, Han Teng's demeanor softened somewhat. Brother Qin, someone from your military has stolen my belongings. In light of our acquaintance, if you can persuade Tang Minghai to return what is rightfully mine, I am willing to spare their lives. Tang Minghai, a minor figure under Wei Yan's command, had unexpectedly presented a third-tier lightning-type monkey to him today, prompting a newfound respect for him and thoughts of future promotion. Yet, upon hearing Han Teng's words, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He quickly retorted, "You claim Tang Minghai has stolen your possessions. Do you possess any evidence?" At this, Han Teng's gaze toward Wei Yan grew increasingly menacing. Sensing the tension, Qin Xian swiftly stepped forward to intercede. "Brother Han, please explain the situation to me." With a stern expression, Han Teng recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the full story, Qin Xian was filled with indignation and immediately dispatched someone to summon Tang Minghai. Wei Yan, agitated, interjected, "Colonel Qin, this is merely the word of this young man. Do you truly believe him?" Meanwhile, someone had informed Qin Jie of Tang Minghai's recent hunt of several high-tier beasts. Observing Han Teng's imposing presence along with the white tiger, and recalling Han Teng's peculiar abilities, he stepped forward. "Comrade Han Teng, I am the person in charge here, Qin Jie." Han Teng glanced at Qin Jie, recognizing his authority, and reined in the hostility in his gaze. Qin Jie continued, "I have comprehended what you just mentioned. Rest assured, if what you say is true, the military will certainly provide you with an explanation." Han Teng smiled graciously, "That's more like it. As a general, you must keep your word." Listening to Han Teng's childlike remarks, Qin Jie couldn't help but chuckle. "Comrade Han Teng, you and Comrade Zhang Sen are both friends of the military. Since you are here, why not come inside and have a seat?" After a moment's contemplation, Han Chen replied, "No, I think I shall refrain from entering. My superior is still waiting for me. I must return after I acquire my belongings." Understanding that he could not insist, Qin Jie stepped outside on his own. Qin Xian, concerned for his safety, followed him along with Cui Yu and the others. Big White recalled their previous encounter with the military and huffed in annoyance upon seeing them approach. Han Teng gently patted its head. "Big White, stop it. They are not our foes." Immediately, the white tiger quieted down, leaving Qin Jie astonished at how obedient it was. Qin Xian sensed that Qin Jie was undoubtedly intrigued by both Han Teng and the white tiger. He, too, was curious. Hadn't this white tiger battled Zhang Sen before? How was it now so docile, serving as Han Teng's mount? With a smile, he inquired, "Brother Han, is this white tiger the wind-type beast we encountered last time?" Han Teng, feeling somewhat shy under their attentive gazes, leaped down from the tiger's back and proudly declared, "Indeed. This is my battle pet, a gift from my superior." Qin Jie was taken aback. "Such a formidable tiger serves as your battle pet?" Han Teng beamed with pride. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. My superior is truly remarkable." Cui Yu and the others, comfortable in their camaraderie with Han Teng, eagerly approached to pet Big White. After a brief consultation with Big White, Han Teng permitted them to do so. Eventually, even Qin Ji and his son couldn't resist touching it a few times. "How does it feel? Quite pleasant, isn't it?" Han Teng boasted with a childlike grin. "It's exhilarating. Han Teng, envy has transformed my visage. Brother Sen is simply extraordinary. When will I acquire a battle pet like this? The next time we meet, I must beseech Brother Sun to procure one for me. It's so impressive." Qin Jie interjected at an opportune moment. "Young Han, may I address you as such?" "Of course. You are Brother Qin's father and a general. You may call me whatever you wish. You are quite an amusing child." Qin Jie chuckled, deliberately probing, "By the way, you mentioned encountering a fifth-tier golden spider king today. It did not harm you, did it?" "Of course not." Han Teng exclaimed animatedly, "Let me tell you, it was quite perilous. That spider king intended to devour me and Big White. Had I not possessed the wits to flee towards my superior, Big White, and I might have truly ended up in the belly of that spider king." "And what became of the spider king? Was it vanquished by Brother Sen?" Zhu Fan listened with rapt attention. "Not quite. When I returned, the Spider King was still alive, likely subdued by my elder brother. So, has the Spider King also become Brother Sen's battle pet? Isn't the method employed by Sen to tame battle pets simply to subdue the exotic beasts?" Just as Han Teng was about to respond, he suddenly recalled Zhang Sen's distinctive approach to matters. He realized he might have spoken a bit too freely, uncertain of what should or should not be said. Thus, he feigned contemplation and remarked, "I truly do not know." After uttering this, he seemed to have an epiphany. "Brother Qin, why have you not yet brought my belongings? I am rather pressed for time." Chapter 169. Inversion of truth at the training grounds of the base. Tang Minghai and his comrades stood surrounded by a throng of admirers, basking in their accolades as they gazed upon the carcasses of several exotic beasts. "Captain Tang, your prowess is remarkable. You've slain so many high-level exotic creatures in one go. Indeed, while we were still tackling first-tier beasts, you managed to bring back this multitude of third-tier creatures. This wild boar must be nearing the 4th tier, wouldn't you say? I always knew Captain Tang was exceptional. We only just awakened. Yet he has already reached the 2nd tier. With these exotic beasts under his belt, he'll surely ascend to the 3rd tier soon. Tang Minghai was buoyed by their praise. It's not solely my achievement. It's a collective effort from all the brothers. You have no idea how perilous the situation was, especially with that colossal spider lurking. Had it not been for the foolish meddling of one, we could have brought back that spider as well. One of the comrades chimed in, exactly. If it weren't for that idiot ambushing us while we were battling the giant spider, Old Yi and Old Yuan-Ti have perished. Damn it. If I ever see that kid again, I'll make him pay. As they reveled in their boastful chatter, an approaching team caught their attention. The leading officer addressed them. Tang Minghai, there are accusations that you have pilfered exotic beasts that others have hunted. Is there any truth to this? At this pronouncement, the previously boisterous training ground fell into an abrupt silence. Those who had harbored envy towards Tang Minghai or doubted his capabilities seized the opportunity. Ah, so it's theft. I thought it was too good to be true. Just days ago, he couldn't even catch a break. And now he suddenly claims to have vanquished so many high-level beasts, patently stolen, and he still has the gall to boast. What a disgrace. Not only has he brought shame upon himself, but now he is tarnishing our base S reputation. I wonder how outsiders view us now. I heard he even gifted a monkey to curry favor with Colonel Wei. Let us see how he navigates this predicament. As Tang Minghai listened to their derision, his expression oscillated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Noticing his silence, the officer pressed, Tang Minghai, I implore you to answer directly. Did you engage in such actions? No. Absolutely not. I cannot admit to this. Otherwise, not only will my reputation be ruined, but Colonel Wei will also seek retribution. Feigning indignation, Tang Minghai retorted, what utter nonsense. Every one of these creatures was slain through my own efforts. What theft are you talking about? The individual has come forward, claiming that you seized the carcasses while he was engaged in battle with the Spider King. How do you explain that? This is slander. It must be that fool who ambushed us. Sir, do not be deceived. That kid took advantage of our struggle against the Spider King and even killed 2 of our brothers. You can verify this with my comrades. Indeed, Captain Tang speaks the truth. It was that kid who initiated the ambush, and Old Yi and Old Yu met their end at his hands. We cannot let this go unpunished. Absolutely. The audacity of those who have slain our military personnel and still dare to confront us is utterly intolerable. Tang Minghai expressed his satisfaction with his subordinate's cleverness and continued to stoke the flames of indignation. Commander, that scoundrel is brazenly relying on his mount, a great white tiger, to bully us. While we toiled tirelessly to defeat the Spider King, he refrained from intervening. Only when we were on the verge of capturing the creature did he strike from the shadows, clearly attempting to seize the spoils for himself. Now he turns the tables and seeks to accuse us. This is truly intolerable, and we must not let him escape justice. The officer pondered for a moment. Given the mutual accusations, he suggested, very well, since you are both accusing each other, accompany me so we may clarify this matter. Tang Minghai had initially intended to incite the military to eliminate Han Teng directly, but he had not anticipated the prospect of cross-examination. The others grew somewhat anxious. Yet he quickly reassured himself that they were on their own turf, and with so many voices, the truth would prevail. Commander, the innocent shall be vindicated. We are willing to confront him. A few minutes later, Tang Minghai and his companions arrived at the base's entrance. Upon sighting Han Teng, Tang Minghai preemptively declared, General Qin, Colonel Wei, it was he who took advantage of our battle with the Spider King to launch a surprise attack on us. Indeed, General Qin, Colonel Wei, it was at his hands that Old Yi and Old Yu perished. You must ensure justice for them. Yes, we must avenge Old Yi and Old Yu. We cannot allow our brothers to have died in vain. Listening to these accusations, Wei Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He cast a cold gaze upon Han Teng, demanding, what do you have to say for yourself now? You have slain our military personnel and yet dare to accuse us. This is an affront to the military. General Qin furrowed his brow at this declaration. He turned to face Han Teng, apprehensive of an outburst. Indeed, Han Teng's countenance darkened ominously. At merely 18 years of age, his youthful vigor ignited by their slander. He pointed angrily and shouted, what nonsense! Am I the one who ambushed you? How shameless can you be to utter such blatant lies? Tang Minghai retorted, what? Are you saying we cannot voice our grievances after your actions? Is it not you who lacks shame? You dare to show your face here? Well then, we shall avenge our fallen brothers right now. Come at us if you dare. So what if I killed those 2 worthless fools? If you dare to steal from me, be prepared to meet your end. Hearing him admit to the murders filled Tang Minghai with elation. Colonel Wei, did you hear that? He admits to killing our brothers. Wei Yin moved closer to General Qin, stating, General, this man not only took our lives but also came here to twist the truth. His audacity is outrageous. We must hasten to apprehend him and that white tiger. General Qin furrowed his brow. With both sides firmly entrenched in their positions, how could he make a hasty decision? Han Ting, incensed by Wei Yan's words, thought, "You wish to kill me? Very well, then I shall take you down first." With that, Han Tung leaped onto the back of the great white tiger. Seeing this, Qin Xian rushed forward. "Brother Han, do not act impulsively." Han Ting's eyes blazed with fury as he replied, "Brother Qin, step aside. I do not wish to harm you." "Calm yourself, my young friend," Han urged. "This is the entrance to the military district. If you resort to violence here, the consequences will be dire. How about this? You return home, and I promise to investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an explanation." Wei Yan raised his voice. "Colonel Qin, why act in such a manner? This is the murderer of our own. He is but one man, a lone tiger. Must we, as the military, fear him? Furthermore, he is associated with Zhang Sr. We have the perfect opportunity to capture him and interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain whether his involvement is linked to Colonel Yang's demise." Upon hearing these words, Han Ting's anger reached a boiling point. "What did you say? Do you dare to lay a hand on my superior? Am I not granting you enough respect?" Wei Yan pressed on. "Confess honestly, was it you who killed Colonel Yang?" Han Ting let out a cold laugh, his shadowy gaze fixed upon Wei Yan. For a fleeting moment, Wei Yan appeared disoriented, but then he suddenly charged forward, shouting frantically, "The tide of aberrant beasts is upon us. The tide of aberrant beasts has arrived." The crowd gasped in alarm, a wave of panic rippling through the throng. Without warning, Wei Yan drew his pistol and seized the clothing of the person beside him, firing several shots into him. That individual happened to be a subordinate of Tang Minghai. His death, it seemed, was not in vain. Chapter 170. Han Tung unleashes carnage. The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. "Xiao Han, cease at once," Qin Jie bellowed. At that moment, Wei Yan raised his gun, aiming at his own temple, and decisively pulled the trigger. "Han Tung, are you intending to represent Brother Zhang and turn the entire base against us by wantonly slaughtering the innocent?" Qin Xian was thoroughly exasperated. Han Ting retorted, "Your people stole my belongings, and they attempted to harm my leader. They deserve to die. I have vowed to uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation. No need for your investigation. I shall reveal the truth to you right now." With that, Han Tung cast his gaze towards Tang Minghai and his subordinates. A jolt ran through Tang Minghai and his companions as they beheld the specters of their deceased comrades. "Old," you exclaimed, "Tang Minghai, it's all your fault. Had you not insisted on seizing that person S-beast, we would not have perished. You are the one who doomed us." "Old," you added, "Indeed. Why is it that we, who collaborated to capture the beast, are the only ones who died? You all deserve to die." In a frenzy, Tang Minghai and his companions began to turn on one another, wielding their knives in a desperate slaughter. "It's not my fault. Don't come after me. Blame your own misfortune for being killed. It has nothing to do with me. If you seek revenge, go after the captain. It was his insistence on robbing the corpse that led to this. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen." "Old Yi, stop. It was you who insisted on provoking others and sought to strike first, only to be met with death. It has nothing to do with me. Get away. All of you. Do you think I fear you? Come on. You're already dead, yet you linger like restless spirits. I shall slay you once more." The onlookers could not perceive the apparitions, only witnessing Tang Minghai and his cohorts engaged in a bloody melee, utterly befuddled by the unfolding chaos. Only Qin Jie and Qin Xian understood that this was the result of Han Tung's terrifying abilities. It was the first time Qin Jie had witnessed Han Tung's powers, leaving him in a state of shock. After a brief moment, Han Tung withdrew his abilities as the remaining combatants were left gasping for breath. "Colonel Qin, do you now comprehend the truth?" Qin Xian was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "Yes, they had stolen your possessions and then accused you unjustly. Can those items be returned to me now?" "One wild boar and 5 monkeys, one of which has already been consumed by the Spider King." Qin Xian waved his hand, and soon, the bodies were gathered. Though one monkey was missing, and all the crystals from the other beasts had vanished, Han Ting was unwilling to relent. He had painstakingly acquired his spoils, and he would not part with a single one. Qin Xian had no choice but to inquire of Tang Minghai, who, now utterly terrified, retrieved 3 crystals from his person and revealed the whereabouts of the missing monkey. Qin Xian immediately dispatched someone to retrieve the last body. Once Han Tung had placed all the bodies atop the bai, he patted the tiger's head, and the pair departed the base at a leisurely pace. Chui Yi, observing Han Ting and Dabai's retreating figures, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly impressive. He needn't even lift a finger to kill, allowing others to slaughter each other instead." Qin Xian kicked him, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Get back to work at once." Chui Yi was momentarily taken aback, inquiring about the task at hand. Qin Xian shot him a glare, then turned his gaze towards Tang Minghai and his companion sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowed with concern. Let us bring them inside and see if there is still a chance to save them. Approaching the scene, Qin Xian discovered that only 2 from Tang Minghai's group remained alive. He directed the others to carry them indoors. The uproar caused by Han Teng reverberated throughout the military district, stirring discussions among all ranks regarding Han Teng's formidable prowess and the terrifying strength of the leader he mentioned. Zhang Senator, a faction of the upper echelons, grew wary of Han Teng's capabilities. Realizing that such a brash youth could effortlessly compel numerous supernatural beings to either meet their demise or turn against one another, this was truly alarming. Should such an individual remain unchecked, they feared he might usher in a far graver crisis in the future. Contemplating this, the high-ranking officials could no longer remain seated and rushed to seek out Qin Jie, hoping the military could take proactive measures and prepare in advance. Reluctantly, Qin Jie convened a high-level meeting. During the assembly, one faction contended that the incident was instigated by Tang Minghai and his ilk, who, lacking remorse, had attempted to tarnish Han Teng's reputation. They further argued that Wei Yan's indiscriminate favoritism had led to the current predicament. However, this viewpoint was held by a mere handful. The majority, led by Colonel Qi Shangwen, believed that such an uncontrollable force must be stifled in its infancy. As the debate escalated, Qin Jie felt a headache coming on and banged the table forcefully, prompting silence to descend upon the meeting room. Since Hu Ji's demise, the position of second-in-command within the military district had remained vacant, and several colonels below were eager to advance their careers, resulting in a current of unrest within the military. Among them, Wei Yin and Qi Shangwen were the most conspicuous in their ambitions. Qin Jie had previously dismissed these power struggles. Confident in his status as the sole general within the Jiqing military district, where his word was law, no matter how fiercely these individuals vied for dominance, they could not stir significant turbulence. Now, with Wei Yin gone and only Qi Shangwen remaining, his ambitions had become evident. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, Qin Jie easily discerned that Qi's newfound fervor was driven by ulterior motives. Colonel Qin Jie fixed his penetrating gaze upon Qi Shangwen. You are the most ardent advocate for eliminating Zhang Sen's influence. Kindly share your thoughts. Taken aback by Qin Jie's direct summons, Qi hesitated momentarily. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to speak. General Qin, I concur with Colonel Qin's assertion that the fault lies with Tang Minghai and his associates. However, the military has its own protocols for dealing with errors made by its personnel. Colonel Qin's blatant obstruction of Han Teng, while turning a deaf ear, resulting in such a massacre, is nothing short of a provocation to the military's authority. Moreover, his furious reaction upon hearing about Colonel Yang's death suggests he may be concealing something. I believe that Colonel Yang's demise is likely connected to Zhang Sen, and we must thoroughly investigate this matter. After Qi finished speaking, he cast a glance at Qin Xian and clarified, of course, I am not suggesting that Colonel Qin is colluding with Zhang Sen. I merely harbor suspicions that Zhang Sen, being exceptionally capable, may have deceived Colonel Qin. Qin Xian was about to defend Zhang Sen when she interrupted, fearing that Qin Jie might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate in his moment of urgency. Very well, Colonel Qi. We are all aware of your reasoning. However, even if we are to take action against them, surely you must have a plan in mind? You have witnessed Han Teng's formidable abilities, not to mention the presence of that white tiger. Do you truly believe that anyone in the military district can subdue them at present? Even if we lack the means, action must be taken. Han Teng's powers are far too insidious, capable of directly manipulating human thoughts. Imagine the consequences if, in the future, we were to oppose them. Han Teng could merely cast a glance and compel us to take our own lives or turn against one another. Are the lives of so many within our military district truly at the mercy of their whims? Therefore, do you propose that we directly send someone to eliminate them now? Chapter 171. Quickly pack up and leave Jiqing. Qi Shangwen, confident in his understanding of Qin Xian, remarked, there is no need to eliminate them right away. Their abilities are still crucial for the military. Just consider the potential of reclaiming battle pets. This could greatly aid us. Imagine if we possess this technology. Providing each member of our base with a battle pet, our chances against the alien beasts and subhumans would undoubtedly improve. Furthermore, the methods of cultivating supernatural abilities are vital. Han Teng possesses formidable powers yet willingly follows Zhang Sen, who can easily capture even 5th-tier alien beasts. This indicates that Zhang Sen's strength must be at least 6th tier, suggesting he possesses methods for enhancing supernatural abilities that he has not disclosed to us. In these dire times, why should he hoard such critical information? Qin Xian scoffed disdainfully. Colonel Qi, your words imply that Zhang Sen owes us something. Are you not aware that it was Zhang Sen who initially informed us about the subhumans and supernatural powers? He even shared methods for enhancing these abilities. The only reason we lack advancements from the research team is that they have yet to develop them. While I am unaware of how Zhang Sen enhances his powers, he has concretely assisted both me and my subordinates in advancing from first to second tier. I am now striving to break through to the third tier. We have disseminated these methods widely. Is that not sufficient? Let me remind you all that Zhang Sen owes us nothing. Moreover, he harbors no malice towards the military. If it were not for our own people provoking them, they would hardly bother with the military at all. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, considering Qin Xian's perspective. Qi Shangwen, unwilling to concede, pressed on, Colonel Qin. I know you have a good rapport with Zhang Senator. If that is the case, I must ask you, what kind of supernatural ability does Han Teng possess? Qin Xian faltered. After all, Zhang Sen was not obligated to share every detail with them. Then what do you propose? Why should he withhold such significant intelligence? I see it as a lack of genuine support. Does he owe us anything? Regardless of Han Teng's abilities, that is his own affair. Why should he divulge it to you? So that you might regard them with suspicion and seek to eliminate them? Qi Shangwen smirked inwardly, though he maintained a facade of exasperation. Colonel Qin, we are the military of the Great Xiao. We must prioritize the welfare of all our people above all else. Even as military personnel, we cannot unjustly target civilians. How is it unjust? Qin Xian retorted. Zhang Sen is a suspect in the murder of Colonel Yang over a dozen lives. Qin Xian's frustration boiled over as he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I have stated it clearly. Zhang Sen did not kill Colonel Yang. Qi Shangwen, undeterred, countered. Yet it remains a fact that Han Teng has committed murder, does it not? Qin Xian found himself at a loss, gritting his teeth as he struggled to suppress his rage. In a fit of resignation, he exclaimed, Fine, if you insist on pursuing trouble with Zhang Sen, then do so at your own peril. Just remember, should your life be at stake, do not say I did not warn you. Do you truly believe that Zhang Sen, having aided us on 2 occasions, is someone easy to deal with? Qi Shangwen basked in the glory of his triumph, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. How could Colonel Qin's words be construed as a provocation? He was merely investigating the cause of death among the military high command and seeking collaboration with Zhang Sen for the advancement of humanity. Qin Xian disdainfully scoffed, averting his gaze from him. Qi Shangwen turned his attention to Qin Jie, awaiting his command. To his surprise, Qin Jie let out a cold grunt. Is the commotion over? Suddenly, he cast a sharp glance at Qin Xian, realizing the foolishness of his earlier actions. When Qin Jie glared at him with intensity, he felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head. Qin Jie, taking a sip from his teacup, stated, Since Colonel Qi insists that the military should take action against Zhang San, let us proceed as you suggest. Please submit the battle plan to me after the meeting. Qin Xian was taken aback, staring at Qin Jie in shock. However, he observed Qin Jie tightening his grip on the teacup as he strode out of the conference room. He hastily followed after him, calling, General Qin. General Qin. Qin Jie ignored him and quickly returned to his office, with Qin Xian trailing closely behind. General Qin. Why did you agree to Colonel Qi's plan to deal with Brother Zhang? Qin Jie replied irritably, What else should I have done? Your impassioned debate with him would have ended in utter defeat. You know I am not eloquent. Knowing that, why engage in an argument? Qin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually stammering, but we cannot truly take action against Brother Zhang. After all, he has assisted us greatly. Qin Jie exhaled deeply. Indeed, he has aided us, yet Han Teng has been excessively arrogant. A mere colonel, along with 5 soldiers, was killed so easily. Do you genuinely believe the military will remain passive, resolving the matter with a mere they had it coming? A sense of foreboding stirred within Qin Xian. Could it be that we are about to sever ties with Brother Zhang? Qin Jie wore a troubled expression, acknowledging that, at this juncture, even if he wished to intervene, it would be futile. If the lower ranks perceived me, the leader, as indifferent to the lives of our military district would undoubtedly face chaos. Father, will you fully support Colonel Qi? It depends on the circumstances. I will support reasonable demands. Qin Xian's mind raced, desperately seeking a compromise. After much contemplation, he finally devised a clever plan. Aha! I can suggest that Brother Zhang take a step back to evade the storm. As long as he is not in Jiqing, Colonel Qi will be unable to locate him, and thus, he will have no recourse. With that, Qin Xian hurriedly departed from Qin Jie's office. Qin Jie watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of frustration that left him speechless. This fool, having known Zhang Sen for so long, still naively believed that Zhang would be the sort to flee at the first sign of trouble. Let him go on with his antics. In the presence of a formidable figure like Zhang San, cultivating goodwill could ultimately serve him well. Deep down, Qin Jie was acutely aware that no matter how confident Qi Shangwen may be, he likely could not harm Zhang Sen and might even jeopardize his own life in the process. Yet, occupying his position, he could not afford to act on emotion alone. As Qin Xian did, Qin Xian, this foolish individual, having already incited the animosity of those beneath him towards Zhang San, can no longer extend his protection to Zhang. To do so would surely chill the hearts of many, and the military would most likely descend into chaos. However, it is equally inconceivable for Qin Xian to expect ordinary soldiers to risk their lives in aiding his ascent. As Qin Xian drove his car and arrived at the entrance of the safe house, Zhang Sen and his companions had just returned not long ago. "Brother Zhang, are you home, Brother Zhang?" Qin Xian, wary of any lurking threats within Zhang Sen's courtyard, dared not venture inside, instead calling out from the doorway. Moments later, Zhang Sen opened the door. "What brings you here?" With an anxious expression, Qin Xian implored, "Brother Zhang, you must gather your things and leave Jiqing at once. Quickly. Depart tonight." Zhang San, taken aback, inquired, "Leave Jiqing? Why? Are you aware of the events that transpired at the base today, instigated by that scoundrel Han Teng?" Upon Han Teng's return, he had recounted everything that had unfolded at the base, and Zhang Sun had anticipated that Qin Xian would seek him out, though he had not expected it would be to urge him to evacuate. He nodded. "I know all too well. He killed a few people. But it is not a grave matter." Qin Xian then comprehended the audacity of Han Teng, realizing it was sanctioned by the audacious individual before him. With a tone of exasperation, he lamented, "Oh, Brother Zhang, I truly do not know how to advise you. If you wish to take lives, do so discreetly rather than brazenly in front of everyone. Now, a significant portion of the military hierarchy supports the apprehension of you all, and even my father cannot intervene. You must flee." Zhang Sen chuckled. "Flee? Why should we run? This is no jest. The military will undoubtedly dispatch troops, and that cunning old fox, Ji Shangwen, will surely bring weapons of mass destruction." Chapter 172. The military develops a drug. Zhang Sen remained utterly indifferent. After all, this safe house was not easily breached unless nuclear weapons were employed. Even if, by some remote chance, it were to be compromised, it would matter little. He still had his own space. Qin Xian, realizing he could not sway Zhang Sen, offered a few parting words before departing. Qin Jia, having learned of Zhang Sen's stance from Qin Xian, found his resolve. That evening, Ji Shangwen presented the combat plan to Qin Jia. After listening attentively to the proposal, Qin Jia fell into a prolonged silence. Should they manage to subdue Zhang San, the military would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. It seemed unnecessary to expend such great resources to subdue someone who bore no intent to oppose them. He awaited a legitimate reason to postpone the conflict with Zhang Sr. Impatient, Ji Shangwen pressed, "General Qin, do you have any dissatisfaction with my plan?" At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. The intensity of the knocking suggested a grave matter had arisen. Qin Jia felt a sense of relief. What he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Inside the research facility, researchers and military leaders alike wore expressions of exhilaration. Professor Wu, having devoted himself tirelessly to his work, appeared gaunt, yet his eyes still sparkled with enthusiasm. "General Qin, based on the data and reports provided by Zhang San, we have finally developed a drug capable of enhancing the abilities of those with supernatural powers." Qin Jia quickly inquired, "Has it been tested? What are the results?" Professor Wu nodded excitedly. "Our team of empowered individuals has already undergone trials. As for the results, you may witness it for yourself. Xiao Lu, come forward." Xiao Lu stepped up, raising his hand with his palm facing upward, activating his supernatural ability. A blazing fireball materialized in his palm. "Is this second tier?" Qin Jia asked in astonishment. Xiao Lu confirmed, "Yes, General Qin. You are aware that my powers awakened just a week ago, and I was originally at the weakest first tier. 2 days ago, Professor Wu announced that the enhancement drug was ready, and I volunteered to test it. Within 2 hours, my powers ascended to the second tier. Are there any side effects?" Qin Jia inquired further. "None. Everything has remained normal thus far, and my powers have stabilized." Qin Jia, filled with excitement, patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder. "Excellent. Marvelous. Dr. Lu, on behalf of the military, I extend our gratitude for your willingness to be the first to test this drug. Your pioneering spirit is worthy of emulation by us all." Turning to Professor Wu, Qin Jia grasped his hand firmly. "Professor Wu, thank you and your team for your invaluable contributions to the military. Rest assured, we will not forget your efforts. You are all heroes of the Great Xia. The rewards you deserve shall be duly bestowed upon you." Professor Wu's eyes glistened with emotion. "General Qin, please do not say such things. This is merely our duty as citizens of the Great Xia." He paused before continuing, "Furthermore, General Qin, the true hero of this endeavor is not us, but rather Comrade Zhang Senator, thanks to the comprehensive materials and data he provided, which circumvented numerous erroneous directions. The development of this medication would have been postponed by at least 6 months. Furthermore, countless soldiers would have suffered from various severe sequelae during the research process. He truly deserves the military's utmost commendation." Listening to Professor Wu's account, Qin Xian felt a surge of pride. This is his brother Zhang. What a remarkable individual. Qin Jie nodded and assured Professor Wu, rest assured, we are fully aware of Zhang Sen's contributions, and the military will not be remiss in rewarding him. Seeing this, Qi Shangwen grew anxious. General Qin, Professor Wu, filled with excitement, interjected, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. If possible, I would like to discuss some detailed questions with Brother Zhang Sen, as we are still somewhat unfamiliar with the situation regarding the subhumans. After all, they are artificially created, and we are uncertain whether the crystals from subhumans will be applicable to our current research protocols. Qin Jie decisively responded, certainly, I will make the arrangements. Professor Wu, may I ask how many existing medications we have? Are they sufficient for the current abilities of our military personnel? Professor Wu shook his head in resignation. General Qin, it generally requires 5 to 6 first-tier crystals to produce a medication that can elevate a first-tier ability user to second-tier. Currently, the crystals we possess can barely assist a few dozen first-tier users. A silence enveloped the room. The news of Professor Wu's successful research spread throughout the military district, igniting excitement among all. Finally, the enhancement of abilities was within reach. However, the higher-ups were filled with concern, as the quantity of medications at their disposal was exceedingly limited. Deciding who should receive them posed a significant dilemma. Consequently, Qin Jie convened another meeting, inviting everyone to discuss solutions to the current predicament. Amidst a cacophony of voices, the consensus emerged: they must hunt more exotic beasts to obtain crystals, which could then be exchanged for medications. Yet, such an obvious solution was not what Qin Jie sought. Throughout the discussion, Qin Stian remained silent, deep in thought about everything Zhang Sen had shared with him, when suddenly an idea struck him. Qin Jie scanned the room, his gaze landing on Qin Stian. Major Qin, you have been silent during the discussion. Do you have any thoughts to share? General Qin, I just recalled something. Qin Xian replied. The room fell silent as all eyes turned toward him. Everyone, Brother Zhang once taught me a method to enhance mental strength for advancement. Qi Shangwen interjected sarcastically. This is already common knowledge, but the key issue is that very few in the military district have advanced using this method. Unlike the individuals under Major Qin's command, who have all reached the second tier. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? Colonel Qi? Are you insinuating that we are hiding something? Did not your Tang Minghai also ascend to the second tier? Qin Jie, growing irritated, admonished, enough. This is not the time for disputes. Qin Xian, please continue with your thoughts. Qin Stian cast a glance at Qi Shangwen and continued. It is as follows. Brother Zhang once shared with me that the method for enhancing mental strength is only applicable to those below the third tier. For individuals above that level, there exists a risk of crystal rupture and demise. I have disseminated this technique throughout the military district, although only a select few have succeeded. All participants employ the same method. Therefore, I believe this approach is fundamentally sound. The disparity between success and failure likely stems from individual differences. Perhaps some lack the resolve, or others possess inherently weaker abilities. However, I am confident that among my group of 11, including myself, all can achieve success, which attests to the efficacy of this method. Why not compel everyone to push their limits? During this period, while hunting exotic beasts for crystals, we could encourage self-improvement. For instance, those who manage to transcend to the third tier could exchange their crystals for elixirs that elevate them to the fourth tier. For those who struggle to break through on their own, they could still double the amount of crystals needed for the elixirs. After all, practical combat serves as a means to enhance combat prowess, and currently, humanity is in dire need of such strength. Furthermore, we could widen the scope for elixir exchanges to include civilians, thereby increasing the number of crystals in our possession. Upon hearing Qin Xian's proposal, the meeting room buzzed with renewed energy as many concurred that his reasoning was sound. At the very least, it was the most feasible and potent method for bolstering the military's combat capabilities at present. Qin Jie observed Qin Xian and thought to himself, this foolish boy has finally proven his worth. Thus, with the majority in agreement, the proposal was entrusted to Qin Xian. While details such as the quantity of crystals required for elixirs would need to be discussed with Professor Wu's team. As the meeting reached its conclusion and attendees began to disperse, Qi Shangwen, unwilling to relent, deliberately brought up the matter of dealing with Zhang Sen in front of everyone. General Qin, regarding Zhang Sr., I plan to set out at dawn tomorrow with my team. Do you foresee any issues? Chapter 173. Qi Shangwen's plan falls through. Qin Jie's expression darkened instantaneously. Colonel Qi, you heard Professor Wu's words just now. Zhang Sen has undeniably rendered immense assistance to the military, and we should be rewarding him, not sending troops to apprehend him. Are we to appear as a band of ungrateful wretches? But he and his subordinates have killed so many of us. A colonel, a major, and over a dozen ability users. Qin Jie fell silent. Qin Stian continued, Colonel Qi, I have reiterated countless times that Colonel Yang and his men were not slain by Brother Zhang. Yet, it was indeed Han Teng, one of his subordinates, who was responsible for the deaths of Colonel Wei and Tang Minghai. Furthermore, Professor Wu wishes to converse with Zhang Sen, does he not? Qin Xian scoffed. If Han Teng is accused of murder, it is merely a distortion of the truth. Moreover, if you lead troops to capture Zhang Sen, do you genuinely believe you will perceive it as a mere chat? Colonel Qi, I fail to comprehend the source of your animosity towards my brother Zhang. You were unfamiliar with him previously. Are you seeking revenge for Colonel Wei? Yet, from what I know, your relationship with Colonel Wei was not particularly amicable either. The military still requires collaboration with Brother Zhang, not to mention, Professor Wu is reliant on him. Yet you are resolute in pushing the military into opposition against him. Colonel Qi, I truly wish to inquire what your intentions are. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Initially, they were inclined to support Qi Shangwen in his quest against Zhang Sen, believing the latter's formidable power and rebellious nature posed a potential threat to the military. After all, they had only heard tales of Zhang Sen's exploits and had not directly benefited from his assistance. Moreover, Han Teng's arrogance fueled their endorsement of Qi Shangwen's stance to eliminate such a looming threat. However, the circumstances had shifted. It was Zhang Sen who had provided them with the means to enhance their abilities, and they would likely need his support for future advancements. Consequently, everyone rallied behind Qin Xian, questioning Qi Shangwen. Indeed, Colonel Qi, Han Teng is not a mindless killer. He had long stated that he acted against Colonel Wei and Tang Minghai only after they provoked him and distorted the truth. It is not fair to place blame on that child. I share this sentiment. Zhang Sen has rendered us substantial aid. Quite frankly, Colonel Qi, you have not contributed as significantly to the military since the apocalypse, and it is unreasonable to stir trouble with others now. I believe we should promptly invite Comrade Zhang Sen to engage with Professor Wu to bolster the military district's combat capabilities. Absolutely. We must swiftly devise a commendation plan for Comrade Zhang Sen to prevent disheartening him. Upon hearing these remarks, Qi Shangwen's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Conversely, Qin Jie felt elated. Indeed, the majority of humanity tends to recognize only that which pertains to their vested interests. When such interests are obscured, they can readily mobilize against an intangible threat. Upon witnessing the situation, the imminent threat naturally dissipated. Qi Shangwen, whose plan had met with failure, returned to his room in a foul mood, only to find Zhao Jianling, who had been waiting for him, wore a similarly displeased expression. As she helped him remove his coat, an ingratiating smile graced her lips. What has happened? Why such a grim countenance? Qi Shangwen retorted irritably. It's all due to that cunning old fox, Qin Jie. I suspect he never intended to confront Zhang Sen from the outset. He even went so far as to have me draft a battle plan. Earlier that afternoon, Zhao Jianling had received news from Qi Shangwen that the military intended to take action against Zhang Senator. She had been elated, believing that vengeance for her son's husband was finally at hand. Yet now, faced with this disheartening news, she found it utterly unbearable. Didn't everyone agree to take action against Zhang Sen? Why the sudden reversal? Don't the other higher-ups have an opinion? Is General Qin truly above all? Qi Shangwen let out a cold snort, dismissing the foolishness of those imbeciles who, for the sake of minor advantages, revered Zhang Sen as if he were a deity. They failed to consider that Zhang Sen, with his formidable prowess, must possess superior methods for enhancing his abilities. And what of his battle companions? If Zhang Sen were to perish, wouldn't those assets fall to the military? Furthermore, that Han Teng, with his terrifying powers capable of manipulating minds with a mere glance, was a threat that needed to be eliminated without delay. Just wait and see. One day, they'll be driven to madness by that boy and take their own lives. I wonder if they will regret it then. Zhao Jianling turned pale upon hearing this. The ability to control minds? Wasn't he that akin to Cheng Wei's powers? No. She could not accept this. Didn't Cheng Wei claim that such extraordinary abilities were hers alone? What did you say? Han Teng can control minds. What kind of power is that? Who knows? The fool Wei Yin had merely met his gaze and had gone mad, mistaking it for a beast tide, killing indiscriminately before taking his own life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianling was thoroughly alarmed. She disregarded whether Qi Shangwen would be displeased and hurriedly left the room. Cheng Wei, surprised by her swift return, remarked with sarcasm, "Why are you back so soon? These men of yours are truly disappointing." "Be quiet." Zhao Jianling, unable to indulge in reproaches, immediately addressed the matter at hand. "I ask you, did you not previously assert that your abilities are unparalleled in this world?" "Indeed," Cheng Wei replied confidently. "Have you not noticed that I am the only one in the entire military district with such extraordinary capabilities? Do you know how Wei Yin met his demise? Didn't you say he was killed by that Han fellow? It was Han Teng. With just a glance, he controlled Wei Yin's mind, driving him to suicide." "What?" Cheng Wei exclaimed in shock. Chapter 174. the beasts are almost extinct. Qin Xian once again sought out Zhang Sr. Although he was aware that Zhang Sen regarded Qi Shanwen with indifference, he nonetheless shared the current circumstances of the base with him, assuring him that he could remain at Jiqing without concern. Qin Xian also mentioned the military's intention to reward Zhang San. However, at this moment, Zhang San found little desire for any accolades and chose to defer such matters for the time being. As for Professor Wu's desire to converse with him, Zhang Sen declined. Having already disclosed all pertinent information regarding the research, beyond that, he felt ill-equipped to contribute meaningfully to the discussion. After bidding farewell to Qin Xian, Zhang Sen completely set aside thoughts of the base. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. During this period, Zhang Sen, accompanied by his battle companions and Lu Hao, ventured out daily to hunt the remaining beasts, acquiring a significant number of crystals. Their powers ascended to the next level as a result. Meanwhile, at the base, under the strict supervision of Qin Xian and others, the presence of low-tier abilities had diminished considerably, with only a few newly awakened individuals remaining among the ranks of those below the third tier. After another day of hunting, Zhang Sen and his companions returned to the safe house. Han Tong, weary, collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting, "What are we to do? The beasts are dwindling." Nearly eradicated by those in the military district, Zhang Sen had noticed this troubling trend as well. Previously, their daily hunts yielded nearly 100 beasts, but now they were fortunate to catch a mere 20. Today, after spending an entire day in the primeval forest, their group had managed to hunt only 9 beasts. The stark contrast in their fortunes left them somewhat despondent. Recognizing the futility of their efforts, Zhang Sen suggested they take a few days to rest before retreating to his room. At this juncture, over a year had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. In his past life, Zhang Sen struggled in Nanyang during this period, yet upon arriving in Jiqing, he had learned much about its history. Presently, the conditions in Jiqing starkly contrasted with the devastation wrought by the beasts in his previous existence. He contemplated that his rebirth and every choice he made seemed to have altered the fate of Jiqing. Indeed, it appeared that no place in the entirety of Great Xiao was safer than Jiqing. This newfound security attracted numerous survivors from surrounding areas, leading to a rapid doubling of the city's population, which now approached 200,000. However, with an increase in population came a rise in conflict. Countless small bases emerged, battling one another for scarce resources, while the more formidable bases absorbed the smaller ones. Ultimately, only 9 unofficial bases remained in Jiqing, with the Fengyan base, Xingshan base, and Hongri base emerging as the most powerful, establishing a semblance of a tripartite balance of power. Nevertheless, Zhang Sen remained unconcerned by these developments. As the number of beasts dwindled, he began to focus intently on enhancing their abilities. He had mastered the spatial defenses imparted by Zhang Sen's teachings. In pursuit of the next volume of secrets, he persistently pleaded with Zhang Sen, who initially sent a burly man to brush him off, but eventually resorted to feigning ignorance. Regardless, the crux of his inquiry remained the necessity of elevating his spatial abilities to the 5th tier. However, transitioning from the 4th to the 5th tier necessitates a staggering 1,000 units of mental energy. Despite his relentless efforts, he has only amassed 600 units thus far, primarily through slaying aberrant beasts, with a minor contribution from utilizing his spatial abilities during moments of idleness at home. He has discerned that employing spatial abilities during combat is the most expedient method to augment his mental energy. Yet, with aberrant beasts becoming increasingly scarce, the prospect of gathering the remaining 400 units seems daunting. Consequently, he has set his sights on the vast, boundless ocean. How could the father of Mia, a prominent tycoon, possibly lack a yacht? On his first day in Jiqing, Mia informed Zhang Sen about the yacht. Initially, he paid it little mind, as the coastal waters were frozen, rendering a yacht practically useless. However, the situation has changed. He and Xiaobai possess formidable ice-type abilities sufficient to extricate a large yacht from the water and set sail. On this day, Zhang Sen mounted Satan early in the morning, accompanied by Xiaobai, and made his way to the military base. Both Satan and Xiaobai, now 5th-tier dual-type aberrant beasts, stood over 3 meters tall when on all fours, and they sprinted with the swiftness of lightning. Xiaobai, while slightly less impressive, still boasted a height nearing 3 meters. Upon arriving at the base entrance, the guards appeared more composed than when they had last seen Han Tong, as they too were now 3rd-tier ability users. Dismounting from Satan, Zhang's son requested, "I am looking for Zhu Fan. Could one of you kindly summon him?" Having not visited the base in quite some time, the guards regarded him with suspicion, asking, "Who are you? What business do you have with Zhu Fan?" Zhang Sen, wishing to avoid complicating matters for these soldiers merely fulfilling their duties, offered them each a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. "Rest assured, gentlemen, I mean no harm. Simply inform Zhu Fan that Zhang Sen is seeking him." His name had become well known throughout the base. Accepting the cigarettes, the guards quickly hurried off to call Zhu Fan. Moments later, Zhu Fan and his teammates emerged, brimming with enthusiasm. Sun Gu. They greeted him warmly. Upon seeing Xiao Bai, Cui Ye's eyes sparkled. Sun Gu, when did you acquire a white fox as a battle pet? It's been a while. I've been nurturing it, hence its absence from my outings. You are truly remarkable. Sun Gu, how do you manage to acquire such battle pets? Teach us your ways. We have attempted to subdue aberrant beasts through combat, but to no avail. Those creatures would rather fight to the death than submit. Zhang Sen's aberrant beasts were primarily persuaded through spatial spring water. The few that willingly recognized him as their master appeared to have been subdued through direct confrontation. Why then, did you not succeed with your method? He pondered aloud, inquiring. What tier of aberrant beasts are you attempting to subjugate? Third or fourth tier, I suppose. We lack the means to acquire anything stronger. We are currently third tier and do not have sufficient resources to exchange for fourth tier potions or crystals. Consider attempting first tier beasts. The disparity in strength might compel them to submit, provided they can comprehend human speech. A small individual behind Cui Ye appeared somewhat disheartened. What purpose do first tier battle pets serve? Are they not akin to ancient humans riding horses? Although others remained silent, their expressions revealed a subtle discontent with this response. Zhang Sen cast a glance at them, resigning himself to the fact that these youngsters, despite their lofty aspirations, were limited by their own capabilities. The notion of acquiring a battle pet even more formidable than themselves was nothing short of fanciful delusion, while he too had harbored such unrealistic dreams. His unique advantages afforded him a sense of entitlement. He had no intention of educating these individuals and turned to Zhu Fan to discuss more pressing matters. Do we have any tasks today? Zhu Fan chuckled. No, there's nothing to hunt at the moment. We're all just idle. If you need anything, just let me know. It's nothing major. I merely require your assistance in learning how to operate a yacht. Brother Sun, you managed to acquire a yacht? Not exactly. With the current weather, the yacht is frozen and inaccessible. I have a solution. Just follow my lead. Given Brother Sen's assurance, Zhu Fan harbored no doubts. All right. I'll inform our leader to borrow a vehicle. No need for that. We can ride. Zhang Sen gestured toward the white fox. The creature promptly lay down, causing Zhu Fan's eyes to gleam with excitement. Thus, Zhu Fan mounted the white fox and, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, followed Zhang Sr. Chapter 175. A rise in temperature. The yacht belonging to Maya is not an ordinary vessel. It is a luxurious yacht named Maya, a lavish birthday gift bestowed upon her by her father, who spent a staggering 1 billion to acquire it. Zhang Sen had already positioned the Maya at a location far from the shore, after he and Xiaobai had broken the ice. Upon seeing the yacht, Zhu Fan was utterly astonished. Learning of its origins, he remarked, although I had heard that the Mai family was quite wealthy, I never imagined she was akin to a princess. Zhang Sen smiled but remained silent. As they entered the cockpit, Lu Hao was already waiting for them. Zhu Fan, demonstrating utmost seriousness, meticulously instructed the two on how to operate the yacht. After a morning of instruction, Zhang Sen felt he had grasped the essentials and, after a light snack, decided to put his newfound skills to the test. Xiaobai lay on the deck, effortlessly breaking through larger ice formations with his abilities. With the enhancement of various powers as dusk approached, Zhang Sen and Lu Hao had nearly mastered the basics and returned Zhu Fan to shore. Zhu Fan inquired, Brother Sen, why are you learning to operate a yacht? Are you planning to venture out to hunt exotic beasts? Just tired of being on land. I wish to indulge in some adventures on the sea, Zhang Sen replied. Zhu Fan responded, Oh, I was hoping you would take me along to hunt aquatic beasts. We used to venture out daily, yet I have yet to secure a single crystal from a water-type beast, aside from the few that the fishing team occasionally brings back. Are you not satisfied with that? You need not lift a finger. The military supplies all the water-type crystals solely for your use. Zhu Fan sighed. Alas, that is no longer the case. Recently, 2 more water-type abilities were awakened within the military, and I am no longer the sole heir to this power. The prospects for ascending as a water-type adept are bleak. Zhang Sen realized that taking Zhu Fan along to hunt water-type beasts was impractical, as his strength was insufficient and he would require protection. Moreover, he recalled the words of Qin Xian from earlier. The military was currently mired in turmoil, and he had no desire to become entangled in it. He patted Zhu Fan on the shoulder and suggested, if you cannot catch anything on land, venture out to sea with your fishing team. You may be able to catch some. Zhu Fan pondered this and nodded. I suppose that is the only option. I will inform the boss about this matter. The people at the base had generally heard that Zhang Sen had taken Zhu Fan away that morning, even allowing him to ride a massive white fox. Thus, upon Zhu Fan's return, the news spread like wildfire throughout the base, and nearly everyone gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacle. Qin Xian, upon hearing of the event, also came over. Seeing him, Zhang Sen teased, What's the matter? Colonel Qin, are you afraid I will abscond with your men and not return them? Not at all. If my brothers were to catch the eye of Brother Zhang, I would be the one pleading for their return, Qin Xian replied with a chuckle. Zhang Sen merely smiled in response. Qin Xian continued, since you are here, why not come in and sit for a while? The old man has been mentioning you, saying he had arranged for you to join him for tea. Yet you have not even shown your face. It happens to be mealtime now. Shall we dine together and experience the hardships of military life? Zhang Sen harbored no objections towards the father and son, Qin Xian, and with so many onlookers present, he felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to refuse their request. Thus, he acquiesced. In the glaring eyes of the public, he could not simply summon the 3 combat beasts into his spatial realm. Just then, Qin Xian waved his hand, signaling for several exotic beasts to be brought forth as dinner for them. Zhang Sen placed the creatures in the courtyard, instructing everyone to observe but not to touch or disturb them. These beasts had rather volatile temperaments, and should anything occur, he would not assume responsibility. Qin Xian nodded reassuringly, promising to summon his subordinates to keep watch. At the base's canteen, Qin Jia hurried over upon learning of Zhang Sen's arrival. Comrade Zhang Sen, it has been quite a while, he exclaimed, extending his hand. Zhang Sen smiled and reciprocated the gesture, replying, indeed. It has been far too long since I last saw you, General Qin. Subsequently, Zhang Sen introduced Lu Hao to everyone. At that moment, the dishes were served, and Qin Jia invited everyone to take a seat. Observing Lu Hao, Qin Jia inquired, has this young man served in the military before? With decades of military experience, Qin Jia easily discerned from subtle details that Lu Hao hailed from a military background. Lu Hao readily confessed, General Qin, your insight is remarkable. I indeed enlisted at the age of 18 and served for 2 years. Very good, Qin Jia replied. Refraining from making any foolish attempts to recruit in front of Zhang Senator, it was evident that Zhang Sen could offer far more than the military. If Lu Hao had truly wished to rejoin the army, he would have done so long ago. Since he had not, there was no need to press the matter, lest he incite Zhang Sen's ire and suffer the consequences. Qin Xian had prepared roasted exotic beast meat and fish soup for Zhang Sen and the others. Although it paled in comparison to Zhang Sen's usual fare, it was clear that this was a high standard within the military context. Both Zhang Sen and Lu Hao, being straightforward individuals, ate heartily. As they dined, Qin Jia remarked, Zhang Sen, the population of Jiqing is about to surpass 200,000. With so many vying for territory and establishing bases, given your formidable strength, have you considered creating your own faction? Zhang Sen paused, momentarily taken aback, and ceased his chewing. Qin Xian chuckled, clarifying, do not misconstrue my inquiry. It is not out of fear or suspicion. In all honesty, if you were able to establish a base, I would be quite pleased. Why? Simply put, your strength would ensure the protection of even more citizens. Zhang Sen laughed heartily. General Qin, you overestimate me. I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to safeguard myself and survive in this apocalyptic world. Qin Jia joined in his laughter. Your response is exactly as I anticipated. By the way, have you noticed a recent phenomenon? What phenomenon? Zhang Sen asked. The temperature has risen slightly, although only by 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. This marks the first increase since the extreme cold settled over Jiqing, Qin Jia observed. Is that so? Zhang Sen responded. Zhang Sen indeed did not notice the situation. In his previous life of 8 years in extreme cold, he had never heard of any rise in temperature, and at merely 3 or 4 degrees. It hardly registered on his radar. Were it not for General Qin's earnest mention, he might have thought it a jest. General Qin, I truly overlooked this matter. Perhaps you should observe it further? 3 or 4 degrees do not substantiate anything significant in the context of extreme cold. Seeing Zhang Sen's reaction, which did not suggest deceit, Qin Jia chose not to press further. After all, 3 or 4 degrees were indeed inconsequential. Yet overall, it could be seen as a positive omen. Should the temperature continue to rise, there might be hope for the end of this apocalyptic era. Zhang Sen nodded, hoping that this would indeed be the case. After all, no matter how powerful one might be, no one wishes to exist in an unceasing cycle of slaughter. Qin Jia produced a satellite phone and placed it upon the table. Zhang Sen, this is a satellite phone designated for military use, and I wish to provide you with one. This way, should the military have any updates, I can reach you promptly. Rest assured, this phone will only connect to me. Unless it pertains to a matter of life and death, I shall not disturb you. So please accept it. Were this phone offered by anyone else, he would have declined without a second thought. Yet, as it was presented by General Qin with such sincerity, Zhang Sen found himself unable to refuse. Very well, he thought, I shall regard it as a means of mutual communication with the military. Moreover, the rise in temperature was indeed peculiar, and he was curious to uncover the truth behind it. All right, I will accept it. Qin Jia sighed in relief. Just then, Chui Yi hurriedly approached. Not good. Brother Sun, someone has provoked your battle companion. You must hurry and check. Chapter 176. The outburst of Satan. The courtyard in front of the base was in utter chaos. Blood stained the corners of Satan's mouth and the fur on his chest, and a surge of electricity coursed around him. The Wolf King and Xiao Bai glared at the circle of soldiers before them, their eyes brimming with vigilance. The soldiers, too, were on high alert. With two charred corpses lying on the ground, unmistakably victims of a powerful electric shock. One of the bodies had its chest torn apart. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao navigated through the crowd to stand before the three beasts. Zhang Sen gently patted their chests, murmuring softly, "It's all right, it's all right." Gradually, the three beasts began to calm down. Zhang Sen turned to Chui Yi and inquired, "What happened? Did you not tell them not to provoke them?" Chui Yi, feeling wronged, replied, "I did. The moment you left, I informed them. My brothers and I were watching over Satan and the others. At first, there was no issue. They were just focused on their meal. But for some unknown reason, Satan suddenly flew into a rage and killed those two." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shangwen hurriedly arrived, his face filled with astonishment upon seeing the bodies on the ground. What is going on? How could there be a killing by a beast within the base? Soon, someone recounted the sequence of events. Qi Shangwen glared at Zhang Sen, his eyes wide with fury. "You are Zhang Sen?" Chui Yi quickly leaned in to remind Zhang Sen of Qi Shangwen's identity. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow at him but did not deny it. "Why are the beasts you brought not being properly monitored? They brazenly commit murder on military grounds. What are your true intentions?" After expressing his anger, Qi Shangwen turned to General Qin. "General Qin, this brat is too arrogant. He flaunts his abilities in the military. And now it is his beast that has caused this chaos. This is a direct affront to our military. We must demand an explanation." Qin Xian immediately retorted, "Colonel Qi, we still do not know the full situation. I have encountered Satan a few times. He is quite intelligent and would not kill without reason. Is the evidence not clear enough before your eyes? Are you still defending your dear brother?" Qi Shangwen pointed furiously at the two corpses on the ground. Qin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Qin Jie glanced at Qi Shangwen, sensing that there was something peculiar about the matter. "Colonel Qi, were these two under your command?" Qi Shangwen nodded sorrowfully. "Yes, they had just been promoted to Tier 3 a couple of days ago. They were exceptional talents. And now they are all gone." Zhang Sen observed Qi Shangwen's expression, which seemed to convey a desire for vengeance against him, and he could not help but feel perplexed. What was the reason behind this fool's determination to eliminate him? Looking at Qi Shangwen, he smiled wryly and said, "So, you are Qi Shangwen?" Qi Shangwen paused, responding curtly, "Yes, and what of it? If I recall correctly, this is our first encounter. Have I offended you in some way? You seem to harbor quite a grudge against me. What offense? I do not know what you are talking about. I only know that you and your people wreak havoc in the military, relying on your abilities. Oh, then tell me, what have I done wrong? Last time your subordinate Han Teng came to the military and committed murder, and today your beasts have killed two of my men. Isn't that enough?" Zhang Sen smiled faintly. "All right, I acknowledge both of these incidents." Qin Xian grew anxious, "Brother Zhang." However, Zhang Sen ignored him and continued, "So, how does Colonel Qi wish to resolve this matter today? Let it be swift." Qi Shangwen was taken aback by Zhang Sen's unexpected admission of guilt and felt a surge of delight. "Of course. We shall hand over these three offending beasts to the military for disposal. As their master, you must also face judgment." Zhang Sen could not suppress his laughter. "You wish to judge me? You might as well admit that you seek something from me." Qi Shangwen would never divulge that his true desire was to learn Zhang Sen's methods for enhancing abilities. He could not believe that Zhang Sen and his associates had resorted to such a foolish method of using so many crystals to concoct those cursed potions. Otherwise, how could Zhang Sen elevate his powers to such heights before they had even developed their own potions? In the way he tamed the beasts, such extraordinary capabilities should not be monopolized by a mere youth. They ought to be shared. As a distinguished colonel, he held a position beneath 1 and above 10,000 in Jiqing, yet he did not possess such formidable abilities. Why should Zhang Sen? Today, he was determined to bring Zhang Sen under his control and extract these secrets from him. He had meticulously planned this. The two deceased ability users were part of his scheme, intended to provoke Zhang Sen's beasts. Once they wreaked havoc within the base, he doubted that Qin Jie, that old fox, could still protect Zhang Senator. If he did, he would not lose out. Should the beasts kill soldiers within the base, and Qin Jie remain indifferent, he would lose the people's trust entirely. However, Qi Shangwen would not voice these thoughts. With a cold snort, he declared, "What could I possibly want from you? If it weren't for your continuous disturbances within the military, I wouldn't even know your name. So, you claim to desire nothing from me? Indeed. Very well. Let us discuss today's events in earnest." Zhang Sen chuckled lightly and with a subtle thought, summoned ice cream from his space. The crowd gasped as a plush, glossy furred ragdoll cat suddenly appeared on the ground. They were all puzzled, wondering about the cat's sudden manifestation. Zhang Sen no longer cared whether anyone might detect his spatial abilities. Sooner or later, others would awaken their own spatial powers. Previously, he had refrained from summoning Satan and the others in public due to the impending meal with Qin Jie and the others. He did not wish to deal with their probing. But now, he simply wanted to resolve the situation and eliminate the foolish Qi Shanwen. While he could easily kill Qi Shanwen, he did not wish to bear the burden of being framed. It was simply a matter of personal discomfort. Ice cream, come here. Ice cream leaped into Zhang Sen's arms. Zhang Sen patted its head, asked Satan what just happened. Qi Shanwen could hardly believe that a cat could speak. And he scoffed internally, wondering if Zhang Sen had completely lost his sanity by conversing with a feline. Did he truly expect the cat to respond? Ice cream meowed a few times at Satan, who emitted a series of sounds ranging from low to high. Eventually, even those who could not comprehend the language of leopards sensed its irritation. After a brief moment, Ice cream settled quietly in Zhang Sen's embrace. Communicating with him through mental connection, Zhang Sen nodded occasionally, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. A moment later, he approached Satan's left foreleg. Reaching out to touch the wound upon it, his fingertips brushing against a trace of blood, Zhang Sen coldly regarded Qi Shanwen. Colonel Qi, it appears that you're subordinate. The wind elemental adept was the first to employ wind blades against my battle companion. Qi Shanwen felt a jolt of surprise within. How could he possibly know? Could it be that this cat truly possessed the ability to converse? Chapter 177. There is no medicine for regret. The crowd was so astonished by Zhang Sen's words that they momentarily forgot about his ability to converse with cats. What transpired? Was it the personnel from Colonel Qi who first provoked this Black Panther? If so, it would indeed be no injustice if they were swiftly eliminated by the beast. They had been warned not to approach, yet they dared to challenge it. If not them, then who should perish? Qi Shanwen could distinctly feel the skeptical and mocking gazes of those around him, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Nonsense. Why would my subordinates arbitrarily attack this Black Panther? He pointed at the blood on Zhang Sen's fingertip and declared loudly, "Do not think that this minor injury can distort the truth. It is evident that this Black Panther initiated the conflict, and my men merely retaliated." Upon hearing this, those who had initially doubted Qi Shanwen began to waver. Indeed, there was no rule against counterattacking when under assault. This slight wound could very well have been inflicted by those two in a moment of desperation. Sensing the shift in momentum, Qi Shanwen felt a surge of pride. "Zhang Sen, there is no need for further prevarication. Your combat pet has slaughtered our comrades on military grounds. You must provide us with an explanation." Zhang Sen regarded Qi Shanwen as if he were gazing at a corpse. Noticing Zhang Sen's silence, Qi Shanwen assumed he was at a loss, which filled him with immense satisfaction. If he could subdue Zhang Sen today, the means to enhance his own abilities would be within his grasp, along with those formidable beasts at his command. At that point, what would the Qin father and son amount to? The entire military district of Jiqing would be under his dominion. The mere thought of this excitement made him tremble. "Comrades, seize them." As his command echoed, Qi Shanwen's subordinates advanced, adopting offensive stances. "I dare anyone to try." With a booming voice, Lu Hao stepped forward, sweeping his arm. Countless metallic arrows surged from all directions, encircling Qi Shanwen's men. The collective expression of the crowd shifted dramatically. This metal-based ability was astonishingly powerful. In an instant, it could conjure such a multitude of sharp projectiles. If a confrontation ensued, they would surely be reduced to mere sieves. Qi Shanwen felt a surge of fear, not anticipating that Zhang Sen's subordinates possessed such formidable skills. However, this only strengthened his resolve to capture Zhang Sen today. He believed that with his capabilities, he could certainly outshine Zhang Sen. "General Qin, shall we continue to allow them to act with impunity within the military?" Qin Jie felt overwhelmed. This fool seemed intent on leading everyone to their demise. Qin Xian hurriedly approached Lu Hao. "Brother Zhang, wait." Lu Hao ignored Qin Xian and turned to Zhang Sen. "Boss, shall we take action? Just give the word, and I will eliminate this malicious scoundrel." Zhang Sen smirked disdainfully. "We shall indeed deal with him, but let us not bear the blame." Lu Hao inquired, "Then, should I call hunting?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, glanced down at the ice cream, and stroked its head. "Having consumed so many of my fish snacks, isn't it time for you to contribute?" "What kind of contribution? Why am I unable to comprehend your words?" "Spare me the pretense. If you dare to shirk your responsibilities again today, you shall fend for yourself in finding sustenance." The ice cream lamented softly. All right. I shall return for a second helping. Let us observe your performance." The ice cream, choosing not to elaborate further, leaped onto Zhang Sen's shoulder and meowed at Qi Shanwen. Suddenly, Qi Shanwen's mind buzzed, and he lost consciousness. "Well then, you may inquire. He is but a fool now. Zhang Sen nodded and turned to Qi Shangwen, asking, "Who are you?" Qi Shangwen, in a daze, replied, "I am Qi Shangwen, a colonel of the Jiqing military district. Do we harbor enmity? Why are you targeting me?" "No enmity, I am merely envious of you. You are formidable, and I desire what you possess." "What do you seek?" "I wish to learn how you ascended in rank. And I covet your battle pet. Once I acquire these, I can effortlessly eliminate Qin Jie and his son, thereby positioning myself as the leader of the Jiqing military district." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sen chuckled and cast a knowing glance at Qin Jie. Qin Jie shook his head in resignation. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was visibly enraged, his temples throbbing with fury, wishing fervently to eliminate Qi Shangwen immediately. Zhang Sen continued the interrogation. "Now, enlighten me about today's events." "It was I instructed my subordinates to deliberately provoke your battle pet. Initially, my intention was to incite chaos within the military district to rally everyone against you. However, I never anticipated that my own men would perish, forcing me to resort to killing your battle pet within the military district to incite a response against you. Did you not consider the consequences had my battle pet truly gone berserk? How many lives would have been lost in your military district?" Qi Shangwen replied with a smug smile, "What is there to fear? There are so many of us. Could we possibly all be slain? Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, is it not normal for some lives to be lost? Oh, at this moment, you no longer regard them as your brothers and comrades? They are but a group of fools, incessantly slaying alien beasts and rescuing civilians. In my view, it would be more beneficial for them to assist me in reaching the pinnacle. Their worthless lives could then hold some significance." Zhang Sen observed the crowd. Those who had initially prepared to attack Qi Shangwen now retracted their aggressive stances, glaring at him in disbelief. They seemed unable to fathom that the leader they aspired to follow was someone who disregarded their lives entirely. Meanwhile, those who were never part of Qi Shangwen's faction regarded him with a mixture of disdain and fury. "General Qin, your military district's personnel are indeed quite intriguing," Zhang Sen remarked with an enigmatic smile. "Truly, I have provided you with quite the spectacle. Today, I intended to invite you to dinner but did not foresee such a debacle. I extend my apologies on behalf of the military district." "No need. I shall seek retribution from those who have wronged me." With that, Zhang Sen gently patted the ice cream's head, saying, "All right, that should suffice. Please retract your powers." Meow. Qi Shangwen's body jolted, and his thoughts gradually regained clarity. He was uncertain about what had transpired moments ago, yet the atmosphere surrounding him felt decidedly amiss. Surveying his surroundings, he found that every gaze directed at him was imbued with hostility. Recalling Han Teng's previously displayed abilities, he quickly pieced together the truth. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Sen, he exclaimed, "It's you. What have you done to me?" Following this, he turned to the military personnel and explained, "I had no idea what was happening just now. My mind went blank. It was him. He must have controlled my thoughts. Everything I said was a lie." He believed that by voicing these claims, everyone would surely believe him. However, the hostile gazes of the crowd remained unchanged, still imprisoning him with their disdain. Zhang Sen yawned lazily and patted Satan, saying, "Let us go home." Satan obediently lay down. Qi Shangwen, witnessing his departure, urgently commanded, "Stop him. Do not let him leave. Apprehend him." As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Qi Shangwen, seeing this, was consumed by rage. "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear my orders? Charge. Go." A bold soldier retorted, "If you want to charge, you go first. Why should we sacrifice ourselves?" This incited a wave of dissent. "Indeed, if you aspire to lead, you should be the one to act. You boast of your prowess, yet you lack substance. You dare to call yourself a major? If I were Zhang Sen, I would have dealt with you myself long ago." Fuming, Qi Shangwen kicked the insolent soldier. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" The kicked individual, also a third-tier fire user with a fiery temper, immediately hurled a fireball in retaliation. Qi Shangwen endured the brunt of the attack, sustaining singed clothing, but quickly activated his abilities to evade and prepare for a counterattack. Yet, Zhang Sen did not grant him the opportunity. Vines erupted from his wrist, ensnaring Qi Shangwen firmly. Panicking, Qi Shangwen stammered, What are you doing? You don't think that after scheming against me, I would let you off easily, do you? Apologies, but my temper is not as forgiving as you might assume. Satan, let us go." No sooner had he spoken than Satan bolted away. Qi Shangwen was dragged away from the military district. "Zhang Sen, let me go?" General Qin, help. Are you just going to watch him wreak havoc on the upper echelons of the military? Let me go, Zhang Sen. I beg you, release me. I understand my mistakes. I truly do. I will never oppose you again. Brother Zhang Sen, spare me, I implore you. Under the cover of night, two figures and two beasts raced ahead, trailing behind a man who intermittently screamed in distress. His clothing, already torn and burned, left him nearly bare as he slid across the icy surface. Qi Shangwen attempted several times to unleash his third-tier abilities, but to no avail. Regret washed over him. Had he known Zhang Sen was so formidable, he would never have dared to scheme against him. Initially, he had hoped to become stronger through Zhang Sen, but now all he desired was to preserve his life. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Chapter 178. Tomorrow will be sweltering, damn it. That Qi Shangwen is truly infuriating. As Qin Xian entered Qin Jie's office, he could not suppress his anger, exclaiming, I knew it. This fool spends every day fixated on my brother Zhang, and it turns out he had this in mind. Enough of the shouting. Qin Jie slammed his teacup onto the desk, harboring his own frustrations. Qin Xian chose not to speak further. After a moment of silence in the office, Qin Jie finally resumed. It seems the military district has severely offended Zhang. Senator Qin Xian's expression turned grave. What should we do? Should I go find him and apologize? Qin Jie sighed. You handle it as you see fit. Also, please pay attention to the matter of the rising temperatures I mentioned today. I can't shake this nagging feeling. What do you mean? The rise in temperature isn't a good thing? After the extreme cold, perhaps this apocalypse might come to an end. Qin Jie remained silent for a long while before responding. Let us hope so. Early the next morning, Qin Xian drove to Zhang Sen's safe house, only to find it deserted. Zhang Sen had taken everyone out to sea on a yacht to hunt aquatic beasts. At sea, Zhang Sen stood on the deck of the yacht, gazing at the endless ocean, having already released the octopus into the water. At that moment, the octopus was wreaking havoc. Now a dual-element beast with water abilities at the 5th tier and physical abilities at the 3rd tier. Lu Hao and the others were fishing at the stern, and Zhang Sen retrieved some metal from his space, which Lu Hao then transformed into a gigantic fishing net, capturing numerous fish and a few aquatic beasts. Zhang Sen had been preoccupied with Qin Jie's words about the rising temperatures the previous night and asked Zhang Sen, who feigned ignorance. This only deepened Zhang Sen's suspicion that the matter was more complex than it appeared. He increasingly believed that the temperature rise was not a positive development. Zhang Sen surely knew the reason, yet he could not disclose it. Lost in thought, the octopus's head broke the surface of the water, followed by its 12 tentacles, which emerged and waved about, covered in aquatic beasts. Zhang Sen quickly unleashed a binding net, compelling the octopus to toss all the beasts into it, which Zhang Sen then stored into space. The octopus had nearly gone mad from being cooped up into space, finally free. It was exhilarated and had a particular goal for the day. It remembered being chased by a pack of sharks before Zhang Sen had captured it. However, it knew that even now, at the 5th tier, it stood little chance against a group of sharks. But it was no longer alone. It had a master. Its master had once promised to aid in its revenge. Today was the day. With this thought, the octopus joyfully swam away. Half an hour later, it fortuitously encountered a solitary shark. This shark was a 4th-tier beast, practically a subordinate to the octopus. However, instead of killing it, the octopus playfully gave it a thrashing before letting it go. As expected, after leaving, the shark could not swallow its pride and returned with a large group, led by 2 6th-tier sharks. Upon encountering the creatures, the octopus brother felt no trace of the initial exhilaration. Instead, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it. After a spell of absence, this treacherous band has produced 2 6th-tier beasts. The octopus brother bolted in panic. Meanwhile, Lu Hao had caught another net full of fish. But this haul was significantly diminished. Consequently, he had to expand the iron net slightly and extend some sharp blades outward along its edges, managing to catch a few more fish. After Zhang Sen finished gathering his catch, he returned to the bow of the boat, only to witness the octopus brother being relentlessly pursued by a horde of sharks. There were at least 40 to 50 of them. The octopus brother had previously sought Zhang Sen's assistance for vengeance, and now Zhang Sen comprehended the creature's ulterior motives. Coincidentally, these sharks were of a formidable grade, led by 2 6th-tier aberrations. If consumed, along with the water-based creatures caught during this outing, both he and the octopus brother's water abilities would surely ascend to the late 6th tier, if not break through to the 7th. He hastily approached the edge of the boat, at which point the octopus brother's massive tentacle descended beside him, conveying a clear message. Quickly, store me in your space. I cannot handle this. Zhang Sen chuckled, acquiescing to its request. As the sharks closed in on the octopus brother, to their astonishment, it suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving them dumbfounded. What the hell? The prey had disappeared. Infuriated, the sharks recklessly charged towards the yacht. Unfazed, Zhang Sen retrieved a bundle of steel wire from his space, activating his metal abilities. The wire swiftly extended underwater, forming a cage, ensnaring the sharks before they could react. Although the sharks were bewildered by the sudden appearance of this enclosure, they deemed it flimsy and thought they could break free with a few powerful strikes. The outermost sharks collided violently with the cage. However, Just as they were about to impact, sharp iron spikes erupted from the wires, piercing their bodies. The surface of the sea was soon stained crimson with their blood. The remaining sharks were startled, immediately unleashing their abilities, strong water jets attempting to deflect or even sever the menacing spikes. Zhang Sen unleashed thorny vines, which shot forth from his wrist, splitting into several offshoots upon entering the water. In no time, all but the two sixth-tier sharks had succumbed to the depths of the cage. Truly, they were formidable sixth-tier beasts. Zhang Sen recalled the thorny vines and summoned a bundle of steel bars from his space, activating his metal powers once more. The steel bars entered the cage, binding the remaining two sharks. Sharp spikes emerged from the bars, gradually penetrating their bodies. Initially, the sharks struggled. But once Zhang Sen unleashed his lightning abilities, they were rendered defenseless, soon breathing their last. Thus, the entire horde of sharks was confined within Zhang Sen's space. Blood flowed to the stern of the boat, prompting Lu Hao and the others to rush over. "Boss, are you all right?" Lu Hao inquired. Zhang Sen shook his head. Having already amassed a considerable catch, he suggested that everyone take a moment to rest and prepare for dinner. They planned to stay aboard the yacht for the night, without returning to the safe house, and would feast on an assortment of grilled seafood, collaboratively prepared by all. During dinner, Han Tung inquired, "Have you all noticed that the weather seems to be less frigid?" The group, aware of the slight rise in temperature, paused in surprise. "It does seem a bit warmer. I felt it this afternoon compared to the chill when I stepped out this morning." One remarked, "I hadn't paid attention before, but now it does seem to be the case. Son, what is going on? Is the end of the world truly drawing to a close?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, glancing at the thermometer beside him, which now registered a mere -40 degrees Celsius, a rise of over 10 degrees from the lowest temperature recorded. "This warming is indeed quite rapid," he mused, shaking his head. "It's hard to say right now. We'll take it one step at a time." Observing the lack of joy on his face, the group became aware that the rise in temperature might not bode well. A somber silence enveloped them, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Han Tung served a grilled shrimp to Maya. "Sister, if we head in that direction tomorrow, can we catch more shrimp? These are quite tasty, and I'd like to get some more." Closing her eyes, Maya summoned her abilities. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. She turned to Zhang Sen and said, "Brother, tomorrow will be very hot." Chapter 179, The Influx of Exotic Beasts and Hybrid Humans. The following day, upon awakening from the spatial realm, Zhang Sen returned the yacht to the surface of the sea. In an instant, a wave of heat enveloped the scene, startling everyone. Han Ting exclaimed, "What on earth? Has the weather truly turned so hot?" Lu Hao inquired, "Mia, you mentioned yesterday that today would be sweltering. Is it indeed this intense?" As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Mia. She nodded, her expression slightly troubled as she gazed at Zhang Sen. "Her brother, I don't feel well. It's going to get hotter soon." Zhang Sen gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. Don't overthink it. Let nature take its course." In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on everyone, clad in heavy winter attire designed to withstand extreme cold. Zhang Sen glanced at the yacht's display screen. The temperature gauge, which had previously malfunctioned due to extreme lows, now registered a scorching 30 degrees Celsius. While they had previously harbored hopes that a rise in temperature might signal the end of the apocalypse, such hopes had now evaporated entirely. The abrupt increase in temperature overnight was alarming, and Mia's words hinted at further rises to come. It was undeniably abnormal. The group stood on the deck, observing the once ice-laden sea now transformed into a vivid blue expanse. The blazing sun baked the surface of the water, and the sea breeze carried with it oppressive heat. Though silence prevailed, unspoken thoughts of speculation filled the air. The frigid era had concluded, but the oppressive heat may very well be commencing. Noticing the somber expressions among his companions, Zhang Sen smiled and said, "All right, it is what it is. Worrying won't change anything. We might as well seize the opportunity to enjoy ourselves." Young Ike asked, "What shall we do for fun?" Zhang Sen replied, "With such splendid weather and being aboard a yacht, what else could it be but a yacht party?" He led everyone to the spatial realm to change into swimsuits and gave the yacht's small swimming pool a quick rinse, filling it with spring water from the space. He then produced an assortment of beverages and snacks, initiating a jubilant celebration. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had been perpetually on edge, rarely indulging in leisure. Yet now, they cast aside all reservations and reveled in the moment. All the exotic beasts from the space were also released, meandering about the yacht, lounging in the sun when fatigued. The bolder three men engaged in diving, repeatedly leaping into the sea, oblivious to the potential threats lurking beneath the waves. Reassured by the presence of their companion, the octopus, standing guard nearby. However, after a few hours, the increasing heat became unbearable. The temperature had soared above 40 degrees. The group retreated to the cabin, with Lin Na complaining, "It's so hot. If it continues like this, stepping outside might leave us sunburned. Yang Yak added, before long. We might all turn as black as charcoal. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. While it mattered little if the rugged men tanned, the ladies ought to retain their fair skin. I'll find some sunscreen for them shortly. There must be some in the space. As night fell, the temperature had risen to over 50 degrees. A few individuals continued their barbecue on the deck, although it was somewhat sweltering. They had endured the cold for far too long. Now, even the warm sea breeze felt pleasant. After a satisfying meal, Lu Hao lamented, reflecting on all that had transpired during this period. Beneath the layers of snow and ice, countless bodies lay buried, and with the sudden rise in temperature, the melting snow and ice could very well mean that corpses now floated across the land, raising concerns about the emergence of a lethal virus. A somber silence enveloped the group. Lu Hao continued, in the cold, the movement of both beasts and humans was perhaps somewhat manageable, with the temperature rising now. The days ahead may prove even more arduous. Haunting spat in disdain, this damned apocalypse makes me question whether it's a human eradication plan, aiming to obliterate all of humanity. Zhang Sen gulped down a significant portion of his drink, filled with a sense of melancholy. Having been reborn, he was privy to the developments of the past, yet now he faced an entirely new world. Whatever transpired thereafter was a mystery to him. The only way to survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse was to enhance his abilities diligently. The following day, the temperature stabilized, hovering around 60 degrees without further ascent. The group ventured to another maritime area to continue their hunt for aquatic beasts. They spent several more days at sea, during which both Zhang Sen and Brother Octopus advanced a level in their water abilities. Zhang Sen also diligently practiced his spatial abilities during this time, achieving a similar advancement. Their mission to capture aquatic beasts was nearly complete, prompting their return journey. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Sen stored the yacht in his spatial compartment and retrieved a vehicle to drive home. Along the way, they observed the current state of Jiqing, filled with a sense of wistfulness. The number of people on the streets had significantly increased, all appearing gaunt and ragged, desperately scavenging for food. Human corpses littered the ground, evidently having perished not long ago. It was clear that the city had recently endured a brutal conflict, a situation likely mirrored in other cities as well. Upon returning to their safe house, the group felt a heavy gloom, lacking even the desire to converse. After taking a shower, Zhang Sen emerged to learn of Qin Xian's arrival. Changing into fresh attire, he stepped outside and immediately noted Qin Xian's unkempt appearance and haggard expression, indicating that life in the military district had also been challenging lately. Noticing Zhang Sen with a cigarette, Qin Xian requested one for himself. Observing Qin Xian's disheartened demeanor, Zhang Sen handed him the remaining half-pack. How have things been? Did anyone get injured? Qin Xian inquired. Zhang Sen shook his head. We just returned from the sea. Qin Xian gave a bitter smile. You're damn lucky to have missed the most significant surge of beasts and subhumans. Zhang Sen asked. Subhumans have appeared in large numbers too? Qin Xian nodded. Zhang Sen pressed further. What is the military status? Casualties are nearly half. And that S with us shutting the doors and offering no resistance, Qin Xian replied. Zhang Sen fell silent. Qin remained silent as he finished a cigarette before he spoke again. Brother Zhang, do you believe humanity is on the brink of collapse? Chapter 180. The uncanny Qing Wei. Brother Zhang, do you believe humanity is on the brink of collapse? Zhang Sen glanced at Qin Xian, his visage weary and dulled. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I would not say we are at the final hour. Qin Xian offered a rueful smile. Indeed. It is not yet the last moment. At least we are still alive, unlike the dozens of my comrades who have perished. Zhang Sen found himself at a loss for words. He was not particularly skilled at comforting others. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, Did you come to me today merely to lament? Qin Xian shook his head. No, I have pressing matters to discuss. What is it? Do you recall Qianwei? Cheng Feng's daughter. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, recalling a name that stirred a faint memory. She had clashed with Ma Ye in the past, boasting of her father's high-ranking military position, and both her father and brother had met their demise at Zhang Sen's hands. Beyond that, he had little recollection. Noticing Zhang Sen's lack of recognition, Qin Xian continued, After Cheng Feng's death, this girl has been living within the military. Although her life is not as comfortable as before, she is at least provided for. Zhang Sen inquired, Why bring her up now? This girl possesses a certain peculiarity. During the military's assessment of abilities, she was recorded as an ordinary person, yet it has come to light that she has been concealing her powers, which are rather enigmatic. Qin Xian paused. If I am not mistaken, her abilities are akin to Han Teng's darkness-based powers. As the apocalypse progressed, rare abilities had begun to surface, and as a high-ranking military official, Qin Xian was well acquainted with the characteristics of various powers. Zhang Sen asked, Are you attempting to confront her or utilize her abilities? Neither, Qin Xian replied, shaking his head. I am here to advise you to exercise caution around her. Her mother, in a bid to provide for them both, resorted to a sordid trade within the base. However, to Cheng Wei, this was a betrayal of her father, leading her to publicly confront her mother, forcing her to repent to her father, ultimately resulting in her mother's death. Now, this girl has departed the military base and has assumed the role of leader at the Tomorrow base, which her brother established. She has become deranged. Her room is filled with your name, etched with a blade. She will likely act against you soon. Zhang Sen let out a cold laugh, dismissing the so-called Cheng Wei as a mere ingrate. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the effort Qin Xian made to convey this warning. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. You've made the journey for nothing. Qin Xian nodded and turned to depart in his vehicle. Since Cheng Lin's death, the Tomorrow base had enjoyed a period of tranquility, sustained by the supplies he left behind. However, once a surge of abilities began to awaken en masse, this calm was shattered. Everyone aspired to become a hero in these tumultuous times, leading to the formation of factions and veiled conflicts. Ultimately, a fourth-tier fire ability user named Dong Bin emerged victorious in this struggle, claiming the position of base leader. However, it did not take long for a significant influx of individuals from the surrounding areas to migrate to Jiqing. Numerous bases, both large and small, began to recruit personnel and delineate territories, resulting in a tripartite standoff among the Fenghan base, the Xingshan base, and the Hongri base. Smaller bases had little choice but to either submit willingly or maintain a low profile, keeping their distance from these three giants to survive in Jiqing. Were it not for the presence of a large military base in Jiqing, these newcomers might have been more reckless, likely leaving no small bases intact. The Mingri base, having been established earlier and stocked with ample resources initially, now qualified as a medium-sized base. Cheng Wei departed from the military base after the recent surge of beastmen had subsided, and her first action upon leaving was to return to the Mingri base under the guise of Cheng Lin's younger sister, Dong Bin, who had previously been associated with Cheng Lin, intended to arrange a stable life for her within the base out of respect for Cheng Lin. However, to everyone's astonishment, Cheng Wei publicly subdued him with her supernatural abilities, forcing him to self-immolate. In a world where the strong held sway, the onlookers were both shocked and awed, recognizing her as the new leader of the base. Consequently, they harbored expectations for her to elevate the Mingri base to greater heights. Yet, none anticipated that Cheng Wei's first decree would be the ruthless elimination of over 100 ordinary individuals within the base, after which she led the remaining few supernatural beings to the Hongri base. The leader of the Hongri base, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Wan Kai, had been a department manager in a small company before the apocalypse. Now, he oversaw more than 1,000 individuals, living in relative comfort. In terms of strength, the Hongri base was the weakest of the three, yet the other two bases treated them with considerable respect, even displaying a subtle eagerness to appease them. This deference stemmed from the presence of the only known healing-type supernatural being, Wan Ming, within the Hongri base. In a world ravaged by illness and injury, no one dared to offend a healer, especially one who was also Wan Kai's sister, making any attempts to undermine her futile. Consequently, the supernatural beings within the base were eager to safeguard Wan Ming. Cheng Wei's choice to align with the Hongri base was motivated by her interest in Wan Ming. Although Wan Kai welcomed the arrival of a team composed entirely of supernatural beings, he initially regarded the matter as commonplace and did not place much importance on Cheng Wei and her group, merely sending someone to accommodate them. The individual dispatched by Wan Kai was Yi Ting, a wood-type supernatural being among his many consorts. Upon encountering Cheng Wei, who wore a mask even in the sweltering heat, Yi Ting suspected her to be a spy from another base and commanded, "Remove your mask so I can see your face." Cheng Wei, uninterested in further dialogue, replied, "I wish to see the base leader." Yi Ting scoffed, "You think you can negotiate with Brother Kai just because you've brought a few people? Let me tell you, there are plenty of supernatural beings eager to join our Hongri base. You can either follow my arrangements obediently or get lost." Cheng Wei refrained from saying more. Her eerie gaze momentarily turned entirely black before returning to its normal state. However, Yi Ting was momentarily stunned, and then she let out a piercing scream. "Ah, monstrous beasts. So many monstrous beasts. Kai, save me." Chapter 181. I have survived to avenge in a room where Wan Kai was entangled with someone. He was suddenly startled by a heart-wrenching scream. Had the beast returned so soon? The two scantily clad women on the bed were momentarily alarmed, but soon sensed something amiss. "Kai Ge, what is happening outside? Why is only Yi Ting screaming?" Recalling Yi Ting's usual jealousy and pettiness, Wan Kai's expression darkened. "That little wretch. If she dares to ruin my plans, I will not forgive her." He hastily grabbed a bathrobe and rushed out. As soon as he stepped outside, he collided with a frightened Yi Ting, who appeared disoriented. "Kai Ge, the beast is attacking again. Help me." Upon lifting his gaze, Wan Kai noticed a group of people staring at Yiting as if she were a fool, further solidifying his belief that she was being deliberately troublesome. Anger surged within him, and he struck her hard across the face. Wretch, what madness is this? Yiting fell to the ground, her face swelling painfully. Just then, Cheng Wei, outside the door, heard Wan Kai's voice and retracted her powers. Yiting, dazed for a few seconds, gradually regained her senses. When she met Wan Kai's cold stare, a chill ran down her spine. Wan Kai, he said, considering you have been with me for so long, I shall grant you one last chance. If you dare to create further chaos, you will be expelled from Hongri. A tremor coursed through Yiting. She could not leave the Hongri base. In this world, as a low-tier ability user and a woman, without Hongri's protection, she feared she would not even know how she would perish. She crawled to his feet, clutching his bathrobe in desperation. Kaigo, I did not intend to ruin your affairs. I have no idea why I suddenly saw so many beasts. I was truly frightened. Pausing, a sudden realization struck her. I was controlled. Yes, that's it. Kaigo, that vile woman controlled me. She made me see those beasts and intended to humiliate me. You must not let her go. Upon hearing this, Wan Kai scrutinized Yiting's panicked face and recognized she was not lying. Take me to meet this woman. Yiting sprang to her feet, leading Wan Kai to the entrance, confronting Cheng Wei. It was you, wasn't it? You made me embarrass myself in public. You vile creature. What have I ever done to you? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, forgetting her own abilities as she charged at Cheng Wei. However, before she could get close, a massive python, as thick as a barrel, lunged at her with its gaping maw, spewing forth searing flames. Yiting shrieked, rolling on the ground as she cried out, Hot. It's so hot. Help me, I'm going to be burned alive. Cheng Wei scoffed softly, her voice laced with derision. Fool. Since stepping outside, Wan Kai had been observing Cheng Wei and had now confirmed that Yiting's predicament was indeed the result of her machinations. He had developed a profound interest in Cheng Wei's supernatural abilities. All right, my dear young lady, it would be prudent to contain your powers for now. Otherwise, this individual will continue his incessant wailing, making it difficult for us to converse. Cheng Wei complied, retracting her powers. I apologize, Master Wan. It was not my intention. This person has been exceedingly unreasonable. I merely wished to see you, yet her demeanor was unexpectedly hostile. At that moment, Yiting regained her composure, her eyes reflecting sheer terror as she shrank to one side. Wan Kai cast a casual glance at her. There is no need for the young lady to apologize. Individuals lacking discernment deserve a proper lesson. He then turned his attention back to Cheng Wei, his gaze earnest. It is rather warm outside. Why not step inside for a more thorough discussion? Cheng Wei nodded, allowing Wan Kai to escort her into an unoccupied room. What should I call you, young lady? Wan Kai inquired. Cheng Wei, she replied. Miss Cheng, are you looking to join our Red Sun base? Cheng Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I was previously with the Tomorrow base, and the companions I brought with me are all endowed with abilities. Wan Kai smiled. A powerful ability like yours is certainly sought after at our Red Sun base. However, I wonder what matters you wish to discuss privately? I wish to see Wan Meng. Wan Kai paused, taken aback. Do you require medical assistance? Cheng Wei fell silent for a moment before lifting her veil. Her youthful and radiant face was marred by scars at the corners of her mouth. Wan Kai gazed at her delicate features, inwardly lamenting the loss. Such a promising beauty had been transformed into a grotesque figure. However, considering the existence of his own sister, this disappointment faded into insignificance. Yet, he knew that no beauty could rival the allure of formidable power. If Miss Cheng wishes for my sister to treat your wounds, that is certainly feasible, but as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I wonder, what can you offer in return? Cheng Wei straightened her posture, a faint smile gracing her lips as she tugged at her scar, an unsettling sight. Master Wan, you have witnessed my capabilities. I am a dark-type ability user. A dark-type ability user? This was a classification Wan Kai had never encountered before. Indeed, my powers are as rare as Wan Meng's. I can weave illusions that force individuals to confront their deepest fears. If I so desire, I can bring about their demise without lifting a finger. Should you doubt my words, feel free to find someone to test it. Wan Kai pondered for a moment, then rose to fetch a young man. Cheng Wei remained silent, her piercing gaze sweeping across the room, and the young man's face instantly paled with terror. He perceived himself covered in venomous scorpions, which began to crawl towards his throat. In a panic, he drew a dagger from his side and plunged it into his own throat, succumbing in an instant. Wan Kai was taken aback by this scene, breaking into applause. Miss Cheng, your abilities are indeed formidable. Cheng Wei's expression remained impassive, devoid of any joy from the praise. Master Wan, my intention in joining the Red Sun base is twofold, to restore my visage and to exact revenge. Revenge? Indeed, my father, my brother, and I all bear the scars inflicted by the same malevolent group. My survival thus far has been solely for the purpose of seeking vengeance upon them. As I reflect upon the past, Chang Wei's expression grows increasingly frigid, her eyes brimming with an almost palpable hatred. Master Wan, if you are willing to assist me in my quest for retribution, I am prepared to offer you anything you desire in return. Chapter 182, Ascension of Abilities. It was unbearably hot. As Lu Hao entered the safe house, he exclaimed. For the past few days, he and Han Teng had been surveying the current situation in Jiqing. Their levels of extraordinary abilities were unrivaled throughout Jiqing, and with the foresight granted by my Ya's prophetic powers, they faced minimal danger. However, even with such advantages, they dared only to venture out in the late afternoon when the sun was beginning to set. After all, in this extreme heat, one could suffer greatly, if not perish, unless they were exceptionally powerful ability users. By the time they returned home, dinner was already prepared. How is the situation? Yang Yike inquired. After downing a can of chilled beer, Lu Hao sighed. Not too well. The weather is excessively hot. The supplies buried beneath the ice have all surfaced. So we are not lacking in resources at the moment. However, in the near future, we may face a shortage of water. Han Teng added, indeed, the military is already devising ways to store fresh water, and various bases are competing for water and ice ability users. Yet, there are only a few water ability users in all of Jiqing, and while there are more ice ability users, they cannot possibly meet the demands of so many people. Lin Na sighed softly. I had hoped that after the extreme cold ended, life would gradually improve. Han Teng boldly declared, what is there to fear? We have our big brother. As long as we obediently follow him, life will never be too harsh. Yang Yai concurred, true, given our circumstances. Surviving without lacking food and drink is already a blessing. Worrying too much is futile. We should take it one day at a time. Besides, as long as we are together, we can face any challenges that arise. Maya took a sip of her icy fruit juice and blissfully closed her eyes. Brother is truly remarkable. We will all be just fine. Her words prompted laughter from everyone. Lu Hao glanced around, noticing Zhang Sen's absence. By the way, where is the boss? Is he still in the space? Yang Yike shook her head. Singgu asked us to eat first and not to worry about him. Meanwhile, in the space, Zhang Sen lay on the grass, drenched in sweat. Since returning from the sea, he had been focused on enhancing his abilities. The unsettling changes in the apocalypse weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, after repeatedly pressing Zhang Sen for answers, his refusal to divulge the reasons only deepened Zhang Sen's conviction that the challenges ahead would be increasingly perilous. He had a nagging feeling that the hands behind it all were indeed intent on the extinction of humanity. All he could do was to continually strengthen his own power to combat this damned apocalypse. After a period of diligent effort, apart from his water abilities, which were still at the 4th tier, all his other ordinary abilities had ascended to the 6th tier. His water abilities could still progress, as he had many water crystals yet to utilize, which made the ascension swift but fraught with risk. With the continuous enhancement of his mental strength, his spatial abilities had successfully reached the 5th tier, with the progress bar now reading 110,000. The mental energy required for advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier was tenfold compared to that needed for ascending from the 4th to the 5th tier. He had completely lost his temper. Fortunately, Zhang Sen provided him with a tome of secrets, the space isolation technique. This ability allows one to place any individual or object into a realm conjured through sheer will, distinct from his primary space. However, he perceived this skill as somewhat superfluous, for he had already deciphered its essence long ago. The sole distinction now lay in the independence of the newly created space, unlike before, where one had to draw individuals into the main space for elimination. Yet, this time, Zhang Sen grasped a vital truth. The artifacts bestowed upon him would amplify in potency alongside the evolution of his spatial abilities. The previously granted Space Guardian was merely a defensive measure, while the current space isolation could serve as an offensive tool. He eagerly anticipated the next secret he would uncover. After a brief respite, he arose and indulged in a thermal bath, emerging only to find that night had descended upon the world. Yang Yike emerged just then, seeking water, and upon seeing him, inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat?" Zhang Sen's gaze fell upon the woman clad in a silk nightgown, and a shadow crossed his eyes. The recent tumult had left him famished. Noticing his condition, Yang Yike approached with a smile, encircling his neck and softly asking, "It seems you are now more inclined to feast upon me." Zhang Sen smirked, drawing her into his embrace, crouching down to encircle her thighs before lifting her, and then capturing her enticing lips, kissing her as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Wan Meng took a step back, her complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, an evident sign of overexertion of her abilities. Chang Wei gradually opened her eyes, lifting a trembling hand to brush against her cheek. Where her fingers touched, she found not the hardened scar of before, but rather a smooth and delicate sensation. Unable to contain her emotions, tears welled in her eyes. She had believed she would endure the remainder of her life bearing that unsightly scar, yet now it had miraculously returned to its original state. Thank you. Thank you, she sobbed to Wan Ming, overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, Wan Ming was utterly fatigued. She could not fathom why her brother was so insistent on her immediate recovery, leaving her in such a weakened state. I am exhausted. I shall rest now, she stated expressionlessly before turning to depart. Chang Wei, brimming with excitement, remained oblivious to Wan Ming's anomalies, meticulously admiring her rejuvenated visage in the mirror. A man's hand caressed her cheek, and Ching Wei stared, entranced, at Wan Kai. His eyes were filled with desire as he remarked, Miss Ching, do you recall the words you spoke earlier? This prompted a flashback in her mind to the moments at the military base, recalling how her mother returned from other men. It seemed she too would have to traverse this path. Lowering her head, she let out a self-deprecating smile. When she raised it again, her expression held a hint of allure. Brother Kai, is it certain you intend to assist me in dealing with Zhang Sen? Wan Kai replied, Isn't your face already healed? I thought we had forged a united front. Cheng Wei stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Wan Kai's waist. He tenderly brushed his hand against her cheek while the other caressed the delicate skin at the nape of her neck. Moments later, he exerted a slight pressure, pushing her down gently. Cheng Wei felt an unbearable anguish within her, yet managed to maintain a submissive smile on her face. She yearned for vengeance. She wished for that wretched Maya to perish. She desired the demise of Zhang Sen. She longed for them to kneel before her, to offer their apologies, to confess their wrongdoings. Chapter 183. A small meeting among the three bases. Although the territory of Jiqing is now predominantly dominated by the three major bases of Wind and Cloud, Starry Sky. In Red Sun, it is Wind and Cloud that holds the strongest power among them. The leader of Wind and Cloud, Niafeng, is a 5th-tier fire-based ability user, the only one of his kind in Jiqing, and rumors suggest that he is on the verge of ascending to the 6th tier. In contrast, both Starry Sky and Red Sun are led by 4th-tier ability users. Lu Chenshun, the leader of Starry Sky, is the sole female-based leader in Jiqing, a late-stage 4th-tier ice ability user. Meanwhile, Wan Kai of Red Sun is considered the weakest among the trio, having only recently achieved a 4th-tier earth ability. It is worth noting that without his sister, a healer, Red Sun would not have attained its current status, as at least half of the base's populace is drawn to the healing abilities she offers. In this brutal apocalypse, the presence of a healer significantly increases the chances of survival. The three bases once fought fiercely for territory and resources, but as the situation grew dire with the large-scale emergence of mutated beasts and subhumans, they were compelled to unite in the face of impending crises. They even formed a hunting vanguard to tackle the threats together. In safer times, they would venture out to hunt mutated beasts and subhumans, both to diminish their strength and to enhance their own abilities. The leaders of the three bases, being the most formidable members of their respective factions, frequently join these endeavors. Today, at Wan Kai's invitation, Niafeng and Lu Chenshun participated in an expedition with the hunting vanguard. After successfully hunting down a 5th-tier fire beast, the team, weary from the effort, settled down to roast the creature, replenishing their stamina. Once the meat was ready, Wan Kai thoughtfully tore off a piece for the quiet and reserved Chen Wei, who sat nearby. Ah, old one, how considerate. Is this a new little sister? Niafeng teased. Chen Wei glanced up at him before her gaze shifted back to Wan Kai. The latter smiled slightly, his delight evident in the gleam of his eyes. Though he remained silent, Niafeng, who had scarcely noticed Cheng Wei until now, was momentarily taken aback by her youthful and demure appearance, particularly the marks on her neck, which stirred a sense of intrigue within him. With such grace and poise, she appeared to be a refined lady from a noble family, likely untouched before Wan Kai's advances. How fortunate this rascal is, he mused, unable to suppress his thoughts. Old one, you ought to consider that she's just an ordinary girl. Why bring her along to hunt? What if she gets hurt and damages that lovely face? I would feel heartbroken. He chuckled heartily. Little sister, if old one can't look after you, why not come over to me? The others at the Fengyan base joined in laughter. Today, a throng of women emerged from the Xingqian base, and those who could join the hunt vanguard were no ordinary individuals. These men usually dared not flirt with them. However, upon encountering a soft and adorable girl, they were quick to grow excited. Although the women present did not vocalize their disapproval, the disdain in their eyes revealed their dissatisfaction. Yet, no one seemed to care. Wan Kai was unfazed. He merely turned to glance at Cheng Wei and, drenched in sweat, embraced her. Old Nia, how inconsiderate of you to flirt in front of your brothers. He jested, addressing Niafeng. And do not underestimate my sister Cheng Wei. If she were to unleash her wrath, I fear none of you at the Fengyan base could withstand it, except for you. Niafeng replied. Oh, what is this? Is Cheng Wei about to shed tears? If so, I can hardly endure it myself. Wang Kai suggested, why not let Cheng Wei demonstrate for you? The home base, aware of Cheng Wei's capabilities, remained silent, merely waiting to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the Fengyun base was blissfully unaware of the bizarre events about to transpire as they continued to tease Cheng Wei. Come now, little sister, give your brother a good cry. Indeed, if your tears can touch my heart, I shall reward you with a bottle of mineral water. Really, old Zhang, you still have such trivial items on hand? Come. Little sister, I have even more delightful offerings. If you cry beautifully, I shall present you with a box of chocolates. Lu Qinshan could no longer tolerate the scene. Enough already, you lot. The girl is young, do not provoke her further. Upon hearing this, the Fengyun base members exchanged disdainful glances, their displeasure palpable. This insufferable woman, who typically guarded her base's women so fiercely, now felt entitled to meddle in affairs beyond her own. Nevertheless, Cheng Wei paid Lu Qinshan no heed. She merely cast a cold glance in her direction before asking Wan Kai, Brother Kai, do you truly wish for me to proceed? Wan Kai, chewing heartily, responded nonchalantly, Go ahead, let them broaden their horizons. Cheng Wei nodded, turning her gaze to the individuals at the Fengyun base. She selected the one with the weakest abilities, a third-tier ability user, and activated her powers. Suddenly, the man went into a frenzy, tearing at his shirt and clawing at his chest until it was a bloody mess. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden madness of someone who had moments ago appeared perfectly fine. Fortunately, Niafeng reacted swiftly. Cheng Wei, stop. Only then did Cheng Wei retract her powers, her expression remaining aloof. The gazes directed at Cheng Wei shifted entirely, now filled with fear and trepidation. What happened to you just now? Someone inquired of the frantic man. He blinked in confusion, then clutched his chest in agony. Just now, a swarm of venomous snakes tried to ensnare me, attempting to burrow into my chest. They seemed poisonous, leaving me with an unbearable itch. Realization dawned upon him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Wei, seething with rage. It was you. You wretched harlot, what have you done to me? Chapter 184. Are you interested in joining me for this job? Cheng Wei's cold gaze swept across the room, causing Bingzi to shudder as a chill ran down his spine. That look was terrifying, reminiscent of powerful, monstrous beasts fixating their attention on him. Bingzi, silence. Niafeng admonished urgently, fearing that Cheng Wei might unleash another surprise upon him. All right, Brother Bingzi, Wan Kai interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. Cheng Wei is still young and naive. She only follows instructions. Rest assured, I will send someone to take you to our Red Sun base immediately, where my sister will thoroughly heal your injuries. With Wan Kai still preoccupied with today's plans, he sought to defuse the tension. A healer of extraordinary abilities could mend even past injuries, and Bingzi, having received such a significant benefit, harbored no grievances as he promptly followed the personnel from the Red Sun base. Niafeng scrutinized Cheng Wei closely and discerned an unusual aura about her, dark and foreboding, which sparked a suspicion in his mind. Was that just now Cheng Wei's power? Wan Kai smiled silently. Niafeng chuckled lightly and turned to Cheng Wei, asking, What kind of ability do you possess, Cheng Wei? It seems remarkably potent. Is it hypnosis? Although the Fengyun base lacked rare ability users, the unparalleled healer Wan Ming led him to quickly conclude that Cheng Wei must also possess abilities, and of a kind he had never encountered, immensely powerful. Damn it. Someone so formidable and beautiful, how could she end up with that useless softy Wan Kai? Cheng Wei nodded slightly, stating, It's somewhat akin to hypnosis. I possess dark abilities. Dark abilities? Niafeng echoed. Indeed. I can weave illusions that reveal the most terrifying scenes to others, Cheng Wei recounted calmly. If I so desire, I could even incite you all to turn against each other. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. What kind of concept was this? To remain seated and invoke mutual annihilation among them, leading to total devastation? Wasn't that akin to a cheat? Niafeng chuckled dryly and remarked to Wan Kai, Old Wan, you certainly have an impressive individual hidden away so discreetly. His words were pleasant, yet his mind was already devising ways to lure her away. Wan Kai beamed with pride. I haven't hidden her. Cheng Wei only arrived at Red Sun a couple of days ago. I went to great lengths to keep her here. What do you mean? You aren't deceiving Cheng Wei, are you? Niafeng interjected slyly, sowing discord. How could I dare to deceive Cheng Wei? I promised to help her seek vengeance. Vengeance? For what? Wan Kai cast a glance at Niafeng, feigning regret as he sighed. My Cheng Wei was originally the daughter of a high-ranking military official. What a pity she encountered a ruthless scoundrel. Wan Kai then recounted the enmity between Cheng Wei and Zhang Sen. However, those present showed little interest. Even the women from the Xingqian base felt no spark of sympathy in their hearts. After witnessing Cheng Wei's ruthlessly formidable abilities, they found it hard to believe that such a powerful individual would still require assistance from someone of Wan Kai's lesser prowess to exact revenge. However, Niafeng was wholly intent on winning over Lu Qinshan, feigning righteous indignation. This Zhang Sen is utterly devoid of humanity. Isn't this akin to annihilating an entire family? Miss Chung, with your extraordinary powers, why do you still wait for Boss 1 to aid you in revenge? I believe you could achieve it more swiftly on your own. Lu Qinshan candidly expressed her bewilderment. Qing Wei did not conceal her reasoning, because he is exceptionally strong and has a cadre of allies. I could never take him down alone. The group exchanged glances, astonished. Was there truly someone even more formidable than Qing Wei? Qing Wei continued. Zhang Sen is a wood-type ability user, and he is accompanied by a metal-type user, as well as another dark-type ability user like myself. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over their faces. Another dark-type user? This revelation instantly quelled Nie Feng's earlier contemplation of intervening to assist Qing Wei in her quest for vengeance. Furthermore, he has raised several exotic beasts as his battle pets. I simply lack the capacity to exact revenge alone, which is why I sought Brother Kai's help, Qing Wei concluded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nie Feng, preoccupied with thoughts of the battle pets, scarcely paid attention to her tragic plight. Sister Qing, you mentioned Zhang Sen raising exotic beasts as battle pets. Are these beasts capable of being kept close and trained to obey commands? Nie Feng exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the heap of exotic beast corpses on the ground. Qing Wei shook her head. I do not know. I have only seen him raise battle pets, and he must possess some unique method. Nie Feng's imagination soared, envisioning himself riding a colossal battle pet, commanding an entourage of magnificent exotic beasts to rule the world. Observing Nie Feng's enthrallment, Wan Kai recognized that this fool had taken the bait. He glanced at Lu Qinshan, noting her slight frown, which suggested a complete disinterest in the matter, and inwardly cursed. Damn it, this woman is truly difficult to sway. Originally, he intended to approach Zhang Sen in the coming days to alleviate Qing Wei's distress, but he had yet to grasp the full extent of Zhang Sen's strength, preferring not to charge in blindly. After a moment, Wan Kai continued, I have heard that someone in the military maintains a good relationship with Zhang Sen, as he possesses methods to enhance abilities. Nie Feng's eyes widened with excitement. What? He has methods to enhance abilities? Qing Wei nodded, initially. The military's ability enhancement serum was developed with his assistance. However, he has never requested this item. The military personnel have stated that he has superior methods. Yet, they adhere to principles and have not coerced him into revealing his techniques. Moreover, he must have a wealth of resources, for he claimed all the supplies my family had stockpiled in several warehouses. Otherwise, he would not be living so comfortably while caring for numerous exotic beasts. I often see him flaunting his 3 to 4 meter tall jaguar in public. One of his subordinates was riding a Tibetan mastiff. Nie Feng's heart surged with desire, yearning to seize that magnificent leopard at once. Observing that the moment was ripe, Wan Kai inquired, Old Nie, Boss Lu, don't think I am solely focused on my own interests. Would either of you be inclined to join me in this venture? Chapter 185. How on earth do we play this? Lu Qinshan shook his head without a moment's hesitation, stating, Our starry group has no grievances with this Zhang Sen. We do not intend to involve ourselves in this matter. Nie Feng pondered for a moment before also shaking his head. Forget it. Lu Laoda is right. We have no enmity with him, and there is no need to wade through this murky water. However, in truth, Nie Feng believed that collaborating with Wan Kai was not a wise investment. Given the plethora of valuable resources Zhang Sen possessed, should he intervene, it would be inevitable that he would seek to monopolize all the benefits. Wan Kai, unperturbed, expressed a few regrets before ceasing to mention the matter. Yet, he was confident that Nie Feng would not easily relinquish the tempting prospect before him. Indeed, later that afternoon, while hunting exotic beasts, Nie Feng discreetly approached Qing Wei when she was momentarily alone. Qing Wei, do you wish to come with me? Follow me, and I shall show you the way. Qing Wei remained silent. Nie Feng continued, that lad named Zhang Sen, given his connections with the military, is certainly not an ordinary individual. You are aware of the strength of Hongri base. It pales in comparison to our Fengyan base. If you seek vengeance, why not find a more formidable ally? Qing Wei remained silent for a long while before finally responding, I apologize. Feng Ge, Kaiga has assisted me, and I am now under his protection. She did not elaborate further, but her refusal was unmistakable. After speaking, Qing Wei departed, leaving Nie Feng gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, one of Nie Feng's subordinates approached, perceiving his boss's agitation and deducing that his persuasion had failed. Boss, this girl is ungrateful. Shall we teach her a lesson? Nie Feng replied, do not act recklessly. This girl is quite peculiar. The subordinate insisted, it's all right, boss. Her ability only appears formidable. If we catch her off guard and incapacitate her, you could do as you wish. Nie Feng shot him a disapproving glare, prompting him to immediately fall silent. Nie Feng commanded, have a few people keep an eye on her and Wan Kai, and inquire about Zhang Sen's background with the military. Zhang Sen had secluded himself for several days, finally elevating his water-based abilities to the 6th tier. The other individuals and their battle companions had also made significant breakthroughs in their abilities, and Zhang Sen's crystals were running low. After being cooped up at home for so long, it was time for him to venture out. This would provide an excellent opportunity to test the potency of his various abilities and procure more crystals. The others had not ventured out much during these days, and upon hearing of the impending outing, they were quite excited. Although the weather outside was scorching, they donned garments crafted from temperature-regulating fabric. And with the enhancement of their abilities, they found it manageable to combat the oppressive heat. They did not stray far, merely hunting a circle around the hillside behind their safe house, and as dusk approached, they made their way back home. Due to the sweltering heat, Zhang Sen disposed of the corpses of the dozen or so exotic beasts they had slain directly into his storage space. The battle companions were also suffering from the heat, so Zhang Sen decided against having them accompany him, instead sending them into the space to enjoy a climate of eternal spring. A few individuals strolled along, animatedly discussing their enhanced combat abilities. As they approached the vicinity of a safe house, Zhang Sen suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow and halting in his tracks. The others simultaneously detected the anomaly. "There's an ambush," Lu Hao remarked. Zhang Sen nodded in agreement. Indeed, remained vigilant. Although Maya had developed the ability to foresee events within a 12-hour window, Zhang Sen preferred she refrain from sharing her visions with the group, unless it pertained to irremediable matters, such as witnessing a death. After all, Mayu could not accompany each one of them at all times. They needed to possess the capability to handle unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Sen extended his mental energy, surveying the area, and discovered it was merely a gaggle of minor henchmen, prompting him to dismiss the concern and continue onward. At that moment, a barrage of supernatural attacks surged from all directions. Earth spikes, steel arrows, ice projectiles, fireballs, and more, encircling them completely. As these assaults were about to descend upon them, Zhang Sen smirked, sweeping his hand to conjure a protective barrier of space that enveloped the group securely. Hidden in the shadows, Niafeng witnessed their attacks suddenly suspended mid-air before crashing to the ground, his eyes widening in astonishment. What in the world is happening? Boss, was that merely an illusion? What blocked our powers? Could it be some kind of invulnerable shield? The murmurs of the group reached Zhang Sen's ears, and he, disinterested in further wasting time, waved his hand to dissipate the spatial shield. Lu Hao immediately understood, transforming his arms into dozens of spiked steel rods that scattered outward. The ensuing cacophony of wails soon filled the air. Before long, a multitude of fallen supernatural beings lay before Zhang Sen, each with a bloody puncture in their foreheads. Lu Hao retracted the steel rods, the crystals entwined upon them tumbling to the ground at his feet. Zhang Sen let out a cold chuckle, proclaiming loudly, "Are you not prepared to reveal yourselves?" Niafeng, who had previously arrived with such bravado, now wore a pallid expression. If his judgment was correct, the recently emerged metal element supernatural being had, in the blink of an eye, claimed the lives of numerous comrades, including several 4th-tier abilities. Since the apocalypse began, he had yet to encounter an adversary of such formidable strength. If he was not mistaken, this person's powers had already reached the 6th tier, while he himself remained merely a 5th-tier fire element supernatural being. How on earth was he to proceed? Moreover, Zhang Sen, standing at the center, had yet to make a move. However, based on his previous gestures, Niafeng was certain that it was Zhang Sen who had thwarted their attacks. Thus, the question loomed, what exactly were Zhang Sen's abilities? Chapter 186 let none escape at this juncture. Niafeng found himself faced with only 2 choices, to fight or to flee. However, the allure of what Zhang Sen possessed was simply too great for him to relinquish. Moreover, having already lost over 20 brothers, it was imperative that he secured some tangible benefits. Otherwise, his authority as the leader of the base would undoubtedly be jeopardized. The loss of combat strength could also render them vulnerable to other bases. Resolute in his decision, Niafeng cursed under his breath. Was this merely an elevated battle? He had previously engaged in combat against more formidable beasts. Additionally, his fire-based abilities were ideally suited to counter that young man's metal abilities. With numerous brothers standing by his side, he felt confident. Upon glancing at the opposition, he also noted 3 women, one of whom was a child, all clearly lacking in combat prowess. With such a significant numerical advantage, surely they could dispatch a few of them without difficulty? Charge! With a powerful shout from Niafeng, those hidden in the shadows surged forth, encircling Zhang Sen and his companions tightly. Lu Hao squinted, recognizing a few familiar faces, and whispered, "Boss, they are likely from the Fengyan base." Fengyan base? Zhang Sen mused, unable to recall any prior interaction, and inquired, "Who sent you?" Niafeng replied, "I heard you have methods for taming battle pets and enhancing abilities." Zhang Sen chuckled, dismissing the fool's inquiries and turning to his companions. "I'll give you a chance to train. Lu Hao and Han Teng exchanged excited glances. Great. I was just thinking I didn't get enough of hunting beasts today. Lu Hao remarked. Big brother, take a rest. We've got this handled, Han Teng added. Let none escape, Zhang Sen declared. Leading Yang Yike and Maya aside to sit down. Neither of them were combat specialists, and it would be unwise to expose them to potential harm. With Lu Hao, Han Teng, and Lin Na present, he felt their presence was sufficient to handle the situation. Seeing Zhang Sen's dismissive attitude and his nonchalance as he lit a cigarette, Nie Feng felt a mix of anger and trepidation. Was Zhang Sen truly that formidable, or was it merely an act? Nevertheless, he had no option for retreat now. Eliminate them all, Nie Feng shouted as he unleashed a fire-based ability. A fireball, roughly the size of a fist, hurtled toward Lu Hao. Following suit, the fire manipulators alongside Nie Feng released their respective powers. Having fought side by side multiple times, they had developed a tacit understanding. And with the knowledge that fire inherently countered metal, they immediately targeted Lu Hao as their primary objective. The other ability wielders set their sights on Han Teng and Lin Na. As the barrage of fireballs approached, Lu Hao remained unperturbed, channeling his abilities. His entire body transformed into a metallic state in an instant. Raising his hand, a massive steel plate materialized before him, effectively shielding him from the onslaught of fireballs. Among this group of fire-based superpowered individuals, the most formidable is undoubtedly Nie Feng, who possesses a 5th-tier ability. The others are merely at the 3rd tier. With some even at the 2nd and 4th-tier superpowered individuals are a rare sight. Consequently, only Nie Feng's fireballs elicit a slight sensation of heat against his body, although it is bearable. As for the others, even the fireball attacks from 4th-tier superpowered individuals merely feel warm upon striking his steel plate, their offensive power almost negligible. Witnessing Lu Hao effortlessly deflect their combined assaults, Nie Feng was both astonished and compelled to adapt his strategy. Disperse the attack, he shouted. Damn it. Today I shall see just how formidable his steel plate truly is. With that, the group positioned themselves further apart, launching fireballs from various angles. If Lu Hao were to defend as he had previously, the area of his steel plate would need to be significantly enlarged. If the plate were too thin, it might indeed be pierced by the relentless barrage, resulting in him sustaining injuries, a humiliating prospect in the face of such adversaries. Lu Hao stowed away his steel plate and leapt, vaulting over to the rear of Nie Feng and his companions. As Nie Feng and the others noted Lu Hao's sudden disappearance and turned around, they were met with the horrifying sight of their comrades screaming in agony. They then witnessed their allies unleashing their powers with reckless abandon. Each attack aimed to inflict maximum harm. Nie Feng, nearly paralyzed with shock, shouted, "Stop! Cease this madness!" Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. It dawned on him that, recalling Qing Wei's power, Zhang Sen's subordinates included a dark energy user. Observing the frenzied state of his own men, he realized that unless he eliminated the dark energy wielder, the Fengyun base was doomed. With this thought, he focused his attention on Han Teng, who had his back turned to him, and conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Na, meanwhile, had been methodically eliminating those in areas untouched by Han Teng's powers. Her task was not particularly burdensome, allowing her to manage unexpected developments. Almost as soon as Nie Feng took note of Han Teng, she raised her hand to erect a thick earthen wall. Although the fireball struck the 6th-tier wall with some effect, it was insufficient to penetrate. Just as Nie Feng prepared to attack again, a series of anguished cries erupted from behind him. He whirled around to find his comrades impaled by Han Teng's barbed steel whips. In the next moment, a robust steel whip shot towards him, ensnaring him tightly, especially around his wrists, pinning them against his thighs. Should he release his powers now, he would be the first to be scorched. Though unafraid of fire, he was acutely aware of his diminished offensive capacity. Helplessly, Nie Feng watched as Lu Hao extracted the other steel whips from his comrades' bodies and deftly commanded the whips to extract their crystals. The sight was almost enough to drive him to despair. However, Lu Hao, gazing at the 20 or so fiery crystals, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It seemed that his ascension was imminent. Now, only a 5th-tier fire crystal remains. Lu Hao retracted the other steel whips, leaving just one, which flew towards Nie Feng. Its tip sharpened with each passing moment. As the steel whip was about to pierce his forehead, Nie Feng could no longer contain himself and cried out in desperation, "Elder brother, please, do not kill me. I implore you to spare my life. It was my foolishness that led me to offend you, esteemed gentlemen." Chapter 187. A mere 3rd-tier wretch dares to set his sights on my elder brother? Lu Hao restored his body to its normal form and strode towards Nie Feng. Terrified, Nie Feng's face turned ashen. You are a metal-type ability user. Are you not? Why is your body so agile? He stammered. Isn't a metal-type ability user clumsy once their entire body is in a metallic state? How can you be so nimble and leap so high? Is this a skill exclusive to 6th-tier ability users? Lu Hao snorted disdainfully. Who told you I possess only a single ability? In an instant, he unleashed a multitude of sharp steel spikes from the steel whip on his person, driving them into Niafeng's flesh. Niafeng screamed in agony, "Help! Help me!" Gritting his teeth, he struggled to call for assistance, only to see that all of his subordinates had already collapsed, their fates unknown. Dragging Niafeng, who resembled a dead dog, before Zhang Sen, Lu Hao demanded, "Speak. Who informed you that we possess methods to nurture battle pets and enhance our abilities?" Blood flowed profusely from Niafeng's wounds, enveloping him in a shroud of terror. He glanced at Zhang Sen, who wore an expression of nonchalance, filled with remorse. Why had he foolishly conspired to ambush Zhang Sen and seize his possessions? Had it not been for his greed, he would still be the leader of the most formidable base in Jiqing. Yet now he had lost everything. The elite forces of the Wind and Cloud base had ventured forth today, only to be decimated here. Even his own life was now forfeit. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Before the apocalypse, he had been a lowly contractor, constantly berated. After much struggle, he had finally attained the position of base leader. How could he resign himself to death so easily? Enduring the pain, he crawled to his knees before Zhang Sen, bowing respectfully. "Brother, I beseech you, spare my life. As long as you do not kill me, I shall be your loyal servant. I will divulge anything you wish to know." As he spoke, he knocked his head against the ground repeatedly. Yet Zhang Sen remained unresponsive, pondering the notion of having him as a servant. Lu Hao, observing the situation, began to slowly rotate the steel whip. Niafeng let out a pain scream, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Hao sneered, "Daring to negotiate terms with my boss? Who do you think you are?" Niafeng pleaded, "I was wrong, esteemed brothers. I truly realize my mistakes. I will speak. I will tell you everything." Only then did Lu Hao relent. Gasping for breath, Niafeng divulged, "It is the Hongri base. There is a girl named Cheng Wei." Subsequently, he recounted everything that Cheng Wei and Wan Kai had discussed that day. Upon hearing the name Cheng Wei, Zhang Sen smirked. This woman certainly knew how to make her presence felt. If she so wished for her demise, he would gladly oblige. Rising, Zhang Sen waved his hand, summoning Satan and Xiaobai, mounting Satan's back. "Haunting, we shall depart to meet with fellow dark-type ability users." At the Hongri base, a man rushed into Wan Kai's office, his face a mask of terror. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Wan Kai pushed Cheng Wei, who sat on his lap, aside and cast a displeased glance at her. "What is the matter with your frantic demeanor? Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on that fellow Niafeng? Why are you back so soon?" "Boss, Niafeng is dead," the man replied, shrinking back in terror. Not only him, but the more than 100 men he had brought were all deceased. "What?" Wan Kai exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock. "They are all dead? Was it that Zhang Sen who killed them?" "Well, it seems not." "What do you mean, seems not? Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly?" "Boss, I was standing afar and couldn't see clearly. I only noticed 3 individuals engaged in the killings while the others merely watched. One of them should be their leader. I surmise that person is Zhang Senator." Wan Kai realized that the situation had escalated beyond his expectations, and a wave of fury surged within him. He turned to glare fiercely at Cheng Wei. "You did not mention that Zhang Sen had such formidable allies." Cheng Wei met his gaze, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes, quickly masked. "Kaigu, I was unaware as well." Before Wan Kai could respond, another person rushed in, exclaiming, "Big brother, trouble. There's someone outside riding a gigantic exotic beast." "What?" Wan Kai's face paled, trembling as he asked, "Did he say who he is?" "No, he only demanded that we hand over Cheng Wei." Upon hearing this, Wan Kai exhaled in relief and broke into a grin. Well, as long as it's just a matter of handing someone over." He then turned to Cheng Wei, "Since this mess is of your making, it is only right that you handle it." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wei immediately activated her powers, controlling Wan Kai and the other 2 in the room. The 3 of them began to scream in desperation. Cheng Wei intended to seize the opportunity to escape, but in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her mind. She clutched her head, nearly losing her footing. "How dare a trifling third-tier wretch set her sights on my brother?" Haunting remarked mockingly. As Hauntung had disrupted Cheng Wei's control over Wan Kai and the others, they were now fully alert, remembering all that Cheng Wei had done to them. Coupled with the peril she had brought upon their Hongri base, Wan Kai, without a second thought, approached and slapped her twice. "You wretched woman! How dare you scheme against me?" Cheng Wei's lip bled from the blows, yet her gaze remained fixated in terror upon Hauntung. He was far too powerful, effortlessly suppressing her abilities. She realized she was no match for him. With this thought, a chill enveloped her heart. Hauntung waved his hand toward Wan Kai, saying, "Enough. Take her outside. My boss is waiting." Wan Kai immediately nodded eagerly. Yes, I will take her out right away." With that, he unleashed his powers. A thick wooden vine ensnaring Cheng Wei's body, dragging her out. Outside the Red Sun base, Zhang Sen sat atop a colossal jaguar towering over 3 meters. while those around him trembled in fear, dreading that his formidable beast might take offense and devour them whole. Wan Kai, upon catching sight of Zhang Sen, felt his legs weaken, cursing his fate for becoming entangled with this menace. Zhang Sen gazed at Qing Wei's youthful yet brooding countenance, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to kill me? Qing Wei glared at Zhang Sen with palpable hatred. You deserve to die. You have slain my brother and my father, forcing me and my mother into this dire situation. Zhang Sen replied nonchalantly, if memory serves me correctly, it was your father and brother, those ineffectual fools, who first provoked me. As for your mother, she perished under the weight of your own abilities. Qing Wei retorted, it is you. All of this is because of you. Zhang Sen, weary of engaging with such a delusional fanatic, commanded, Han Teng, proceed. Chapter 188, The Capture of Wan Ming. Upon receiving his orders, Han Teng smirked at Qing Wei. What a pity. You are the first dark-type psychic I have ever encountered. Qing Wei, foreseeing the impending events, quickly activated her abilities in an attempt to deceive Han Teng and Zhang Sen, hoping to buy herself a fleeting moment to escape. However, to her astonishment, neither of them reacted. Han Teng let out a disdainful chuckle. Fool, merely at the third level, and you wish to bewilder my brother. With this remark, Qing Wei realized her fate was sealed. Yet, surrendering without a fight was not an option. Zhang Sen, even if I perish, I shall not let you go unscathed. With that declaration, she turned and expended all her energy in a desperate gambit, inciting nearly half of the Red Sun base to perceive Han Teng and Zhang Sen as monstrous foes. Zhang Sen, perched upon the back of the demon, observed like a deity surveying mere ants, his expression devoid of emotion. As chaos erupted around them, a ghostly smile emerged on Qing Wei's pale face. Kill him. Quickly. Kill him. Influenced by Qing Wei's powers, the crowd surged towards Zhang Sen, ready to strike. Just as they prepared to attack, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped them. Han Teng's piercing gaze swept across the throng. In an instant, the tide turned. Their abilities, as if unrestrained, were unleashed upon Qing Wei. Soon, she lay on the ground, unrecognizable. Zhang Sen tapped his wristband, summoning the thorns to converge upon Qing Wei and extract the crystal from her mind. He tossed the crystal to Han Teng, who, elated, received his first dark-type crystal. Thank you, brother. Zhang Sen smiled, his attention shifting to Wan Kai, who had been hiding among the crowd. He unleashed his binding ability, ensnaring Wan Kai and dragging him forth. As a fourth-level psychic, Wan Kai found himself powerless against the bindings of this sixth-level plant. Spare me, I beg you. Please let me go. I have done nothing. It was that wretched Qing Wei who sought trouble with you, not me. Zhang Sen retorted, not your concern? Were you not conspiring with the three bases to eliminate me? Wan Kai, now a puddle of tears, pleaded, it's all a misunderstanding. This is all Qing Wei's doing. She deliberately lured Nye Feng to ambush you. It has nothing to do with me. The more he begged, the greater his fear grew. The confidence of a base leader evaporating, replaced by a desperate need to preserve his life from the formidable Zhang Senator. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Lord Sen, if you spare me today, I can offer you a grand gift. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of gift? My sister, Wan Kai replied, sensing a glimmer of hope. She is a unique healer. As long as one is not dead, she can revive them. If you spare my life, I can offer you her services. This trade is certainly in your favor, Lord Sen. Han Teng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the phrase one of a kind. Was Coco a mere figment of imagination? In the crowd, Wan Ming felt a chill run down her spine as she heard her brother, without a hint of hesitation, push her forward in a desperate bid for survival. Emerging from the throng, her expression was grim as she confronted Wan Kai. Brother, have you lost your mind? Wan Kai, seeking to appease her, implored, Ming Ming, please save me. I don't wish to die. Wan Ming retorted, and you're not afraid of my demise? After a brief moment of silence, Wan Kai replied, you won't perish, Ming Ming. As a healer, you are an invaluable asset. Who would dare to eliminate you? Gazing at the brother she had grown up with, Wan Ming's heart sank as she acknowledged the painful truth. He had irrevocably changed. The moment he ascended to a position of authority within the base, relying on her unique abilities, he transformed. The brother who once carried her on his back was no longer present. His recent silence and the flicker of guilt in his eyes spoke volumes. He was indifferent to her fate. He could disregard her exhaustion, compelling her to overexert her powers time and again, even as she bled from her nose, insisting she heal those he desired. A bitter smile crossed Wan Ming's lips, and she chose silence. Zhang Sen, having witnessed the siblings' exchange, shook his head at Wan Kai. When trouble arises, you only know to push a woman forward. Do you even consider yourself a man? Wan Kai stiffened. What was happening? Did this person truly have no interest in healers? It was inconceivable, especially since military officials had attempted to lure Wan Ming away on several occasions. Had he not passionately argued for her to remain, their shared blood ties might have allowed her to leave long ago. Zhang Sen's gaze fell upon Wan Ming. whose spirit appeared extinguished, and a thought struck him. "Are you a healer?" he inquired. Wan Ming, feeling apprehensive, merely nodded. Zhang Sen declared, "Your brother, I must eliminate today. As for you, it is inconsequential. Should you wish, I can provide you with a safe haven. If you choose to stay, you must understand that in this place, your abilities will lead you to face. I will go with you." Wan Ming interrupted urgently, aware that her brother was unreliable, and these men, lacking familial ties, were even less trustworthy. As a healer, she had been a mere doctor before the apocalypse, devoid of self-defense capabilities. In the event of widespread casualties, they would not relent until they had pushed her to her limits. Zhang Sen, however, was formidable. If he could indeed be her protector, perhaps she could find a path to survival. Thus, with unwavering resolve, she affirmed, "Mr. Zhang, I am willing to follow you." Zhang Sen nodded and unleashed his thorny vines, directing them towards Wan Kai. Terrified, Wan Kai screamed, "Zhang Sen, you bastard! You're taking my sister away. Why won't you?" His words were cut short as the vines pierced his forehead, extracting a bloodied wood-based ability crystal. Wan Ming gazed upon the lifeless form of her deceased brother, and despite her profound disappointment, tears streamed down her cheeks. With the demise of Wan Kai, the inhabitants of the Red Sun base were engulfed in a palpable sense of dread, fearing that Zhang Sen, in a fit of displeasure, might obliterate them all. After all, in their eyes, given Zhang Sen's formidable prowess, such an act could be executed with effortless ease. However, Zhang Sen appeared disinterested in the plight of these insignificant minions, promptly instructing Han Teng to escort Wan Ming away. Along the way, Han Teng inquired, "Elder brother, where shall we ensure her safety?" Zhang Sen replied, "General Qin is likely to appreciate her extraordinary abilities." Chapter 189. The fall of the capital. Zhang Sen did not escort Wan Ming directly to the military, but rather chose a location in close proximity to it. Utilizing the satellite phone that Qin Jie had previously given him, he contacted him to arrange a meeting at this site. Qin Jie held Zhang Sen in high regard, and coincidentally, he had matters to discuss with him, thus he hastened to arrive with Qin Xian. As Qin Jie stepped out of the vehicle, he approached Zhang Sen with warmth and enthusiasm, extending his hand in greeting. Behind him, Qin Xian even engaged in light banter with Zhang Sen, which left Wan Ming quite astonished. She recalled how her brother, Wan Kai, had encountered a junior military leader whose demeanor was notably aloof. Yet, the two individuals before her, radiating an air of authority, exhibited such cordiality towards the youthful Zhang Sen, suggesting that although he was not a member of the military, his standing within their ranks was undoubtedly significant. After exchanging pleasantries with Han Teng, Qin Jie's gaze swept over Wan Ming, sensing a familiarity about her, though he could not quite place where he had seen her before, which piqued his curiosity. "Zhang Sen," Qin Jie began, "the reason you summoned me here for this meeting. Is there something urgent at hand?" Zhang Sen nodded, gesturing towards Wan Ming. "General Qin, allow me to introduce you to Wan Ming. She was formerly with the Hongri base. The purpose of my meeting you today is that I believe her abilities will pique your interest." Qin Xian had previously heard of a healer at the Hongri base and was aware that the military had sought to recruit this individual, though she had declined. Upon hearing Zhang Sen's words, he immediately grasped the implication. "Zhang, could this be the legendary healer?" Qin Jie, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and fixed his keen gaze upon Zhang. Senator Zhang Sen confirmed, "Indeed, I have brought her to you. How you choose to utilize her is entirely up to you." He then turned to Wan Ming. "These two are General Qin and Colonel Qin of the military. They are trustworthy individuals. If you're willing, you could accompany them from now on. You may express any needs or conditions you have to them." Qin Xian promptly interjected. "Exactly, Miss Wan, you are free to share any thoughts you may have with us." Understanding that Zhang Sen would not retain her and recognizing that the military represented her best opportunity, Wan Ming was acutely aware of her worth. Encouraged by Qin Xian's words, she boldly inquired, "Could my true abilities remain undisclosed? While my powers can heal, they are not limitless. I am willing to assist in saving lives, but I hope you will allow me to operate within my capabilities." Qin Xian quickly comprehended her implication. It appeared that in the past, her superiors had often disregarded her well-being, coercing her into saving lives against her will. "Rest assured, Miss Wan, your request is entirely reasonable. Even without your insistence, we in the military would adhere to such an approach." Upon hearing this assurance, Wan Ming felt a sense of relief wash over her, igniting a flicker of hope for her future. Turning to Zhang Sen, she expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for bringing me here today." Zhang Sen nodded, choosing not to engage further with Wan Ming. He turned to General Qin and said, "Well, General Qin, we have delivered the individuals to you, and we shall take our leave. Zhang Sen, please wait." Qin Jie called out to him. Zhang Sen halted, turning to face Qin Jie. "Is there something else, General Qin?" "As fate would have it, I was about to call you when you reached out to me," Qin Jie remarked with a smile. The situation is as follows. Our military in Jiqing is currently facing a significant dilemma, and I would like to see if you might be willing to assist us. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Sen did not outright refuse. Please, General, elaborate on the matter at hand. Qin continued. At present, the beasts and subhumans are rampant, and Beijing is on the verge of falling. You are aware that it houses some of our nation's most exceptional talents, yet their safety, including that of the commanding officers, cannot be guaranteed. Across the country, only Jiqing has the resources to offer support to Beijing, and thus, the higher-ups have instructed us to dispatch personnel to escort the commanders to Jiqing. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most capable individual for this task. Zhang Sen narrowed his eyes. However, I am not affiliated with your military. This responsibility cannot possibly fall upon me. That is indeed the case, Qin Jie replied. I merely wish to discuss the possibility with you and see if you are inclined to accept this mission. Of course, should you choose to accept, you may propose your own compensation. Apologies, but the heat is unbearable, and I truly do not wish to venture out, Zhang Sen declined succinctly. He patted Satan, who obediently lay down. With a swift leap, he mounted Satan's back. We're off. Zhang Sen nodded to Qin Jie and Qin Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, Satan surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Shortly thereafter, Hanting rode away on Little White. Qin Jie watched their retreating figures and sighed gently. Qin Xian glanced at him and consoled. General Qin, let it be. I shall lead this mission myself. Chapter 190. This wave is coming for him. Zhang Sen and Hanting stepped into the room, greeted by the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning, and they both simultaneously exclaimed in delight. Hanting swiftly made his way to the refrigerator in the dining area. Retrieving 2 cans of beer and tossing one to Zhang Senator almost in unison, they pulled the tabs and downed nearly half the cans in one go. Nothing beats the comfort of home. It's sweltering outside, Hanting remarked. In the kitchen, Lu Hao emerged carrying 2 plates of dishes. Upon hearing Hanting's comment, he readily concurred, right? I find myself nostalgic for those frigid days of winter. At least back then, we could bundle up and go outside. Unlike now, where stepping out for a moment results in a deluge of sweat, even while standing still. At that moment, Yang Yike and Lin Na appeared from the kitchen, carrying the remaining food. Maya, spotting the table laden with delectable dishes, excitedly shouted, "Dinner is served." The group gathered around the table, comfortably indulging in the sumptuous feast. Yang Yike inquired about the outing of Zhang Sen and Hanting, to which Hanting recounted the entire episode. Upon learning that Zhang Sen had rescued a healing type of ability user, a young woman who had only been sent to the military without being brought back, Yang Yike felt a wave of happiness and leaned closer to Zhang Sen, saying, "Brother Sen, you are truly wonderful." Zhang Sen understood her sentiment, smiled softly, and exchanged a meaningful glance with her, silently questioning how she intended to express her gratitude. Yang Yike bit her lip, her gaze faltering as she replied, "I will do my best." With a blush creeping onto her face, she turned away, unable to meet Zhang Sen's gaze. "Brother, are we really not going to lend a hand to the military?" Hanting suddenly asked. Zhang Sen took a sip of his chilled beer. "What? Are you eager to go?" Being youthful, Hanting naturally yearned for an adventurous life. He chuckled carefree, with such enticing conditions from the military. And considering we have little to occupy ourselves with here, having nearly eradicated the beast in Jiqing, and the subhuman seemingly vanished, it might be better to venture out. I've never been to the capital. Zhang Sen replied, the current capital bears little resemblance to the one of your. Maya suddenly looked up at Zhang Sen. Brother, have they sought your assistance again? Zhang Sen nodded. Lu Hao pondered for a moment. What trouble has the military encountered now? Hanting elaborated on the situation in the capital, which had succumbed to chaos, and that the military of Jiqing needed to dispatch personnel to rescue a commander and bring him back. Lu Hao reflected for a while. If the commander is coming to Jiqing, it stands to reason that the rest of Huagua must be in dire straits, with Jiqing being the only place holding up somewhat. Zhang Sen contemplated. That seems accurate. Although the circumstances of this apocalypse differ significantly from the past, based on previous events, it is true that in the end, only Jiqing remained in a relatively better state. The key figures from the capital also eventually arrived here. But now their arrival in Jiqing is a full year ahead of schedule, which is telling of the dire situation outside. Lu Hao, a man of military origin, had the notion of safeguarding important figures deeply ingrained in his mind. Thus, upon hearing of the recent events, his immediate impulse was to partake in the task at hand. However, given that he and his companions were currently relying on Zhang Sen's support, and Zhang Sen seemed disinclined to interfere, he withheld this thought and instead broached another topic. Once all the significant individuals from the capital arrived in Jiqing, it was likely that the city's dynamics would undergo a transformation. Zhang Sen did not respond. In truth, he had been contemplating this matter during his journey. With the arrival of the higher-ups, it was inevitable that others would follow suit, coupled with the ongoing influx of individuals from various regions. The power structure in Jiqing was bound to experience a substantial upheaval. Would they still enjoy their current carefree existence in such a scenario? After dinner, Lu Hao produced the crystals he had extracted from the individuals at Fengyun Base. Once each person had divided the crystals according to their respective abilities, Zhang Sen replenished the household water tank with spatial spring water for their regular consumption. Following this, he retreated to his room. Just after finishing his shower, Yang Yike approached him, clad in an alluring nightgown. After a passionate encounter, Zhang Sen, noticing that Yang Yike had fallen asleep, swiftly entered the spatial realm to expend all the recently acquired crystals, regrettably without achieving any enhancements in his abilities. The crystals were simply too few. A thought suddenly struck him, Han Ting's remark about the beasts in Jiqing having been nearly exterminated in the absence of subhumans. He sensed that something was amiss. Logically, other regions should be inundated with beasts and subhumans by now. But why had Jiqing remained so eerily tranquil since the last wave of beasts and subhumans they had missed? Zhang Sen, come out. Awoken from a deep slumber, Zhang Sen responded with a hint of irritation in his voice. What is it? Where have the beasts and subhumans in Jiqing gone? Zhang Sen paused for a moment. Aren't they all outside? He keenly detected a hint of hesitation in her tone. Don't try to deceive me. Other places are already overrun with beasts and subhumans, yet Jiqing appears utterly calm. If it weren't for the sweltering heat outside, I would think the apocalypse had concluded. Zhang Sen feigned ignorance once more. Zhang Sen, you must tell me honestly, has this situation in Jiqing been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes? Zhang Sen continued to act oblivious. A resolution began to form in Zhang's mind. It seemed that the situation was indeed suspicious. Whenever this girl feigned ignorance, it indicated that something was amiss. It was highly probable that this latest development was aimed directly at him. But why would they act in such a manner? His mind raced, connecting the dots of the current apocalyptic circumstances, and suddenly, a hypothesis emerged. Chapter 191. The only one who can save him. The scarcity of crystals from exotic beasts and subhumans has escalated the difficulty of his advancement, which is why the city of Ji has remained so tranquil. Those lurking in the shadows do not wish to witness the emergence of an extraordinary being such as him in this apocalyptic world, and thus they seek to suppress him. A sudden surge of youthful fervor ignited within Zhang Sen's heart. He recalled the anime and superhero films he had once watched, inexplicably feeling as though he had become a pivotal figure in the quest to save the world. Yet, this sensation was not particularly comforting. After all, his initial desire was merely to live a stable life in this incarnation. With a heavy sigh, he departed from the space, his mind burdened with thoughts. The silhouette of a young girl gradually materialized, gazing at Zhang Sen's retreating figure, her crimson lips parting slightly. I hope you can endure. In the ensuing days, Zhang Sen continued his usual routine, leading his companions in hunting exotic beasts and subhumans. However, the encounters with these creatures became increasingly rare. By the fourth day, after a full day of toil, they returned empty-handed. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Damn it. After a whole day of effort, I've sweated buckets. And yet I haven't even seen a single hair of an exotic beast. Zhang Sen furrowed his brow in silence, while the others remained rather cheerful. Yang Yike remarked, well, this is good. We no longer have to live in constant fear of fighting and killing. Han Ting added, though it is somewhat dull. It's certainly better than losing our lives. Lin Na inquired, Sengu, where do you think the exotic beasts and subhumans have gone? They're not killing each other, are they? If that is the case, could the apocalypse be nearing its end? After a prolonged silence, Zhang Sen finally replied, too much tranquility is not a good sign. Lin Na, puzzled, asked why not. Zhang Sen responded, I fear that Ji City is the only place remaining in such calmness. Meanwhile, in the neighboring city of Yu, within a nearby abandoned factory, Qin Xian led a battalion tasked with a mission, engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of exotic beasts. Various abilities struck the creatures with ferocity. The agonized cries and roars of the beasts incessantly assaulted the eardrums of the humans. Countless exotic beasts surged towards the factory, intent on tearing them apart. Boss, what should we do? Why are there more and more of these damn beasts? Damn it. Why are there so many beasts in Yu City? Are we all going to perish here? To hell with it, let us fight back. As the only fifth-tier ability user among them, Qin Xian stood resolutely at the front lines, resisting the onslaught of exotic beasts. However, the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. For every one he dispatched, another emerged to take its place, as if the onslaught would never cease. Boss, watch out. A loud shout erupted from behind. Instinctively, Qin Xian turned, only to see Cui Yi with arms outstretched, his body trembling violently before collapsing heavily to the ground. His chest gashed deep to the bone by the claws of a fourth-tier ape. Cui Yi, Qin Xian shouted, his eyes aflame with fury. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, unleashing a multitude of earth spikes that pierced the fourth-tier ape mercilessly. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this, were driven into a frenzy of bloodlust. The extraordinary abilities of Qin Xian were nearly depleted, and the situation was similarly dire for other ability users. As the group fought while retreating, they soon found themselves pressed against the walls. A few physical type ability users exchanged glances, and without a word, they stealthily leapt from the window with rocket launchers strapped to their backs. Moments later, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from outside, followed by the anguished cries and furious roars of the beasts. They surged towards the physical type ability users in a frenzied assault. The physical type users swiftly scattered in all directions. Qin Xian watched them with eyes full of despair. Stone. A soldier cried out in agony from the window. Stone cast one last glance at them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boss, you must survive. With that, he darted away like a flash of lightning, leading the beast away. The number of beasts within the factory diminished significantly in an instant. Without time to grieve, Qin Xian and the others focused their efforts on eliminating the beast before them, even neglecting to harvest the crystals as they surged towards the exit. The military had a common practice. Whenever possible, they would carry away the bodies of fallen comrades. Thus, the surviving soldiers hoisted the bodies of their fallen allies nearby. Just after they had fled a short distance, they encountered a massive tiger swaggering towards them, clutching the lifeless body of a recently fallen physical type ability user, followed by a throng of beasts, as if in a display of dominance. Blood continued to drip from the corpse. Lu Gu, a soldier shouted, attempting to rush forward, but was fortunately restrained by another. Calm down. Qin Xian, observing the blood-soaked beast before him, decisively commanded, fall back. Just then, a soldier hurriedly approached. Boss, I found a basement. We can take refuge there. Go. Qin Xian immediately ordered, leading the group inside. Fortunately, the basement was quite spacious, and the sturdy door held firm. Once inside, the beast searched for a long while outside but ultimately failed to detect their presence and departed in disappointment. Hearing the silence outside, Qin Xian finally exhaled in relief and rushed to check on Cui Ye's condition. At that moment, Cui Ye was barely clinging to life, a wound on his chest bleeding profusely. Thankfully, they had brought Wan Ming along for this venture, just in case. However, the casualties had been heavy, and Wan Ming had been busy tending to the wounded, her abilities now waning. Qin Xian recalled his promise not to pressure her into an endless cycle of saving lives. Yet with Cui Ye's condition so critical, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He turned to Wan Ming. Can you still save him? Although their time together had been brief, Wan Ming had observed Qin Xian's care for her. Minor injuries had never required her intervention, and during the treatment of severe wounds, he had always kept a watchful eye on her to prevent her exhaustion. She had witnessed Cui Ye sacrificing himself to save Qin Xian. Thus, even though her abilities were nearly spent, she nodded resolutely. Colonel Qin, I cannot heal him completely at this moment, but I can stop the bleeding and preserve his life. After I recover, we can reassess the situation. Qin Xian was elated. How wonderful! As long as there is hope. With that, he gently laid Cui Ye down on the ground, granting Wan Ming some space. Wan Ming continued her efforts until her abilities were entirely depleted, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even so, Cui Ye's wounds had merely begun to staunch. Yet, Qin Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as there was life, there was hope. After ensuring Wan Ming was settled, he counted the remaining personnel. Of the 80 who had set out, fewer than 40 remained. They had scarcely departed from Jiqing, and already they had suffered significant losses. He wondered, by the time they reached the capital, would any of them still be alive? The thought weighed heavily on his heart, constricting his breath. At this juncture, even abandoning the mission to return to Jiqing seemed as arduous as scaling a mountain. Outside, the monstrous beasts continued to lurk, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. The moment they showed themselves, they would likely be met with the beast's claws and sharp teeth. In the depths of despair, he could not help but recall a certain individual. Perhaps, the only one capable of saving him and his brothers now was that very person. Chapter 192. They should not despair while awaiting death, brother. Are you awake? As Zhang Sen emerged from the bathroom, he heard Han Teng knocking on his door. Come in, Zhang Sen permitted, and Han Teng entered the room. Is there something you need? Zhang Sen inquired. Brother, that old man from the military has arrived, Han Teng replied. Zhang Sen paused, realizing that the only military elder Han Teng referred to could only be General Qin. The general had a direct line of communication with him, and now he had come personally, suggesting he had a significant request. Zhang Sen speculated that it likely pertained to the mission in the capital. Please have him wait. I will descend shortly. The oppressive heat deterred him from discussing matters under the glaring sun. Upon being welcomed into the safe house, Qin Jie was taken aback by the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning. In such times, the luxury of air conditioning, especially at such a low temperature, hinted at Zhang Sen's greater strength than he had imagined. However, his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. He must rescue the children whom Qin Xian had taken away. Understanding his brother's favorable impression of the old general, Han Ting dutifully guided him to the sofa and even fetched 2 cans of chilled beer from the refrigerator. General Qin's health does not permit alcohol. A glass of ice water will suffice, Zhang Sen remarked as he descended the stairs, aware of Qin Jie's condition. No need to fuss, young man. I am not thirsty, Qin Jie quickly declined, knowing the preciousness of water resources at this time. Han Ting glanced at Zhang Sen, noting his indifference, and promptly poured chilled spring water from the refrigerator. Rising, Qin Jie looked at Zhang Sen with an apologetic expression. I am truly sorry for disturbing you so early. General Qin, you are too modest. It is my pleasure to have you here, Zhang Sen smiled, encouraging him to take a seat. At that moment, Han Ting placed the spring water before Qin Jie. General Qin, please have some water. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, with droplets glistening on the cup surface, Qin Jie found himself involuntarily swallowing. Given his status, the military ensured his access to drinking water, yet for some reason, this particular glass seemed to carry a sweet fragrance. Still, he refrained from reaching for it, feeling embarrassed to request Zhang Sen's assistance after he had previously declined his help. To further impose and waste such a precious resource felt inappropriate. Through their interactions, Zhang Sen had come to appreciate Qin Jie's character. Otherwise, he would not have invited him to the safe house. General Qin, do not stand on ceremony. Please drink. I have an abundance of water here. Hearing this, Qin Jie hesitated for a moment, reflecting on Zhang Sen's ability to maintain such a lifestyle in these circumstances, making it entirely plausible that he had ample water. No longer feeling courteous, he lifted the glass and drank the entire cup of ice water in one go. The icy liquid coursing down his throat brought an unexpected wave of refreshment. Uncertain whether it is merely an illusion or a consequence of the anxiety-induced headache following the distressing message from his son, he perceives that his discomfort has considerably alleviated. Moreover, this water, perhaps sweetened, possesses a subtle sweetness. He gazes quizzically at Zhang Sen, who remains silent, merely requesting Han Ting to pour him another glass before addressing the matter at hand. General Qin sought me out early this morning. It must pertain to a significant issue, I presume. Upon hearing this, Qin Jie's expression instantly darkens. Comrade Zhang Sen, to speak candidly, had there been any alternative, I would not have approached you. Zhang Sen replies, please, General Qin, elucidate the matter. Qin Jie nods, it concerns the mission I previously mentioned to you. After you declined, Qin Xian proceeded with a select group of elite soldiers. However, now, he pauses, his voice quivering with emotion. Qin Xian took 80 men with him, and now, fewer than half remain unscathed. Zhang Sen, taken aback, inquires, such substantial casualties? Qin Jie, filled with sorrow, responds. Qin Xian reported that upon leaving the borders of Jiqing, they were besieged by the Yaran. After a harrowing escape, they encountered hordes of aberrant beasts. Throughout their journey, they fought valiantly, never anticipating the overwhelming presence of such creatures outside Jiqing. By the time they recognized the peril and sought to retreat, there was no path left for them. Zhang Sen's countenance grows increasingly grave. The rampant presence of Yaran and aberrant beasts outside is alarming, leading him to realize that the sudden shift in temperature may be an effort to bolster the strength of these formidable adversaries. Comrade Zhang Sen, Qin Jie's tone adopts a more humble note. I understand your reluctance to engage in this task, but Qin Xian insists that you may be the only one capable of bringing these children back. Therefore, I wish to discuss with you the possibility of rescuing them while ensuring your own safety. If you could assist, I would be most grateful, especially considering the current situation. We dare not place our hopes on the capital any longer. As the highest authority in Jiqing, I must prioritize its protection. As for everything else, we can only take it one step at a time. Zhang Sen had contemplated this course of action the previous night, intending to extend the perimeter of their efforts against the aberrant beast in Yaran. They could no longer afford to live in complacency, awaiting fate. Heading towards Qin Xian's direction to rescue them could indeed be a feasible endeavor. After all, he holds a deep admiration for the father-son duo of Qin Jie and Qin Xian, who are devoted to their country and its people. Particularly, he respects Qin Jie, whose advanced age and lack of awakened abilities compel him to endure the harsh realities of this apocalypse with the resilience of an ordinary individual. Observing Zhang Sen deep in thought, Qin Jie feels a flicker of hope ignite within him. Comrade Zhang Sen, you may presume that my approach to you is motivated by my son's presence within this team. However, that is not the case. Each child in that group has been nurtured and witnessed as they have grown step by step, and each one of them is exceptional. I find it unbearable and heart-wrenching to think of them languishing amidst the despair of those monstrous beings, awaiting their demise. Many of them are merely 17 or 18 years old, with their lives yet to truly begin. I vividly recall their joyous expressions upon awakening their extraordinary abilities. declaring their intent to safeguard the people and protect our great nation. With that, Qin Jia bowed deeply to Zhang Senator Chapter 193, Qin Xian injured at the abandoned factory. Hurry, quickly bring the brothers' bodies inside, Qin Xian urged in a hushed yet urgent tone, directing his soldiers from beneath the window. The remaining soldiers carefully transported the corpses of their fallen comrades, extracting the crystals from the bodies of the strange beasts. Outside the factory, a few of these creatures occasionally prowled, seemingly lying in wait. Fortunately, the basement passage was exceedingly narrow and the iron door robust, rendering the massive beasts unable to breach their defenses after several attempts, granting Qin Xian and his men a momentary respite. Under the cover of night, they stealthily moved the bodies of their sacrificed comrades into the underground chamber to prevent them from becoming prey for the beasts. As for the carcasses of the strange beasts, they had no intention of reclaiming them. However, the research team at the military district had mentioned that untreated crystals could enhance the abilities of the awakened, albeit with severe side effects. Yet, in their current predicament, survival was the foremost concern, rendering the potential side effects a secondary worry. Thus, they endeavored to extract as many crystals as possible for future contingencies, just as they had removed more than half of the crystals from the strange beast bodies. A soldier unwittingly encountered a creature that had not yet succumbed to death. As he struck, the beast let out a pained howl. In an instant, the patrolling beasts outside surged towards them with alarming speed. Retreat, quickly retreat, Qin Xian shouted as he sprang to his feet and rushed toward the door. A dozen soldiers immediately abandoned their task, hastening into the basement. However, they were no match for the beast's swiftness. In the blink of an eye, several of the creatures burst into the factory. Qin Xian and a few slightly stronger soldiers banded together to cover the retreat of their comrades, battling fiercely as they fell back. After a grueling skirmish, though each bore their own injuries, they managed to bring everyone safely back to the basement. As Qin Xian shut the door, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Boss," Zhang Sen exclaimed upon noticing the gruesome wounds on Qin Xian's abdomen. Rushing to support him, "I'm fine. Just help me sit down," Qin Xian grit his teeth, his voice strained. Zhang Sen, a fire element ability user, had once been a privileged young master from a wealthy family before the apocalypse, but now he was an orphan. Every family member he had struggled to keep alive in this new world had perished at the jaws of the beasts. When Qin Xian had rescued him, he had been on the brink of death. Fortunately, after treatment from the military doctors, he had survived, fueled by his hatred for the beasts. Zhang Sen always charged to the forefront during hunts, making him one of the fastest advancing ability users in the military district, second only to Qin Xian. Now, he had reached the latter stages of the fourth tier as a fire element user. Since Zhang Sen had joined the military district, Qin Xian had appreciated his potential and had looked after him, leading Zhang Sen to regard Qin Xian as an older brother. Thus, upon witnessing Qin Xian's injury, his emotions became intensely stirred. Zhang Sen turned to seek Wan Ming to treat Qin Xian, but Qin Xian grasped his arm. "No, let her rest," he insisted. Zhang Sen, filled with urgency, replied, "But Chief, if your injury remains untreated." Qin Xian smiled gently, "I can endure. Once she has recuperated, let her first attend to Cui, then my wounds." Understanding Qin Xian's steadfast nature, Zhang Sen reluctantly acquiesced. Zhu Fan approached, using his water-based abilities to cleanse Qin Xian's injury. He then procured a roll of gauze from a spatial ability user and performed a rudimentary bandaging, urging him to rest. As night deepened, most in the underground chamber succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a heavy slumber. Only Zhang Sen, Zhu Fan, and a few others remained awake, anxious about the potential dangers that might confront Qin Xian during the night. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence, followed by a somber remark. "Are we destined to be trapped here forever?" Zhu Fan glanced at the speaker and gently ruffled his hair. "Stop talking nonsense. The chief has already sought assistance from General Qin. He will not abandon us. But given the current circumstances, even if the general sends help, it may not arrive in time. Perhaps it is better if they do not come. With the situation as it stands, the more that come, the more will perish. We must accept our fate. Honestly, I am weary. Death would be a relief, as I could then reunite with my wife." Hearing such despairing words, the group fell into a profound silence. In the underground chamber, aside from the sounds of snoring, there was no further noise. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from outside, followed by a chorus of more beasts joining in. The tremendous commotion roused those who had succumbed to deep slumber. "What is happening? Are we under attack by more beasts?" one exclaimed. "Goodness, there must be hundreds of them out there. This dreadful world seems intent on my demise. Rather than cowering here, I would prefer to charge out and confront them in a fight to the death, rather than live in fear." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed from the iron door of the basement, followed by a surge of electricity coursing across it. The group recoiled in alarm. Moments later, the door settled into an eerie stillness, yet the low growls of beasts outside persisted. The next instant, they glimpsed a blinding light through a crack. The iron door was nearing incandescence, and the temperature in the room climbed alarmingly. Goodness, are these creatures attempting to melt the door? As seconds ticked by, the chamber felt increasingly like a steam-filled enclosure. Qin Xian finally grasped the reality. They were not burning the door, but the welds. Soon enough, the sound of pounding on the door echoed ominously. What has made these creatures so cunning? Noticing the door beginning to warp, the group quickly formed a semicircle, preparing for battle, clutching beast crystals, ready to consume them at a moment's notice. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous collective roar from the beasts outside erupted, swiftly transforming into a chorus of anguished cries. Moments later, the sounds of the banging on the door ceased. Chapter 194. The moment of the hunt outside the abandoned factory. Bathed in a metallic sheen, the 4-meter-long Spider King deftly plunged its 2 front legs into the bodies of a 3rd-tier meat-type wild boar and a 4th-tier wind-type cheetah. In that fleeting instant, countless sharp spines extended from its metallic legs, piercing through their bodies with lethal precision. Both the wild boar and the cheetah fell lifelessly to the ground. The other creatures sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the Spider King, a formidable pressure that spoke of its strength. During this time, the Spider King had luxuriated in Zhang Sen's domain, where even hunting beasts had yielded little reward. G-City felt to it like a vast retirement home. Finally encountering such a multitude of exotic beasts, it was overwhelmed with excitement, launching into a frenzied assault without awaiting Zhang Sen's command. In the blink of an eye, a heap of beast carcasses lay scattered across the ground. Zhang Sen, perched atop the Spider King, reveled in the gruesome yet exquisite spectacle, an inexplicable thrill igniting within him. His battle companion was indeed formidable. It could sweep through legions without him lifting a finger. Observing the Spider King's prowess, the beasts behind it recognized their inferiority and began to contemplate their escape. However, as they turned, they were met with the sight of an immense black serpent. Deshiwan, the colossal python, licked its lips at the sight of such fresh prey, realizing that fleeing was futile. A portion of the beasts steeled themselves and charged toward Deshiwan, unleashing their supernatural abilities in a desperate bid for survival. In the next moment, Deshiwan opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the beasts before it, their anguished cries filling the air, mingling with the acrid scent of singed fur. Simultaneously, in various directions, for massacres unfolded. Han Tong, exhilarated, rode on his great white beast into the fray. With a swipe of its mighty paw, the white tiger unleashed a hurricane that sent lower-tier beasts flying, some perishing instantly. Han Tong then released his dark powers, inciting the nearby lower-tier beasts to turn on one another. In that moment, a kaleidoscope of supernatural abilities illuminated the night. Meanwhile, on another front, a hefty meat-type elephant led a throng of beasts toward Zhang Sen's position. Just as they gained some distance, a colossal earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking their path. Lin Na, riding her white fox, leaped from atop the towering wall, plunging into the mass of beasts. Countless earth spikes and ice shards pierced through the creatures, their screams echoing in the air. Soon, Lin Na's fair complexion and the pristine fur of her fox were stained crimson with blood. On the other side, Lu Hao was already amid a river of blood. He and the demonic child split their efforts, one transforming into a metallic form with arms morphing into numerous sharp steel whips, swiftly piercing through several beast carcasses. The other was enveloped in flames, incinerating everything in its vicinity. As Zhang Sen's mount, Satan, led the remaining beast army, they too reveled in the exhilarating battle. Time slipped by, and eventually, the cacophony of screams near the factory fell silent. Countless corpses of strange beasts lay scattered across the ground as Zhang Sen leapt down from the Spider King. He summoned Yang Yike, Maya, and Ice Cream from his spatial domain. These 3 were not combatants, hence Zhang Sen refrained from involving them in such a massacre. Well, it's all done. Let us begin collecting the crystals, he declared, surveying the sea of corpses before him, his spirits soaring at the sight of so many crystals. This time, everyone would have the opportunity to break through to the 7th tier. Excitement illuminated the faces of those around him. After all, in times of peril, who would not wish to grow stronger? Especially now, amid the treacherous apocalypse. In the factory basement, Qin Xian and others listened as the anguished cries of the beasts outside gradually subsided, plunging them back into silence. A flicker of hope ignited within them. Could it be that military reinforcements had arrived? Had they driven the beasts away? Were they to be rescued? The group buzzed with chatter, their earlier despair entirely replaced by exhilaration. Hope blossomed in Qin Xian's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and attempted to rise. I'll go take a look, he declared. Jiangshan immediately concurred, asserting, Boss, you rest. I shall go. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Zhang Sen rose and cautiously approached the door. Though a twinge of nervousness gripped him, he resolutely opened the iron door. As he stepped outside, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. As far as the eye could see, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of strange beasts, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the air. For the first time, he grasped the concept of a river of blood. Advancing further, he heard voices of humans conversing. Uncertain whether they were friend or foe, he tread lightly. Upon rounding a corner, he beheld Zhang Sen's small team diligently collecting crystals, even a young girl, seemingly no older than 10, wielding her knife with remarkable skill. Nearby, several massive beasts were feasting on the remains of an elephant, appearing docile as if they were pets, showing no inclination to harm. Even when one of the young men kicked one of them out of annoyance, the creature did not react. Zhang Sen had sensed Zhang Sen's arrival early on. He lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and turned to Zhang Sen. Noticing his attire, a military uniform from the Jiqing military district, he inquired, "Where is Qin Xian?" Trembling, Zhang Sen replied, Are you the reinforcements sent by the military?" Zhang Sen pondered for a moment before nodding, sort of. "Is Qin Xian still alive?" Zhang Sen responded, "The boss has sustained some injuries." Zhang Sen furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you not have a healer among you? Can she not assist?" Zhang Sen shook his head, recounting Qin Xian's condition. After listening, Zhang Sen shrugged. That is his way. At that moment, Han Teng approached, carrying a bag of crystals. "Big brother, I have collected all the crystals over there." Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance at Zhang Sen, his expression momentarily faltering. He then pointed at him and tentatively inquired, "Zhang Sen?" Zhang Sen, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Han Teng?" Han Teng, filled with exuberance, exclaimed, "Goodness, you're still alive." This marked the first encounter with a former friend since Zhang Sen had entered the apocalyptic world. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "You rascal, I visited your village searching for you, only to discover that your entire village had perished." At this revelation, Han Teng was suddenly reminded of past events, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Zhang Sen, observing the reunion of these old friends, surmised they had much to discuss. He reached out and took the crystal from Han Teng's hand, storing it all within his space. Zhang Sen, witnessing this, assumed Zhang Sen was merely a space-type supernatural being with little combat prowess, typically responsible for storing supplies. However, the very next moment, Zhang Sen's actions left him utterly astounded. He watched in disbelief as Zhang Sen took just a few steps forward, and the mountain of at least dozens of beast corpses before him vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 195, Journey to the Capital. Zhang Sen, pointing at Zhang Sen, gazed at Han Teng in disbelief. "What kind of ability is this?" Han Teng patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not be astonished. This is merely a customary display of spatial abilities. As the apocalypse has unfolded, all manner of abilities have emerged, differing only in prevalence. Thus, Zhang Sen does not shy away from showcasing his spatial powers, for even if others become aware, they would merely perceive his abilities as somewhat superior to the ordinary. However, to the average ability user, spatial powers ultimately serve as mere storage space, primarily aiding the vanguard team in carrying equipment and supplies, lacking any true combat prowess. Zhang Sen is acquainted with a spatial ability user himself, yet that individual possesses a rather feeble ability, limited to a mere few cubic meters, requiring physical contact to store items. Hence, witnessing Zhang Sen effortlessly absorb a mountain of beast corpses with a mere glance left him utterly astonished. As Zhang Sen was halfway through collecting the corpses, he noticed Zhang Sen still standing there in a daze and inquired, "Aren't you going back to find Qin Xian?" Snapping back to reality, Zhang Sen hurriedly returned to the basement to inform Qin Xian of the events transpiring outside. By the time Qin Xian returned with his men, Zhang Sen had thoroughly cleared the battlefield. The blood-soaked ground had dried considerably under the intense heat. Sun Gu, several of Qin Xian's old subordinates, who had long admired Zhang Sen as an idol, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion upon seeing him after narrowly escaping disaster. In that moment, they finally felt a sense of genuine safety. Zhang Sen nodded in acknowledgement. He then observed Qin Xian being assisted as he approached, his face pale, brow slightly furrowed. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" Zhang Sen remarked casually as he stood before Qin Xian. Looking at Zhang Sen, Qin Xian's heart finally settled. "Thank you." Zhang Sen waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a transaction. There is no need for gratitude." Qin Xian smiled, having some understanding of Zhang Sen's principles of conduct, and chose not to elaborate further. Zhang Sen glanced at the bandaged wound on Qin Xian's abdomen. "You should let Wan Ming attend to your injury. Otherwise, it may become infected." Upon hearing this, Wan Ming quickly stepped forward. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Xian shook his head. "I can still endure. If you are feeling well, it would be best for you to tend to Cui Yi first, and hopefully he can regain consciousness." Zhang Sen asked, "What happened to Cui Yi?" With a hoarse voice, Qin Xian replied, was gravely injured while saving me. Zhang Sen fell silent, observing the weary soldiers around him, each bearing a countenance of sorrow. He sighed softly. "Lead me to see him." A soldier he did not recognize escorted him to the basement. There, Chui Yu lay on the ground, his face ashen, being watched over by Zhu Fan. Upon seeing Zhang Sen, Zhu Fan's eyes filled with emotion. "Sengu, you have come to rescue us." Zhang Sen gently patted his shoulder and glanced at Chui Yu's condition. Though survival is assured, the path to recovery is not a swift endeavor, particularly with Wan Ming's extraordinary abilities. Yang Yike's healing powers could expedite Zhang Sen's recovery, yet he is reluctant to reveal Yang Yike's abilities so soon. After all, the journey is fraught with challenges, and the situation in the capital remains uncertain. An individual as formidable as Yang Yike, with her potent healing capabilities, poses a significant temptation to any faction or individual. Zhang Sen is keen to avoid unnecessary complications. Take him outside. The danger has passed. Zhang Sen instructed before seeking out Qin Xian. Allow Wan Ming to treat you first. Chui Yu will recover, but not in just a few days. Given the distance to the capital, it would be cumbersome to transport too many injured. Qin Xian's face was etched with astonishment. So you are not here to escort us back to Ji City, but rather to accompany us to the capital to continue our mission? Zhang Sen nodded. You all should rest. Those requiring treatment should attend to their wounds. With that, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the corner, he slipped into the space. Following the intense battle, his companions were covered in blood, and he transported them into the space for cleansing. After a brief respite, they emerged, carrying the carcasses of several exotic beasts into the factory. Zhang Sen approached Qin Xian. Lu Hao's outside. Please send a few individuals to prepare dinner. Qin Xian promptly dispatched several people. Meanwhile, Yang Yike and her companions moved closer to Chui Yu. Han Ting and Lin Na swiftly diverted the surrounding onlookers, seizing the opportunity. Yang Yike assessed Chui Yu's injuries, raising her hand to activate her powers and mend the most grievous wounds within him. Zhang Sen had previously advised her to be discreet. A slight improvement in Chui Yu's condition would suffice, as he would heal more rapidly under Wan Ming's abilities later on. On Qin Xian's side, he was also receiving treatment from Wan Ming. Catching a glimpse of Yang Yike's actions out of the corner of his eye, he noted Zhang Sen sitting before him, cigarette in mouth, and began to piece together the situation. However, he chose to remain silent, merely offering Zhang Sen a grateful smile. Zhang Sen retrieved a half-empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to him, then produced 2 more packs from the space and threw them to Zhu Fan. Thank you, Brother Sen. Yu Fan exclaimed cheerfully, distributing the cigarettes among his comrades. After a simple dinner, Zhang Sen took his leave. The heat outside was oppressive, and he had no intention of enduring discomfort alongside them. He returned everyone to the space and set up a caravan at a distance, planning to spend the night within it to avoid potential nocturnal attacks from beasts or subhumans. Perhaps the nearby beasts and subhumans sensed the presence of a formidable entity. For the night passed with remarkable tranquility. The following day, they rested until evening before resuming their journey. Qin Xian had fully recovered, but his vehicle had been completely destroyed by the beasts and subhumans encountered along the way. Fortunately, Zhang Sen retrieved several large buses from the space for their use. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen's group traveled in a separate vehicle. Thus, they continued their grand expedition towards the capital.